My martial talent was F rank, the lowest in history. They called me trash, a disgrace to my school. They didn't know my talent had a hidden name, Infinite Upgrade. While they train for years, I just kill. While they hit bottlenecks and beg for resources, I just level up. Because for me, the EXP required to reach the next level never changes. The air in the arena crackled with anticipation. It was the annual martial arts awakening, the day that would define the rest of our lives. In this world, talent was everything. I stood in the crowd, just another face, praying for a decent role. Just a B rank, I thought. I'll even take SC. I wasn't greedy. The S rank and above were reserved for the prodigies from powerful families. A gasp rippled through the students. Lu Yenshua, the school's goddess, had awakened an SS rank talent. The principal himself appeared to escort her away, his face beaming. The gap between us was a chasm. Then, it was my turn. I stepped onto the awakening stage, my heart pounding. Su Chang, awakening successful. Martial talent, F rank. The announcement echoed in the sudden silence. F rank. It was so rare, so abysmally low, that it was practically a myth. It was worse than being untalented. It was a certified failure. The whispers turned to open mockery. F rank? That's worse than a commoner. What a disgrace. Our school produced trash like him. My D rank doesn't seem so bad now. At least I'm not him. Their scorn was a physical force. But beneath my numbness, a different feeling sparked, confusion. My body wasn't weak. This made no sense. Just then, a mechanical voice sounded in my head. Ding! Weakest F rank martial talent, Infinite Upgrade, detected. Congratulations, you have awakened the unique function, Martial Path Level. Ding! Martial Path Level function activated. Stat panel reset. My shock turned to a strange, giddy joy. It seemed my F rank talent was a prerequisite for this system. A panel only I could see appeared before my eyes. Character, Su Chang. Martial Realm, Newborn Martial Artist. Martial Path Level, 0, 0 out of 100. Strength, 12. Spirit, 11. Constitution, 12. Agility, 10. Martial Talent, Infinite Upgrade, F rank. The key difference was the martial path level. Was this like a game? Did I grind EXP? Ignoring the jeers to get off the stage, trash, I walked away without a word. Arguing was pointless without strength. I had to test my theory. I heard a few other students heading to the school's free beginner's dungeon. I followed them. The dungeon was filled with demonized rabbits, weak but perfect for a test. After a brief struggle, I landed a killing blow on one. Ding! You have killed a normal beast. Plus 10 EXP. It was real. I was a player. My panel now showed martial path level, 0, 10 out of 100. A fire ignited within me. If it's 10 EXP per rabbit, I just need to kill 10 to level up. I threw myself into the hunt. My movements, clumsy at first, became ruthlessly efficient. I learned their weak spots. Soon, I was killing them in a single strike. I killed my 10th rabbit. Ding! Congratulations, your martial path level has increased to 1. I immediately checked my panel. My eyes widened in disbelief. Not only was my level now 1, but all 4 of my stats had increased by 1 point. But the most crucial part, the detail that made my heart hammer against my ribs, was the experience bar. Martial path level, 1, 0 out of 100. The EXP required to level up hadn't changed. It was still 100. This is insane, I whispered. In this world, everyone hit bottlenecks. Their stats had hard caps at each realm, requiring rare pills and treasures to break through. Their cultivation speed was dictated by their talent rank. An F rank like me was supposed to be stuck as a newborn martial artist for life, but my infinite upgrade talent bypassed all of it. I didn't need resources. I didn't have bottlenecks. I just needed to kill. The mockery I'd endured melted away, replaced by a cold, burning ambition. I continued my slaughter. Congratulations, your martial path level has increased to 20. In a matter of hours, my martial path level soared. My base stats, originally around 10, were now all over 30. The power coursing through me was tangible. Congratulations, your martial path level has increased to 50. By the time I hit level 50, my total stats had surpassed 240. According to the rules of this world, a newborn martial artist's stats capped at 200. Anything beyond that was impossible without a formal breakthrough to the next realm. Yet here I was, still a newborn, with stats that kept climbing. My talent didn't just let me level up, it broke the fundamental laws of cultivation. This was my ultimate trump card. After reaching level 100 in the school dungeon, with the EXP from the rabbits dwindling, I knew I needed stronger prey. I spent the next few days outside the city, hunting grade 1 beasts. They gave 20 EXP each. My leveling speed was explosive. While others were struggling to add a single stat point, I was adding dozens per day. I sold the monster materials I didn't need, quickly amassing a small fortune. On my 5th day of grinding, I killed a grade 1 advanced beast. Ding! You have killed a grade 1 advanced beast, plus 30 EXP. Congratulations! Your martial path level has reached 500. My total stats now exceeded 2000. I was, in terms of raw power, already far stronger than most official martial artists, yet my realm still showed as newborn. As I was reveling in my progress, another notification appeared. Ding! Congratulations, upon reaching martial path level 500, you have unlocked exclusive martial skills. I pulled up my panel. A new line item had appeared. Exclusive martial skill, Stone Shattering Fist, D rank, refreshable. It was a basic skill, but I had learned it instantly. No practice, no comprehension, just knowledge. And next to it was a refresh button. Refreshing requires 100,000 exclusive martial skill points. Points can be exchanged for gold at a 1-to-1 ratio. 100,000 gold for one refresh. It was steep, but I had the money from selling materials. A D rank skill was useless. I had to try. Just give me something decent, I prayed. I converted the gold and hit the button. 100,000 points consumed. Skill refreshed. You have acquired the new skill, Blood Dragon's Furious Demon Fist S rank. I stared, certain I'd misheard. I checked my panel again. There it was, in stark text. S rank. A skill that would sell for hundreds of millions, a skill that geniuses spent years trying to master, was now mine. Instantly, my mind reeled with the possibilities. I stood in the wilderness, took a breath, and threw a punch. Blood Dragon's Furious Demon Fist. A roar echoed, not from my throat, but from my fist. A phantom blood-red dragon erupted outwards, tearing through the air. Boom! Everything in a dozen-meter radius in front of me was annihilated, trees shattered, the ground scorched. I looked at my hand, then at the devastation. The power was terrifying. It was the power of an elite warrior, wielded by someone everyone thought was trash. They could keep their pity and their mockery. I had all I needed. Although he thought this way, Su Cheng was certain that relying on S-level martial skills, he could definitely fight against ordinary peak martial artists, and even, possibly defeat them. That's enough for today. Tomorrow I'll go to school and enter the secret realm for training. With my martial skills, I can kill more magical beasts. Carrying a large bag of materials and resources on his back, Su Cheng glanced at the sky and chose to return to the city. The area outside the city at night was very dangerous. It was best not to stay out overnight. After selling the magical beast materials and resources he collected today, Su Cheng returned to his humble home, rested for the night, and early the next morning he quickly washed up and headed to martial arts school number 3. As soon as he entered the school, Su Cheng saw that many students had already reached the beginner martial artist level. Of course, they had just recently advanced to that level. Clearly, these new students had martial arts talents that were not too low, at least above B level. Those below B level wouldn't advance so quickly. Another point was that these students came from fairly good family backgrounds, who had long prepared decent resources for them. Once they awakened, they would immediately consume these resources and quickly advance in their martial artist levels. As for new students from ordinary families, they had to work hard for resources, and their progress wouldn't be so fast. At first, there weren't many students, and no one paid attention to Su Cheng, but as he entered the school and more students gathered, someone immediately noticed him and began to point and whisper. Isn't that the waste with F-level martial arts talent? Why is he still coming to school? He must be thinking of training in the secret realm at school. There are quite a few students here today. TCH. It's just laughable. With his F-level martial arts talent, what kind of training can he do? He'll never advance to a beginner martial artist in his life. He might as well find a tree to hang himself. I heard the school is going to deal with him. I wonder if it's true. No way. Why would they deal with him? Just because he awakened F-level martial arts talent? He's already pitiful enough. The school is being too unreasonable. Who knows? We can't interfere with the school's actions. If they really want to deal with him, no one can stop it. That would be good. Damn it, this person has embarrassed us in martial arts school number 3. Now everyone outside knows there's a waste with F-level martial arts talent from our school. It's become a joke. Alright, stop saying that. He's already pitiful enough. No one wants to awaken such martial arts talent. As Su Cheng walked, low murmurs arose behind him. Some continued to mock him, but there were also a few who felt sorry for him and didn't say much. Listening to these discussions, Su Cheng frowned. The school wanted to deal with him? He had a bad feeling about this. Moreover, Su Cheng didn't expect that he had already become a celebrity, with so many people able to recognize him. This was somewhat beyond his expectations. In fact, it was true, Su Cheng had been busy grinding monsters outside the city these days and was unaware of these matters. It could be said that within martial arts school number 3, you might not know who awakened SS level martial arts talent, but you would definitely know who awakened F level martial arts talent. As the saying goes, good news doesn't leave the house, but bad news travels 1,000 miles. It was similar to Su Cheng's situation. Now he had become a laughingstock for others to discuss after meals. Not only in martial arts school number 3, but even in District 9, many schools knew that there was a waste with F-level martial arts talent from martial arts school number 3. The rarity of this was even lower than that of someone awakening SSS-level martial arts talent, so the news spread quickly. Just then, a cold voice rang out not far behind Su Chang. Su Chang, stop! What are you doing back at school? Do you still have the face to come to school number 3? Don't you know you've already been expelled? What? The other students around were shocked to hear this. It turned out this was true. Why? Su Chang turned around and looked at the figure behind him, which was a teacher from the school, a peak martial artist. He had come in high spirits, thinking he could wreak havoc in the secret realm and continue to elevate his martial arts level, but he never expected to be expelled from the school. Why? Don't you know? Why are you even asking? Just leave, and stop bringing shame to Martial Arts High School 3. The teacher replied coldly, with no hint of emotion on his face. Get lost. Ha, a waste like you showing up at Martial Arts High School 3 is making us all a laughingstock. Exactly, this news has spread over the past few days. I can't even face my friends from other schools. Being classmates with someone like this is a disgrace. He must be expelled. How dare he come back to school? I would have already smashed my head against a wall if I were him. Living is just a waste of air. Knowing that Su Chang had really been expelled from the school, some students began to mock him again, especially since they were also students of Martial Arts High School 3 and they felt embarrassed to go out with him. Naturally, they directed all their anger at Su Chang. Fine, I understand. Surprisingly, Su Chang only paused for a moment before nodding. Faced with such a result and the ridicule and insults from those around him, he didn't get angry, which left some people astonished. Su Chang turned and left the school. Angry? For him, it wasn't worth it. Instead, it only fueled his fighting spirit. In a year, when the new student competition begins, Martial Arts High School 3, and everyone from the third school, you will regret this. A cold glint appeared in Su Chang's eyes. In just a few days, his strength was already comparable to that of a peak martial artist, so given a year, he was confident he could crush all the geniuses of this generation. By then, the honors he would gain would have nothing to do with Martial Arts High School 3. Outside, free secret realms were almost non-existent. Even if there was hardly anything inside, and even magical beasts were scarce because many martial artists entered. Although new secret realms and spatial rifts still appeared globally, they would soon be fought over by major forces claimed as their own, leaving ordinary martial artists with no chance to enter. If the secret realms and spatial rifts being contested had many treasures, they would only allow members of their own forces to use them. If they were just ordinary secret realms and spatial rifts, the major forces would sell them, but not directly. They would provide them for other martial artists to train in, requiring a fee each time they entered, along with time restrictions. Each new batch of martial artists would have their respective schools open some secret realms for them, which was certainly a great benefit for ordinary new martial artists, as they wouldn't have to spend money. If they were lucky, they could not only obtain treasures and resources in the secret realms but also enhance their strength, achieving two goals at once. Su Chang didn't have much money and came from a poor background, so he could only rely on grinding in free secret realms. Unfortunately, Martial Arts High School 3 had been unkind and expelled him, causing him to lose the benefits provided by the school. Forget it, I can't grind in the secret realm now. It just means my martial arts level will rise a bit slower. However, I can now hunt first level peak magical beasts. After leaving Martial Arts High School 3, Su Chang didn't dwell on the matter too much. What was the point of causing a scene at school? With that time, he might as well hunt magical beasts and improve his martial arts level. Once his strength increased, he would have the chance to slap Martial Arts High School 3 and others in the face. After making up his mind, Su Chang headed straight out of the city and soon entered the activity range of first-level peak magical beasts. Blood Dragon Fury Fist. Boom! Kill a first-level peak magical beast, gain 50 experience points. Kill a first-level peak magical beast, gain 50 experience points. So satisfying. Although the experience required for martial arts levels increased after reaching level 500 from the original 100 to 1000 points, this meant that under the current circumstances, Su Chang needed to kill 20 first-tier ultimate strength magical beasts to level up. Su Chang had anticipated this situation before, so he wasn't too surprised. Anyway, with the S-level martial technique now available, hunting magical beasts wouldn't be slow. Blood Dragon Fury Demon Fist. Roar! Congratulations, your martial arts level has risen to 520. Congratulations, your martial arts level has risen to 550. In the area where first-tier ultimate magical beasts were active, Su Chang almost crushed his way through, growing stronger with each beast he killed. The more he used this S-level martial technique, the more he liked it. It truly lived up to its S-level status. Against magical beasts, whether one or several, he could achieve a one-hit kill. If it weren't for the larger size of these beasts, if they were smaller and gathered together, a single Blood Dragon Fury Demon Fist could wipe out a large group. The clover is decent, worth about 100,000 gold coins. The area of first-tier ultimate magical beasts has more good resources. Su Chang nodded. to himself. He was currently clearing out all the magical beasts he saw while collecting resources to sell for money, not to mention other things. Just the future refresh of martial techniques would require a lot of resources. This S-level martial technique had been summoned with a single thought, but that didn't mean he would always have such good luck. Congratulations, your martial arts level has risen to 602. I'm running out of space again. Using a backpack is indeed troublesome. If only I had a spatial storage, it would be much more convenient, but unfortunately, such things are too expensive to afford. Su-chung shook his head slightly, sighing that he really didn't have enough money. Everything needed to be earned by himself. At this rate of improvement, my strength will soon reach the level of a martial master, and then I'll be able to make money even faster. With a large bag of materials and resources on his back, Su-chang returned to the city once more. However, this time, things didn't seem as favorable for him, as he encountered some robbers blocking his way. Kid, nice haul you've got there. Hand over everything you have, and we might let you leave alive. 3 men with the strength of advanced martial artists sprang out from the dense forest, surrounding Su-chang. One of them said coldly. In their eyes, Su-chang was merely a new martial artist, easily squishable. They were tempted by the contents of Su-chang's bag. Although his strength was low, the things inside might not be bad, and even a mosquito was meat, after all, considering their own strength wasn't too high either. Leave alive? Su-chang, upon hearing this, was not flustered but instead sneered. Aren't you afraid I'll come back for revenge later? Su-chang's words made the 3 men's expressions turn cold. Humph. Since you're seeking death, don't blame us. One of them said coldly. What they had just said was merely casual banter. They certainly wouldn't really let Su-chang leave alive. Whoosh. As soon as the words left the other's mouth, Su-chang had already moved, instantly appearing beside one of them. Puff. With just one punch, Su-chang killed one man, his head caving in. What? The other 2 were taken aback, their faces changing dramatically. But Su-chang wouldn't give the remaining 2 a chance. He swiftly moved again, closing in on another person. Wait, brother, this is all. Puff. The other's face changed wildly, but before he could finish his sentence, Su-chang struck him in the chest with another punch, sending his body flying several meters away. Damn it! How could this happen? The remaining advanced martial artist was nearly scared out of his wits. In the blink of an eye, his 2 companions were dead. He turned and ran, not daring to linger any longer. Blood Dragon Fury Demon Fist. The man had just turned to flee when a faint voice sounded behind him. And then everything went black. He knew nothing more. There are actually 7 cards. I hope there's some money in them. Su-chang wiped 7 cards from the 3 corpses. These cards were all anonymous, convenient for transactions, and were used for storing currency. Aside from the 7 cards, there was nothing else. Su-chang had intended to search for any spatial storage on the 3 men, but was disappointed. Well, they were only advanced warriors. How could they afford spatial storage? Such things cost at least a few million gold coins. With that much money, most warriors would prioritize buying resources to enhance their strength. Su-chang thought to himself, then disregarded the 3 corpses and continued back to the city. Incidents of road robbery like this happen countless times every day, and the number of warriors dying outside was incalculable. A few days ago, Su-chang had been relatively lucky, not encountering any other warriors. He felt no discomfort about killing other warriors. He simply thought of it as if beasts had done the killing. In this world of the survival of the fittest, if you don't kill, others will kill you. It's not just a matter of mutual enmity for someone to want your life. Especially now that the era of martial arts has arrived, most resources are controlled by family powers, leaving ordinary warriors with very few resources. They can only rely on robbing other warriors. Therefore, the chances of being robbed outside are very high. After returning to the city and selling the resources and materials he had collected today, Su-chang found a machine to check how much money was on the 7 cards he had just acquired. Damn, so poor, this card only has 100,000 gold coins? Upon checking the amount on the first card he took out, Su-chang couldn't help but curse. But 100,000 is still money, so he immediately transferred it to his account. This card is better, it has over 500,000 gold coins. Not bad. This one has over 200,000 gold coins, still poor. What the hell, this card only has a few thousand gold coins. How can they even carry such a card? After transferring all the amounts from the 7 cards to his account, he had a total of over 1.5 million, which Su-chang was quite satisfied with. It seems that some of these cards were obtained by those 3 through killing and looting, and now they've come cheap to me. Now that I have 2 million gold coins, I should look for a suitable secret realm to grind in, preferably one with many fierce beasts. With that thought, Su-chang set off again, casually looking for a shop belonging to a faction. Sir, how can I assist you? A beautiful young lady immediately approached Su-chang with a smile. I want to grind in a secret realm. Su-chang replied directly. Sir, your realm is only that of a newborn warrior. I suggest you first enhance your strength to that of a warrior. This way, entering a secret realm won't be so dangerous. Moreover, we don't have any secret realms suitable for newborn warriors. Here. The beautiful young lady looked at Su-chang, explaining in surprise. You don't need to worry about that, it won't cost you anything. Su Chang waved his hand. Alright then, please follow me. By the way, do you have any requirements for the secret realm? What level do you need to purchase? The beautiful young lady asked while leading Su Chang to an area. A first-tier extreme beast. Secret realm would be best, preferably one with a large number of beasts inside, the more, the better. Su Chang replied without much thought, as that was his purpose for coming here. Okay, please wait a moment while I check for you. The beautiful young lady immediately began operating on the holographic screen on the table. She thought Su Chang would only purchase a first-tier beginner beast level secret realm, but she didn't expect him to request a first-tier extreme beast secret realm. Given his young age, wasn't he just asking for death by entering such a realm? But just now, Su Chang said to let her not worry about it, so she didn't bother to say anything. In less than 3 minutes. Sir, there happens to be a secret realm that meets your requirements, but the price is a bit high. It requires 1.8 million gold coins, and the time limit is 12 hours. The beautiful lady looked at Su Chang and said, not believing that he had that much money. Sure, swipe the card, I'll take this secret realm. What the beautiful lady didn't expect was that Su Chang took out his card right after hearing that and handed it to her to swipe. Since there was such a secret realm and he could afford the price, Su Chang didn't bother to look elsewhere. If there weren't any, or if the price was too high, he would naturally consider secret realms from other forces. Okay, please wait a moment. The beautiful lady was stunned for a second, then reacted quickly and said, Sir, it's ready, please sign here, and then you can go to the secret realm. Signing a document stated that if the client died in the secret realm, it would have nothing to do with their force. After all, this was not something they forced upon. Su Chang signed it directly, then received a token and followed another person, quickly arriving at the entrance of a secret realm. Sir, I believe you understand the function of this token. If there is danger inside, or if you are truly outmatched, you can crush the token immediately and you will be teleported out. Remember, the other party informed him. Okay, got it. Su Chang nodded and then stepped into the secret realm. Looks like a newly awakened novice, really a fearless young bull, daring to enter such a secret realm, probably a bad omen, what a pity. The other party shook his head as he watched Su Chang's disappearing figure. Indeed, there are many magical beasts. As soon as Su Chang stepped into the secret realm, he saw quite a few magical beasts, all at the first tier limit, and his eyes immediately lit up. Although his martial arts level was now 600, with total attributes exceeding 2,400 points, just at the limit of a martial artist, possessing S-level martial skills made it easy for him to kill ordinary first-tier limit magical beasts. Blood Dragon Fury Fist. Boom! Kill a first-tier limit magical beast, gain 50 experience points. Kill a first-tier limit magical beast, gain 50 experience points. With this first strike, Su Chang killed several first-tier limit magical beasts, the power of S-level martial skills becoming increasingly terrifying, and overcoming levels to kill enemies was no problem. Haha, so refreshing. In these 12 hours, let's see how many levels I can raise my martial arts level to. Seeing so many magical beasts, Su Chang couldn't help but laugh out loud. Then Su Chang entered a state of frenzied slaughter. Once again, Blood Dragon Fury Fist. Put. Congratulations, your martial arts level has risen to 610. Congratulations, your martial arts level has risen to 630. Su Chang swept through, leaving only the corpses of magical beasts in his wake, not letting a single one escape. There are indeed many good things in the secret realm. Shenling fruit, worth over 500,000. This is the unique dragon grass, worth around 300,000. 3-leaf spirit mushroom, great, 1 million in hand. While sweeping through the magical beasts, Su Chang naturally didn't forget to search for some treasure resources. After all, while leveling up, he also needed to recoup some costs or even make a profit. This was also why Su Chang was so powerful and possessed S-level martial skills. If it were other limit martial artists entering, they wouldn't be able to achieve this at all. Blood Dragon Fury Fist. Boom. Put. Kill a first-tier limit magical beast, gain 50 experience points. Congratulations, your martial arts level has risen to 710. Congratulations, your martial arts level has risen to 780. As his martial arts level increased, Su Chang's strength grew stronger, and the speed at which he slaughtered magical beasts naturally went without saying. Soon, Su Chang had already spent 6 hours in this secret realm. At this moment, the martial arts level increased again. Congratulations, your martial arts level has risen to level 1000. With the martial arts level breaking through 1000, Su Chang's total martial arts attributes also surpassed 4000 points, reaching the strength of a junior martial master. In this secret realm, he was crushing everything madly. Even without using S-class martial techniques, a casual punch could instantly kill a first-tier extreme magical beast. So exhilarating. Truly exhilarating. Su Chang thought to himself. It's a pity that such secret realms are too rare, and most people spend money to enter secret realms mainly to search for treasure resources. No one does it like me, specifically grinding magical beasts for upgrades. Shaking his head slightly, Su Cheng didn't think much of it. After all, encountering such a secret realm was the best scenario, and if there wasn't one, he could only hunt magical beasts outside the city. In reality, such secret realms were indeed very few. If the martial artists who paid to enter the secret realm knew there were so many magical beasts inside, they would definitely not choose to enter because the danger was too great. Once surrounded, they would undoubtedly die. Moreover, the forces that owned this secret realm would also send people in to appropriately clear out some magical beasts, so as not to pose too great a danger to their clients. After all, a secret realm with a high death rate would not attract clients, and if that were the case, the secret realm would be unable to make money, so the forces would definitely find a way to manage it. Of course, some martial artists might think, for example, if there was a secret realm filled entirely with first-tier extreme magical beasts, wouldn't it be easy for me, a martial master, or even a great martial master, to go in and search for treasure resources? However, the major forces are not fools. They would definitely not allow martial artists whose strength far exceeds that of the magical beasts in the secret realm to enter. In most cases, if the strongest or most numerous magical beasts in this secret realm are at a certain level, they would only allow martial artists of equal strength to enter. Anyone stronger would definitely be turned away. The major forces would not engage in a losing business by letting stronger martial artists in, as that would mean all the treasure resources in the secret realm would be swept away, rendering the secret realm useless. However, if weaker martial artists wanted to enter a higher level secret realm, the major forces would not stop them. After all, as long as they paid, it was fine. The secret realm Su Chang was currently grinding in was just like that. If it weren't for his strength being that of a novice martial artist, they definitely wouldn't have let him in. Because his strength was too far from that of the magical beasts in this secret realm, he would just be walking in to die, and they wouldn't care as long as there was money to be made. However, the people from this force would never have thought that allowing Su Chang to enter the secret realm would be a huge loss. Blood Dragon Fury Fist. Boom. Put. Kill a first-tier extreme magical beast. Gain 50 experience points. Congratulations, your martial arts level has risen to level 1030. Congratulations, your martial arts level has risen to level 1050. His strength surged significantly, but the experience points gained from killing first-tier extreme magical beasts did not decrease, which surprised Su Chang a bit. However, he couldn't be bothered. Less was better, and even if it was less, he still had to grind through the remaining time in the secret realm. After all, it was hard to come by such a secret realm, and he couldn't waste it. 8 hours later. Congratulations, your martial arts level has risen to level 1200. 10 hours later. Congratulations, your martial arts level has risen to level 1380. As the time limit approached, the resources and treasures Su Chang collected increased more and more. He had already become too lazy to collect items worth around 100,000 or 200,000, otherwise, he wouldn't even have space to store them. He also didn't want to cause too much commotion after leaving the secret realm. If this force found out, they would definitely come in to check. So, collecting only high-value treasures and resources was enough. This made Su Chang even more determined to buy a spatial storage. Carrying a bag every time was just too inconvenient. No way, why does it feel like there are fewer magical beasts? As he continued to grind, Su Chang clearly felt that the number of magical beasts he encountered was decreasing. Could it be that all the magical beasts in this secret realm have been nearly wiped out by me? Su Chang thought to himself. After searching for a while longer, it was indeed true that the magical beasts were becoming fewer and fewer. Is that it? The range of the secret realm is too small. There are hardly any magical beasts left. It's not even been 12 hours, and they're all gone, Su Chang muttered. If the people from this faction heard him, they would probably spit blood. The magical beasts in the entire secret realm had already been mostly killed by Su Chang, and he had scavenged most of the good treasures and resources. This meant that the secret realm was practically useless, unable to generate any profit. Who would be willing to spend money on a secret realm with no resources and hardly any magical beasts left? They might not have realized it at first, but once someone else entered the secret realm and saw the situation, they would definitely react and demand a refund. So, they effectively sold the entire secret realm to Su Chang for 1.8 million gold coins, and when they found out, it would be a wonder if they didn't spit blood. Roar! At that moment, a furious roar caught Su Chang's attention. At first, he didn't realize it, but it turned out he had intruded into the territory of a much more powerful magical beast. Right, most secret realms have a strongest magical beast or some kind of alien creature. I hadn't encountered one before, but this should be the strongest magical beast in the secret realm, Su Chang thought as he sensed the terrifying aura emanating from this beast. Impressive. Its strength has actually reached the initial stage of the second tier, but it's still quite away from the intermediate stage of the second tier. After feeling it out a bit more, Su Chang's eyes lit up. This magical beast could be killed. Indeed, upon seeing this magical beast, Su Chang confirmed it. Although the beast's strength had reached the initial stage of the second tier, its realm was still at the limit of the first tier, and such a magical beast could generally be referred to as a lord-level magical beast. A first-tier lord-level magical beast. This means that such a beast is a dominant force within the first tier, akin to a genius among humans, capable of fighting above its level, which is a similar concept. At the same time, such magical beasts can also be referred to as mutated beasts. Roar. When this magical beast saw Su Chang, it let out a low growl. It had sensed Su Chang's aura earlier, which was why it had become enraged. Ha ha, what good is your roar? Die for me. Seeing this, Su Chang couldn't help but laugh out loud. If he could kill this first-tier Lord-level magical beast before leaving the secret realm, it would be perfect. Blood Dragon Fury Fist. Roar. Put. The Lord-level magical beast had just intended to strike but was instantly killed by Su Chang. You have killed a first-tier Lord-level magical beast, gaining 10,000 experience points. Congratulations, your martial arts level has risen to level 1560. What? 10,000 experience points? Gaining such a high amount of experience left Su Chang a bit dazed. The experience from a Lord-level magical beast was surprisingly high. 10,000 experience points raised his martial arts level by 10 levels in one go. But thinking about it, it made sense. After all, it was a Lord-level magical beast, a mutated one at that, with strength far surpassing that of magical beasts of the same level, so a bit more experience was to be expected. There should be treasures in the territory of a Lord-level magical beast. I need to find them quickly, time is running out. Ignoring the corpse of the magical beast, Su Chang immediately began searching the area. Sure enough, after a short while, Su Chang discovered a small tree bearing a tiny fruit. Three-leaf Zhu fruit? Hiss. Seeing the appearance of this fruit, Su Chang couldn't help but take a deep breath, unsure at first. But after observing it closely, he finally confirmed that it was indeed a three-leaf Zhu fruit, just not yet ripe and needing some more time. No matter whether it's ripe or not, it's worth at least 10 million. This time I've really struck it rich. It seems I've got enough money to buy a space storage. Su Chang thought joyfully as he immediately picked the three-leaf red fruit from the small tree. Just as he placed the three-leaf red fruit away, his vision blurred and his figure vanished from the spot. Time had already passed and he was directly teleported out of the secret realm. When his figure reappeared, he was already at the entrance of the secret realm where he had entered before. There weren't many people here, so it wouldn't attract attention, which was better for Su Chang. After all, the money had already been paid, and once he came out of the secret realm, he could leave freely without anyone stopping him. As for the resources and treasures brought out from the secret realm, the major forces wouldn't take them away, since they were obtained by the clients themselves. Clients spend money to explore the secret realm precisely for the resources and treasures inside. If you take them away when they come out, who would spend money to explore the secret realm just to make someone else rich? Carrying his package, Su Chang quietly left without drawing any attention. I should go to the Martial Arts Association. This force is the largest, with branches all over the 9 major districts. The prices may be a bit lower, but the safety is guaranteed. With that thought, Su Chang headed directly to a branch of the Martial Arts Association. The Martial Arts Association can be said to be one of the most powerful forces in the 9 major districts of humanity. Moreover, it has the most members among the 9 major districts, without exception. Because anyone who wants to join the Martial Arts Association can do so, with no restrictions. Even if you have already joined another force, you can still join the Martial Arts Association. There are quite a few people. When Su Chang arrived at this branch of the Martial Arts Association, he saw people coming and going everywhere, bustling with activity. In the Martial Arts Association, whether you want to check information, post tasks, accept tasks, sell or buy items, and all other business, you can find it here. Compared to the malls under other forces, the Martial Arts Association does not have reception staff. You can go to the corresponding area to do whatever you need. I have a batch of resources to process, please clear them for me. When he found the area for selling items and it was his turn, he said directly, "Sir, please follow me." The woman nodded at his words and led Su Chang into a room, ensuring the client's privacy. After all, in a public place, if someone is dealing with something unsavory, asking them to take it out would expose them, wouldn't it? Once inside the room, Su Chang didn't waste any time and emptied all the resources and treasures from his backpack for the other party to clear. The woman was quite surprised. She had thought Su Chang was just a novice martial artist, and most of the items in the large package were very ordinary resources. But when she looked at them now, she couldn't help but catch her breath, because most of these resources and treasures were worth over 300,000. If it were a martial artist at the master level, the woman wouldn't be surprised, but the man's strength was simply too low. However, she didn't ask further. It was a matter of professional ethics. Please wait a moment. Being a professional, the woman immediately began to sort through the resources and treasures on the table. She could tell the market price of many items with just a glance. In less than 10 minutes, she said, "Oh, this is a 3-leaf red fruit? But it's not yet ripe, so its value won't be too high. Currently, the price we are offering at the Martial Arts Association is 10 million gold coins. Sir, do you wish to sell it?" the woman asked, holding the 3-leaf red fruit. Her meaning was clear: if sold to another force, the price for this 3-leaf red fruit would be higher than that of the Martial Arts Association. "Yes, I'll sell them all. Let's go with your price." Su Chang nodded. "All right." The woman nodded and quickly began to calculate. "Sir, the total for all items comes to 38.5 million gold coins." In less than a minute, the woman had already calculated the price for all the items. Hearing the amount of 38.5 million, Su Cheng's eyes lit up, and he felt a surge of excitement inside. This was the first time he had so much capital. While collecting these resources and treasures, Su Cheng hadn't calculated the total. After all, he still needed to focus on grinding monsters. Before he came, he estimated that everything would be worth at most over 20 million, but this price exceeded his expectations. And this was only the price at the Martial Arts Association. If it were from other forces, the value of these items would definitely exceed 40 million. However, Su Cheng didn't mind, a little less is still fine. He had completely depleted that secret realm, the strongest lord-level monster was dead, and most of the treasures and resources had been scavenged by him. If the other party knew, they would surely spit blood. A secret realm of a first-tier extreme monster, all the resources inside combined would probably be around 70 to 80 million, although others would need to spend 1.8 million. For a single entry, the things they could obtain rarely exceeded 1.8 million, and most would incur losses. Moreover, in this secret realm, there were numerous monsters, making it even less likely for others to collect resources and treasures. By the way, I want to buy a space storage. What are the prices? Su Cheng asked directly. With this, his own funds had already exceeded 40 million. Buying the cheapest space storage should be enough, right? Sir, for space storage, the smallest internal space is 1 cubic meter, priced at 8 million gold coins. The 2 cubic meter space is priced at 20 million, and the third option is a 5 cubic meter space, priced at 120 million gold coins. At this point, the woman's words had come to a halt. That's so expensive. Su Cheng shook his head in response. Yes, for space storage, the larger the internal space, the greater the difficulty in cutting, and the price increases almost exponentially, the woman explained. Then I'll take a 2 cubic meter space, in the shape of a ring. For Su Cheng, a 2 cubic meter space was already much larger than his backpack. 20 million is just 20 million. After all, money is meant to be spent. No matter how large the space, he wouldn't have enough money anyway. After purchasing a space storage, leaving 20 million on him would be sufficient. Okay, please wait. Soon, someone brought a space ring into the room. The transaction was naturally simple, directly deducting from the value of Su Cheng's batch of items, and the Martial Arts Association still needed to pay him 18.5 million gold coins. Sir, I see you are not yet a member of the Martial Arts Association. Would you be interested in joining us? When one day your strength reaches the level of a martial master, whether selling or buying items, it will be at market price. And as your strength increases, the benefits and perks within our Martial Arts Association will also grow. The woman extended the invitation. If it were any other time, a new martial artist would not have received such attention from the woman. But seeing Su Cheng able to produce resources worth tens of millions and purchase a 20 million space storage without batting an eye, she clearly recognized him as a wealthy individual. Sure, then help me with the registration. Su Cheng nodded in response. As he was already familiar with this, joining the Martial Arts Association wouldn't restrict personal freedom. It was very relaxed and hardly monitored. After awakening his martial arts talent, he had been busy improving his martial arts level, and now that he was here to sell items, he might as well join the Martial Arts Association. Once the woman completed the paperwork, Su Cheng prepared to break through. His current martial arts level was 1560, and his total martial arts attributes had reached over 6,280 points, which was already the strength of a mid-level martial master. Therefore, it didn't make much sense to remain at the beginner martial artist level. For a martial artist, breaking through to a new realm is the easiest thing. One can simply purchase some breakthrough pills to advance to the next level. Of course, as one's strength increases, the difficulty of breaking through to the subsequent realms does rise. At the very least, the number of breakthrough pills required becomes considerable, and their price won't be low either. For a novice martial artist, breaking through to the beginner level is naturally quite easy. Su Cheng bought 10 breakthrough pills, thinking that 10 would be enough, and he could return any extras since he wouldn't need them in the future. At 10,000 coins each, that totaled 100,000 gold coins. Back home, Su Cheng swallowed the first breakthrough pill. 10 minutes later, breakthrough failed. Su Cheng did not hesitate and immediately swallowed the second breakthrough pill, continuing to refine it. However, he soon failed again. On to the third pill. Breakthrough failed. The sixth pill. Breakthrough failed. Seriously, this is the sixth one. Is breaking through really this hard? At this point, Su Cheng felt something was off and thought in confusion. However, he didn't dwell on it too much. After all, he had purchased 10 breakthrough pills, so he might as well use them all up first. Who knows, maybe the next one would succeed. The seventh pill. Breakthrough failed. The 10th pill. Still a failure. What the hell? Having refined all the breakthrough pills and still not breaking through to the beginner level almost made Su Cheng explode with frustration. Could it be because of my talent that I can't break through? Su Cheng speculated. After all, he had already broken the rules that had stood for millennia, continuously enhancing his martial attributes without breaking through, something other martial artists simply couldn't do. Let me try one more time. If I still can't break through, then I won't bother anymore. There was no indication of success, so he had to try it himself to have some certainty. Casually Entering a shop, Su Cheng bought 90 more breakthrough pills, bringing his total to 100, all for beginner martial artists. If he couldn't break through with 100 pills, then he would have nothing to say and would have to give up. After all, not being able to break through wouldn't affect his strength, he would just remain a novice martial artist. However, once exposed in the future, it would inevitably cause quite a stir. Under the astonished gaze of the staff, Su Cheng ignored them and left. It was the first time they had seen someone buy so many beginner breakthrough pills at once. Continuing to break through. The 15th pill, breakthrough failed. The 30th pill, breakthrough failed. Damn it, I refuse to believe that refining 100 breakthrough pills won't work. Su Cheng's face darkened. It wasn't that he was worried about the money. If he couldn't break through, that would be one thing, he could just stop trying. But if he could break through, then as a novice martial artist, needing so many breakthrough pills to advance to the beginner level was simply unbelievable. The 35th pill, breakthrough failed. The 50th pill, still a failure. From novice martial artist to beginner martial artist, he had used 50 breakthrough pills, which was absolutely unprecedented. It was likely breaking a rule that had lasted for millennia. The problem was, even after using 50 breakthrough pills, he still hadn't succeeded. Su Cheng gritted his teeth and didn't stop. He continued to refine the breakthrough pills. The 60th pill, breakthrough failed. The 80th pill, still a failure. It seems I really can't break through. This is the 80th one. Fine, if I can't break through, then so be it. Su Cheng had already given up. He just felt a bit speechless, but it didn't have much of an impact anyway. I can't be bothered to return the last 20, I'll just refine them all. With that thought, Su Cheng continued refining, but he held no hope anymore. The 98th pill, breakthrough succeeded. Su Cheng? Just as Su Cheng continued to refine the 99th breakthrough pill, he suddenly felt something was different. He thought he might have misperceived it. Unexpectedly, he had successfully broken through, reaching the level of a junior warrior. Damn it, it took 98 breakthrough pills to succeed. Is there anyone else? Su Cheng felt an urge to spit blood. He would have preferred the outcome to be a failure. Well, it's no big deal. If I can't break through, it just means spending a bit more money. Anyway, it's still much less than what other warriors spend to improve their strength. Shaking his head slightly, Su Cheng decided not to dwell on it. Indeed, compared to other warriors, just enhancing the 4 attributes of martial arts required a vast amount of precious resources, while he needed nothing but to hunt magical beasts, which was far better than others. The only expenses were refreshing exclusive martial skills, and now adding the breakthrough pills needed for the breakthrough. In comparison, it was hardly any money at all. Let's break through to a junior warrior first. With that thought, Su Cheng returned to the shop, refunded the remaining 2 junior warrior breakthrough pills, and then purchased 200 junior warrior breakthrough pills. This was a bit more expensive, costing 20,000 gold coins each, totaling 4 million gold coins. Amidst the staff's bewilderment, Su Cheng ignored them and left again. This time, he didn't pay attention to anything, refining one pill after another. If he ran out, he could just buy more. The 198th pill, breakthrough successful. Feeling the success of the breakthrough, Su Cheng let out a sigh of relief. He could still accept this expenditure. However, compared to any other warrior, using 198 breakthrough pills to reach the level of a junior warrior was absolutely unprecedented. If he told others, they wouldn't believe it at all. I'm a junior warrior now, hee hee. Su Cheng chuckled, although his true strength had already reached that of a junior martial master. Martial arts level 3. Just wait, this is only the beginning. Thinking of the previous mockery and being removed from the list of martial arts level 3, Su Cheng's expression turned cold. Without resting much, Su Cheng went out again, thinking about checking other factions to see if there were any secret realms with a large number of magical beasts. The previous secret realm had raised his martial arts level by so many ranks and earned him several million. It was simply too profitable. A spatial rift has appeared in the north of the city, with many magical beasts roaming about. It said that treasures are spewing out from inside. Let's hurry over. A spatial rift has emerged. Hurry. Let's rush over. We might be able to snatch some treasure resources. This is a newly appeared spatial rift. Su Cheng had just stepped out when he saw some warriors rushing towards the north of the city. Clearly, this was no secret anymore. Many people were already aware. A new spatial rift? With magical beasts and treasures? Hearing these 3 words, Su Cheng's eyes lit up. He couldn't miss this opportunity. Previously, he had used ordinary transportation to go out, but this time, to get there quickly, Su Cheng directly spent money on spatial teleportation, arriving at the northern area of the city. One must know that the area of a city is vast. If he had to run from one side to the other, it would take ages. Soon, Su Cheng reached the northern part of the city, where the spatial rift had appeared. Surprisingly not far from the city. From a distance, he could see a large number of magical beasts continuously emerging from the spatial rift, varying in strength, but none were particularly strong. Moreover, items were indeed erupting from the spatial rift from time to time, and many people immediately began to compete for them. Many probably didn't expect a new spatial rift to appear just outside the city, and neither did the major factions. If it had been in a more remote area, fewer people would have known about it. Most of the warriors who came here had no interest in the ferocious beasts emerging from the spatial rift. They were only fighting over the treasure resources that were spewing out from inside. But Su Chang was different. Compared to treasures, he was much more interested in these magical beasts, as they were all walking experience points. Su Chang first observed for a while and confirmed that among the group of magical beasts, most of them were only at the first level, with very few at the second level. With not too many powerful magical beasts, it was manageable. Great! So many magical beasts have appeared. This number is even greater than before in the secret realm. We can't waste this, Su Chang said excitedly. Without thinking too much, Su Chang immediately rushed towards the large number of magical beasts that had emerged. Blood Dragon Fury. Fist. Boom. Put. As the martial skill was unleashed, a large number of first-level magical beasts were instantly killed, including some at the beginner, intermediate, and advanced levels. Killed an intermediate first-level magical beast, gained 30 experience points. Killed an advanced first-level magical beast, gained 40 experience points. Congratulations, your martial arts level has risen to level 1561. As soon as Su Chang made his move, it immediately caused a small commotion. After all, with one punch, a blood dragon appeared, making it impossible not to attract attention. Moreover, Su Chang had just broken through to an intermediate martial artist. Others saw him as merely an intermediate martial artist yet capable of killing advanced first-level magical beasts, which was quite unbelievable. However, Su Chang paid no mind to this. Farming magical beasts was the priority, and what others thought was far less important than that. With so many magical beasts around, wasting this opportunity would be a huge loss. What the heck, this guy is so fierce. Only an intermediate martial artist, yet he can slay advanced first-level magical gods. How strong! It's the martial skill he unleashed. That martial skill is so powerful. What? How is that possible? The power of this martial skill is at least S-level. How could a mere intermediate martial artist have learned it? Some sharp-eyed martial artists immediately analyzed that the martial skill Su Chang had used must be S-level, and they were astonished. He must be a core disciple of some big family or major power. Looking at him, he seems very young, probably just a freshman martial artist this year. To reach intermediate martial artist in such a short time and possess S-level martial skills, no one else has such a foundation except for those from big families or major powers, right? Definitely, with the destructive power of this S-level martial skill, I estimate it would cost at least several hundred million to acquire. It's too strong to leap over levels and kill an advanced first-level magical god. Must be an S-level martial skill. He's probably a genius. His martial arts talent shouldn't be lower than SS level, but I wonder which martial arts high school he's from this year? No need to guess, it's been about half a month since the martial arts awakening ceremony ended, and he's already reached intermediate martial artist. He must be a genius, but an SS level martial arts talent seems unlikely, most likely S level. Considering the S level martial skill he demonstrated, his family background must be substantial. It can still be cultivated in a short time. More and more martial artists began to pay attention to Su Chang. After all, many martial artists had come here, but no one had charged into the group of magical beasts like Su Chang, killing everything in sight. No one was willing to take risks. Although these magical beasts were not very strong, most people were busy seizing the resources and treasures that erupted from the spatial rift. Blood Dragon Fury Fist. Boom! Congratulations, your martial arts level has risen to level 1650. Congratulations, your martial arts level has risen to level 1700. So exhilarating. Inside the spatial rift, it seemed like there was some enormous danger that caused these magical beasts to surge forth wildly. Not only were there many, but they were also densely packed, making it incredibly convenient for Su Chang to farm. With one martial skill, he could instantly kill dozens of magical beasts. His martial arts level could only be described as skyrocketing. How is this possible? Just now, a magical beast at the limit of first level was actually killed by him in an instant? Yes, I saw it too. It's too strong. How is this possible? Having S-level martial skills can indeed allow one to fight above their rank and even kill enemies, but he's only an intermediate martial artist. How could he possibly slay a first-tier ultimate beast? And in an instant? Could it be that this martial skill isn't S-level, but rather SS level, or even SSS level? Nonsense, SSS level? A martial artist of intermediate rank could never learn a skill of that level. Exactly, even if he is a genius, being able to master S-level martial skills after awakening is already impressive, not to mention that the family might not even allow him to learn it right away. That's right, after awakening, the priority is definitely to enhance martial attributes and quickly increase strength. Once the realm is raised, learning S-level martial skills will be much easier. Then how do we explain this? He directly killed a first-tier ultimate beast in an instant. Stop arguing, look, he killed another one. No, my goodness, it's 3. Those 3 first-tier ultimate beasts, he took them all out in a flash. Hiss. More and more martial artists were paying attention to Su Chang, and as he continued to slay beasts, the strength of the beasts emerging from within gradually increased. A large number of martial artists, seeing Su Chang kill first-tier ultimate beasts as if they were chopping vegetables, all gasped in shock. This overwhelming power left them completely bewildered. Blood Dragon Fury Fist. Roar! Roar! Killed a first-tier ultimate beast, gained 40 experience points. Congratulations, your martial level has risen to level 1820. Congratulations, your martial level has risen to level 1850. Although the experience points for killing first-tier ultimate beasts had decreased, Su Cheng didn't care, as long as the quantity was sufficient, it wouldn't delay his martial level advancement at all. Roar! Just then, a series of roars echoed from the spatial rift, and then a beast larger than ordinary beasts emerged. First-tier Lord-level beast. Not good. This kid is in trouble. A Lord-level beast has appeared that's comparable to a martial master. This is bad. Why isn't this kid running away? Run! Kid, a first-tier Lord-level beast has appeared. Some martial artists, upon seeing this, immediately shouted towards Su Cheng's direction. However, the next moment, everyone present widened their eyes in shock, their mouths agape. Blood Dragon Fury Fist. Boom! Killed a first-tier Lord-level beast, gained 8,000 experience points. Killed a first-tier Lord-level beast, gained 8,000 experience points. Congratulations, your martial level has risen to level 1900. The massive Lord-level beasts had just emerged from the spatial rift when they were torn apart by a blood dragon, shredding other ordinary beasts in its path. Watching Su Cheng, who looked like a demon, everyone here stared wide-eyed, even holding their breath. If Su Cheng, as an intermediate martial artist, could instantly kill a first-tier ultimate beast that had already left them in utter shock, and now he was actually killing Lord-level beasts, still as if he were slaughtering dogs, they felt their brains were insufficient to comprehend this. A first-tier Lord-level beast has a minimum strength comparable to a junior martial master. How could an intermediate martial artist achieve this? The total martial attribute of an intermediate martial artist is 600 points, and even close to that of a senior martial artist, it would only be 1,200 points. Meanwhile, a Lord-level beast comparable to a junior martial master has a total martial attribute of at least 4,000 points. This gap is more than 3 times. How could one possibly achieve such a feat of killing above their rank? However, it is said that martial artists with high martial talent can indeed suppress those with lower martial talent at the same realm. An S-rank martial talent warrior can easily crush an A-rank martial talent warrior of the same realm and may even be stronger. It seems to be a natural suppression. Even if both are of the same realm and possess the same total martial attributes, the one with higher martial talent is significantly more powerful than the one with lower talent. This situation is hard to articulate, as if it were a rule of heaven and earth. However, for most warriors, such circumstances are rarely seen, so they are not clear about it. Nevertheless, this suppression of martial talent diminishes as one's realm increases, gradually narrowing the gap. I understand now, this person must have awakened an SS rank martial talent, or even higher. And the martial skills they are using must also be SS rank, which is why they are so strong, as this indeed allows them to kill enemies across levels, even without a major realm difference. However, this situation seems to only exist among warriors. It doesn't have as much effect when it comes to beasts. Am I mistaken? A more knowledgeable warrior suddenly spoke up. That's impossible. This gap is a difference in total attributes, and the disparity is too great. I'm not sure. It's said to be due to the great changes in the world 1,000 years ago, which formed these rules of heaven and earth, but what exactly they are, only those true powerhouses would know. That's the only explanation. Otherwise, how could warriors with high martial talent cultivate so quickly and be invincible among their peers in the same realm? Yes, it definitely has to do with the level of martial talent. Otherwise, those families and factions wouldn't invest so much in nurturing their direct descendants from a young age, hoping they awaken a high-level martial talent on the day of awakening. I remember now, 3 years ago, I was fortunate enough to witness a battle between true powerhouses. Several of them were of the same realm, but one of them was able to overpower the others. As more and more warriors began to explain, even those who were unaware found their reasoning convincing and understandable. After all, most of them were ordinary warriors who had not heard of many things, but the explanations were very reasonable, so they naturally wanted to believe. In reality, there is indeed such a relationship, but they had no idea that Su Cheng's strength had nothing to do with what they were saying. What others thought didn't concern Su Cheng, nor did he have the time to care. What he needed to do now was to kill all the magical beasts he saw with all his might. He couldn't miss such a good opportunity. Su Cheng also knew that the strength he displayed had shocked many around him, but for the sake of improving his martial level and enhancing his strength, he couldn't worry about that anymore. Everything was focused on the primary goal of increasing his power. Blood Dragon Fury Fist. Boom. Put. Kill a first-tier extreme magical beast, gain 40 experience points. Kill a first-tier Lord-level magical beast, gain 8,000 experience points. Congratulations, your martial level has risen to level 1958. What excited Su Cheng even more was that the magical beasts appearing from the spatial rift were getting stronger, and the number of first-tier Lord-level magical beasts was increasing. Martial level is nearing 2,000. I hope there will be more magical beasts ahead, preferably second-tier ones as well. Su Cheng excitedly licked his lips, his eyes shining with unprecedented brilliance. Of course, while killing magical beasts, if he encountered treasures and resources erupting from the spatial rift, Su Cheng would not miss the chance and would immediately store them in his spatial storage. No one dared to snatch them, partly because there were too many magical beasts, and partly because most warriors now believed Su Cheng came from a major family or power and naturally did not want to offend him. Even as more and more warriors approached, many of them were quite strong, but they also wouldn't dare to lay a hand on Su Cheng because offending someone from a powerful family could lead to consequences that one wouldn't even know how they died. Don't be fooled by the fact that he is just an intermediate martial artist with a low realm. His strength is not to be underestimated. Can an ordinary person achieve this? Just think about it. It's clear that he is an extraordinary genius with a strong background, and such a person is not someone to provoke. This person is not only a genius but also has a significant background, and, he's a madman too. Why would a well-off young master come here to fight these magical beasts? One martial artist couldn't help but mutter. Well, you never know. People with high status often have peculiar preferences. It's actually quite good that he only kills magical beasts, some direct descendants of powerful families enjoy torturing weaker martial artists for fun. Upon hearing the martial artist's explanation, many nodded in agreement, indicating they had heard of such things before. Su Cheng probably wouldn't have imagined that he had become a figure of great background in the eyes of others, which was quite amusing. However, even if he knew, he wouldn't care. Right now, he only wanted to focus on the magical beasts in front of him. All he wanted was to kill. Boom. Put. Congratulations. Your martial arts level has risen to level 1980. Congratulations. Your martial arts level has risen to level 2000. Finally, he reached level 2000, and Su Cheng felt a wave of relief inside. This meant that his total martial arts attributes had surpassed 8,000 points. Although his martial arts level had reached 2000, Su Cheng naturally wouldn't stop unless no more magical beasts appeared in the spatial rift. Moreover, he had already killed his way to the vicinity of the spatial rift's exit. As long as there were magical beasts inside, they would be immediately killed by him. He aimed to not let a single magical beast escape, so it was no surprise that his martial arts level would continue to rise. At that moment, martial arts level has reached 2000, unlocking the second exclusive martial skill. Hearing the prompt, Su Cheng's eyes widened, bursting with joy. He never expected to unlock the second exclusive martial skill so quickly. After all, the first one was unlocked at level 500. Now, at level 2000, to unlock the second exclusive martial skill was quite a short interval. However, Su Cheng was naturally thrilled to unlock the second exclusive martial skill so quickly. The sooner, the better. Although refreshing martial skills required money could always be earned back. It was that simple. Even though he had over 10 million gold coins on him now, he didn't have time to refresh it. Exclusive martial skills could be refreshed anytime in the future, but if all these magical beasts ran away, that would be the biggest loss for him, more painful than losing 100 million. In any case, with his current strength combined with S-level martial skills, killing these magical beasts was more than enough. Even if stronger magical beasts appeared. Blood Dragon Fury Fist. Boom. Kill a second-tier primary magical beast, gain 80 experience points. Congratulations. Your martial arts level has risen to level 2005. Finally, a second-tier magical beast appeared. Although it was only a primary one, it provided Su Cheng with even higher martial arts experience points. The first-tier Lord-level magical beasts gave a lot of experience points, but their numbers were too few, and they had already been wiped out by Su Cheng. In the distance, the martial artists saw the second-tier primary magical beast appear and were still numb as they watched Su Cheng kill it in an instant. After all, the strength of a first-tier Lord-level magical beast was about the same as that of a second-tier primary magical beast. Now that they saw Su Cheng kill it instantly, they naturally wouldn't be shocked anymore. Wait a minute, doesn't this person look like one of our students from martial arts class 3? At that moment, a new martial artist arrived and, upon seeing Su Cheng among the magical beasts, felt a sense of familiarity. Ah, you are students from martial arts class 3? So it turns out to be a student who just awakened this year. What's their name? Introduce them. I heard that this year in our District 9 martial arts school, a girl with SS-level martial arts talent has awakened. Supposedly from the Lu family. I've heard that too. She's from the Lu family. What's her name? Lu Yanxue, right? A stunning beauty. Whoever marries her would be truly fortunate. Bro, do you know this person? Is she from some big family? Or is she the unparalleled genius who awakened this year in our martial arts school? The surrounding martial artists, upon hearing that someone seemed to know Su Cheng, immediately gathered around to inquire. Many hoped to curry favor with the offspring of prominent families or powerful factions. It seems not. This person looks like a waste student. From our martial arts school this year, he awakened an F-level martial arts talent, but he has already been expelled from our school. The surrounded new student muttered back, unsure. Nonsense. How could this person's strength possibly be F-level martial arts talent? Damn. What a waste of expression. You say this person is F-level martial arts talent? Aren't you afraid of being beaten to death? Be careful he hears you. If he knows someone compared him to a waste, you won't even know how you die. But we haven't heard of any students awakening F-level martial arts talent this year? Once this student spoke, others simply didn't believe it. Even the student himself didn't believe it, but the figure really looked similar. The facial contours were quite alike, yet because the distance was a bit far, he didn't dare to confirm. Especially now that someone was scaring him, his face turned pale. If he really got it wrong and called the other person a waste, he would be doomed. He couldn't afford to provoke someone like that. You guys don't talk nonsense. I didn't say that about this person, I just thought he looked similar. Definitely not the waste from our martial arts school. The student immediately denied it. Upon hearing this, others couldn't be bothered to pay him any more attention and continued to focus on Su Chang, seizing the opportunity to grab some resources and treasures spewing out from the spatial rift. But it really looks so much alike, it's almost identical. Could it really not be Su Chang? This student continued to watch Su Chang repeatedly, feeling it looked very much like him, but he didn't dare to say it out loud, because he knew Su Chang was definitely a waste with F-level martial arts talent, but this person's strength was simply too strong, defeating magical beasts beyond his level, displaying terrifying martial skills. How could he be related to a waste? While Su Chang was defeating magical beasts, he didn't realize he had already been recognized. Although the other party didn't dare to confirm, even if they knew it was really him, Su Chang wouldn't care. His strength being exposed was just a matter of time. At the latest, it would be revealed during the new student competition, even if it was exposed. Now, he wouldn't mind. After all, he no longer had any ties to the martial arts school. Congratulations, your martial arts level has risen to level 2100. Congratulations, your martial arts level has risen to level 2130. At this moment, as Su Chang was defeating beasts, suddenly, there were no more magical beasts appearing from the spatial rift, which left him momentarily stunned, but he quickly realized that there were no more magical beasts coming out. Is that it? The highest level of the magical beasts that appeared was only low-level second tier? Su Chang thought in confusion. What a pity, my martial arts level only increased by about 600 levels, much lower than expected. Shaking his head slightly, Su Chang felt a bit helpless. He thought the magical beasts appearing in this spatial rift would at least raise his martial arts level by 1,000 levels, or even more. Just as he had stopped for a short while, he sensed a large group of martial artists approaching. Charge! This spatial rift probably isn't very dangerous. The highest level of the magical beasts that appeared was only low-level second tier. Let's go in and grab treasures. Damn it! Get out of my way, don't crowd me. Now that this spatial rift hasn't been seized by any forces, we need to hurry. Charge! Let's go in and grab the treasures and resources. Just now, the magical beast suddenly disappeared, and the martial artists were momentarily stunned before reacting, immediately rushing towards the entrance of the spatial rift. Whether it was a newly appeared secret realm or a spatial rift, there must be resources and treasures inside, especially this spatial rift, which had previously sporadically erupted with some treasures. Although their value wasn't too high, it indicated that there were definitely plenty of treasures inside. Moreover, based on the strength of the magical beasts that appeared inside, the danger level wouldn't be too high. At this moment, no one was paying attention to Su Chang. Everyone was hastily entering the spatial rift, vying for the initiative, to avoid having precious treasures snatched by other martial artists. Seeing this, Su Chang hesitated for a moment but then decided to enter the spatial rift as well. Finding treasures and resources was secondary for him. The main reason was to see how many magical beasts were inside. Once Su Chang entered the spatial rift, the scene changed dramatically. Outside, there were at least some green trees and mountains, but inside was a desolate wasteland. Although there were trees, they were all withered. After the other martial artists entered, they didn't think much and immediately scattered in all directions, searching for treasures and resources. However, at that moment, a scream rang out, followed by a second, a third. Ah! Help me, help! Damn it, there are snakes everywhere. Heavens, what kind of snakes are these? A bite means certain death? Run! The other martial artists were taken aback by the screams. And then they saw the screaming martial artists collapse to the ground, convulsing a few times before losing their breath. Then they saw poisonous snake-like magical beasts crawling out from under the dead martial artists. These snake-like magical beasts had skin that blended seamlessly with the desolate ground, and they emitted an extremely low aura. No wonder so many martial artists entered without noticing these poisonous snake beasts. What terrified the martial artists the most was that these poisonous snake beasts were all at the initial stage of the second rank, with not a single first-rank one among them. Moreover, their numbers were vast. Who knows how many of these poisonous snake beasts were hidden in this expansive, boundless wasteland? Ah, not good, they can even fly. Everyone, attack together. We can't let them get close, shouted one martial artist in anger. Although they said they could fly, in reality, these poisonous snake beasts didn't have wings. Instead, they could launch themselves into the air with incredible speed. In no time, people were dying continuously, bitten by the poisonous snake beasts, and within 3 seconds, they would be dead. The current number of humans was simply too large, but most were ordinary martial artists with low martial talent, and those at lower realms made up the majority. Especially now, when most resources were controlled by major forces, ordinary martial artists received very little allocation of resources. It was akin to 1,000 years ago when the poor only became poorer, and the rich became richer. This was strikingly similar to the present. With low talent, no resources, and no background, it was a miracle if one's strength could improve quickly. Even those who awakened 1 or 2 years ago, or even longer, most of their realms were still within the martial artist range. Regardless of the era, the lower class always constituted the majority. This is why, upon seeing this new spatial rift, so many people rushed in frantically. They all needed resources. But the outcome was cruel. Any newly appeared secret realm or spatial rift would be accompanied by danger. Of course, those who entered this spatial rift had considerable strength, some intermediate and advanced. Martial masters naturally had the ability to protect themselves against these poisonous snake beasts. However, they had to be extremely cautious. Ignoring others, they quickly left, wanting to escape this desolate area and search elsewhere. Blood Dragon Fury Fist. Put. Kill a level 2 low-grade monster, gain 80 experience points. Kill a level 2 low-grade monster, gain 80 experience points. Congratulations, your martial arts level has risen to 2,150. Su Chang had already made his move. He hadn't even noticed the ground when he entered, where so many poisonous snake monsters were hidden. Now, upon closer inspection, he saw that the entire desolate area was actually teeming with poisonous snake monsters. They blended into the ground, making them really hard to detect. Looking at so many poisonous snake monsters, Su Chang was initially very surprised. But soon his heart surged with joy. With just one strike, his powerful martial skill instantly killed a large number of poisonous snake monsters. These monsters were not very large, similar in size to ordinary snakes, but their venom was extremely potent. Even high-level martial artists, or even extreme martial artists, would not survive a bite. And because they were small in size, their numbers were overwhelming. But for Su Chang, this was perfect. Ignoring the fate of others, Su Chang swept through, his Blood Dragon Fury Demon Fist plowing through all the poisonous snake monsters in front of him. Even as poisonous snake monsters surged from all directions, Su Chang was unafraid. With his vigilance, it was impossible for the snake monsters to get close to him given his strength. Blood Dragon Fury Demon Fist. Congratulations, your martial arts level has risen to 2,200. Congratulations, your martial arts level has risen to 2,220. It was simply exhilarating. The speed at which his martial arts level was increasing was much faster than when he was outside. Su Chang frequently checked his attribute panel, and the rapid rise in martial arts level was almost by several levels, even dozens of levels at a time. With the dense numbers of poisonous snake monsters, and as Su Chang's strength grew, the destructive range of his S-level martial skills naturally expanded. With a full force strike, all the poisonous snake monsters within a radius of several dozen meters would die, so it was only natural that his martial arts level increased quickly. Big shot. Save us, please. What are you wasting words for? Hurry up and follow the big shot, or we'll all die. So strong. The big shot is so strong. What the hell is this space crack? There's danger as soon as you enter. With so many level 2 monsters and flying poisonous snakes, it's impossible to defend against. Follow the big shots. Lead, we must gather together and clear out the surrounding poisonous snake monsters. Exactly, let's get out of here first. We must unite. Many martial artists, upon seeing Su Chang make his move and sweep away all the poisonous snake monsters time and again, immediately saw a savior and followed in his footsteps. After all, the area Su Chang had cleared had not yet been overrun by poisonous snake monsters. Su Chang paid no attention to the actions of these martial artists, as long as they didn't interfere with his farming of martial arts. Experience points, they could do whatever they wanted. Boom. Put. Kill a level 2 low-grade monster, gain 80 experience points. Congratulations, your martial arts level has risen to 2,350. Su Chang was thoroughly enjoying himself in this desolate area. With so many poisonous snake monsters, he felt there was no need to go anywhere else. If he could kill all the poisonous snake monsters in this desolate area, his martial arts level would definitely rise significantly. Thinking of this, Su Chang became even more spirited, like an unwearied killing machine. In reality, for anyone, continuous fighting would eventually lead to exhaustion. Even the strongest martial artist would feel this way. But Su Chang was different because his martial arts attributes were constantly improving, which meant that the martial energy within him was continuously replenishing. Therefore, as long as his martial arts attributes kept rising, he would never feel tired. Once, peak experts studied that the overall attributes of a martial artist might also represent the strength and richness of their martial energy. After all, the higher the overall attributes of a martial artist, the stronger their realm and capabilities in sustained combat. Isn't it? Big brother, can you take us away from here first? There are too many poisonous snake beasts. The many martial artists following Su Chang realized something was wrong. Su Chang was solely focused on continuously killing the poisonous snake beasts, clearing one side and then moving to the other, with no intention of leaving this place. Su Cheng wasn't worried about safety, but they were, and if they weren't careful, they wouldn't be able to keep up with Su Cheng's pace and would end up being overwhelmed by countless poisonous snake beasts. Big Brother has gone mad again, just like outside, only crazily slaughtering beasts. Ah, don't kill us, take us away first. Big guy, can you please take us away from here? I beg you to kill later, if this continues, we will all die. Damn it, if I had known, I wouldn't have followed, I should have just left through the spatial rift. Now we can't go in or out. Damn it. We're all screwed, this is infuriating. That bastard. Many martial artists felt they had been led astray by Su Cheng, cursing him under their breath, wishing they could kill him. But if it came to action, they wouldn't dare. Yet this outcome wasn't caused by Su Cheng, nor did he force these martial artists to follow him. They made that decision themselves. Now they were blaming Su Cheng, which speaks volumes about human nature. Ignoring everyone's pleas, Su Cheng was not a saint, nor a babysitter. The deaths of others had nothing to do with him. Everything was a choice. If they hadn't recklessly barged in, they wouldn't have encountered such danger. Blood Dragon Fury Fist. Boom. Kill a second-tier intermediate beast, gain 120 experience points. Kill a second-tier intermediate beast, gain 120 experience points. Congratulations, your martial arts level has risen to level 2510. Gradually, second-tier intermediate poisonous snake beasts began to appear, and Su Cheng was even happier because the experience points gained were higher. Second-tier intermediate beasts were equivalent to the strength of intermediate martial masters, and to reach intermediate martial master status, one needed an overall martial attribute of 6,000 points. Now, Su Cheng's overall martial attribute had already surpassed 10,000, even if second-tier advanced beasts appeared, they would still be killed in an instant. Moreover, every time Su Cheng unleashed his skills, they were S-rank martial techniques, making their power even more terrifying. Damn it, we must find a way to leave, we can't keep following him. Then how do we get out? This desolate place, we don't even know which direction leads out. No way. I'm not going, let's just leave directly. Anyone want to break out with me? Damn it. This bastard has led us to our doom, I'm leaving too. Retreat. Everyone follow me to fight our way out. The many martial artists following Su Cheng saw that he completely ignored them, and they were instantly filled with rage, cursing him. But watching one person after another die, they felt they couldn't continue like this. Soon, someone decided to break out with their group, venturing deeper into the spatial rift. Meanwhile, another group chose to leave, not daring to go deeper. After all, they had encountered such danger right after entering, and no one knew how perilous the depths of the spatial rift were. However, some were still willing to follow Su Cheng. They thought that although it was equally dangerous, it seemed much safer to be behind him. Congratulations, your martial arts level has risen to level 2600. Congratulations, your martial arts level has risen to level 2700. In no time, Su Cheng's martial arts level skyrocketed by over 200 levels. It felt even better than earning 100 million. Hiss hiss hiss. Boom boom. Boom. At that moment, a chilling hiss sound emanated from underground where Su Cheng was located, filled with a low growl. Not only that, but the ground began to tremble slightly. Roar. With a low roar, the ground started to crack open, and a massive head emerged, a snake's head, resembling that of a venomous beast. However, its size was much larger. My god. Is this a second-tier ultimate beast? We're doomed, it's over. Why is this happening? The beasts that came out of here before were clearly only at the initial second tier. How could a second-tier ultimate beast appear now? Some martial artists not far behind Su Cheng felt the terror of this beast as its enormous head appeared. As soon as the second-tier ultimate beast emerged, it opened its mouth and inhaled, uncontrollably sucking in several martial artists. No! Help! Save me! The martial artists cried out in despair, but who would care for them? The second-tier ultimate beast swallowed a dozen martial artists in one gulp, but it seemed unsatisfied. Roar! The beast let out another low growl, and with its roar, the ordinary venomous beasts that had been stagnant around it surged madly towards Su Cheng. The speed and number of the surge were even greater than before. As for the second-tier ultimate beast, it ignored Su Cheng and headed towards the other martial artists, wanting to devour all of them. Ah! Run! It's going to swallow us! Damn it! That person is so strong, why not swallow him first instead of us? What kind of bullshit space rift is this? I'm never coming back. Run! Ah, save me! Clearly, this second-tier ultimate beast was equivalent to the king of venomous snakes in this desolate area. It was the strongest, ruling over all the venomous beasts here. In its eyes, Su Cheng was powerful, having killed so many of its subordinates, but it did not believe Su Cheng could deal with it. So it sent more ordinary venomous beasts to wear down Su Cheng's martial energy, and then it could come over and swallow him. As for itself, it would first devour the other martial artists, as the flesh and blood of human martial artists were also a great supplement for beasts. However, this second-tier ultimate beast was completely mistaken. Its actions were actually helping Su Cheng. After all, it was just a second-tier beast. Although its intelligence was not low, it still fell short compared to humans. Su Cheng understood this and couldn't help but laugh. Initially, he thought that if the second-tier ultimate beast were to attack him, he would have to eliminate it. But now, it was sending more venomous beasts to besiege him, in numbers greater than before, as if all the venomous beasts in the desolate area were rushing towards him. Seeing this, Su Chang nearly burst into laughter, because now he could just farm right there without having to run around like before. Ha ha, all of you, die. Blood Dragon Fury Fist. Boom. Kill a second tier initial beast, gain 80 experience points. Kill a second tier intermediate beast, gain 120 experience points. Congratulations, your martial level has risen to level 2800. The denser the beasts, the faster Su Chang's martial level increased. With each technique he executed previously, he gained several levels, sometimes even over 10. Now, however, he was gaining 30 to 50 levels, equivalent to dozens of points added to his martial attributes with each strike, and his strength soared as well. From a distance, Su Chang appeared like a blood-soaked demon, crazily clearing out the venomous beasts that surged from all directions. Each time Su Chang executed a martial technique, a vacuum state would appear within a radius of several dozen meters, quickly covered again by the venomous beasts. As for the other martial artists, no one was paying attention to Su Chang anymore. They were all fleeing for their lives, not daring to pause for even a moment. Behind them, a second-tier extreme magical beast was continuously devouring other martial artists. Congratulations, your martial arts level has risen to level 3000. Congratulations, your martial arts level has risen to level 3100. In a short time, Su Chang's martial arts level had broken through 3000 and was still soaring, for this was not the end. The so-called infinite upgrade, let alone a mere 3000 levels, even 30 million levels, 300 million levels, are not the limit, because there is fundamentally no limit. Perhaps for Su Chang, a martial arts level of a few thousand is not even considered entry level. The second-tier extreme magical beast did not move away from Su Chang, as it was also afraid he would escape and had to keep an eye on him, so it only devoured the martial artists in this area, leaving the farther ones to the ordinary venomous snake magical beasts. But soon, the second-tier extreme magical beast realized something was wrong. So many venomous snake magical beasts were surrounding and attacking Su Chang, yet they were all being slaughtered by him one by one, unable to get within 10 meters of him. Even if the ordinary venomous snake magical beasts could spray venom, it was useless at such a distance. Roar! Roar! Upon realizing this, the second-tier extreme magical beast angrily let out a series of roars. Blood Dragon Fury Fist. Put. Put. Congratulations, your martial arts level has risen to level 3300. Congratulations, your martial arts level has risen to level 3500. Su Chang certainly knew that the second-tier extreme magical beast would notice this, so he did not waste any time and focused all his efforts on killing the magical beasts, trying to eliminate as many ordinary venomous snake magical beasts as possible before the other side could strike. Because once the second-tier extreme magical beast made its move, Su Chang would have no choice but to kill it. Whether it attacked or was killed, the other ordinary venomous snake magical beasts would flee. With so many of their kind dead at Su Chang's hands, they were undoubtedly terrified, only held back by their fear of the second-tier extreme magical beast's might. Magical beasts are not mindless puppets, they certainly know fear. This human martial artist cannot be killed and has slaughtered countless of their kind, and they can feel the murderous aura emanating from him. Roar! Finally, the second-tier extreme magical beast could not wait any longer. It let out a roar, and in an instant, the venomous snake magical beasts surrounding Su Chang came to a halt. Each venomous snake magical beast now stared at Su Chang, their eyes no longer filled with madness, but with fear. Many of the venomous snake magical beasts even fled in terror. No matter how strong the second-tier extreme magical beast was, they no longer wanted to surround this terrifying human. What a pity, since that's the case, then you can die. Seeing that the other ordinary venomous snake magical beasts no longer attacked him, Su Chang shook his head slightly and then looked at the second-tier extreme magical beast, speaking. Roar! The second-tier extreme magical beast could not help but let out a roar, showcasing its king-like identity. But in the next moment, Blood Dragon Fury Fist. Put. The terrifying martial skill erupted, instantly killing the second-tier extreme magical beast. Killed a second-tier extreme magical beast, gained 200 experience points. Congratulations, your martial arts level has risen to level 3552. The experience points were not high, after all, this one was just considered an ordinary magical beast, only stronger than all the other venomous snake magical beasts. If it had been a second-tier lord-level magical beast, the experience points would definitely have been several tens of thousands. Of course, if a second-tier lord-level magical beast appeared, Su Chang would absolutely turn and run, as he could not deal with it now, even using S-level martial skills. Once the second-tier extreme magical beast died, the other venomous snake magical beasts around it became even more terrified and fled madly from the area. They did not dare to attack Su Chang anymore. Su Chang had long anticipated this outcome, so he was too lazy to pursue. Chasing after them would not yield many kills anyway. Without the obstruction of the venomous snake monsters, Su Chang casually walked in one direction and soon exited the desolate area. After the death of the second-tier extreme monster, the venomous snake monsters in this wasteland all fled. At the entrance of the spatial rift, many martial artists had already entered, some even at the great martial master level. However, given the earlier situation, the sheer number of venomous snake monsters made even the great martial masters hesitant to charge in recklessly. Other martial artists were busy clearing out the venomous snake monsters. Although their numbers weren't overwhelming, they were enough to block access to the desolate region. What they didn't know was that if most of the venomous snake monsters hadn't gone to besiege Su Chang, they would have faced even more of them. What's going on? Are these venomous snake monsters retreating? As these martial artists cleared the area, they noticed the venomous snake monsters fleeing rapidly, as if something was scaring them away. I don't know, but this is better. Without these venomous snake monsters in the way, we can finally move forward. Let's go and see what treasures are in this spatial rift. Be careful, there might still be venomous snake monsters in other areas. If there are too many, it could be troublesome. There are so many corpses here, they must be from the first batch of martial artists who came in. They're all dead. After advancing for a while, these martial artists began to see the corpses of their fellow warriors, but they were already extremely decayed, sending chills down everyone's spine. As more and more martial artists entered the spatial rift, Su Chang had already left this batch of desolation behind. Before long, Su Chang finally saw an area with greenery, and besides that there were other types of monsters, no longer just the venomous snake monsters. It could be said that Su Chang was among the first of the many martial artists to enter. Most of the martial artists who came in with him had either died or already escaped. Kill a second-tier intermediate monster, gain 120 experience points. Although there weren't as many monsters as before, whenever Su Chang encountered one, he would easily eliminate it without specifically searching for them. The spatial rift was different from a secret realm. The space within a secret realm varied in size, but the spatial rift did not. No strong individuals had come in to investigate, so no one knew how vast or dangerous it was. In the face of the unknown, Su Chang wouldn't run around recklessly. His strength was indeed much greater than that of the current martial artists, but caution was still necessary in unfamiliar territory. White orchid fruit should be worth around 500,000. This one's good too, it can sell for several 100,000. Good stuff, blood spirit grass, selling for 1 million. Is no problem. Now, Su Chang felt much more at ease. The number of monsters wasn't too high, but there were plenty of resources and treasures, though he only selected those worth at least 500,000. If he were to take everything he saw, his newly purchased spatial ring would quickly fill up, so he could only choose the higher value items. Days passed in a flash. Blood Dragon Fury Fist. Kill a second-tier extreme monster, gain 150 experience points. Congratulations, your martial arts level has risen to 3,980. In just a few days, the number of monsters Su Chang encountered wasn't too high, and he didn't dwell on it, as it wasn't always possible to come across large groups of monsters like before. Most of the time, monsters existed individually, and there weren't many that lived in groups. However, in just a few days, Su Chang's martial arts level had still increased by several hundred levels, and he was quickly approaching level 4,000. Hurry up! Move these monster corpses over, the master is waiting to use them. At that moment, Su Chang suddenly heard a cold shout, but he couldn't understand the content. Following the sound, Su Chang quickly saw where it was coming from. Dark Demon Clan? There are actually Dark Demon Clan members here. Seeing these beings, which were human-like in shape but several times larger, exuding a dark aura, Su Chang thought solemnly. The Dark Demon Clan, here among the humans of Blue Star, is collectively referred to as the other races. The Dark Demon Clan was one of the races that invaded Blue Star 10,000 years ago. Their numbers were vast, and they slaughtered countless humans back then. Among the Dark Demon Clan, there are many types, and the one Su Chang saw now had a single horn on their heads, thus they are called the Horned Demon Clan. Compared to beasts and ferocious creatures, the other races are the ones that Blue Star humans despise the most. A human expert once said that any warrior who encounters another race has the responsibility to eliminate it at all costs. Even if they cannot handle it themselves, they must report it immediately so that human experts can take action. Currently, the number of various other races in the Blue Star world has significantly decreased over the years due to the relentless pursuit by human experts. However, compared to 10,000 years ago, there are still many left, and they are distributed all over the globe. Some other races that closely resemble humans even hide among them. The strength of these horned demon warriors is not high, only high-level first stage. They seem to be returning to their lair, right? Su Chang quietly followed behind the few Horned Demon Clan members. They occasionally chattered in a language he completely did not understand, but they were dragging a larger beast which was already dead and also of high-level first stage strength. It seemed that this beast was what they had hunted down. If they even need to carry away a high-level first stage beast, then this Horned Demon Clan tribe shouldn't be too strong, right? Let's follow and see. If this Demon Clan tribe is weak, then we will wipe it out. If it's too strong to handle, then we will run. Su Chang thought to himself. He was not a rigid person. Although he also hated the other races, it was definitely wiser to flee when faced with an unbeatable opponent. The few demon warriors were very cautious, mainly because they feared encountering powerful beasts. Su Chang followed them for over 2 hours, but he was very patient, easily trailing behind the demon warriors. With his strength, they simply could not detect him. Not long after continuing to follow, Su Chang finally saw other horned demon clan members. They were well hidden. If he hadn't been following these few demon warriors, it would have been hard to find them. Most are at the first stage, with some at the second stage. There seems to be a stronger presence deeper in. Is it a second stage limit? Su Chang felt a sudden chill, but he was not worried. He did not rush. Instead, he hid in the shadows and continued to observe. After a day passed without discovering any stronger horned demon clan members, Su Chang decided it was time to act. This horned demon clan tribe seemed to send out several demon warriors to hunt beasts every day. Today, seeing a few demon warriors return, he chose to strike. Blood Dragon Fury Fist. Boom! Kill a high-level first-stage demon warrior, gain 200 experience points. Kill a first-stage limit demon warrior, gain 300 experience points. What? Why is the martial arts experience so high? Hearing the prompt, Su Chang was somewhat stunned. He knew that when he previously killed a second-stage limit beast, he only gained 200 experience points. Now that his strength had increased, he expected to gain even less from future kills. But now, killing a high-level first-stage demon actually granted him 200 experience points, and a first-stage limit one even reached 300 points. If he were to kill a second-stage demon, how much experience would that give? Damn, so satisfying. Su Chang discovered for the first time that there was something even more exhilarating than hunting beasts. It turned out that killing other races provided far more martial arts experience than killing beasts. This discovery made Su Chang even more excited. But because he struck first, killing several demon warriors in an instant, it naturally attracted the attention of other demon tribes within the Unicorn Demon Clan. Damn, what's going on? It's a human. A human is chasing us? How is that possible? How could those humans find this place so quickly? Don't be afraid. There's only one person on the other side, and their strength is only that of a mid-level warrior. As soon as Su Chang made his move, he was completely exposed, and soon the unicorn demons discovered him. At first, they were a bit frightened, not expecting to be found by humans so quickly, but upon seeing that it was only Su Chang, they immediately felt relieved. Especially when they saw that Su Chang was only a mid-level warrior, their fear turned into bloodlust, eager to tear Su Chang apart and devour his flesh. However, Su Chang couldn't understand the words of the unicorn demons. Otherwise, he would definitely be puzzled, wondering what they meant by a human chasing them. He had stumbled upon them by accident. If he could hear them, Su Chang would surely understand the reason, but unfortunately, he couldn't. However, for Su Chang, he didn't care about that much. Killing a demon warrior granted him such high martial arts experience points. So today, none of the demons in this unicorn clan would be able to survive. Kill him. Devour his flesh and blood. Damn human, we can't let him escape to report back. Kill. The other demon warriors roared and charged towards Su Chang. At that moment, Su Chang also reacted, having been momentarily stunned. Ha ha, you beasts, all go die. Blood Dragon Fury Fist. Boom. Su Chang laughed heartily, his face filled with excitement as he looked at these walking experience points, happier than when he collected treasures. Kill a first-tier mid-level demon warrior, gain 100 experience points. Kill a first-tier peak demon warrior, gain 300 experience points. Congratulations, your martial arts level has risen to level 4000. One martial skill instantly. Killed and then killed again over a dozen demon warriors. Although their physical bodies were very strong, in front of Su Chang, they were all like fragile clay dogs. A significant number of unicorn demon warriors died in an instant, and the other demon warriors were shocked by this sight, but they quickly regained their composure. This is a genius among humans. Kill him. What powerful strength. But even better, devour his flesh and blood. It must be very delicious. Humph. No wonder he dares to chase alone. It turns out he's a genius among humans. But with your mere mid-level warrior strength, we have elders with second-tier peak strength in our clan. You are undoubtedly doomed. Kill him. Why bother summoning the elders? I'm enough. Although Su Chang's displayed strength shocked them, the other unicorn demon warriors were not afraid, for in their eyes, no matter how strong Su Chang was, he could not contend with the second-tier warriors in their clan. Sure enough, several second-tier junior demon warriors and second-tier mid-level demon warriors appeared, looking coldly at Su Chang, their bloodlust even more intense. Su Chang saw these unicorn demon warriors, their mouths filled with fangs, chattering away, still incomprehensible to him, but seeing that they showed no signs of fear, instead revealing even more bloodthirsty expressions towards him. Su Chang sneered, not afraid of death? That's even better. He was worried these unicorn demons might scatter. It seems you're not stupid after all, unlike the beasts that, knowing they can't win, still send weaker ones to surround me, Su Chang muttered. In fact, he hoped these demon warriors would be a bit more foolish, preferably reckless, and not thinking of fleeing, so he could more easily slay all the demons. Kill. Most of the Dark Demon Clan do not understand martial arts, but their physical bodies are very strong. In a situation of equal levels, they can literally tear apart their enemies, even the bodies of magical beasts cannot withstand it. A few second-tier demon warriors did not hesitate and immediately took action. But Su Chang also continued to strike. Blood Dragon Fury Demon Fist. Boom! It was still a one-hit kill. The physical strength of the unicorn demon warriors was great, but the gap in strength compared to Su Chang was too vast. Kill a second-tier junior demon warrior, gain 500 experience points. Kill a second-tier intermediate demon warrior, gain 600 experience points. Congratulations, your martial arts level has risen to level 4010. With one punch, he crushed several second-tier demon warriors again. This? The other demon warriors were completely stunned. These fellow warriors were already quite powerful in their current tribe, yet they were smashed to pieces with a single punch. However, Su Chang was too lazy to listen to what these unicorn demon warriors were babbling about. Anyway, he couldn't understand them. Their fate was to turn into martial arts experience points, supplying Su Chang to level up his martial arts. Blood Dragon Fury Demon Fist. Put. Ah. Help. Kill him. Damn. This human genius is too strong. The martial arts he uses are terrifying. No. The elders must take action, otherwise, our clansmen will be killed by him. Help. Elder. In an instant, the unicorn demon tribe was filled with piercing screams, low growls, curses, and cries for help. Su Chang's expression was cold as he ruthlessly reaped the lives of these demon warriors, and his martial arts level was naturally rising continuously. Kill a first-tier senior demon warrior, gain 200 experience points. Kill a second-tier intermediate demon warrior, gain 600 experience points. Congratulations, your martial arts level has risen to level 4085. Su Chang, like a force of nature, quickly slaughtered over 200 unicorn demon warriors. Although these demon warriors knew of Su Chang's strength, they still did not flee. They even recklessly charged forward, wanting to rely on their numbers to kill Su Chang. Roar! At that moment, an angry roar echoed from deep within the unicorn demon tribe. Damn human! You dare to slaughter my clansmen at will, the elder mentioned. By the demon warrior, the strongest demon in this tribe that Su Chang sensed earlier, appeared at this moment. A second-tier peak unicorn demon. Elder. His strength, even among the second-tier peak, was considered very strong. Given time, breaking through to the third tier would be no problem. Compared to other unicorn demons, this elder was much larger, nearly 4 meters tall. Damn! My unicorn clan has only recently managed to hide in this spatial rift, and I didn't expect you humans to chase us so quickly. You are too much. This is simply too much. A mere intermediate martial artist dares to bully my unicorn demon clan. The unicorn demon elder glared fiercely at Su Chang, roaring. In the past, when my unicorn demon clan descended into your world, we were so powerful, numerous, but now we have been killed down to this point by you humans, and not a single strong one remains in the clan. This grudge, my unicorn clan will definitely repay. The time of 10,000 years has come. My clan will descend again, and at that time, everyone on this planet will die. The unicorn demon elder continued to roar, not caring whether Su Chang understood or not, just venting his inner anger and humiliation. The remaining members of the unicorn clan were originally hiding in the first human district, but recently, a spatial rift suddenly appeared near their hiding place. Upon seeing this, the unicorn clan rejoiced and immediately led all their kin inside, hoping to avoid the fate of being exterminated by humans. However, they were ultimately discovered by human warriors, and soon, a group of warriors organized a pursuit into the spatial rift. They fled in a frenzy until they found a concealed location. Little did the unicorn demon clan expect that just a few days after hiding, they would be discovered by humans. In fact, Su Chang was completely unaware of this matter. It was purely a coincidence that he stumbled upon it. However, the unicorn demon clan clearly misunderstood, thinking that Su Chang was one of the human warriors hunting them down. The opponent was very strong, at the intermediate warrior level, yet could easily kill their second-tier demon warriors, an absolute human genius. When Su Chang saw the elder of the unicorn demon clan appear, he also came to a halt. But unexpectedly, this elder, upon seeing him, began to gesture wildly and angrily chattered away. Although he still couldn't understand, the elder's demeanor clearly indicated a deep-seated hatred for humans. What the hell is this? Humph. Since I've discovered your lair, then all of you shall die, Su Chang said with a cold smile, a glint of frost flashing in his eyes. At that moment, about 300 kilometers away from the hiding place of the unicorn demon clan, a group of warriors appeared. These warriors were all quite young, the youngest appearing to be around 16 years old, clearly new recruits this year. However, upon closer inspection, among these several 16-year-old new recruits, some had actually reached the advanced warrior level and even the peak warrior level. It should be noted that it had only been a little over a month since this year's awakening ceremony concluded, and yet these individuals had achieved such high levels, which was astonishing. However, those who recognized these new recruits would find it quite natural that their strength had increased so rapidly. This was because all of them had awakened S-level martial talents, and the one who had reached the peak warrior level had even awakened an SS-level martial talent. These few were all geniuses among this year's new recruits. Not only were they geniuses, but they also came from powerful backgrounds. Besides these few geniuses, the rest were their bodyguards, among whom 3 had reached the initial Grandmaster level. The other 7 or 8 were peak martial masters. These bodyguards were indeed strong, but in comparison to the identities of the geniuses, they were nothing. If it weren't for the families not wanting them to rely too much on their bodyguards, the strength of the bodyguards sent would have been even greater. Of course, during normal times, even within the city, very few dared to provoke them, even if they were not accompanied by bodyguards. There are some traces here which were left by the Unicorn Demon clan that escaped in. The traces are clear and not long left, so they must not be far from here. A woman with the strength of an initial Grandmaster said after observing the ground. Then let's continue tracking them directly. Once we catch them, we'll kill them all. The boy with the SS-level martial talent said coldly upon hearing this. Young master, let's wait for the others. We are going too deep too quickly if we encounter any danger. Moreover, we still don't know if there are any third-tier beings within the Unicorn Demon clan. The woman with initial Grandmaster strength explained with a slight frown. If something happened to the boy, she would never be able to atone for it, even if she died 100 times. It's fine, we've already left markers, they will arrive soon. Besides, even if there are third-tier unicorn demons with you 3 initial Grandmasters here, even if we can't win, retreating won't be a problem. Finally encountered a unicorn demon clan, I, Zhao Wuji, must annihilate them all so that Ji Jingxin and the others know that I, Zhao Wuji, am stronger than them. The young man waved his hand and said with a cold smile. This unicorn demon clan was once a powerful branch of the Dark Demon clan, with many strong members, although now they have been completely wiped out by our human warriors. But according to records, there is an SS-level battle knife within this unicorn demon clan, extremely powerful, once used by a strong member of their clan, who later died, but it never fell into our human hands. Clearly, this SS-level battle knife is still in the hands of the Unicorn Demon clan. If we wipe them out this time, we will definitely be able to find this battle knife. The young Zhao Wuji said slowly, his eyes flashing with sharpness. An SS-level weapon, even his Zhao family does not possess one. If he could obtain this SS-level battle knife, then when the new student competition begins, Zhao Wuji would surely be able to overpower all the geniuses with SS-level martial arts talent. Even this year, there are exceptional geniuses awakening with SSS-level martial arts talent who might be suppressed by him. Just thinking about it made Zhao Wuji's heart burn with excitement. Zhao Xiao is right, with the 3 of you junior Grand Martial Masters as guards, what is there to fear? This time, we will definitely help Zhao Xiao get this SS-level battle knife. A young man with S-level martial arts talent said, flattering him. Although he was also a genius, he was far behind Zhao Wuji in terms of strength and background. The 3 young men with S-level martial arts talent here were all willing to follow Zhao Wuji. Such a phenomenon is very common at present. Indeed, as long as Zhao Xiao can obtain this SS-level battle knife, then in this realm's new student competition, he will surely be able to overpower everyone and have a chance to compete for first place. Another genius with S-level martial arts talent agreed. Zhao Xiao has already notified the family to send a few stronger guards over. With their strength, they will surely catch up with us soon, so there's no need to worry too much. The martial arts geniuses showed no concern, all agreeing that Zhao Wuji should continue the pursuit, and they had already discovered the traces of the Unicorn Demon clan. If they delayed even a moment, the enemy might escape without a trace, and that would be a huge loss. Alright, enough chatter, listen to me, track them down at the fastest speed, don't let them get away. Zhao Wuji nodded and commanded. The other guards, seeing this, said nothing more, they just needed to follow orders. Moreover, they felt that Zhao Wuji was right. The group continued to track, getting closer and closer to the hiding place of the Unicorn Demon clan. Meanwhile, the elder of the Unicorn Demon clan had just finished roaring, and the other unicorn demons followed suit. Elder, kill him. This despicable human has killed so many of our clan members. These are the last few of us. We must kill him. Elder, chop off his head. We have only a few hundred clan members left, and he has killed over 200. We must avenge our clan. Kill him. Elder, kill him. The remaining unicorn demon warriors roared, bloodthirsty, glaring at Su Chang. The elder of the Unicorn Demon clan also knew that there was no time to waste. If a human warrior discovered this place, the enemy would surely alert others. They must eliminate this human warrior immediately and then quickly leave with their clan members. Human, die, and accompany my clan members to the grave. The elder of the Unicorn Demon clan growled lowly. At the same time, Su Cheng coldly replied, what the hell is this? Humph. Since I have discovered your lair, then all of you shall die. Blood Dragon Fury Fist. Boom! A terrifying punch was unleashed, and a blood dragon coalesced, roaring as it charged towards the elder of the Unicorn Demon clan. Kid, this elder admits you are strong, a genius among humans. But in the face of my second-tier limit strength, Facing Su Chang's punch, the elder of the Unicorn Demon clan was shocked but not afraid, still finding time to mock Su Chang. However, before it could finish speaking, it let out a piercing scream. That terrifying power was violently tearing apart its body. If it weren't for the incredibly strong physique of the Unicorn Demon clan, this blow would have completely shredded the demon elder. Oh, such a strong physique. Su Chang was slightly surprised upon seeing this. Thud. At that moment, the Unicorn Demon elder was violently thrown up, and then smashed down hard onto the ground. Although its body wasn't torn apart, it was already dead, with no breath left. Kill the second-tier limit demon elder, gain 50,000 experience points. Congratulations, your martial arts level has risen to level 4,358. What? So much experience? Su Chang was stunned upon hearing the notification. As for the other Unicorn Demon warriors, they stared blankly at the elder lying on the ground, devoid of life. Their previously bloodthirsty and excited faces had now turned completely dazed. They had thought that with the elder stepping in, this human genius would be suppressed immediately, and then they could do as they pleased with him. Just thinking about devouring this human genius's flesh and blood made the Unicorn Demon warriors unable to contain their excitement. But the result was something they never expected. In just one encounter, their powerful elder had actually kicked the bucket. Although the body was still relatively intact, the entire massive form had already begun to show cracks, densely packed like a spider's web. No, it can't be. How could the elder die? Why is this happening? How can this human be so strong? He's just an intermediate martial artist. It's over, completely over. Our branch of the Unicorn Demon clan is going to be utterly destroyed. I refuse to accept this. How powerful was our clan back in the day? Why has it come to this? I don't believe it. Ah, kill him. Kill this damned human. Without the elder's protection, where can we go? Kill this human, avenge the elder's kin. Even if we can't kill him, we must at least take a piece of his flesh. The incredulous Unicorn Demon warriors, after their shock, became even more frenzied because they had lost all hope. With the elder dead, they knew that with their strength, they could not continue to survive. Moreover, they understood that this human, who could kill even the elder in an instant, would definitely not let them go, so they would rather fight to the death than compromise. Then let you all die. Seeing this, Su Chang sneered. Although he couldn't understand what the demon warriors were saying, he could tell from their expressions what it meant. Killing that second-tier limit Unicorn Demon elder and gaining 50,000 martial arts experience points was something Su Chang had not anticipated to be so high. However, in his view, this situation should mean that the higher the status within the demon clan, the more martial arts experience points he would gain from killing them. Blood Dragon Fury Fist. Boom! Without hesitation, Su Chang struck again. This time he intended to wipe out all the unicorn demons here. Kill a second-tier intermediate demon warrior, gain 600 experience points. Kill a first-tier advanced demon warrior, gain 200 experience points. Congratulations, your martial arts level has risen to level 4,460. In no time, all of the remaining 300 or so members of the Unicorn Demon clan were completely slaughtered by Su Chang, leaving not a single one behind. Moreover, these Unicorn Demon warriors were fiercely unafraid of death. Even knowing they were no match, they did not flee, which suited Su Chang perfectly. If they had known that this would only make Su Chang stronger, they would probably have spat blood. Congratulations! Your martial arts level has risen to level 4,852. After exterminating all the Unicorn Demon clan, Su Chang's martial arts level skyrocketed and his strength naturally surged as well. Now, his total martial arts attributes had reached over 19,400 points. Just a few hundred more points in martial arts attributes, and I can break through 20,000 points, which is equivalent to the strength of a junior Grand Martial Master. However, with my S-level martial skills, I can unleash my full power, and even take on a junior Grand Martial Master. Excitement shone in Su Chang's eyes. He could now contend with a junior Grand Martial Master. How long had it been since his martial arts awakening? With this infinite upgrade talent, those geniuses, those unparalleled geniuses, even if they continuously consume treasures, their rate of improvement can't be faster than mine, right? But I still can't let my guard down. The foundation of those large families and powerful factions is incredibly deep, with resources beyond measure. If a genius emerges from their direct line, they will definitely be nurtured to the fullest, and their rate of improvement is also very fast. Moreover, with this martial arts talent, my ultimate goal isn't just this generation of geniuses, but all martial arts geniuses. From past generations, even the peak powerhouses among humans. Su Chang thought to himself, his eyes gleaming with sharpness. This thought of his was by no means empty talk, as long as he was given time. Not even too long, at most 10 years, Su Chang believed his strength would definitely be formidable. After continuing to check around and finding no hidden unicorn demons, Su Chang prepared to leave. However, after taking just 2 steps, he paused again. I've heard that these alien races have some treasures within their tribes. I wonder if this Unicorn Demon clan has any treasures left behind? Su Chang suddenly thought of this and returned to continue searching. Nothing? Too poor, huh? After searching carefully for 10 minutes, Su Cheng found nothing and couldn't help but feel a bit disappointed. Well, this unicorn demon clan has clearly fallen. The strongest among them is only a second-tier limit elder. Even if there were treasures in the tribe, they wouldn't be able to keep them. Thinking of this, Su Cheng shook his head slightly. I haven't checked the elder of the demon clan yet. Let's go take a look. Remembering the elder of the unicorn demon clan, Su Cheng realized he hadn't searched this elder yet. Generally speaking, if there were treasures, they would definitely be on the strongest member of the tribe. Su Cheng searched the body of the unicorn demon elder a few times and soon found a long knife that was entirely black, about 50 centimeters long. If this long knife were on an ordinary person, it would be quite conspicuous, but the height of this demon elder was nearly 4 meters, making the long knife look like a small dagger on him. Hard to notice. What a sharp knife! Such a dense killing aura. This is... The moment Su Cheng saw the long knife in his hand, he was immediately captivated by its sharpness and the aura it emitted. Put. Su Cheng tested the long knife with a light swing, and the body of the demon elder was split in half, as if cutting through tofu. Wow! Seeing how sharp the long knife was, Su Cheng was taken aback. It was known that when he previously used his S-level martial skill for a full strike, the body of the unicorn demon elder hadn't shattered, it had only cracked, which was enough to show the strength of its body. What level is this long knife? Su Cheng was filled with suspicion. However, something that the unicorn demon elder carried with him should be of good quality. As for what level it is, I'll find out when I leave here and have it tested at the Martial Arts Association. If the unicorn demon elder had used this long knife back then, I would have probably found it difficult to handle. It's a pity he was overconfident, thinking that his own strength was enough to suppress me. Unfortunately, the result was that I killed him in an instant, without even giving him the chance to draw the long knife. Now, it has become my gain. Thinking of this, Su Cheng sneered slightly, feeling a bit fortunate. At the same time, he secretly decided that in the future, when encountering other enemies, if he could kill them with all his strength, he must do so, and he could never allow the opponent a chance to use their treasures. In fact, just as Su Cheng had thought, the elder of the unicorn demon clan believed he could suppress Su Cheng, so he did not use his long knife, or perhaps he did not want to reveal this treasured blade within his clan. After searching a bit more and finding nothing else, Su Cheng put away the long knife and left directly. However, just as he exited the unicorn demon clan's territory, he ran into a group of martial artists. This group was, of course, the martial genius Zhao Wuji and his companions, along with their guards. Junior Grand Martial Master? Su Cheng immediately sensed that there were 3 Junior Grand Martial Masters among the group, and his heart tightened. Zhao Wuji and the others also did not expect to suddenly encounter a martial artist, especially since the opponent was at the intermediate martial artist level. But through Su Cheng, Zhao Wuji and the others saw the corpses of the unicorn demon warriors scattered on the ground not far away, and their expressions changed again, turning grim. Zhao Wuji and his companions had tracked these unicorn demons with all their might, and now that all the unicorn demons were dead, it was clear that someone had gotten there first. Did that mysterious battle knife in the hands of the unicorn demons get snatched away as well? The thought made Zhao Wuji's expression even more unpleasant. Whoosh! One of the junior grand martial masters behind Zhao Wuji immediately darted into the unicorn demon clan's territory, quickly investigating, and returned in just a few breaths. Young master, they died not long ago, no more than an hour ago. The person who killed them shouldn't have gone too far, the junior grand martial master said coldly after his investigation. Damn it! Who the hell is it? They actually got there faster than us? Zhao Wuji cursed, with a grim expression upon hearing this. Although Su Cheng was right in front of them, Zhao Wuji and the others would not think that these unicorn demon warriors were killed by him. Who are you? How did you find this place? Speak! Zhao Wuji, filled with anger, looked up at Su Cheng and asked coldly. Just when he was about to obtain that SS-level battle knife from the unicorn demons, he found out he was too late, and someone else had gotten there first, which made him incredibly furious. At this moment, seeing Su Cheng was just a way for him to vent his anger. I just arrived, and it was like this, Su Cheng replied. However, he found it strange. From what the other party said, it seemed they had come to track these unicorn demons. Weren't these unicorn demons living in the spatial rifts? Now that he had killed these unicorn demons, why were they so angry? They even said someone had gotten there first. That long knife? Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck Su Cheng as he recalled the incredibly sharp long knife he had just found on the elder of the unicorn demons. Could it be that these unicorn demons did not live in the spatial rifts but, like him, had entered from Blue Star and were being hunted down by these people? Were these people tracking the unicorn demons for the long knife on the elder? But wasn't there only one entrance and exit to the spatial rift? Or had someone escaped in after him faster than he was? Su Cheng's mind raced, and he quickly thought of many things. Kid, you'd better come clean. You don't even know Zhao Xiao? As long as you tell us who killed these demons, Zhao Xiao will definitely reward you. Lin Yi, the sycophant with S-level martial talent beside Zhao Wuji, said coldly. Zhao Xiao? Reward? What a big talk. Su Cheng couldn't help but sneer inwardly. Naturally, he did not know the other party. If it weren't for the 3 junior Grand Martial Masters beside them, although their strength posed no threat to Su Chang, he still did not want to provoke them. After all, his current strength could only deal with junior Grand Martial Masters. I didn't see anything. I had just arrived and was about to leave when you showed up. As for your reward, I am not blessed enough to receive it. Su Chang replied, naturally unwilling to admit that he was the one who killed these unicorn demons. Kid, you have some guts. In our District 1, very few people dare to disrespect Xiao Xiao. How about this? Hand over what you have on you, and after we check it, if there's nothing wrong, we won't make things difficult for you. Another sycophant with S-level martial arts talent, Joey, sneered. District 1? The words from the other party made Su Chang's heart tighten again. What's going on? The appearance of the spatial rift was not in District 9? Yet this group came from District 1? Could it be that people from District 1 came to District 9 just to hunt down these unicorn demons? Impossible. Su Chang immediately dismissed this thought. No matter how these unicorn demons might run, they wouldn't escape from District 1 to District 9. Even if the unicorn demons were in District 9, what did it have to do with the martial artists from District 1? Search him. Don't think you can avoid punishment by refusing our hospitality. Zhao Wuji waved his hand impatiently. A mid-level martial artist could easily crush him. Why waste so many words? Ha ha. Zhao Xiao, let me handle this. Lin Yi laughed loudly and charged directly at Su Chang. Looking for death. Su Chang's expression turned cold. He didn't want to be enemies with these people, whether they came from District 1 or District 9. What they wanted had nothing to do with him. But if they wanted to search him, he would never allow it. Moreover, Su Chang had already guessed that these people were tracking the unicorn demons, likely for that long knife. This was enough to indicate that the long knife was extraordinary, and what Su Chang had obtained could not be handed over easily. Lin Yi had no idea that he was waving at death. A cruel smile appeared on his face. But in the next moment, the Su Chang he had locked onto suddenly vanished from his sight. Young Master Lin, be careful. Lin Ye's guard beside Zhao Wuji exclaimed in shock, their faces changing dramatically. They wanted to rush to save Lin Yi, but it was already too late. Put. Su Chang's figure had already reached behind Lin Yi, then struck his back with a palm, shattering his heart. Since he chose to strike, he would show no mercy. Lin Yi still didn't know what had happened. Everything went dark before his eyes, and he felt his body flying forward, then he knew nothing. Damn it! You're looking for death. The guards of the Lin family, seeing this, were about to explode with rage. Lin Yi was actually dead. Their fate would be countless times more tragic. Although Lin Yi was Zhao Wuji's sycophant, he was also a martial arts genius from the Lin family, after all, having awakened an S-level martial arts talent. But now, he had died just like that, at the hands of a mid-level martial artist? I didn't expect that. I misjudged you. A mid-level martial artist can instantly kill a high-level martial artist? It seems your martial arts talent is not low. Zhao Wuji and the others were also shocked by this sudden turn of events, but it only made Zhao Wuji's expression darker. Very good. You dare to kill someone from Zhao Wuji. I won't let you die so easily. Catch him alive, Zhao Wuji said coldly. Upon hearing his command, 3 extreme martial artists immediately took action. It was enough for them to intervene, no need for the junior grand martial artist to step in. However, Su Chang ignored these 3 extreme martial artists, dodging past them and charging straight for Zhao Wuji's position. Ha ha, interesting, you even hid your strength. Zhao Wuji was taken aback, then sneered again. The junior grand martial artist behind him, a woman, shook her head slightly, preparing to capture Su Chang. But at that moment, blood, dragon fury demon fist, roar. This was Su Chang's full-force strike, a terrifying martial skill unleashed, crashing towards the 3 junior grand martial masters beside Zhao Wuji. For Su Chang, the only real threat was those 3 junior grand martial masters. Once they were dead, the others could be easily dispatched. Su Chang had already calculated that the overall strength of these 3 junior Grand Martial Masters barely reached the level of Junior Grand Martial Masters, and judging by their ages, all were over 30. This indicated that their martial talent was not high, likely only A level, or even lower. Therefore, their strength within the Junior Grand Martial Master realm would not be formidable. Moreover, since they were guards, the martial skills they learned would also not be very powerful. Just now, Su Chang had swiftly killed the advanced martial artist Lin Yi without using any martial skills, intending to confuse this group. Zhao Wuji and the others had no idea of Su Chang's true strength, let alone that he possessed powerful S-level martial skills. Under such circumstances, it was entirely feasible for Su Chang to brazenly strike at 3 junior Grand Martial Masters at once. He had planned all of this meticulously. Not good. Young master, retreat. As Su Chang unleashed his martial skill with full force, the expressions of the 3 junior Grand Martial Masters changed. Drastically, the momentum clearly reached the level of a junior Grand Martial Master. But how could this be possible? The 3 junior Grand Martial Masters had no time to think further. Their first instinct was not to fight back but to save Zhao Wuji, who was nearby. Because they were standing too close together, even though Su Chang was targeting the 3 junior Grand Martial Masters, the terrifying force would inevitably affect Zhao Wuji and the others beside him. However, it was all too late. Su Chang's planned full-force strike was incredibly fast. Before Zhao Wuji and the others, who were of lower strength, could react, they were hit by a massive shockwave, instantly spitting out blood. Accompanied by several cries of agony. The 3 junior Grand Martial Masters, who bore the brunt of the strongest strike, suffered the most. One was killed outright, while the other 2 were severely injured, flying backward for over 10 meters. As for Zhao Wuji and the others, they too were knocked back several meters by the terrifying shockwave, each spitting blood. The only ones uninjured were the 3 extreme martial masters who had just attempted to strike at Su Chang, as he had bypassed them. At this moment, seeing the scene before them, they were completely stunned, their eyes wide with disbelief. Everything happened in the blink of an eye, merely a breath's time. Whether it was Zhao Wuji or the 2 junior Grand Martial Masters who survived but were severely injured, the shock in their hearts was beyond words. How great was the gap between intermediate martial artists and junior Grand Martial Masters? The difference in total martial attributes was dozens of times. Yet now, this intermediate martial artist had heavily injured almost all of them with a single strike, and 1 junior Grand Martial Master was dead. And Lin Yi, the genius with S-level martial talent, was also dead. Moreover, why was the martial skill displayed by the opponent so terrifying? What level of martial skill was this? If the opponent were an advanced martial master or an extreme martial master and suddenly unleashed such terrifying power, they could understand. After all, fighting across levels and even killing enemies was not uncommon. But an intermediate martial artist killing a junior Grand Martial Master in an instant while also severely injuring 2 others, this was something Zhao Wuji, as a direct descendant of a prominent family, had never heard of. How is this possible? How can this be? Zhao Wuji murmured in disbelief. He felt that as a genius with SS-level martial talent, his confidence and dignity were being ruthlessly crushed and trampled. However, Su Chang did not stop, seeing that his full-force strike had only killed 1 junior Grand Martial Master and severely injured the other 2. He thought it was absolutely right to take advantage of their weakness and go for the kill. Everyone was still in shock, making it the perfect opportunity to strike. Whoosh! Su Chang moved with incredible speed, instantly catching up to one of the junior Grand Martial Masters who had been sent flying and had yet to hit the ground. Damn it! You! The junior Grand Martial Master finally reacted, letting out a furious roar. Blood Dragon Fury Fist. Put! Su Chang swiftly killed another junior Grand Martial Master, even though he had struck twice. Seeing his opponent dead, Su Chang turned and headed towards the last junior Grand Martial Master. However, being a junior Grand Martial Master, the last one had already reacted. He immediately attempted to counterattack, but he was severely injured and could not exert even half of his strength. Little brother, stop. We are the guards of the Zhao family, and there is no enmity between us. There's no need to kill. We won't pursue this, the last junior Grand Martial Master hurriedly said. However, Su Chang paid no attention whatsoever. He recalled the long knife he had just taken from the Unicorn Demon Clan and drew it, slashing at the junior Grand Martial Master from a distance. The 2 were several meters apart, yet with this slash, and without even using any knife techniques, the blade's edge extended over 10 meters. Put! The junior Grand Martial Master had just drawn his weapon to defend himself, but this slash not only severed his weapon but also split him in half. With that, all 3 junior Grand Martial Masters were dead. From the moment Su Chang made his move until now, it had only taken 3 breaths for all 3 junior Grand Martial Masters beside Zhao Wuji to be slain. What a good knife! Su Chang couldn't help but brighten at the sight of how easily he had dispatched a junior Grand Martial Master. Although his opponent was heavily injured, the power displayed by the long knife was indeed beyond Su Chang's expectations. It's the battle knife of the Unicorn Demon Clan. Zhao Wuji naturally saw Su Chang strike and recognized the knife. At this point, it was evident that the destruction of the Unicorn Demon Clan was at the hands of this intermediate martial artist. Young master, run! Go meet up with the family's strong ones. At this moment, the other guards shouted in panic. With 3 junior Grand Martial Masters dead, how could they possibly stand against this intermediate martial artist? The only option now was to flee. 2 senior martial masters, carrying Zhao Wuji, fled in a panic, no longer exhibiting any of their previous arrogance. Humph, you can't escape. Since he had already made his move, how could Su Chang stop? If he didn't kill them all, it would definitely lead to big trouble. Blood Dragon Fury Fist. Boom. Put. The attempts of 3 extreme martial masters to block him, along with the other martial masters, posed no threat to Su Chang at all. With just 1 punch, he killed them all, just as he had exterminated the Demon Clan. After eliminating those who obstructed him, Su Chang quickly caught up to Zhao Wuji and the 2 guards. Why you? Looking at Su Chang blocking his path, Zhao Wuji was too terrified to utter a word. He was the direct descendant of the Zhao family, a martial arts genius of this generation. In terms of talent and family background, he was a favored child of heaven. He was extremely arrogant, and only a few people in his cohort could catch his eye as worthy competitors. But all of that had just been ruthlessly crushed moments ago. Little brother, this is all a misunderstanding. We mean no harm. Please let us go, and the Zhao family will definitely offer compensation. If little brother is willing to join the Zhao family, we will certainly cultivate you with all our might. With your talent, you will surely shine brightly in no time. A senior martial master quickly spoke up. Given the current situation, they knew they could not escape. The priority was to stabilize the situation and prevent Su Chang from attacking further, and then everything would be manageable. As for Zhao Wuji's identity, Su Chang could see it without being told. Surrounded by martial masters, and with 3 junior grand martial masters, it was clear they had an extraordinary background. But since he chose to take action, he would never hold back. No matter how powerful the opponent's background was, it didn't matter. If they provoked him, he would not sit idly by. Moreover, even if Su Chang did not take action and allowed the opponent to search him, since they were after that long knife and tracking the Unicorn Demon clan, once they discovered anything on Su Chang, they would not spare him either. Therefore, Su Chang decisively counterattacked at that moment, swiftly striking back with a speed that was like thunder, directly killing the 3 strongest guards. Su Chang's surface-level intermediate martial artist status provided him with the best disguise to confuse his enemies. This was why, when Su Chang realized that his martial arts realm had advanced and was unrelated to his martial arts attributes, he considered it his trump card. This action was the best proof. If he hadn't confused these people, with Su Chang's strength, he could have potentially killed the 3 primary grand martial masters, but it would have brought trouble. Moreover, he had no idea what hidden cards the opponents had, and the outcome was uncertain. Annoying. Boom. Put. Hearing the words of this advanced martial master, Su Chang sneered and directly punched him to death, while also crushing another advanced martial master. Now only Zhao Wuji was left. Do you think I'm a fool? Such cliched pleas for mercy, he had the audacity to say them, which Su Chang found somewhat amusing. Did he learn the phrase "release the tiger back to the mountain" for nothing? Knowing that the Zhao family's influence was great, it was even less likely he would let these people go. If he let them go, trouble would come immediately. If he killed them all, there would still be trouble, but that trouble would only arise later, or perhaps never be traced back. As long as one wasn't a fool, they would definitely choose the latter. The ridiculous part was that the one begging for mercy regarded Su Chang as a fool. Kid, if you kill me, the Zhao family will not let you go. I know you want to kill me to silence me, but the Zhao family will definitely find you. You can't escape. Zhao Wuji was not too foolish. Although he was still terrified at this moment, he had calmed down a bit and realized that Su Chang would not spare him, so he began to threaten instead. Is that so? If your Zhao family wants to investigate, they must first search the 1st district thoroughly, and I am not a martial artist from the 1st district. Hearing Zhao Wuji's words, Su Chang chuckled lightly. What? Zhao Wuji was taken aback. But Su Chang had already struck again, giving him no chance. Put. Although Zhao Wuji was at the peak martial artist level, in front of Su Chang he was as weak as a chick, easily crushed. Since the martial arts awakening ceremony ended over a month ago, this person has already reached the peak martial artist level. It seems his martial arts talent level is not low. Is it SS level or even SSS level? Looking at Zhao Wuji's corpse, Su Chang murmured. Killing a genius, especially one with a deep background, did not evoke much feeling in Su Chang, but he thought Zhao Wuji's martial arts talent level should be SS level, not SSS level. Then Su Chang searched Zhao Wuji's body, although he found nothing else. He did obtain a bracelet. This was certainly not a decorative bracelet, but a spatial storage one. Indeed, a wealthy person. The space in this storage is actually 10 cubic meters. Just the value of this one storage space is at least over 800 million. Su Chang immediately checked it and was astonished. The storage space he bought was only 2 cubic meters and cost him 20 million gold coins. Although 10 cubic meters was 5 times larger than 2 cubic meters, the value was not calculated that way. He remembered that when he purchased the storage space, the woman said that a 5 cubic meter space was priced at 120 million gold coins. There's a storage card. I wonder how much money is in it, but it should be a considerable amount, right? In the vast storage space, Su Chang found a storage card, along with some resources and treasures, as well as elixirs, all of which were quite valuable and would greatly enhance his martial attributes. And there's a martial skill book, S rank, not bad at all. Just this S rank martial skill alone could easily sell for 100 million. A look of joy appeared on Su Chang's face. Although the resources and elixirs were valuable, there weren't many of them, probably worth around 20 to 30 million. As for how much money was on that storage card, Su Chang had no way of knowing for now, since he couldn't see it. But this S rank martial skill was a tangible asset, worth at least 100 million on the market, and Su Chang was naturally pleased to see it. If it were someone else who obtained this S-rank martial skill, they would likely learn it themselves, but Su Chang was different. He had his own exclusive martial skills and didn't need to learn it. Moreover, with his level of martial talent, he wasn't even sure if he could learn it. Having thoroughly looted Zhao Wujie, Su Chang wouldn't let any of the other martial masters, including the 3 junior grandmasters and a few others, escape his grasp. After quickly cleaning out the area and Erasing all traces, he burst forth at his fastest speed to leave. From what he had heard from these people earlier, it seemed that even stronger guards were on their way. Killing 3 junior Grand Masters was already pushing Su Cheng's limits. If someone stronger came, he would definitely be outmatched. Half an hour later, another group of martial artists appeared in the area. Martial artists is a general term that includes martial masters, grand masters, or even stronger individuals. These martial artists were powerful, far surpassing the junior Grand Masters, consisting of 5 senior Grand Masters and 2 ultimate Grand Masters. Each of them exuded an incredibly strong aura. However, when these individuals saw the scene on the ground, their expressions changed instantly, turning to one of panic. Not far away, Zhao Wujie lay on the ground, devoid of any breath. They would not mistake him for anyone else, being the young master of their family. This was a genius with an SS rank martial talent, a rarity that the Zhao family had awakened after hundreds of years. The entire Zhao family placed immense importance on Zhao Wujie, providing him with all the best treasures and resources, hoping he would shine in this year's freshman competition. But now, this genius with an SS rank martial talent, who had only just awakened, lay dead here. The Grand Masters looked at Zhao Wujie's body, feeling as if the sky was about to collapse. Who did this? Who is it? One ultimate Grand Master roared, his eyes wide with fury, the sound echoing for miles. However, at this moment, Su Cheng had long since distanced himself from the scene, completely unaware of what had transpired. Even if he did know, he wouldn't care. After all, he had already killed them, so why dwell on it? Blood Dragon Fury Demon Fist. Boom! Kill a second-tier advanced magical beast, gain 150 experience points. Congratulations, your martial level has risen to level 50-10. Previously, whether it was killing the venomous snake beast or the unicorn demon, Su Cheng's martial level had risen rapidly. In the past 2 days, he hadn't encountered many magical beasts and he felt a bit bored with the grinding. However, as long as he encountered magical beasts, regardless of their strength, he would kill them directly, no matter how much martial experience they provided. While Su Cheng continued hunting magical beasts and collecting resources and treasures, the Grand Masters, after a thorough investigation, found no clues at all. They could only helplessly and fearfully take Zhao Wujie's body back. Before long, in the first district, within the Zhao family estate, a thunderous roar erupted. Who dares to kill my Zhao family's Qilin son? I will not rest until I find you. No matter who it is, no matter which force, we must find out at any cost, commanded the current patriarch of the Zhao family, his voice filled with rage. At this moment, all the forces of the Zhao family were mobilized, and the sky above the Zhao family estate seemed to be shrouded in gloom, as if a storm was approaching. Naturally, Zhao Wujie's death could not be kept a secret. Once the news spread, it immediately caused a huge uproar in the first district. After all, every cohort that awakened an SS-level martial talent was just a minority. If a cohort did not produce a peerless genius with SSS-level martial talent, those who awakened SS-level martial talent could also be considered extraordinary geniuses. After 10,000 years, the human population had surged, and with such a large base, every year, the number of students awakening martial arts reached hundreds of millions, sometimes even exceeding a billion. With such a large base, several geniuses with SS-level martial talent could still emerge each year, with as few as 5 or 6 and as many as a dozen. According to records, just 1,000 years ago, there was a cohort that produced over 30 geniuses with SS-level martial talent. This number may seem considerable, but one must understand that the probability of awakening an SS-level martial talent genius is 1 in 100 million, or even lower. Every cohort that produced a genius with SS-level martial talent received significant attention. If they were ordinary people, they would soar to great heights. If they belonged to a family or a force, it goes without saying that they would receive full support for cultivation. This year, the new cohort of martial artists numbered nearly 1 billion, and 15 geniuses with SS-level martial talent had awakened. This ratio is quite high. Moreover, this year also saw the emergence of 3 peerless geniuses with SSS-level martial talent, making the competition in the new student championship particularly fierce. These 18 geniuses were the focus of countless eyes in this cohort. However, what was unexpected was that among the 15 geniuses with SS-level martial talent, just over a month after their awakening, one had already died. And the one who died was Zhao Wujie, a direct descendant of the Zhao family in the first district. The Zhao family is a powerful clan with a legacy of nearly 1,000 years, and its deep heritage is beyond doubt, especially since it has only been 10,000 years since humanity entered the martial arts era. A family with a legacy of nearly 1,000 years is already quite formidable. Thus, when the news of Zhao Wujie's death spread, it caused quite a stir in the first district, and the news continued to spread to the other 8 districts. One could say that Zhao Wujie's death was not only a huge loss for the Zhao family but also a loss for human martial artists, as there are only a few geniuses awakening SS-level martial talent each year. How is that possible? Zhao Wujie actually died? Is the news true? It has been confirmed, Zhao Wujie is really dead. It seems he was killed in a newly emerged spatial rift, but the cause of death is still unknown. Such a large family as the Zhao family, didn't they provide him with guards? How could he suddenly die? Who knows? There must have been guards, but who knows the specific reason? I suspect it was the work of other families or forces. The Zhao family just produced a direct descendant. With SS-level martial talent, other forces wouldn't just sit back and watch him grow. But don't speculate recklessly, this kind of matter is not something we can interfere with. Perhaps he was killed by magical beasts or alien races? You must know that there are still many types of alien races, some even hiding among our human martial artists. Given the chance, they would strike to eliminate our human geniuses. There are plenty of examples. Regardless, the Zhao family will definitely be furious and will conduct a thorough investigation. Of course, if Zhao Wujie hadn't died and had grown stronger, the Zhao family would have thrived for several hundred years effortlessly. Now that he's dead, how could the Zhao family not be enraged? I heard that people near the Zhao family estate at the time heard earth-shattering roars coming from within the estate. During this time, it's best to stay away from the Zhao family estate and those from the Zhao family. You never know when you might get caught in the crossfire. News spread quickly, bringing joy to some and sorrow to others. Naturally, it was the Zhao family who were worried, while other families in this generation's geniuses, who had also awakened SS-level martial arts talents, were pleased, as it meant one less competitor. The competition between families and factions was extremely fierce, although there were no obvious clashes on the surface. Behind the scenes, they would spare no effort in fighting for resources. The Zhao family had a legacy of nearly 1,000 years, and many families and factions sought to swallow them up, as they were a big prize. Which growing family or faction hadn't stepped on others to rise? Meanwhile, another piece of news spread throughout the first district. It was said that Zhao Wujie had entered that spatial rift to hunt down a tribe of the Unicorn Demon Clan, rumored to possess an extremely powerful treasure sword that reached SS level. Zhao Wujie's goal was to obtain this SS level sword, but unexpectedly, he met his demise inside. Rumors had it that the Unicorn Demon Clan had been exterminated, and the whereabouts of the SS level sword were unknown, but it was highly likely still within that spatial rift. As soon as this news broke, it sparked immense interest and greed among countless martial artists. An SS-level weapon. Soon, the location of the rift's entrance was revealed, and a large number of martial artists from the first district surged into the rift. Not only from the first district, but martial artists from other districts who received the news also flocked to the first district, heading for the rift's entrance. The Zhao family initially intended to seal off the entrance to the rift, aiming to send more powerful individuals in to try and find the culprits who might have killed Zhao Wujie and the others. However, by the time they took action, it was already too late. A large batch of martial artists had already poured in, and sealing it off would only stop those with ordinary backgrounds. Yet, no one knew that the spatial rift appearing in the first district actually had another exit located near the 9th district. Given the current situation, only Su Chang seemed to suspect that this spatial rift had two exits had he not encountered Zhao Wujie and the others, revealing that they were martial artists from the first district. Su Chang would have remained unaware. Su Chang was completely oblivious to the events happening outside. He continued to hunt magical beasts and collect treasure resources within the spatial rift. However, after a few days, he had not encountered a large number of magical beasts or dark demons, and his martial arts level was rising very slowly. Kill a second-tier high-level magical beast, gain 150 experience points. Kill a second-tier mid-level magical beast, gain 120 experience points. Congratulations, your martial arts level has risen to 5,222. I've been here for over 10 days. There shouldn't be a large number of magical beasts appearing, and most of their strength is within the second tier. There shouldn't be much to train against. The value of resources and treasures here is mostly too low for me. After grinding in the spatial rift until today, Su Chang had begun to consider leaving. For him, the main goal was to increase his martial arts level. Everything else was secondary, since there were no more magical beasts in this spatial rift. Su Chang didn't want to waste any more time. This time entering the new spatial rift, he had gained enough, whether it was raising his martial arts level, obtaining resources and treasures, or killing Zhao Wujie and the others to take what they had. With the thought of leaving, Su Chang no longer hesitated and headed back, retracing his steps to the original exit before leaving. When entering, he had to hunt magical beasts and collect resources, which naturally slowed him down, but returning required no other tasks, so he moved quickly. However, after Su Chang had been walking for several hours, he discovered a large number of martial artists, some of whom even surpassed the great martial masters. This made Su Chang suspicious. He had been here for over 10 days, and for him, the danger was minimal, as the strength of the magical beasts had not exceeded the second tier. Why would stronger individuals than the great martial masters come here? What on earth is happening? Could there be some rare treasure appearing within this spatial rift? The number of martial artists he encountered kept increasing, and Su Chang couldn't help but doubt. Su Chang initially wanted to find a martial artist to inquire about the situation, but unexpectedly, there were those who came to seek their own demise. Kid, hand over what you have, and I might spare your life. 3 high-level martial artists surrounded Su Chang, coldly demanding. Seeing these 3 high-level martial artists trying to rob him, Su Chang felt a bit amused, but he could understand. After all, on the surface, he only appeared to be a mid-level martial artist. Being so weak, it was natural for others to pick on him like a soft persimmon. However, since they had provoked him, Su Cheng certainly wouldn't show them any mercy. If he had truly been just a mid-level martial artist, the outcome would have been obvious. Put. Su Cheng casually killed 2 of the high-level martial artists, leaving the 3 of them with no chance to react. The last high-level martial artist stared blankly at Su Cheng, seemingly forgetting even to feel fear. It wasn't until Su Cheng stood in front of him for a good 10 seconds that the man finally reacted, terror suddenly appearing on his face as he knelt down and begged for mercy. Be brother, spare me. We are just beasts, we came to rob you. The man repeatedly knocked his head on the ground, pleading for mercy. Seeing this, Su Cheng's expression remained indifferent. I ask you, why have so many martial artists suddenly appeared in this spatial rift, even those who surpass the great martial masters? Su Cheng asked calmly. Be brother, don't you know? The man was taken aback and couldn't help but respond with a question. Nonsense, I know, why would I need to ask you? Su Cheng replied coldly. Why yes, I deserve to die. The man quickly realized and became even more panicked. Isn't it that a few days ago, news spread about the death of our district's martial arts genius, Zhao Wuji? Now the entire Zhao family is in a rage. However, there are rumors that Zhao Wuji's death was related to a mysterious battle knife in the hands of a unicorn demon clan, and this battle knife is of SS level. Some say that this SS level battle knife is still within this spatial rift, which has attracted countless martial artists to come in. I, along with 2 other friends, only came in after hearing the news. The man hurriedly explained, not daring to conceal anything. But he could never have imagined that this mid-level martial artist before him was not only the killer of Zhao Wuji but also possessed the SS-level battle knife that countless martial artists desired. An SS-level battle knife? Su Cheng's heart stirred upon hearing this. The first time he saw this treasured blade, he felt it was extraordinary, especially after he had effortlessly killed a beginner great martial master with a single strike. But Su Cheng did not expect that this long knife was actually of SS level. In the era of universal martial arts, acquiring weapons was indeed much harder than mastering martial techniques, especially as the level of the weapon increased, making them even more difficult to obtain. Although some martial artists could forge weapons, creating weapons of S level or above was extraordinarily difficult, with a high failure rate and enormous resource consumption. It could be said that most of the S level and above weapons currently in Blue Star were obtained from various secret realms and spatial rifts. Owning an S level weapon significantly enhances a martial artist's combat power compared to the boost provided by an S-level martial technique. Moreover, S-level martial techniques require learning, and with a low martial arts talent level, one might not even be able to master them. But S-level weapons are different. A high-level martial artist wielding an S-class weapon can easily battle an extreme martial artist. Over the years, the number of S-class or higher weapons obtained from various secret realms or spatial rifts in Blue Star has been exceedingly rare, enough to demonstrate the difficulty and power of acquiring S-class or above weapons. At that time, Su Cheng naturally did not know that this battle knife was of SS class level. If he had known, he wouldn't have needed to quickly kill those 3 junior grand martial masters with all his strength. With this battle knife in hand, he could have easily slaughtered the 3 of them as if chopping vegetables. When did this news specifically come out? Su Cheng asked again. I don't know the exact time, but I know the news came to me 3 days ago, the man replied, panic evident in his voice. Seeing that the man had no more useful information, Su Cheng swiftly ended his life with a single palm strike. An SS-class weapon, let alone ordinary martial artists, even those families in major forces would be tempted. Stronger beings that surpass grand martial masters have already appeared. There will definitely be more, even stronger ones. If this battle knife isn't found here, those families in major forces will likely guard the entrances of the spatial rift, searching every person who comes out. Su Cheng coldly thought to himself, feeling that he needed to leave quickly. After all, he had already gained enough from this spatial rift. The news is being spread in the 1st district, and that Zhao Wujie is also from the 1st district. Clearly, my previous guess was correct. This spatial rift actually has 2 entrances, one in the 9th district and one in the 1st district, but I estimate that not many people know about it yet. Those coming out from the 1st district are probably already guarded by strong martial artists, but returning through the original entrance shouldn't pose too much danger. However, as time goes on, more and more people will discover this situation. Su Cheng would not act recklessly, knowing that staying longer would bring danger. He chose to leave. Although his strength had surpassed all new martial artists in this session, the dangers he faced were not from new martial artists but from other human powerhouses who would use any means necessary for treasures. Those human powerhouses had trained for decades, even centuries, while he had only grown for a little over a month. No matter how fast his strength improved, it couldn't compare. Not to mention other powerhouses, the Zhao family would definitely send strong individuals to find the murderer of Zhao Wujie. The longer Su Cheng stayed, the greater the chance of being discovered. Anyway, I've already gained enough, it's time to leave. You people can search for it slowly here. With a cold smile, Su Cheng no longer hesitated and quickly returned to the entrance of the 9th district. In less than 2 days, Su Cheng's figure appeared at the original entrance. At this time, the entrance in the 9th district was also bustling with martial artists coming in and out. After exiting the spatial rift, Su Cheng did not notice anything unusual and quickly slipped away. In the following days, the entire spatial rift was filled with martial artists and all resources and treasures had been thoroughly scavenged, yet countless martial artists had not even seen a hair of the rumored SS-class battle knife. However, the fighting within the spatial rift was incredibly fierce, with battles erupting over resource treasures, some suspecting that a certain martial artist had obtained the SS-class battle knife, and others fighting for various reasons. Su Cheng's predictions were soon validated, as more and more martial artists learned that this spatial rift actually had 2 entrances. Although many martial artists from other districts had entered through the entrance in the 1st district, they were far fewer than those from the 1st and 9th districts, as the 2 entrances were closest to the 2 districts. What? This spatial rift has 2 entrances? There's one in the 9th district too? What's going on? It's confirmed there are indeed 2 entrances and exits. This is really strange, such a situation is rare. TSK, doesn't that mean our world is becoming increasingly unstable? Damn it! So many martial artists have come in, yet we can't find a damn SS-level battle knife. After all these days, we haven't seen a single hair. With 2 entrances, the person who got that battle knife probably ran off long ago, leaving us to flounder around like headless flies. Damn it! I suspect this news was leaked by the person who got the SS-level battle knife just to mock us. That bastard. They benefit and still want to screw others over. Let's go, let's go. There's fighting everywhere now. One careless move could bring disaster upon us. In the end, we might gain nothing and lose our lives. Inside the spatial rift, more and more martial artists, upon learning there are 2 entrances and exits, felt incredulous and even more like they had been tricked. The alert martial artists chose to leave immediately to avoid any schemes that might harm them. Damn it! Which bastard leaked this news? If I find out, I'll skin him alive. Boom! A very powerful martial artist roared in anger after hearing the news. Even an extreme grandmaster would turn and run upon sensing this aura. And Su Cheng's predictions were spot on. By now, whether it was the entrance in Area 1 or Area 9, both had been secured by strong fighters, and all martial artists coming out would be searched. Su Cheng didn't pay attention to what happened next, but he was undoubtedly the one who gained the most. After leaving the spatial rift, Su Cheng headed straight for a branch of the Martial Arts Association, wanting to deal with all the resources and treasures he had, including those he had scavenged from Zhao Wuji and others. Mr. Su, this S-level martial skill is worth 180 million gold coins. Are you sure you want to sell it? The young lady at the Martial Arts Association who was attending to Su Cheng asked for confirmation again. Yes, all of it. Su Cheng nodded in response. Alright, including this S-level martial skill, the total value of the items you are selling is 395 million gold coins. Here's the list, please check it. The young lady laid out all the items and listed their market prices, arriving at the final total, then handed it to Su Cheng. Su Cheng took the list, glanced at it casually, and nodded. In fact, he didn't know exactly what items were included, but he trusted the credibility of the Martial Arts Association. There wouldn't be any embezzlement. Even if the items were slightly cheaper than what other forces would pay, the safety factor made it worthwhile for Su Cheng. After all, the high-value items, especially the S-level martial skills, were not meant to be seen in public. Besides the items from Zhao Wuji, there were plenty of other items from others, and the resources and treasures Su Cheng collected inside the spatial rift added up to nearly 400 million gold coins. Of course, there were also the storage cards from Zhao Wuji and others, which Su Cheng hadn't checked yet. Given their backgrounds, the funds in those storage cards would definitely not be small. That's fine. Su Cheng handed the list back to the young lady. Also, I want to sell this spatial ring, and for this bracelet with spatial storage, can I exchange it for a ring-shaped one? Su Cheng continued, taking out the spatial ring he had bought for 20 million and the bracelet he got from Zhao Wuji, which had a full 10 cubic meters of space. He didn't like the bracelet's shape, and changing it to another shape would avoid drawing attention, in case the Zhao family saw it later. That's possible, Mr. Su, but exchanging spatial storage requires an additional fee. Your bracelet has 10 cubic meters of space, and you need to pay 20 million gold coins. Do you want to proceed with the exchange? The young lady explained. It is quite common to kill for goods, so the chances of obtaining spatial storage from others are naturally high. Many people choose to exchange or sell. Therefore, whether it is the Martial Arts Association or other forces, after acquiring these spatial storages, they will choose to polish and alter the original appearance. Otherwise, if they are sold again and found by enemies, wouldn't that be a trap for the customers? Thus, exchanging spatial storage and charging an extra fee is equivalent to a handling fee for polishing and changing the appearance. Okay. Su Cheng nodded. With his pockets full, he was naturally generous. In the end, his spatial ring was practically given to the Martial Arts Association, but Su Cheng didn't mind. By the way, can you help me check what this is? Before leaving, Su Cheng took out a triangular object made of a special material and handed it to the young lady. Sure, I can check this for you for free. Having acquired so many items from Su Chang, there were naturally some privileges. A few minutes later. Sir Su, this is a key to a secret realm, which means that with this key, you can enter a certain secret realm. Generally speaking, secret realms that require a key to enter usually take a certain number of years to open. As for which secret realm this key specifically opens, you can check in our Martial Arts Association's more professional service area, the young lady explained. Okay, thank you, Su Chang said with some joy. After learning this, after that, Su Chang did not leave this branch of the Martial Arts Association but instead paid for a room and began to check the storage cards of Zhao Wuji and the others. This is Zhao Wuji's card. I wonder how much money is in it? Su Chang thought, placing the storage card on the querying device. Storage cards are mostly anonymous, suitable for purchasing trading items. Zhao Wuji's card is also anonymous. If it were named and bound, it wouldn't be so easy to access the money inside. For martial artists, once their funds accumulate, they will definitely choose to purchase treasures or elixirs to enhance their martial arts attributes. After all, once they earn money, the main focus is on improving their strength. Thus, most martial artists do not have too much money on them, so there is no need for named cards. Soon, the device displayed the balance on this storage card. As expected of a wealthy person, there are 230 million gold coins on this card. Upon seeing the balance, Su Chang's eyes lit up. Having previously sold items worth nearly 400 million gold coins plus the 230 million here, he already had 630 million gold coins. This was the first time Su Chang had seen a card with so much money, but in reality, for a direct descendant of a prominent family like Zhao Wuji, carrying a few hundred million in funds is quite normal. This 230 million was just a portion of what he had spent. After his awakening, his family had given him 1 billion gold coins to use, and he didn't even need to purchase resources as the family would provide them. This card has a decent amount of funds too, over 20 million. It should belong to one of the junior Grand Martial Masters? This one has over 12 million. This card has over 50 million. Whose card is this? Su Chang checked each card one by one, as if he were opening blind boxes, both excited and expectant. After checking all the storage cards, Su Chang transferred all the money into his own storage card. In the end, Su Chang calculated that aside from the amount in Zhao Wuji's card, the total from the other storage cards added up to nearly 200 million as well. This truly exceeded Su Chang's expectations, especially with the 3 cards containing the most, over 50 million, over 35 million, and over 30 million, while the other 3 cards range from over 10 million to 20 million. The remaining cards are all around a few million. Aside from Zhao Wuji's, the 3 cards with the most should belong to the other 3 high-level martial artists. Although these 3 have low strength, their identities shouldn't be simple. As for the 3 cards with over 10 million, they should belong to 3 junior Grand Martial Masters, while the others are from those martial masters. Su Chang thought to himself, but he was just casually pondering. After all, the people were already dead, and whose money it was held no significance. It all belonged to him now. The harvest is truly beyond expectations. The funds have reached 830 million. Besides these, there's that SS-level battle knife, which is definitely worth a lot, even surpassing the total value of everything I've obtained this time. Su Chang thought joyfully. He wouldn't sell the SS-level battle knife for now. After all, he already had several hundred million in funds, and even if he needed money, it would be enough to splurge. Now, let's check the information on this secret realm key. Su Chang then went to a more advanced area within the Martial Arts Association, where the information to be queried would be more detailed or more confidential. Those who come here either have status or money. These forces really make a killing. To check the information on this secret realm key, it costs 10 million. It's outrageous. After paying, Su Chang couldn't help but mutter. However, since this secret realm key was obtained from Zhao Wuji's spatial storage, it must be something extraordinary, so spending 10 million was completely worth it for Su Chang. Soon, after further inquiries, all the detailed information about the secret realm key was revealed, and Su Chang's face showed ecstatic joy. The name of this secret realm wasn't specified, but it indicated that it opens once every 50 years, and one must rely on this secret realm key to enter. However, there are quite a few of the same type of secret realm key, not just one. Moreover, entering this secret realm also has requirements for martial arts realms, with the minimum being a high-level martial artist and the maximum not exceeding the limit of a Grand Martial Master. Once the realm exceeds that of a Grand Martial Master, even with the secret realm key, entry is impossible. Another condition is that the martial artist holding the secret realm key can bring along 3 other martial artists, whose strength also cannot exceed that of a Grand Martial Master. Finally, the coordinates of the secret realm's location were also revealed. A secret realm that opens once every 50 years seems to be much better than most ordinary secret realms. I wonder what good things will appear inside. But since a martial arts genius like Zhao Wuji carries it's clear that this secret realm is not ordinary. Another point is that it should allow for the accompaniment of others. With his status, if he were to enter the secret realm, he would definitely bring 3 guards, and they would also be at the limit of Grand Martial Master level for safety. Su Chang thought lightly. But this was naturally not the reason for his ecstasy, it was the fact that the opening time of this secret realm was only 15 days away. If it were still years or even over a decade away from opening, then this secret realm key would lose its significance. With 15 days left, I need to continue improving my martial arts level. I still have quite a way to go before reaching the limit of a grand martial master. Su Cheng began to plan. As long as the martial artist who obtains the same secret realm key is either a powerful grand martial master or has a background and influence, they can bring accompanying guards to enter. And someone like Su Cheng, a lone wolf, would either enter alone or find trustworthy friends. With few friends, Su Cheng naturally prepared to go in alone. So, the strength definitely can't be too low, at least it needs to reach the range of a high-level martial artist. First, let's raise my martial arts realm to a high-level martial artist, he said. Then for the next half-month, I'll keep spending money to grind in the secret realm. I'll hunt as many magical beasts as I can to fully enhance my martial arts level. With a plan in place, Su Cheng immediately took action. For Su Cheng, there were no limits to martial arts levels. It would be best if he could truly surpass the peak martial artist before entering the secret realm so that he wouldn't fear any martial artist once inside. Of course, if he could become even stronger, that would be even better. After advancing to a beginner martial artist, Su Cheng refined 98 boundary-breaking pills, and to advance to an intermediate martial artist, he refined 198 boundary-breaking pills. So, this time, Su Cheng directly purchased 300 high-level martial artist boundary-breaking pills. If that wasn't enough, he could buy more. One high-level martial artist boundary-breaking pill costs 50,000 gold coins, which totaled 15 million gold coins. When he calculated this, Su Cheng felt like he might vomit blood. The expense was indeed not low. However, he didn't dwell on it too much. This time he had earned over 800 million gold coins, so spending freely wasn't a problem, especially since it was a necessary expense. As expected, Su Cheng refined 298 boundary-breaking pills, and his martial arts realm advanced to a high-level martial artist. Oh right, I almost forgot. My second exclusive martial skill has been unlocked. I didn't have time to grind for it while hunting magical beasts, but now that I have this sum of money, I should be able to refresh for an S-level exclusive martial skill, right? At this moment, Su Cheng slapped his forehead, remembering that he had already unlocked his second exclusive martial skill. This was unlocked when his martial arts level reached 2000, and now Su Cheng's martial arts level had already surpassed 5500. The main reason was that he had killed many poisonous snake magical beasts and the subsequent unicorn demons in that spatial rift, otherwise his martial arts level wouldn't have increased so quickly. Directly exchange for 100 million exclusive martial skill points. Su Cheng didn't hesitate, after all, he still had 800 million in funds. Exchanging for 100 million martial skill points was easy, and even if there were leftovers, he could still refresh for new exclusive martial skills later. Refresh. Consumed 100,000 exclusive martial skill points. Second martial skill refresh successful. Obtained Cloud Piercing Palm, C grade. Consumed 100,000 exclusive martial skill points. Second martial skill refresh successful. Obtained Cloud Treading Step, B grade. It turned out that refreshing wasn't that easy. The first exclusive martial skill, with just one try, directly yielded an S-level martial skill, Blood Dragon Fury Fist. That time was definitely a stroke of incredible luck. But it wouldn't always be that fortunate. Now, after refreshing 10 times in a row, Su Cheng either got C-level martial skills, D-level, or B-level martial skills without even a single A-level martial skill. However, Su Cheng didn't mind, he had anticipated this, otherwise, he wouldn't have exchanged for 100 million exclusive martial skill points all at once. He continued to refresh. Consumed 100,000 exclusive martial skill points. Second martial skill refresh successful. Obtained 50 refreshes. 100 refreshes. 300 refreshes. Consumed 100,000 exclusive martial skill points. Second martial skill refresh successful. Obtained Thunderbolt Fist, a grade. Soon, he had refreshed over 300 times, which meant he had used up 30 million exclusive martial skill points, equivalent to an expenditure of 30 million gold coins. Damn, this is too much of a ripoff. Was it too easy when the first martial skill refreshed into an S level? Now the consumption is so high? Su Cheng thought, somewhat speechless. But if I can refresh for another S-level exclusive martial skill after using up these 100 million exclusive martial skill points, then it's worth it. With that in mind, Su Cheng didn't hesitate and continued to refresh. After all, the price of any S-level martial arts technique on the market is over 100 million. If Su Cheng spends 100 million martial arts points, he could refresh an S-level martial arts technique, which would be worth it. This is equivalent to buying something, but in reality, it's different. Buying requires learning it oneself, and it can't be mastered in a short time. For Su Cheng, even if he were given an S-level martial arts technique, he probably wouldn't be able to master it. But directly refreshing an exclusive martial arts technique, regardless of the level, is equivalent to him having learned it directly. So, don't mention spending 100 million exclusive martial arts points. Even if it were several times more, it would still be worth it for Su Cheng. Keep refreshing. Consume 100,000 exclusive martial arts points. Second martial arts technique refresh successful. Obtained 500 refreshes, 800 refreshes, 1,000 refreshes. All the remaining martial arts points were quickly used up, and Su Chang was a bit red-eyed from refreshing. Although he was prepared and wouldn't care even if he used up this 100 million martial arts points, it still stung a bit now that it was gone. After all, this was the first time Su Chang had splurged 100 million gold coins at once. Damn it, I don't believe it. Today, I won't stop until I refresh an S level for this second exclusive martial arts technique, Su Chang said fiercely. Again, he exchanged 100 million exclusive martial arts points. Keep refreshing. 1,300 refreshes. Consume 100,000 exclusive martial arts points. Second martial arts technique refresh successful. Obtain Thunder Cross/A level. 1,500 refreshes. Consume 100,000 exclusive martial arts points. Second martial arts technique refresh successful. Obtain Thunder Realm Breaking Heaven Ultimate/A level. Gradually, Su Chang noticed that as he continued to refresh, the probability of A-level martial arts techniques appearing was increasing. In the previous 1,000 refreshes, the chances were not this high. It seems that the more times I refresh, the greater the probability of getting high-level martial arts techniques. Either it's a one-shot success or the chances increase with the number of attempts. At this rate, the chances of refreshing an S-level martial arts technique will be even greater. After discovering this phenomenon, Su Chang was instantly filled with energy again. Continue. 1,600 refreshes. 1,900 refreshes. Consume 100,000 exclusive martial arts points. Second martial arts technique refresh successful. Obtain Thunder Prison Breaking Heaven Ultimate/SSS level. Su Chang? What? Su Chang's eyes widened in disbelief. He really thought he had misheard. Character, Su Chang Martial Arts Realm, Advanced Warrior Martial Arts Level, 5222, 20/1000, Martial Arts Power, 5232 Martial Arts Spirit, 5231 Martial Arts Physique, 5232 Martial Arts Agility, 5230 Martial Arts Talent, Infinite Upgrade, F Level, Exclusive Martial Arts Technique, Blood Dragon Fury Demon Fist S Level, Refreshable, Thunder Prison Breaking Heaven Ultimate/SSS Level, Refreshable, Other, None. Quickly opening his attribute panel, Su Chang had to confirm, and upon looking again, he was once more wide-eyed. It turned out to be true. He had really refreshed an SSS level martial arts technique. It was like a dream. At first, Su Chang only hoped to refresh an S-level martial arts technique again. As for SS level or SSS level, he didn't even want to think about it. After all, the probability was too low, and it would take hundreds of billions of martial arts points to even think about refreshing one. And the pattern he had just discovered made him think he would soon refresh an S-level martial arts technique, but he never expected it to jump straight to refreshing an SSS level technique. Holy crap, this is simply too explosive. Looking at this SSS level martial arts technique, Su Chang couldn't help but curse. Ha ha, this really proves that saying, anything is possible. Then Su Chang couldn't help but burst into laughter. Moreover, what made Su Chang unable to contain his ecstatic joy was that this SSS level martial skill was also a type of sword technique, which required a sword-type weapon to be executed. In fact, a martial artist's martial skills encompass many forms, not just simple martial techniques, such as sword techniques, saber techniques, and even powerful physical martial skills. All of these can be classified as martial skills. And as for sword-type weapons, didn't Su Chang have one on him? It was an SS-level treasured sword, the power of which Su Chang had already witnessed. So now, using this SS-level treasured sword in conjunction with the SSS-level Thunder Prison Breaking Heaven Infinite / how powerful would that be? TSK, this luck is just too good, too outrageous. Su Chang was almost at a loss for words regarding the martial skill he had just refreshed. Not only was it SSS level, but it also perfectly matched with the SS level treasured sword he had. He had no words left to describe his luck. It's simply a huge profit, an unbelievable profit. I spent less than 200 million exclusive martial skill points and got an SSS level martial skill, and it's a sword technique. If an SSS level martial skill appeared on the market, regardless of its type, it would probably sell for an astronomical price. 100 billion gold coins might not even qualify to take a look. Su Chang said with deep emotion. My current total martial arts attribute is less than 21,000 points, just slightly higher than a newly promoted junior grand martial master, but now I possess an SSS level martial skill, combined with an SS level treasured sword. I could easily annihilate a mid-level grand martial master. I could even slay a high-level grand martial master. It's very likely. Unfortunately, my martial arts talent level is too low. If my martial arts talent were at S level or SS level, then with the SSS level martial skill combined with the SS level treasured sword, I could slay extreme grand martial masters even at the junior grand martial master realm, or even stronger. Su Chang calculated in his mind what level his strongest power could reach. However, calculations aside, how strong he truly was and what level of grand martial master he could deal with would only be known through combat. After all, some grand martial masters also had their trump cards, or their martial arts talent levels were not low, making it quite difficult to kill such grand martial masters. If it were just ordinary junior grand martial masters or mid-level grand martial masters, then it would definitely be no problem for Su Chang. Never mind that for now, there will be plenty of opportunities to test it later. For now, I need to focus on raising my martial arts level so that when the secret realm opens, I can truly protect myself in there or even be invincible. With this thought, Su Chang took action again. He planned to go to various major forces to find secret realms with a high number of magical beasts to grind in order to quickly raise his martial arts level. With several 100 million gold coins on him, he didn't mind spending money to grind in the secret realms, even if he couldn't collect treasures and resources. In the secret realms, these several 100 million gold coins were enough to grind many times. Excuse me, are there any secret realms with a high number of magical beasts? The strength range should be above second tier limit or below mid-level third tier, either is fine. Su Chang arrived at a service point under a certain force and asked directly, "Hello, please wait a moment while I check for you." The woman attending to Su Chang quickly began to filter through the information. "I'm very sorry, but there are no secret realms that meet your requirements. Would you like to change to something else?" The woman said apologetically after filtering and finding no such secret realm. "No need," Su Chang replied, feeling somewhat disappointed, and then directly left for the service point of the next force. In this way, Su Chang changed several service points of different forces and finally found one that met his requirements. "Sir, this secret realm meets your requirements. Most of the magical beasts inside are at the beginner third tier level, with a small portion at the mid-level third tier strength. The purchase time limits are 12 hours, 24 hours, and 48 hours. The 12-hour limit requires 5 million gold coins, the 24-hour limit requires 8 million gold coins, and the 48-hour limit requires 15 million gold coins," the woman explained to Su Chang in a quick and steady tone. Clearly, the longer the purchase time, the cheaper it becomes. Moreover, this price is actually not low, but there's no way around it. Most secret realms are monopolized, and each secret realm is different, so the pricing is determined by others. Of course, for a secret realm with a large number of third-tier low-level magical beasts, the danger is significant, but it also indicates that there will be plenty of resources and treasures inside, and their value will be relatively high. Let's buy the 12-hour limit for now. If needed, we can discuss it later. After listening, Su Chang thought for a moment and said, mainly, he recalled the last secret realm he cleared, which also had a lot of magical beasts, and he had purchased a 12-hour limit then as well, but by the end he had almost cleared all the magical beasts inside. So this time, he chose to buy the 12-hour limit first. If it wasn't enough, he could just buy more when he came out. "Alright, sir, please swipe your card here." The woman nodded, took out the card machine, and handed it to Su Chang. Su Chang, with only the strength of a high-level warrior, could naturally detect this, but the woman was too lazy to say much. As long as the other party paid, it was fine. As long as their strength did not exceed that of the magical beasts in the secret realm, they could do as they pleased. As for the consequences of dying, that was none of their faction's business. After receiving the token, he followed the guide to the entrance of the secret realm, and Su Chang stepped directly inside. Spending money to enter a secret realm, if many warriors purchased the same secret realm, they would need to queue, but the secret realm Su Chang chose did not require any queuing. Upon entering the secret realm, Su Chang immediately saw several third-tier low-level magical beasts. He took out his battle knife. After all, there were no other people in the secret realm, so he didn't have to worry about exposing anything. Thunder prison breaking heaven infinite slash. Rip. In an instant, a blade of light over 100 meters long appeared, accompanied by terrifying thunder, causing the area within several hundred meters in front of Su Chang to be filled with endless lightning, truly resembling a thunder prison. Boom! With a single slash, the terrifying blade light seemed to tear apart the void, causing the surrounding space to slightly distort. When the blade light and the lightning within several hundred meters disappeared, everything in that area was utterly destroyed. The earlier third-tier low-level magical beasts didn't even leave behind their corpses. Hiss! What the hell? This is too strong, right? Looking at the destruction caused by just one slash, Su Chang couldn't help but take a deep breath. This was merely the strength of a primary great warrior. If he were stronger, the destructive power and range would be even more terrifying. After all, the stronger the strength, the greater the power of the martial skills unleashed. For example, a martial god, even when unleashing the power of a D-level martial skill, would probably be many times more powerful than Su Chang unleashing an SSS-level martial skill combined with an SS-level treasured blade. In reality, no matter how Su Chang speculated, he would underestimate the power of SSS-level martial skills and SS-level weapons because his strength was still too low. Whether it was SSS-level martial skills or SS-level weapons, they were not something an ordinary warrior could possess. To have either one must either be exceptionally strong or have a terrifying background. Many warriors with S-level martial skills can use that martial skill for decades, or even hundreds of years, because the power of S-level martial skills is completely sufficient for them. They just need to continuously improve their strength, and then the skills will become even stronger. With the configuration Su Chang has, many warriors who have cultivated for hundreds of years do not have a configuration as strong as his, with both SSS level martial skills and an SS level treasured blade. No matter which type, they are too rare. And even with money, one cannot buy them. Wealth, status, strength, and background are all indispensable, only then might there be a chance to obtain SSS level martial arts or SSS level weapons. After the shock, Su Chang did not waste time and continued to hunt monsters. Although there were less than 15 days until the secret realm opened, time was pressing for Su Chang, and he could not afford to waste it. Thunder Prison Breaking the Heavens. Ultimate Slash. Boom. Kill a tier 3 low-level monster, gain 300 experience points. Kill a tier 3 low-level monster, gain 300 experience points. Congratulations, your martial arts level has risen to level 5300. Now, when Su Chang killed tier 3 low-level monsters, the martial arts experience he gained was very high, a full 300 points, mainly because his own strength was equivalent to that of a tier 3 low-level monster, hence the high experience points. If he were to kill tier 2 monsters now, the experience points would probably be less than half, around a third, or even less. This is Xianling. Grass, market price around 800,000, take it. This one is good too, take it away. Another 3-leaf shoe fruit, good stuff, take them all. While slaying monsters, Su Chang naturally wouldn't forget to collect those rare materials. After all, he spent 5 million gold coins to enter this secret realm. If he didn't earn several times that amount on the way out, he would feel he had lost out. Anyway, the spatial storage he obtained from Zhao Wujia had a full 10 cubic meters of space, enough to hold plenty of items, so Su Chang no longer had to worry about space being insufficient. Surely the previous secret realm I spent money on didn't have enough monsters, but thankfully the experience points were considerable. Each such secret realm can raise martial arts levels by 3 to 500, which is quite good, Su Chang thought to himself. Thunder Prison Breaking the Heavens Ultimate Slash. Boom. Congratulations, your martial arts level has risen to level 5400. Congratulations, your martial arts level has risen to level 5500. Time passed quickly, and Su Chang seemed tireless as he rapidly hunted monsters. Although he had previously mentioned that if time was insufficient, he would buy more after exiting, it was naturally best to clear out most of the monsters in the secret realm at once. Congratulations, your martial arts level has risen to level 5918. As soon as the 12 hours were up, Su Chang's figure immediately disappeared from the secret realm, not even staying for an extra second. However, the monsters in this secret realm had already been mostly killed by Su Chang, and as for the rare materials, he had naturally not wasted them, collecting quite a few, definitely worth several million. Thus, this secret realm was almost considered exhausted. Leaving the service point under this force, Su Chang did not waste time and continued to the next force. If there was no suitable secret realm, he would just move on to the next one. After all, with the vastness of the 9th district and so many forces, he would surely encounter a secret realm that suited his goals. Strange, isn't that Su Chang? It seems so, but how is that possible? Isn't he an F-level martial arts talent? How did he reach the advanced martial artist realm? Looks like it's just someone similar, not the Su Chang who was eliminated from the martial arts 3. A mid-level martial artist student, seeing Su Chang's back and profile, couldn't help but speak in surprise. But he didn't believe this was Su Chang. After all, it was well known that a waste with F-level martial arts talent would be lucky to advance to a low-level martial artist in their lifetime, let alone an advanced martial artist. Time flew by, and while Su Chang was immersed in hunting monsters, 7 days passed. In those 7 days, Su Chang's martial arts level did not rise as high as he had expected, only reaching level 8121. This was mainly because he had been tricked several times. The secret realms selected by the opposing forces claimed to meet Su Chang's requirements, but after Su Chang finished hunting, he realized they were far from what he needed. At least once, it took him 12 hours to raise his martial arts level by about 100 levels, and it cost him 8 million. This made Su Chang want to spit blood, but the consequence of being cheated was that this secret realm completely wasted Su Chang. Otherwise, how could he vent this anger? A secret realm with so many magical beasts, this is just too few, sigh. But at this speed, by the time that secret realm opens, my martial arts level should reach around 10,000. Reaching a martial arts level of 10,000 would mean I've completed the small goal I set earlier. And the next goal is to raise my martial arts level to 100,000. Su Chang thought to himself, feeling the insane increase in strength every day. His desire for a martial arts level upgrade grew stronger. The speed of this power increase was truly captivating. Just as Su Chang was heading to a branch of the Martial Arts Association to handle the heavenly materials and earthly treasures he had collected in his spatial storage, he suddenly heard someone selling slots for a secret realm key. Since the branch of the Martial Arts Association was located in a place with a high flow of people, some chose to sell here. A secret realm that opens once every 50 years, one secret realm key can carry 3 martial artists, now selling 3 slots, each slot for 100 million gold coins. Don't miss this rare opportunity. A man who had reached the high-level Grand Marshal Master realm was shouting, "Is this for real? But that price is too high, right? 100 million gold coins for one slot. 3 slots could earn 300 million. Why not just rob it?" Exactly, it's too shady. Also, who knows if this is real or fake? It's hard to believe this is true. Even if it is, there's no guarantee that after taking the money, they won't suddenly change their mind. Selling here, it's 100% fake. The secret realm key might be real, but after taking the money, they will definitely run. They'll just find another place to continue scamming. Everyone, don't believe this person. There are too many scammers nowadays. It's hard to guard against. The shouting of this high-level Grand Martial Master immediately attracted a large crowd of martial artists. After all, just the fact that he offered a price of 100 million gold coins was enough to draw people over to check it out. However, not many martial artists believed it, as one martial artist pointed out, the possibility of being scammed was extremely high, and no one could guarantee anything. "I guarantee I will not scam you. Once I take the money, I will definitely take you there," the high-level Grand Martial Master, seeing that no one believed him, anxiously assured. However, still, not many martial artists were convinced. At this moment, Su Chang heard the shouting and also moved closer, as he had heard the mention of a secret realm that opened once every 50 years. He just happened to have a secret realm key like that, which also opened once every 50 years. When Su Chang got closer, he saw that the secret realm key held by this high-level Grand Martial Master was actually identical to his own. Right, a martial artist holding a secret realm key can take 3 people inside, and this slot can indeed be sold. Why didn't I think of that? Su Chang's eyes suddenly lit up, secretly thinking that going in alone would be a total waste. However, Su Chang also felt that the actions of this high-level Grand Martial Master were somewhat inappropriate. After all, everyone knew that the secret realm key in his hand was real. But who would take the risk with such an unguaranteed purchasing method? This was 100 million for one slot, not just a few 100,000 or a million. If scammed, the loss would be significant. But this price was clearly too high, and the other martial artists were right. The price was too shady. Because this secret realm that opened once every 50 years had a maximum level that could not exceed the limit of a Grand Martial Master, and the value of 100 million gold coins was something that even most Grand Martial Masters could not afford. The main issue is that the other party has so much money that they can buy a large batch of resources for cultivation, enhancing their martial attributes. They wouldn't keep so much money on hand unless they were saving to purchase something worth over 100 million. However, this high-level Grand Martial Master is clearly not a fool. He understands this point. After all, his own strength level is only that of a high-level Grand Martial Master. He publicly set the price at 100 million gold coins for a spot, clearly not intending for ordinary martial artists to buy it, but rather for wealthy individuals, martial artists from affluent families. There are quite a few keys to this secret realm, but not everyone who obtains one will be wealthy. If a rich martial artist knows about this secret realm but doesn't have a key, they will naturally want to buy one. Sure enough, at that moment, a young high-level martial artist approached, flanked by bodyguards. "The price is too high, and there's no guarantee. How about this? I'll buy your secret realm key for 200 million. The young man looked at the high-level Grand Martial Master and said directly. The high-level Grand Martial Master felt a bit pleased that someone was finally interested. But when he heard the young man's words, he felt a bit troubled. "Little brother, I can sell you the secret realm key for 200 million, but I need one spot for myself because I want to go in too." The high-level Grand Martial Master hesitated for a moment but still stated his requirement. "That's not acceptable. 200 million is already a high price. Since I'm buying it, I will definitely bring my own bodyguards into the secret realm." The young man shook his head and directly refused. "In that case, I can't sell it to you." The high-level Grand Martial Master gritted his teeth and turned down the young man. "What? Big brother, are you stupid? 200 million gold coins. Do you know how many resources that can buy? Why not just take the money and avoid the danger of fighting for resources in the secret realm?" "Exactly. Entering the secret realm is dangerous. You could die at any moment. Selling the secret realm key for 200 million means you can already buy a lot of resources. Even if you enter the secret realm and manage to come out alive, with so many people competing for resources, can you guarantee you'll get treasures worth over 200 million? This person is too greedy. He won't sell for 200 million. It seems that the young man has money and wants to squeeze more out of him. Definitely. Does he really think people are fools? If it were me, I would immediately hand over the secret realm key and go spend the 200 million. By doing this, no one will buy his secret realm key, and as for the spot, that's even less likely. This person doesn't seem trustworthy. The other martial artists around saw this and began to criticize, believing that this high-level Grand Martial Master had a problem with his thinking and suspected he had ulterior motives. Selling spots in the secret realm was definitely a scam. The bidding young man's brows furrowed slightly and his expression turned ugly. In fact, he saw that this high-level Grand Martial Master wouldn't sell for 200 million and indeed wanted to raise the price a bit because the items that could be found in this secret realm were extraordinary. Don't be fooled by the fact that this secret realm opens once every 50 years. The items that come out of it are much better than those from many secret realms that open once every 100 years. You guys don't know anything. You have no clue about this secret realm and are just blabbering here. If you can't afford it, just leave. The high-level Grand Martial Master angrily scolded the onlookers. TCH. Scammer. We're not even interested in watching. Let's go, let's go. This is a scammer, and now that he's been exposed, he's angry and embarrassed? Little brother, don't buy it. People like this don't say 200 million, even 200,000, don't buy from him. Be careful not to get scammed. This scammer is angry and embarrassed. The other martial artists, scolded, were naturally displeased and began to call the high-level Grand Martial Master a scammer. If they were outside, most martial artists would naturally not dare to say such things, but now they were in the city and no one dared to act. These martial artists were naturally not afraid of this senior Grand Master. However, the words of the senior Grand Master stirred something in Su Chang's heart. If it had been before, when Su Chang had little money, if he had obtained the key to the secret realm and someone offered 200 million, he might have sold it. Now that he had money, he naturally wouldn't care about that 200 million, but it must be said that the boy's offer of 200 million was indeed not low. So why did this senior Grand Master refuse to sell? It was clear that the other party wasn't lacking in judgment, but rather that there was something in this secret realm worth risking for. What could it be? Is there something about this secret realm that I don't know, even after checking with the Martial Arts Association? Su Chang thought, filled with suspicion. With that in mind, Su Chang didn't hesitate and walked directly towards the senior Grandmaster. Brother, I have a suggestion for you. Selling it like this definitely won't work. Why not put it in the auction area of the Martial Arts Association and auction off the spot? For a secret realm spot like this, as long as it's auctioned through the Martial Arts Association, there will be their people to guarantee it. Neither you nor the person buying your spot will have to worry about any dishonesty. Su Chang spoke directly to the senior Grand Master, without any small talk. Right. Why didn't I think of that? Upon hearing this, the senior Grand Master immediately slapped his forehead, his expression turning joyful. Thank you, little brother. If it weren't for your reminder, I really wouldn't have thought of going up there. Moreover, this secret realm is about to open, and if I can't sell the spot, going in alone would really be a waste. The senior Grand Master said happily. If it weren't for the high value of this secret realm spot, he would have wanted to give Su Chang a spot, but seeing that Su Chang was only at the level of a senior martial artist, his strength was too low, even giving it to him would be a waste. I don't have much money on me right now, but once I sell the secret realm spot, I'll give you 5 million as a reward for reminding me. I hope you won't think it's too little brother. The senior Grand Master continued, his tone very generous. Upon hearing this, Su Chang felt that the man in front of him was quite decent, not like a scammer. That's not necessary, but I would like to ask something, and I hope you can inform me. Su Chang slightly shook his head. He didn't lack money, so there was no need to take this 5 million. Oh, what is it? Little brother, feel free to ask. The senior Grand Master was quite surprised upon hearing this. After all, for a senior martial artist, 5 million was already a lot, yet the other party actually didn't want it? I want to know, what important things are there in this secret realm? Su Chang asked in a low voice. Su Chang absolutely did not believe that if there were no special items in this secret realm, it would be hard for any martial artist to resist the 200 million price. However, when he asked this, it left the senior Grand Master momentarily stunned. Su Chang had thought that if the other party was unwilling to say he could just spend some money, the other party would eventually speak. But what Su Chang didn't expect was that after the man paused for a moment, he didn't hesitate too much and began to explain directly. Since you don't know what's inside, let me explain it to you. After all, it's not some particularly important secret. The senior Grand Master looked at Su Chang with a somewhat meaningful expression. I hope you will inform me, Su Chang said calmly. In fact, the most important thing that comes out of this secret realm is not well known to ordinary martial artists. Mainly, those families and forces are not good people and deliberately conceal it. This secret realm is quite special. Although it opens once every 50 years, the level of attention it receives is much higher than that of the usual secret realms that open once every 100 years. The main reason is that this secret realm can produce divine fallen crystals. The senior martial master emphasized the last 3 words with a heavier tone. Divine fallen crystals? What is that? Hearing this, Su Chang was directly puzzled. It seems you don't know what this is either, so let me tell you what divine fallen crystals are. The senior martial master, seeing Su Chang's confused expression, continued without hesitation. Divine fallen crystals are said to be formed only when powerful warriors who have reached the martial emperor level or above fall. There is a certain probability that they will condense a type of crystal at the moment of their demise, and this crystal is called Divine Fallen Crystal. The function of the Divine Fallen Crystal is that, after a martial artist refines it, they can directly advance one level. The Divine Fallen Crystals that appear in this secret realm can be refined by any martial artist whose level does not exceed the limit of a great martial master. So, no matter who it is, regardless of how poor their martial talent is, refining a Divine Fallen Crystal will inevitably cause their martial attributes to soar, allowing them to immediately advance to the next level. Moreover, there are no restrictions on refining this thing. As long as you can obtain enough of them, you can refine and advance from a beginner martial artist all the way to the limit of a great martial master without any problem. These levels of Divine Fallen Crystal should be produced when a martial emperor level warrior falls. If they are of a higher quality, then the fallen warrior would have been at an even higher level. Unfortunately, regardless of the level of Divine Fallen Crystals, their quantity is far too scarce. Now you should understand how precious the items produced in this secret realm are, right? Especially this year, because the new student competition has not yet started, and this year's new martial artists, especially those with influential backgrounds, will go to great lengths for this secret realm, won't they? The senior martial master explained slowly, his eyes filled with a faint greed. Who wouldn't want such a thing? Especially for martial artists whose levels have not yet reached the limit of a great martial master. After hearing this, Su Chang felt a bit dazed. Although he had never learned about Divine Fallen Crystals before, just listening to the senior martial master's words, he already understood that these Divine Fallen Crystals were extraordinarily precious. Usually, everyone uses rare materials or pills to refine and continuously enhance their martial attributes to advance. Whether refining rare materials or swallowing pills, it definitely requires a lot of time. It's not as simple as just swallowing them and having your martial attributes soar immediately. Moreover, those with low martial talent refine them even slower, so their strength increases naturally at a slower pace. But with these Divine Fallen Crystals, not only can they be refined quickly, but once refined, the martial attributes will soar, allowing for a direct advancement of one level. Furthermore, the senior martial master also mentioned that there are no restrictions on refining Divine Fallen Crystals. Whether you are a talented genius with high martial talent or someone with poor martial talent, you can directly advance. For ordinary martial artists, Divine Fallen Crystals are undoubtedly a luxury, but for martial artists with status and background, the allure is absolutely immense. Especially for this year's new martial artists, martial talents, once they obtain a Divine Fallen Crystal, even if it's just one, as long as they refine it, they can quickly advance one level, far surpassing other martial talents of the same level. Of course, the use of Divine Fallen Crystals is naturally better for those with higher martial levels. The Divine Fallen Crystals produced in this secret realm can only be refined and advanced by martial artists below the limit of a great martial master. Undoubtedly, the best effect is achieved when the level reaches Great Martial Master, especially when reaching Senior Great Martial Master. Refining it will maximize the effect and allow them to advance to the limit of a Great Martial Master. But for this year's martial talents, before the new student competition begins, they will do everything possible to enhance their strength. Even if I can elevate my realm by just one level, I can surpass other geniuses and compete for a higher rank. Therefore, the desire of those martial arts geniuses in this session for the Divine Fallen Crystal within this secret realm is absolutely unprecedentedly strong. Now, you understand why I wouldn't sell it even for 200 million, right? The senior martial master looked at Su Chang and continued. Don't think that just because I'm a senior martial master now, I could ever hope to advance to the ultimate martial master without special heavenly materials or treasures. My martial arts talent level is too low. Being a martial master is my limit. The only reason I could cultivate to this level is that I've lived longer than others. In order to advance to the ultimate martial master, I'm willing to take a risk and enter. So I must secure a spot with the secret realm key I've obtained. As the senior martial master spoke, a hint of sarcasm appeared on his face, a reflection of his helplessness regarding his low martial arts talent. That boy just now, he probably thinks I don't know what treasures will appear in this secret realm, but he will definitely come looking for me later to buy my secret realm key. But you just reminded me, I've decided to sell the spot through an auction. With the guarantee of the Martial Arts Association, there won't be any issues. Little brother, I won't waste any more time. See you next time. The senior martial master said, cupping his hands to Su Chang before quickly leaving and entering the Martial Arts Association branch. So that's how it is, damn it. It seems the Martial Arts Association isn't as selfless as I imagined. I spent 10 million to gather information, and they didn't even mention this, Su Chang said resentfully after watching the senior martial master leave. It seems the senior martial master was right. For such secretive matters, all major forces choose to conceal them. The purpose is obvious, they don't want too many ordinary martial artists to know. Because if ordinary martial artists are unaware, they will only think the secret realm is ordinary, and when an ordinary martial artist obtains the secret realm key, they can buy it at a lower price. I didn't know before, but if I were short on money and someone really offered 200 million, I might have sold it. The divine fallen crystal? Humph. This time, I want to grab them all. You won't get a single one. Su Chung thought coldly. This is what is called monopoly. There is always a monopoly present. From this, it can be inferred that there are many things in the world that ordinary martial artists are completely unaware of. Even if ordinary martial artists obtain them, they might sell them cheaply without knowing, because if even a terrifying force like the Martial Arts Association can't find out the specific uses, then most people might think such things are useless. Thus, if Su Cheng's true strength is only that of a senior martial artist and he obtains this secret realm key, he might think it has little value. After researching it, not knowing what treasures will appear in the secret realm, in a situation where his strength is too low, he would definitely choose to sell it, and the price wouldn't be too high. Since these forces have chosen to keep information private, the price offered would be very low, perhaps just a few million. After checking the information about this secret realm key at the Martial Arts Association, Su Cheng simply thought that since it is a secret realm that opens once every 50 years, there must be plenty of heavenly materials and treasures inside, and probably many magical beasts as well. He also wanted to enter and see what makes this secret realm different from other ordinary ones. His initial thought was that simple. But now, unexpectedly, he learned that this secret realm is far from being as simple as it appears. On the surface, and naturally, he felt very angry. This is clearly a concealment and deception. Don't these forces like to monopolize? Do they want the martial artists under their influence to enter the secret realm and snatch the divine fallen crystal? Fine, then they shouldn't blame him for being ruthless when the time comes. The Godfall crystal is indeed powerful, but it doesn't hold much value for me. Once I obtain it, I can easily sell it, which would be another source of income. I just wonder how many Godfall crystals there will be in this secret realm. Su Cheng thought to himself. The Godfall crystal is a huge temptation for martial artists below the level of extreme grandmasters, but for Su Cheng, it truly doesn't matter much. Although he could refine and use it as well, he really sees no need. He would rather sell it for money. Time is running out. It seems I must quickly raise my martial arts level to 10,000. That way, my strength among extreme grandmasters will be unmatched. No matter what trump cards these extreme grandmasters have, they will not be my opponents. Knowing that the Godfall crystals appearing in this secret realm would surely be snatched up frantically by this generation of martial arts geniuses, it follows that these geniuses' families would definitely provide some trump cards for the extreme grandmaster guards. Even among the large families, the guards they send out are almost all at the level of the strongest extreme grandmasters, and with some treasures and trump cards, they could very well unleash combat power that surpasses that of extreme grandmasters. I've also sold the other 3 spots, I can't let them go to waste. At this point, it seems one spot for 100 million is a bit low. Su Cheng couldn't help but sneer. He had previously thought the price offered by that high-level grandmaster was too outrageous, but now, knowing the situation, he felt that 100 million was too low. Soon after, Su Cheng entered the nearby branch of the Martial Arts Association. Help me auction off this secret realm key spot. Upon entering, he went straight to the auction area, took out the secret realm key, and said, "Another key to the secret realm?" The staff member looked at the secret realm key in Su Cheng's hand with some surprise. "Oh, are there many people auctioning this secret realm key?" Su Cheng couldn't help but ask. "Yes, quite a few. Since 3 days ago, there have been more. Some are directly auctioning the secret realm keys, while others are auctioning spots." The woman nodded. "Sir, this secret realm key can additionally carry 3 spots. How many spots do you want to auction off? What is the starting price?" The woman continued. "Auction off all 3 spots." What is the starting price for others?" Su Cheng asked, intrigued. "That can't be disclosed. You can set your own starting price. In any case, there will ultimately be a roughly fixed price. If it's too high, it will just go unsold." The woman shook her head slightly, refusing to answer Su Cheng's question. "Then let's set the starting price at 200 million gold coins per spot." Since that's the case, Su Cheng casually stated a starting price. After all, if someone wants it, that's great, and if not, so be it. 200 million? The woman gasped slightly, looking at Su Cheng in surprise. "All right, it's all set. The secret realm key will be kept in our custody, and we will notify you once the auction is over." The woman nodded and took the secret realm key. Su Cheng didn't know whether the starting price he set was high or low, but he couldn't be bothered. After all, this secret realm key was obtained from Zhao Wuji, like picking it up for free. Leaving the auction area, Su Cheng prepared to continue to the service points under other forces, looking for secret realms with a large number of magical beasts to quickly raise his martial arts level. However, on the way, Su Cheng saw the area where the Martial Arts Association published and accepted tasks, and he felt a stir in his heart and walked over. "Hello, I would like to ask if there is any information about the Dark Demon Clan?" Su Cheng inquired. "Yes, but do you have any specific requirements? For example, which type of Dark Demon Clan? That way, it will be quicker to search and filter." The staff member nodded in response. Hearing the other party's explanation, Su Chang felt a surge of joy inside. He had been so busy grinding monsters that he almost forgot about the Dark Demon Clan. The experience points gained from killing the unicorn demons he encountered in the spatial rift were much higher than those from monsters of the same level. Any Dark Demon Clan will do, as long as their strength is within the 3rd tier range. It's best if there are many of them in the clan, Su Chang stated his requirements. Upon hearing his words, the staff member quickly got to work and found some information. In less than a minute. Sir, there are quite a few Dark Demon clans that meet your requirements. Let me filter out the one with the largest number. The Minotaur Demon Clan is currently hiding in the southern direction of our 9th district, over 1,000 kilometers away from the urban area. The number of surviving members in the Minotaur clan is around 1,200, with most of them at the beginner to intermediate levels of the 3rd tier. However, this Minotaur clan has a chieftain whose strength has reached the 3rd tier limit, the female staff member quickly explained. Although human warriors despised the Dark Demon Clan, most of the strong ones had already been slain by human experts, leaving only a few that were barely surviving. For these remaining, low-strength dark demons, human warriors allowed them to be hunted down, which served as a form of training. Of course, there were many dark demons, but not too many could be tracked down, most were hidden too deeply. Like the unicorn demons that Su Chang had previously exterminated, humans had not been able to locate their hiding place before they escaped into the spatial rift. If it weren't for the appearance of that spatial rift, they would not have revealed their hiding spot. Listening to the woman's introduction, Su Chang couldn't help but feel eager. About 1,200 3rd-tier dark demons could at least elevate his martial arts level by several hundred levels. Of course, he would need to kill this Minotaur clan first to know how much martial arts experience he could gain. Alright, let's go with this one. Give me the coordinates of their hiding place. Su Chang nodded, deciding to exterminate the Minotaur clan. The inquiry fee is 2 million. Thank you. Please swipe your card here, the woman said with a smile. Su Chang was not surprised. After all, in this era, everything required money, and he had already gotten used to it. After swiping his card, Su Chang successfully obtained the hiding location of the Minotaur clan. To avoid wasting time, he quickly left the Martial Arts Association and headed towards the southern direction of the 9th district, racing towards the coordinates of the Minotaur clan as fast as he could. After all, it was over 1,000 kilometers away, and traveling that distance would take some time. Dark demons whose locations could be tracked down usually had nothing of value left in their clans, making it not worth the effort for other high-level martial artists to hunt them down. Moreover, with around 1,200 members in the Minotaur clan, unless a large group of high-level martial artists organized an assault, individual high-level martial artists would not provoke the Minotaur clan. Furthermore, there were no valuable treasures in the Minotaur clan, making it not worth the risk. If there were treasures, they would have been taken by some force long ago. There would be no chance for others. Only someone like Su Chang would choose to hunt monsters and races with large numbers, even when there was no benefit. In just under 6 hours, Su Chang covered the more than 1,800 kilometers at a rapid pace. Mainly, he had to confirm his direction along the way, otherwise he might have gone off course. Although he had the coordinates provided by the Martial Arts Association, the Minotaur clan's hiding place was naturally very concealed, causing Su Chang to search for quite a while. These dark demons really know how to hide. If it weren't for the coordinates, I probably wouldn't have found them. Around here, Su Chang thought as he finally spotted the Minotaur clan settlement after a careful search. The tribe was not small, after all. It had around 1,200 members. Hey, die. Thunder prison break heaven infinite slash. Boom. Su Chang didn't waste any words, drawing his battle knife and swiftly charging into the Minotaur tribe. Before the Minotaurs could react, he struck with a single slash. Terrifying lightning enveloped an area of 500 to 600 meters. In recent days, as Su Chang's strength increased, the power of his SSS-level martial skills became even more formidable. Puff, puff. A large number of Minotaurs, caught off guard, were instantly turned to ashes in the lightning. Kill a Tier 3 beginner demon warrior, gain 500 experience points. Kill a Tier 3 intermediate demon warrior, gain 600 experience points. Congratulations, your martial arts level has risen to level 8,182. So refreshing. Watching his martial arts level soar by dozens of levels, Su Chang secretly sighed in comfort. Among the Minotaurs, the weakest were all Tier 3 beginners, and they were the most numerous. Then there were not many Tier 3 intermediates, and even fewer Tier 3 advanced ones. The strongest was just a single Tier 3 limit strength Minotaur chief. Su Chang was very satisfied with this experience. Killing 2 Tier 3 beginner demon warriors allowed his martial arts level to increase by 1 level, and the speed was quite fast. Previously, when he was in the spatial rift, killing Tier 2 unicorn demons also yielded several hundred experience points, but at that time, Su Chang's strength was only at the level of an extreme martial artist. Now, his strength had already reached that of an extreme grand martial artist, and if he were to kill Tier 2 demons again, the experience points would certainly not be as much as before. Killing tier 3 dark demons, equivalent to a grand martial artist, would naturally not yield much less experience points. A human martial artist? A human martial artist is coming to kill us. Damn. We just found this place a few months ago. How could we be discovered? How many human martial artists are there? Only one, and just a high-level martial artist. No more human martial artists have been found. Bullshit. How could there be only one, and just a high-level martial artist? When did human high-level martial artists become so terrifying? There really is only one human, and it's at the high-level martial artist realm. Kill him. He has already killed so many of our kin. Kill this damned human. Such a huge shock stunned the entire Minotaur tribe. They thought a group of human powerhouses had come to encircle them. However, the Minotaurs closest to Su Chang, who had not died, quickly realized that there was only one human, and no one else. Upon discovering this, the Minotaur warriors instantly became furious, believing that this human martial artist had surrendered and thus killed so many of their kin. As for the fact that the opponent was only at the high-level martial artist realm, why bother with that? As long as it was a human martial artist, it was an enemy that must be killed with all their might. Ha ha, come on. I love your kind, beasts, with your reckless and fearless nature. Seeing this, Su Chang laughed heartily. Thunder Prison Break Heaven Infinite Slash. Boom. Su Chang struck again and again, continuously unleashing terrifying martial skills. With each slash, at least a dozen or 20 Minotaur warriors died, and at most, dozens or even hundreds. It mainly depended on their density. The more they clustered together, the more Minotaur warriors would be turned to ashes with a single slash. Kill a tier 3 beginner demon warrior, gain 500 experience points. Kill a tier 3 intermediate demon warrior, gain 600 experience points. Congratulations, your martial arts level has risen to level 8362. Congratulations, your martial arts level has risen to level 8511. In a short time, Su Chang had already slain more than half of the 1,200-member Minotaur tribe, with most not even leaving behind a corpse. In the vast bullhead demon tribe, there were severed limbs and broken arms everywhere, a scene of utter misery. If it weren't for the large size and considerable number of the bullhead demons occupying an area of about 10 kilometers, there would have been even more of them slain by Su Chang at this time. The remaining bullhead demon warriors stared blankly at their dead or disintegrated kin, unable to utter a word, their bodies trembling with fear. This human warrior was terrifying, and with each strike of his martial technique, their kin were easily torn apart like watermelons. At that moment, a thunderous roar echoed. Human, dare to slaughter my kin at will, I will make you pay with your life. Boom! A figure moving at incredible speed dashed through the remaining bullhead demon warriors and stood right in front of Su Chang. Meanwhile, not long after Su Chang handed over the key to the secret realm to the Martial Arts Association for auction, the auction house began. The main reason was that in recent days there had been too many warriors selling slots or keys to the secret realm, and the secret realm was set to open in just a few days. Therefore, the Martial Arts Association had organized many auctions to sell slots or keys, to ensure that more capable warriors could enter the secret realm without wasting opportunities. Today, there are 10 sellers for the slots and keys to the secret realm. Those in need, please prepare for bidding. There are less than 7 days left until the secret realm opens. The auction began with the appearance of a stunning woman. Many warriors came to bid, but most were from wealthy families, as such warriors were not short on money. Ordinary warriors were few, as many of them were unaware of the opening of this secret realm, let alone the existence of the Godfall crystals within, and their value. This was merely the 9th district, one of the branches of the Martial Arts Association. Similar auctions were taking place in other districts, all for selling slots and keys to the secret realm. Now, we have the first key to the secret realm, selling 3 slots with a starting price of 100 million gold coins. Bidding starts now. The enchanting woman took out the first key to the secret realm and looked around as she spoke. 110 million. As soon as she finished speaking, a young girl placed a bid, increasing it by 10 million. In recent days, the starting prices for slots sold by others were not high, around 50 million or 80 million, but the final transaction prices were generally around 150 million. Therefore, although the starting price for today's first key to the secret realm was 100 million, as long as it didn't exceed the previous transaction prices, the wealthy bidders wouldn't care much. 120 million. As soon as the girl finished her bid, someone immediately raised the price. 150 million. However, what surprised everyone was that someone directly bid 150 million, reaching the previous transaction price. At this point, no one continued to bid. After all, everyone was gradually increasing their bids, hoping to snag a deal, but jumping straight to 150 million clearly indicated that the bidder was determined to win. After calculations, the value of one slot was around 150 million. Any higher wouldn't be worth it. The first slot was sold for 150 million. Now we begin the second slot, with a starting price still at 100 million. One by one, the slots were quickly auctioned. off, mostly at 150 million, with no bids lower than that, although there were 2 instances where bids reached 160 million. Soon, the slots for the first 9 keys to the secret realm had been auctioned off, and now it was time for the last key of the day, also selling 3 slots. This is the last key to the secret realm today, selling 3 slots, and the starting price, 200 million. The enchanting woman paused for a moment as she spoke. Damn, whose secret realm key is this? The starting price is 200 million. Are you out of your mind thinking about money? We're not short on cash, but don't think we're fools. Who would want a starting price of 200 million? Which idiot set this starting price? 200 million for a spot? They might as well keep it for themselves. As soon as the enchanting woman announced the starting price, it caused quite a stir, and many people began to curse. If this starting price were just a few million or 10 million more than most transaction prices, it could be accepted. At worst, they could settle for the starting price. But a starting price of 200 million was too high for these people to accept. Although they were all from wealthy families and not lacking in money, they still had to calculate costs. Buying a spot would cost over 100 million to 200 million, and while they could bring an extra guard inside, if they didn't obtain the divine fallen crystal and the guard died, the loss would be even greater. After all, the number of keys to the secret realm was substantial, meaning more warriors would enter, and the competition would naturally be fierce. Once the divine fallen crystal appeared, the bloodshed would be unimaginable. If there were only 2 or 3 keys to the secret realm and only a dozen warriors entering, then both the key and the spots would be extremely valuable. Forget about 1 or 200 million, even if the price multiplied tenfold, there would still be bidders competing. Although this starting price is quite high, there aren't many days left until the secret realm opens. I estimate that in the last few days, the price for this spot will rise even higher. So, the starting price of 200 million is something you all might want to consider. After all, many people are vying for each spot. Seeing that no one was bidding, the enchanting woman spoke up. As a member of the Martial Arts Association, she naturally hoped everything would be auctioned off, as the association would take a cut and she would earn a commission as well. Hearing her words, the crowd hesitated. If, in the end, they wanted to enter the secret realm but hadn't secured a spot, they would definitely raise their bids. However, even so, no one chose to bid. Just as the enchanting woman was about to announce that the last 3 spots had gone unsold, a voice suddenly rang out. I'll take the 3 spots, sold at the starting price, a total of 600 million. It was a woman's voice, very cold, her face obscured by a black veil. But just from her silhouette, it was clear she was a very beautiful woman. What the hell? Many warriors in the auction hall were slightly shocked upon hearing this, looking in the direction of the woman, all guessing her identity. However, the crowd was only momentarily surprised. After all, there were plenty of wealthier individuals around. Some wealthy warriors directly purchased multiple spots just to bring in more guards, and once inside the secret realm, they could regroup. There were quite a few warriors who did this. Soon the auction ended. After all, this was just an auction for spots, and there wouldn't be anything special, so the competition was as expected. Over 1,000 kilometers away, Su Chang had no idea that the 3 spots he was selling had been sold so quickly, and all to the same person. Humans, dare to slaughter my kin at will, I will make you pay. The leader of the Bullhead Demon Clan appeared, his face filled with rage, a powerful aura emanating from him as he glared fiercely at Su Chang. Leader, kill that damned human. He has killed hundreds of our kin. We barely have enough as it is, and now half of them are dead. Leader, avenge our kin. Do these despicable humans really want to wipe us out? Kill him. Devour his flesh and blood. The other members of the Bullhead Demon Clan, seeing their leader appear, instantly became invigorated. The fear from before vanished, replaced by ferocity and bloodlust. Su Chang looked at the Minotaur Demon Clan leader that had appeared, his expression calm, showing no signs of fear, but rather excitement. It could be said that this was the strongest opponent Su Chang had encountered since awakening his martial arts talent. A 3rd-tier ultimate powerhouse, and a demon at that. Whether among humans, beasts, or other races, reaching the 3rd tier limit and then advancing to the next realm is a significant challenge. This is a watershed moment. Many martial artists stop at the ultimate grandmaster level, never making any further progress in their lives, and the same goes for beasts and other races. For those ultimate grandmasters, even if their martial arts attributes reach the grandmaster's limit, due to the constraints of their martial arts talent, no amount of breakthrough pills will help them advance, unless they can obtain a higher level divine fallen crystal, but such crystals are not easily acquired. Of course, aside from divine fallen crystals, there may be other special heavenly materials and earthly treasures, but for most ultimate grandmasters, they are simply out of reach. The Minotaur Demon Clan leader before him, in Su Chang's eyes, had already been roughly assessed in terms of strength. According to the total martial arts attributes of an ultimate grandmaster, a total attribute of 35,000 is the standard for promotion to an ultimate grandmaster. This Minotaur Demon Clan leader was roughly equivalent to an ultimate grandmaster with a total martial arts attribute of 38,000, which was not particularly strong. Although Su Chang's total martial arts attributes still had some gap compared To this, he possessed SSS-level martial skills and an SS-level treasured blade, making him completely unafraid of this Minotaur demon clan leader. Not to mention this leader, even if a stronger one came, he would still not be afraid. Enough with the nonsense, I'm not interested in your rambling, just die. Su Chang raised his long knife, pointing it at the Minotaur demon clan leader in the distance, coldly stating, "Human, I know you are a genius. Only a genius among humans could have the ability to kill across realms like you. Killing you, this human genius, would be a huge loss for humanity. You, die for me." Upon hearing this, the Minotaur demon clan leader immediately felt Su Chang's contempt and insult, becoming even angrier. Although it did not understand why Su Chang, merely at the high-level martial artist realm, could slay its third-tier warriors, it knew that Su Chang was definitely a human genius. And now, the most important thing was to eliminate this human genius to prevent more human martial artists from discovering this place. Thunder Prison Breaking Heaven. Infinite Slash. RIP. Faced with the Minotaur demon clan leader's incomprehensible ramblings, Su Chang directly slashed down with his knife, not wanting to waste any more time. After exterminating this dark demon clan, he was thinking about moving on to the next one. Roar! Feeling the terror of this slash, the Minotaur demon clan leader's face changed drastically, but it believed it could block this strike and did not dodge. Put! The Minotaur demon clan leader's eyes widened, and then its massive body was split in two. Kill the third tier. Ultimate demon clan leader. Gain 80,000 experience points. Congratulations, your martial arts level has risen to level 8,596. What the hell? 80,000 experience points, doesn't that mean I just jumped up 80 levels in one go? Su Chang heard the notification, and the smile at the corner of his mouth was almost uncontrollable. This was just too exhilarating. The martial arts experience points given are so satisfying. If I could kill 10 or 8 of these demon clan leaders in a day, my martial arts level would soar every day. Of course, Su Chang was just thinking this way. The main reason for killing this Minotaur demon clan leader was that its strength had reached the third tier limit, and being a demon clan leader, the experience points gained from defeating it were very high. Just like when he was in the spatial rift before, his strength was not as high as it is now. He had only killed a second-tier demon clan elder and gained tens of thousands of experience points. At this moment, while Su Chang felt a sense of relief, the other bull-headed demon warriors stared blankly at the severed body of their clan leader on the ground. They could never have imagined that someone with such strong power as their leader could not even withstand a single strike from this high-level human warrior. They had believed that with the leader's strength, he would soon suppress this human, eagerly waiting to see him begging for mercy in front of them. They had previously slain many human warriors, and there were always those who begged for mercy. Every time they saw a human warrior wailing in despair, they felt immense excitement, and then devoured their prey completely. But now, the contrast was too great, making it hard for them to accept, and they even forgot their fear. However, Su Chang would not stand there foolishly like them. Thunder Prison Breakthrough Infinite Slash. The slaughter began anew, and the remaining bull-headed demon clan members were quickly eliminated by Su Chang, leaving not a single one behind. Congratulations, your martial arts level has risen to level 8,872. The remaining bull-headed demon clan members had raised Su Chang's martial arts level by over 200, nearly 300 levels. Not bad, all the dark demon clan here have raised my martial arts level by over 700 levels. I'm about to reach level 10,000. Su Chang thought with anticipation. After searching around and finding nothing of value, Su Chang left and returned to the 9th district along the same route. Beep beep beep. Just as Su Chang was halfway back, his communicator rang. Although it was now the era of universal martial arts, some technologies from 1,000 years ago had still been preserved and developed quite well. In the urban area, many things were related to technology, but most were for the convenience and service of human warriors. As for using technology to kill beasts or other races, that had long since ceased to develop, as the peak human warriors believed that humans should rely on their own strength to grow rather than external forces. Communication technologies, of course, had been preserved for contact between warriors. Who is it? Su Chang asked after answering the call. Mr. Su Chang, this is the Martial Arts Association. The auction slots for the secret realm keys you consigned have been sold out. When will you come to collect your funds? A sweet voice from a woman came through the communicator. So soon? Su Chang was somewhat surprised. He had just left the urban area to kill Dark Demon Clan members, and within less than a day, the 3 slots for the secret realm keys had already been sold. I'm currently outside and will be back soon, Su Chang replied, then hung up the call. He couldn't be bothered to ask more, since they had sold it. That was even better, and he had gained 600 million gold coins for free. The return trip was slightly shorter than the outbound journey, as he no longer needed to confirm his location. Upon returning to the urban area, Su Chang went directly to the branch of the Martial Arts Association he had visited before. Mr. Su Chang, this card contains 576 million gold coins. We have charged a 4% service fee, said a person from the Martial Arts Association after confirming Su Chang's identity, handing him an anonymous card. Consigning and auctioning items was naturally Not free, whether it was the Martial Arts Association or other forces, they would take a certain fee, some fixed and some based on a percentage. Alright, Su Chang said, taking the anonymous card and nodding. By the way, what should I do with the secret realm key? Should I hand it over to you, or how should it be handled? After putting away the anonymous card, Su Chang asked, as he couldn't forget about this most important item. The key to the secret realm is still kept in our Martial Arts Association. When the time is right, we will notify you to come over again. At that time, you and the person who purchased your spot will follow our Martial Arts Association members to the location of the secret realm. The beautiful martial artist who received Su Chang patiently explained. Although Su Chang's realm was still only that of a high-level martial artist, the total value of the items he had bought and sold in the Martial Arts Association had already exceeded 1 billion. Therefore, his status in the Martial Arts Association was much higher than before. In the future, whenever he came to the Martial Arts Association, he would be received by dedicated personnel, and the level of service had improved significantly. Alright then, Su Chang nodded in response, having no objections. Although there were many shady dealings in the Martial Arts Association and some things were not quite right, they still had a reputation. A key to a secret realm was nothing they would cheat him out of. After that, Su Chang transferred all the funds from this card into his commonly used storage card. However, he did not leave the Martial Arts Association. Instead, he headed straight to the information inquiry area. Now that he was checking the information on the Dark Demon clan himself, he might as well choose it himself since it was all about spending money to inquire. With a bit of time left, he planned to raise his martial arts level to 10,000 first. The number of these dark demons is too small, only a few hundred, 300 to 500 at most, and their strength is not high, almost all below the 3rd tier. Soon, Su Chang filtered out quite a few traces of the dark demons, but looking at the information on these dark demons did not satisfy him. Moreover, some of the hiding spots of the dark demons were very far from the 9th district, with distances of several thousand kilometers. For most of the dark demons now, the farther they were from human urban areas, the better. Forget it, let's find this dark demon and eliminate it. Let's see how much I can raise my martial arts level. After filtering for a while without finding anything satisfactory, Su Chang had to give up, not wanting to waste too much time. There are over 500 clansmen, with the strongest being a 2nd tier limit, and there are 3 of them. This will do. After confirming, Su Chang took action again. This time, Su Chang chose a tribe called the Tooth Blood Demon Clan, which was not very far from the urban area, about 1,000 kilometers away. In less than 3 hours, Su Chang's figure had already arrived at the hiding spot of the Tooth Blood Demon Clan. Without saying a word, Su Chang drew his battle knife and charged in directly. Thunder Prison Breaking Heaven Infinite. Slash. Boom. Kill a 2nd tier intermediate demon warrior, gain 150 experience points. Kill a 2nd tier advanced demon warrior, gain 200 experience points. Congratulations. Your martial arts level has risen to 8,875. Too little. Su Chang had slaughtered a large number of Tooth Blood demon warriors, but the experience points were far less than he had expected. Although killing a few could still raise his level by 1, the difference compared to before was too great, and Su Chang was naturally dissatisfied. However, since he was already here, even if the experience points were minimal, Su Chang would choose to eliminate this dark demon tribe. A human martial artist is coming to kill us. Kill him. Counterattack. Kill him. The Tooth Blood demon warriors, realizing what was happening, roared and charged at Su Chang, wanting to tear him apart. There was no way around it. Su Chang's realm was too deceptive to the enemy, being merely a high-level martial artist. The outcome was predictable. The warriors of the Tooth Blood demon clan were soon slaughtered cleanly by Su Chang. Kill a 2nd tier limit demon elder, gain 10,000 experience points. Congratulations, your martial arts level has risen to 9,008. In the end, Su Chang's martial arts level only increased by a little over 100 levels, and that was after killing 3 2nd tier limit elders, one of whom provided 10,000 experience points. Level 9,000 has been broken through, and to reach level 10,000, there's still 1,000 to go. It seems I can't look for the Dark Demon Clan anymore. I should continue grinding in the secret realms. Su Chang shook his head slightly. If he continued to hunt the Dark Demon Clan, he would have to run back and forth, wasting a lot of time. Previously, when he was grinding in the secret realms, although he had been tricked several times, his martial arts level had also increased significantly. The key was that it wouldn't waste too much time, as he didn't need to run outside. Before long, Su Chang returned to the city and hurried to other factions to look for secret realms to grind. On the first day of grinding in the secret realms again, Su Chang's martial arts level rose to 9,182. The increase wasn't much. Clearly, he hadn't found a satisfactory secret realm. It was becoming difficult, and as his strength continued to rise, the experience points he gained were getting less. Secret realms with strong and numerous magical beasts were truly rare. Then came the second day. Congratulations, your martial arts level has risen to 9,516. Su Chang was quite satisfied with this day's increase. He hadn't been tricked. There are still a few days left before the secret realm opens. It should be no problem to raise my martial arts level to 10,000. Su Cheng thought with some joy. Continuing to the third day. Congratulations, your martial arts level has risen to 9,703. The fourth day. Congratulations, your martial arts level has risen to 9,895. It's almost there. Tomorrow I will definitely reach level 10,000. Looking at his current martial arts level, Su Cheng became increasingly happy. However, on the fifth day, as Su Cheng was preparing to grind another secret realm to break through the 10,000 level barrier, his communicator suddenly rang. Mr. Su Cheng, the secret realm is about to open. You can come to the Martial Arts Association to meet us now. The sweet voice continued to sound in the communication. Wait, this secret realm is opening. I remember there are still 3 days left until it opens, right? Has it been moved up? Su Cheng asked, puzzled. There are indeed. Still 3 days left, but it takes time to get there. You wouldn't want to time it perfectly, would you? Moreover, the people who purchased your key slots have already arrived, the sweet voice explained. Then let them wait a bit longer. I'll be there in no more than 6 hours, Su Cheng replied, but he didn't rush over immediately. He had already chosen the secret realm and paid the money. The 10,000 level barrier was right in front of him, and Su Cheng didn't want to give up halfway. Although he could continue to improve later, this was part of his plan to raise his martial arts level to 10,000 before the secret realm opened. And the opening of this secret realm wouldn't happen immediately, there was still time. Just 6 more hours of grinding. If I haven't reached level 10,000 by then so be it. Su Cheng thought as he stepped into the secret realm. Thunder prison breaking the heavens. Infinite slash. Boom. Congratulations, your martial arts level has risen to 9,958. 3 hours quickly passed. Faster. Faster. Just 42 levels left. Su Cheng, as if possessed, didn't even collect the rare materials in the secret realm, instead frantically slaughtering all the magical beasts he saw. The 5th hour. Congratulations, your martial arts level has risen to 10,000. Hearing this prompt, Su Cheng finally breathed a sigh of relief, feeling a sense of satisfaction as if a wish had been fulfilled. Just as Su Cheng was preparing to leave the secret realm, he received another notification. Martial arts level has reached 10,000, unlocking new features. Martial arts talent characteristics. Martial arts level has reached 10,000, unlocking the third exclusive martial arts skill. New features have been unlocked? Hearing this prompt, Su Cheng was momentarily stunned. His initial small goal was to raise his martial arts level to 10,000. As for whether new functions would be unlocked or exclusive martial skills would be available, he hadn't even considered it. So this completely caught Su Cheng off guard, leaving him momentarily unable to believe it. Because in Su Cheng's view, despite having the weakest martial arts talent, looked down upon by others, the ability to infinitely upgrade was a powerful capability. Forget about what special functions might be unlocked later, even if it remained plain and simply involved continuously raising his martial arts level, that would be enough. He didn't need exclusive martial skills or anything else. For Su Cheng, this was already very satisfying. As long as his martial arts attributes were high enough, his strength would be strong enough. Even without martial skills, fighting barehanded wouldn't affect him at all. It just meant he could only fight at the same level as others. But his martial arts talent had repeatedly surprised Su Cheng. First, when his martial arts level reached 500, he unlocked an exclusive martial skill, and every time his martial arts level increased to a certain extent, he would unlock more. Now that his martial arts level had reached 10,000, not only had he unlocked a third exclusive martial skill, but he had also unlocked a new function. And since it could be unlocked, Su Cheng believed that this function would definitely be impressive. Character, Su Cheng Martial Arts. Realm, Advanced Warrior Martial Arts Level, 10,000, 120/1000, Martial Arts Power, 10,012 Martial Arts Spirit, 10,011 Martial Arts Physique, 10,012 Martial Arts Agility, 10,010 Martial Arts Talent, Infinite Upgrade, F Grade, Exclusive Martial Skills, Blood Dragon Fury Demon Fist S Grade, Refreshable Thunder Prison Breaking Heaven Ultimate/SSS Grade. Refreshable Talent Characteristics. Each time a target is killed, there is a chance to increase martial arts level by 1, can be enhanced, others, none. What the hell? Shacking. His attribute panel again, Su Cheng quickly noticed a new function at the end, the talent characteristic, and his eyes widened in an instant. Each time a target is killed, in Su Cheng's view, this should refer to magical beasts, ferocious beasts, alien races, etc., and would not include human warriors. After all, the increase in martial arts level mainly comes from killing these creatures. Killing warriors does not yield martial arts experience points. This is too strong. Each time a target is killed, there is a chance to increase martial arts level by 1, and it can be enhanced? Su Cheng took a deep breath repeatedly to calm his excited heart. But what does this enhancement mean? Is it a chance to enhance, or what? Su Cheng was somewhat puzzled. After all, it seemed to have two meanings. One is the chance, and the other is the increase by 1 level. For example, after the enhancement, does it mean that the chance becomes greater, making it easier to increase the martial arts level after killing a target? Or does it mean that after the enhancement, killing a target gives a chance To increase the martial arts level by 2 levels, or 3 levels, or even higher. Su Chang was thinking about these 2 layers of meaning. Forget it, no need to think about it. I can just test it out, right? Since it can be enhanced, it should be like refreshing exclusive martial skills requiring money. Unable to figure it out, Su Chang decided to just experiment. Wouldn't that make it clear? Enhance. Insufficient talent characteristic points. Enhancement failed. Prompt: talent characteristic points can be exchanged for gold coins at a ratio of 1:1. What the hell? As Su Chang had thought, it indeed required money to enhance, just like exchanging for martial skill points. But 1 billion talent characteristic points was really too much, wasn't it? However, what's the big deal about spending money? Such a powerful martial arts talent characteristic, others would want to spend money but might not even have the chance. Let alone spending 1 billion, even 10 billion wouldn't be considered excessive. That's not bad, I can accept it. Previously, I spent nearly 200 million gold coins to refresh the second exclusive martial skill, and now this talent trait upgrade only costs 100 million. It's a great deal, Su Chang thought to himself. Since it says can be upgraded, it clearly has no failure rate, unlike refreshing, where there could be failures in upgrades, and spending 100 million each time would be a bit much. Without wasting any time, Su Chang directly exchanged 100 million talent trait points, as he currently had over 1 billion gold coins. He started with over 800 million, spent 200 million on martial skills, leaving him with 600 million. A few days ago, he sold 3 slots for the secret realm keys, earning nearly 600 million gold coins. During this time, he also spent money on secret realms, collecting a lot of rare materials from them, which he sold for over 200 million. After deducting expenses, Su Chang still had over 1,300 million in his card. So, 100 million gold coins was nothing for him now. Moreover, this expense was related to enhancing his own strength, so spending any amount was worth it. Upgrade. Consume 100 million martial talent trait points. Upgrade successful. Currently, each time a target is killed, there is a chance to increase martial level by 2 levels, can be upgraded. Awesome. Seeing the results of the upgrade, Su Chang immediately smiled. Although he didn't know how great the probability was, the ability to continuously upgrade the subsequent levels was quite good. As for the probability, I can probably calculate it when I refresh the magical beasts next time, Su Chang said happily. And I can continue to upgrade. I have over 1 billion now, so let's upgrade to level 10 first. This way, even if I only trigger the chance 10 times a day when killing magical beasts, that would mean an extra 100 levels in martial level every day. What a bargain! Thinking of this, Su Chang became even more excited. If he could upgrade to level 50, 100, or even higher in the future, triggering the upgrade once when killing magical beasts could mean an extra increase of dozens or even hundreds of levels in martial level. Wouldn't that be amazing? Continuing to exchange, Su Chang directly exchanged 500 million talent trait points. Upgrade. Consume 300 million martial talent trait points. Upgrade successful. Currently, each time a target is killed, there is a chance to increase martial level by 3 levels, can be upgraded. Su Chang. Alright, I was being too optimistic. After hearing the prompt, Su Chang was momentarily stunned and then smiled wryly. It turned out that the higher the upgrade, the more talent trait points were consumed. He had indeed been thinking too ideally just now. Now that he thought about it, it made sense. If each upgrade only required 100 million gold coins, then to reach level 100, it would only take 10 billion. How could it be that simple? I wonder how many talent trait points are needed for the next upgrade? Upgrade. Insufficient martial talent trait points, less than 600 million, upgrade failed. The prompt appeared again, and this time the upgrade cost had nearly doubled. To upgrade again is 600 million plus 100 million and 300 million, that's 1 billion gold coins. Let's continue upgrading. Su Chang calculated and chose to upgrade again. After all, he had spent 1 billion gold coins and still had over 300 million left for emergencies. He exchanged another 400 million talent trait points. Consumed 600 million martial talent trait points. Upgrade successful. Currently, each time a target is killed, there is a chance to increase martial level by 4 levels, can be upgraded. This was much more comfortable. Although the result was not as easy as Su Chang had imagined, he was still quite satisfied with spending 1 billion to upgrade this trait to level 4. Now, it was time to see how great this probability was, whether it was easy to trigger or had a smaller chance. All of that needed Su Chang to experiment a bit. Moreover, what pleased Su Chang the most about this talent characteristic was that there were no restrictions on the strength level of the target. In other words, even if Su Chang killed a first-tier magical beast, or even the most ordinary beast that didn't even count as a first-tier, as long as this talent characteristic was triggered, it would be able to further enhance his martial arts level. Beep beep beep. Just as Su Chang finished enhancing his martial arts talent characteristic, the communicator rang again. Mr. Su Chang, why haven't you arrived yet? Others are urging us, and we hope you can return quickly. Otherwise, we will consider you giving up. the ownership of the secret realm key, and we will hand it over to the client who purchased your spot. As soon as the call connected, the voice inside was still sweet, but it carried a tone of urgency. I'm wrapping up my business, I'll be there soon, Su Chang replied and then hurried to the branch of the Martial Arts Association. At that moment, in a high-end hall of a certain branch of the Martial Arts Association, there had originally been many martial artists gathered here, all heading to the same secret realm. Like Su Chang, they were all martial artists who had sold their spots and were gathering here. But now, only 4 people remained in the entire hall. Among them, 3 were martial artists who possessed Su Chang's secret realm key, while the other person was the one from the Martial Arts Association leading Su Chang and the other 3 to the secret realm. The secret realm key was currently in this person's hands, and he had to ensure that after the secret realm opened, Su Chang and the 3 others entered. Only then would he consider his task complete. Is this person coming or not? Everyone else has left, and he still hasn't arrived, one of the women said coldly. In fact, the other 3 spots for the secret realm key were all held by women, and they were all together. Leading them was a veiled woman whose strength level was only that of an intermediate grand martial artist, but the other 2 women were extreme grand martial artists, clearly acting as bodyguards. Miss Jean, we have contacted him again, and he said he would arrive soon. Please wait a little longer. The man, hearing the dissatisfaction from the bodyguards behind the veiled woman, could only respond helplessly. No rush, we still have time. Once we get there, we will be waiting anyway. The veiled woman, Miss Jean, said in a cold tone, showing no signs of impatience. The 2 extreme grand martial artist bodyguards behind her heard this and had nothing more to say. After all, their young lady had not expressed any dissatisfaction, and if they continued to urge, it would seem they had no upbringing, embarrassing the Jean family in public, which they could not afford. This time, the 4 did not wait long before they saw a figure appear at the entrance of the hall and quickly come in. The figure was naturally Su Chang, who had not delayed and had rushed here as fast as possible. A high-level martial artist? Su Chang's appearance immediately drew the attention of the 4 in the hall. Whether it was the 3 women or the Martial Arts Association personnel, it was their first time seeing Su Chang, and they did not expect that the owner of the secret realm key was just a young man with the strength of a high-level martial artist. This surprised all 4 of them. Sorry, I had some urgent matters to attend to, now we can set off. Upon seeing the 4, Su Chang showed an apologetic expression. Although he had not seen the other 3 before, he guessed they were the 3 women, as he could see through their levels. As for the man, Su Chang could not see through his strength level, which clearly surpassed that of a grand martial artist, indicating he was very strong. Mr. Su, are you sure you want to enter the secret realm alone? No bodyguards? Or are your bodyguards under other secret realm key spots? The man from the Martial Arts Association asked incredulously. His question was also the concern of the other 3 women, who couldn't help but look at Su Chang. Yes, just me, and I have no bodyguards. Is there a problem? Su Chang nodded, knowing what the 4 were thinking, but he couldn't be bothered to explain. Oh, it's nothing, let's go. The man from the Martial Arts Association shook his head slightly and stopped asking questions. After all, why should he care about what others do? Once he sent these 4 into the secret realm, he would have completed the task. For the Martial Arts Association. Miss, is this person out of his mind? A high-level warrior. What's the difference between going into that secret realm and seeking death? I was thinking that this person's strength must be at least a junior grand martial master, or even stronger, but this result. As the group of 5 set off, one of the guards behind Miss Jean couldn't help but speak up. Another guard nodded in agreement upon hearing this. Yeah, if we had known earlier, we could have just bought his secret realm key, and miss, you could have brought in another guard. Although the requirements for this secret realm were that the minimum strength level was a high-level warrior, the reality was that, let alone high-level warriors, even those with the strength of high-level martial masters rarely chose to enter. At the very least, they had to be at the level of junior grand martial masters. Everyone has their own choices, there's no need to say more. Miss Jean's voice remained cold. She had actually been observing Su Chang for a while, but no matter how she looked at him, she couldn't see anything different about him, and she could only shake her head inwardly. This secret realm, which opened once every 50 years, was not located in the 9th district but rather in the 6th district. After continuous teleportation, the 5 of them arrived at the 6th district. They then boarded a type of domesticated flying magical beast which flew at a very fast speed, easily covering 10,000 kilometers in a day. The distance from this secret realm to the 6th district was only about 5,000 kilometers. The 5 of them spent about half a day traveling and had already reached the opening location of the secret realm entrance. At this moment, there were already many warriors around the entrance of the secret realm. Su Chang glanced around and estimated that there were at least over 10,000 people, most of whom were at the extreme grand martial master level, which surprised him greatly. There are way too many keys to this secret realm, Su Chang muttered. With so many people just to snatch the fallen divine crystals inside, how brutal would the fighting be? Wait, why are there so few warriors at the martial master level? Let alone high level warriors, am I the only high level warrior among so many people? That doesn't make sense. Are the martial arts geniuses of this generation not going in? Seeing that there were hardly any warriors at the martial master level below, Su Chang began to feel suspicious. This was different from what he had understood. Su Chang had obtained the secret realm key from the martial arts genius Zhao Wuji. After learning about the information regarding the secret realm key, he thought that, since Zhao Wuji had this key, he would definitely enter the secret realm and bring in 3 guards, which was quite reasonable. Later, upon accidentally learning that divine fallen crystals would appear inside the secret realm, Su Chang chose to sell the extra 3 spots. However, he hadn't continued to gather more information about the secret realm as he was busy trying to improve his martial arts level. In Su Chang's mind, those forces had chosen to keep some secrets hidden today, and he wouldn't be able to learn much by trying to find out. In any case, he was bound to enter the secret realm and he could learn more once inside. But now that they had arrived at the secret realm, he found it puzzling that there were so few low-level warriors. Even if the martial arts geniuses of this generation trained quickly and consumed heavenly materials and earthly treasures every day, it had only been 2 months since the new martial artists awakened. So, it was impossible for all these martial arts geniuses to have reached the level of junior grand martial masters or even extreme grand martial masters in such a short time, right? If the speed is really that fast, why would these martial arts geniuses compete for the spots to enter the secret realm? Moreover, the value of those spots couldn't possibly be that high. In just 2 months, the strength of this generation of martial arts geniuses has reached the level of a junior grand martial master, or even an ultimate grand martial master. Su Chang absolutely does not believe that. Furthermore, those martial artists who have reached the level of junior grand martial master or above do not appear to be new martial artists. Most of them are already in their 40s or even older. Miss Qin beside Su Chang, he can tell that she is not very old, but because her face is covered with a black veil, he cannot discern her exact age. Su Chang does not believe that she, with her intermediate Grand Martial Master level, could be a new martial artist of this generation. However, amidst Su Chang's confusion, his murmurs were overheard by the 4 people not far from him. The 4 of them immediately showed strange expressions. How could this young man, with the strength of a high-level martial artist, look so clueless? This generation of martial arts geniuses definitely won't enter this secret realm. Not to mention that their strength couldn't possibly improve so quickly. Even if a genius consumes a large amount of heavenly materials and earthly treasures, reaching the martial master level in 2 months is already quite fast. With the strength of a martial master, entering this secret realm is practically the same as seeking death. Moreover, the opening of this secret realm will last for several months. If this generation of martial arts geniuses enters the secret realm, will they still have time to cultivate? Don't you know these common sense facts? A martial artist from the Martial Arts Association couldn't help but explain. I didn't know. I got the secret realm key by chance, and later heard that the spots could be sold, so I sold it. As for other information about this secret realm, I'm not clear. Su Chang shook his head slightly. He truly did not know. Even if he learned a bit more, he only knew that treasures like the God-fallen crystal would appear in this secret realm. The words of the others made Su Chang suddenly realize that this indeed made sense. What the heck? So this young man is just a clueless rookie? This left the 4 of them somewhat speechless. They had previously thought he might be a direct descendant of some family. As for the guards, they might have gathered here under someone else's spot, but now the 4 realized that it was not at all as they had guessed. He understood nothing and was clearly just an ordinary martial artist. The veiled woman, upon hearing Su Chang's words, felt a stir in her heart. Little guy, this secret realm is quite dangerous. You can see that there are so many martial artists here, and aside from you, there isn't a single martial artist with strength. Even martial masters are few, mostly it's the strong grand martial masters. If you rashly go in, your chances of survival are almost 0. How about this? You sell the secret realm key to us, and my lady can take in 1 more guard. What do you think? The woman with the ultimate Grand Martial Master strength said with a smile. Hearing her words, the other 3 also looked at Su Chang. They thought that since Su Chang was previously unaware, now that he knew, he would definitely give up entering the secret realm, and he would surely sell the secret realm key he possessed. Just as the 4 thought Su Chang would choose to give up, his words left them stunned once again. What danger is there? Since this secret realm requires a minimum strength of a high-level martial artist to enter, it clearly isn't too dangerous. Besides, I have my own trump card. Self-preservation is definitely not a problem. Su Chang replied lightly, looking innocent and naive. You going in is just seeking death, don't you understand? Rather than going in to die, it's better to give up the secret realm key. We won't take your money. We previously bought 3 spots from you for a total of 600 million. At most, we'll give you another 200 million for the secret realm key, making it a total of 800 million. With this amount of money, you can purchase a large number of resources, enough to elevate your martial arts mastery. Another extreme martial master female guard said, somewhat exasperated. Is this person out of their mind? The other 3 slightly shook their heads, too lazy to say anything more. After all, it wasn't them who would die. Sorry, I don't need the money. Su Cheng smiled faintly, still refusing. Alright, no more talking. Everyone has their own aspirations, we can't force it. One of the female guards wanted to say something but was stopped by the veiled woman. After that, the group of 5 fell silent, and after a while, they chose a spot to sit down and quietly wait. Time quickly passed, and 2 days had gone by. There was less than a day left until the secret realm opened. During these 2 days, the number of martial artists arriving here increased significantly. When Su Cheng first arrived, he estimated there were over 10,000 people. But in just 2 days, the number of martial artists had increased so much. This time the number of people coming for the secret realm is much greater than before. Just looking around, there are over 30,000 people. One of the female guards spoke up. There were originally only 10,000 secret realm keys. Even if some were left unfound, it wouldn't be too many. Having over 30,000 people is normal. Moreover, there are more important things emerging this time, so naturally, more family forces are competing. The veiled woman said coldly. What more important things? The conversation among the 3 women was not deliberately concealed, and Su Cheng, not far away, naturally heard it. Upon hearing this, his heart stirred, and he couldn't help but ask, could it be that the best thing appearing in the secret realm isn't the divine fallen crystal? Little guy, knowing won't help you because you won't have the chance to see it. If you're willing to sell us the secret realm key, we might quietly tell you. One of the female guards said with a smile. Upon hearing this, Su Cheng frowned slightly but wasn't angry and didn't say anything further. Could there be something special besides the divine fallen crystal? Su Cheng speculated. He raised his head and looked at the numerous martial artists. Just the number of extreme martial masters definitely exceeded 30,000, deepening his confusion. Could there be some kind of treasure emerging? With this doubt, Su Cheng could only wait quietly. He didn't believe that once he entered, he wouldn't be able to find out what treasures would appear in the secret realm. Thinking of this, Su Cheng couldn't help but sneer. Half a day passed, and during this time, the number of martial artists arriving had already decreased significantly. The secret realm passage has appeared. At that moment, an excited voice rang out. Without needing to be reminded, many martial artists had already stood up, their gazes fixed on one spot. At the same time as the voice sounded, the void twisted, gradually forming a huge vortex, which continued to expand. Seeing the appearance of this vortex, all the martial artists who had come here understood that the entrance to the secret realm was about to open. Once the vortex passage stabilized, they could enter the secret realm. About 3 minutes later, the vortex stopped expanding. The entrance to the secret realm was large enough to accommodate dozens of people entering at once. However, most of the people here were extreme martial masters, and with their speed, even with tens of thousands present, they could quickly all enter the secret realm. Get ready. The man from the Martial Arts Association beside Su Cheng stood up and said, having already taken out the secret realm key. At this moment, a large number of martial artists surged into the secret realm, quickly disappearing from sight. Not long after, the man from the Martial Arts Association led Su Cheng and the 3 others to the entrance of the secret realm, then handed the key to the secret realm to Su Cheng. Go in, I've completed my task. I wish you all good fortune, the man from the Martial Arts Association said. Su Cheng took the key without saying anything and stepped directly into the passage of the secret realm, with the other 3 immediately following him. In an instant, the 4 figures vanished. The area that had been bustling with people quickly became empty. After the 3 disappeared, the vortex passage closed again. Good luck, little guy, we're leaving, a female guard said with a light laugh. Once inside the secret realm, the 3 women beside Su Cheng naturally would not stay with him, as they were merely using Su Cheng's key to enter. As for what happened to them afterward, it was none of their concern. It wasn't just Su Cheng in this situation. Many other martial artists who entered together either immediately split up or gathered together, quickly finding a direction to leave. It was evident that most martial artists, even the extreme grandmasters, usually had companions, with at least 2 and at most 5 or 6. The groups with more martial artists clearly had more slots, all from the same faction. Very few were lone wolves, and even if there were, their strength was at the extreme grandmaster level. As for someone like Su Cheng, not only was he a lone wolf, but he was also the weakest. There was no one else like him. Su Cheng didn't care about this at all. He didn't want to provoke anyone, but if someone looked down on him because of his low realm and deliberately sought trouble, then he wouldn't hold back. Although Su Cheng knew almost nothing about the situation in this secret realm, with his strength, he naturally didn't need to worry too much, as the highest requirement for the secret realm was just an extreme grandmaster. Finally, I see a magical beast. After searching for an hour, this was the first magical beast Su Cheng encountered since entering. This left him somewhat speechless. Just a few days ago, he had unlocked a new feature, the martial arts talent characteristic, and he was hoping to test the enhancement probability in this secret realm. However, he didn't expect the secret realm to be surprisingly large, and while size was one thing, the key issue was that there weren't many magical beasts. Boom! Kill a level 2 high-grade magical beast, gain 50 experience points. Su Cheng. The martial arts experience points given were too few. There are too few magical beasts in this secret realm. This is a bit of a miscalculation. I wonder when the divine fallen crystal will appear? If it appears at the end, then my martial arts level will increase very slowly during this time. Su Cheng frowned slightly. He had heard that the opening of this secret realm would last for several months, and by the time he came out, the new martial artist competition would almost be starting. Although Su Cheng's strength was already enough to overpower the vast majority of new martial artists, even being the strongest in this cohort, he still wanted to improve his martial arts level as much as possible before the competition began. After all, Su Cheng's goal was no longer just to be a martial arts genius of this generation, but to surpass the martial arts geniuses of the past and even become a true powerhouse among humans. But now, entering this secret realm with so few magical beasts was equivalent to wasting several months of time. The divine fallen crystal was very useful to him, no doubt about that, but the problem was that the divine fallen crystal didn't hold much value for Su Cheng. He just wanted to obtain it and sell it. I hope the divine fallen crystal doesn't wait until the end to appear, and I also need to figure out if there are other treasures in this secret realm besides the divine fallen crystal, Su Cheng thought coldly. Since you family members aren't revealing the information about this secret realm, fine, I'll make you tell me. Generally, Su Cheng rarely took the initiative to provoke others unless there were no interests or conflicts involved. But now it's different. He knows very little about the information regarding this secret realm, while most of the other martial artists who entered are from various families and factions. Since these families and factions allowed these extreme martial masters to enter the secret realm, these martial artists must have some understanding of it. The most important thing is, does the secret realm have a map? Su Cheng now felt like a headless fly, running aimlessly within the secret realm without any purpose. This secret realm surely hasn't opened for the first time, since every time it opens, there are divine fallen crystals appearing. Maps must have been drawn in the past. With this thought, Su Cheng stopped looking for magical beasts and instead sought out other people, now just waiting to see who would be unfortunate enough to cross paths with him. Boom! Kill a second-tier intermediate magical beast, gain 30 experience points. Congratulations, your martial arts level has risen to level 10,005. On his way to find other martial artists, Su Cheng didn't waste any encounters with magical beasts, slaying them all regardless of their strength. Is the probability of this so low? I've raised my martial arts level by 5 levels and killed quite a few magical beasts, yet not a single trigger? Or is it that the magical beasts I killed were too weak, resulting in a low trigger probability? Su Cheng speculated, somewhat speechless. In reality, this was indeed the case. The targets Su Cheng killed were too weak, so the probability of triggering was very low. However, there wouldn't be any prompts and he could only explore on his own. In this search, 3 days passed unknowingly, but Su Cheng hadn't encountered a single person, leading him to wonder if he was the only one in the secret realm. Where were the thousands of martial artists from before? What the hell? Where is everyone? Is this secret realm so bizarre? Where did all the people go? Su Cheng felt overwhelmed. If he hadn't seen so many martial artists before entering the secret realm, he would definitely suspect that he was the only one in this vast space. However, what Su Cheng didn't know at this moment was that about 100 kilometers away in the direction he was heading, there were dozens of great martial masters. These dozens of great martial masters were currently engaged in a fierce melee, aiming to seize a treasure. Get lost. This Chien fruit was discovered by us, one extreme great martial master roared as he struck. Ha ha. Any treasure belongs to those with strength. It's not yours just because you say so, another extreme great martial master laughed heartily, unleashing terrifying power as he clashed with the opponent. The Chien fruit, like most other treasures, could enhance a martial artist's martial attributes, and refining this Chien fruit would significantly boost those attributes. After complete refinement, the 4 martial attributes would directly increase by 1,000 points, meaning the total martial attributes would rise by 4,000 points. This could definitely be considered one of the treasures, and its quantity was extremely rare. To put it into perspective, 4,000 points of total martial attributes is equivalent to that of a newly promoted junior martial master. In other words, if a junior martial artist completely refines a Chien fruit, their strength level could directly reach that of a junior martial master. Of course, complete refinement would require time. It's not as simple as swallowing it and immediately refining it. The more precious the treasure, the longer the refinement time required. Moreover, breaking through to a new realm also requires a breakthrough pill to reach the critical point of a realm. Only after breaking through would the martial attributes continue to increase. If you don't break through, these martial attributes won't disappear. They are like a medicinal power stored within the body, waiting to continue increasing after the breakthrough. What's even more powerful is that if you consume the Chien fruit and enter seclusion to refine it, you can naturally refine it faster. But if you don't enter seclusion, the medicinal power of the Chien fruit will continuously enhance your martial attributes, albeit at a much slower rate than if you were in seclusion. Of course, this is only true for martial arts geniuses. However, for those with low martial arts talent, the refining speed is even slower. For example, a martial Artist with only E-level talent can only reach the limit of a martial artist. If this martial artist consumes the Crimson Flame fruit, the result is self-evident. It would be a waste. Due to their martial arts talent, not to mention consuming the Crimson Flame fruit, even if they were to consume treasures more precious than the Crimson Flame fruit, their limit would still forever remain that of a peak martial artist. However, compared to the Divine Fallen Crystal, the Crimson Flame fruit is much inferior, as the Divine Fallen Crystal can ignore a martial artist's talent. As long as the martial artist is below the peak Grandmaster realm, using the Divine Fallen Crystal allows them to advance one realm without the limitations of martial arts talent. Now, these dozens of peak Grandmasters are fighting fiercely for the Crimson Flame fruit. After all, a treasure that can enhance their total martial arts attributes by 400 points is still very powerful for them. Although they were all sent by their respective families to enter the secret realm to seize the Divine Fallen Crystal, any other treasures they managed to grab would belong to them, but if they seize the Divine Fallen Crystal, it must be submitted to their family, and they can also gain additional resources. Get lost. Don't even think about getting close to the Crimson Flame fruit. You people from the Yi family, is this all you can do? Ha ha. Come on, let me see how strong this peak Grandmaster you sent is this time. Seeking death. Stay away from the Crimson Flame fruit. Damn it. Are you all crazy? The Divine Fallen Crystal hasn't even appeared, let alone that thing. If you fight like this, you deserve to die. Waste. From the Zhou family, if you have no strength, get lost. You Zhou family have no right to that thing. Let's go, a bunch of lunatics, don't fight with them. The peak Grandmasters from various families or factions are all caught in a chaotic battle, with each side having roughly the same number of people, either 3 or 4. However, even though they are all peak Grandmasters, there are still some differences in actual strength, such as martial skills and weapons, which can significantly enhance their power. Each side is fighting fiercely, while also preventing others from approaching the Crimson Flame fruit. Once someone tries to sneak away with the Crimson Flame fruit amidst the chaos, they will be met with resistance and attacks from everyone present. Some people, seeing the madness of the fighting, hesitated and chose to leave. After all, their main purpose for entering was not this. The Crimson Flame fruit is indeed good, but if they were to fight and get injured or even die for it, it would delay the tasks assigned by their families. The martial artists who entered the secret realm were chosen by their families, which meant they had absolute loyalty to their families, prioritizing family interests above all else. Kill O level 3 low-grade magical beast, gain 150 experience points. Congratulations, your martial arts level has increased by an additional 4 levels. Congratulations, your martial arts level has risen to level 10,212. After a few days of killing numerous level 3 magical beasts in Sioux City, it was indeed discovered that the closer the magical beast's strength was to one's own, the higher the probability of triggering this talent characteristic. Killing magical beasts below level 3 can also trigger it, but the probability is much lower. It might trigger after killing a few, or it might take hundreds or even thousands without triggering at all. This is a matter of probability, which is hard to explain. For this, Sioux City couldn't be bothered. Once he raises this talent characteristic to dozens of levels, triggering it once would be incredibly satisfying. There are fluctuations of battle. As Sioux City moved in one direction, he sensed the faint battle fluctuations coming from a great distance, although they were weak due to the distance. Finally, there are other martial artists. After a few days of being in here, I haven't seen a single martial artist. It's simply ghostly. Feeling the fluctuations of battle, Su Cheng immediately became excited and burst into speed, heading towards the source of the combat disturbance. As the distance shortened, the intensity of the battle fluctuations grew stronger, and Su Cheng could sense the presence of several martial artists, which made him even more thrilled. There are quite a few martial artists here, something valuable must have appeared, and they are fighting over it, Su Cheng speculated. This was actually easy to guess, as most of the martial artists in the secret realm were peak grandmasters. Without any conflict of interest, how could so many people be fighting? Even among enemies, there would be at most 3 to 5 people, right? Yet, Su Cheng could already sense more than 20 martial artists at the grandmaster level, which clearly indicated that they were not fighting for revenge. Sure enough, not long after, Su Cheng saw the situation. Here, there were over 30 peak grandmasters engaged in a chaotic battle. Within the area of their fighting, there was a vacuum zone, which further confirmed to Su Cheng that a treasure had appeared. That vacuum area was where the treasure was located. Crimson flame fruit? Su Cheng immediately spotted a small tree, about 70 to 80 centimeters tall, entirely red, bearing a single red fruit. This fruit was the size of an adult's fist and emitted dazzling light, making it impossible to ignore. Su Cheng recognized it as the crimson flame fruit, thanks to the knowledge he acquired during school. After all, before awakening his martial arts talent, the purpose of school was to learn about these rare treasures and some common knowledge. What a good item! It's worth over $1 billion without a doubt. I remember that after fully refining the crimson flame fruit, it can increase the total martial arts attributes by 400 points. No wonder these peak grandmasters are fighting over it, Su Cheng said, his eyes shining. Although he couldn't use the treasure that enhances martial arts attributes, he could sell it. He was in dire need of money, especially after unlocking the characteristics of his martial arts talent, which would require several hundred million to enhance, and even tens of billions later on. First, I'll grab the Crimson Flame Fruit, and then I'll ask this group of grandmasters what secrets are hidden in this secret realm. With this thought, Su Cheng surged forward at full speed, heading straight for the Crimson Flame Fruit tree. What is this? A high-level martial artist? Su Cheng's sudden action left the group of grandmasters momentarily stunned. Was this strength too weak? Yet, he dared to snatch the Crimson Flame Fruit right under the noses of these peak grandmasters. Was he out of his mind? Seeking death, one of the peak grandmasters shouted coldly. In the eyes of any peak grandmaster here, the strength of a mere high-level martial artist was like that of an ant, easily crushed. Now, a high-level martial artist dared to fish in troubled waters? If a high-level martial artist managed to steal the Crimson Flame Fruit in front of them, how would they save face? It would be laughable, and they represented their families. Not only would they lose face, but their families would also be shamed. How could they tolerate that? Whoosh! The peak grandmaster coldly shouted, his figure flickering, covering hundreds of meters in the blink of an eye, arriving right in front of Su Cheng. For him, a high-level martial artist was not even worth using martial skills against. He could simply crush him with a punch. Everyone thought Su Cheng was about to die. With the peak grandmaster's attack, the opponent wouldn't even have a chance to react. However, Su Cheng sneered coldly. As the peak grandmaster approached, Su Cheng was the first to strike. He also threw a punch, as the distance between them was already very close, and Su Cheng wanted to see just how strong these peak grandmasters were. The grandmaster who attacked Su Cheng widened his eyes in surprise. He did not expect Su Cheng to have a chance to react and that his strike would be faster than his own. But he didn't think much of it, believing it was just a coincidence, and casually took a punch from Su Cheng. Boom! How could this be? After taking Su Cheng's punch, the extreme grandmaster's cold smile instantly changed, and he felt a terrifying force sweep through his body, causing him to involuntarily fly backward. Put! As the extreme grandmaster flew back, blood gushed from his mouth, clearly indicating he had sustained significant injuries. Zhou Yi! The other two extreme grandmasters from the Zhou family couldn't help but exclaim in shock. How is this possible? The other extreme grandmasters, seeing Zhou Yi flying back and spewing blood, had their cold smiles freeze, turning into expressions of disbelief as if they had seen a ghost. Su Cheng actually struck first, which they thought was a coincidence, but to knock an extreme grandmaster back and make him bleed was clearly a heavy blow to Zhou Yi of the Zhou family. But how could this be? This was completely beyond everyone's expectations. The result should have been that this high-level warrior was smashed to pieces, right? The opponent was merely a high-level warrior. Ha! He didn't die? It seems the extreme grandmasters sent by each faction are not weak at all. The other extreme grandmasters were completely stunned. But Su Cheng was somewhat surprised because the opponent hadn't died, even though he was severely injured, which caught Su Cheng off guard. Not dead? Then die. Blood. Dragon Fury Fist. This time, Su Cheng no longer held back and directly unleashed his S-rank powerful martial skill. Zhou Yi was still in a daze. He could never have imagined that he would be knocked back by a high-level warrior and severely injured. What was going on? But before he could think much, he heard Su Cheng's cold shout and then saw a blood dragon engulfing him. Ah! Zhou Yi couldn't help but let out a miserable scream, and then he knew nothing. This Su Cheng's ruthless strike, which instantly killed Zhou Yi, left the others in a daze, unable to believe what had just happened. The entire sequence of events took only 3 breaths of time. For extreme grandmasters, 3 breaths of time should have been enough to react in many ways, but the shock of the situation left them momentarily sluggish. Whoosh! However, Su Cheng paid no mind. After killing Zhou Yi, his speed surged again, and he directly reached the side of the Crimson Flame Fruit tree, swiftly plucking the ripe Crimson Flame Fruit and tossing it into his storage space. You little beast! You're seeking death! Dare to kill someone from the Zhou family! Boom! At this moment, everyone finally reacted, especially the other 2 extreme grandmasters from the Zhou family, who roared with eyes wide in fury. Damn it! He stole the Crimson Flame Fruit! Stop him! We can't let him escape! Bastard! How could this happen? Is he a high-level warrior? Nonsense, he must have some special hidden realm ability. This is definitely not the strength a high-level warrior can possess. Everyone, attack together and kill him. The other 2 extreme grandmasters from the Zhou family were quicker to act. After all, the one who had just died was from their family, and they had to avenge Zhou Yi. With one extreme grandmaster dead, their chances of seizing the divine fallen crystal or that item in the secret realm had diminished significantly. How could they endure this? They no longer cared about the Crimson Flame Fruit. This high-level warrior had to die. However, the other extreme grandmasters did not think the same way. Seeing the Zhou family members had acted, they assumed it was to seize the Crimson Flame Fruit and also joined in, not wanting the Zhou family to benefit. It seems that killing one extreme grandmaster is not enough to deter the others. Then let them all die. Seeing this, Su Chang's eyes shot out a cold light. Knowing that a simple contest of strength would likely not be enough to deal with so many extreme grandmasters, Su Chang no longer held back. He directly drew his SS-level treasured sword and, facing the many extreme grand martial masters surrounding him, delivered a single slash. Thunder prison breaking heaven infinite slash. Boom! Terrifying thunder instantly enveloped everyone present. In that moment, all the extreme grand martial masters there finally reacted, feeling the terrifying thunder, a power capable of tearing them apart, and were utterly horrified. This is impossible, one extreme grand martial master couldn't help but exclaim. But it was already too late. That terrifying slash had already fallen. Put. In an instant, the two extreme grand martial masters from the Zhou family, closest to Su Chang, were the first to die. Then came the other extreme grand martial masters, each falling one by one, further away. Ah, beast! I will kill you! Impossible! Impossible! In an instant, screams of agony, curses, and voices of disbelief filled the air. After the might of this slash, and the thunder dissipated, all vegetation and trees within a radius of nearly 1,000 meters had vanished. From Su Chang's feet began a long ravine, over a meter deep, extending nearly 300 meters. The number of extreme grand martial masters killed by Su Chang with this slash exceeded 20. Originally, there were more than 30 extreme grand martial masters here, now only about 10 remained, and they were significantly injured. They had all been enveloped by this slash, but because they were further away, they had not fallen like the others. If Su Chang's strength were to increase a bit more, this slash would have been enough to annihilate all the extreme grand martial masters. I'm still a bit weak, self-preservation is not a problem, but to easily crush any extreme grand martial master, I'm still lacking. It seems I need to hurry and raise my martial arts level, Su Chang muttered as he sheathed his sword. However, the remaining extreme grand martial masters, who had survived but were severely injured, stared blankly at everything around them, still unable to believe it all. Some extreme grand martial masters' bodies lay beside them, breathless, their faces frozen in expressions of horror and despair from before their deaths. Put. Su Chang once again killed several injured extreme grand martial masters, but not severely wounded ones. His methods were ruthlessly cold, sending chills down the spines of the remaining living extreme grand martial masters. Who, exactly, are you? One extreme grand martial master asked in fear, unable to suppress a mouthful of blood. They did not recognize this high-level martial artist before them, but his strength was terrifying. The power unleashed by that slash had far surpassed that of an extreme grand martial master, even reaching a higher realm. But how could this be possible? For a grand martial master to reach the next realm was a significant watershed. Even with high martial arts talent, breaking through after reaching the extreme grand martial master level was still quite difficult. At the very least, the number of breakthrough pills used would not be small, as the chances of breaking through were too low. But the most frightening thing was that this high-level martial artist looked too young. He was just a teenager, right? If a middle-aged person or an elder unleashed such terrifying strength, they might think the other was hiding their true level of power, capable of suppressing so many extreme grand martial masters, which they could understand. But now, the other party was merely a teenager, having killed over 20 extreme grand martial masters with a single slash. How could they comprehend that? Also, that sword in the other party's hand just now looked somewhat familiar. I will ask you 5 questions, and you will answer them. Su Chang ignored the astonishment of the remaining extreme grand martial masters and did not respond to their words but instead began to question them. What treasures have appeared in this secret realm? Besides the god-fallen crystal. This is what Su Chang wants to know the most right now. So many family forces have entered the secret realm, yet they all refuse to talk about any treasures, which makes Su Chang feel somewhat incredulous. These family forces really know how to keep secrets. Hearing Su Chang's question, several people's expressions changed, but they remained silent. They did not expect Su Chang to be so strong that he was unaware of the information and secrets within the secret realm, which once again left them astonished. Seeing that the few of them were tacitly keeping quiet, Su Chang nodded. Then, before they could react, he casually grabbed one of the extreme grand martial masters. What do you want? The captured extreme grand martial master exclaimed. Crack, crack, ah, damn it, you bastard. Su Chang didn't waste words, he directly crippled the limbs of this extreme grand martial master, crushing the bones into powder. The intense pain made this extreme grand martial master unable to bear it, and he screamed in agony. If you won't speak, then let's see how hard your bones are. When the time comes, I will crush every bone in your body into powder, and I hope you still won't talk? Su Chang's tone was chilling, sending shivers down their spines. Damn it, this devil. How can someone so young be so ruthless? The few extreme grand martial masters felt even more terrified. Crack, crack. Su Chang continued to grab the screaming extreme grand martial master and literally pulled out his ribs. Ah, you beast. My Wang family will not let you go. You've killed so many of us. You've offended a large number of family forces. Once you go out, you will definitely die without a burial place. I curse you to die a terrible death. The tortured extreme grand martial master still refused to speak, instead cursing Su Chang madly. Put. Seeing the other party so defiant, Su Cheng lost interest in continuing the torture and crushed the man's skull with a single stomp, silencing his screams instantly. Next, Su Cheng turned to the other 4 terrified extreme grand martial masters. However, this time, one of the extreme grand martial masters finally couldn't hold back. I'll talk. It's the enlightenment fruit. This time the secret realm will eventually produce the enlightenment fruit. This extreme grand martial master spoke up, overwhelmed by fear. The other 3 extreme grand martial masters remained silent. After all, he wasn't from their family. Oh, go on, what is this enlightenment fruit? Su Cheng raised an eyebrow and continued to ask. However, he was not clear on what the enlightenment fruit was, as it had not been explained in school. But Su Cheng knew that since these family forces deliberately concealed it, they naturally wouldn't let ordinary martial artists know about such things. Just like the opening of the secret realm, ordinary martial artists rarely knew about it. This secret realm is special. Besides the divine fallen crystal that appears every time it opens, the best thing is the enlightenment fruit. However, the enlightenment fruit does not appear every time the secret realm opens. It only appears once every 10 openings, which is equivalent to once every 500 years. The effect of the enlightenment fruit allows any martial artist below the extreme grand martial master level to increase their martial arts talent level to SS grade after consuming and refining it. This is equivalent to allowing a martial artist to start their cultivation anew, but the potency of the enlightenment fruit is still enough for the martial artist's martial attributes to reach the extreme grand martial master level in a short time. This extreme grand martial master spoke quickly. Since he had opened his mouth, there was no need to hide anything, and he knew that with Su Cheng's strength he would definitely ask a few more people, so there was no need to conceal anything now. Hiss. After hearing the words of this extreme grand martial master, especially knowing the effect of the enlightenment fruit, Su Cheng couldn't help but take a deep breath. A treasure. This is definitely a treasure. Although it may not be of much use to martial artists above the great martial master realm, this enlightenment fruit is indeed a treasure of a certain kind. It can elevate a martial artist's talent level to SS rank. One must understand that a martial artist's talent level is generally fixed after awakening, and it is quite difficult to change. However, difficult does not mean impossible. The treasures that can enhance martial talent are exceedingly rare. Moreover, this enlightenment fruit can also raise the talent of martial artists below the great martial master limit to SS rank. Each year, the number of new martial artists with SS rank talent reaches hundreds of millions, even exceeding a billion, yet the number of those who awaken SS rank talent is extremely few, only a handful or a dozen each year. In the absence of SSS rank talent, new martial artists with SS rank talent can be considered unparalleled geniuses. Thus, one can see how powerful the effects of this enlightenment fruit are. No wonder. These families and forces have hidden the information about this secret realm so deeply. No wonder the great martial masters who entered this time are all so strong. Ordinary martial artists would have no idea about the specifics of this secret realm, let alone the so-called enlightenment fruit. The information is completely sealed off, preventing ordinary martial artists from knowing about such things. Su Cheng calmed his emotions slightly and thought coldly. Any genius with SS rank martial talent, as long as they don't die midway, can definitely cultivate directly to the peak of human power. And any family or force that has a genius with SS rank martial talent can at least pass down their legacy for hundreds, even thousands of years. If a force already has peak powerhouses, adding an SS rank martial genius would naturally be like adding wings to a tiger, making the family even stronger. These major forces are really too foolish. If they had known that this secret realm would give birth to a treasure like the enlightenment fruit, selling a spot for 200 million is simply too cheap. Although the price of the spot was casually set by Su Cheng at the time, he didn't think much of it, feeling that it was fine as long as someone bought it, and it didn't matter if no one did. But now, after realizing what would truly appear in this secret realm, he suddenly felt that it was sold too cheaply. After all, once someone can snatch a treasure like the enlightenment fruit in the secret realm, it could determine the strength of a family for hundreds of years to come. I heard that most spots were valued between 100 million and 150 million. It seems these forces didn't want to cause too much of a stir, not wanting ordinary martial artists to know about this secret realm. If a spot were sold for several hundred million or even higher, it would be strange if it didn't attract attention. Those martial artists who have the secret realm key but don't know the situation would become suspicious. Thinking of this, Su Cheng sneered, which is why he said these major forces are truly foolish. The value of this enlightenment fruit must be at least several billion, no, at least tens of billions. In an instant, Su Cheng's heart began to stir. He was determined to obtain this enlightenment fruit. No one could stop him. Anyone who stood in his way would die, even if it meant killing all the martial artists present. Will I use it myself? Or sell it? Shaking his head slightly, Su Cheng couldn't be bothered to think too much. After all, he hadn't even seen the shadow of the enlightenment fruit yet. It was too early to think about this. The forces within the 9 major districts probably wouldn't expect that the emergence of the enlightenment fruit would lead to significant changes in the secret realm, introducing a variable like Su Cheng. Is that so? Su Chang looked at the other three great martial masters and asked. The three great martial masters said nothing, merely nodding silently. Then go die. Boom! For severely injured extreme grand martial masters were instantly killed by Su Chang without any mercy. The first reason was that he didn't want his appearance to be exposed too early, and the second was that he had just used that SS-level treasured sword which these grand martial masters must have seen. To be on the safe side, all these extreme grand martial masters had to die. Once the news got out that the treasured sword which Zhao Wujie had been tracking had fallen into his hands, the Zhao family would definitely go on a mad hunt for him. The fall of an SS-level martial arts genius would sever the Zhao family's fortune for hundreds of years. It would be absurd for them not to go crazy over it. Indeed, there is a map. From these extreme grand martial masters, Su Chang searched and found spatial storage from which he saw the map of the secret realm, making his expression brighten. As for the spatial storage of the others, Su Chang's previous strike had already destroyed a lot. Mainly, these extreme grand martial masters had the most useless types of spatial storage on them, and there was hardly anything inside, not even a storage card. Su Chang quickly understood why this was the case. Because these extreme grand martial masters entered the secret realm to compete for the divine fallen crystal and the enlightenment fruit. The danger was also significant, especially when the enlightenment fruit was about to appear. It would definitely lead to the most frenzied and brutal fighting. All the extreme grand martial masters from various families and forces would spare no effort to seize the enlightenment fruit. Therefore, there was no need to carry other items. At most, they would bring some trump cards for the final use, but the extreme grand martial masters Su Chang killed had none. Those who could enter the secret realm were absolutely loyal to their families. Even if they obtained the enlightenment fruit, they would hand it over to their families rather than keep it for themselves. The loyalty of these grand martial masters must have been tested by their families to gain entry, and they were all direct descendants. Otherwise, if they entered and seized the enlightenment fruit without handing it over to their families, or even betrayed their families to use it for themselves, wouldn't that be a huge loss for the family? It was even possible that the family higher-ups, to prevent these grand martial masters from betraying them, would secretly tamper with them before selecting them to enter the secret realm. Of course, this was just Su Chang's speculation. He wasn't sure about the specifics and didn't care to investigate further. Su Chang quickly collected several maps. After all, different family forces would record different places within the secret realm. So that's how it is. I thought the divine fallen crystal appeared randomly in the secret realm. Since it's in a fixed location, that makes things easier. Neither the divine fallen crystal nor the enlightenment fruit will be yours. After checking several maps, Su Chang found that the information about the secret realm was recorded in great detail, far more than he had known before. It turned out that in this secret realm, when the time was right, a huge pavilion would appear, and the divine fallen crystal would come from within this pavilion. This pavilion won't appear for another 6 months. That's too long, and the appearance of the enlightenment fruit will take even longer, 3 months more than the divine fallen crystal. Su Chang was somewhat speechless. Waiting 6 months meant he would have to stay here for half a year, and waiting for the enlightenment fruit would mean a total of 9 months. Adding the time until this awakening ended, it would be 11 months. Doesn't that mean that by the time I leave the secret realm, this year's new student competition will be about to start? Su Chang calculated the time. If he could seize the enlightenment fruit immediately and then leave, the new student competition would just be starting in 5 days. If he stayed in the secret realm for a few more days, he would miss it. There's enough time, but during these months, I need to continue to improve my martial arts level. Otherwise, when it comes time to seize it, I won't be able to crush all the extreme grand martial masters. And at that time, who knows if the other ultimate grandmasters have stronger trump cards in their hands. Thinking about how he couldn't kill all the ultimate grandmasters with just one strike earlier, Su Chang's heart grew solemn. To reach the realm of a junior martial king, the total martial attributes must exceed 50,000 points. I'm still quite far from that. If I can reach level 12,500 in martial arts over the next few months, it shouldn't be a problem. Su Chang was confident about this. After all, he had several months' time. Even if the number of magical beasts in this secret realm wasn't large, he could just push through without resting for those months. Of course, the higher he could raise his martial arts level, the better. With that thought, Su Chang continued to check the map and quickly found a marked location. The Bone Wasteland. A plain entirely made of bones, marked with a high danger level, and no special treasures were noted to appear there. Deep within the Bone Wasteland, there was a Tier 3 Lord-level skeleton king, extremely powerful. The map recorded some information about this Bone Wasteland, and Su Chang had no interest in the Tier 3 Lord-level skeleton king. After all, even if he could kill it, he would only gain a few tens of thousands of martial experience points. At most. What intrigued Su Chang was that the Bone Wasteland was marked as highly dangerous mainly because the countless bones within would form numerous skeleton soldiers upon sensing the presence of humans or other creatures. The strength of these skeleton soldiers varied from Tier 1 to Tier 3, but due to their overwhelming numbers, even an ultimate grandmaster would eventually be devoured to bones if trapped among them, which is why the Bone Wasteland was marked as highly dangerous. For other martial artists, it was naturally perilous, and since there were no treasures to be found, there was no need to take the risk. However, for Su Chang, such a place was simply paradise. I wonder if killing these skeleton soldiers will yield experience points? Su Chang thought to himself. Whatever, I'll just go and find out. Putting away the map, Su Chang found the direction to the Bone Wasteland and sped off. With the map, it was much more convenient. He wouldn't be running around like a headless chicken anymore. From the map, Su Chang already knew that this secret realm was vast. Although tens of thousands of grandmasters had entered before, they were spread out, making it quite difficult to encounter them. Moreover, these ultimate grandmasters wouldn't run around randomly after entering the secret realm. They would find a place to meditate and wait for the divine fallen crystal and enlightenment fruit to appear, showing no interest in anything else. Killing magical beasts? They had even less interest in that. Although he knew that some areas within the secret realm would also yield decent treasures, the competition was fierce, so most ultimate grandmasters were too lazy to search. They preferred to meditate and conserve their energy, waiting for the final enlightenment fruit to emerge. This was why Su Chang hadn't encountered anyone in the past few days. After several hours of swift travel, Su Chang finally saw the Bone Wasteland. At first glance, he was shocked. This was truly a wasteland made of countless bones, living up to its name. The bones here were unrecognizable in terms of what creatures they belonged to, some large and some small, with some towering several dozen feet high, likely the bones of some powerful magical beast. Whoosh! Without thinking much, Su Chang dashed into the Bone Wasteland, feeling as if he had entered a world of deathly silence, unable to sense any living beings. However, just as Su Chang stepped into the area of the Bone Wasteland, the countless bones on the ground began to tremble. They emitted faint crack sounds, growing increasingly dense, indicating that more bones were starting to shake. Then these bones, large and small, quickly formed a skeleton, 1, 2, 100, 1,000, 10,000. Before long, centered around Su City, a dense army of skeleton soldiers had appeared. Ha ha, I hope this brings me some surprises. Seeing this, Su City was not surprised but rather delighted, laughing as he drew his SS-level treasured sword. Thunder Prison Break Heaven Infinite Slash. Boom! This strike directly annihilated an unknown number of skeleton soldiers, reducing their bones to dust. Kill a first-tier intermediate skeleton warrior, gain 3 experience points. Kill a first-tier intermediate skeleton warrior, gain 3 experience points. Congratulations, your martial arts level has increased by an additional 4 levels. Congratulations, your martial arts level has risen to 10,228. Hearing the notifications, Su City's smile grew even wider. As long as he could gain experience points, that was good enough. Although the experience points were minimal, the sheer quantity made up for it. After all, he had a few months of time, and for Su City, idleness was still idleness. Blood. Dragon Fury Demon Fist. Boom! Su City sheathed his battle sword. Although using the SSS level martial technique was powerful and killed many skeleton warriors, it also consumed a significant amount of martial energy. So Su City chose to use the S-level martial technique. After all, he could still take down a large batch of skeleton warriors with a single punch, and he wasn't in a hurry. He had months to spare. Previously, while grinding in the secret realm, Su City had to rush due to time constraints, so he had to use powerful martial techniques to finish quickly. Now, grinding here didn't require him to rush. Time passed as Su City continued to grind skeleton warriors, taking breaks whenever he felt tired. Naturally, the number of skeleton warriors he killed kept increasing. 100,000, 200,000, 300,000. Congratulations, your martial arts level has risen to 10,718. Congratulations, your martial arts level has risen to 11,396. After a while, over 300,000 skeleton warriors, mostly first-tier intermediates, were completely destroyed by Su City. The massive number of skeleton warriors dying, even with low experience points, allowed Su City's martial arts level to rise rapidly. Killing 300,000 skeleton warriors, even if most were first-tier intermediates, raised Su City's martial arts level by over 900 levels. Moreover, with the martial arts talent characteristic occasionally triggering, his martial arts level could gain an additional 4 levels. Calculating it all, after killing 300,000 skeleton warriors, the extra martial arts level increase was over 300 levels. Of course, Su City wouldn't bother to calculate the details, he just focused on grinding. As long as his martial arts level kept rising, his strength would continue to grow. Although grinding for experience points felt particularly dull and tedious, other martial artists experienced the same. Their process of refining heavenly materials and earth treasures, or concocting pills, was equally monotonous. But every time they finished a closed-door training session, they could clearly feel their own strength increasing, making it all worthwhile. What did a little monotony matter? Which peak powerhouse hasn't spent countless days and nights in torment? To become strong, one must endure loneliness and the endless solitude. Otherwise, even the most extraordinary genius will eventually fade into history, becoming a stepping stone for others. Su City was no different from other martial artists. It was just that his method of improving his martial arts was different from theirs. Yet he too had to endure endless solitude, quietly grinding experience points in some secret realm, in some corner, all alone. 400,000. 500,000. Congratulations, your martial arts level has increased by an additional 4 levels. Congratulations, your martial arts level has risen to 12,003. Finally reaching level 12,000, a hint of a smile appeared on Sioux City's somewhat numb face. It's been so long, why are all the skeleton warriors composed of only first tier strength? I wonder when second tier skeleton warriors will appear, or do I have to go deeper into the bone wasteland? Su Cheng frowned slightly. At first, when Su Cheng saw these bones actively forming skeleton warriors, he thought the ones that appeared later would be stronger. However, during this time, they still only spawned intermediate and advanced first tier skeleton warriors. Su Cheng had originally planned to delve deeper into the bone wasteland, but there were just too many skeleton warriors. Even with his much greater strength, it was still very difficult to break through, as one wave would follow another. Otherwise, how could he have killed over 500,000 skeleton warriors? However, just then, boom! Su Cheng felt the bone ground beneath his feet begin to tremble. Roar! Roar! At the same time, accompanied by low growls, the surrounding skeleton warriors began to merge rapidly into other skeleton warriors. In just a few breaths, many skeleton warriors combined to form a larger skeleton warrior, standing several meters tall, with arms transformed into long bone blades. Not only that, but the strength of these newly formed massive skeleton warriors was also continuously increasing, quickly reaching the initial third tier. So this is how stronger skeleton warriors come about. Watching the stronger skeleton warriors forming around him, Su Cheng suddenly realized that this was not clearly explained on the map. He had initially thought that second and third tier skeleton warriors would only appear deep within the bone wasteland. Even better. Su Cheng smiled brightly. Blood Dragon Fury Fist. Boom! Kill a third tier initial skeleton warrior, gain 50 experience points. Congratulations, your martial arts level has increased by an additional 4 levels. Congratulations, your martial arts level has risen to 12,023. Although the third tier skeleton warriors were much larger and spawned in fewer numbers, their high strength meant they provided a lot of experience points, and the chance to trigger martial arts talent characteristics was greatly increased. This is amazing. At this rate, my total martial arts attributes will soon reach the strength of an initial martial king. Su Cheng felt a surge of excitement. Kill. Boom. Crush. Crush. Crazy crushing. Even though these third-tier initial skeleton warriors were large, in front of Su Cheng, they crumbled like dust, all turning to ashes under his terrifying power. Congratulations. Your martial arts level has risen to 12,500. Before long, his martial arts level finally reached 12,500, and his total martial arts attributes successfully broke through 50,000 points, reaching the realm of an initial martial king. For other martial artists, wanting to advance to the level of an initial martial king would require consuming a large number of initial martial king breakthrough pills, and the probability of breaking through was very low. It should be said that the lower the martial arts talent level, the smaller the chance of breaking through. Those with even lower talent levels might as well forget it, as refining more breakthrough pills would be useless. But for Su Cheng, it was simple. As his martial arts level continuously increased, he could directly possess strength comparable to an initial martial king. Although Su Cheng was puzzled about the number of breakthrough pills needed to raise his martial arts realm, it would likely have to reach a massive amount. But that was a matter for the future. For now, continuously raising his martial arts level was the best strategy, especially since there were no restrictions on the increase of martial arts attributes. Kill a third-tier initial skeleton warrior, gain 20 experience points. Congratulations, your martial arts level has increased by an additional 4 levels. Congratulations, your martial arts level has risen to 12,556. What? The experience points suddenly dropped by more than half? In this regard, Su Cheng naturally understood, because his total martial arts attribute had already reached the level of a junior martial king, so the experience points gained from killing the initial level third-tier skeleton warriors would quickly diminish. Su Cheng was already aware of this situation, so he was only slightly surprised and did not think much more about it. 10,000, 30,000, 100,000. Congratulations, your martial arts level has risen to 15,211. Haha, this is amazing. In such a short time, my total martial arts attribute has gone from 50,000 points to over 60,000 points. This place is like heaven for me. I really hope to find more places like this in the future. Su Cheng was incredibly exhilarated at this moment, feeling the surging power within him, which was intoxicating. This is why all martial artists go to great lengths, using every means possible to collect resources and seize them, continuously enhancing their strength, as this is the source of their motivation. Who can refuse the desire for endless power? Heavenly Breaker, Infinite Slash. Boom! In his excitement, Su Cheng once again drew his SS-level treasured sword, unleashing martial skills, slashing down one after another. With each strike, he could slay dozens of initial level third-tier skeleton warriors. The The number may not seem large, but there was no other way. Their size was too massive. Even though Su Cheng's total martial arts attribute was nearing that of a mid-level martial king, and the attack range of his SSS-level martial skills was larger, he could only kill dozens of skeleton warriors with each slash. Congratulations, your martial arts level has risen to 15,357. Congratulations, your martial arts level has risen to 15,563. However, Su Cheng's grinding session did not last long this time, as the Bone Wasteland, which was near Su Cheng, underwent another drastic change. Roar! Roar! At this moment, deafening low roars echoed, and the entire bone-laden ground seemed to tremble violently. Damn humans! Destroying so many of my skeleton subjects and disturbing my slumber, I will extract your soul and seal it for 10,000 years, turning your body into a part of this endless bone. A roar filled with extreme anger resounded from all directions, yet its source could not be found. However, soon, Su Cheng's eyes widened. At the sight not far away, the endless bones on the ground were actually changing again, crazily gathering in one place, continuously condensing into a colossal entity. 5 zhang, 10 zhang, 100 zhang, 300 zhang. In Su Cheng's eyes, this colossal entity quickly formed into a giant skeleton standing at 330 zhang tall, resembling a skeleton warrior whose body had inflated hundreds of times. But unlike the previous ordinary skeleton warriors, this one wore a crown made of bones. Moreover, its strength was vastly different. It was a third-tier lord-level skeleton king. What a huge skeleton! Facing the terrifying aura of the skeleton king, Su Cheng said with slight astonishment, its strength has actually reached that of a junior martial king. No wonder the map marks this area as highly dangerous. Enter with caution. Su Cheng couldn't help but nod. He had previously seen lord-level magical beasts whose strength was certainly far superior to those of the same tier. Human, how do you want to die? The 330 zhang tall skeleton king looked down at Su Cheng, who was as small as an ant, and said in a deep voice, "Ha ha, you want to kill me? You're not qualified." Su Cheng replied coldly upon hearing this. "Since you've appeared, it seems my grinding for martial arts levels in this place has come to an end." Looking around, with no ordinary skeleton warriors left, Su Cheng understood. It wasn't that there were no bones left on the Bone Wasteland, but once the skeleton king died, it meant that the other skeleton warriors would no longer gather. Humph. Do you know how many arrogant humans like you have died here? I remember that every few decades there would be humans like you who ventured in here, but now they have long since become part of this wasteland of white bones. And your fate will be the same. The skeleton king let out a cold, mocking growl. You talk too much. Die. Thunder prison breakthrough slash. Boom. Countless bolts of lightning appeared, enveloping the towering skeleton king who stood at 330 zhang. Previously, when Su Cheng used this martial technique, it could cover an area of several hundred meters, not to mention his current strength. The skeleton king's height was only about 1,100 meters. How is this possible? For this king, break. The moment Su Cheng drew his blade, the skeleton king felt a life and death threat, causing it to panic and unleash its strongest power, trying to break free from this thunder prison. However, the skeleton king's struggle was destined to be futile. If it had appeared when Su Cheng first arrived at the Wasteland of Bones, then Su Cheng would indeed have to expend considerable effort to kill it, and might not even succeed, allowing it to escape. After all, as long as the endless bones remained, the skeleton king could appear at any time. But now it was different. Su Cheng had killed so many skeleton warriors that his martial arts level had skyrocketed by a full 5,000 levels, and his total martial arts attributes had risen to nearly that of a mid-level martial king. Coupled with Su Cheng's use of an SSS-level martial technique and an SS-level treasured blade, killing a mid-level martial king was no problem at all. Moreover, this skeleton king was merely at the third-tier lord level, barely reaching the initial fourth-tier strength. Faced with Su Cheng's earth-shattering strike, the skeleton king simply could not withstand it. No. Stop. Human. You stop right now. In an instant, the skeleton king unleashed its most powerful force, trying to break through this thunder prison, but found that it was impossible no matter what. It became even more terrified and began to plead for mercy. But it was all too late. Boom! Accompanied by the skeleton king's roar, the terrifying thunder prison erupted, tearing its massive skeletal body to shreds, crushing and crushing again until it was reduced to ashes. Completely dead. Even though the Wasteland of Bones still had endless bones, the skeleton king would no longer appear, and the bones within the wasteland would gradually disappear. Kill the third-tier lord-level skeleton king, gain 100,000 experience points. Congratulations, your martial arts level has increased by an additional 4 levels. Congratulations, your martial arts level has risen to 15,768. Hearing the notification, Su Cheng was somewhat surprised. Killing this skeleton king actually granted him 100,000 experience points, equivalent to a direct increase of 100 levels in martial arts, and it also triggered a talent characteristic. It seems that the skeleton warriors really won't appear anymore. After searching for a while in other Areas of the wasteland of bones. The results were just as Su Chang had guessed. He could only shake his head slightly and then leave the wasteland of bones directly. Although he hadn't obtained any treasures in the wasteland of bones, for Su Chang, the increase of over 5,000 levels in martial arts was the greatest gain. By now, other rare materials in the secret realm have probably been snatched clean. They must all be waiting for the appearance of the divine fallen crystal in that tower. Su Chang thought to himself. In reality, this was indeed the case. Every time this secret realm opened, the appearance of the divine fallen crystal was always in that huge tower, and the location was fixed, so naturally there would be martial artists waiting there. Well, there's no rush. I can check out some places marked on the map. If there are monster gatherings, that would be even better. With this in mind, Su Chang began to search one by one at the locations marked on the map. Although his martial arts level had exceeded 15,000 for Su Chang, this was not the end. His previous small goal was to raise his martial arts level to 10,000, which he had now achieved. Next, his goal was to quickly raise his martial arts level to 100,000. Since he had the talent for infinite upgrades, being only over 15,000 now meant he might not even be considered a beginner. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, several months had passed. It was almost 6 months since the secret realm opened, which meant the divine fallen crystal would soon appear. During these months, the new martial artists from the outside world were all striving to enhance their strength, exhausting all available resources. For those with a good family background and a decent level of martial arts talent, it goes without saying that they received full support from their families. District 1, Yi Family Manor. The Yi family in District 1, and indeed in all 9 major human districts, could be considered a top-tier family with a profound heritage, spanning over 3,000 years. Moreover, among this generation of the Yi family's direct descendants, an unparalleled genius with an SSS-level martial arts talent had awakened, Yi Jingxian. Undoubtedly, Yi Jingxian was receiving the full support of his family, and his strength was skyrocketing daily. Any rare materials or elixirs he used were things that most ordinary martial artists would never encounter in their lifetime. Since awakening, Yi Jingxian had been in seclusion, rarely going out, fully focused on enhancing his strength. His pressure was also considerable. After all, this generation had not just 1 but 3 unparalleled geniuses with SSS-level martial arts talent. Therefore, he could not afford to slack off. Even though his family continuously provided him with the best resources, he still had to train with all his might. A moment of negligence could lead to being surpassed by the other 2 SSS-level martial arts geniuses, which Yi Jingxian could not tolerate. Jingxian, come to me. While in seclusion, Yi Jingxian suddenly heard a deep voice in his mind, waking him up. Grandpa? Hearing this voice, Yi Jingxian was not unfamiliar with it. He stopped his seclusion and immediately went to the place where the voice had called him. Knock knock. Yi Jingxian arrived outside an incredibly luxurious door and gently knocked. Come in. The deep voice from inside was the same as the one that had appeared in his mind earlier. Grandpa. After entering, Yi Jingxian saw an elderly man in the room and respectfully called out. Upon seeing the old man, a hint of fervor appeared in Yi Jingxian's eyes. The extreme martial emperor. Indeed, this old man was the strongest of the current direct descendants of the Yi family, Yi Wanlong. Jingxian, I just obtained 3 purple fire pills from a secret realm. Take them and use them. Before the competition begins, strive to reach the peak martial master level. It would be best if you could advance further. Yi Wanlong pointed to a bottle on the table as he spoke. Yes, thank you, Grandpa. Hearing about the purple fire pills, Yi Jingxian felt a surge of excitement and joy. With these 3 purple fire pills, he believed he could definitely elevate his realm to the peak martial master level in the remaining months. Jingxian will not disappoint Grandpa's expectations and will not let down the family's training. Yi Jingxian said solemnly. Although there are many better treasures in the family, your strength is still too low to use them. Otherwise, if you consume them, you will surely explode and die. Yi Wanlong nodded. Rare materials and treasures come in many levels, even the most precious ones are not usable just because one has them. For instance, if a treasure is useful even to a martial emperor, it must be of a high level. However, if a martial artist, martial master, or even a peak martial master tries to use it, it would be absolutely impossible. Just daring to use it would lead to immediate death. Therefore, many families, despite awakening martial arts geniuses and possessing numerous treasures, do not recklessly use all their treasures. Moreover, no matter how good a treasure is, refining it also requires a significant amount of time, and the lower one's strength, the slower the refining process. It is far better to use rare materials and treasures that are suitable for one's current strength and realm. Yi Wanlong's 3 purple fire pills given to Yi Jingxian can be said to have an immensely significant enhancement effect for martial artists at the level of Grand Martial Masters. Just 1 purple fire pill has a market value that definitely exceeds 100 billion. I've received news that this year's competition is somewhat different from previous ones, and even the rewards are much more generous. Moreover, the most important thing is that this time, the Extraordinary Pavilion will select a martial artist from this year's new recruits to recruit into the Extraordinary Pavilion. As Yi Wanlong spoke these words, His expression was extremely serious. Even when he mentioned the extraordinary pavilion, an endless longing appeared in his eyes. What? Hearing the words, extraordinary pavilion, Yi Jingxuan's expression changed drastically. Only families with a heritage of over 1,000 years, and only the direct line, would have some understanding of this extraordinary pavilion. However, what they knew was not much. They only knew that there was such a place among human martial artists. Because within the extraordinary pavilion, each individual is the pinnacle of human strength, with every level of power surpassing that of a martial god. Long ago, the extraordinary pavilion would recruit some highly potential martial artists to cultivate within, and those selected by the extraordinary pavilion were destined to step into the extraordinary in the future. Even if they couldn't, they would at least become a martial god-level powerhouse. However, later on, the number of martial artists recruited by the extraordinary pavilion dwindled, and in the last 1,000 years, they haven't recruited a single martial artist. The extraordinary pavilion. Yi Jingxian gasped repeatedly, his face filled with shock. Then his expression brightened again. Grandpa, since the extraordinary pavilion will recruit martial artists again this time, they will surely prioritize those with the highest martial talent levels, right? So, does that mean the chances of me, Li Chansong, and Xiao Yuechan being selected are the greatest? Yi Jingxian said excitedly. Not necessarily. According to the previous standards of the extraordinary pavilion for recruitment, it's not only those with martial talent reaching SSS level that will be selected, those with SS level martial talent might also be chosen. Although martial artists who awaken SSS level martial talent cultivate much faster than others and are invincible at the same level, it is said that what the extraordinary pavilion values is not this, but rather some extremely special existences among countless martial artists. I'm not sure how they are special, but I've seen a secret record that says 5,000 years ago, a martial artist awakened a martial talent that was only D level. But this D level talent derived a powerful ability, allowing this martial artist's talent level to continuously improve, ultimately reaching SSS level. So, even a genius with awakened SSS level martial talent may not necessarily be valued by the extraordinary pavilion. Hearing Yi Jingxuan's words, Yuanlong slightly shook his head and began to explain. Recalling that he had known about such a special talent before, Yuanlong's eyes were filled with amazement and emotion. However, upon hearing this, Yi Jingxuan's mouth dropped open in shock, his expression one of disbelief. He had never heard of such a talent ability. If it weren't for the fact that it was his most respected grandfather saying these words, he would absolutely not believe it. D-level martial talent, and it could improve? And ultimately reach SSS level? Just thinking about it felt as unreal as a dream. How is that possible? How could there be such a talent ability? Yi Jingxian murmured to himself. There's nothing impossible. The potential of humanity makes everything possible. Think about how weak humans were 10,000 years ago, but 10,000 years later, look at how strong we humans have become now. Yuanlong said lightly. Alright, there are some things you're not strong enough to know, and knowing them won't help you. I'm telling you this because I hope you can seize this opportunity. After all, you are now the Qilin child of the Yi family. No matter how you look at it, with an SSS level martial arts talent, your chances of being selected are much greater than others. However, you still need to work hard. If you can break through to the initial level of Martial King before this year's new martial artist competition, I believe your chances of being admitted to the extraordinary pavilion will be even higher. Once you enter the extraordinary pavilion, both you and our entire Yi family will reach the pinnacle of status, and from then on, no one will be able to shake our position. There are still a few months left. You must give it your all. Whatever resources you need, the family will definitely provide them all. Yuanlong walked up to Yi Jingxian and patted his shoulder as he spoke. Yes, Grandpa, I will not let you down. I will definitely enter the extraordinary pavilion. Yi Jingxuan's eyes burst with intense light as he said excitedly. The news Yuanlong received was also known to some other families, but among the countless family forces in the 9 major districts, very few were aware of this information. Only those top families knew. Even among these top families, only a handful were in the know. At the Zhao family estate, a thunderous roar erupted once again. Damn it! If I find out who killed my Zhao family's Qilin child, I, Zhao Tianque, will make him suffer a fate worse than death. You useless bunch, after investigating for months, you still haven't found a single useful piece of information. You might as well go die. The clan leader Zhao Tianque roared in extreme anger, like a mad beast exuding a terrifying aura. Originally, with the Zhao family's background, they were not qualified to know about this matter, but this time, the Zhao family produced a genius with SSS level martial arts talent. This meant they were also eligible for the selection list for the extraordinary pavilion. Although the chances of being selected were slim, there was still a glimmer of hope. But Zhao Wujie was already dead. How could clan leader Zhao Tianque not be furious upon learning this news? The opportunity to enter the extraordinary pavilion, no matter how small the chance, was still an opportunity, but with Zhao Wujie dead, there was no chance at all. The entire Zhao family's chance to soar to greatness was thus lost. Congratulations! Your martial arts level has risen to 16,068. Congratulations! Your martial arts level has risen to 16,602. During these past few months, Su Chang also did not stop, continuing to hunt magical beasts throughout the secret realm. However, apart from the previous Bone Wasteland, magical beasts were scarce in other areas. Moreover, Su Chang's strength had increased significantly compared to before, and killing third-tier magical beasts yielded very little experience. Therefore, in these few months, Su Chang's martial arts level did not rise much, but it did reach over 16,600, with his total martial arts attributes surpassing 66,000 points, achieving the level of intermediate martial king. At this point, within the secret realm, he was unmatched, capable of crushing everyone, even those extreme grand martial masters. No matter how many trump cards they had, it would be of no use. The pavilion where the divine meteor crystal appears is about to show up. I should head over now. With this thought, Su Chang located the marked spot on the map where the divine meteor crystal was to appear and hurriedly made his way there. Before long, Su Chang arrived at the coordinates, where a large number of grand martial masters had already gathered, nearly filling the area. However, Su Chang felt that there were significantly fewer extreme grand martial masters. As for whether those people were dead or what happened to them, he couldn't be bothered to care. How is this possible? Little guy, you're not dead? You're still alive? Just as Su Chang arrived, a surprised exclamation suddenly rang out from his left. Hearing this exclamation, Su Chang was slightly taken aback, feeling that it sounded a bit familiar. When he saw the source of the voice, he was also somewhat surprised as the person walked towards him. The three who approached were women, the same three who had encountered Su Chang before entering the secret realm. At this moment, the three women walking towards Su Chang all wore expressions of astonishment. Even the one with the veil showed a look of surprise, as if finding it hard to believe a high-level martial artist could actually survive in this secret realm for nearly half a year, which was truly beyond their expectations. It wasn't that they wished for Su Chang's death, but in this secret realm, almost all martial artists were at least advanced grandmasters, with true masters being exceedingly rare. Before entering the secret realm, they had seen some martial artists at the master level, but now they were nowhere to be found, and even the extreme grandmasters had significantly decreased. Yet here was a high-level martial artist who was doing just fine, which felt a bit ghostly and left them puzzled. What do you mean I'm still alive? Don't you wish I were dead? Upon seeing the three women, Su Chang couldn't help but roll his eyes in response. However, he was also somewhat surprised that the veiled woman, who had only been an intermediate grandmaster before, had actually broken through to the extreme grandmaster level in just a few months. But it seemed she had only recently achieved this breakthrough. The speed of her improvement was already quite fast. Su Chang's surprise was fleeting, as he had been advancing even more rapidly. No, we just find it very unexpected. How did you survive in here for several months? You didn't encounter any magical beasts or other martial artists? One of the female guards shook her head and explained. If it had been before, with their extreme grandmaster strength, they wouldn't have paid a high-level martial artist any mind. If any other high-level martial artist had dared to speak to them like that, they would have slapped them away long ago. But regardless, Su Chang had been with them before, so they were somewhat acquainted, even if not very familiar. I didn't, I was hiding, Su Chang replied, not wanting to elaborate further, and casually made up a reason. Well, that's impressive. To hide for several months, but your level has been high-level martial artist for almost half a year. Why haven't you improved? Looking at you, you don't seem very old. You must be a newly awakened martial artist this year. Why aren't you focusing on training to improve your strength instead of wandering around? The female guard said, even more astonished. Enough, the veiled woman interrupted the guard. Although Su Chang's explanation sounded simple, she felt it couldn't be that straightforward. She sensed that Su Chang must have some secrets and was definitely not ordinary. She didn't believe that he had simply been hiding for months. Hello, I'm Qin Si-Yuan, the veiled woman said after a moment of thought, extending her hand for an introduction. Her action not only surprised Su Chang but also astonished the two female guards beside her. Hello, Su Chang responded, shaking the woman's hand. His calm reaction only made Qin Si-Yuan and the two female guards even more surprised, as Su Chang's demeanor clearly indicated that he had never heard of her name before. Is he pretending? The two female guards couldn't help but think. In truth, Su Chang had a vague impression of the name Qin Si-Yuan, but he couldn't recall it, mainly because he had rarely paid attention to others even in the past. Su Chang, are you a martial artist from District 9? Which martial arts school did you attend? Qin Si-Yuan asked, not thinking much of it. After all, there were so many martial artists, and it was not unusual for someone not to know her. Yes, from District 9. As for which martial arts school? I used to be from Martial Arts School 3, but I've already been expelled, Su Chang replied lightly, a hint of sarcasm in his eyes. Although he didn't care much about being expelled from Martial Arts School 3, there was still a bit of anger in his heart. What? Upon hearing Su Chang's words, Qin Si-Yuan and the other two women once again displayed expressions of disbelief. because generally speaking, those who haven't made any major mistakes won't be expelled. Among the 9 major districts, there are at least hundreds of millions of new martial artists each year, and the ones who get expelled are truly very few. What's the reason? You didn't offend someone, did you? A female guard asked with great interest. I don't know, maybe they think I'm too pathetic, bringing shame to the martial arts. School number 3, haha. Su Chung shook his head slightly, not wanting to explain, but the mockery in his eyes only grew stronger. Soon, very soon. Martial arts school. Number 3, you will regret this. Su Chung thought silently. Jin Siyu and the other two exchanged glances for a moment. Although Su Cheng's tone was calm, they could all sense a hint of anger beneath it. However, since Su Cheng didn't elaborate, they wouldn't pry further. Being too pathetic to be expelled from martial arts? That doesn't make sense, they thought, somewhat unconvinced. Although Su Cheng's current level was only that of a senior martial artist, he certainly wasn't someone at the bottom of the school, right? For the vast majority of new martial artists, reaching the level of senior martial artist or even peak martial artist within a year is already quite impressive. After all, most new martial artists don't have very high martial arts talent, they are all ordinary martial artists. The 4 fell silent for a moment, as Su Cheng was already not very talkative. Time passed, and a few days went by. The Godfall Pavilion is about to appear. At that moment, someone shouted. As the voice rang out, a massive, tower-like pavilion slowly emerged in the sight of everyone present. It seemed to materialize from the void, gradually solidifying until it was fully revealed. Su Chang, this Godfall Pavilion has a total of 10 floors, and each floor has a Godfall crystal. If you want to seize it, you must act quickly, Shin Siyu said to Su Chang after thinking for a moment. She recalled that when they were outside the secret realm, Su Chang seemed unfamiliar with everything about it. Now that she encountered him again, her intuition told her that this senior martial artist was not as simple as he appeared. So, after some thought, she decided to inform Su Chang about it. Oh, I see, thank you for the information, Su Chang replied, raising his eyebrows and nodding in gratitude. Upon hearing Qin Siyu's words, he truly didn't know this. He had thought all the Godfall crystals were inside the pavilion, and everyone would compete for them, based on their strength. The map didn't specify this information either. What surprised Su Chang even more was that this secret realm could actually yield 10 Godfall crystals each time it opened. For others, every time this secret realm opened, it was impossible for all the Godfall crystals to be obtained by members of the same family. Getting just one would be quite good, especially with so many peak martial artists involved. But this time, Su Cheng intended to obtain them all. No one from other families would get even one. In fact, seizing the Godfall crystals was all about speed. Whoever was faster would take all the Godfall crystals inside the pavilion, and before long, everyone in the secret realm would be forcibly teleported out. The martial artists who managed to grab a Godfall crystal just had to hold on until they were teleported out to claim their prize. However, this time the opening of the secret realm was naturally different from before, as the enlightenment fruits would also emerge. Only 3 days after the enlightenment fruits matured and appeared would the secret realm forcibly teleport everyone out. During these 3 days, it would be a frenzy of slaughter. Who could ultimately seize the enlightenment fruits would depend on strength and luck. The Godfall Pavilion is open. Charge! Once the massive pavilion fully solidified, the martial artists who had come here almost simultaneously took action. I'm off, Su Chang said to Qin Siyu. And before she could respond, his figure was already 100 feet away. What, that fast? The 3 girls, seeing this, changed their expressions dramatically. Su Cheng's figure flickered several times and directly charged to the front of all the Grand Martial Masters. Damn it! Who's that fast? A high-level martial artist? What the hell is going on? Kill him. That kid must have a secret treasure on him. You little beast. The Godfall crystal isn't yours to snatch, die. The many Grand Martial Masters never expected that someone would suddenly rush to the front of everyone, which infuriated them. However, upon seeing this person's realm, many Grand Martial Masters were momentarily stunned, but it only fueled their anger further. How dare a mere high-level martial artist attempt to seize the Godfall crystal in front of their group of ultimate Grand Martial Masters? It was simply seeking death. Faced with the scolding and murderous intent of these ultimate Grand Martial Masters behind him, Su Cheng paid no heed. It wasn't the time to act. The most important thing was to seize the Godfall crystal first. Since he had decided not to let these family Grand Martial Masters obtain a single Godfall crystal, Su Chang would follow through. When it came time to act, he would have plenty of time to play with these ultimate Grand Martial Masters after securing all the Godfall crystals. After all, the emergence of the Enlightenment Fruit was still about 3 months away. Whoosh! Whoosh! Su Chang's speed erupted again, and in the blink of an eye, his figure vanished from the sight of the many ultimate Grand Martial Masters, having directly entered the Godfall Pavilion. A large number of ultimate Grand Martial Masters watched in disbelief as Su Cheng's figure disappeared. Was his speed really that fast? They knew that while there were strong and weak among them, the gap shouldn't be this outrageous, and their speed shouldn't be this far apart. How is that possible? How can his speed be so fast? One ultimate Grand Martial Master said in a daze. Bastard! That damn little beast must have an incredibly powerful secret treasure that enhances speed, but it definitely won't last long. What a damn waste. Such a powerful speed treasure. Used on a high-level martial artist, it's simply squandering it. I wonder which family's junior it is. Who cares which family it is? In this secret realm, if you die fighting for it, no one can be blamed. Ha ha, kill him, and the speed treasure will be mine. When the enlightenment fruit appears, I will definitely be the fastest to grab it. Such a fast speed treasure is incredibly rare. I must get it. It's simply a tool for escape. Only a high-level martial artist using such a speed treasure, and he's even faster than the ultimate grand martial masters. I can't miss this. Seeing Su Cheng's figure disappear, that speed left all the ultimate grand martial masters in the dust. But they didn't think it was Su Cheng's own speed. They were completely certain that he must have a treasure that enhanced speed, and it was definitely not ordinary. What the hell? We can't let him take all the Godfall crystals. Kill him. Charge. How dare he snatch the Godfall crystal? Seeking death. Ha ha, what are you afraid of? A mere high-level martial artist, so what if he snatches the Godfall crystal? He'll have to spit it all out later. Humph. The value of the speed treasure on this person seems even higher. The many ultimate grand martial masters who quickly reacted sneered as they charged into the Godfall pavilion, not worried at all that Su Cheng could escape. The Godfall pavilion was very large, capable of accommodating tens of thousands of martial artists without any problem. Even if there was a crazy battle inside, it wouldn't feel crowded at all. Thus, a large group of ultimate grand martial masters quickly disappeared, rushing into the Godfall pavilion. How can this be? That little guy's speed is so fast? The female guard beside Qin Xiao also expressed her disbelief. The female guard was also an ultimate grand martial master, but she was not young, already over 40 years old. She just looked like she was in her 30s due to her strength. The two female guards called Su Cheng a little brat, which was not a problem at all, considering they were several times older than him. He must have some kind of speed treasure on him, otherwise he couldn't possibly run this fast. Qin Xiu said in her usual cool tone, believing that Su Cheng indeed possessed a speed treasure. This guy was actually deceiving us. He wasn't hiding at all. With such a speed treasure, he's faster than even the ultimate grand martial artists. If he encounters danger, he can just run away in a flash. Who could catch him? Another female guard said with a bitter smile. It's normal, that's his trump card, so of course he wouldn't reveal it. Qin Xiu nodded in understanding. It's really unwise. He's already exposed his trump card now. What good does it do to snatch the divine fallen crystal? The most important treasures haven't even appeared yet. If he had waited for that treasure to emerge and then used this speed treasure to snatch it and escape quickly, he might have actually succeeded. In the current situation, how could the other ultimate grand martial artists let him go? Even if he has a speed treasure, it would be snatched away. The female guard in green shook her head inside. What a pity. He probably doesn't know that this time the secret realm has opened, and besides the divine fallen crystal, there are other even more precious treasures emerging. Otherwise, he wouldn't have acted and would have kept his trump card hidden. The female guard in yellow also shook her head and sighed. They had a good impression of this little brat Su Cheng, and if possible, they would like to help him. But in this situation, how could they help? There were only 3 of them. While the other ultimate grand martial artists were a large group, it was impossible to compete with so many families' ultimate grand martial artists. He'll have to rely on his own luck. Qin Xiu frowned. She couldn't understand why Su Cheng would blindly expose his trump card like this. Miss, aren't we going to take action to snatch the divine fallen crystal? The female guard in green asked. Let others snatch it. We'll conserve our strength and wait until the end to act. Qin Xiu shook her head slightly. If it were just the divine fallen crystal, she would choose to act, but this time entering the secret realm, while the divine fallen crystal was good, it was on a completely different level compared to the enlightenment fruit. In fact, most of the ultimate grand martial artists sent by their families shared the same thoughts as Qin Xiu. There was no need to exhaust their strength to snatch the divine fallen crystal. If they fell, it would be even more unwise. The ultimate grand martial artists currently trying to snatch the divine fallen crystal might know that they would have no chance to grab the enlightenment fruit in the end, so getting some divine fallen crystals first would be acceptable. Or perhaps some ultimate grand martial artists were not from families but were individual cultivators like Su Cheng. Such people also knew that when the enlightenment fruit emerged, it wouldn't be something they could snatch, and the trump cards of other ultimate grand martial artists would definitely be revealed in the end. At this moment, Su Cheng had already reached the first floor of the divine fallen pavilion. He had thought he would have to search carefully, but unexpectedly, a glowing crystal was right in the middle of the first floor of the divine fallen pavilion. Moreover, there was nothing else inside the divine fallen pavilion. It was very spacious, not even a single room or anything like that. This should be the divine fallen crystal? Su Cheng had never seen what the divine fallen crystal looked like, but he could feel the strong martial artist aura emanating from this crystal. He recalled what that high-level grand martial artist had said before. The birth of the divine fallen crystal was a powerful crystallization that only had a chance to appear when a martial emperor or above fell. Since that was the case, the aura emitted by the Divine Fallen Crystal would naturally carry the aura of a martial artist. After collecting this Divine Fallen Crystal, Su Cheng searched the first floor. Again to ensure there were no other similar crystals. If he took the wrong one, wouldn't that be a huge loss? Due to a slight delay, by the time Su Cheng found the entrance to the second floor of the Divine Fall Pavilion and just entered, a large group of extreme Grand Martial Masters had already surged in from the first floor where the Divine Fall crystals had appeared. So fast. That person has snatched the Divine Fall crystal. Chase him. Damn it, we can't let him escape. If he gets away, where will we put our faces? Humph. He can't escape. No one can save him. Kill. The greed in the eyes of the many extreme Grand Martial Masters intensified. A treasure with such speed, and it was only being used by a high-level martial artist. If it were in their hands, how fast would it be? At that time, the success rate of snatching the Enlightenment fruit would soar, and the other extreme Grand Martial Masters could only follow behind and eat dust. Just thinking about this made these extreme Grand Martial Masters even more frantic. They felt that at this moment, the speed treasure on Su Cheng was worth far more than the Divine Fall crystals. Moreover, once they killed Su Cheng, they could not only obtain the speed treasure but also all the Divine Fall crystals. So, as long as they killed Su Cheng, it would be a 2-for-1 benefit. Su Cheng couldn't be bothered to care about what those extreme Grand Martial Masters behind him were thinking. Others thought he was trying to escape, but he simply didn't want the extreme Grand Martial Masters from other families to get even a single Divine Fall crystal. If he acted now, Su Cheng could easily crush the other extreme Grand Martial Masters, but with this delay, they might run up and snatch the other Divine Fall crystals. In the end, with so many people, it would be hard to tell who had taken the Divine Fall crystals. It was impossible to kill all the extreme Grand Martial Masters, right? Well, although that approach was also feasible, it would be somewhat troublesome, far less convenient than snatching all the Divine Fall crystals first. However, Su Cheng was unaware that the group of extreme Grand Martial Masters behind him had already regarded him as a prized catch, thinking that his incredible speed was due to possessing a speed-type treasure. The second one. Su Cheng smiled faintly, collected the second Divine Fall crystal, and without hesitation, continued toward the third floor. However, the entrances that appeared on each floor were fixed positions, requiring some searching, but they weren't too hidden and could be found quickly. Even so, Su Cheng's speed remained very fast. It should be noted that his total martial arts attributes had reached the strength of a mid-level martial king, easily leaving these extreme Grand Martial Masters behind. The third one. The fifth one. In no time, Su Cheng had already reached the fifth floor of the Divine Fall Pavilion. This made him very happy. He still didn't know the exact value of the Divine Fall crystals, but he could naturally ask once he got out. Although the various family forces concealed this secret realm, the things that appeared inside were probably not so easy to investigate. But Su Cheng wasn't in a hurry. Things like this wouldn't depreciate. Now, figuring out the specific value of the Divine Fall crystals could wait until he was stronger, and then he could find out. How is this possible? This is too fast. After entering, we didn't even see a shadow of this person. How many floors has he reached now? The extreme Grand Martial Masters chasing Su Cheng had also rushed to the fifth floor, but along the way they hadn't seen a trace of Su Cheng, which left many of them increasingly shocked. This speed treasure is incredible. The burst of speed can last for such a long time. I must get it. I must obtain this speed treasure. Great. As long as I get this speed treasure, whether inside this secret realm or after going out, my chances of survival in future training will be much greater. I must snatch the speed treasure. I can forego the Divine Fall crystals. Many extreme Grand Martial Artists were increasingly shocked, and their greed grew stronger. The more they couldn't see Su Cheng's figure, the more they felt that the speed treasure on him was extraordinary. A martial artist possessing such a speed treasure must have come from a powerful family. The fact that he, merely a high-level martial artist, dared to bring such a speed treasure into the secret realm clearly showed absolute confidence in it. This further indicated that this speed treasure was exceptional, perhaps even a kind of ultimate speed treasure. As for the identity of the other party, these extreme Grand Martial artists couldn't care less. After all, if they killed him, they wouldn't be blamed, as it was just normal fighting. Who told him to bring such a treasure in when his strength was insufficient? If they had to be held accountable for this, would it mean that in the future, whoever grabbed a treasure in the secret realm couldn't be robbed or killed? That would make no sense at all. He's not hiding in some corner, waiting for us to run up, and then he escapes, right? One extreme Grand Martial Artist speculated. Impossible. Although the Godfall Pavilion is large, there are no hiding places on each floor. My spiritual power covers every floor, and I haven't found any trace of him. That's right, he must be up there. He hasn't escaped, he can't get away. Then, what are we waiting for? Keep chasing. Without delay, the many extreme Grand Martial Artists continued to accelerate and pursue. Seventh one. Ninth one. By the time the many extreme Grand Martial Artists reached the 7th floor, Su Cheng had already collected the 9th Godfall crystal and stepped into the 10th floor, 10th one in hand. After putting away the last Godfall crystal, Su Cheng smiled slightly. However, he did not choose to leave. He waited on this 10th floor, as going down now would surely lead to encounters with other extreme grand martial artists blocking his way. As long as they weren't fools, the other extreme grand martial artists would definitely know that all the Godfall crystals were on him, given his incredible speed, and they wouldn't let him leave. About a minute later, Su Cheng finally saw a figure of an extreme grand martial artist appear on the 10th floor, followed by a second, a third, and then a wave of them surged up. When these extreme grand martial artists saw Su Cheng, they were momentarily stunned, and then their eyes were once again filled with greed. However, because there were too many extreme grand martial artists, no one was the first to strike. After all, no one would just watch as someone killed Su Cheng, snatched the speed treasure, and all the Godfall crystals. Kid, hand over the speed treasure on you and all the Godfall crystals, or this 10th floor of the Godfall Pavilion will be your burial ground, one extreme grand martial artist coldly shouted, not hiding his killing intent. Speed treasure? Su Cheng was taken aback upon hearing this. However, he quickly understood that these extreme grand martial artists surely didn't believe that a mere high-level martial artist like him could be so much faster than them. Even if he were hiding his strength, it wouldn't be possible. There was only one possibility: he must have some kind of speed treasure on him, or even an ultimate treasure. After all, being faster than extreme grand martial artists while being a high-level martial artist was no small feat. Hand over the speed treasure and the Godfall crystals, or die. You little beast. Hand over everything on you. Running pretty fast, huh? Keep running now? Why aren't you running anymore? In less than a minute, the number of extreme grand martial artists on the 10th floor of the Godfall Pavilion reached over 1,000 and was still increasing. The first group that had come up had already surrounded Su Cheng, blaring at him fiercely and threateningly, saying, "A bunch of useless fools, not daring to make a move? Then let me kill him. If we wait any longer, more and more grand martial artists will come up, and it will be even harder to snatch it then. Get lost. If you don't want to fight, then get out. Kid, I have my eyes on that speed treasure of yours. It's mine. Ha ha ha. Kid, you're really asking for death. Don't you know the saying about having a jewel brings trouble? The speed treasure is mine. Everyone step aside." A group of extreme grand martial artists were all itching to make a move, claiming they wanted to act, yet none of them actually did. It wasn't that they were afraid to act against Su Cheng. Rather, once they made a move, they could be attacked by other grand martial artists. In the eyes of these extreme grand martial artists, Su Cheng was just a lamb waiting to be slaughtered, a treasure to be claimed. Therefore, whoever dared to be the first to act against Su Cheng would face the onslaught of others, just like snatching a treasure. If anyone dared to approach the treasure first, the others would definitely strike first. Su Cheng's realm was simply too low in their eyes, easily squashed, so they naturally weren't worried about him escaping. If Su Cheng's strength were comparable to theirs, they would have acted immediately to prevent him from fleeing. You all came too slowly. Looking at these extreme grand martial artists, who resembled hungry wolves, Su Cheng shook his head slightly, a hint of mockery and killing intent flashing in his eyes. What does that mean? The numerous extreme grand martial artists were momentarily taken aback. What does he mean? It sounds like he was waiting for them on purpose. You speak so arrogantly, kid. Do you really think you can escape just because of that speed treasure? You're at death's door and still dare to talk back. Just wait and see if you can even cry later. Little guy, give me the speed treasure, and I'll guarantee you leave alive. Hey handsome, as long as you give me the speed treasure, I'll not only help you leave alive but also spend a night with you. How about that? Handsome, come with me. I promise to make you comfortable. Just give me the speed treasure. Get lost. A bunch of cheap whores, go away. Damn it. You all have no shame. You've embarrassed your families. TSK, such a handsome young man, it would be a pity for you to die like this. Be good, hand over the speed treasure to me, and I'll definitely take you away. At this moment, the scene became a bit strange, as some female extreme grand martial artists began throwing flirtatious glances at Su Cheng, trying to tempt him into handing over the speed treasure. This infuriated the other extreme grand martial artists, who began to curse. Mainly, many of the extreme grand martial artists still felt some apprehension towards Su Cheng. After all, he was just a high-level martial artist, yet he dared to enter the secret realm and even brought such a speed treasure. His identity must be extraordinary. Moreover, facing so many extreme grand martial artists' threats, he remained calm and composed. If it were any other ordinary high-level martial artist, they would have long been scared to the ground, trembling in fear. This kid likely came from a prominent family or a powerful force. However, they couldn't understand why someone with such a remarkable background had such low strength. But now was not the time to think about that. This young man could die, but he absolutely could not die at their hands. If they killed him and his background turned out to be terrifying, it would truly bring disaster to their families. Thus, surrounded by so many extreme grand martial artists, no one dared to be the first to act. One reason was the fear of being the first to stick their neck out, and the other was the concern over Su Cheng's identity. These extreme grand martial artists were all quite shrewd. Meanwhile, some female extreme grand martial artists, with a flash of inspiration, directly began to use their beauty to try to seduce Su Cheng into handing over the speed treasure. Faced with the teasing and temptations of these female extreme grand martial artists, Su Chang was momentarily stunned, but he hadn't yet reached the level of concern that these extreme grand martial artists had for him, treating him as a martial artist of significant status. "Forget it, you women, what do you look like now? I'm not interested," Su Chang said. "Put. Ha ha ha." Su Chang's words nearly made the other extreme grandmasters spit out their drinks, and everyone burst into laughter. The female extreme grandmaster who had just spoken to Su Chang was so furious she was on the verge of exploding. "Kid, hand over everything on you. We can let you off easy, but if you delay any longer, who knows if we'll join forces, and as for who you'll die at the hands of, that's hard to say." After the laughter subsided, one extreme grandmaster said coldly. Although they suspected Su Chang's identity was not simple, they couldn't just give up in the face of treasures and all the divine fallen crystals. After all, it was just a guess, and none of them knew Su Chang. They had to take a gamble. If they guessed right, they could strike it rich this time. "Alright, it seems like everyone has arrived." Hearing the words of the extreme grandmaster, Su Chang looked around and spoke as well. At this moment, Su Chang didn't know exactly how many extreme grandmasters had reached the 10th floor of the Divine Fallen Pavilion, but it was definitely several thousand. Because Su Chang knew that the ultimate goal of all these extreme grandmasters entering this secret realm was not the divine fallen crystals, but rather the better enlightenment fruits. Most extreme grandmasters would definitely not take action now, conserving their strength to wait for the final emergence of the enlightenment fruits. What? Su Chang's words left many extreme grandmasters puzzled again. What did this mean? Could it be that this young man had some hidden cards? Ha ha, a bunch of useless fools. You want the speed treasure? Then come on, since you won't take action, there won't be any opportunities. Before the many extreme grandmasters could say anything, Su Chang suddenly burst into laughter, his eyes revealing a fierce and sharp glint. "Now, all of you can die. Blood Dragon Fury Fist." Boom. Rumble. In an instant, an incredibly terrifying aura erupted from Su Chang's body, instantly reaching the level of extreme grandmaster, then advancing to the junior martial king, and then the intermediate martial king. In that moment, in the eyes of the surrounding extreme grandmasters, Su Chang, who had originally seemed like a little lamb, suddenly transformed into an ancient ferocious beast. All the grandmasters in the Divine Fallen Pavilion felt this terrifying aura that surpassed the extreme grandmasters and immediately changed their expressions drastically. Put. The batch of extreme grandmasters closest to Su Chang was directly affected by his overwhelming aura, immediately spitting blood and flying backward. How is this possible? Extreme grandmaster's face was filled with horror, his body trembling violently as he screamed, turning to run. But it was already too late. Roar! As Su Chang unleashed this punch, the blood dragon quickly transformed, emitting waves of dragon roars that shook the entire Divine Fallen Pavilion. At this moment, even the extreme grandmasters who had not entered the Divine Fallen Pavilion felt this terrifying aura from outside, though it was not as intense. Moreover, due to the Divine Fallen Pavilion's influence, it was significantly weakened, making it impossible to clearly sense the suddenly erupting aura, which had actually reached the intermediate martial king level. Why is there such a big commotion? Have they already started fighting? But why is there only one aura? The grandmasters outside the Divine Fallen Pavilion began to wonder. Logically speaking, if they could feel the fluctuations from outside, there should be countless auras intertwining. After all, the fighting wouldn't just involve one person. But now, there really was only one person's aura fluctuation. Where were the other extreme grandmasters? Why was there no such strong aura fluctuation from them? But they hadn't gone inside, so they didn't know what was happening inside now. Boom! With the strength of an intermediate martial king, Su Chang unleashed this S-rank martial skill, and the power that erupted was immense. Don't even mention martial arts techniques, just pure strength is enough to crush all the extreme grandmasters here. However, using martial arts techniques allows Su Chang to crush everyone even faster. Bang! Bang! In the wake of the illusory blood dragon, numerous extreme grandmasters had their bodies torn apart, unable to even scream, but before they died, their faces were all filled with horror. How could a high-level martial artist suddenly unleash such terrifying power? They couldn't comprehend it and had no chance to think further. When all the might dissipated, the entire 10th floor of the Divine Fallen Pavilion was littered with severed limbs, but there were even more who left no corpses behind. Even those extreme grandmasters who survived were severely injured from the shockwave, lying on the ground with faces full of terror. Some extreme grandmasters didn't even understand what was happening before they were suddenly swept away by the terrifying force, blood gushing from their mouths. No, it can't be. How could this happen? An extreme grandmaster exclaimed in disbelief as he looked at the scene filled with severed limbs. They were all dead, so many extreme grandmasters, and so many had died in an instant. Who exactly are you? The other extreme grandmasters trembled as they questioned Su Chang, who wore a calm expression. But more of the surviving extreme grandmasters couldn't utter a word, their hearts filled with utmost fear. You don't need to know who I am, but if you dare to covet what I possess, then all of you must die, Su Chang said coldly, his eyes filled with a strong killing intent. It was also because of his immense strength. If he were weak, just a high-level martial artist, he would be the one dead now. Therefore, Su Chang would show no mercy to these extreme grandmasters. Whoosh! Put! Su Chang didn't waste any more words and took action again, appearing in front of a severely injured extreme grandmaster in a flash, then crushing the opponent's skull with a single stomp. After that, his figure flickered continuously, either exploding the heads of his opponents with one hand, stomping them to death with one foot, or smashing them with a punch. In this secret realm, the strongest extreme grandmasters were as weak as chicks before Su Chang. Run! The remaining grandmasters, realizing the danger, screamed and dared not hesitate any longer, turning to flee desperately from the scene. Even the severely injured extreme grandmasters had to drag their bodies to escape, their inner fear compelling them to crawl out of the Divine Fallen Pavilion. No, you can't kill me, you can't kill me. I am from the Qian family. If you kill me, you will be doomed. Beast, you will die a terrible death. Ah, hell, save me. You little beast, I curse you to go to hell, you will die as miserably as I do. Su Chang moved swiftly, reaping the lives of these extreme grandmasters one by one, indifferent to their pleas for mercy, curses, or threats. The extreme grandmasters trying to escape felt even more terrified as they heard the screams behind them. Humph! You can't escape. Blood Dragon Fury Fist. Boom! Another batch of extreme grandmasters was crushed, leaving no corpses behind, a scene of utter carnage. However, there were still quite a few extreme grandmasters who had come to the Divine Fallen Pavilion, numbering in the thousands. Even with Su Chang's strength, that first punch had only killed over 1,000 extreme grandmasters. Now, as he continued to strike, he killed another portion. After eliminating all the extreme grandmasters on the 10th floor of the Divine Fallen Pavilion, Su Chang immediately stepped into the 9th floor and killed another portion. Then came the 8th floor, the 7th floor. Su Chang's speed was incredibly fast. No extreme grandmaster could withstand even a single move from him. All were directly crushed, so in every layer, many extreme grandmasters fell to Su Chang's hands. Devil! This is a devil! How dare he go for total annihilation? He has killed so many extreme grandmasters, so many from the family. He is definitely dead, absolutely dead. Run! That devil is coming after us. Ah! Save me! By the time the remaining extreme grandmasters escaped from the 5th floor of the Divine Fall Pavilion, there were already fewer than 1,000 left. Some extreme grandmasters were still talking tough, but upon hearing Su Chang crazily pursuing them from behind, they were immediately frightened into a frantic escape. Unfortunately, no matter how fast they ran, they couldn't outrun Su Chang. When some extreme grandmasters reached the 1st floor, only a few dozen remained, and these few dozen were so terrified that they were in a daze. Their frantic escape was entirely driven by a will to survive. They couldn't afford to stop, not even for a second. Upon seeing the entrance of the Divine Fall Pavilion, the remaining extreme grandmasters felt as if they had glimpsed a ray of hope. In the darkness, we finally escaped. One extreme grandmaster sighed in relief, as if he had just emerged from hell. However, once they got outside, they still didn't dare to linger for even a moment. Even though there were many extreme grandmasters outside the Divine Fall Pavilion, they were utterly terrified and dared not stay, hastily fleeing from the place, muttering fearful words. Outside the Divine Fall Pavilion, many extreme grandmasters who had no intention of seizing the Divine Fall crystal watched as some extreme grandmasters suddenly burst out from inside, each face reflecting unimaginable fear and horror. It was as if they had seen something extremely terrifying within the Divine Fall Pavilion. This left the extreme grandmasters outside utterly bewildered. Not long after, a figure appeared again at the entrance of the Divine Fall Pavilion, and that figure was naturally Su Chang, who walked out calmly, his expression one of indifference and tranquility. He had no interest in chasing after the small group of fleeing extreme grandmasters. After all, exposure was only a matter of time. Even if he hadn't been exposed yet, once the enlightenment fruit appeared, he would definitely reveal himself when he made a move. At that point, even if he could kill most of the extreme grandmasters, he couldn't kill them all. Seeing that things were amiss, they would surely run. Ha! Su Chang? The 3 women, Qin Siyu and her companions, were taken aback to see that the figure emerging was Su Chang. They recognized him, having seen him enter the Divine Fall Pavilion first with the speed treasure, but like everyone else, they didn't think he would survive. Although the 3 women wanted to save Su Chang, they felt powerless. After all, saving him would mean going against the other extreme grandmasters. Even if they had trump cards, they couldn't possibly take on so many extreme grandmasters. Moreover, they had come in for something much more important, so they couldn't act for Su Chang at this moment, and their familiarity with him wasn't that strong. But now, seeing Su Chang actually alive and emerging from the Divine Fall Pavilion, looking as relaxed as if he were just strolling through a market, was astonishing. Many other extreme grandmasters also recognized Su Chang. After all, not long ago, he had displayed incredible speed, far surpassing the other extreme grandmasters, being the first to enter the Divine Fall Pavilion, and he was only at the level of a senior warrior. This naturally drew the attention of many extreme grandmasters present. Although they hadn't entered the Divine Fall Pavilion, it didn't mean they had forgotten about Su Chang. How is this possible? He's still alive? He was the first to rush into the Divine Fall Pavilion. He must have had a chance to seize the Divine Fall crystal. Did no one go after him? There must have been an attempt. He probably realized his strength wasn't enough and threw out the Divine Fall crystal to save his life, right? That's impossible. If a peak grand martial artist makes a move, even a casual wave could kill him. There's no way he could survive. Moreover, he was so fast before, it's obvious he has a speed treasure. How could no one have tried to snatch it from him? It seems this kid is not simple. Since he possesses such a speed treasure and dares to expose it in public, he clearly isn't afraid of being targeted. I wonder which family or faction this martial artist belongs to. His identity must be extraordinary. To enter at the level of a high martial artist, he must have quite a few treasures for protection. Looking at him, he should be one of the newly awakened martial artists this time. Why do I have no impression of him? Could he not be a genius? If he weren't a genius, no family would invest so much effort into nurturing him, nor would they provide such powerful protective treasures. Not necessarily a genius. Just because a martial artist comes from a big family doesn't mean they're a genius. They might not have high martial talent, but they could be a direct descendant with a strong backing. Moreover, once they obtain the enlightenment fruit and refine it, they would definitely become a martial genius. Outside the Godfall Pavilion, the many peak grand martial artists who had not yet left saw Su Chang slowly walking out, and each of their faces showed a look of suspicion. Their thoughts mirrored those of the many peak grand martial artists inside the Godfall Pavilion earlier, speculating that Su Chang's identity must be extraordinary. This made many peak grand martial artists feel even more solemn, their expressions somewhat grim. But thinking of the final enlightenment fruit, no peak grand martial artist would give up. No matter how extraordinary Su Chang's identity was, they still had to compete for it. Treasures are great, but if the user's strength is too low, what use are they? When the enlightenment fruit appears, we should take the opportunity to kill this kid and seize the treasures on him. Many peak grand martial artists thought with cold smiles. As Su Chang left the Godfall Pavilion, the pavilion behind him began to fade away, quickly disappearing without a trace, as if it had never existed. It's truly amazing, Su Chang exclaimed as he watched the vanishing Godfall Pavilion. How is this possible? The Godfall Pavilion just disappeared. Could it be that there's no one inside anymore? What's going on? Based on past situations, doesn't the Godfall Pavilion only disappear once there's no one left inside? Could it be that in such a short time, there was already no one left in the Godfall Pavilion? But from just now until now, fewer than 100 people have come out, while thousands of peak grand martial artists went in before. What on earth happened in there? Something must have gone wrong. Those peak grand martial artists who escaped just now looked terrified. It couldn't have been unfounded. But the many peak grand martial artists, seeing the Godfall Pavilion disappear, had their expressions changed dramatically, filled with disbelief. Thousands of peak grand martial artists went in, and in such a short time, fewer than 100 came out. Where did the others go? According to records, even if there was one person still alive inside the Godfall Pavilion, it would not disappear again. It only disappears when there is no one left. Of course, if there weren't an enlightenment fruit appearing, the martial artists fighting inside the Godfall Pavilion would all be forcibly teleported out after a while, and only then would the Godfall Pavilion disappear. But now, with the enlightenment fruit appearing, if there were people inside the Godfall Pavilion, it would never disappear early. So, the most likely scenario is that in such a short time, there was already no one left inside the Godfall Pavilion. As for where the people went, probably only the few surviving martial artists would know. Shocked by this thought, many peak grand martial artists couldn't help but look at Su Chang. Su Chang, are you alright? What happened inside? Why did some of the grand martial artists who ran out look so terrified and fled without looking back? Qin Xiao and her two companions walked towards Su City, and the female guard in green could not help but ask. They were also very curious about what had happened in such a short time inside the Godfall Pavilion that caused thousands of peak martial masters to disappear without a trace. How would I know? I hadn't even reached the top of the Godfall Pavilion when I saw some peak martial masters running out, so I just followed them. As for what happened up there, I have no idea. In response to the question from the green-clad guard beside Qin Xiao and the attention of other peak martial masters, Su City merely shrugged and spread his hands, looking as if he knew nothing. Impossible, something must have happened suddenly. Just now, we felt a violent tremor coming from inside. The female guard in yellow did not believe Su City's words. If you don't believe me, fine. Do you think I, with only the realm of a high-level martial artist, could see any changes? Su City shook his head slightly, too lazy to say more. The Godfall Pavilion has disappeared. The Dao fruit should be about to appear. Are you all coming with me? Su City looked at Qin Xiao and her two companions and asked. When the Godfall Pavilion appeared, Qin Xiao had reminded Su City about the situation inside, which made him have some good feelings towards the three of them. A few months ago, Su City had wandered around the secret realm for so long that he no longer wanted to leave. For the remaining 3 months, he would wait for the Dao fruit to appear like other peak martial masters. Then let's go. Many people have already gone over there to wait. Since the secret realm opened, so let's go together. Qin Xiao nodded in agreement. Although Su City was unwilling to explain much, Qin Xiao and her companions did not press further. However, Qin Xiao increasingly felt that Su City was not simple. She was very curious about what secrets he held. Now that Su City had extended an invitation, she naturally would not refuse. The four of them quickly disappeared, and the other peak martial masters also left one after another. Time flew by, and 3 months soon passed. The Dao fruit was about to appear. At this time, the new martial artist competition was also about to begin. Boom! In the first district, within the Yi family manor, a powerful aura suddenly erupted in his secret chamber. I finally broke through and reached the initial level of Martial King. The spot to enter the extraordinary pavilion will definitely belong to me, Yi Jingxian. No one is qualified to compete with me. Yi Jingxian felt exhilarated and spoke with great ambition, his eyes filled with fierceness. Not long after Yi Jingxuan's breakthrough, a figure appeared in the secret chamber, silently and without a trace. Ha ha, good. Jingxian, you truly are the prodigy of our lineage, not wasting my efforts in nurturing you, very impressive. The visitor was naturally Yuan Long, who was also very pleased at this moment. Grandfather, this is all thanks to you and the family. Upon seeing Yuan Long, Yi Jingxian immediately spoke respectfully. I have seen your efforts. The chances of that spot in the extraordinary pavilion falling to you are very high. Yuan Long nodded, looking at Yi Jingxian, who was not arrogant about it, feeling even more satisfied. However, I heard that the Li family and the Xiao family, their geniuses are progressing just as fast as you. Knowing that the extraordinary pavilion will recruit members this time, both families will spare no effort in nurturing them. I estimate that the geniuses from those two families will also break through to the initial level of Martial King. Yuan Long's brows furrowed slightly. The competition this time was indeed quite fierce. No one had expected that 3 peerless geniuses with SSS-level martial talent would awaken in this session. Coincidentally, the extraordinary pavilion was recruiting members, and for this spot, everyone would go crazy pouring resources into their own geniuses. It can be said that in just 1 year, from awakening to becoming a junior martial king, this speed of cultivation is absolutely at its limit. Most of the time, even geniuses with SSS-level martial arts talent, at the start of the competition, only reached the peak of great martial master. Whether it's the Yi family, the Li family, or the Xiao family, if they hadn't learned that the extraordinary pavilion would be recruiting members, they wouldn't have put so much effort into cultivating their family's unparalleled talents. It's worth noting that in just 1 year, the resources the Yi family has expended on Yi Jingxian amount to no less than 100 billion, or even more. As for the Li family and the Xiao family, their investment in cultivating Li Changsong and Xiaoyuechan is certainly not less than 100 billion in resource value. This is merely to cultivate them to junior Martial King, and it has already consumed at least 100 billion in resources, especially considering the significant gap between the peak of Great Martial Master and Junior Martial King. Even if the 3 of them are unparalleled geniuses, the chances of breaking through are not very high, and require time to settle. But now, with a large amount of resources, they have forcibly succeeded in breaking through. The consumption of resources is definitely not less than 500 billion, which is already equivalent to the total resources consumed previously. However, for the sake of competing for a spot in the extraordinary pavilion, everything is worth it for the 3 families. Of course, aside from these 3 families, other families with awakened SSS-level martial arts geniuses have also been generous in their cultivation efforts, with resource expenditures of at least several 100 billion. Even families with insufficient foundations will find ways to acquire more resources to cultivate their family geniuses. Grandpa, don't worry. Even if Li Changsong and Xiaoyuechan also break through to Junior Martial King, what of it? Jingxian will definitely secure a spot in the extraordinary pavilion and trample them underfoot. Yi Jingxian said coldly, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes. Very good, you have this belief, which is enough to show your potential to become a strong warrior. Even if you can't enter the extraordinary pavilion when the time comes to enter the Martial God Palace, you will still not be weaker than those from the extraordinary pavilion. Yuan Long looked at the confident Yi Jingxian, feeling even more satisfied. Alright, you can come out of seclusion now. Rest for a few days. The family has already prepared some treasures for you. During the competition, perform well and don't feel any burden. After Yuan Long finished speaking, his figure disappeared. Li Changsong, Xiao Yuechan, the spot in the extraordinary pavilion is definitely mine. No one can stop me, not even you. Whoever stands in my way, I will make them die. Yi Jingxuan's eyes revealed a crazed look, and the chill emanating from him caused the temperature in the secret chamber to drop several degrees. Sure, enough. The day after Yi Jingxian broke through to Junior Martial King, the unparalleled genius of the Li family, Li Changsong, and the unparalleled genius of the Xiao family, Xiaoyuechan, both broke through to Junior Martial King as well. Not only that, but countless martial artists in this session have also significantly improved over the past year, becoming much stronger than the new martial artists of previous years. The new martial artist. Competition is about to begin, and the secluded new martial artists are all coming out to prepare for the battle. At this moment, in the secret realm, Su Chang has finally awaited the arrival of the Enlightenment Fruit, which is about to come into being. 3 months ago, when Su Chang arrived here and saw the Enlightenment Fruit, he was slightly surprised. He had thought that the emergence of the Enlightenment Fruit would be similar to that of the Divine Fallen Crystal, but in reality, the emergence of the Enlightenment Fruit is not like that. The Enlightenment Fruit has already appeared. It is situated within a restriction that no martial artist can break through. Moreover, the state of the Enlightenment Fruit during this time has been in an unripe state, nearly infinitely close to maturity, and now, it is about to fully ripen. Once the Enlightenment Fruit is fully mature, the restrictions around it will disappear, and that will be the most frenzied time for countless peak great martial masters. In the end, how many peak great martial masters will survive, no one knows. But according to records, 500 years ago, tens of thousands of extreme grand martial artists entered, yet only 1 in 100 managed to survive. There are 3 days left until the martial arts championship begins. I hope the Enlightenment Fruit ripens. It must not be delayed. Su Chang, like the other grand martial artists, eagerly fixed his gaze on the Enlightenment Fruit. Su Chang, are you really going to take action? This time, it might not be as lucky as before. I know you have a trump card, but your realm is too low. No one will hold back when the time comes. Qin Siyuan looked at Su Chang beside her and couldn't help but ask again. After 3 months of getting to know each other, she had become quite familiar with Su Chang and now felt reluctant to see him perish. Don't worry, nothing will happen. I have confidence, Su Chang replied with a faint smile, giving Qin Siyuan a reassuring look. Seeing this, Qin Siyuan hesitated to say more and ultimately kept quiet. If there's a chance later, help him if you can, Qin Siyuan softly instructed the 2 female guards beside her. Yes, we understand, Mississippi. You should be careful too. The 2 female guards, now devoid of their previous playful demeanor, gradually grew serious. Just then, the Enlightenment Fruit is about to fully ripen. A voice filled with ecstasy suddenly exclaimed. All the extreme grand martial artists present became excited, their faces showing wild joy. Let's make our move. Many extreme grand martial artists nodded to those around them. Then, these extreme grand martial artists took out a blood-red, eerily colored crystal from their spatial storage and swallowed it without hesitation. In the next moment, boom, boom, among the crowd of countless extreme grand martial artists, an incredibly terrifying aura suddenly erupted, their breaths abruptly breaking through to the initial level of Martial King, and then continuously rising. Not far from Su Chang, Qin Siyuan's 2 female guards also took out blood-red crystals. Miss, please take care of yourself, we are going now. Just as the 2 female guards were about to simultaneously swallow the blood-red crystals in their hands, a more terrifying aura suddenly erupted from Su Chang, causing Qin Siyuan and the other 2 women to widen their eyes in shock. Blood Reversal Crystal, a relatively rare and special crystal, has only one effect on martial artists. After swallowing it, it can immediately stimulate the potential of the martial artist's entire body, causing their martial attributes to soar wildly. Generally speaking, after consuming a blood reversal crystal, a martial artist's total martial attributes can increase by about 20% to 30%. However, the blood reversal crystal also has enormous side effects, and they are irreversible. Although the blood reversal crystal can cause a martial artist's strength to soar immediately, its duration is only 1 hour. After 1 hour, the martial artist's meridians will shatter, leading to immediate death. Since the appearance of the blood reversal crystal, no martial artist who has used it has ever survived. Although this item is rare, some families naturally have stockpiles kept for special situations. This time, to obtain the Enlightenment Fruit, many families would naturally use the blood reversal crystal, allowing their loyal extreme grand martial artists to bring it in for the final use, quickly seizing the Enlightenment Fruit. After all, obtaining an Enlightenment Fruit can create a genius with SS level martial talent for the family, ensuring the continuation of their lineage for hundreds of years. Therefore, losing 1 or 2 blood reversal crystals and extreme grand martial artists is worth it as long as they can obtain the Enlightenment Fruit. Although treasures like the Divine Fallen Crystal had appeared before, they were not enough to compel these extreme grand martial artists with blood reversal crystals to act. They had not chosen to intervene. At that time, the moment the Enlightenment Fruit is about to emerge, it is when they desperately go all out, naturally swallowing the blood reverse crystal without hesitation, causing their strength to surge and directly reach the level of a junior martial king. At this moment, the Enlightenment Fruit is on the verge of full maturity, and among the tens of thousands of peak enlightenment practitioners, dozens of powerful auras suddenly erupt, reaching the strength of junior martial kings. This not only astonishes many peak martial masters who are unaware of the situation but also changes Su Chang's expression. However, upon sensing these auras and realizing their strength has exploded to the level of junior martial kings, Su Chang relaxes slightly, yet his heart grows solemn. He had long suspected that with a treasure like the Enlightenment Fruit emerging in the secret realm, the family forces would want to seize it, and these peak martial masters definitely had hidden cards up their sleeves. Su Chang couldn't figure out what It was before, but now that he has witnessed it, he is slightly shocked, not expecting that there could be a way to rapidly elevate a peak martial master's strength to that of a junior martial king in such a short time. Is this your hidden card? But you still can't take the enlightenment fruit from me, Su Cheng thought coldly. He felt somewhat fortunate that after entering this secret realm he hadn't wasted time. If he had previously broken through to level 10,000 outside and then waited here like other martial masters for the enlightenment fruit to appear, he would definitely not be a match for these peak martial masters who had used their hidden cards, and there would even be a possibility of falling. It seems that no matter when, I must never stop improving my strength. Who knows what unexpected hidden cards the opponents might have? Very few people know how deep the foundations of these family forces are. Watching more and more peak martial masters erupting with the strength of junior martial kings, Su Cheng's expression grew increasingly cold. What's going on? Oh my god. How did these people's strength suddenly explode, surpassing peak martial masters? Some peak martial masters who entered alone exclaimed with changing expressions. They must have consumed some treasure that allows their strength to surge significantly in a short time, all to seize the enlightenment fruit first. Damn it, these despicable family forces actually did this. They already have the strength of junior martial kings. How can we compete? How shameless to have such hidden cards. If we had known, we wouldn't have come in. Nonsense. If you're afraid of dying, then get out now. Fortune favors the bold. This is the enlightenment fruit. Once obtained, one can soar to great heights. So what if their strength surges? There aren't just a few of them. They will also fight fiercely, and everyone has a chance to get the enlightenment fruit. I've only ever been a peak martial master in my life. If I don't give it my all this time, I won't be satisfied. What's the point of living? For the enlightenment fruit, I'll fight to the death. I must obtain the enlightenment fruit. It is mine. Mine. Even if I can't have it, I will destroy it if I have the chance. No one can have it. Kill, kill, kill. Kill everyone who stands in my way of seizing the enlightenment fruit. Other peak martial masters, feeling the sudden emergence of so many warriors surpassing their strength, initially changed their expressions wildly, but they would not choose to retreat. For many peak martial masters, they had no resources, no background, and no forces. They had worked hard to reach the peak martial master level, some spending over 100 million to buy their way in. They fought desperately, still having a chance to obtain the enlightenment fruit. If they didn't fight, they would only grow old and die, and they were unwilling to accept that. The enlightenment fruit, once consumed and refined, could elevate one's martial talent to SS level. With such martial talent, as long as one doesn't die, reaching martial emperor or even martial god in the future is possible, and that is the true pinnacle of human strength. The enlightenment fruit is enough to drive martial artists below the realm of the extreme grand master into madness. That's right, madness. Even knowing that some extreme grand masters have family trump cards that can significantly boost their strength, they still refuse to give up, even if it means death. Kill. Grab it. The enlightenment fruit is mine. Mine. It belongs to me. No one can take the enlightenment fruit from me. Feeling the pressure around them, some extreme grand masters even took action directly, rushing towards the enlightenment fruit. But in the next moment, these extreme grand masters were immediately torn to shreds by the terrifying power of the barrier surrounding the enlightenment fruit as soon as they touched it. The enlightenment fruit was on the verge of full maturity, but it was not yet ripe, so the barrier naturally had not disappeared. Su Cheng felt a chill in his heart as he watched these mad grandmasters. He knew they had completely lost their minds. Therefore, he realized he could not wait any longer. His strength was much greater than these extreme grandmasters, but he had to act immediately to prevent other extreme grandmasters from having any other trump cards and missing the opportunity. Boom! With this thought, Su Cheng no longer hesitated. His aura erupted instantly, no longer just that of a high-level martial artist, but reaching the level of a mid-level martial king. The other extreme grandmasters nearby felt the terrifying aura emanating from Su Cheng and were instantly dumbfounded. Not far behind him, Jin Seo and her two female guards, who had entered to compete for the enlightenment fruit for their family, also brought in 2 blood reversal crystals. They saw the other extreme grandmasters using blood reversal crystals and knew they could not wait any longer, so they prepared to use theirs as well. However, they did not expect to witness a scene that left them utterly shocked. Just as Jin Seo was telling her 2 female guards that if Su Cheng encountered danger later, they could help him if they could, the 2 guards naturally had no objections and nodded in agreement. So after agreeing, they couldn't help but glance in Su Cheng's direction, only to see a scene that left them stunned. The Su Cheng, who was originally just a high-level martial artist, now had an aura that surged directly to that of a mid-level martial king, and the overwhelming pressure made it hard for them to breathe. Jin Seo also sensed the terrifying aura nearby. She turned around abruptly, her face showing a look of shock. If it were any other extreme grandmaster, the 3 girls would not be so astonished, but this was Su Cheng, the little guy who had always only been at the high-level martial artist realm. Even if they guessed that Su Cheng's actual strength was likely beyond that of a high-level martial artist, they didn't expect it to be that powerful, and he might have some treasures or the like. But compared to the extreme grandmasters, there would still be a significant gap. However, they never imagined that at this moment the aura erupting from Su Cheng had actually reached the terrifying level of a mid-level martial king. What a leap in realms from high-level martial artist to mid-level martial king. It should be noted that these extreme grandmasters, who were now unleashing the strength of a junior martial king, were using blood reversal crystals, such rare items that could boost their strength by about 20% to 30% in a short time to reach the junior martial king level. So what exactly did Su Cheng use to elevate his realm from a high-level martial artist to a junior martial king in an instant? With the foundation of Qin Xiao's family, she simply could not fathom that there could be such a treasure in the world that could enhance a person's strength so dramatically. Qin Xiao absolutely did not believe that such a treasure existed in the world. But if it didn't, then what was the true nature of Su Cheng's strength? For a moment, she felt a bit lost. How could this be? How could it be like this? The two female guards stared wide-eyed, their mouths agape, incredulously gazing in the direction of Su Cheng. They too were at a loss, forgetting to use the blood reversal crystal in their hands. Qin Siyuan and the other two women were the same, while the other extreme grand martial masters surrounding Su Cheng looked as if they had seen a ghost. Su Cheng and the three women had been here for 3 months, and the other extreme grand martial masters had naturally been paying attention to Su Cheng. At first, these extreme grand martial masters thought they were mistaken. How could a mere high-level martial artist have made it in here and still be alive? It was simply unbelievable. However, since they were with the 3 extreme grand martial masters, the others didn't bother to make things difficult for Su Cheng and quickly overlooked his presence. After all, how could a high-level martial artist catch their eye? Yet, these extreme grand martial masters could never have imagined that the high-level martial artist they had dismissed was now unleashing the might of a mid-level martial king. It was akin to a down-and-out poor kid suddenly becoming the richest person in the world among the wealthy elite, leaving everyone in disbelief. How is this possible? How could he, a high-level martial artist, possess the might of a mid-level martial king? Could it be that he used something even more powerful than the blood reversal crystal? Absolutely impossible. How could such a treasure exist in the world that allows a high-level martial artist to suddenly unleash the power of a mid-level martial king? Isn't that a joke? Exactly, even if such a treasure existed, it would never be used on a high-level martial artist. If such a powerful treasure were to be used on an extreme grand martial master, what would happen? Others wouldn't even need to fight for the enlightenment fruit. So what's the situation? Could this person be hiding his strength? Is he not a high-level martial artist but an extreme grand martial master? But that doesn't make sense. This person is so young, just a teenager. How could he have the strength of an extreme grand martial master? It's impossible. There's no need, even if there are treasures that hide strength. This secret realm restricts entry to martial artists above the extreme grand martial master level. Those who used hidden strength wouldn't even be able to enter. Regardless, this person's realm is definitely not that of a mere high-level martial artist. He must be hiding his strength. Damn it! If that's the case, how can we snatch the enlightenment fruit? Kill. Who cares who he is? Even if he's from the martial god family, anyone who dares to snatch the enlightenment fruit must die. So what if he's a mid-level martial king? Everyone can swarm him, especially since many have consumed the blood reversal crystal. Their strength greatly increased. Killing him is not difficult. Humph. His burst of strength can't last long. He'll die just the same. The enlightenment fruit is mine. Although they couldn't comprehend how Su Cheng's strength could soar from a high-level martial artist to a mid-level martial king, even so, these extreme grand martial masters would not give up. Until the very end, the ownership of the enlightenment fruit was still unknown. It wasn't guaranteed that just because one was strong, they could snatch the enlightenment fruit. If there were absolute crushing power, they would have nothing to say. Whether for themselves or for their families, these extreme grand martial masters would not take a step back. Boom! Su Cheng stepped forward, not hiding a trace of his aura, and with a flash, he was already at the edge of the enlightenment fruit's barrier, standing in front of the other extreme grand martial masters. Just now, only a few extreme grand martial masters within the range had realized Su Cheng's terrifying strength, but now that he stood before everyone, it immediately drew the attention of more extreme grand martial masters. This discovery caused the extreme grand martial masters who had used the blood reversal crystal to change their expressions as well. They hadn't expected that after using the blood reversal crystal, there was still someone whose strength was even more formidable, reaching mid-level martial king. Stop him. We can't let him seize the enlightenment fruit. First, kill this person. The enlightenment fruit must not fall into his hands. For the family. Kill. Die for me. The enlightenment fruit belongs to the Zhao family. You little beast. I don't care what you use, just get lost now. The martial artist who had reached the initial level of martial king revealed a crazed and bloodthirsty look in his eyes. For the sake of their family, they were willing to use blood reversal crystals, sustaining only an hour of life before they would perish. Anyone who dared to snatch the enlightenment fruit would face their siege, willing to go to any lengths, even to perish together. Kill. The enlightenment fruit was still a little while away from fully ripening, but some extreme martial artists could no longer hold back, especially upon seeing Su Cheng's strength, which had reached the intermediate level of martial king. They were even more unable to restrain themselves. They Wanted to take down Su Chang first, otherwise he would definitely overpower them later. Die for me. Boom. An extreme martial artist at the initial level of Martial King roared, unleashing terrifying power, his right hand like a blade, slashing towards Su Chang. Humph. Su Chang merely sneered, turning around to throw a punch, the two separated by dozens of meters. And in the next moment, put. The extreme martial artist who attacked Su Chang at the initial level of Martial King was unexpectedly blasted apart by a single punch from afar. The other extreme martial artists, witnessing this, had their expressions change wildly again, becoming even more unsightly. At that moment, the restrictions on the Enlightenment Fruit have disappeared, the Enlightenment Fruit has emerged. With a cry of ecstatic surprise, the Enlightenment Fruit erupted with an incredibly brilliant beam of light, emanating an irresistible aura of temptation. Everyone, even Su Chang, upon seeing this glowing Enlightenment Fruit filled with endless allure, couldn't help but gasp. At this moment, even Su Chang's eyes revealed a frenzied greed. Any martial artist whose strength did not exceed the extreme level of Martial King could have their martial talent level directly elevated to SS level after consuming the Enlightenment Fruit. Even if their strength would revert to that of a newborn martial artist, the energy contained in the Enlightenment Fruit would quickly allow their strength to soar back to the extreme level of Martial King. Transforming a martial artist into a genius among geniuses, what else could this be but a treasure? Even if consuming the Enlightenment Fruit reduced their strength to that of the lowest newborn martial artist, it wouldn't elevate their martial attributes to the extreme level of Martial King, yet it would still be a treasure. After all, once one possessed SS level martial talent, reaching the extreme level of Martial King was merely a matter of time. Such a treasure, even martial artists with S-level talent could not refuse, filled with endless temptation. Enough to drive them mad. Not to mention martial artists with talent levels below S, they needed treasures like the Enlightenment Fruit even more. But alas, ordinary martial artists had no idea about such treasures. Most of the extreme martial artists here were from families, and for the sake of the Enlightenment Fruit, they were equally mad, loyal to their families. For their family, they would rather sacrifice everything, even their lives, just to seize this Enlightenment Fruit. At this moment, as the restrictions around the Enlightenment Fruit disappeared, the eyes of everyone shot out with extreme madness, as if they had entered a state of madness. Grab it! Boom! A tremendous aura erupted, and all the extreme martial artists moved in unison, using their fastest speed, wanting to be the first to snatch the Enlightenment Fruit. However, there was one who was faster, and that was Su Chang. Although he had just killed an extreme martial artist at the initial level of Martial King, it was too easy for him. For the Enlightenment Fruit, Su Chang was determined to have it, even if he didn't use it himself. Selling it would be a significant sum of money, enough to last a long time. But whether he chose to use it himself or sell it, he had to snatch it first. Moreover, knowing that this secret realm had the Dao Fruit, Su Chang had already made up his mind to seize it, and no one from the other families would be able to take it from him. Without a doubt, Su Chang was the fastest. Kill him, kill him. We can't let him get the Dao Fruit. Kill, beast, seeking death. Stop, damn it. You're looking for death, looking for death. The Dao Fruit is mine, mine. You die. The grandmasters behind Su Chang, seeing his speed, were furious and shouted in desperation. They frantically unleashed various martial techniques, swarming towards Su Chang. Faced with the countless powerful martial techniques coming at him, Su Chang's expression changed slightly. He didn't dare to take them head-on, but dodging was still no problem. Ignoring the attacks from these extreme grandmasters, Su Chang erupted with ultimate speed, dodging a few times and charging towards the glowing Dao Fruit. 1 kilometer, 500 meters, 10 meters. In almost the blink of an eye, the Dao Fruit was already within reach in Su Chang's eyes. Put down the Dao Fruit or die. Die. For me, you little beast. The Dao Fruit is mine. Put it down. Kill. The extreme grandmasters rushing from all directions watched helplessly as Su Chang reached the Dao Fruit and plucked it from the small tree, tossing it into his spatial storage. Although these extreme grandmasters were only a few hundred meters away from Su Chang, that short distance was nothing for Su Chang, who had reached the intermediate Martial King level, making it completely possible for him to seize the Dao Fruit. Kill him. Boom. Countless extreme grand masters continued to attack, wanting to kill Su Chang in one blow. Just moments ago, they had hesitated, fearing they might destroy the Dao Fruit, so when Su Chang was in front of it, they all chose to hold back. But now that the Dao Fruit had been taken by Su Chang and stored away, they had no fear. As long as they killed Su Chang and seized his spatial storage, they could obtain the Dao Fruit. But for Su Chang, having obtained the Dao Fruit, he too had no more concerns. Now, it's your turn. The excitement of seizing the Dao Fruit made Su Chang unable to contain his laughter, but his tone was filled with a chilling murderous intent. He was about to unleash a massacre. Blood Dragon Fury Fist. Boom. The dozens of extreme grandmasters charging in were all crushed and killed in an instant by Su Chang's punch. He wouldn't hold back even a little. It didn't matter if they were strangers, even if they were acquaintances. If they tried to snatch the Dao Fruit from him, Su Chang would show no mercy. But how could the deaths of just a few dozen extreme grandmasters stop the others? The temptation of the Dao fruit was too great. They had already fallen into madness. Especially those extreme grand masters who had used blood reversal crystals. They only had 1 hour to live. If they didn't seize the Dao fruit within that hour, their deaths would be in vain. Thus, these extreme grand masters became even more frenzied. 500, 1,000, 3,000. In just a short while, the number of extreme grand masters who died at Su Cheng's hands exceeded 3,000, yet the others still charged recklessly to snatch it. Kill, kill. He can't hold on much longer. Even at the intermediate martial king level, you must die. Beast, leave the Dao fruit and die. One by one, the extreme grand masters continued to roar madly, completely losing their rationality, their eyes filled with bloodlust. It wasn't that these extreme grand masters lacked intelligence, it was just that in such a situation, faced with a treasure, they had lost their ability to think. Their minds were filled with only one thought: kill Su Cheng and seize the Dao fruit. Or rather, greed was driving their actions. Faced with such madness, the swarm of extreme grandmasters, Su Cheng felt the pressure gradually mounting. Among all the extreme grandmasters, Qin Siyuan and her 2 companions were among the few who had not made a move. Firstly, they knew Su Cheng. Secondly, they remained relatively calm. The shock Su Cheng had given them earlier was too great, and by the time they thought of acting, it was already too late. Moreover, seeing Su Cheng seize the enlightenment fruit and slaughtering his way through, wave after wave of extreme grandmasters fell before him. Severed limbs and broken arms of the extreme grandmasters were scattered everywhere, and very few bodies were intact. Now, within a radius of several kilometers, it had completely transformed into a hellish scene, rivers of blood flowing, and corpses piling up. Too strong. Too strong. How can he be this strong? The female guard in green stared in horror, her body trembling uncontrollably. They realized that even without using the blood reversal crystal, even if they did use it, they would not be Su Cheng's match. Many of those extreme grandmasters who had already used the blood reversal crystal had also died before Su Cheng, their bodies not remaining intact. Fortunately, we didn't act. Fortunately, we hesitated for a moment, otherwise we would all be part of the scattered limbs on the ground now. The female guard in yellow was no better off. Her face still showing no sign of retreat from the shock, but rather growing more intense. Who on earth is he? Why is he so strong? I didn't hear about this person in the last session, nor have I heard of him in this one. The shock in Qin Siyuan's heart was equally intense, but she remained calm enough to think of other things. As she looked at Su Cheng, who was slaughtering his way through, a different light flickered in her eyes. Qin Siyuan was a martial artist who had awakened in the last session, and she had an SS-level martial talent. However, shortly after her awakening last year, she was injured in an accident and had to recuperate for nearly a year before recovering. Otherwise, with her martial talent, it would have been impossible for her to only reach the extreme grandmaster level now. She had actively requested to enter the secret realm this time, partly for training and partly to seize the enlightenment fruit for her family, adding another SS-level martial talent genius to their ranks. Before entering the secret realm, she was only a mid-level grandmaster, but now she was already an extreme grandmaster, and the Qin family had agreed to let her in, so she naturally possessed many life-saving treasures. As long as the 2 female guards obtained the enlightenment fruit and handed it to Qin Siyuan, she was absolutely confident that she could escape in front of all the extreme grandmasters. In fact, most of the extreme grandmasters sent in by other families were in a similar situation. If there were 3 people and one had the blood reversal crystal, the other 2 would use it, while one would carry other escape cards, obtaining the enlightenment fruit and then fleeing madly with it. As long as they could hold out for 3 days, they would be forcibly teleported out and the enlightenment fruit would be theirs. However, neither Qin Siyuan and her companions nor the others from different families could have imagined that within the secret realm an anomaly had appeared, with a bizarre realm and terrifying strength. Damn it! Where did such a young mid-level martial king come from? It's too strange. I really can't understand why this person's true strength and realm differ so much. It can't be hidden, age can't be concealed. He has no helpers, just one person. Could he not be from a certain family? He obtained the enlightenment fruit and didn't even run. Does he really want to confront tens of thousands of extreme grandmasters? Like Qin Siyuan and her companions, there were still many extreme grandmasters who had not made a move. It wasn't that they didn't want to act, but when they wanted to, they were stunned by Su Cheng's formidable strength. Of course, this does not exclude the fact that some people want to take advantage of the chaos, waiting for most of the extreme grandmasters to fight to the death before making their move, which would increase their chances. But now, seeing Su Cheng so formidable, killing extreme grandmasters as if they were mere dogs, they all felt uncertain. Moreover, from the looks of it, Su Cheng had no intention of fleeing. Instead, he chose to confront all the extreme grandmasters surrounding him. Good. Since you all want to die, don't blame me for being ruthless. At this moment, Su Cheng let out a long howl and said coldly, although his initial thought was to kill everyone to seize the enlightenment fruit, which he was willing to do, that was certainly impractical. The more he killed, the more the other grandmasters would be filled with fear and would refrain from acting. However, Su Cheng did not expect these grandmasters to be so insane. He had already killed thousands of extreme grandmasters, yet the others showed no signs of stopping. Since that was the case, Su Chang would no longer hold back. Boom! Su Chang drew out an SS-level treasured sword from his spatial storage. In that instant, his aura erupted once more, and the long sword in his hand emitted an incredibly sharp cold light. What? The other extreme grandmasters changed their expressions again upon seeing this. He hasn't even used his full strength? How is that possible? The extreme grandmasters who have died at his hands are already in the thousands, yet he still hasn't used his full strength. This is unbelievable. Damn, how could this be? How can we snatch the enlightenment fruit now? Kill. We can't let him use stronger power. We must kill him. He must be on the verge of collapse. Let's all attack him together, or no one will have a chance to seize the enlightenment fruit. The enlightenment fruit cannot fall into his hands. He is just too strong. We must take him down first. The extreme grandmasters surrounding Su Chang, upon seeing him draw his treasured sword, although they couldn't tell how powerful it was at first glance, the cold light it emitted made their hearts race, and they had a bad premonition. He hasn't used his full strength? This is too incredible. The female guard in yellow was equally shocked and exclaimed. Shin Seo and another female guard were also taken aback. How strong must he be to force Su Chang to use his full strength? This sword feels a bit familiar. An observant extreme grandmaster looked at the SS-level treasured sword in Su Chang's hand and began to wonder. I remember now, a few months ago, wasn't there a spatial rift in the first district? A dark demon race escaped into that rift, and it seemed that the genius Zhao Wujie from the Zhao family led a team to hunt them down, apparently for an SS-level treasured sword. Didn't someone later find out what this sword looked like? Isn't it the one in this person's hand? Oh, I remember now, the genius Zhao Wujie from the Zhao family died in that spatial rift, and that SS-level sword of the unicorn demon race went missing. So many people went in afterward, yet no one found this sword. Thinking that this SS-level sword ended up in this person's hands, doesn't that mean that the genius Zhao Wujie from the Zhao family might have died at his hands? After some reminders from a few extreme grandmasters, many of them suddenly recalled. Among the crowd of extreme grandmasters, several members of the Zhao family instantly turned pale. Due to Zhao Wujie's sudden death, although the Zhao family wanted to find the murderer, they had also sent extreme grandmasters into the secret realm, and there were quite a few, 5 in total. At this moment, these 5 extreme grandmasters from the Zhao family looked at the SS-level treasured sword in Su Chang's hand, their eyes flashing with cold light. Kid, did you kill my Zhao family's Zhao Wujie? Speak! Damn beast! My Zhao family will not let you go. You've hidden yourself well. No wonder my Zhao family has been searching for so long without finding any clues. The ultimate grandmaster of the Zhao family shouted coldly. Indeed, on the surface, Su Chang appeared to be at the level of a high-level martial artist, while at that time Zhao Wujie possessed the strength of an ultimate martial artist, accompanied by 3 ultimate grandmaster guards. But all these people were dead, so everyone would assume that the killer's strength was no less than that of an ultimate grandmaster, who would suspect a high-level martial artist? Enough of the nonsense. If you want the Dao fruit, come and take it, Su Chang said with a cold smile. He certainly wouldn't admit in public that he didn't take out the SS-level treasure sword at the first opportunity because he didn't want to expose himself in front of so many people. Although he had already revealed himself in the Godfall Pavilion, there weren't many ultimate grandmasters left to escape. Damn it! I know, 3 months ago, the thousands of ultimate grandmasters who entered the Godfall Pavilion didn't just disappear for no reason. This kid killed them all, and when he finally came out, the Godfall Pavilion vanished. This demon, at this rate, the number of ultimate grandmasters who died at his hands is approaching 10,000, a true demon. An ultimate grandmaster suddenly screamed, looking at Su Chang in terror. His words made the other ultimate grandmasters recall the situation, as there were indeed many ultimate grandmasters who did not enter the Godfall Pavilion but were merely spectators. At that time, the ultimate grandmasters outside the Godfall Pavilion thought something unexpected had happened, which was quite strange. After all, within a short period, at least thousands of ultimate grandmasters had entered the Godfall Pavilion, yet not a single one of the 100 who came out remained. Thinking of those ultimate grandmasters who managed to escape, their faces turned pale, muttering unknown words. Now, when they connected the dots, the rapid disappearance of the Godfall Pavilion was not due to some accident, but rather that all the ultimate grandmasters inside had been killed. This was strikingly similar to the current situation, where in a short time, thousands of ultimate grandmasters had died at Su Chang's hands, and among them, many had used blood reversal crystals, reaching the level of junior martial kings. My god! That damned kid must have taken all 10 Godfall crystals for himself, and now he has snatched the Dao fruit as well. 2 precious items from the entire secret realm have ended up in his pocket. Hearing the words of this ultimate grandmaster, the other's eyes once again revealed strong greed. This high-level martial artist was too detestable, pretending to be a pig to eat the tiger, deceiving them all. We can't let him go. Let's all attack and kill him. That's right, he has killed so many people, he must not be left alive. Otherwise, all the treasures in the secret realm will be taken by him alone. What face will our family have left? Kill. The Dao fruit belongs to my Lin family. The numerous ultimate grandmasters were too lazy to think further, only knowing that Su Chang had many treasures on him, 10 Godfall crystals. The Dao fruit, and that SS-level treasure sword, along with possibly other treasures. He was simply a moving treasure trove, driving all the ultimate grandmasters even crazier. You little beast, for killing my Zhao family's genius Zhao Wuji, I will make you die. Everyone, this child has killed my Zhao family's genius and has enmity with us. Please give my Zhao family some face and let us kill him. An ultimate grandmaster from the Zhao family spoke up. What does your Zhao family count for? Give you face? If we let you kill him, won't all his treasures fall into your hands? That's just a dream. Ha ha. Although the Zhao family is decent, it's just that there are many families here. Which one is weaker than your Zhao family? Give you face? The Dao fruit is here. How can it be touched by your mere Zhao family? Get lost. Otherwise, we'll wipe out all of you from the Zhao family together. Hearing the words of the Zhao family's ultimate grandmaster, many grandmasters directly sneered and mocked, giving no face to the Zhao family at all. This made several ultimate grandmasters from the Zhao family so angry that their faces turned the color of pig liver. At that moment, you talk too much, Su Cheng coldly said as he scanned the surrounding extreme grandmasters. Kill. The other extreme grandmasters' expressions turned cold, and they stopped wasting time. After all, if they continued to delay, an hour would pass, and by then, the effect of the blood reversal crystal would be lost, and they would all die. Thunder prison breaking heaven infinite slash. Boom. The instant Su Cheng struck, endless lightning enveloped a radius of 1,000 meters, equivalent to a diameter of 2,000 meters. All extreme grandmasters within this range were engulfed in the thunder prison. What kind of martial skill is this? Feeling the terrifying thunder prison that suddenly appeared, all the extreme grandmasters' faces changed dramatically, their bodies trembling. No. We must escape this thunder prison. Run. It's too terrifying. How can it be this strong? Heavens, is this a martial skill? Why is it so powerful? The numerous extreme grandmasters trapped in the thunder prison were already terrified to the extreme. The flickering lightning alone was enough to rob them of the courage to fight back. First slash, Su Cheng said slowly, and as he finished speaking, the treasured sword in his hand slashed down. This earth-shattering slash spanned over 1,000 meters, causing the surrounding void to slightly distort. No! The extreme grandmasters within the thunder prison watched helplessly as the slash descended, unable to resist, only able to let out terrified screams. The extreme grandmasters who were not engulfed in the thunder prison also watched in horror as the slash fell, even their breathing stopped. When everything dissipated, the vast open space, a radius of 1,000 meters, was devoid of any grandmasters. There were hardly any complete corpses left, most had been torn to shreds and turned to dust. This was thousands of extreme grandmasters, at least over 3,000, just like that, gone. Hiss. The other extreme grandmasters looked at the empty space before Su Cheng and couldn't help but gasp. They had been so mad to try to snatch the enlightenment fruit from Su Cheng, completely losing their rationality, charging at him like madmen. But now, with Su Cheng having wiped out thousands of extreme grandmasters with a single slash, they were thoroughly awakened. Second slash. But before the remaining extreme grandmasters could react, that voice, seemingly echoing from hell, appeared again. Su Cheng once more aimed at the crowd and continued to strike. He had wanted to stop earlier, but these grandmasters didn't want to stop. Now that they were scared, Su Cheng had no intention of halting. He wanted to annihilate them completely, to the point where these extreme grandmasters would be left in utter despair. After all, having already killed so many, he didn't mind wiping them all out. Boom! When the second slash fell, another large batch of extreme grandmasters was slain, corpses littering the ground, blood flowing like rivers. Then, Su Cheng continued with the third slash, the fourth slash, the seventh slash. Devil! It's a devil, run! We're all going to die. It's too terrifying. Run! This is a power that extreme grandmasters cannot contend with. How dare he? So many people, and he alone has killed so many. No, please. Watching Su Cheng slash down again and again, entire batches of extreme grandmasters fell, with at least hundreds to thousands and sometimes even 2,000 to 3,000. Although the number of extreme grand masters at the start of the first slash was large, they were more densely packed at that time. As the killing continued, the number of extreme grand masters naturally decreased and the area spread out, resulting in fewer being slain. But each time he slashed down, hundreds of extreme grand masters were killed, which was already terrifying enough. Now, these extreme grandmasters no longer had any thoughts of snatching the enlightenment fruit, they only wanted to escape. They had been killed to the point of being horrified, their hearts trembling in fear. 8th slash. The 10th strike. After Su Cheng unleashed a total of 10 strikes, within a radius of several kilometers, the area that was once filled with extreme martial masters now saw only a few figures remaining. Either they were dead, or they had fled in terror. So strong. Truly too strong. They're all dead. My heavens. Out of more than 30,000 extreme martial masters, there are probably less than 1,000 left alive. This is going to be a big deal, a huge deal. The three women, Qin Siyuan and her companions, stared in shock at the scene resembling a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, as well as at Su Cheng in the midst of it, stammering incoherently. They were utterly terrified, fearing that they too might be cut down by Su Chang. They could only imagine the magnitude of the shock that would ensue once news of what had happened here spread. If it were a battle among all the extreme martial masters, with less than 1,000 surviving in the end, it could be understood as a chaotic melee. But the problem was that tens of thousands of extreme martial masters had been almost entirely wiped out by Su Chang alone, which was simply terrifying. Whether it was Qin Si Yuan and her guards or the other surviving extreme martial masters, they all felt that Su Chang must have some sort of status, that he was not an ordinary martial artist. However, they would never have guessed that Su Chang was merely a freshman martial artist expelled from the martial arts 3rd School of District 9. But soon, they would find out, and when they did, their shock would multiply countless times over. By that time, the name Su Chang would resonate throughout all 9 human districts. It was also when Su Chang would first reveal his brilliance. This exposure in the secret realm was something Su Chang had anticipated, but for the sake of the Dao fruit, he had to reveal himself, even if he didn't use this SS-grade battle knife. In the end, much of his information and actions during this time would still be uncovered. Su Chang didn't mind this, because even if he didn't expose himself now, when the freshman martial artist competition came, he would still have to reveal his strength to obtain the ultimate reward. By then, his martial talent level would naturally be impossible to hide. Being the weakest in martial talent but able to improve so rapidly was certainly extraordinary, and causing a stir was inevitable. Regardless of whether there were enemies or not, even without them, the dangers Su Chang would face in the future would continue to increase. The rise of a civilian genius would definitely be met with suppression. He would either have to bow and submit to a certain family or force, or face death. Naturally, Su Chang did not want to bow down, nor did he want to die. Therefore, choosing to expose himself now was also a deliberate decision on his part. He aimed to take first place in this freshman martial artist competition, and to do so with overwhelming force, crushing all martial talents to ultimately seize the top spot. In this way, his importance would naturally attract the attention of the pinnacle powerhouses of humanity. If he could enter one of the top forces among humans, similar to an official organization primarily established to cultivate human talents rather than a private force, then Su Chang's safety would be guaranteed. At least within the human districts, whether it was enemies or other forces wanting him dead, they would have to think twice, and at the very least, they wouldn't dare to act against him within the districts. Su Chang had long considered all of this, so since he had exposed himself, he might as well unleash his full potential and create as much of a stir as possible. Generating countless attention would naturally deter others from acting against him. On the surface, they certainly wouldn't. But if Su Chang remained an obscure figure as he had at the beginning, no matter how impressive his talent was, others could easily crush him without a second thought, and he wouldn't cause any commotion at all. You, Su Chang, you won't kill us, will you? The 3 women, Qin Si Yuan and her companions, were startled when they saw Su Chang sheathing his battle knife and walking towards them. The female guard in green could not help but ask in fear. The strength that Su Chang displayed earlier truly frightened the 3 of them. He was like a living killing god, capable of defeating tens of thousands of peak grandmasters almost single-handedly. We are somewhat acquainted, and you didn't make a move just now, otherwise, you wouldn't still be standing here, Su Chang said, shaking his head slightly and speaking frankly. Hearing Su Chang's words, Qin Xiao and the other 2 let out a sigh of relief, glad that he hadn't been heartless to that extent. Now, the 2 female guards of Qin Xiao looked at Su Chang with intense admiration in their eyes. Previously, they had called Su Chang a little guy, as he was indeed much younger than them and only at the advanced warrior level, so it was natural to address him that way. But now, they didn't dare to call him that anymore. Su Chang, you killed so many peak grandmasters by yourself. If this gets out, you'll be in big trouble, Qin Xiao reminded him after thinking for a moment. It's fine, this was my intention all along. Though martial arts competition is starting in a few days, and after it's over, anyone who wants to kill me will have to think twice, Su Chang replied, shaking his head again. How could he not know the consequences of killing so many peak grandmasters from various families? Intentionally? What do you mean by that? And you really are a new martial artist this year? The 3 girls were once again shocked by Su Chang's words. Of course. Qin Xiao, are you not? Even though you're wearing a veil, you don't look that old, and before entering the secret realm, you were only an intermediate grandmaster. In just a few months, you've reached the peak grandmaster level. That speed is undoubtedly that of a genius. Your martial arts talent level must be no lower than SS grade, Su Chang said lightly, confirming that he was indeed a new martial artist this year. There was no need to lie about it. In a few days, he would participate in the martial arts competition, and Qin Xiao and the others would surely find out. I'm from the previous year, so I'm your senior. I just didn't participate in the martial arts competition last year because of an accident. I had to recuperate for nearly a year, Qin Xiao said with a rare smile, casually removing the veil from her face to reveal her stunning beauty. Now that there were no other peak grandmasters around, whether they had made a move against Su Chang or not, they had all fled in fear. I see. Seeing Qin Xiao's extraordinary beauty, Su Chang couldn't help but feel a stir in his heart, but he quickly calmed down and nodded. Su Chang, was what you said earlier all true? The 4 found a place to sit and wait to be teleported out. At this moment, Qin Xiao couldn't help but ask, what did I say earlier? Su Chang was taken aback. Are you really a student from the martial arts class 3 in District 9? Were you really expelled later? Thinking of the terrifying strength Su Chang had displayed earlier, she couldn't believe that any school's higher-ups would expel such a student. Were the higher-ups of martial arts class 3 out of their minds? Of course it's true. If you don't believe me, just check after you go out and you'll know whether what I said is true, Su Chang said with a faint smile, guessing what Qin Xiao was thinking. With many questions in their minds, the 3 days quickly passed. Su Chang, come find me in District 3 when you have time. I'll leave you my contact number, Qin Xiao said before her figure disappeared, and so did Su Chang. Naturally, there were other surviving peak grandmasters who also disappeared within the secret realm. After being teleported out, they didn't hesitate at all and immediately returned to their families, informing them of everything that had happened in the secret realm. The higher-ups of these families, upon learning this, were both shocked and furious, and they immediately began to investigate all information about Su Chang. At the same time, some extreme martial masters from the scattered sects also spread the news of what happened in the secret realm, which immediately caused quite a stir. Soon, when all the information about Su Chang was laid out on the tables of the high-ranking members of various families and forces, they were all shocked and incredulous. The new martial artist from the 3rd Martial Arts School in the 9th District? Awakened the weakest F-level martial talent? Expelled from the 3rd Martial Arts School? Are you kidding me? Is this the same person who single-handedly slaughtered tens of thousands of extreme martial masters in the secret realm? Regardless of the high-ranking members of various families and forces, upon seeing this information, they first thought, could there have been a mistake in the investigation? But those who were tasked with the investigation repeatedly confirmed that there was absolutely no mistake, leaving countless high-ranking members of families and forces dumbfounded. Especially when the high-ranking members of the 3rd Martial Arts School in the 9th District learned of this, they simply could not believe that this person was Su Chang, the one they had expelled. Of course, the spread of this news and the investigation into Su Chang's information would take place in the following days. Initially, it circulated among the families or forces of the surviving extreme martial masters and then gradually spread to the ears of ordinary martial artists. After Su Chang and the 3 women, including Qin Xiao, were teleported out of the secret realm, they did not end up at the entrance where they had entered but in another location, although it was not too far from the 6th district. After determining the direction, Su Chang immediately returned to the district and then made his way back to the 9th district from the 6th district. The people teleported out of the secret realm were all separated and did not return to the entrance. Even Qin Xiao and her 2 guards were the same. Upon returning to her family, Qin Xiao immediately sought out the butler. Uncle Su, you need to investigate a person right now. His name is Su Chang, from the 3rd Martial Arts School in the 9th district. I want all his information, go now. Qin Xiao instructed as she called for the butler. Yes, young lady. The elder known as Uncle Su responded respectfully and then quickly disappeared. If he really is the one expelled from the 3rd Martial Arts School, then there will be a good show to watch this time. I know the names of all the geniuses who awakened SS-level martial talents this time, and even some with S-level martial talents, but I have no idea who Su Chang is. It seems that Su Chang was not lying. This year's martial arts competition will be quite spectacular, especially since he can easily slay extreme martial masters as a new martial artist. This year's geniuses probably never expected that someone like Su Chang would emerge. The Yi family, the Li family, and the Xiao family all have extraordinary geniuses who awaken SSS-level martial talents this year, but what will they feel when they encounter Su Chang? Qin Xiao lay comfortably in the hot spring, closing her eyes to rest, murmuring to herself. Thinking of this, a smile involuntarily appeared at the corner of her mouth. Her request for the butler to investigate Su Chang's information was not to deal with him or to snatch the enlightenment fruit from him. Rather, in the secret realm, Su Chang had not revealed much about himself, and Qin Xiao naturally could not see through him at a glance. Therefore, she was very eager to learn about Su Chang's information and understand him better. If someone as monstrous as Su Chang could become this powerful in just a year, and he was expelled from the 3rd Martial Arts School in the 9th District, how would the high-ranking members of the 3rd Martial Arts School feel when they learned about this? Just thinking about it made Qin Xiao very excited. No wonder Su Chang showed a hint of anger when he said he was expelled from the 3rd Martial Arts School at the beginning. If I were that strong and trained so quickly, only to be expelled from school, I would probably be even angrier than Su Chang. Thinking of this, Qin Xiao felt a bit of sympathy for Su Chang and believed that Su Chang should really slap the faces of everyone in the martial arts 3rd middle school. How is that possible? Who is this person? Which district does he come from? Investigate. Find out who this person is immediately, capture him, and retrieve the enlightenment fruit. A high-level martial artist? Who has killed nearly all the extreme grandmasters, including those who used blood reversal crystals. Are you joking? Patriarch, it's absolutely true. I wouldn't dare to hide anything. This person's strength is terrifying, whether it's his power, the martial arts he employs, or his weapon, they are all absolutely top tier. And he looks very young, just like a new martial artist. Alright, if that's the case, then investigate. Find out this person's identity and status. If he is just an ordinary person, then retrieve the enlightenment fruit for me. There's actually such a thing? The enlightenment fruit was snatched by an unknown young man and the divine fall crystal is also on him? Find out who this person is. Do everything possible to uncover this boy's identity information. If he comes from a big family or a major force, then that's fine. If not, then find him and demand the enlightenment fruit back, or else he will die. The first thing Qin Xiao did upon returning to her family was to have the butler investigate Su Cheng's information, while the other surviving extreme grandmasters returned to their families and immediately informed the higher-ups of everything. After hearing the news, the family leaders were somewhat skeptical, but since the people sent by the family were extreme grandmasters absolutely loyal to the family, they wouldn't deceive or betray the family, which forced the various family leaders to believe it. Therefore, they also immediately sent people to start investigating Su Cheng's information and whereabouts. If Su Cheng was just an ordinary martial artist, they would not hold back. How could a treasure like the enlightenment fruit fall into the hands of an ordinary martial artist? If Su Cheng's identity and status were not simple, then they could only give up. Although it is now the era of martial arts for all, the technology from 10,000 years ago is still maintained and has become quite advanced. Investigating a person's information is relatively easy as long as it is not encrypted, especially since the person being investigated is just an ordinary martial artist. As for the other families and forces, their extreme grandmasters had all died, so they naturally couldn't know this news immediately, but they would definitely investigate. They would certainly find out that today was the end of this secret realm, and if the extreme grandmasters sent by the family had not returned, it was obvious that they had failed to seize the enlightenment fruit. As for which family's person had seized the enlightenment fruit, the other families would naturally investigate and find out. When these families and forces discovered the results, they were all quite surprised. The person who had taken the enlightenment fruit was someone they didn't recognize at all, and they had no idea which family or force he belonged to. When they learned that this person not only seized the enlightenment fruit but also killed nearly all the extreme grandmasters who entered the secret realm, these families were even more shocked. So, investigate. It must be clarified. In an instant, the intelligence agencies of various families within the 9 major districts of humanity became busy, all targeting one person. At this time, Su Cheng had already returned home. With the martial arts competition about to begin, he was too lazy to do anything else. The treasures and the enlightenment fruit he obtained from the secret realm would be dealt with later. He just needed to wait after signing up. Since there were many new martial artists in each session, registration was naturally required. After all, some new martial artists would choose not to participate, either due to accidents, low strength, or having died during the year. All the major families and forces were now investigating his information, and Su Cheng naturally guessed some of this. It was something he had anticipated. The third day, the new martial artist competition is finally about to begin, Su Cheng said with a hint of excitement in his heart. Today, just like the other 9 major districts, countless martial artists were focused on these few days, all wanting to know who would ultimately seize the championship and become the new ruler of this session. At the same time, the intelligence agencies of various families, after 3 days of repeated investigations, finally laid out all the information about Su Cheng before the family leaders. Qin Xiu stared wide-eyed at the documents in her hands, reading each line with great care. The names and appearances were all correct, indicating that this was the information she needed the steward to check. Martial arts talent level, F grade? In the history of martial arts high school number 3, the lowest and weakest. Awakened martial arts talent. Soon after, the higher-ups of martial arts high school number 3 decided to expel Su Cheng, no longer considering him a student, regarding it as a disgrace. The information recorded about Su Cheng in the documents was not extensive, but Qin Xiu still examined it closely. The steward began to feel that the information on Su Cheng was too sparse, so he added quite a bit more, but then found there was not much else to add. He recorded the cold treatment Su Cheng received after awakening his F-grade martial arts talent, as well as the insults from other students directed at him. Words like waste, trash, and cripple were all there, each one a sharp jab to Qin Xiu's eyes. Even though they were merely recorded words, she could sense the despair and anger Su Cheng must have felt at that time. Just because he awakened the weakest martial arts talent, did he deserve to be insulted and blamed? At this moment, Qin Xiu felt an immense anger rising within her, and what made her even angrier was the way the higher-ups of martial arts high school number 3 handled the situation. Generally speaking, if a student awakens an F-grade martial arts talent, they would already be in extreme despair and to face endless blame and insults from other students, while martial arts high school number 3 did nothing to stop or comfort him, but instead added fuel to the fire by directly expelling Su Cheng. These bastards, do they even deserve to be role models? Qin Xiu cursed angrily. After that, the information became even scarcer. After all, no one was paying attention to Su Cheng's movements. Then came the time when Su Cheng displayed his strength after the spatial rift opened, slaying a large number of magical beasts. Furthermore, after entering the spatial rift, he also exhibited extraordinary strength, and then there was nothing more. Then there was just a brief mention of the auction for the secret realm key quota. As for why Su Chang's strength had increased so rapidly, nothing was found. It was only mentioned that Su Chang seemed very keen on hunting magical beasts. Is this all we found? Chin Siyu looked up at the steward beside her. Miss, this is really all there is. As for his martial arts talent, what it specifically is, we couldn't find out. Currently, it seems only he knows, the steward replied, with a bitter face. In reality, this information could have been easily found, but he confirmed it several times before finally presenting the documents to Chin Siyu. Although Su Chang's martial arts talent is only F grade, I suspect he must have derived another extremely powerful ability. There have been records of such martial artists, with very low martial arts talent levels, yet they still became peak human powerhouses in the end, the steward, Su Bo, pondered for a moment and continued. I remember there are such records, but I don't know what ability Su Chang's talent has derived. Chin Siyu nodded in agreement. Upon hearing this, forget it, we won't investigate this further. She shook her head again, deciding not to continue looking into Su Chang's information. After all, she wasn't planning to deal with him. Knowing that Su Chang hadn't deceived her was enough. Not good. Su Chang has a simple identity, with no background. Once other families find out, it will definitely be detrimental to him. He possesses a Dao fruit. Chin Siyu glanced over the documents again, and upon noticing Su Chang's identity, her expression suddenly changed. When she was in the secret realm, she initially thought that Su Chang's identity and background wouldn't be too simple, but now it was completely beyond her expectations. Su Chang's identity and background were not just simple, they were simply too simple to be true. A common man is innocent, but possessing a treasure is a crime. Once those powerful families learned of this, how could they possibly let Su Chang go or let the enlightenment fruit on him slip away? No, I must inform him immediately, Uncle Su. Chin Xiao's expression turned anxious. She was about to ask the butler to find Su Chang's location when a thought crossed her mind again. She remembered what Su Chang had said while in the secret realm. At that time, Chin Xiao had already warned Su Chang, but he had dismissed it, even saying it was intentional. This year's martial arts competition starts today. Su Chang will definitely participate. He must be preparing to shine brightly. Once his reputation spreads, those families and forces will certainly not dare to act against him immediately. Given Su Chang's displayed cultivation speed, the Martial God Palace might even take action to recruit him. If that happens, other forces will be even less daring to act, at least not so recklessly on the surface. Chin Xiao sat down again, deep in thought, as she had roughly figured out Su Chang's intentions. But I'm afraid some forces won't be able to hold back, and there are hidden dangers lurking in the shadows. Those so-called entities are always looking to assassinate human geniuses. Chin Xiao furrowed her brows again. Uncle Su, you must personally go to District 9, find Su Chang, and bring him here. After thinking for a while, Chin Xiao decided that she still needed to take action to ensure Su Chang's safety. Yes, miss, I will go right away. The butler, Uncle Su, nodded and then slowly disappeared. What? F-grade martial arts talent? Expelled from the 3rd martial arts school in District 9? Are they out of their minds? This is clearly a peerless genius with a special talent ability. But unfortunately, he's not from the Zhou family and he has the enlightenment fruit, which must be seized. Since he has no status, then don't blame others. Even a peerless genius must die. Send someone to District 9, find the Su Chang, bring back the enlightenment fruit, and kill him if he resists. F-grade martial arts talent? Yet his strength is increasing so rapidly, it's evident that his martial arts talent has derived powerful abilities. Since he has no background, this child cannot be left alive. Come. Immediately find this Su Chang, retrieve the enlightenment fruit from him, and then kill him. Kill. So he's just a backgroundless, lucky little beast. What if he has special talent abilities? If he's not a genius of my family, then there's no need to keep him. Find the Su Chang, kill him, and bring back the enlightenment fruit. After many families discovered Su Chang's specific information and realized he had no background, they immediately harbored murderous intentions and sought to seize the enlightenment fruit. The higher-ups of these families had no intention of making Su Chang submit to join their family because it seemed that Su Chang's growth rate was too fast. If they forced him, it might bring disaster to their family. In any case, they needed to seize the enlightenment fruit. And if they didn't kill Su Chang in the process, he would definitely seek revenge on their family in the future. As for whether Su Chang was a peerless genius, they didn't care at all, since he wasn't from their family. If the peak human powerhouses blamed them later, they could easily claim they didn't know Su Chang was a genius. After all, he was just an ordinary martial artist with F-grade martial arts talent. After all, at this moment, not many people knew about Su Chang's information. Boom! At this moment, in the Zhao family's manor in District 1, a document investigating information about Su Chang, just like those of other families, lay before the family head, Zhao Tianque, who was filled with rage. Moreover, the information the Zhao family had gathered was more detailed than that of other families. The key points were Su Chang's performance outside the spatial rift and the SS-level battle knife he had used in the secret realm previously. The other items Su Cheng had obtained from Zhao Wujie had been dealt with by the Martial Arts Association, which the Zhao family could not trace due to their capabilities, otherwise they wouldn't have taken months without finding anything on Su Cheng. Unless there was a force stronger than the Martial Arts Association, which was impossible. In fact, over the past few months, the Zhao family had indeed locked onto a portion of martial artists, including Su Cheng, because the strength he displayed at the entrance of the spatial rift was far greater than it appeared. The spatial rift in District 9 was relatively close to the urban area, and many martial artists had been discovered, with many more entering later. As for the spatial rift that appeared in District 1, not many knew about it. It was only after Zhao Wujie's death that the news spread, attracting many martial artists. Initially, neither the martial artists from District 1 nor those from District 9 were aware that there were two entrances to this spatial rift. Once they learned of it, the Zhao family found the time gap and immediately expanded their search range, locking onto a portion of the stronger martial artists in District 9. Su Cheng was not originally suspected by the Zhao family, but at that time he had killed a large number of magical beasts outside the spatial rift, and his strength was significantly higher than theirs. Thus, the Zhao family also included Su Cheng in their list of suspects. After confirming the list of suspects, the Zhao family planned to investigate further for a while. If they still couldn't find anything, they would capture and interrogate all the suspected individuals or simply kill them. The goal was to rather wrongfully kill 1,000 than let one escape. However, what Zhao Tianque did not expect was that the murderer of Zhao Wujie had finally been revealed. Since Su Cheng could slay tens of thousands of peak grandmasters in the secret realm, he could certainly kill the 3 peak grandmaster guards beside Zhao Wujie during the spatial rift incident. Moreover, the SS-level battle knife that Zhao Wujie had pursued from the hands of the Unicorn Demon Clan had now fallen into Su Cheng's possession. Thus, the likelihood of Su Cheng being the murderer was undoubtedly the highest. Now, seeing this information on Su Cheng, Zhao Tianque was completely convinced that the Zhao family's prodigy, Zhao Wujie, had to have been killed by Su Cheng. Find him for me, bring him back, I want him to wish he were dead. Also, he has the enlightenment fruit, it must be brought back. Other families are definitely looking for him, go immediately. Zhao Tianque's eyes shot forth a terrifying red light as he spoke fiercely. Yes, family head. A voice echoed faintly from the darkness. This was a group of assassins, trained by the Zhao family, absolutely loyal and very powerful. It could be said that any family or force would secretly cultivate assassins to handle matters that could not be dealt with openly. As long as we obtain the enlightenment fruit, the losses of my Zhao family can be somewhat compensated. You little beast, making my Zhao family suffer such great losses, even if you are a peerless genius, so what? If you haven't grown up, you must die. Zhao Tianque said in a chilling tone. He naturally speculated that Su Cheng must have derived a very powerful special ability from his martial arts talent, otherwise, an F-level martial arts talent could not have improved so quickly. Therefore, the Zhao family could not allow Su Cheng to continue growing. However, all the families and forces that sent people ultimately arrived too late. At this moment, Su Cheng had already left his residence and arrived at a competition point where he could participate in the martial arts championship. For most new martial artists, the majority would still choose to compete at their own schools, as each school has the most competition points. Of course, in addition to the competition points within each school, there are also some competition points opened in the 9 major urban areas, which new martial artists can choose freely. The Martial Arts Championship does not gather all participating new martial artists at once before starting, because the number of new martial artists each year is too large. Even though the final number of those who choose to compete will be much smaller, the number of participating new martial artists is still substantial. Therefore, the Martial Arts Championship will be conducted in several stages, continuously filtering out the advancing new martial artists, and only then will the final advancing new martial artists be gathered together. Su Cheng had already been disqualified from Martial Arts School 3, so he naturally could not go there anymore and could only come to other competition points within the urban area. In every session, the first stage seems to focus on the number of magical beasts killed. The more magical beasts killed, the higher the score. I just wonder if killing these virtual magical beasts can earn martial arts experience points? Su Cheng arrived at a competition point. The Martial Arts Championship had not yet started, it would only begin at noon, so he can only wait. After being exposed in the secret realm, there should be quite a few families and forces looking for me now, right? After all, I killed Zhao Wujie, and the Zhao family should have traced it back to me. It seems that after the Martial Arts Championship ends, I need to quickly raise my martial arts level. I wasted quite a bit of time in the secret realm. Su Cheng thought to himself. He knew that although he seemed safe now, he was actually in danger. Those families would not let him go once they found out he had no identity background because he possessed the enlightenment fruit. Even if no other forces took action, the Zhao family would definitely not let him off the hook. Su Cheng was well aware of this. Although he wasted a few months in the secret realm, Su Cheng did not regret it because he obtained the Divine Fallen Crystal and the enlightenment fruit. These were enormous gains, treasures that are hard to come by. If he didn't use them himself, selling them would still be a significant sum of money. In the future, whether refreshing exclusive martial skills or enhancing martial arts talent characteristics, a lot of funds would be needed. As long as I show overwhelming strength in the first stage, surpassing all martial arts talents, it will create a huge stir and attract the attention of human powerhouses, making them dare not act openly against me. But I also have to guard against them acting out of desperation, especially the Zhao family. Su Cheng thought coldly. Zhao Wujie was a martial arts genius with SS-level talent, but he was killed by Su Cheng, creating an irreconcilable hatred between them. Now, with the enlightenment fruit in his possession, the Zhao family would definitely not let Su Cheng go. Killing him would avenge Zhao Wujie and also obtain the enlightenment fruit. Achieving two goals with one action. How could the Zhao family possibly miss this opportunity? Soon, the time reached 12 o'clock. Ding! A sound like a bell rang out across all 9 major urban areas of humanity. The 9,999th New Martial Artist Championship First Stage Competition officially begins. All participating new martial artists, please hurry to compete. At the same time, a grand voice announced the commencement of the Martial Arts Championship. Upon hearing this voice, whether it was Su Cheng, countless new martial artists, or other martial artists, they all became excited. The attention on this year's Martial Arts Championship was higher than in previous years, and even the peak martial arts powerhouses of humanity were paying close attention. Rumors spread that the entire world seemed to be undergoing new changes. Of course, the entire world has undergone other changes that the vast majority of human martial artists cannot perceive, only the peak powerhouses among humans can notice them. Now, the world has become immensely vast, yet it continues to expand. However, because of this, new spatial rifts and secret realms keep appearing. Many years ago, human powerhouses began to search for the reasons behind such significant changes in the world, why so many magical beasts, ferocious beasts, and extraterrestrial demon races suddenly emerged. At that time, Blue Star was still in a low-tech era. What could possibly attract the attention of these beings? To find the cause, human powerhouses have searched for many years, yet they have found nothing. But in recent years, the demon races, which have been hunted to the point of having to hide, have begun to stir. If one knew that the extraordinary pavilion was entering the world again, they would sense a hint of something. 10 points for each magical beast? Then I'll choose the highest. In this competition, there are still quite a few new martial artists. After all, not every new martial artist chooses to go to their respective schools. When it was Su Cheng's turn to enter the virtual space, he directly selected the option that offered the highest points. This is considerate for new martial artists, allowing them to choose based on their own strength. The weakest magical beast in the virtual space is only a first-level beginner, equivalent to the strength of a beginner martial artist, and killing such a first-level beginner magical beast can earn 1 point. Killing a first-level intermediate magical beast can earn 2 points, and so on, with each major realm containing 4 minor realms, up to the highest, which is a third-level intermediate magical beast, yielding 10 points for its defeat. However, this does not mean that new martial artists can only choose corresponding magical beasts based on their strength realm. For instance, a new martial artist at the limit of their strength can also choose the first-level beginner magical beasts in the virtual space. Although the points earned for killing a first-level beginner magical beast are the least, they can be killed more quickly. If a new martial artist feels they are strong, even if they are only at the intermediate martial artist realm, they can also choose a virtual space with stronger beasts. As for new martial artists at the limit of the martial artist realm, they can only choose the virtual space with second-level beginner magical beasts at a minimum. Everything else is up to them. For limit grand martial artists, they can only choose the virtual space with third-level beginner magical beasts at the lowest. As for Su Cheng, although he is still at the advanced martial artist realm, his true strength has long reached the intermediate martial king level, or even stronger. Therefore, he chose the highest points, aiming to kill a third-level intermediate magical beast for 10 points, as there are no restrictions on this. Since he wants to make a name for himself across the 9 major districts, Su Cheng naturally aims for the biggest, intending to surpass all the martial arts geniuses of this generation in the first phase, and to do so with overwhelming superiority. Let's begin. Once Su Cheng stepped into the virtual space, he immediately chose to start. Each new martial artist entering the virtual space is in an independent space, not sharing the virtual space with others. In this independent virtual space, once it begins, new martial artists will continuously emerge, selecting magical beasts corresponding to their chosen strength. Each new martial artist can stay in the virtual space for 1 day, which is 24 hours. If they can no longer persist, they can leave early, ending the trial, and they will not be able to continue earning points or re-enter. Let's start with 100, and see how it goes. Su Cheng selected again, directly choosing to have 100 third-level intermediate magical beasts appear at once. There are also 3 options here. The minimum is 10 beasts. The next is 100 beasts, and the maximum is 1,000 beasts at once. New martial artists can choose freely without restrictions. If you think you can handle 100 magical beasts at once, then choose 100. If you believe you can manage 1,000, then you can select 1,000. Moreover, if you feel overwhelmed midway, you can opt for a smaller number, but you must defeat all 1,000 magical beasts in this batch before you can make a new selection. Additionally, there is no danger in the virtual space. You won't die. If a magical beast kills you, you will automatically exit the virtual space and the trial will end, preventing you from re-entering. The main reason for this setup by the human strong ones is to minimize the losses of human martial artists. If a martial arts genius accidentally dies, wouldn't that be a huge loss? Therefore, everything is very humane and there won't be any incidents of new martial artists dying. Roar! Roar! After Su Chang made his choice, 100 magical beasts of intermediate third-tier strength appeared in the entire virtual space before him, and they were quite large. Generally speaking, the stronger the magical beast, the larger its size, though this is not absolute, but mostly the case. The magical beasts now appearing before Su Chang were indeed of a very large size. Blood Dragon Fury Fist. Boom! Put! Put! Kill an intermediate third-tier magical beast and gain 10 experience points. Congratulations, your martial arts level has increased by an additional 4 levels. Congratulations, your martial arts level has risen to 16,610. What the? They really give martial arts experience points? Hearing the continuous prompts, Su Chang couldn't help but widen his eyes, and in the next moment, his heart surged with joy. Ha ha, this is great. Killing virtual magical beasts actually grants martial arts experience points, although killing one only gives 10 experience points. Here, you can keep killing as many as you want, and virtual magical beasts will keep appearing. Su Chang said excitedly, his face showing uncontrollable joy. With his current strength, killing a real intermediate third-tier magical beast would definitely yield more than just 10 experience points. It would be at least dozens. However, Su Chang didn't care. Even if it was just 1 point of martial arts experience, he wouldn't be at a loss, because not only could he gain a large amount of trial points, but he could also level up his martial arts, achieving 2 goals at once. In that case, I won't hold back any longer. Bring it on! Su Chang shouted excitedly. Blood Dragon Fury Fist. Kill an intermediate third-tier magical beast and gain 10 experience points. Kill an intermediate third-tier magical beast and gain 10 experience points. Soon, all 100 intermediate third-tier magical beasts were slain by Su Chang. The speed was quite fast, mainly because the beasts were too large and spread out, requiring him to strike multiple times. If the magical beasts were only the size of rabbits, gathering 100 together would mean Su Chang could wipe them all out with just one martial skill. This time, Su Chang directly chose 1,000 intermediate third-tier magical beasts, as these beasts posed no threat to him at all. Congratulations, your martial arts level has risen to 16,636. Congratulations, your martial arts level has risen to 16,692. As Su Chang's level continuously increased, his trial points naturally rose even faster. After all, killing an intermediate third-tier magical beast grants 10 points. In a short time, Su Chang's trial points had already exceeded 50,000. In the outside world, his name was hardly visible anywhere, but at this moment he had surpassed countless new martial artists and shot straight to the top. What the? Who is this Su Chang? Just now, his name wasn't visible. How did he suddenly shoot up to first place so fast? He already has over 50,000 points, rising too quickly, about to hit 60,000. Who is this person? Which school is he from? I've never heard of him. How is that possible? His ranking doesn't even indicate which school he's from. Everyone else does. His photo has already come out. Let's see who it is. How can he be so strong? Countless martial artists stared at the rankings displayed on the public screen, and suddenly, Su Chang's name shot up to first place, leaving many martial artists in shock. After all, the trial points could increase so rapidly, indicating a strong ability, and he must be one of the martial arts geniuses. However, while martial artists generally know a bit about the martial arts geniuses of each generation, they had never heard of someone named Su Chang. Every martial arts competition is considered a major event among human martial artists, naturally attracting a lot of attention. Therefore, in the 9 major districts, many places set up public screens. These screens record the rankings of new martial artists in real time, but since this is only the first phase of the competition, the rankings in the 9 districts are separate. Thus, the public screens are divided into 9 sections, each displaying the trial points rankings of all participating new martial artists from the 1st to the 9th district. Once the first phase of the trials ends, those who advance will have a portion of the top-ranked new martial artists from each district drawn into the next phase of the trials. At this moment, Su Chang's trial points rapidly exceeded 50,000, making him the top new martial artist in the 9th district, surpassing the second place by more than 20,000 points. Not only that, but Su Chang's score is currently also higher than the trial points of the first place in other districts. The first place in the first district is Yi Jingxian, whose trial points just reached over 40,000, while the second place, Li Changson, has trial points almost identical to Yi Jingxuan's. Their rankings fluctuate back and forth. Many martial artists know these two are the only 2 martial arts geniuses in this generation with awakened SSS level talents, hailing from the deeply rooted Yi and Li families in the first district. The first place in the second district is a woman named Xiaoyue Chan, whose trial points are similar to those of Yi Jingxian and Li Changsong, but the third place in the second district has a point difference of about 10,000 from Xiaoyue Chan. Many martial artists are also aware of Xiaoyue-chan, as she is another SSS-level talent awakened in this generation. It can be said that these three are the most watched individuals in this martial arts competition, with everyone eager to know who will ultimately claim the first place. The other districts do not have any awakened SSS-level martial arts geniuses, but there are still some with awakened SS-level talents. Compared to previous generations, this year, each district has at least one martial arts genius with SS-level talent. This year has produced a total of 15 SS-level martial arts geniuses and 3 SSS-level geniuses, although one SS-level talent, Zhao Wujie from the Zhao family, was killed by Su Chang. Currently, the attention on these 17 martial arts geniuses is significantly higher than that on others. Aside from the first and second districts, the first places in the other districts have trial points currently in the 30,000 range. Such rankings are naturally not a problem for most martial artists. However, the ranking in the 9th district completely surprised countless martial artists, especially those from the 9th district. The current first place is not Lu Yanxue, she is only in second place, with points also in the 30,000 range, a full 20,000 trial points behind the current first place. Lu Yanxue, from the 9th District Martial Arts School number 3, is also a genius in this generation and the only one in the 9th District to awaken an SS-level talent. Her attention level is also quite high, especially among the martial artists from the 9th District, as they hope Lu Yanxue can achieve great results in the martial arts competition and bring glory to the 9th District. But what countless martial artists in the 9th District did not expect was that a previously unknown figure named Su Chang suddenly emerged. Moreover, this Su Chang did not belong to any school, as his school column was blank, which only deepened the martial artists' confusion. This is impossible. Who exactly is Su Chang? How come I've never heard of him? And he doesn't even have a school. Where did he come from? Could he be a new martial artist from our 9th District? If he has such strong abilities, why have we never heard of him? That's not important. Look at his trial points, they are actually higher than Yi Jingxian, Li Changson, and Xiaoyue-chan. Those three are martial geniuses who awakened SSS-level talents, yet he has surpassed them. What? Who is this extraordinary powerhouse? Could he be a dark horse? It's hard to say about his strength and talent level. He might be lower than Yi Jingxian and the others, but he could have some other special abilities that allow him to quickly slay magical beasts. That must be it. Otherwise, how could someone like him have no reputation? He might just be a new martial artist who awakened an S-level martial talent but possesses special abilities. Impressive. I didn't expect a dark horse to emerge from the 9th District, surpassing everyone's expectations. But why does this person have no school affiliation? Could it be that he doesn't come from any school? The appearance of the name Su Chang truly shocked many martial artists, prompting them to speculate about his identity. They were eager to know where this dark horse, Su Chang, had come from. Although every martial arts competition has its dark horses, none have emerged as quickly as Su Chang. What are you anxious about? It's only just begun. Some people have considerable strength, reaching the level of advanced Grand Martial Masters, and choosing the virtual space of Tier 3 low-level magical beasts so they can naturally rack up points quickly, but that won't last long. Eventually, they will run out of steam, and this situation is not uncommon. Exactly. What's the big deal? Su Chang's trial points are indeed rising quickly, but it won't be long before he gets surpassed. Right, this is just the beginning, it's still early. Yi Jingxian, Li Changson, and Xiaoyue-chan definitely haven't exerted themselves yet, otherwise they would have surpassed Su Chang's points long ago. This kid is too cunning, he can't go all out at the start or he will slow down later. The first phase of the trial lasts a whole day. However, many martial artists were unconcerned and did not feel shocked that Su Chang's points were higher than those of Xiaoyue-chan and the others. Other martial artists agreed with these sentiments. However, these martial artists were merely ordinary practitioners and had no idea of the specifics. But for those who knew Su Chang's strength, especially many families and factions, they were well aware of his situation. Damn it! This bastard has already entered the trial space. How do we find him? And we don't even know which competition point he entered from. With his strength, securing first place in the first phase is absolutely no problem. By then, those who pay attention to him will hide away, and if we want to take action, it will be even more troublesome. We can't wait any longer. Once his trial ends, we must find him and kill him immediately to seize the enlightenment fruit. Damn! Su Chang, you won't get up again. My Zhao family will definitely kill you. The enlightenment fruit belongs to my Zhao family. The various families and factions wanting to find Su Chang, after monitoring the rankings, were not overly surprised. They just found the situation troublesome. Su Chang has already started. This time, he will definitely astonish everyone. Qin Siyao smiled as she watched Su Chang's trial points reach first place. At this moment, in the martial arts class 3 of District 9, there were many new martial artists who had not participated in the competition. Although they were not competing, they were still paying attention. This was because the images of the top 3 new martial artists would appear next to their names, which was quite easy to achieve with current technology. When the new martial artists who did not participate in the competition saw Su Chang, their expressions instantly changed to disbelief. At first, they could not connect him to the Su Chang who had been expelled from there. Martial Arts Class 3, as his martial arts talent was deemed too weak. They thought it was just a coincidence of the same name. But now, after seeing Su Cheng's image and confirming it multiple times, they could hardly believe their eyes. How is this possible? Isn't he the Su Chun who was expelled from our martial arts class 3? How could he have become so powerful? My god, what is going on? Why is it like this? The new martial artists, who did not participate, were all exclaiming in disbelief. Meanwhile, in the principal's office of martial arts class 3, bang! A figure rushed into the principal's office, displaying an expression of extreme panic. The principal of martial arts class 3, named Zhang Daoxian, was a high-level martial emperor and a member of the martial god palace. Ordinary martial artists were naturally unaware of his situation, but those who knew Zhang Daoxian looked down on him, as they all knew his character, narrow-minded and petty. What a mess! What kind of behavior is this? Seeing his trusted aide rush into the office with a flustered expression, Zhang Daoxian coldly reprimanded. Sir, it's bad news, something has happened. His aide, Lin Yuan, said anxiously, opening the watch on his wrist to project a holographic screen which displayed the ranking list of the first phase of the martial arts competition. Speak. Zhang Daoxian glanced at the screen, puzzled. Sir, look at this student named Su Chang. He was previously from our martial arts class 3, but he awakened an F-level martial arts talent. Later, the school's higher-ups discussed and decided to expel him, and you confirmed and signed off on it. But now he has become so strong. Look at his trial score ranking. He is already in first place, with over 60,000 points, while Lu Yanxue only has 40,000. Look ahead, Su Cheng's score is much higher than Yi Jingxian, Li Changson, and Xiao Yuechan. Lin Yuan quickly explained. Zhang Daoxian was momentarily stunned when he saw Su Chang ranked first on the holographic screen, not because he recognized Su Chang, but because the name was very unfamiliar to him. In this cohort, his martial arts class 3 had produced a martial arts genius with SS-level talent, so he could not ignore the martial arts competition. He was well aware of the 15 SS-level martial arts geniuses and the 3 SSS-level prodigies in this cohort. But now, someone named Su Chang was actually stronger than the other 18, which was somewhat unbelievable, even if it was just the first phase of the trial. Lin Yuan's words also changed Zhang Daoxian's expression. What did you say? This Su Chang is the one we expelled from martial arts class 3? You must be mistaken. Zhang Daoxian's face darkened. He did not have a strong impression of this matter. After all, he could not oversee everything. He had indeed heard that a student with F-level martial arts talent had emerged, but he had not paid much attention. The decision to expel Su Chang was made by the other higher-ups of martial arts class 3. He had merely signed off on it after being informed. Knowing that the expelled student had F-level talent, Zhang Daoxian naturally did not care. Since the other higher-ups had agreed to expel Su Chang, he simply signed off on it. But now, to actually tell myself that a student who was expelled from our martial arts class 3 could very well be a dark horse? Isn't this just a joke? What are you all doing? If outsiders find out, where will we put the face of martial arts class 3? Zhang Daoxian angrily slammed the table and shouted. My lord, please calm down. There is absolutely no mistake about this person having an F-level martial arts talent. The most likely scenario now is that this student named Su Chang has encountered a tremendous opportunity, or perhaps his martial arts talent is indeed weak, but he might possess some special ability. Moreover, the first phase of the trial has just begun. Many new martial artists, upon entering the trial space, will go all out to quickly earn points, but this will lead to a situation where they are left powerless afterward. I think Su Chang's point accumulation is fast now, but it probably won't last long. I can assure you, he is definitely not a dark horse. At most, in half a day, his name will disappear from the leaderboard. Seeing Zhang Daoxian's anger, his confidant Lin Yuan hurriedly explained. So, this person won't cause any damage to the reputation of our martial arts class 3. At worst, we can just label him with some baseless accusation and expel him, which would be quite reasonable. After all, he won't stir up any waves. Lin Yuan continued. As a confidant, he understood Zhang Daoxian's character somewhat. Zhang Daoxian was narrow-minded and very concerned about his reputation. How could he possibly remedy or admit to past mistakes? You handle this matter personally. However, this person with an awakened F-level martial arts talent is now able to accumulate so many points in such a short time. Clearly there is something remarkable about him. You need to investigate this immediately. Feeling that Lin Yuan's words were not wrong, Zhang Daoxian nodded. But with his strength as a high-level martial emperor, he still felt a bit uneasy, sensing that things wouldn't be that simple. So he ordered Lin Yuan to investigate Su Chang's situation, wanting to see what opportunities Su Chang had encountered in nearly a year. Yes, my lord, I will go right now. Lin Yuan did not dare to hesitate, and after speaking, he left. Humph. You better not do anything that would have a significant impact. If I, Zhang Daoxian, and martial arts class 3 lose face, you won't have it easy either. Zhang Daoxian thought coldly. Ha ha, this is so exhilarating. Hurry up. Faster. At this rate, breaking through level 20,000 in martial arts will be a piece of cake. In the trial space, Su Chang was still incredibly excited, his face showing sheer joy. Since he planned to make a name for himself in the 9 major districts, he wouldn't hold back in the slightest, fully focusing on accumulating trial points, especially since he could also raise his martial arts level. Such opportunities were rare. Kill a mid-level 3rd-tier magical beast, gain 10 experience points. Congratulations, your martial arts level has additionally increased by 4 levels. Congratulations, your martial arts level has risen to level 17,001. Su Cheng's martial arts level had now directly surpassed level 17,000, having killed over 20,000 magical beasts, which was equivalent to gaining 200,000 trial points. This also equated to gaining 200,000 martial arts experience points, which had raised his level by 200. However, due to the characteristics of his martial arts talent, the probability of triggering when killing mid-level 3rd-tier magical beasts was still quite high, which further increased his martial arts level. At this moment, outside, what no one expected was that they thought Su Cheng's speed of accumulating trial points would gradually slow down, and then he would be surpassed by the 3 extraordinary talents, Yi Jingxian, Li Changson, and Xia Yuechan. After that, he would be overtaken by another 14 martial arts geniuses with SS-level talents, and eventually, he might not even be seen on the rankings, fading into obscurity. After observing for a while, countless martial artists discovered that Su Cheng's trial points were increasing at an astonishing rate. 200,000 points, over 200,000 points. What the hell? Why do I feel like Su Cheng's points are rising faster and faster? Damn it! What a fierce person. His ranking in District 9 has points nearly 90,000 higher than the second place, Lu Yanxue, and the gap seems to be widening. Forget about District 9, in the entire 9 major districts, his trial points are the highest. Yi Jingxian, Li Changson, and Xia Yuechan have barely reached 150,000 points, over 50,000 points behind. Weren't we told he would be surpassed soon? What's going on now? It feels like the gap between him and others is getting larger. Who knows? This new martial artist from some school seems to have appeared out of nowhere. I had never heard of him before. He doesn't even qualify as a potential candidate. This is hilarious. If Su Cheng takes first place in the first phase, those underground betting houses will be ruined. Impossible. This person will never be first. The rankings for each session usually stabilize only after half a day. He can't be first. I bet 50 million on Yi Jingxian to win, damn it. As time passed, many martial artists initially thought Su Cheng would gradually be surpassed, but the opposite happened. Su Cheng's points were rising faster and faster, pulling away from everyone else. As for the new martial artists from the martial arts class 3, in District 9 who weren't competing, they were completely dumbfounded when they saw Su Cheng's trial points exceed 200,000. Zhang Daoxian, upon learning this, looked increasingly grim. For Zhang Daoxian, if Su Cheng were still a student in his martial arts class 3, he would naturally be pleased with Su Cheng's outstanding performance, as he was a dark horse from his class. But now, Su Cheng had been expelled from his class. If Su Cheng shone brightly in the martial arts competition, the news of his expulsion would surely spread. When others found out, wouldn't they laugh him to death? A talent like that, and his martial arts class 3 actually expelled him. In the future, Zhang Daoxian and the entire martial arts class 3 would become the laughingstock of others. For someone as prideful and narrow-minded as Zhang Daoxian, this was absolutely unacceptable. It's still early. Being fast now doesn't mean the final result will be good. He's just an F-grade martial talent. No matter how powerful his abilities are, he won't be impressive in just a year. Zhang Daoxian sneered, trying to comfort himself. But soon he would find it hard to keep smiling. Impossible. There's no way this could happen. This guy must be cheating. How could a waste like him rack up so many points? Exactly. There must be cheating involved. Catch this trash and kill him. It's still early. He's just a bit faster right now. Lu Yanxue and the others haven't even exerted themselves yet. After half a day, he'll be trampled underfoot by everyone. What a joke of a dark horse, just a piece of trash. Right, an F-grade talent waste. How could he soar to the sky? It's all an illusion. Either he's cheating or using some kind of treasure. Just wait for this trash to become nothing later. He's fast now, but in half a day, he'll be nothing. Within martial arts class 3, many new martial artists who had once mocked Su Cheng were now unable to believe the reality of his ranking in trial points. Their awakened martial talents were not high, and their current strength was weak, so they naturally wouldn't participate in the martial arts competition. Because of their low martial talent, they felt somewhat twisted inside, and seeing Su Cheng's talent level lower than theirs, they vented all their dissatisfaction on him. So, when it was announced that Su Cheng had awakened an F-level martial arts talent, a large portion of the newly awakened D-level talent martial artists were the harshest in their scorn towards him. But now, in the blink of an eye, they lacked even the courage to compete, while the Su Cheng they looked down upon not only participated but also emerged as the first in the first phase of the trial. How could they accept this? At this point, these new martial artists from the third martial arts class continued to mock and insult Su Cheng, refusing to believe that such results were possible for him. However, as time passed, anyone who saw Su Cheng's trial points skyrocketing was left utterly speechless. Thunder Prison Breakthrough Infinite Slash. Boom. Kill a mid-level 3rd-tier magical beast, gain 10 experience points. Congratulations, your martial arts level has increased by an additional 4 levels. Congratulations, your martial arts level has risen to 18,563. 100,000. 300,000. 500,000. By this time, half a day had passed in the first phase of the martial arts competition trial, which is 12 hours. But for Su Chang, the number of mid-level 3rd-tier magical beasts he had slain had just exceeded 500,000. And 500,000 mid-level 3rd-tier magical beasts equated to 5 million trial points. At the same time, he also gained 5 million martial arts experience points, which alone raised his martial arts level by 5,000. But this was just the experience points directly obtained, which raised his martial arts level. In addition, there were also the extra martial arts levels gained from his martial arts talent characteristics, which were quite substantial, around 1,000 levels, meaning that after slaying 500,000 mid-level 3rd-tier magical beasts, Su Chang's martial arts level had increased by about 6,000 levels in total. This rate of increase was much faster than the speed of killing skeleton warriors in the secret realm. Congratulations, your martial arts level has risen to 22,616. Looking at his current martial arts level, Su Chang's expression was calm, but his eyes still couldn't hide the excitement. The continuous rise in martial arts level had significantly boosted his overall martial arts attributes, and naturally, his strength soared. As a result, the speed at which he killed magical beasts would also increase. At least the destructive range of his martial skills would be much larger. I wonder how many trial points I have now, Su Chang thought to himself, as he hadn't bothered to calculate, continuously slaughtering batch after batch of magical beasts. Forget it, it doesn't matter how many points, there's no way I won't be able to advance, right? I should focus on raising my martial arts level, such an opportunity won't come again. With this thought, Su Chang threw himself back into a frenzied state, harvesting one group of magical beasts after another. He didn't know how many trial points he had now, but at that moment, outside, countless martial artists saw Su Chang's points and were completely blown away, even going crazy. 5 million trial points, it's broken 5 million, my goodness. This is on track to break the record. This Su Chang is too insane, too brutal. The rise in trial points hasn't stopped for a moment. Half a day, just half a day, my goodness, the trial points have actually surpassed a terrifying 5 million. How many magical beasts has he killed? Even if he chose the highest level, he would have to slaughter 500,000 magical beasts. It's too terrifying. He's definitely going to break the record, shattering the historical record since the establishment of the martial arts competition. I remember the current highest record is over 6 million trial points, right? Now Su Chang has only been half a day and has already surpassed 5 million points. And there's still half a day left. He will definitely break the record. If he continues at this speed, let alone breaking the record, he could even reach 10 million points. Where did such a fierce person come from? It's been so long, has no one found out who this Su Chang is? What kind of strength does he have? What level of martial arts talent did he awaken? Crushing. It's a true crushing. Yi Jingxian, Li Changson, and Xiao Yuechan, these three unparalleled geniuses, have now earned trial points that don't even reach half of Su Chang's, and as for the others, there's no need to mention them. In fact, once Su Chang's trial points reached 2 million, it caused a huge sensation. Many people stopped paying attention to Xiao Yuechan and the other unparalleled geniuses, and instead focused on Su Chang, watching his points skyrocket crazily. Countless martial artists have gone from shock to numbness. The name Su Chang has captured the attention of the majority of martial artists in the 9 major districts of humanity. Even all the small and large forces and families have had to take notice. I remember now, which Su Chang this is. Why is there no school affiliation? Because he was expelled. He was originally a freshman martial artist from the 3rd Martial Arts School in District 9, but it is said that he awakened an F-level martial arts talent, and soon after, he was expelled from the 3rd Martial Arts School. At this moment, someone finally recalled who Su Chang was. After all, when an F-level martial arts talent emerged from the 3rd Martial Arts School, many people from other schools in District 9 were aware of it. However, nearly a year has passed, and the new martial artists from other schools had mostly forgotten about it. Now, some new martial artists in District 9 finally remembered, increasingly shocked and incredulous. As this news spread, it caused an even greater sensation, far more than when Su Chang scored over 5 million points. How is that possible? A person so fierce could be an F-level martial arts talent? Who would believe that? And what about the higher-ups in the 3rd Martial Arts School? Are they all fools? How could they expel such a talent? What a joke! Countless martial artists expressed their disbelief. Moreover, not just in District 9, but in other districts, after Su Chang's trial points reached 2 million, some people had already begun to search for information about him. Especially those families that were not clear about Su Chang's information immediately sent people to investigate. Meanwhile, it has been over 3 days since Su Chang came out of the secret realm, and the events that occurred within the secret realm among other extreme grandmasters were gradually spreading. Therefore, at this moment, it was not difficult to find information about Su Chang. Damn it! He is actually just a freshman martial artist? How can he be so strong? An extreme grandmaster who came out of the secret realm was completely stunned when he saw Su Cheng's ranking on the public screen of the competition. Thinking back to Su Cheng's figure in the secret realm, slaughtering tens of thousands of extreme grandmasters, and he was still just a freshman martial artist, this left them terrified and even more incredulous. I was still thinking about finding someone to snatch the divine fallen crystal and enlightenment fruit from him, but it seems that's not going to work. With such youth and strength, entering the martial god palace is no problem at all. With this background, it's better to avoid provoking him. Forget it. Although this person has no background, starting today he has made a name for himself, and it's not worth provoking him. The enlightenment fruit is beyond my reach. Some extreme grandmasters looked at Su Cheng's name on the leaderboard and shook their heads slightly. They naturally didn't know Su Cheng's name, they only recognized him when they saw his image on the leaderboard, realizing that the person in the secret realm was named Su Cheng. What surprised them even more was that Su Cheng was actually just a freshman martial artist. While they were in the secret realm, they had speculated whether Su Cheng was someone hiding his strength and appearance. The first stage of the trial had already passed half a day, and the number of new martial artists emerging from the trial space gradually increased. They no longer had the strength to continue and could only give up. Moreover, this group of new martial artists accounted for the vast majority. Once they exited the virtual space, their first instinct was to check their scores and the current rankings across the major districts. For the new martial artists from District 1 and District 2, they all believed that Ji Jingxian, Li Changsong, and Xiaoyue Chan must be ranked first in their respective districts. As expected, the scores of Yi Jingxian and Li Changsong were very close, and their rankings continued to fluctuate, while Xiaoyue Chan's ranking was much more stable, as she was the only SSS-level talent in District 2. However, what surprised all the new martial artists was that the first place in District 9 was not Lu Yanxue, but someone named Su Cheng. Even more shocking was that Su Cheng's trial score was not only the highest in District 9 but also the highest among all 9 districts. With over 5 million points, he surpassed the 3 extraordinary talents of Yi Jingxian. And his score was so overwhelming that it was less than half of Su Cheng's. How could this not leave them in shock? What on earth is going on? Who is this Su Cheng? Why have I never heard of him before? When did District 9 hide someone so powerful, suddenly bringing forth such an impressive new martial artist? Wow, I was only in the trial space for half a day, how come? It feels like the world has changed? Who is this Su Cheng? 3 SSS-level martial arts geniuses have been suppressed. How strong must this Su Cheng be? Could his martial arts talent be even higher than SSS level? Terrifying. I heard that Yi Jingxian, Xiaoyue Chan, and Li Changsong have already broken through to the junior martial king level. Such a speed of cultivation and strength has actually been suppressed. TSK, there's a good show to watch now. This year has a good show. A dark horse has appeared, overpowering all the geniuses, and still crushing them. At this rate, isn't the first place in this year's competition going to be taken by this person? Not necessarily, after all, there are still trial assessments. The first stage is just about scores. Being fast doesn't mean being the strongest. One batch after another of new martial artists finished their trials. When they saw the leaderboard, they nearly dropped their jaws, thinking at first that they had misread it. The highest score among the 9 districts had actually reached over 5 million points, and this person had never been heard of before. But soon, more and more people began to look up information about Su Cheng, and the speed of dissemination was even faster, as technology was still present, making communication swift. Moreover, Su Cheng's performance in the previous secret realm, where he annihilated tens of thousands of ultimate grandmasters, became known to more ordinary martial artists. Before this, only those families and factions were aware of it. What the hell? Is this for real? He annihilated tens of thousands of ultimate grandmasters? At that time, he was only at the advanced martial artist level? No way. So he is from the martial arts class 3 in District 9, but they said he had F-level martial arts talent. Who would believe that? But he was expelled from martial arts class 3, which is quite intriguing. Absolutely true. Just grab any student from martial arts class 3 and ask, they will definitely confirm this. Su Cheng awakened with F-level martial arts talent and was then expelled from martial arts class 3. If I'm not mistaken, this person must have had some great opportunity that possibly changed his martial arts talent. Such treasures are said to exist. I'm dying of laughter. Now martial arts class 3 in District 9 is going to be humiliated big time. Such a genius was actually expelled by them. They must be regretting it immensely right now. No wonder Su Cheng has no school affiliation. Whether Su Cheng can compete until the end is hard to say, but given the current situation, his strength is definitely not weak. He is absolutely stronger than that Lu Yanxue from Martial Arts School 3. Martial Arts School 3 has now become famous. To expel such a genius is a huge loss, not to mention they will become a laughingstock from now on. All the honors Su Cheng has gained will have nothing to do with Martial Arts School 3. It's eye-opening. A school would actually do such a thing just because someone awakened an F-level talent. Such a school is better off without. That's right, the higher-ups in these Martial arts schools are too materialistic. If it weren't for Su Chang having such a great opportunity, who knows how much injustice he would face, and there are so many people like him. As Su Chang began to shine, gaining fame, he also pushed Martial Arts School 3 in District 9 to the forefront of controversy. Countless martial artists criticized the actions of Martial Arts School 3, finding them disheartening. With such higher-ups, can they really educate and guide? The school rejoices when a martial arts genius awakens, but when a low-level talent awakens, they think of expulsion. If this continues, and others follow suit, what will happen in the future? Damn it! After Zhang Daoxian learned of this, he angrily smashed the table in front of him. He was a narrow-minded person, naturally blaming everything on Su Chang. If it weren't for Su Chang, how would the news of his expulsion have spread? How would it have caused Martial Arts School 3 in him, Zhang Daoxian, to lose face? To think he could kill over 30,000 peak martial masters, this strength is truly terrifying. And he actually seized the enlightenment fruit, the enlightenment fruit. If this enlightenment fruit could be obtained by my Zhang family, wouldn't that mean? Zhang Daoxian looked at Su Chang's information. In his hand, a glint of sharpness and killing intent slowly emerging in his eyes. Zhang Daoxian was born into a small family, and at that time, he awakened an S-level talent which made him the pride of the Zhang family. Although every year there are several, even dozens of martial arts geniuses awakening SS-level talents, and even some with SSS-level talents, this is based on the extremely large number of new martial artists. Each year, the probability of awakening a talent above SS level is already very small. For most new martial artists or families, awakening an S-level talent is already quite impressive. Although there are many new martial artists awakening S-level talents each year, ranging from hundreds to over 1,000, it still means that among hundreds of thousands of new martial artists, only one might awaken an S-level talent, which is also a very small probability. Therefore, whether for ordinary martial artists or those with family backgrounds, once they awaken an S-level talent, they soar to great heights and receive full support from their families. Zhang Daoxian did not disappoint the Zhang family. His strength soared over the years and he reached the level of a high-level martial emperor. However, advancing further has become extremely difficult, as most martial artists with S-level talents have their limits at the martial emperor realm unless they encounter significant opportunities to advance further. The enlightenment fruit is naturally of no use to Zhang Daoxian, but within his branch of the Zhang family, there are direct descendants. In this generation, his branch still has not produced an S-level talent. Now that he knows Su Chang possesses the enlightenment fruit, he is naturally tempted, as it can directly create a martial arts genius with SS-level talent. If his Zhang family could obtain the enlightenment fruit, a martial god-level powerhouse could emerge in a few hundred years, making the Zhang family a martial god family, incomparable to other families. At this moment, Zhang Daoxian's mind raced, thinking of how he could obtain that enlightenment fruit from Su Chang. This is troublesome. This kid really caused such a big stir. It will be even harder to kill him and seize the enlightenment fruit now. Damn it, if this continues, the news about the enlightenment fruit on this kid will definitely spread like wildfire. If we want to snatch it, then there will be no chance at all. This bastard, in the first phase, broke through 5 million trial points in just half a day. Once he breaks the historical record, it will definitely attract the attention of the Extraordinary Pavilion. This time, the Extraordinary Pavilion is entering the world again to recruit a new martial artist. With this kid suddenly emerging, the competition has become even fiercer. In the end, we were a step too late. If we had found him before he participated in the competition and seized the enlightenment fruit, it wouldn't have caused any commotion. But now, after he comes out, it will be a big hassle to act. At least we can't use the family's people. This kid is so young, yet he has such depth of character. It seems everything is within his calculations. From the moment he acted in the secret realm to now, he wasn't afraid of exposure at all. Impressive. Truly impressive. Too bad he's not from my Zhou family. The stir caused by Su Chang is naturally known to all the major families and forces. They initially wanted to take action against Su Chang immediately, but now they can only give up for the time being. If Su Chang makes a stunning debut in this first phase, it will naturally attract the attention of the peak human powerhouses. After all, he is a huge dark horse. Even the 3 SSS level geniuses, Yi Jingxian, Li Changson, and Xiao Yuechan, have been overshadowed, which is simply unbelievable. In previous years, there have been dark horses, but none have ever managed to overshadow SSS level talents. Although this is only the first phase of the trial, Su Chang not only crushed the trial points of the 3 SSS level geniuses but also broke the historical record. Moreover, given the current situation, by the end of the trial, Su Chang's points will definitely exceed 10 million. Even if he doesn't reach that, achieving 8 or 9 million points is definitely not a problem. Such trial points have never been reached by any new martial artist in history. Even though there have been extremely powerful SSS level geniuses, the highest points they could achieve was only 6.12 million. For families and forces with heritage, they have already understood Su Chang's importance, so they immediately gave up the decision to kill Su Chang and seize the enlightenment fruit. At the very least, they cannot openly use their family members to kill Su Chang. They can only act secretly. Letting them give up on the enlightenment fruit like this is something they cannot accept. Moreover, many people find it tricky because they have already guessed Su Chang's plan. Dealing with such a person will obviously be more troublesome. Bang! Bang! Bastard! Damn beast! Beast! I won't let you go, I won't let you go. My Zhao family's Qilin son won't die in vain, and the enlightenment fruit also belongs to my Zhao family. Inside the Zhao family estate, the current patriarch Zhao Tianque looked at Su Chang's trial points, which were continuously soaring, reaching a terrifying 5 million in just half a day. Even the three unparalleled geniuses, Yi Jingxian, Li Changsong, and Xiao Yuechan, have points that don't even reach half of Su Chang's, let alone the others. Seeing this, Zhao Tianque also felt the situation was tricky. If he were to act against Su Chang, it would probably lead to big trouble, but letting Su Chang go like this is absolutely impossible. Since we can't let the family members act, then I'll hire assassins with money. Let's see how you survive. If my Zhao family can't get the enlightenment fruit, then no one else can either. I'd rather destroy it. Besides, little beast, do you think the only ones who want you dead are my Zhao family? If others are unwilling to leak the news about the enlightenment fruit on this beast, then fine. If you won't leak it, then let my Zhao family do it. Zhao Tianque said in a grim tone, his eyes filled with madness. The Zhao family is a millennium-old clan, with considerable depth, but there are many such ancient families among the 9 major districts, and even more that are stronger than the Zhao family. At first, Zhao Tianque thought the chances of seizing the enlightenment fruit from Su Chang were quite high, but now that things have developed this way, with Su Chang making a stunning debut and all his information exposed, it naturally attracted the attention of more powerful humans and forces who want to kill Su Chang and snatch the enlightenment fruit. For the Zhao family, this has become nearly impossible. Thus, Zhao Tianque went completely mad. Since the Zhao family couldn't seize it, he would let the situation become even more chaotic. If everyone knows that Su Chang possesses the enlightenment fruit, such a treasure, it would undoubtedly drive many martial artists into a frenzy. Zhao Tianque would never allow Su Chang to grow steadily. He wanted him to suffer endless pursuits and assassinations. Soon, messages spread wildly, causing an even greater uproar. What? He has the enlightenment fruit, such a treasure? My God! The enlightenment fruit! What is the enlightenment fruit? Can someone explain? The enlightenment fruit is a treasure. It is said that consuming it can elevate any martial artist's talent level directly to SS level, as long as their talent level is below SS. Wow! Is it really that powerful? This treasure must be mine. I have to get it. As news of the enlightenment fruit reached countless ordinary martial artists and they learned of its effects, it drove them completely mad. Their desire for the enlightenment fruit had reached an extreme level, their eyes filled with a bloodthirsty killing intent. Especially for some small families, it was even harder to suppress their inner greed. This was a treasure that could directly create a martial genius with SS-level talent. Only with SS-level martial talent could one hope to glimpse the position of a martial god, or even higher. Faced with such a treasure, few could resist the temptation. Once the secret realm opened, so many families sent their top martial masters to seize the enlightenment fruit. It was clear, even the top families and forces found it hard to refuse. Even if their family had a martial god powerhouse, who would turn down the chance to have another martial god seed in their family? Bastard! Who spread this news so widely? Now everyone knows. Don't they realize how much chaos it will cause? The news of Su Chang obtaining the enlightenment fruit is ultimately someone trying to stir up the situation. Often, treasures that are too precious are not kept from ordinary martial artists because they don't want them to know, but because once they do, they will go mad, just like now. Either someone wants to fish in troubled waters, or they want Su Chang to never have peace. Hey, Su Chang is in big trouble. How many hungry wolves will be watching him once his trial is over? Zhang Daoxian and some other families and forces, upon realizing that the news of the enlightenment fruit had spread like wildfire outside, were immediately anxious and agitated. Previously, most ordinary martial artists who looked into Su Chang only found information about his martial talent and that he had been expelled from martial arts number 3. They had not uncovered any of Su Chang's so-called actions within the secret realm, or it had been erased. Only families and forces with a bit of strength or very powerful individuals could find some specific information. However, after they found out, none of them disclosed the news of Su Chang possessing the enlightenment fruit. The reason was simple, they all wanted to obtain that enlightenment fruit from Su Chang. But now, Zhao Tianque had recklessly leaked all of Su Chang's information, stirring up the situation, making it much less likely for anyone to obtain the enlightenment fruit. Moreover, it would plunge Su Chang into endless assassinations, leaving him with no peace and unable to cultivate in peace. How is that possible? There are actually such treasures in the world? Why have I never heard of them before? That's something I don't know. The better the things are, the less we ordinary martial artists know about them. Only those with great strength and powerful backgrounds understand the good stuff. It's like the capital monopoly from 10,000 years ago. The better things will not be revealed to ordinary people, and ordinary people won't know about them. That's the current situation. My goodness, how many treasures in the world are we still unaware of? No wonder there are fewer and fewer martial geniuses now. Ordinary people awakening S-level talents or above are also becoming rarer. Most of them come from those families and forces. It seems all the resources have been monopolized by them. Exactly, even if we ordinary martial artists manage to obtain these treasures, we wouldn't know their uses. In such a situation, those damned ones can just pick up the scraps. There's nothing shocking about it. So many secret realms and spatial rifts are controlled by the major forces, which means everything has long been monopolized. We ordinary martial artists have to spend money just to explore secret realms, let alone anything else. Countless ordinary martial artists, upon learning about the effects of the enlightenment fruit, felt greedy yet extremely angry because they had never heard of this thing, nor many other treasures, all monopolized by the major forces. How could this not infuriate ordinary martial artists? But anger aside, they had no way to resist. Their arms couldn't twist the thighs. We can't snatch resources from the major forces, but can we not snatch the enlightenment fruit from Su Chang? That's right, he's just an ordinary martial artist with no background. Even if he's a genius, so what? Just directly snatch his enlightenment fruit. Without a background, no one will back him up. For the sake of the enlightenment fruit, it's worth a gamble. This is a chance to soar into the sky and glimpse the position of a martial god. If he has to blame someone, he should blame himself. He can't protect this treasure, it must be snatched. Small families and numerous martial artists directly set their sights on Su Chang. Those with backgrounds dared not snatch, but would they still hesitate to snatch from someone without a background? If they could really get it, they could just hide and cultivate. This was completely worth the risk. What to do? What to do? I can't contact Su Chang now. Qin Xia was anxiously pacing in the family estate, her face filled with worry. She could already foresee how crazy ordinary martial artists would be once Su Chang appeared. Right now, Su Chang was like a huge piece of meat, and everyone couldn't help but want to take a bite. Normally, good meat was something ordinary martial artists couldn't even touch, and they didn't even know about it. Now that they knew there was such a big piece of meat in Su Chang, the temptation for ordinary martial artists was immense. They would risk their lives for it. What was happening outside, Su Chang naturally had no idea. He was still in a frenzied state, focused on slaughtering all the magical beasts that appeared. 600,000, 800,000, 900,000. Time flew by, and now, Su Chang's trial time had already passed 20 hours, with less than 4 hours remaining. His trial points had skyrocketed to over 9 million, having killed over 900,000 intermediate-level third-tier magical beasts. Thunder Prison Breaking Heaven. Infinite Slash. Boom. Killed an intermediate-level third-tier magical beast, gained 10 experience points. Congratulations, your martial arts level has increased by an additional 4 levels. Congratulations, your martial arts level has risen to level 27,520. After killing over 400,000 magical beasts again, his martial arts level surged by several thousand levels. From the start of the trial until now, Su Chang's martial arts level had increased by more than 10,000 levels. Such a speed of improvement was something Su Chang had never dared to imagine before. When he was in the secret realm, slaying those skeleton warriors and raising his martial arts level by several thousand, he thought that was already fast enough. I'm about to break through 30,000 levels. Hurry up. I want to go even faster. Kill. Let them all die. Su Chang's face became even more frenzied. For the goal of breaking through 30,000 levels, he continued to go mad. Now, he cared for nothing else. There was only one thought in his mind: level up again. Meanwhile, outside, the situation erupted once more, with countless martial artists fixated on the leaderboard. It's almost there. I'm about to break 10 million points. My god, just a little more. Come on. Ah, it's broken. Finally breaking the 10 million point barrier. So fierce. The most ferocious new martial artist in history. Trial points breaking 10 million. My goodness. While others have slowed down in their point accumulation, Su Chang seems to be getting faster. Based on the first half of the day, it was a bit difficult for him to reach 10 million points, but now he still has 3 hours of trial time left. Incredible. This record will probably never be broken. Countless martial artists watched as Su Chang's points continue to soar, their expressions completely numb. In just one day, they had been shocked too many times. 11 million points. 12 million points. At the same time. Boom. Congratulations. Your martial arts level has risen to 30,000. A martial arts level of 30,000 means that Su Chang's total martial arts attributes have already surpassed 120,000, which is far stronger than his power before the trial. However, Su Chang did not stop at this point. He continued to slay beasts. Reaching a martial arts level of 30,000 was merely a goal he hoped to achieve in the trial space, not his ultimate goal. His next true target was to break through to 100,000 levels. He was still 70,000 levels away from that. In the trial space, Su Chang was still going mad. But outside, countless martial artists fell silent. They were no longer shocked because, in their eyes, no matter how high Su Chang's trial points were, their emotions would no longer waver. It felt natural to them, as if it were a matter of course. From the very beginning, breaking the historical record of over 6 million points had already shocked countless martial artists to the extreme. Someone had said that this 9,999th martial arts competition was extraordinary, and now they seemed to witness it. A previously unknown dark horse suddenly emerged, overshadowing all SSS-level martial arts. Geniuses. In front of Su Chang, these geniuses appeared dimmed. Not only that, this dark horse also broke the historical highest record of the first phase of the martial arts competition. Moreover, terrifyingly, this dark horse's trial points had surpassed the 10 million barrier and soared to over 12 million in a short time. Such achievements were enough to shock all human martial artists. Not to mention ordinary martial artists, even those at peak strength were stunned by Su Chang's results. Brother Nangong, this little guy not only broke your historical record, but his trial points are also double yours. Can you still smile? A remarkably handsome man appeared in the extraordinary pavilion, a faint smile on his face as he spoke. The location of the extraordinary pavilion was an extremely secretive place, situated in a space that was not even within the range of the Blue Star world, nor did it belong to any other world. It was in a special space. Inside, it was like a fairyland, and, apart from the members of the extraordinary pavilion, no one could know or find the location of the extraordinary pavilion. Look at what you're saying, am I that petty? The man referred to as Nangong. Brother replied with a bitter smile. When Su Chang's trial points broke the historical record, it gradually caught the attention of the extraordinary pavilion. After all, this time the extraordinary pavilion had re-entered the world to recruit a new member, while also handling other matters. For the extraordinary pavilion, all the geniuses of this generation, even the S-level talented new martial artists, were under their watch. However, they did not expect that in just the first phase of the trial, a dark horse would emerge, and not just any dark horse, but an unparalleled one. When Su Chang broke the historical record, the people of the extraordinary pavilion were only slightly surprised, but as they watched Su Chang's trial points soar wildly, breaking 8 or 9 million, then surpassing 10 million, and now reaching over 12 million, even the strong members of the extraordinary pavilion felt their hearts tremble, their faces showing incredulity. Seeing such a monstrous figure among us human martial artists, I am naturally pleased. How could I be angry? Nangong Fong continued with a light smile. Indeed, with an F-level martial talent, now only a high-level martial artist, yet able to slay an ultimate grandmaster, at that time in the secret realm, he seemed to have unleashed the power of a mid-level martial king, right? It seems that the abilities derived from his martial talent are extraordinary, another kind of special ability we do not know about, but we just don't know what it is? The handsome man nodded in agreement upon hearing this. Why ask so much? As long as he is not a spy from the alien demon race, nor under control, he is a monstrous genius among us human martial artists. He doesn't say it himself, so there's no need to force it. This is the trump card of every martial artist, no one has the right to pry into it. Nangong Fong said coldly. That's true, but he has caused such a commotion, and with a treasure like the enlightenment fruit on him, others won't care so much. There are quite a few people who want to kill him now. Just the fact that he killed the genius from the Zhao family, a little guy with SS-level talent, the Zhao family won't let him go. The handsome man continued, unable to deny it. His own enemies, he will naturally resolve himself, but for now, we still need to lend him a hand. Nangong Fong shook his head, slightly, smiling as he spoke. Oh, are you planning to take action? The handsome man asked in surprise upon hearing this. I won't act personally, nor will I help him in any other way, but as long as I take away the key items on him, many dangers will naturally be resolved. Nangong Fong smiled mysteriously. You mean? The handsome man was momentarily stunned, then understood. But at this moment, Nangong Fong had already waved his hand slightly, and in the next instant, a powerful presence appeared before him and directly knelt down respectfully. Master, the kneeling man spoke. This man, whose strength had reached the terrifying level of an ultimate martial emperor, was even more frightening as he was merely a servant. Go and bring back that little guy's enlightenment fruit. Just say it's temporarily stored with me, and it will be returned to him after the competition ends. Nangong Fong instructed. Yes, master. The man with the strength of an ultimate martial emperor responded and then vanished. You, if someone didn't know better, would think you, a dignified extraordinary level powerhouse, are going to rob a high-level martial artist's treasure, huh? The handsome man joked. Get lost. Nangong Fong glared at the handsome man, but the smile on his face did not fade. Kill a third-tier intermediate magical beast, gain 10 experience points. Congratulations! Your martial arts level has increased by an additional 4 levels. Congratulations! Your martial arts level has risen to 30,128. Now, the first phase of the trial is almost at its end, and Su Chang is no exception, nor are the other geniuses. After all, for new martial artists with S-level talents and above, they will all push through to the end to earn as many points as possible in order to eliminate more competitors. It's over. Over 12.1 million trial points. This is the number that Su Chang's points settled on after the trial ended. At the same time, geniuses like Li Changson, Yi Jingxian, and Xiao Yuechan also finished their trials and were teleported out of the trial space. It's over. Su Cheng is coming out. Where exactly is he? Find him and snatch his enlightenment fruit. Damn it! Which competition point is he at? Countless martial artists, upon seeing Su Cheng's points stop rising, knew that his trial time had ended. This immediately stirred many martial artists who began searching everywhere for Su Cheng's figure. For the other geniuses, they couldn't see the rankings while in the trial space, nor did they know their exact points. So as soon as they came out, they immediately checked the leaderboard, and upon doing so, their eyes widened in disbelief, wondering if the ranking list was malfunctioning. Su Cheng appeared outside a competition point. He also wanted to see how many points he had now. But just then, it's Su Cheng. He's here. A martial artist around them shouted in surprise, eyes filled with madness and greed. Someone shouted, and instantly, other martial artists also spotted Su Cheng, their eyes reflecting the same intense greed. They even began to breathe heavily, like hungry wolves, fixating on Su Cheng as if they were about to tear him apart in the next moment. The enlightenment fruit, a precious treasure. Just by consuming it, one could elevate their talent level to SS rank, soaring to new heights and possessing the potential to ascend to the position of a martial god. For most martial artists, the more ordinary they were, the harder it was to resist such a tremendous temptation. They were unwilling to live at the bottom forever, ultimately dying in obscurity. Now, with such an opportunity, such a grand chance, how could they let it slip away? What if the opponent is a genius or a prodigy? What does that matter? As long as the benefit is substantial enough, someone will take action. Over the years, how many geniuses have died? As long as they seize the enlightenment fruit, they too can become geniuses and eye the position of martial god. Su Cheng sensed the change in the expressions of the surrounding martial artists, the madness and greed in their eyes, and was momentarily stunned, unable to grasp the reason. Previously, the news of him possessing the enlightenment fruit had already spread, and a large number of greedy martial artists were searching for Su Cheng's whereabouts. Knowing that Su Cheng had been disqualified from the martial arts third, he naturally could not appear within it. Thus, many martial artists were searching and lying in wait at various competition points throughout the city. If luck was on their side, they could find Su Cheng first and seize the enlightenment fruit. Therefore, now in the 9th district, almost every competition point had a large number of martial artists lying in wait. Enlightenment fruit. He has the enlightenment fruit. Grab it! Another martial artist shouted, roaring. At this shout, many martial artists, blinded by greed, immediately charged toward Su Cheng. Su Cheng finally understood why so many martial artists were glaring at him with such hostility. It turned out that the news of him possessing the enlightenment fruit had spread completely. Looking at so many martial artists, even those with only martial artist level strength, all had their eyes glowing red. Su Cheng couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. The other martial artists at this competition point were just a small portion. If more martial artists were to find them, how crazy would they become? Seeking death. Seeing so many martial artists charging over, Su Cheng naturally wouldn't sit idly by. He couldn't act within the city, but if others attacked him, he could certainly retaliate. Fortunately, no extremely powerful martial artists had appeared yet, otherwise, Su Cheng would have had to flee immediately. However, just as Su Cheng was about to make his move, he suddenly saw that the large number of martial artists rushing over had their bodies explode without any warning, turning into clouds of blood mist. In the blink of an eye, a large batch of martial artists had died here. Anyone who intended to attack Su Cheng did not survive. This sudden change left the other martial artists, who had not yet made a move, looking horrified. They retreated in fear, terrified that they would be the next to die. Although they couldn't understand the situation, it was clear that a powerful being had intervened. Sure enough, in the next moment, the void above this competition point twisted and a crack appeared from which a figure slowly emerged. This figure stood in the void, overlooking the other martial artists below, with a chilling expression on its face. Dare to act within the city, and you shall be obliterated, the figure in the void said coldly. Standing in the void, walking on air, tearing apart the void. This is a martial emperor level powerhouse, one martial artist exclaimed in terror, trembling as they looked at the figure in the sky. Many martial artists could not discern the strength of this figure, but the ability to stand in the void, walk on air, and tear apart the void was enough to indicate that this figure was at least a martial emperor level powerhouse, and not just any ordinary martial emperor. Bang! Bang! The terrifying might of the figure pressed down, causing a large number of martial artists to kneel in shock, their faces filled with fear, but fortunately, they did not die. In this arena, aside from Su Cheng, all the martial artists were kneeling on the ground, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. The madness and greed that had been on their faces upon seeing Su Cheng had long since vanished, leaving only immense fear. Lord Martial Emperor, spare us. We won't dare again. Lord, spare us. Spare us. Some martial artists, especially those with slightly stronger abilities, such as great martial masters or even martial kings, began to plead for mercy, nearly scared to death. The figure in the void, however, paid no mind to them and turned to look at Su Cheng below. The coldness on his face transformed into warmth. He looked at Su Cheng, who was still in a daze, and a smile appeared. Su Cheng, my master sent me here to collect your enlightenment fruit. My master said that the enlightenment fruit will be kept with him for the time being, and will be returned to you after the competition ends," the man said with a light laugh, and with a slight wave of his hand, Su Cheng's enlightenment fruit, which was in his storage space, floated out automatically and flew into the man's hand. "Yes, I understand. Thank you, my lord." Su Cheng quickly realized the other party's intentions. Collecting his enlightenment fruit was entirely helping him, and he expressed his gratitude with a beaming face. At the same time, he was even more shocked. This was a martial emperor level powerhouse, yet he was merely a servant? However, not just Su Cheng, but the other martial artists kneeling on the ground, trembling in fear, were even more horrified. A martial emperor with such terrifying strength was actually just a servant? A martial emperor level powerhouse serving someone? How powerful must that master be? Even a martial god level powerhouse might not have the qualifications or ability to make a martial emperor willingly serve, right? Hearing this, the martial emperor level man nodded at Su Cheng, then tore apart the void again, stepping into it and disappearing from sight. The man in the void disappeared, and the pressure on the martial artists kneeling on the ground naturally vanished as well. They stood up and didn't dare to linger, immediately running away. Now that Su Cheng no longer had the enlightenment fruit, if they made a move, it would be sheer madness. Moreover, the appearance of this martial emperor level powerhouse, and as just a servant, represented a status that was simply terrifying. Importantly, the mysterious person who only sent one servant clearly valued Su Cheng highly. If they acted again, it would be like the old man on his birthday hanging himself, asking for a longer life. Su Cheng glanced around and quickly left, while the events that transpired here spread rapidly at an astonishing speed. But the current situation was that those martial arts geniuses with S-level talents and above had just finished their trials. Upon seeing Su Cheng's terrifying score of over 12 million trial points, they were completely stunned. Damn it! Who the hell is this? Over 12 million points? Is this real or fake? The incredibly confident Yi Jingxian, after the trial ended, thought he must have the highest score in District 1 and also the most points among the 9 major districts. But now, upon looking, he found that in District 1, his score was indeed the highest, just a few thousand points above Li Changsong. However, when he saw the ranking points in District 9, Yi Jingxuan's eyes widened in disbelief as he shouted, "Over 12 million points! Looking at that striking number, Yi Jingxian felt his body tremble. His eyes gradually turned blood red, fixating intensely on the name Su Cheng, with a deep-seated killing intent surfacing in his gaze. Although this year saw the awakening of 3 SSS level prodigies, which put immense pressure on Yi Jingxian, he still had great confidence in securing a spot in the extraordinary pavilion, believing he could outshine Li Changsong and Xiao Yuechan. As for the other 14 S-level martial arts geniuses, Yi Jingxian didn't regard them as a threat at all. He had already investigated them and found that they didn't possess any particularly special abilities. Therefore, the extraordinary pavilion would definitely choose from among the 3 of them. However, what Yi Jingxian didn't expect was that a figure as terrifying as this would emerge during the first phase of the trial, and even more incomprehensible was that he had never heard of this person before. In the past year, although he had been in seclusion, he had people constantly monitoring and investigating whether any exceptionally powerful new martial artists had suddenly appeared. Indeed, there were quite a few new martial artists who started off weak but grew rapidly, showing potential to become dark horses. However, after reviewing the information on these new martial artists, Yi Jingxian dismissed them as they posed no threat to him and were not valued by the extraordinary pavilion. Especially in the days leading up to the martial arts competition, he had broken through to the junior martial king level, which greatly boosted his confidence. Even though he knew that Li Changsong and Xiao Yuechan had also broken through to the junior martial king level, Yi Jingxian remained confident, believing he had a high chance of securing a spot in the extraordinary pavilion. But now, with the trial over and seeing a terrifying figure with a score of over 12 million points, Yi Jingxian felt as if the sky was about to collapse. His and the scores of Li Changsong and Xiao Yuechan had all reached 6 million points. Although they didn't break the historical record, it was already quite impressive. But now, Su Cheng's score was actually double that of the 3 of them. Breaking the historical record was shocking enough, but the fact that the other party's score was nearly double the historical record was something Yi Jingxian could hardly accept. He immediately felt a strong sense of crisis. This wasn't a life-and-death crisis, but rather the opportunity for a spot in the extraordinary pavilion. Now, with such a dark horse suddenly emerging, overshadowing the 3 of them, the extraordinary pavilion would undoubtedly focus most of its attention on Su Cheng. Originally, Yi Jingxian had a great chance of obtaining a quota, but now it had turned infinitesimally small, even to the point of having no opportunity at all. At this moment, Yi Jingxuan's heart was filled with the desire to kill Su Cheng directly. "Young master, the information you requested has been prepared." At this time, a woman handed a document to Yi Jingxian, which was naturally about Su Cheng. Since the Yi family had previously investigated Su Cheng, it was very easy to find his information now. F-grade martial talent? Expelled from the 3rd martial school of the 9th district? Upon seeing the initial details, Yi Jingxian felt utterly incredulous. He never expected such a dark horse to have only F-grade martial talent, and even more surprising was that this dark horse had been expelled from the 3rd martial school. advanced martial artist, killed tens of thousands of peak martial masters in the secret realm, and obtained the enlightenment fruit. Yi Jingxian continued to read. The more he read to the end, the wider his eyes grew. How is this possible? He actually obtained the enlightenment fruit? He single-handedly killed tens of thousands of peak martial masters in the secret realm? Upon reaching this point, Yi Jingxian couldn't help but exclaim. Although he had broken through to the junior martial king level, it was utterly impossible for him to kill tens of thousands of peak martial masters, especially since he had just made his breakthrough. Moreover, during the time in the secret realm, many peak martial masters had used blood reversal crystals, allowing their strength to reach the junior martial king level, and some were even stronger than him. Yet despite this, they still died at Su Cheng's hands. Yi Jingxian had heard about the events in the secret realm. After all, the Yi family had also sent peak martial masters in to seize the enlightenment fruit. However, at that time, Yi Jingxian would never have associated someone capable of killing tens of thousands of peak martial masters with a new martial artist. Slap! Yi Jingxuan's expression fluctuated and he slumped down onto the chair. But soon, his expression turned fierce and bloodthirsty again. Damn it! Damn it! The quota for the extraordinary pavilion is mine, it's mine. I want to kill you, you damned beast. Yi Jingxian roared like a wounded beast. The appearance of Su Cheng not only shattered his pride as an unparalleled genius but also threatened to take away the quota he desired, twisting Yi Jingxuan's heart in agony. He was an unparalleled genius, the pride of the Yi family, a future peak powerhouse of humanity. He could not accept that an ordinary martial artist who was nothing dared to ride on his head. Why, young master, we just received news that after Su Cheng's trial ended, a powerful martial emperor suddenly appeared and took the enlightenment fruit from him. And that martial emperor was merely a servant, saying that his master wanted to temporarily keep the enlightenment fruit for Su Cheng. The woman beside him, seeing Yi Jingxuan's face contort in rage, felt extreme fear in her heart, but she had no choice but to relay the latest news she had received. What? Yi Jingxuan's fierce gaze immediately shot towards the woman upon hearing her words, and his twisted face grew even uglier. But his heart was equally horrified. A servant of a martial emperor? The woman had to repeat her earlier words in terror. I knew it. The extraordinary pavilion would definitely pay attention to him, and now they have directly intervened to help him. This damned, I hate it. Yi Jingxian murmured, his eyes filled with madness and despair. A servant of a martial emperor, such an existence, not to mention him, even the entire Yi family would not dare to offend. It's still early. It's only the first phase of the trial, it hasn't reached the end yet. I don't believe I will lose to him, I don't believe it. All the honors of this session, and the quota of the extraordinary pavilion, will ultimately belong to me, Yi Jingxian, belong to me. After a long while, Yi Jingxian spoke like a madman, his words frenzied. At this moment, in the Li and Xiao families, Li Changson and Xiao Yuechan also saw Su Cheng's information and were equally shocked. However, their temperament was much steadier than Yi Jingxuan's. Sigh, what is this? Suddenly, such a dark horse appears. TSK, over 12 million points. I, Li, have to admit defeat. Li Changson stared blankly at the information in his hands, shaking his head with a bitter smile. Su Cheng, huh? Xiao Yuechan pursed her red lips, revealing her stunning beauty. Compared to the shock of others, her eyes held more curiosity about Su Cheng. While countless martial artists were still in shock, confusion, and fear, the investigation into Su Cheng's information was not only conducted by human forces but also by unknown entities lurking in the shadows. Master! In the 9th district, in a very secretive place, a voice suddenly rang out. The speaker was a man, but at this moment he was kneeling, prostrated on the ground. The organization has nurtured you for decades, now is the time for you to serve the organization. A shadow spoke from the direction where the man was kneeling. Master, please give your orders. The kneeling man remained extremely respectful. Go, kill this Su Cheng. He is an anomaly among humans and must be eliminated. The shadow said indifferently. Yes, master. The kneeling man did not ask further. After receiving the order, he slowly stood up and quickly disappeared. 10,000 years have passed and the opportunities in this world will finally emerge. Our clan has waited for 10,000 years, this time, we cannot afford to lose. Human martial artists, let's see how long you can remain arrogant. The shadow let out a chilling laugh, and at that moment the shadow suddenly condensed, revealing that it was not human in appearance. It was said that a powerful martial emperor level expert had intervened, temporarily taking Su Cheng's enlightenment fruit away, and the news spread quickly, forcing many martial artists to give up. Without the enlightenment fruit, what significance was there in trying to seize it? Instead, it would only offend a genius like Su Cheng. The second point is that now there are people backing Su Cheng, that martial emperor level expert is merely a servant, and few know how strong his master truly is. Therefore, anyone still wanting to target Su Cheng must weigh their own strength and background. Even though many families and forces have directly given up, at least on the surface, they do not dare to act against Su Cheng, but what happens in the shadows is unknown. Su Cheng naturally understood this, and everything was within his expectations. After all, he had caused such a stir, making a remarkable debut in the first phase of the martial arts competition, shaking the 9 major districts. The goal was to attract the attention of human powerhouses, otherwise, it would be like before, with no reputation, making it easy to be killed quietly. But now it was different. No one dared to openly act against him. Although things had exceeded Su Cheng's expectations a bit, he was still able to handle it. The first phase of the martial arts competition had ended, and only one day remained until the start of the second phase, which was considered a rest day. The eliminations in the first phase were the most intense because each district could only advance 1,000 new martial artists from all schools, meaning only 9,000 could progress to the second phase. It is important to note that each year, the number of awakened new martial artists ranges from hundreds of millions to over a billion. Even averaging it out, each district would have tens of millions, if not over 100 million new martial artists. Then, distributed among the schools in each district, each school would have several 100,000, even millions of awakened new martial artists. But ultimately, regardless of how many new martial artists there were, only a mere 1,000 from each district could advance, illustrating just how fierce the competition was. The first stage of the trial had ended, and Su Cheng naturally wouldn't foolishly wander around the city. Instead, he headed straight to a branch of the Martial Arts Association. Wow! Su Cheng is here. What a powerhouse! Over 12 million points, that's terrifying. What a pity, the enlightenment fruit on him was taken away, otherwise he would probably be surrounded and killed by now. Of course, no matter what, being able to rack up so many points would definitely attract attention from above. They wouldn't just let him die like that. Without the enlightenment fruit, isn't it said that he still has 10 divine meteor crystals? Stealing those would still be a fortune. Are you looking for death? He's not the same as before. He already has strong allies helping him. I heard it's a martial emperor level powerhouse, and a servant at that. Just thinking about it is terrifying. Damn! I'm so envious, jealous, and hateful. Who would have thought that a waste with F-level martial arts talent would suddenly soar to greatness, even attracting such terrifying strong allies? The most ridiculous thing is the martial arts third school. Their higher-ups must be kicking themselves now. To expel such a figure, they brought it upon themselves, looking down on others. That's right, I don't see the need for the martial arts third school to exist anymore. At least all the higher-ups there can just roll away. As soon as Su Cheng arrived at the branch of the Martial Arts Association, it immediately caused quite a stir. A large number of martial artists looked at Su Cheng's background and whispered among themselves. Expressions of envy, unwillingness, hatred, dissatisfaction, and admiration appeared on the faces of various martial artists. Mr. Su Cheng, welcome, please come in. At that moment, a stunningly beautiful woman approached Su Cheng and said respectfully, "Okay." Su Cheng nodded. Deep down, he couldn't help but sigh. Being famous is quite nice. Just like that, he had only just arrived at the Martial Arts Association, and someone came to greet him, something that would have been impossible before. Whether it was his astonishing performance in the first stage or the intervention of a martial emperor-level servant, Su Cheng's status was clearly no longer comparable to before. Following the woman, Su Cheng entered an incredibly luxurious room, where another even more beautiful and alluring woman was waiting. "Mr. Su Cheng, this is the head of our Martial Arts Association branch, Mu Qingcheng," the woman leading Su Cheng introduced. "Mr. Su Cheng, it's a pleasure to meet you," the extremely alluring woman said with a smile as she stood up. At the same time, Mu Qingcheng waved her hand, and the woman who had brought Su Cheng bowed slightly and quietly left the room. "Hello." Looking at the woman before him, Su Cheng was quite surprised. He had seen Qin Xiao, who was already very beautiful, but Mu Qingcheng before him was equally stunning. If there was a difference, Qin Xiao appeared more aloof, while Mu Qingcheng was more seductive. "From now on, Mr. Su Cheng, all your needs at the Martial Arts Association will be directly handled by me, so feel free to contact me anytime if you need anything," Mu Qingcheng said with a charming smile, incredibly enchanting. It was likely that very few men could resist her. "I need to handle something, the divine meteor crystals," Su Cheng said directly, as this thing didn't hold much value for him now. Selling it would be more profitable. "Oh, how many are you planning to sell?" Mu Qingcheng was slightly surprised. She certainly understood Su Cheng's situation and knew that besides the enlightenment fruit, he also had divine meteor crystals. However, she thought Su Cheng would use the divine meteor crystals himself and didn't expect him to sell them. But thinking about it, Su Cheng had obtained 10 divine meteor crystals. Even if he used them himself, he wouldn't need that many, as they were only effective for those below the peak of the Great Martial Master realm. Moreover, it was best to reach the initial level of Great Martial Master for the best effect when using divine meteor crystals. 10 pieces, all sold. Su Cheng said. "What? You don't need them yourself? All sold?" Mu Qingcheng looked at Su Cheng, who only had the strength of a high-level martial artist, and couldn't help but widen her eyes in disbelief. Although she knew that Su Cheng's true strength was formidable, no one could find out the specific reasons now. But with the strength of a high-level martial artist, using the divine fallen crystals was completely fine. Why sell them all? Mu Qingcheng couldn't understand. "I need money, so I can only sell the divine fallen crystals." Su Cheng didn't want to explain much. "Well, the divine fallen crystals don't usually appear on the market, but based on previous trends, the price for this level of divine fallen crystal you have is about 1.8 to 2 billion each. You can check that out. How about this? If you sell all 10 of these divine fallen crystals, I can give you a price of 2 billion each, totaling 20 billion. How does that sound? After pondering for a moment, Mu Qingqing said, "Okay, let's go with 20 billion. Su Chang didn't say much upon hearing the price. 2 billion each was already quite a lot. After all, this level of divine fallen crystal was only effective for those below the limit of a great martial master. For ordinary martial artists, it was completely unaffordable. With this 20 billion, one could easily purchase other resources for improvement, just not as quickly as using the divine fallen crystals. Naturally, those who could buy them were wealthy martial artists, the sons of rich families. For them, quickly improving their strength was what mattered. Money was not an issue." "Alright then." Mu Qingqing nodded. "Wait a moment, I also have some rare materials here, let's deal with those too." Su Chang simply decided to sell all the treasures in his storage space, all obtained from the previous secret realm. The quantity wasn't large, but the value was decent. Especially among them was a crimson flame fruit, which also held significant value, probably just slightly lower than the divine fallen crystals. In the end, with the divine fallen crystals, the crimson flame fruit, and some other rare materials, Su Chang obtained a total of 21.5 billion. This amount of money was already quite substantial for Su Chang, considering he previously felt rich with just over a billion. However, he intended to use this money to enhance his strength, not keep it on hand. The first thing was to refresh his third exclusive martial skill. His martial arts level had already unlocked the third exclusive martial skill at level 10,000, but he had been in the secret realm without any money to refresh it. The second was to enhance his martial talent characteristics, allowing for a higher additional martial arts level. Currently, it could trigger an increase of 4 levels. Thinking about how he had slain so many virtual beasts in the virtual space, the additional martial arts level had been over 2,000 for quite a while. If he had the money, allowing this martial talent characteristic to enhance a few more times would definitely raise the additional martial arts level in the virtual space even higher. Therefore, as soon as the trial ended, Su Chang immediately prepared to sell everything he had, then refreshed the third martial skill and continue to enhance his martial talent characteristics. The martial arts competition wasn't over yet, and there were still trials to slay other beasts or alien races. Su Chang didn't want to waste any more time. Although he had become famous now and his status had risen significantly, the dangers had also increased greatly, and he could be assassinated at any moment. So Su Chang had to quickly enhance his strength. His trump card now was that no one knew exactly how strong he was, which provided him with excellent cover. "Tomorrow is the second phase of the trial, you should rest here for now. It's not safe for you outside. Don't worry, while you're here, no one can touch you. If you need anything, just let me know at any time, and the others will take care of it for you. Of course, if you want me to handle it, that's fine too." After the transaction, Mu Qingqing said with a light laugh, especially the last sentence, as she didn't forget to throw a flirtatious glance at Su Chang. "Thank you." Then, Su Chang nodded at her words, ignoring Mu Qingqing's flirtation, which made her a bit irritated. He originally wanted to avoid the Martial Arts Association, as it would cost money at other times, but now that he could get it for free, he certainly wouldn't refuse. It wouldn't be possible to refresh martial skills and enhance martial talent characteristics outside, right? If someone were to assassinate him, wouldn't that be the end? He couldn't guess whether anyone would take action, but he believed that Zhao Wujia's family would never allow him to grow unchecked. Moreover, Su Chang also knew that many alien demon races were hiding among humans, cultivating numerous spies and assassins. Historically, many human geniuses had been assassinated. For geniuses with identity and background, it was naturally not so easy to kill them, but for those with ordinary identities, it was much easier, just like Su Chang's ordinary status. Although there had been a martial Emperor-level servant backing him up before, that didn't matter to those hidden alien demon races. As long as they were human geniuses, they were targets for assassination. This little brat actually ignored my charm, it's infuriating. Humph. The more you resist, the more I won't let you go. After coming out of the luxurious room, Mu Qingqing said angrily. She had initially wanted to use her beauty and allure to extract more information from Su Chang, but unfortunately, he was completely immune to her tactics, giving her no extra opportunities. This made Mu Qingqing feel quite displeased. Over the years, she didn't know how many men had tried to get close to her, and this was the first time she had been ignored, especially by a mere boy. A young man full of vigor could actually resist her charm, which left Mu Qingqing with a hint of frustration. Su Chang wasn't thinking that much. He had to admit that Mu Qingqing was indeed beautiful, but he wasn't in the mood to think about other things right now. Enhancing his strength was the priority, otherwise, if he lost his life, he would have nothing left. First, let's refresh the third exclusive martial skill and see what good martial skills I can get. Su Chang thought to himself. If he were to enhance his martial talent characteristics first, he probably wouldn't be able to do it many times, as the required funds doubled with each enhancement. Even though Su Chang now had over 20 billion, he couldn't enhance it many times. So, he planned to refresh the third exclusive martial skill first, as refreshing it only required 100,000 martial skill points, which was equivalent to 100,000 in funds. Even if his luck was bad and he spent 10 to 20 billion, he should still be able to refresh a decent martial skill, right? Refresh. Consumed 100,000 exclusive martial skill points. Third martial skill refresh successful. Obtained Sky Collapse Palm Technique C level. Consumed 100,000 exclusive martial skill points. Third martial skill refresh successful. Obtained 500 refreshes. 1,000 refreshes. Su Cheng didn't pause for a moment, continuously refreshing. When he ran out of martial skill points, he directly exchanged funds, one exchange being 1 billion, without batting an eye. With money on hand, he naturally felt no panic. This was his confidence. 2,000 refreshes. Before long, the third martial skill had already been refreshed over 2,000 times, but the highest level martial skill obtained was only A level. The probability of obtaining a high-level martial skill seems much lower than when refreshing the second martial skill. Could it be that for exclusive martial skills, the later ones open have a greater difficulty in refreshing high-level martial skills? Su Cheng thought with a slight frown. However, he didn't pay too much attention to it. After all, it was just a refresh of 2,000 times, costing only 200 million funds, which felt completely negligible for Su Cheng at this moment. This time, Su Cheng directly exchanged for 500 million funds. 3,000 refreshes. Consumed 100,000 exclusive martial skill points. Third martial skill refresh successful. Obtained 10 Directions Thunder Seal, a grade. 5,000 refreshes. 8,000 refreshes. Consumed 100,000 exclusive martial skill points. Third martial skill refresh successful. Obtained Triple Heaven Thunder Fist S grade. Finally, an S grade martial skill was refreshed, but upon seeing this skill, Su Cheng felt a bit disappointed. It was also a fist-type martial skill, and it seemed to be significantly weaker compared to the first martial skill, Blood Dragon Fury Fist. No, let's continue. Su Cheng shook his head slightly, giving up on this S-grade martial skill. 10,000 refreshes. By this point, he had already consumed 1 billion martial skill points, which equated to 1 billion funds. But Su Cheng did not stop, continuing to refresh. 13,000 refreshes. 16,000 refreshes. Consumed 100,000 exclusive martial skill points. Third martial skill refresh successful. Obtained Star Shattering Finger, a grade. At this moment, Su Cheng's eyes were slightly reddened. He had spent 1.6 billion funds and only managed to get 2 S grades. When he reached 15,000 refreshes, another S-grade martial skill appeared, also a sword technique, which Su Cheng had to give up on, as he already had an SSS grade sword technique, and an extra S grade was of little use. Thus, Su Cheng abandoned it once more. The next one should be an SS grade. Hurry up and give it to me. Su Cheng thought in prayer, if he had to spend tens of billions of funds, he would want to spit blood. Continue. 18,000 refreshes. 21,000 refreshes. Just when Su Cheng was about to give up and prepare to use the remaining funds to enhance his talent traits, consumed 100,000 exclusive martial skill points. Third martial skill refresh successful. Obtained Forbidden Skyfinger SSS grade. What the? Forbidden Skyfinger, capable of sealing the surrounding void, unleashing a shocking finger strike that could annihilate gods. If its power could be fully unleashed, it could sever the heavens and shatter the yin and yang of the universe. Hiss. Looking at the simple description of this SSS grade martial skill, Su Cheng couldn't help but take a sharp breath. This was too powerful, right? Annihilating gods with a single finger? Severing the heavens with a single finger? Whichever it was, it left Su Cheng's heart in utter shock. This SSS grade martial skill was simply far more impressive than any magical technique. Do you know why only those who reach the martial god level among human warriors can be called true powerhouses? It's because reaching the martial god level grants one martial divine abilities which are far superior to martial skills, and those with SS grade talent in martial arts can glimpse the position of martial god. Although it doesn't guarantee reaching that level, the chances are still quite high unless their fortune is exceptionally poor or they fall midway. Thus, it's clear why the appearance of the enlightenment fruit drives countless warriors mad. When they saw Su Cheng appear, the warriors around him had red eyes, and even in the city, they disregarded everything to take action. Awesome. So awesome, ha. Su Cheng couldn't help but laugh excitedly. The power of this SSS grade martial skill was beyond doubt. As for the strength mentioned in the description, annihilating gods with a finger, severing the heavens, it was naturally impossible for Su Cheng to achieve with his current strength. But as his strength grew stronger, the power unleashed by this forbidden sky finger would naturally increase. SSS grade martial skills were exceedingly rare, even those direct descendants of major families and powerful factions, even at Su Cheng's level of strength, could not learn SSS grade martial skills. The first reason is that the level of strength is too low. Even if you are given SSS level martial arts, it is still very difficult to learn. The second reason is that in large families and powerful factions, there are very few SSS level martial arts, or even none at all. Take geniuses like Yi Jingxian, Li Changson, and Xiao Yuechan, all with SSS level talent. Even if their families possess SSS level martial arts, they cannot be taught to them. Even though they are direct descendants, they must at least reach the level of martial sovereign or even martial emperor before their families will allow them to learn. SSS level martial arts. Once learned that SSS level martial art is gone, it is recorded in a very special material and even copying it is impossible. Therefore, whether it is SSS level martial arts or other martial arts, each one learned means one less available. To obtain other martial arts, one can only continuously explore various secret realms, spatial rifts, and other ruins, or find martial arts in the hands of alien races or demon races in the starry sky. Among all human martial artists, over the years, there have been quite a few who have reached the martial emperor level. After all, with S-level martial arts talent, as long as one does not slack off, they can basically reach this level. However, the number of martial emperor level experts who possess SSS level martial arts is much smaller, and even those with S-level martial arts are not many. Those who can possess martial arts above S-level among martial emperor level experts are truly the elite among them, capable of unleashing most of the power of SSS level martial arts. Su Chang, with his current level of strength, already possesses 2 SSS level martial arts, and no other human martial artist can be found with the same. I really want to test the power of the ceiling sky finger right now, but I guess there will be plenty of opportunities later. For now, I need to enhance my talent characteristics. Su Chang suppressed his impatience and calmed his excited heart a bit. I wonder how much funding it will take to continue enhancing this martial arts talent characteristic? There's less than 20 billion left. How many times can I enhance it? Adding in some previous savings, Su Chang currently has about 19.8 billion in funds, but thinking about the previous enhancement of talent characteristics, each enhancement doubles the funding consumption, which made Su Chang feel a bit uncertain. 10 billion in funds was directly exchanged for talent characteristic points. Consumed 1.2 billion martial arts talent characteristic points. Enhancement successful. Currently, each time a target is killed, there is a chance to increase martial arts level by 5 levels, can be enhanced. Sure enough, after hearing the prompt, Su Chang was not too surprised. After all, the last enhancement consumed 600 million talent characteristic points, which is 600 million in funds. Now, enhancing once again, doubling it naturally means 1.2 billion talent characteristic points. Continue. Consumed 2.4 billion martial arts talent characteristic points. Enhancement successful. Currently, each time a target is killed, there is a chance to increase martial arts level by 6 levels, can be enhanced. Next time, it won't be 4.8 billion, right? This. Even though he guessed it, Su Chang's heart still trembled a bit. This is tens of billions in consumption. Continue, since he has already made up his mind. Su Chang will not stop. After all, earning money is for spending. Keeping it doesn't have much use. Consumed 4.8 billion martial arts talent characteristic points. Enhancement successful. Currently, each time a target is killed, there is a chance to increase martial arts level by 7 levels, can be enhanced. Just as expected, the 10 billion talent characteristic points exchanged earlier have already consumed 8.4 billion. If he continues to enhance, it is clearly not enough. Thinking of this enhancement pattern, Su Chang exchanged for another 8 billion talent characteristic points. Enhance. Consumed 9.6 billion martial arts talent characteristic points. Enhancement successful. Currently, each time a target is killed, there is a chance to increase martial arts level by 8 levels, can be increased. Well, now that I have little money left, Su Chang feels much more at ease. What a pity. If I had known that killing monsters in the virtual space could grant martial arts experience, I should have sold the God-fallen crystals and other items before the championship, even the enlightenment fruits. With this increase, I could have raised my martial arts level by at least a few thousand levels. Su Chang sighed. For him, money and resources were not important. The most crucial thing was to elevate his martial arts level. Thinking back, he had lost at least a few thousand martial arts levels during the first phase of the trial, which pained him more than losing 100 billion. From now on, once I obtain rare treasures, I must deal with them immediately, enhancing everything that can be improved to avoid missing the opportunity to raise my martial arts level. Su Chang vowed silently. Character: Su Chang Martial Arts Realm. Advanced Warrior Martial Arts Level 30,128, 886/1000. Martial Arts Power 30140. Martial Arts Spirit 30139. Martial Arts Physique 30140. Martial Arts Agility 30138. Martial Arts Talent Infinite Upgrade, F Grade. Exclusive Martial Skills: Blood Dragon Fury Demon Fist S Grade can be refreshed. Thunder Prison Breaking Heaven Ultimate / SSS Grade can be refreshed. Ceiling Sky Finger SSS Grade can be refreshed. Talent Characteristics: each time a target is killed, there is a chance to increase martial arts level by 8 levels, can be increased, others, none. With half a day left, Su Chang decided to elevate his martial arts realm as well. Although it would consume a significant amount of funds compared to other expenses, it was nothing, especially since he still had over 1 billion in funds. Su Chang calculated that to break through to the Limit Warrior, he needed 400 Limit Warrior breakthrough pills, each costing 60,000 gold coins, totaling 24 million. Then, for the Junior Warrior Breakthrough Pills, he needed 600, each costing 80,000 gold coins. For the Intermediate Warrior Breakthrough Pills, 800, each costing 100,000 gold coins. For the Advanced Warrior Breakthrough Pills, 1,000, each costing 120,000 gold coins, and for the Limit Warrior Breakthrough Pills, 1,200, each costing 150,000 gold coins. Altogether, this would require a total expenditure of 452 million. The consumption was indeed substantial, but there was no other way. It had always been like this from the beginning. Su Chang felt helpless as each time he broke through, he needed far more breakthrough pills than others of the same level. For instance, to break through to Limit Warrior, other warriors might only need a few dozen or 100 breakthrough pills, but Su Chang needed a full 1,200. He didn't mind, as he could easily bear the consumption of several hundred million now. Soon, the next day arrived. Congratulations on your promotion to Limit Warrior. Su Chang had consumed all the breakthrough pills, and now his strength had increased. The speed at which he refined the breakthrough pills could be described as rocket-like. The Martial Arts Championship, the second phase, is about to begin. Su Chang stood up, his eyes shining with brilliance, and then walked out of the Martial Arts Association. Throughout the day, many people were looking for Su Chang. There were quite a few who wanted to kill him, and others who had different matters to discuss. They all knew that Su Chang was inside this branch of the Martial Arts Association, as many had seen him when he arrived. However, those who wanted to kill him did not dare to act, as this was the Martial Arts Association, and even if it was just a branch, there would be strong warriors stationed inside. Moreover, once they made a move, the patrol guards in the city would arrive. Quickly, these were like the Imperial Guards, each possessing great strength. Ordinary guards, any one of them possesses the strength of a peak martial master, and a squad leader must have the strength of a peak martial king. Not to mention the captain and the higher-ranking guards, whose strength goes without saying. Some others initially wanted to obtain the Enlightenment Fruit from Su Chang, but after realizing it had already been taken, they changed their minds. They aimed to win Su Chang over. After all, he currently had no background or power. If they could bring Su Chang into their family or faction, it would undoubtedly be a significant boost. Although a servant of a martial emperor level had helped Su Chang yesterday, the master behind that servant might not necessarily belong to a family or faction. It could also be a powerful human from above, temporarily taking his Enlightenment Fruit to ensure Su Chang's safety and prevent him from being besieged. Thus, many families and factions naturally became interested in bringing Su Chang over, as not all families and factions wanted to eliminate him. At this moment, Su Chang appeared again, causing a stir. What the hell? What's going on? How did he become a peak martial master? My god. In just one day, no, it hasn't even been a full day, he actually advanced from a high-level martial artist to a peak martial master? This is insane. What kind of terrifying breakthrough speed is this? Even if he was cultivating, it shouldn't be possible to break through so quickly in just one day. Too terrifying. No wonder he broke the historical record and created a new one as an unparalleled dark horse. Is he even human? How did he improve so much? It's certain that his strength had already reached peak martial master, otherwise, it wouldn't be possible to advance so quickly. Of course. It's said that he killed tens of thousands of peak martial masters in a secret realm before. How could he only be a peak martial master? The question is, why is his realm so low? This is simply impossible. Without a breakthrough, how could his martial attributes keep improving? This has been common knowledge for thousands of years. Some say it's due to his martial talent. Although it's only F grade, it has given rise to a terrifying special ability, which must be related. Awesome. Awesome. F grade talent? Who says it can only be a waste? Su Chang's appearance initially caused a stir, but upon discovering his martial realm, many martial artists were shocked. All the martial artists in the hall of the Martial Arts Association branch stared in disbelief at Su Chang's back. Once Su Chang left the Martial Arts Association branch, anyone who saw him revealed a strong look of shock. Moreover, this news spread like a hurricane. This is really troublesome. It seems I need to cover up a bit when I go out in the future. Being pointed at along the way, although they weren't saying anything bad about him, Su Chang felt uncomfortable. Being stared at like this, after all, it made him feel like a monkey. Some martial artists lurking outside the Martial Arts Association branch brightened up when they saw Su Chang and rushed towards him, extending invitations. However, at that moment, a figure moved even faster, much faster than everyone else. What? Die for me. Boom. As this figure approached within 10 meters of Su Chang, a terrifying aura erupted from him, and he directly attacked, aiming to eliminate Su Chang in one blow. How is this possible? A peak martial king? Damn it, he's gone mad. Which lunatic is this? We're doomed. If this goes on, won't we also be suspected of being the culprits? A peak martial king. This is definitely going to kill Su Chang. In just an instant, the others around saw this figure attack and unleash powerful strength, initially shocked, then turning to astonishment. The strength of the extreme martial king has already surpassed the vast majority of martial artists. From junior martial artists to extreme grandmasters, the speed of cultivation can be quite rapid. However, once one advances to the junior martial king level, the speed of cultivation slows down significantly. Take He Jingxian, Li Changson, and Xiaoyue Chan for example. They are all SSS level geniuses who, within just a year, have broken through to the junior martial king level. But this required them to consume a massive amount of resources equivalent to no less than 100 billion in funds, or even more, and the resources they used might not even be available on the market. In that year, their cultivation speed was indeed very fast, already considered the limit. However, now that they have advanced to the junior martial king level, if they wish to reach the strength of an extreme martial king, it will take them several years, or even longer. The leap from grandmaster to martial king is a huge gap. Many martial artists stop here, never making any further progress in their lives. After advancing to the junior martial king level, whether a genius or an ordinary martial artist, the speed of cultivation will increasingly slow down, and the subsequent realms are even more difficult to discuss. For ordinary martial artists, reaching the level of an extreme martial king will take them several times, or even more than 10 times, the time it takes for geniuses. The extreme martial king who is targeting Su Cheng does not appear to be very old, only around 30 or 40 years old. To reach the extreme martial king level at this age clearly indicates a high martial talent. Just as the moment arrives, as this figure appeared and immediately made a move, Su Cheng had already reacted. Just because he was walking outside does not mean he was not alert. Knowing that someone would try to kill him, how could Su Cheng possibly relax? The moment the opponent appeared and attacked, the overwhelming force they unleashed reached the level of an extreme martial king, which only caused a slight tremor in Su Cheng's heart. After sensing the opponent's strength, Su Cheng let out a small sigh of relief. Just unlocked SSS level martial skill, Sealing Heaven Finger. Let's see how you fare against it. Looking at the attacking extreme martial king, Su Cheng sneered coldly. Everyone around seemed to anticipate the scene of Su Cheng meeting his demise on the spot. After all, this was an extreme martial king. It was estimated that Su Cheng wouldn't even have a chance to react. The attacking extreme martial king thought the same, a cruel smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. This was his charged strike, and Su Cheng was undoubtedly doomed. However, in the next moment, Sealing Heaven Finger, buzz, Su Cheng unleashed a powerful martial skill, pointing at the extreme martial king from a distance. The scene did not erupt with the terrifying might and destructive power like the Blood Dragon Fury Demon Fist or the Thunder Prison Breaking Heaven Ultimate Slash. Instead, it caused the void around this extreme martial king to freeze, as if everything had come to a halt. The extreme martial king, who was originally moving at high speed, seemed to be frozen in place at that moment, maintaining the action of his attack. This is impossible. Feeling the power in the void completely binding him, he couldn't move an inch. The extreme martial king's eyes widened in an instant, his cold smile turning into a face full of horror. To advance to the extreme martial king level, the total martial attribute needs to reach 100,000. Currently, Su Cheng's martial level is just over 30,000, with a total martial attribute of over 120,000, significantly stronger than a newly advanced extreme martial king. However, the extreme martial king who attacked now has a total martial attribute of 135,000, about 15,000 higher than Su Cheng's, clearly indicating he is somewhat stronger. Unfortunately, the overall strength of this extreme martial king is not as strong as Su Cheng's. The height of the total martial attribute only represents the strength of the foundation, while martial skills or weapons can enhance that strength. The stronger the martial skill, the stronger the weapon, the more powerful the strength displayed naturally becomes. The SSS level martial skill just refreshed in Su Cheng. The Sealing Skyfinger is already an incredibly powerful technique. In Su Cheng's hands, it can definitely annihilate any extreme martial king. Even when facing a junior martial emperor, he has the strength to fight back, and he could even slay an average junior martial emperor. For other martial artists, as their realm increases, the difficulty grows and the chances of fighting beyond their level diminish because the later stages of realm advancement are quite challenging, yet the gap in strength does not become too vast. But Su Cheng is different. The martial skills he possesses are SSS level, a rank that even many martial emperor level experts might not have. Therefore, for Su Cheng, the higher his strength increases, the more he can fight beyond his level, because the stronger he becomes, the more he can unleash the true power of SSS level martial skills. No! The extreme martial king roared in madness, struggling desperately to break free from the constraints of the surrounding space, but he was powerless. He did not understand how this force had appeared, nor could he connect it to Su Cheng. Yet he felt an intense life and death crisis, as if he would die in the next moment. Faced with such a life and death threat, he had no choice but to go wild. And his feeling was not wrong. Puff! The extreme martial king trembled all over, and then his entire body exploded, turning into a cloud of blood mist. With a gentle breeze, it vanished into the world as if he had never existed. So strong, too strong, huh? Watching as an extreme martial king was obliterated in a single finger strike, turning into a cloud of blood mist, Su Cheng couldn't help but feel ecstatic. Everything happened too quickly. From the moment the extreme martial king attacked to his death was merely a breath's time, which was only about 3 to 5 seconds. In fact, the extreme martial king took less than 3 seconds. From attack to death. What, he's dead. The other martial artists around, who had thought that in the next moment, Su Cheng would be lying dead in the street, shot down by a powerful extreme martial king, were stunned. But the situation changed too rapidly. In the eyes of the surrounding martial artists, the fierce strike from that extreme martial king had not even posed a threat to Su Chang. How did it suddenly stop? Followed by hearing the extreme martial king scream in terror? Then, he turned into a cloud of blood mist, dead beyond recovery. What happened? How did this extreme martial king suddenly die? There must be a terrifying expert intervening, otherwise, it's inexplicable. My god, does this mean there's some powerful being protecting Su Chang right now? Of course. Otherwise, no matter how strong he is, how could he survive in the hands of an extreme martial king? Could it be that martial emperor level servant from yesterday? Is he the one protecting Su Chang's safety? Very likely, after all. From the first stage of the trial, Su Chang's potential is so great that it surpasses even the SSS level talent of extraordinary geniuses. He's a prodigy, and naturally, they will ensure his safety. Too terrifying. A martial emperor level expert secretly protecting him is simply unbelievable. Those top families and factions don't even have such treatment, right? Why does it feel off? I didn't sense any other presence just now, right? Even if a martial emperor level expert intervened, there would be some fluctuation in aura, right? Could it be because my strength is too low? Looking at Su Chang standing in place, no one doubted that the death of the extreme martial king was a counterattack from Su Chang. After all, he hadn't really made a move, he just pointed a finger and could annihilate an extreme martial king? Who would believe that? Now many people knew that not long ago, Su Chang had displayed the strength of a middle martial king in the secret realm, but his true strength was definitely not that strong. Many people doubt that Su Chang's actual strength is only at the level of a peak martial master, and he would not exceed the level of a junior martial king. The fact that he could unleash the power of a mid-level martial king at that time must have been due to some powerful treasure, similar to the blood reversal crystal but without its side effects. Since the end of that secret realm, not much time has passed. Even if Su Chang's strength has increased, no one would believe that he could withstand an assassination attempt by a peak martial king. The most likely scenario is that a strong individual intervened in secret to thwart this assassination. Do they suspect that a strong person is secretly protecting me? Su Chang looked at the expressions and discussions of the surrounding martial artists, and a smile crept into his heart. For him, this was even better, as it meant his trump card had not yet been revealed. However, this situation could not be maintained for long, as someone would surely investigate. Once a true strong person arrived, they would discover that it was not anyone else who intervened. By then, knowing that there was no strong protector by his side, the assassination attempts would surely continue. And at that time, the martial artist's scent would undoubtedly be even stronger. Su Chang did not linger, as the second phase of the competition was about to begin, and he needed to head to the competition point. However, the news of the incident spread rapidly once again, causing even greater upheaval. In District 9, in a dark corner. Waste. I raised you for decades, and you can't even kill a single human in such a good opportunity. After learning the news, the shadow cursed angrily. Is there a martial emperor level strong person protecting him? But from the scene, I didn't notice any traces of a martial emperor level intervention. Could it be otherwise? The shadow murmured, confusion evident in their eyes. In District 1, at the Zhao family estate. Damn, this little beast can't even die like this? Zhao Tianqua of the Zhao family was initially pleased upon receiving the news, but he did not expect someone to attempt to assassinate Su Chang, and even a peak martial king at that, yet fail. This made him even angrier. Knowing that Su Chang was the one who killed Zhao Wujing, he realized that the Zhao family could not act personally. However, for Zhao Tianqua, it didn't matter who acted, as long as they could kill Su Chang. There's a martial emperor level strong person secretly protecting him, just as I thought, damn it. Then it will be even harder to kill him in the future. Thinking of this, Zhao Tianqua felt a pang of fear. He was glad he hadn't sent his family members to act, otherwise, if the higher-ups investigated, not a single one of the Zhao family would survive. Little beast, I won't let you grow any further. Even if no one assassinates you, what about the alien demon race? They won't allow a prodigy to emerge among humans, they would be more than happy to snuff you out. A crazed look appeared in Zhao Tianqua's eyes. He was determined that if no one from the human side assassinated Su Chang, he would collude with the alien demon race to ensure Su Chang's demise. Such are people's thoughts. Su Chang killed Zhao Wujing, and he believed the Zhao family would not let him off the hook. Zhao Tianqua, on the other hand, thought that since Su Chang had killed his talented son, the two sides were already at odds, and he felt that once Su Chang grew stronger, he would definitely not spare the Zhao family. Therefore, he had to completely eliminate Su Chang before he could grow. It's too crazy. Someone actually disregarded the ban and made a move in the city, and it was a peak martial king attempting to assassinate Su Chang. Indeed, if Su Chang still had the enlightenment fruit, it would be understandable, but now that the enlightenment fruit is no longer with him, how could someone still attempt to kill him? That's hard to understand. The person who acted could be a spy from the alien demon race, or it could be a faction among us humans. Everything is about interests. Su Chang is just an ordinary martial artist without a background. Many times, those factions do not want to see ordinary martial artists rise. Indeed, for many years now, the chances of geniuses emerging among ordinary people have been decreasing as all resources are monopolized. Fortunately, there are human powerhouses secretly protecting Su Chang, otherwise he would have truly died this time. Perhaps the ones taking action could be the Yi family, the Li family, and the Xiao family? After all, Su Chang's emergence poses a serious threat to the unparalleled geniuses of their three families. Keep your voice down, don't spread unconfirmed information recklessly. Do you want to die? Once the news of the assassination attempt on Su Chang spread completely, it caused a strong uproar. Many even suspected that it was the families behind this generation of geniuses that acted, eager to kill Su Chang, as he had already threatened the geniuses within their families, competing for the top position in the championship. When the news reached these three families, they naturally scoffed at the idea of explaining themselves. After all, the thoughts of ordinary martial artists are simple, but they could not possibly do such a thing at this time. Moreover, investigations would reveal that this matter had nothing to do with their families. After all, this is still an era of martial arts, with existing technology, and the situation where that extreme martial king took action was recorded. Ordinary people could not discern anything and believed that a powerful being was secretly protecting Su Chang. However, any powerhouse above the martial emperor level could tell with a glance that this was not the work of others. There was not even a ripple of energy from an attack. Instead, they discovered the fluctuations from Su Chang's actions, which made some powerhouses suspicious. However, they found it hard to imagine that in such a short time, Su Chang could possess the strength to instantly kill an extreme martial king. At this moment, Su Chang had arrived at the competition point for the second stage. Among the 9 major districts, only 9,000 new martial artists had advanced to the second stage, with 1,000 from each district, which was already quite rare. Moreover, the new martial artists who could advance were not weak. The lowest were at the extreme martial artist level, and the numbers were not many, with the majority being new martial artists at the great martial artist level, particularly the junior great martial artists. All advancing new martial artists, please pay attention. The second stage trial begins. There is no time limit until the last new martial artist finishes the trial. With the announcement echoing again, the second stage trial of this martial arts championship commenced. This trial was not much different from previous ones. The first stage trial involved continuously slaying virtual beasts in a virtual space, competing for points. The second stage trial, however, required the advancing new martial artists to enter a trial tower, where the beings inside were no longer virtual but real creatures. Therefore, the danger of this second stage trial was significantly higher, but it was not overly dangerous. This was also selective. The trial tower was divided into many levels. The beings on the first level had a strength of only first-tier beginner, equivalent to that of a beginner martial artist. The beings on the second level had a strength of first-tier intermediate, equivalent to that of an intermediate martial artist, and so on. However, the number of beings on each level was also considerable. With a full 1,000, only by slaying all the beings could one enter the second level. The method of advancement was naturally simple. In the trial tower, the portion that reached the highest level directly advanced. If there were those at the same level, the number of beings they killed at that level would determine the outcome. If the numbers were the same, then it would be based on time. Whoever killed faster would advance. Inside the trial tower, if one truly could not hold on, and their life was threatened, the new martial artist could immediately teleport out with a thought. Thus, while the danger of this second stage trial was higher than that of the first stage, it was not excessively perilous. If one were to die under such circumstances, they could not blame anyone else. The advancement in the second stage is increasingly brutal. Ultimately, only the top 10 from each district can advance again, meaning that a vast majority of new martial artists with S-level talents will be eliminated. Even in the case of unexpected events, geniuses with SS-level talents could also be eliminated. Such situations have occurred in past competitions, though they are rare. I wonder what awaits in the trial tower this time. Su Chang thought to himself as he entered the trial tower. The beings within the trial tower may be the same or different each time, as they could be magical beasts, demon races, or alien races, among others. These creatures are thrown in by powerful humans with the purpose of providing trials for the new martial artists in the competition. It's actually an alien race? Upon entering the trial tower, Su Chang was pleasantly surprised to see aliens. Previously, he had slain some demon races and gained martial experience points that were significantly higher than those from magical beasts of the same level. As for the alien races, he had never killed any and had not encountered them outside. But what he wanted to know most was whether killing aliens would yield martial experience points lower than magical beasts or higher than demon races. Kill. Without hesitation, Su Chang drew his SS-level sword and began the slaughter. These were living alien beings, and Su Chang would show no mercy. It's a human. Kill him. The group of aliens roared. Upon seeing Su Chang, they had been captured and thrown in by powerful humans, but now they knew their strength was inferior to that of the trial's human participants. However, they had no choice but to fight back, not wanting to sit idly by while the new human martial artists slaughtered them. Thunder Prison Breaking Heaven Infinite Slash. Boom! With one slash, 1,000 first-level low-tier aliens were all killed. Kill a first-level low-tier alien, gain 50 experience points. Congratulations, your martial arts level has increased by an additional 8 levels. Congratulations, your martial arts level has risen to 30,196. Such high experience points. Hearing the notification, Su Cheng's face lit up with excitement. This was just a first-level low-tier alien, and killing one actually granted 50 martial experience points, which was beyond Su Cheng's expectations. If it had been a magical beast, it probably wouldn't even have given a tenth of that. 1,000 aliens, each worth 50 experience points, instantly raised Su Cheng's martial arts level by 50 levels, and he triggered 2 talent traits, effectively increasing his level by 66 on this first floor. This feels amazing. Has the trigger rate for these talent traits increased? Fortunately, I sold the Divine Fallen Crystal earlier, enhancing these talent traits that over 20 billion wasn't wasted. Su Cheng thought joyfully. Continue. With one slash, he wiped out 1,000 aliens, and with such high experience points, Su Cheng could hardly contain his eagerness. Second floor. 1,000 first-level mid-tier aliens. Thunder Prison Breaking Heaven Infinite Slash. Boom! Another slash. And all 1,000 aliens were annihilated. Kill a first-level mid-tier alien, gain 100 experience points. Congratulations, your martial arts level has increased by an additional 8 levels. Congratulations, your martial arts level has risen to 30,312. This is incredible. The martial experience points actually doubled, killing one granted 100 experience points, and these 1,000 aliens raised his martial arts level by 100, also triggering 2 talent traits. If I reach the point of killing 3rd level or even 4th level aliens, how much experience would that yield? Thinking of this, Su Cheng's excitement was beyond control. The trials of the second stage were just beginning. All the advancing new martial artists faced first-level low-tier aliens on the first floor of the trial tower. With the current strength of the newly promoted martial artists, killing a first-level low-tier alien is naturally very easy. Most of the new martial artists quickly passed the first and second levels. Therefore, it was initially hard to tell who would make it into the top 10 of each district. Of course, in any district with an SS-level talent, there is a high probability that they will secure a spot. For instance, Yi Jingxian and Li Changsong from District 1, as well as Xiao Yuechan from District 2, are undoubtedly guaranteed to advance to the end. The fiercest competition is among those new martial artists who have awakened S-level talents. Their strengths are mostly similar, and it ultimately comes down to their skills and weapons. Most of these new martial artists with talents above S-level come from influential backgrounds, and they possess at least one S-level martial skill. As for weapons, their families provide them with defensive and offensive weapons to enhance their strength. However, even geniuses with SS-level talents cannot afford to be complacent. They must work even harder. After all, this cohort has 14 SS-level geniuses, and the competition among them is crucial to prove that even with the same talent, one can still be stronger than the others. If luck is on their side, they might even rank higher than one of the SSS-level prodigies. Anything is possible. Yi Jingxian, Li Changsong, and Xiao Yuechan will not slack off either, especially since a dark horse, Su Cheng, has emerged this time. In the first phase, Su Cheng's score completely overshadowed the three of them, which left them feeling quite indignant. Damn Su Cheng! That ultimate martial king, why didn't you kill him? Humph. Even if you didn't die, this time I will definitely step on you. The second phase of the trial is the real test of strength. The first place in the competition and the spot in the extraordinary pavilion must belong to me, Yi Jingxian. Inside the trial tower, Yi Jingxian quickly slaughtered all the aliens in the second level with great ease. At this moment he had regained his previous confidence, believing that Su Cheng's high score in the first phase must have involved some underhanded tactics. He couldn't believe that his strength was weaker than Su Cheng's. This time, he begged his grandfather, Yi Wanlong, to take out the family's SS-level battle axe for him to use, with the aim of stepping on Su Cheng in the second phase of the trial. Indeed, Su Cheng's sudden rise not only put immense pressure on Yi Jingxian but also on other new martial artists. Therefore, in this second phase, these advancing martial artists all used powerful weapons, including Li Changsong and Xiao Yuechan. Why hasn't Su Cheng made it into the top 10 yet? Whether in District 9 or other districts, martial artists were quick to pay attention to Su Cheng's name. When they didn't see his name in the top 10, some began to wonder. There was no way around it. Since the first phase of the trial began, the buzz around Su Cheng's name had remained high. Especially not long ago, Su Cheng was assassinated by an ultimate martial king, and in just one day, his martial arts realm had surprisingly advanced from a high-level martial artist to an ultimate martial master. Such speed was terrifying. For most ordinary martial artists, they simply couldn't comprehend how Su Cheng achieved this. Is this just the beginning? Why the rush? The first to fourth levels of The trial tower are merely the realm of martial artists. Which of those who can advance to the second phase of the trial is weak? Naturally, they all progress quickly at the start. The second phase is a trial. Su Cheng definitely cannot compare to those three ultimate geniuses like Yi Jingxian. My thoughts exactly. It feels like there's a lot of fluff in Su Cheng's strength. Many people say that within the secret realm he could slay so many peak grandmasters because he must be using some treasure or he has a powerful weapon in hand to achieve that. In the first phase of the trial, he probably used some treasure, right? He chose to slay weak magical beasts, so naturally, the speed is fast, but that doesn't mean his strength is exceptionally strong. That's right, that's what I think too. His actual strength should be about the same as Yi Jingxian and the others, maybe even a bit weaker. In Zone 9, he will likely be the first in the trial tower for the number of levels cleared, but in all the districts, I doubt he can manage that. I've heard that those geniuses in the second phase of the trial have powerful weapons bestowed by their families, their strength skyrockets. Su Cheng probably won't even make it into the top 10 overall rankings. Many martial artists expressed their dissatisfaction. Su Cheng's rise sparked intense envy and jealousy among some martial artists. After all, a waste with F-level talent suddenly became so strong, which was hard for them to accept. Such honor, such a stunning rise, why wasn't it them but rather a waste? Among them, any new martial artist's talent level would be higher than F level. Why Su Cheng? Not themselves? The fame and rise of a person inevitably come with suspicion, slander, ridicule, and sarcasm. This is unavoidable. Such things happen in any era. Su Cheng was unaware of this, but even if he knew, he wouldn't care. Third level. Thunder. Prison breakthrough infinite slash. Boom. Kill a first-tier advanced alien, gain 200 experience points. Congratulations, your martial arts level has increased by an additional 8 levels. Congratulations, your martial arts level has risen to 30,552. So satisfying. Killing a first-tier advanced alien actually grants 200 martial arts experience points, which directly translates to a 200 level increase in martial arts level. Moreover, after slaying 1,000 aliens, he triggered his talent characteristic 5 times. Haha, this feels amazing. At this rate, I could easily level up by a few thousand levels. Su Cheng became increasingly excited. 4th level. 1,000 first-tier peak. Aliens were quickly slain by Su Cheng. He initially thought each would grant 400 martial arts experience points, but it was only 300. However, he didn't mind. Even with just 300 experience points, this 4th level raised his martial arts level by a total of 380 levels, and the trigger rate for talent characteristics was even higher, reaching 10 times. This made Su Cheng even more grateful that he hadn't been stingy with the money earlier, as he managed to raise the talent characteristic to increase by 8 levels per trigger. If he hadn't raised it, he would have lost half of that. Trial Tower 5th level. Upon reaching this level, the strength of the aliens was equivalent to that of human junior martial artists. I wonder how much experience points there are. Su Cheng thought as he already took action. Kill a second-tier junior alien, gain 500 experience points. Congratulations, your martial arts level has increased by an additional 8 levels. Congratulations, your martial arts level has risen to 31,512. 500 experience points, that's a total of 500 levels in martial arts. This time, he also triggered 10 talent characteristics, resulting in a total increase of 580 levels in martial arts. Awesome! So exhilarating! Guessing the 5th level, my martial arts level has already increased by over 1,000 levels. To be honest, during the first phase, although he raised his martial arts level by over 10,000, it wasn't as satisfying for Su Cheng as it was now, because this increase was too fast. Now, killing 2 second-tier juniors could raise him by 1 level. How could that not be exhilarating? Not to mention, there were even higher levels ahead. 6th level. In front of Su City, the intermediate level second-tier alien is also a weakling, but the martial arts experience points gained have reached 700 points each. That means a boost of 700 levels, with the talent characteristic triggering 12 times, totaling an increase of 796 levels. Many newly promoted martial artists slow down after reaching the 5th level of the trial tower. After all, they are already second-tier aliens, albeit at a basic level, and there are quite a few of them, with a full 1,000 on each level. Although killing them all is not a problem, the time spent is still more than the previous 4 levels. Of course, this is for newly promoted martial artists who are still at the martial artist level, but for those who have advanced to the great martial artist level, the speed is still quite fast. After all, the newly promoted martial artists in the second phase all possess weapons granted by their families, significantly enhancing their strength. However, for geniuses with SS-level talents and above, the aliens on the first 7 or 8 levels pose no threat or obstacle, especially for Xiaoyuechan and the others, who find it very easy. See, Su City's ranking has gone up, hasn't it? He's already reached the 6th level of the trial tower, the same level as Liu Yanxue. The 6th level only has second-tier intermediate beings. If he can't make it up here, what use is he? I seriously suspect that this guy was exploiting a bug during the first phase. After all, the monsters inside are virtual. Now that it's the second phase of the trial, it's all real and he'll show his true colors. Scoring such high points might involve some tricks, but his strength is indeed not weak, there's no doubt about that. Damn Sioux City, he must not come up. We in martial arts class 3 are being laughed at wherever we go, all because of you. I don't believe it. You're just a lucky waste. A waste is a waste, and you'll never soar to great heights. Heaven may favor you once, but it will never favor you a second time. You'd better die in the trial tower. We in martial arts class 3 can't afford to lose face any longer. Dying would be best. The ugliness and selfishness of human nature were vividly displayed during this time, especially for many newly promoted martial artists in martial arts class 3, Sioux City. Initially awakened with an F-level martial arts talent, immediately facing a lot of ridicule and even insults. They felt that being in the same school as a waste like Sioux City was a very embarrassing thing. However, in the first phase of the trial, Sioux City made a stunning breakthrough, which made it even harder for many newly promoted martial artists in martial arts class 3 to accept this fact. At the same time, the newly promoted martial artists in martial arts class 3 are now facing severe ridicule and disdain from the outside. They blame all of this on Sioux City, believing that if he hadn't made such a stunning performance, they wouldn't be ridiculed. Many newly promoted martial artists in martial arts class 3 now wish Sioux City were dead, especially the initial group that mocked him. Those paying attention to Sioux City, whether ordinary martial artists or various families and factions, are still watching him. They are eager to see what Sioux City's true strength is and how far he can get into the trial tower. After all, Sioux City's trial points in the first phase are terrifyingly high, feeling almost unreal. The historical record is just over 6.1 million points, while Sioux City's points are a full double that. It's worth noting that the person who originally set the record now possesses extremely terrifying strength, being one of the peak human powerhouses, surpassing the level of a martial god. Such a powerful individual could only score over 6.1 million points back then, yet Sioux City managed to score over 12 million, which is truly unbelievable. So, many people are skeptical about whether Su Cheng took shortcuts in the virtual space or if there was some kind of bug. After all, the virtual space is created by technology, not a real environment, and such situations could occur. It's not that they doubt Su Cheng's strength. After all, during the secret realm, he slaughtered tens of thousands of peak grand martial artists, which is undeniable. However, many are curious about his true strength. If Su Cheng ultimately only ranked first in the first stage but performed mediocrely in the second and final stages, he wouldn't be considered a genius or an extraordinary dark horse, but merely an average one, which would be insignificant. At that point, the possibility of doubting Su Cheng's integrity in the first stage would be magnified infinitely. On the 7th level, there were second-tier advanced alien beings. Thunder Prison Breakthrough Infinite / Boom! Kill a second-tier advanced alien and gain 900 experience points. Congratulations! Your martial arts level has increased by an additional 8 levels. Congratulations! Your martial arts level has risen to 33,328. The space within the trial tower is not small, as it needs to accommodate 1,000 alien beings while providing enough room for new martial artists to showcase their skills and evade attacks. This means Su Cheng cannot simply slay increasingly powerful aliens in one go, but he doesn't mind. It just means he has to strike a few more times. After all, there are no time limits in the trial tower, unlike before when he tried to kill more virtual beasts to level up his martial arts. The experience points gained from killing a second-tier intermediate alien are 200 points higher, with 900 experience points per alien. Here, he has gained a full 900 levels, and his talent traits triggered 15 times, giving him an additional 120 levels. Just on the 7th level, Su Cheng's martial arts level increased by 1,020 levels. Come on, hit harder. Su Cheng laughed heartily and immediately entered the 8th level, facing second-tier peak alien beings. Kill the damned humans. He's just a peak martial artist, he's no match for us, kill him. Chop off his head, drink his blood. The human experts captured us to test their talents, let's kill their geniuses. As soon as Su Cheng arrived in the 8th level, the aliens inside immediately turned into ravenous wolves, bloodthirstily staring at him, each one fierce and filled with resentment. Ha ha, you don't know when to die. Die for me. Su Cheng looked at the swarm of aliens and laughed loudly. Blood Dragon Fury Demon Fist. Boom. Since there's no rush, Su Cheng intends to have some fun with these aliens. Kill a second-tier peak alien and gain 1,200 experience points. Congratulations! Your martial arts level has increased by an additional 8 levels. So exhilarating! Hearing the notification, Su Cheng's heart soared with joy. Killing a second-tier peak alien grants him 1,200 martial arts experience points, equivalent to a 1.2 level increase per kill. Moreover, the probability of triggering his martial arts traits has also increased. Those who dare invade Blue Star, all of you die. Boom! Su Cheng unleashed his martial skills, crushing these aliens with punch after punch, leaving no complete corpses behind. Congratulations! Your martial arts level has increased by an additional 8 levels. Congratulations! Your martial arts level has risen to 34,688. After crushing all the second-tier peak aliens, Su Cheng's martial arts level increased by 1,360 levels, and the triggering of his talent traits increased again, triggering 20 times. For the outside world, for other martial artists and the new martial artists in the martial arts. 3. Their hopes are destined to turn into disappointment, ultimately becoming despair. The martial artists who felt envy and hatred towards Su Cheng, every time they saw the changes in his level of progress, their hearts would sink. At this moment, seeing Su Cheng's ranking display that he had cleared the 8th level, their expressions grew even darker. Moreover, Su Cheng's ranking was now first in the 9th district, and he had cleared the same number of levels as Xiaoyuchan, Yi Jingxian, and Li Changsong, effectively tying for first place. Damn it, he must go down. Everyone else put in some effort. We can't let that detestable Su Cheng outshine us. Bastard. It's still early, he won't be able to keep this up. Many martial artists glared at Su Cheng's ranking with bloodshot eyes. This bastard has made me lose face. If I catch a chance, I won't let you off. Don't think that just because someone is protecting you, no one dares to touch you. In the martial arts class 3, Zhang Daoxian also had a fierce gaze fixed on Su Cheng's name on the ranking list. He was inherently petty and narrow-minded, and Su Cheng's rise, knowing that he had been expelled from martial arts class 3, had turned both him and the entire class into a laughingstock. How could Zhang Daoxian endure this? Zhang Daoxian believed he was in the right. After all, Su Cheng was just a waste, so what if he was expelled? The real mistake was that Su Cheng should not have risen. Whether it was Zhang Daoxian, the Zhao family, or others who wanted to eliminate Su Cheng, they were all afraid that Su Cheng would still surpass everyone in the second stage. If that happened, Su Cheng's rise would be a foregone conclusion, making him the biggest dark horse of this generation, or even in history. With an F-level martial arts talent, he would turn the tide and achieve the feat of crushing all SSS-level prodigies. But for Su Cheng, everything was just beginning. 9th level. At this point, only martial artists with the strength of a primary Grand Martial Master could deal with the alien beings of the 3rd stage. However, there were too many of them. Even primary Grand Martial Masters entering this 9th level would likely struggle to slay many 3rd stage aliens. To kill them all, one would need at least the strength of a high-level Grand Martial Master, along with powerful martial skills and weapons. In all previous years, as well as this one, the vast majority of new martial artists stopped at the 9th level. As for the ranking, it depended on who could kill the most aliens at the 9th level and do it the fastest. Even Xiaoyuchan and the others felt a bit strained at the 9th level. How much experience can we gain from the 3rd stage aliens? Su Cheng thought eagerly. How is this possible? A limit martial master can actually clear to the 9th level? The aliens at the 9th level were taken aback upon seeing Su Cheng. He must be an extremely powerful genius among humans. We must kill him and not let him have a chance to escape. Human genius, their flesh is incredibly delicious. It's been a long time since we've enjoyed it, so tempting. Kill. This human genius is mine, I want to eat him. The aliens at the 9th level, upon seeing Su Cheng, also guessed that he was a genius, which made them even more eager to snatch him away. In their eyes, Su Cheng was a delicacy. Although Su Cheng couldn't understand the alien language, he could tell from their expressions that they wanted to eat him. Is it because they see my low realm? They still want to snatch me? Su Cheng said lightly, a hint of sarcastic amusement at the corner of his mouth. In the eyes of the aliens, he was a piece of fat meat, while in Su Cheng's eyes, they were a moving source of massive experience points. Thunder Prison Breaking Heaven Infinite Slash. Boom. Kill a 3rd stage alien and gain 1,500 experience points. Congratulations, your martial arts level has increased by an additional 8 levels, 1,500 experience points each. Not too many, but not few either, which was somewhat unexpected for Su Cheng. He had thought it would be a bit more. But since it's 1,500 points, then so be it. After all, such a good opportunity doesn't cost any money, so there's no need to fuss over it. Impossible. How can you be this strong? Damn it. This human genius is terrifying. We must kill him with all our might. If we don't kill him, we'll all die, becoming his stepping stones. We can't let him leave alive. Kill him. As soon as Su Cheng made his move, he slaughtered hundreds of low-level 3rd-tier alien beings, which startled the bloodthirsty aliens, who were excitedly wanting to seize and devour him. They stared at Su Cheng in disbelief, panic starting to rise in their hearts. A bunch of trash, all of you will become my martial arts experience points. Thunder Prison Breaking Heaven Infinite Slash. Seeing the aliens' faces turn to terror, Su Cheng struck again. Boom. Put. Under his terrifying power, soon all the aliens on the 9th level were crushed, not a single body left behind. Kill 3rd-tier low-level aliens, gain 1,500 experience points. Congratulations, your martial arts level has increased by an additional 8 levels. Congratulations, your martial arts level has risen to 36,428. On this level, by slaughtering all the aliens, his martial arts level increased by 1,740 levels, and his talent traits triggered 30 times. This probability was getting higher and higher. Su Cheng knew that if it were the same level of magical beasts, the probability wouldn't be so high, mainly because the targets were aliens. After all, he had previously killed quite a few third-tier magical beasts, and the triggering probability of his talent traits wasn't this high. At this rate, by the 11th level at most, my martial arts level will break through 4,000. Thinking of this, Su Cheng couldn't wait any longer. 10th level. Thunder Prison Breaking Heaven Infinite Slash. Put. Before the third-tier mid-level aliens in the 10th level could even react, Su Cheng directly launched his attack. He could hardly wait. Kill third-tier mid-level aliens, gain 1,800 experience points. Congratulations, your martial arts level has increased by an additional 8 levels. In less than a minute, all 1,000 third-tier mid-level aliens had been slaughtered by Su Cheng, their bodies also completely crushed. His martial arts level increased by 2056 levels, and his talent traits triggered 32 times. 11th level, here I come. Su Cheng didn't stop for a second and immediately entered the 11th level. Boom! He still didn't pause. As soon as he entered the 11th level, he struck directly, not giving the aliens a chance to react. Kill. Boom. Boom. This time it was even faster. With just 2 strikes, he annihilated all the aliens. In fact, this wasn't even Su Cheng's limit. If there were more, with 1 slash, he would kill even more aliens, just like the scene when he slaughtered the extreme grandmasters in the secret realm. Kill third-tier high-level aliens, gain 2,100 experience points. Congratulations, your martial arts level has risen to 40,912. Finally breaking through 40,000 levels, Su Cheng's face lit up with joy, just as he had guessed. Continue. Continue. Su Cheng said with immense delight, directly entering the 12th level. Meanwhile, outside, chaos erupted, leaving countless martial artists in shock once again. They had originally thought that Su Cheng would slow down upon reaching the 9th level, or even be unable to pass through, but what they didn't expect was that not only did Su Cheng not slow down, but his speed actually soared, quickly passing through to the 11th level in a short time. How is this possible? How can this be? Why? Those martial artists who wished for Su Cheng's death shouted in disbelief. Clearing the 11th level of the trial tower isn't anything special, but doing it at such a fast speed, in less than a minute, is terrifying. Countless martial artists, upon seeing that Su Cheng had cleared the same level as Xiaoyuan and the others at the 9th level, believed that both Su Cheng and the other 3 would surely slow down. However, what they never expected was that while the speed of Xiaoyuan and the others did indeed slow down, Su Cheng's clearing speed not only didn't decrease but actually soared. He was clearing levels faster than before. It can be said that at the 9th, 10th, and 11th levels, countless martial artists watched in disbelief as Su Cheng's clearing time never exceeded 1 minute. In total, Su Cheng spent just over 2 minutes clearing 3 levels. These were third-tier powerful alien beings, and there were 1,000 of them on each level, killed in less than a minute? Especially at the 11th level, where 1,000 third-tier high-level aliens were also wiped out in under a minute. This was what truly shocked everyone. No, impossible. No one has ever cleared the trial tower's 10th level at such a speed. How could this happen? Why? Why on earth? A martial artist with F-level talent, no matter how great their fortune or how special their abilities, can't possibly be this strong, right? I don't believe it. I refuse to believe this is real. It must be fake. Fake. Lies. Everything is a lie. This Su Cheng cannot be an F-level talent new martial artist. Damn it. Who would believe that a waste with F-level talent could be this powerful, growing so fast? Countless martial artists found it impossible to accept all of this. They felt deceived. How could such a powerful new martial artist possibly be a waste with F-level talent? Many martial artists knew that Su Cheng had killed tens of thousands of extreme grandmasters in the secret realm, but many overlooked the fact that they didn't know, nor had they specifically checked, how long it took Su Cheng to slay those tens of thousands of extreme grandmasters. They had always assumed that those tens of thousands were accumulated over months by Su Cheng. Now, in comparison, it left countless martial artists even more shocked. Because Yi Jingxian, Li Changsong, and Xiaoyuan not only had SSS-level martial arts talent but had also all broken through to the junior martial king level. Yet the 3 of them were still at the 9th level, while Su Cheng cleared 3 levels in under 3 minutes. Such speed was a complete crushing victory. It was just like during the first phase of the trial, where he completely overwhelmed the 3 of them. If Su Cheng had possibly taken shortcuts or exploited bugs during the first phase, how could that be explained? In the second phase, each level contained real beings, humans who were strong and captured and thrown in. There was no way to fake it or take shortcuts. However, the shock of countless martial artists was just beginning. At the 12th level, third-tier extreme powerful aliens. Damn it! How is this possible? Extreme Grandmaster? What kind of human is this? Did everyone below in the trial tower die? Impossible. How could a human extreme Grandmaster make it this far? The aliens at the 12th level were equally shocked. Upon seeing Su Cheng, they couldn't believe that his power level was only that of an extreme grandmaster. As one of the invading aliens on Blue Star, they had lived here for so many years. How could they not know the power classifications of humans? He must be an unparalleled genius among humans, he must be. But it doesn't make sense. How could an unparalleled genius among humans only be at the extreme grandmaster level? Many strong third-tier extreme aliens thought in confusion. With the understanding of humans from the alien races, if there were an unparalleled genius among humans, 1 year would be enough to elevate them to the peak of a Grand Martial Master, reaching the same level as their third-tier limit strength. Forget it. Kill him. As long as he is a genius. Among humans, just kill him, let the human powerhouses regret bringing us here. Kill. These third-tier limit aliens, while shocked internally, were too lazy to think further. Knowing that Su Chang was a genius among humans only intensified their killing intent. Su Chang said nothing, his gaze cold. Having slaughtered tens of thousands of peak Grand Martial Masters in the secret realm, he felt nothing, let alone exterminating these 1,000 aliens in the 12th layer. Die. Boom. With a single strike, the entire trial tower space seemed to tremble. Now that Su Chang had broken through to level 40,000, his total martial arts attribute had exceeded 160,000. Even the strongest third-tier limit alien would not have a total attribute exceeding 50,000, while Su Chang's total attribute was already more than 3 times theirs. Moreover, with SSS level martial skills and an SS level battle knife, the explosive power was even more terrifying. The stronger the power, the greater the effect of unleashing SSS level martial skills and SS level weapons. Kill the third-tier limit alien, gain 2,500 experience points. Congratulations, your martial arts level has increased by an additional 8 levels. Congratulations, your martial arts level has risen to level 43,892. With one strike, all 1,000 third-tier limit aliens in the 12th layer of the trial tower were dead. Even though the aliens were not in the center, the terrifying force spread out enough to tear them apart. A full increase of 2,980 levels in martial arts. Even if the talent characteristics triggered 60 times, this alone had increased by an additional 480 levels. Such a speed of improvement was something Su Chang had never imagined. In the past, he was very satisfied with a few rapid increases in martial arts levels, thinking that such speed was great, but it seemed that every time it exceeded Su Chang's expectations, especially this time in the trial tower. With such an increase in martial arts levels, he couldn't help but tremble a bit, trembling with excitement. Fast. It was simply too fast. Such an opportunity must be pushed to the limit, even if my strength is completely exposed. So what? Su Chang thought, his eyes shining with brilliance. This way, the goal of reaching level 100,000 was even closer. Previously, Su Chang thought that reaching level 100,000 in martial arts would probably take 2 to 3 years, but now it seemed that wouldn't be necessary. The next layer is the 4th tier aliens. Please don't let me down. Su Chang thought as he stepped into the 13th layer, where the 4th tier junior aliens were, equivalent to the strength of a junior martial king among humans. Cleared. Cleared again. My god. Cleared the 12th layer. In less than 30 seconds, my god, clearing the 12th layer was even faster than before, not even 30 seconds. What the hell is this beast? Heavens, could it be that he is going to break the record? Again? Damn. At this speed, breaking the record is just a matter of time. Now he has entered the 13th layer of the trial tower, right? Once he clears it, we will see how many aliens he can slay in the 14th layer. If he can clear it again, that will break the record. That's right. The highest record is clearing to the 14th layer and slaying 315 4th tier intermediate beings. Su Chang doesn't even need to clear the 14th layer. As long as he slays more than 315 4th tier intermediate beings, he will break the historical record. Countless martial artists were now exhilarated, eagerly anticipating Su Chang to break the record again. As for those who had previously mocked and slandered Su Chang, they were now utterly speechless, their faces filled with despair. In various major districts, within some top families, this child has already made a name for himself. It seems the spot in the extraordinary pavilion will fall to him. A martial emperor level expert sighed and shook his head slightly. This year's martial arts competition is fiercely competitive, with even 3 SSS level martial talents appearing. Who would have thought that the one shining the brightest in the end would be a little-known kid? Such new martial artists are rarely seen in the history of martial arts. On Blue Star, if he maintains first place in the second stage of the trials and breaks the historical record, he will become the first among new martial artists in history. Incredible. This child has no background and lacks sufficient resources. How on earth has he improved so quickly? The top families and forces were also paying attention, and now seeing Su Chang's continuous progress at such a rapid pace, this speed could be considered the fastest in history. Whether it was the record for the first stage or the trial record for the second stage, the person who created these records was undoubtedly the most outstanding new martial artist. But now, one of these historical records had already been broken, and the second would soon follow, with both records being broken by the same person. The most shocking was the first stage trial score, which reached over 12 million. Such a record had never been seen before and was unlikely to be broken again. But the shock was not over yet. The 13th level. A human limit martial artist? Damn it. These despicable human experts, are they insulting us? How dare they let a limit martial artist in here? Ah, skin him alive. A limit martial artist dares to come to this level? It must have been directly let in by the humans. In the 13th level of the trial tower, the 4th-tier junior level alien beings were completely bewildered. Upon seeing Su Cheng's strength, they didn't pay any attention. In their view, a limit martial artist could be easily eliminated by any one of them, as they had killed such human martial artists before. They did not believe that this was a genius among humans. Even the most talented human could not possibly reach this level with the strength of a limit martial artist, right? Su Cheng remained cold-eyed, looking at the many 4th-tier junior-level aliens, his battle knife pointing at all the aliens in the air, revealing a look of disdain in his eyes. Damn it! Kill him! Seeing Su Cheng's contempt, all the aliens in the 13th level roared in anger. The human experts throwing this person in was already an insult to them, and now this weak limit martial artist dared to look down on them. How could they tolerate that? Thunder prison breaking. Heaven infinite slash. 1 slash. 2 slashes. 3 slashes. Kill the 4th-tier junior alien and gain 3,000 experience points. Congratulations, your martial arts level has increased by an additional 8 levels. Congratulations, your martial arts level has risen to level 47,468. After slaying all the aliens in the 13th level of the trial tower, Su Cheng's martial arts level soared by 3576 levels, and his talent traits triggered a staggering 72 times. The fact that killing 4th-tier junior level aliens granted such high experience points was beyond Su Cheng's expectations. However, he knew that as he continued to slay increasingly powerful aliens, the martial arts experience points gained would naturally be higher, unlike the previous increments of 1 or 200 points. Without pausing, Su Cheng stepped into the 14th level. Meanwhile, outside, another level cleared. The 13th level has been cleared. So fast. Although it's a bit slower than before, it's still incredibly quick. Damn, this is not human at all. My god, there were 1,000 aliens in the 13th level comparable to junior martial kings, and they died so quickly? No more words, just amazing. Although many martial artists had already guessed that Su Cheng would definitely be able to clear the 13th level, after all, his previous speed indicated that his strength was absolutely formidable. But when they saw Su Cheng clear it again, they couldn't help but feel a shock in their hearts, gasping in awe. The breaking of the historical record was imminent. Countless martial artists thought with anticipation. In the 14th level, even the alien beings comparable to intermediate martial kings were still as weak as chickens in front of Su Cheng. Now, his martial arts level had reached over 47,000, with a total martial attribute close to 190,000. This total martial attribute had already reached the level of an intermediate martial emperor. 1 strike, 2 strikes, 5 strikes. Finished. Cleared. The 14th level. Slaying alien beings of intermediate 4th rank, each one could yield 3,500 experience points, meaning that killing one alien could raise his martial arts level by 3.5 levels. Moreover, the triggering probability of his talent characteristics had increased again, with 90 triggers occurring among the 1,000 alien beings in this level. The additional martial arts level gained here was as high as 720 levels. Clearing this level also allowed Su Cheng's martial arts level to successfully break through 50,000 levels. Let's go again. A sharp light burst from Su Cheng's eyes, his gaze almost frenzied. This rate of improvement had completely captivated him. The 15th level. Alien beings of advanced 4th rank. Without any nonsense, he directly unleashed his martial skills, striking again and again, until the last alien was crushed. In this level, each alien could yield 4,000 martial arts experience points, with the talent characteristics triggering 99 times. After this level, Su Cheng's martial arts level skyrocketed by 4,792 levels. The 16th level. Alien beings of extreme 4th rank, equivalent to the strength of a human extreme martial king. The strong ones at this level were the same as the one who had previously attempted to assassinate Su Cheng, and within the space of the 16th level of the trial tower, there were as many as 1,000 of them. Although not every alien in this level was the strongest among the extreme 4th rank, the weakest among them had a total attribute of at least 110,000, while the highest had reached as much as 148,000, very close to the strength of a beginner 5th rank. Ha! How can such a weak human martial artist exist? Ants, die. Don't be hasty. Let's share him. He's a delicacy. These extreme 4th rank aliens were still unaware that they had reached the gates of hell, treating Su Cheng as an ant. Thunder prison breaking heaven infinite slash. Boom. Put. Kill the extreme 4th rank alien, gain 5,000 experience points. Congratulations, your martial arts level has increased by an additional 8 levels. After all, these aliens were equivalent to the strength of an extreme martial king, and Su Cheng's first strike didn't kill many aliens, but it was still over 100. What surprised and delighted Su Cheng the most was that slaying the extreme 4th rank aliens yielded as much as 5,000 experience points each. Previously, killing advanced Fourth rank aliens yielded 4,000 experience points each, but now it had skyrocketed to 5,000 experience points each. Ha! Damn it! How can this human be so strong? Go all out. Kill him. After witnessing Su Chang's terror, these aliens couldn't comprehend, but now was not the time for such thoughts. They all rushed to kill Su Chang. However, Su Chang did not pause, striking again and again. That was 4 strikes, 5 strikes, 9 strikes, 10 strikes. Congratulations, your martial arts level has risen to 62,630. After slaying all the aliens, his martial arts level successfully broke through 60,000, cleared the 16th level. At this moment, in the outside world, among the 9 major districts, all martial artists who were paying attention to the ranking list had completely fallen silent. Their only expressions now were either dullness, wide-open eyes, with mouths agape, or a dazed look, drooling without even realizing it. But the one thing they all shared in their eyes was an endless shock. Just moments ago, countless martial artists were merely hoping that Su Chang could break the historical record by reaching the 14th level, and that this level didn't even require clearing. He just needed to slay over 315 beings to set the record. However, what countless martial artists never expected was that starting from the 9th level of the trial tower, Su Chang's speed in clearing levels never stopped. Even from the 12th level onward, up to now having cleared the 16th level, his speed was only slightly slower than before, but still incredibly fast. It's important to note that starting from the 13th level, the beings there were equivalent to the strength of a junior martial king, and there were a full 1,000 of them. Not to mention reaching the level of a junior martial king, even an extreme martial king would find it hard to slay 1,000 junior martial kings in such a short time as Su Chang did. Moreover, whether for martial artists or for magical beasts, ferocious beasts, or alien demon races, the leap from great martial master to martial king, as well as from 3rd to 4th tier, is a massive gap. If the strength difference below the extreme great martial master is only 1 or 2 times, then the gap from great martial master to martial king is tenfold. This difference cannot be seen merely by looking at the overall martial attributes. In the historical records, the new martial artist who cleared the 14th level and killed 315 beings could only hold on for so long before ultimately having to give up. This genius spent a full 3 days in the trial tower. Although 3 days is not short, he was the one who cleared the highest level, so it was unrelated to time. But what about Su Chang now? From the start of the second phase of the trial until now, not even an hour has passed, and Su Chang has already rapidly cleared 16 levels. Such speed, such strength, how could it not be shocking? At this point, not to mention ordinary martial artists, even the peak experts among humans were stunned by Su Chang's speed in clearing levels. How is this possible? In 10,000 years, no newly awakened martial artist has ever had such strength. How did this person cultivate? A martial emperor level expert couldn't help but gasp. In the early days of the era of universal martial arts, the world was filled with countless heavenly materials and treasures, continuously giving birth to a large number of geniuses. The number of geniuses awakening S-level talents and above back then was far greater than now. Although there was no martial arts competition at that time, even then, it was absolutely impossible for someone to reach the level of slaying 1,000 beings comparable to extreme martial kings in such a short time within a year. In the past, there were many geniuses, and even those who advanced to junior martial king, intermediate martial king, or even advanced martial king within a year were not few, because at that time, the treasures emerging from all over the world were simply too many. And with these precious heavenly materials and treasures, martial artists naturally cultivated faster. Incredible. Truly incredible. Could this person be the most powerful genius in 10,000 years? I can't understand. It's unfathomable. What could possibly allow someone to cultivate so quickly? In just a few minutes, he can slay 1,000 beings comparable to extreme martial kings. Then this person's strength is at least that of a junior martial emperor. So terrifying. At this rate of cultivation, in less than 10 years, wouldn't he reach the martial emperor level? Alas, what a pity. Such a genius. If the supernatural pavilion hadn't entered the world this time, he would have been one of my martial god palace members. Ha ha, great. A genius like this has appeared among us humans. Heaven bless our blue star humanity. Indeed, truly remarkable. The shock caused by Su Chang was truly immense. In the first phase, although he also broke records, it only caught the attention of a few human powerhouses. But now, in the second phase of the competition, the trials were based purely on strength. Only those with real power could advance. Each level cleared almost represented invincibility at the same rank. The appearance of Su Chang made most of the peak human powerhouses very pleased. Damn it! Damn it! This little beast must die. Must die. No, I can't wait any longer. Zhao Tianque from the Zhao family also showed intense shock on his face. But at the same time, his inner killing intent intensified to the extreme. The stronger Su Chang became, the more unfavorable it was for the Zhao family. At this moment, deep within Zhao Tianque's heart, fear began to take root. Relying on others to deal with Su Chang is no longer possible. We can only depend on the alien demon race. Zhao Tianque's eyes revealed madness. And I refuse to believe that anyone would turn down such a large sum of money. No one wants to kill you? Then I will offer 100 billion, 200 billion in funds. I refuse to believe no one will be tempted. Zhao Tianqua's face was frenzied, bloodthirsty as he spoke. He did not hesitate, preparing to contact the alien demon race while extracting a large sum of family funds to issue a mission to assassinate Su Chang in the underground black market. This bastard, how could he cultivate so fast? Impossible. In the principal's office of the Martial Arts Academy, Zhang Daoxian let out an incredulous roar. So that's how it is, the extreme martial king who attempted to assassinate him before was not protected by strong allies, but rather he counterattacked and killed the opponent himself. Too terrifying. Could it be that his strength in the secret realm was not at the level of a junior martial king or intermediate martial king, but he had already surpassed that? With such a cultivation speed, even a genius is not enough to describe him. The strongest genius in 10,000 years, absolutely. Wow. This year's martial arts competition just happens to be the 9,999th edition. Does that mean every 9,999 competitions, a terrifying genius like this will emerge among human martial artists? Many powerhouses suddenly recalled that before the second phase of the trials began, Su Chang had encountered an assassination attempt and the attacker was at the level of an extreme martial king, but in the end, he suddenly died, killed in an instant. Many believed that a human powerhouse was protecting Su Chang, but now seeing that Su Chang had cleared the 16th level of the trial tower, which was comparable to the strength of an extreme martial king, and there were still 1,000 of them, all killed by Su Chang in such a short time. Thinking back, with such strength, wasn't it easy to kill an extreme martial king? Roar! Roar! In many hidden and dark places inside or outside the 9 major districts, a series of roars erupted. This human must die. He is definitely a variable. After 10,000 years, the heart of this realm is about to mature, and we cannot allow these local natives to seize it. Kill! Kill this anomaly. At all costs, we must kill this variable among humans. No one can stop our race from seizing the heart of the realm. Children, go! It is time to sacrifice for our race. Kill this human, devour him, seize everything he has. These damned natives are growing too fast. We cannot allow any more anomalies to appear. Kill, kill, kill. Su Chang's rise not only shook the 9 major districts of humanity but also attracted the attention of a large number of alien demon races. They knew that a variable had emerged among human martial artists, and that variable was Su Chang. 10,000 years ago, countless alien demon races and ferocious beasts attempted to occupy Blue Star in advance, but ultimately failed. They had been lying in wait for 10,000 years and could not afford to lose. Su Chang had no idea how much turmoil his actions had caused at this moment, but even if he knew, he wouldn't stop. How could he waste such a great opportunity to improve his martial arts level? Clearing the 16th floor of the trial tower, was that the end? No. As long as he could still kill, he wouldn't stop. At this rate, reaching a martial arts level of 100,000 was not a problem. How could Su Chang possibly stop? Therefore, the shock caused by Su Chang would continue. The 17th floor. The alien beings at the initial level of the 5th rank were equivalent to the initial level of a human martial emperor, and at this level of strength the total martial arts attributes must exceed 150,000. If it were at the very beginning, with Su Chang's strength, he could indeed slay the 5th rank initial aliens, but facing 1,000 such aliens would be quite tricky for him. According to the previous classifications of alien strength within the floors, it could be inferred that the 17th floor indeed consisted of 5th rank initial aliens. However, when Su Chang entered the 17th floor and sensed the strength of these aliens, his expression changed instantly. How could this be? Aren't they all 5th rank initial aliens? Why are there so many 5th rank intermediate ones and even some 5th rank advanced ones? Feeling the mixed strengths of the 5th rank aliens on the 17th floor, Su Chang was somewhat dazed, unable to understand why this was the case. Originally, this floor was supposed to be filled with aliens comparable to the strength of an initial martial emperor, but now the 5th rank initial aliens were pitifully few, not even reaching 100, while the vast majority were 5th rank intermediate aliens, with a dozen or so being 5th rank advanced aliens. 100 years. 100 years. Has a human finally come up? While Su Chang was in a daze, the aliens on the 17th floor were also stunned upon seeing him, but soon, joy appeared on their faces as they excitedly exclaimed, 100 years? What was that about? Su Chang was even more confused. Meanwhile, outside, in a certain place, a group of human powerhouses had gathered, all paying attention to Su Chang. Just then, one of the strong ones suddenly thought of something, and his expression changed instantly. Not good. Su Chang will definitely continue to clear the levels, but the aliens inside from the 17th floor have not changed for almost 100 years. This is a big problem. The human powerhouse said with a grim expression to the others. What's going on? What do you mean they haven't changed for 100 years? Some people did not understand the meaning of this, looking puzzled. But upon hearing this, some other powerhouses also turned pale, anxiety appearing on their faces. It's like this: the aliens in the trial tower were all captured and thrown in The aliens in the previous 16 floors were from other demon races or beasts, and every martial arts competition would result in a replacement or supplement. But since no new martial artists have ever cleared beyond the 16th floor, the aliens and other beings inside have never been replaced. In the past, they would change every 100 years to prevent the strength of the aliens and demon races from increasing. And this batch of beings has not been changed for almost 100 years. Now, their strength has definitely improved. Originally, they were at the 5th rank initial level, but after 100 years, their strength has at least risen to the 5th rank intermediate level or even the 5th rank advanced level. At this moment, one powerhouse explained, his expression growing increasingly grim. 5th rank advanced aliens? That was equivalent to a high-level martial emperor. Wouldn't Su Chang be in danger upon entering the 17th floor? As this powerhouse explained, those who were initially confused suddenly understood, and their expressions immediately turned grim. Damn it! Why didn't you say this earlier? You really know how to brush things off. An elder slammed the table and roared in anger. What do we do now? We must make Su Chang stop. Immediately. Clearing the 16th floor is enough, there's no need to continue. Another human powerhouse spoke up. It's useless. The rules set before cannot be interfered with midway, only the other party can voluntarily withdraw. Mainly to prevent cheating during the process. So once it starts, no one can stop. A strong man explained with a bitter smile. You all, are truly damned. If something happens to Su Chang, how will you explain yourselves? The old man grew even angrier, pointing at the people below, his finger trembling slightly. Shen Lao, you don't need to worry too much. After all, Su Chang isn't foolish. If he encounters an alien race he can't deal with, he will definitely give up immediately. With the strength he has shown so far, even if a 5th-tier advanced alien appears in this 17th level, it won't pose an immediate threat to his life. A human female powerhouse pondered for a moment before explaining. Upon hearing this, the others also breathed a sigh of relief. Yes, as long as he isn't a fool, he definitely won't stubbornly fight to the death inside. Let's hope so. It's not easy for our human race to have such a special genius. We cannot afford to lose him. This time, with the extraordinary pavilion re-entering the world, Su Chang will definitely be included in the extraordinary pavilion. If anything happens to him, from me to you, none of us will escape unscathed. The old man's expression improved slightly upon hearing this, but he was still somewhat worried. The others could only smile bitterly while praying internally that nothing would happen to Su Chang. At this moment, neither this group of human powerhouses nor the alien races on the 17th level of the trial tower could have imagined. Su Chang, upon seeing so many powerful alien races, felt not a hint of fear but rather overwhelming joy. Although he couldn't understand why there were so many 5th-tier intermediate and even advanced aliens among those that were originally 5th-tier low-level, he was too lazy to think about it. After all, these were all moving experience points, and each alien could provide him with a massive amount of martial arts experience. Has it finally taken nearly 100 years for humans to dare to let humans in? Those human powerhouses must have lost their minds. What is this? An ant of an extreme martial artist? Did he stumble in here by mistake? It's so lonely, after waiting so long, finally having a human martial artist come in. Let's not kill him so quickly. We need to control him first. It's said that these human martial artists will be immediately teleported out if they can't handle the situation. We can't let him escape. TSK, well, he is weak, but he can still be fun to play with. After these aliens reacted, they all stared at Su Chang, their eyes shining. Unlike the aliens in front of the trial tower who were bloodthirsty and wanted to kill and devour Su Chang, the aliens on the 17th level had been here for nearly 100 years. After being captured and thrown in, they had never seen a human enter here, and they were incredibly lonely and bored. Now that they finally saw a human come in, how could they immediately kill Su Chang? Little did they know. They had developed an interest in Su Chang, and Su Chang was equally intrigued by them, thinking about how much experience he would gain from slaying an alien of 5th-tier intermediate strength. It's worth noting that slaying a 4th-tier extreme alien grants 5,000 experience points, and 5th-tier aliens are much stronger than 4th-tier ones. Swish! Su Chang drew out his SS-grade battle knife, licking his lips, unable to suppress the smile on his face. Good knife! An alien of 5th-tier advanced strength couldn't help but exclaim upon seeing the battle knife in Su Chang's hand. Other martial artists outside naturally speculated that Su Chang would continue to clear the levels, especially since he had passed the 16th level so quickly. With such strength, anyone would choose to continue. However, they did not know that starting from the 17th floor, the beings within the trial tower had already undergone changes, becoming significantly stronger. So many 5th-tier powerful alien beings, this is hard to find outside. Su Chang was incredibly excited. You bunch of trash, all of you will become my stepping stones, ha! Thunder Prison Breakthrough Ultimate Slash! Boom! Su Chang let out a wild laugh, venting his excitement. How could this be? The alien beings, who had originally worn expressions of amusement, felt the terrifying power erupting from Su Chang, especially as he unleashed this strike, causing the very space within the trial tower to warp as if it were about to be cleaved in two. Whether they were mid-tier or high-tier 5th-level aliens, their expressions changed drastically. In that moment, damn it! Stop him, a high-tier 5th level alien roared in anger. Boom! Boom! Within the 17th floor of the trial tower, every 5th tier alien erupted with their strongest power, trying to block this terrifying strike. However, under this absolute force, their resistance was clearly futile. Put! With a single slash, the bodies of the aliens were torn apart, not even having the chance to let out a scream. Kill a low-tier 5th level alien, gain 7,500 experience points. Kill a mid-tier 5th level alien, gain 10,000 experience points. Congratulations, your martial arts level has increased by an additional 8 levels. Hearing the continuous notifications, the surprise on Su Cheng's face grew more intense. 7,500 points, 10,000 points for a 5th tier alien. My god. At this moment, Su Cheng couldn't help but feel shocked. Killing a mid-tier 5th level alien grants 10,000 experience points. If he were to kill 1,000 of them, his martial arts level could rise by 10,000 levels. Previously, every time he cleared a floor, his martial arts level had already increased by thousands of levels, and Su Cheng thought that was very fast. But now it was even faster. This was a rise of 10,000 levels, a surge of 10,000 levels. With just one slash, he had killed nearly 200 5th-tier aliens, among which were low-tier, but more were mid-tier due to their greater numbers. As for the high-tier 5th-level aliens, he hadn't killed a single one yet. They escaped too quickly. After all, this was equivalent to the strength of a high-level martial emperor. Seeing they were outmatched, they could still manage to escape the locked range. How is this possible? A mid-tier 5th-level alien, witnessing Su Cheng kill nearly 1/5 of its kin with a single slash, stared wide-eyed, filled with disbelief and terror. Why is this happening? Could it be some ancient human monster? How could it be a mere boy? Damn! It must be a human powerhouse. Letting this person in is meant to wipe us all out. We can't just sit here and wait. How dare they underestimate us? Kill him! The remaining 5th-tier aliens roared in anger. Within this trial tower, they knew there was no way out. If they didn't fight back, they would only be slaughtered. Although they would eventually die, they had to take down a human powerhouse first. Ha, come on! Seeing these aliens display a bloodthirsty demeanor, Su Cheng laughed heartily and began to slaughter them again. Boom! Put! One slash after another fell, completely overwhelming. Not a single 5th-tier alien could withstand Su Cheng's strike. No! Don't! Boom! After Su Cheng continued to unleash over 20 slashes, the last high-tier 5th-level alien was cleaved in half amidst its panicked screams as it fled in terror. After all, they were 5th-tier aliens, their bodies were relatively strong, and Su Cheng couldn't completely tear them apart like he did with the 3rd and 4th-tier aliens. Kill a 5th-tier advanced alien and gain 13,000 experience points. Congratulations, your martial arts level has increased by an additional 8 levels. Congratulations, your martial arts level has risen to 73,621. After slaying all the aliens on the 17th floor, Su Cheng's martial arts level increased to over 73,000, a gain of more than 10,000 levels compared to before. Moreover, his talent traits triggered around 150 times, resulting in another increase of over 1,000 levels. This feels amazing. I wonder if there will be more 5th-tier advanced aliens on the 18th floor? Su Cheng was so excited that his body was trembling. An increase of over 10,000 levels meant a total attribute boost of over 40,000 in martial arts. Now, his total martial arts attributes had reached over 290,000, just a few thousand points away from 300,000. Just over 20,000 levels more, and my martial arts level will reach 100,000. This is happening so fast. I was thinking it would take another 2 or 3 years to reach 100,000, but I didn't expect to get there so quickly. Thinking about the goal of reaching a martial arts level of 100,000, which was about to be achieved, Su Cheng felt another wave of excitement. Without further thought, he continued to the next floor, challenging the 18th floor. When Su Cheng entered the 18th floor of the trial tower, he saw numerous aliens, and the number of 5th-tier advanced aliens was much greater than on the 17th floor, just as he had guessed, which made him even happier. What? This guy has cleared it again? A group of human powerhouses who were closely watching Su Cheng nearly jumped out of their seats when they saw the ranking list change again. How is this possible? What kind of strength does he have? In the 17th floor, many of the 5th-tier low-level aliens had reached mid-level strength. After 100 years, and he still managed to clear it? My god, this little guy is simply terrifying. It's unbelievable. And he cleared it quite quickly. Although it's slower than before, it's still astonishingly fast. Don't let him clear any further. The commotion he's causing is too great. Doesn't he realize how much of a stir this will create? And the danger will only increase. It's too late to say that now. Those lurking alien demon clans will definitely place him on the highest assassination list and won't let him grow any further. What we need to do is ensure his absolute safety. In the conference room, the group of powerhouses could only smile wryly, shaking their heads helplessly, but the worry on their faces was even more pronounced. If they had known it would turn out this way, they would have done everything to stop Su Cheng from participating in the second phase of the trial, letting him take first place directly instead. Su Chang had taken first place in both the first and second phases of the trial, breaking records in both, and these were incredibly terrifying new records. There was no debate about it. He cleared the 17th floor, which is comparable to the strength of a low-level martial emperor. How could he have killed them all so quickly? No more talk. Su Chang, you're amazing. I'm no longer shocked. Even if he clears directly to the 20th floor, I wouldn't be surprised. I just want to know, how far can Su Chang actually go? A large number of martial artists outside were once again completely numb, as they had already accepted that Su Chang clearing the 17th floor was a matter of course. However, this only made those who wanted to kill Su Chang even more fearful, especially the Zhao family. Zhao Tianqua felt his heart was about to burst. He couldn't imagine that a new martial artist could grow to this extent in just a year, and his Zhao family had a grudge against this person. To lower his pride and beg for forgiveness? Zhao Tianqua absolutely could not do it. The other party killed his son, the Shilin child of the Zhao family, and now they want him, the dignified patriarch of the Zhao family, to beg a junior? He would rather die. Once he begged, he, Zhao Tianqua, and the entire Zhao family would never be able to hold their heads high again. Therefore, the only solution is to eliminate Su Chang. No matter what, he must be eliminated. In the 18th layer of space, there were originally all mid-level 5th-tier alien beings, but now more than half of them had reached high-level 5th-tier strength. However, Su Chang was somewhat disappointed that he did not find any alien beings at the limit of 5th-tier strength. He didn't care too much about it. After all, even if there were a few 5th-tier limit aliens, there probably wouldn't be many, and killing them would only increase his martial arts level a bit. It was the quantity that mattered. The more there were, the more enjoyable it would be to kill them. Humans? Similarly, the aliens in the 18th layer of the trial tower were stunned upon seeing Su Chang. They had been here for nearly 100 years, just like those in the 17th layer, and it had been incredibly boring and lonely, with each day spent endlessly cultivating to pass the time. Thunder prison breaking heaven infinite slash. Boom. Su Chang didn't give these aliens any time for nonsense and directly attacked. He had wasted some time on the 17th layer. After all, there were quite a few mid-level 5th tier and about 10 high-level 5th tier aliens, and this uneven strength had puzzled him for a while. Now that he was on the 18th layer, he was too lazy to think about it. No matter the reason, as long as he could improve his martial arts level, that was enough. Not good. The stunned aliens finally reacted. They had originally wanted to say something, questioning how a human with the strength of an ant could enter here. But what they never expected was that before they could speak, the seemingly weak human could unleash such terrifying power. This had completely surpassed any existence. At the limit of 5th tier strength, even exceeding 5th tier and reaching a power comparable to 6th tier. Indeed, as Su Chang's strength surged, the power of the SSS level martial skill he could unleash would be even greater. If the power of the SSS level martial skill was considered 100 points, then previously Su Chang could only unleash it at about 30 or 50 points. As his strength increased, he could unleash it at 60 or 80 points. Now, the power of the SSS level martial skill, Thunder Prison Breaking Heaven Infinite Slash, that Su Chang could unleash had probably reached around 70 points, which was already extremely terrifying. At the level of Martial Emperor, he was absolutely invincible. Even a junior martial venerable could be slain by him. If he killed all the 5th tier aliens on this layer now, he would become even stronger. Puff! Just as all the aliens reacted, Su Chang had already slashed down, instantly killing over 200 mid-level 5th tier and high-level 5th tier aliens. Kill a mid-level 5th tier alien, gain 10,000 experience points. Kill a high-level 5th tier alien, gain 13,000 experience points. Congratulations, your martial arts level has increased by an additional 8 levels. With this one slash, his martial arts level surged by 1 or 2,000 levels. It was simply exhilarating. At this rate, Su Chang felt that if he didn't have such opportunities in the future and could only increase by 1 or 2,000 levels every day outside, it would be incredibly dull. Moreover, the martial arts experience points gained from killing these aliens were also very high. If he killed demons or magical beasts of the same tier, he certainly wouldn't gain such high experience points. At this moment, Su Chang's mind began to calculate that once the martial arts competition was over, he would need to specifically seek out various aliens to slay. While calculating in his heart, Su Chang did not stop his attacks, continuously unleashing SSS level martial techniques, slicing down with each strike. Even if there was only one alien in front of him, he would still deliver a single blow. Ah! Run! This human is terrifying. How can this be? Why is a human with extreme martial arts so powerful? Run! There's no escape. We're going to die this time. Boom! After a dozen strikes, there was not a single alien left standing on the 18th floor. They were all slain once again. Kill 5-tier high-level aliens, gain 13,000 experience points. Congratulations, your martial arts level has increased by an additional 8 levels. Congratulations, your martial arts level has risen to 86,555. Another increase of over 10,000 levels, and even the triggering of talent characteristics reached 198 times, equivalent to triggering once for every 5 aliens killed. This time, the martial arts level increased by nearly 13,000 levels. On the next floor, the martial arts level will definitely break 100,000. The goal of 100,000 levels was something Su Cheng had never imagined he could achieve in such a short time. At this moment, Su Cheng felt unusually calm inside, as if he had long anticipated this, or rather, in this trial tower. The rapid rise of his martial arts level had returned to tranquility after the initial ecstasy. It seemed that everything should naturally fall into place. The 19th floor. The presence of 5-tier high-level aliens did not surprise Su Cheng. There were quite a few with extreme 5-tier strength on this floor. There were still a considerable number, and with a sweep of his consciousness he knew exactly how many 5-tier extreme strength aliens there were, 212, while the others were all 5-tier high-level. Again, he's cleared it. Does he want to continue? Oh my, can't he see that others' hearts can't take it? In the conference room, a powerful individual couldn't help but wail upon seeing Su Cheng's cleared floor count change again. The others remained silent, but from their eyes one could see the undeniable shock. Others were unaware of the situation beyond the 16th floor of the trial tower, but they were very clear about it, and precisely because they understood, they were even more astonished. Countless other martial artists outside felt no waves in their hearts either, believing it was only natural for Su Cheng to clear the 18th floor. If he hadn't, they would have found it strange. Kill, without any nonsense, for the goal of 100,000 levels. Su Cheng didn't want to waste even a second. Thunder Prison Breaking Heaven Infinite Slash. Boom. Kill 5-tier high-level aliens, gain 13,000 experience points. Kill 5-tier extreme aliens, gain 18,000 experience points. Congratulations, your martial arts level has increased by an additional 8 levels. Hiss. Hearing the prompt, Su Cheng couldn't help but take a slight breath. The experience points gained from killing 5-tier extreme strength aliens reached 18,000, which was a full 5,000 points more than that from 5-tier high-level. If he reached the 20th floor of the trial tower and killed all the aliens inside, wouldn't he be able to increase his martial arts level by nearly 20,000 in one go? This is just too fast. It took me a year to raise my martial arts level to 10,000, and I never expected to achieve it in just a few minutes now. Su Cheng sighed. Before entering that secret realm, his martial arts level had just reached 10,000. Although he wasted a few months in the secret realm, he still made considerable progress there. Considering that year, his martial arts level could have reached 20,000, but now in this trial tower, he could still achieve it in just a few minutes. Such speed was truly astonishing to Su Cheng. At the same time, he also knew that as his strength continued to rise, the targets he killed would naturally become stronger, and the experience points gained would correspondingly increase. What made Su Cheng even more fortunate was that the experience points required to level up by one level were still 1,000, which was one of the important reasons his martial arts level could rise so rapidly. The outcome of the alien race on the 19th floor was not unexpected. They were quickly slaughtered by Su Cheng. Still, he crushed them effortlessly, like a hot knife through butter. Kill a 5th-tier limit alien, gain 18,000 experience points. Congratulations, your martial arts level has increased by an additional 8 levels. Congratulations, your martial arts level has risen to 102,919. After slaying all the aliens, his martial arts level indeed broke through to 100,000. This goal was once again achieved by Su Cheng, giving him an unprecedented sense of satisfaction. The next goal for my martial arts level is 1 million. Su Cheng's eyes sparkled with brilliance. However, at that moment, martial arts level reached 100,000. Martial arts realm upgraded to Junior Grand Martial Master or above can unlock the 4th exclusive martial skill. Martial arts level reached 100,000. Martial arts realm upgraded to Senior Grand Martial Master or above can unlock the 2nd martial arts talent characteristic. Hearing the prompts, Su Cheng was slightly surprised. Now there were actually requirements to unlock martial skills and talent characteristics. Although the requirements were not high, they hadn't existed before. The realm needs to reach Junior Grand Martial Master and Senior Grand Martial Master, huh? But I don't have any money on me right now. Even if I meet the requirements, I can't afford to upgrade. Although he still didn't know what this 2nd martial arts talent characteristic was, based on previous situations, it would definitely require a much larger sum of money to upgrade. After the martial arts competition ends, there should be a reward of several hundred billion in funds, right? Plus some other resource rewards. If I sell the enlightenment fruit, then I could use that money to upgrade properly. Su Cheng thought to himself. He was somewhat looking forward to this 2nd talent characteristic. After all, the effect of the 1st talent characteristic was very powerful. The 20th floor of the trial tower. His martial arts level had broken through 100,000, but that didn't mean Su Cheng would stop. As long as he could continue to clear levels, he wouldn't stop. How could he miss such an opportunity? With a martial arts level of 100,000, his total attributes were only 400,000, just barely reaching the level of intermediate martial sovereign, far from being a true powerhouse among humans. Since there were no limits to leveling up his martial arts, 100,000 might just be the starting point. Perhaps a martial arts level of 1 million would be considered just entering the door. On the 20th floor, as Su Cheng had anticipated, the aliens that were originally at the 5th tier limit strength had indeed appeared as 6th tier junior strength aliens. However, their numbers were very few, only 3 6th tier juniors, while all the others were at the 5th tier limit strength, and each one was very strong, possibly on the verge of breaking through to 6th tier junior. A human at the limit of martial master? Just like before, these aliens were stunned when they saw Su Cheng. If a martial artist with the strength of a limit martial emperor had entered, these aliens wouldn't have been surprised, but here came just an ant with the strength of a limit martial master. In the eyes of these 5th tier limit and even 6th tier junior aliens, what else could a limit martial master be but an ant? To put it bluntly, they wouldn't even need to lift a finger. A single roar could easily kill a limit martial master human. Little human, tell me, has 10,000 years passed? At that moment, a 6th tier junior alien surprisingly spoke the language of blue star humans, leaving Su Cheng somewhat bewildered. What do you mean? Su Cheng couldn't help but retort. 10,000 years passed? Could it be that these aliens had been here for 10,000 years? It's simply impossible. Su Cheng quickly dismissed this thought. After 10,000 years, these alien races would have either been killed or turned to dust long ago. How could they possibly survive for so long? Tell me, has there been a passage of 10,000 years in your realm? The alien of 6th tier initial strength did not explain, coldly staring at Su Cheng, and continued to ask, its terrifying aura pressing down on Su Cheng. No explanation, huh? Fine, I can't be bothered to tell you either. Seeing this, Su Cheng slightly raised his eyebrows. Despite the overwhelming pressure, his expression remained unchanged. You're seeking death. Soon, I will make you wish you could live and wish you could die. The alien of 6th tier initial strength let out a furious roar. Capture him. It chattered again. At the same time, one of the 5th tier limit aliens behind it revealed a cruel smile, then flickered a few times and was already in front of Su Cheng, extending its claws to grab him. In the eyes of the opponent, with their speed, a limit martial artist like Su Cheng would be completely unable to see through it. However, the result was put. A claw flew off, accompanied by some bluish-green blood. Ah! The 5th tier limit alien let out a wretched howl, fearfully clutching its severed arm, its body continuously retreating. In Su Cheng's hand, a battle knife had already appeared, and he looked at the retreating alien with disdain. How could this be? The aliens within the 20 layers looked at Su Cheng in utter astonishment. They hadn't even seen how he had made his move. Logically, this human should have been directly controlled and captured, right? Since you won't speak, then there's no need to talk. Let all of you die. Su Cheng pointed the battle knife in his hand at all the aliens, his eyes also revealing a bloodthirsty glint. Thunder prison breaking heaven infinite slash. Boom. Rip. After breaking through the martial arts level of 100,000, Su Cheng's strength became even more terrifying. When this slash was executed, a rift was actually torn in the void of the trial tower space. Although it quickly healed, it was enough to show that Su Cheng's current strength, when unleashing SSS level martial skills, had become increasingly horrifying. Ah! Kill the 5th tier limit alien, gain 18,000 experience points. Kill the 5th tier limit alien, gain 18,000 experience points. Congratulations, your martial arts level has increased by an additional 8 levels. Compared to before, with this one slash, Su Cheng had killed over 300 5th tier limit aliens. Those aliens who had previously been indifferent now looked horrified. They simply couldn't fathom how a human martial artist at the limit level could unleash such terrifying power. This aura was far more terrifying than that of a mid-level human martial lord. The 6th tier initial strength alien that had just scolded Su Cheng and questioned him now looked even more incredulous. Su Cheng's single slash had instilled fear in it. The calmness and condescending attitude it had earlier were gone. You won't speak. Ha? Then I'll kill until you do. Su Cheng laughed heartily and struck again. He wasn't in a hurry now. First, he wanted to kill the alien that could speak the language of the blue star humans. He wanted to know what the question meant. Why was it so important to know if there had been a passage of 10,000 years in Blue Star? He didn't believe this alien would ask such a question for no reason, especially repeating it twice. Thunder prison breaking heaven infinite slash. Put. Ah. Kill him. Kill. Damn beast. You won't have a good death. Dare to slaughter my kin. You humans of this realm will not have a good end. Soon, you will all die. All human martial artists will die, including you. These alien races, under the slaughter in Sioux City, continuously let out wails of agony, yet they still did not reveal the reason Sioux City wanted to know. However, even if they did, Sioux City wouldn't understand. Among so many alien races, only that low-level 6th-tier alien could speak the language of the Blue Star humans. After a while, all the 5th-tier limit strength aliens in the entire 20th floor were completely slain by Sioux City, leaving only that one low-level 6th-tier alien, trembling in fear. Still not going to speak? Sioux City slowly walked towards this alien. Ha ha, you want to know? Then I won't tell you. Just know that the humans of your world are about to meet their end, and soon this world will be destroyed. However, this alien suddenly burst into wild laughter, looking at Sioux City with eyes filled with intense hatred and unwillingness. You don't know what you're talking about. If you won't speak, then die. Seeing the frenzied laughing alien, Su City's brows furrowed slightly, then with one strike he ended the opponent. Kill a low-level 6th tier alien, gain 26,000 experience points. Congratulations! Your martial arts level has increased by an additional 8 levels. Congratulations! Your martial arts level has risen to 123,791. He had risen over 20,000 levels. Even though Su City felt calm inside, there was still some excitement on his face. After all, his total martial arts attributes had increased by over 80,000 points. For a martial artist at the martial sovereign level, over 80,000 martial arts attributes required a massive amount of resources and a lot of time to achieve. It should be noted that the further one goes, the more difficult it becomes to increase martial arts attributes, and the time required also increases. Yet Su City only needed to slay around 1,000 5th tier limit strength aliens to achieve this. Continue. Su City did not stop and chose to keep going. But at that moment, Su City let out a surprised sound, and his figure directly vanished from the trial tower. Su City? Looking at the surrounding scene, it was no longer inside the trial tower, but outside, at the entrance of the trial where he was competing. No way? What's going on? Why was I teleported out? I didn't exit voluntarily. Su City stared wide-eyed, puzzled. Damn it! Such a great opportunity to increase my martial arts level, and it's just gone like that. Is there something wrong with the trial tower? If that's the case, I must be compensated. Su City looked unwilling. He was definitely not satisfied. Right now, killing a low-level 6th tier alien could yield 26,000 experience points, which could raise him 26 levels. If he went to the next floor, even if there were no stronger aliens, if they were all low-level 6th tier, slaying them all could at least raise his martial arts level by 26,000. With his talent traits triggering again, he could easily reach 30,000 levels. But such a good opportunity, and he was inexplicably teleported out. This loss was too great for Su City. In reality, it was not the trial tower that had malfunctioned. Meanwhile, among the group of human high-ups, is this kid going to continue to the 21st floor? One powerful figure couldn't help but say, feeling even more shocked inside, because continuing to the 21st floor would mean facing an even stronger tier of aliens. If Su City could keep going, it would be simply against the heavens. They didn't know if there were any 5th tier aliens that had advanced to 6th tier on the 20th floor, but even if there were, it wouldn't be many. After all, advancing to the next major realm was a significant challenge for both humans and aliens. Human martial artists were already considered very fast, but for aliens, it was even harder. We can't let him continue. Regardless of whether he has that strength or not, he must not continue. Another powerful figure shook his head, equally filled with shock. They had cultivated for so many years, their strength formidable, yet their composure was deeply shaken by the power displayed by Su Chang. 1 year, just 1 year, and his strength had grown to the point of being able to slay an extreme martial emperor. This was truly astonishing, as such a warrior had never appeared in history before. He can't continue, a strong man said with a bitter smile. What do you mean? The crowd turned to look at him. Have you forgotten? The trial tower only has 20 levels at most. Back then, it took us 100 years to replace the beings above the 16th level. How could we possibly reach higher levels? After all, this is just the second stage trial for new martial artists. The 20 levels of the trial tower are already more than sufficient. There's no need for anything beyond that. Now, regardless of whether Su Chang can continue, as long as he clears the 20 levels, he will be forcibly teleported out. The strong man explained. Upon hearing this, the crowd immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, there was such a limitation. Otherwise, they truly wouldn't know how far Su Chang could progress. It could be said that no one knew what level Su Chang's strength had truly reached. So what are we waiting for? Hurry and bring him over. Making such a big commotion, those alien demons will definitely not let him off. 1. Strong man thought of Su Chang possibly being forcibly teleported out and grew anxious again. No need, he has already arrived. Just as the crowd was about to act, the air in the conference room trembled and 2 figures appeared. Speaking of which, Su Chang had just come out of the trial tower, muttering to himself when a suddenly appearing man grabbed him and vanished again. At first, Su Chang was startled. He thought a strong man was going to kill him, and he had come so silently that he had no ability to resist and was taken away directly. However, a voice rang in his mind, "Little guy, don't move around, we'll be there soon." Hearing this voice, Su Chang relaxed a bit. After all, if the other party really wanted to kill him, why go through so much trouble? When the scene before Su Chang shifted again, he found himself in an incredibly concealed and luxurious conference hall filled with people, both men and women, but none were young. What shocked Su Chang even more was that he could not see through the strength of any of these individuals. It was simply terrifying. Lord Nangong? Greetings, Lord Nangong. Upon seeing one of the figures, everyone in the conference room changed their expressions and immediately knelt on one knee, respectfully calling out Among these two figures, one was naturally Su Chang, while the other was the person this group had come to pay respects to. Su Chang certainly did not think that such terrifying individuals would be paying respects to him. Su Chang's head turned mechanically, incredulously, looking at the young man beside him, who was exceptionally handsome, indeed a young man, appearing to be in his 30s. However, Su Chang knew that this man's actual age could not possibly be just in his 30s. The man smiled slightly at Su Chang as he noticed him looking. "Everyone, please rise and take a seat. Don't be so formal." The man walked to the head of the conference room and sat down directly, gesturing for everyone else to sit as well. "Yes, Lord Nangong." The crowd responded, standing up and quietly taking their seats. "Why are you just standing there? Get a chair and sit next to me. Do you expect me to move it for you?" The man, seeing Su Chang still standing in place, looked even more puzzled and couldn't help but laugh as he urged. Oh. Su Chang came to his senses and quickly grabbed a chair, sitting down next to the man. The others in the conference room looked on, their eyes filled with even more shock and disbelief. "My name is Nangong Fong, and these people, well, for now, they can be considered the leading figures managing the districts and all the martial artists among the 9 major human districts. You will gradually get to know them. I won't introduce them one by one." The man, Nangong Fong, spoke after Su Chang settled down. If it were any other powerful being, even from the alien or demon races, hearing the name Nangong Fong would surely astonish them. But Su Chang felt nothing, as he had never heard of this name. However, upon hearing Nangong Fong mention that these people in the conference room were actually the leaders of the 9 major districts, he was once again shocked. No wonder he couldn't see through their auras at all. The others? How could they not understand Nangong Feng's meaning? They all cast friendly glances at Su Chang, but what Nangong Fong said next left Su Chang utterly astonished, while the others showed sympathetic expressions. After all, even if Nangong Fong hadn't appeared, they would have treated Su Chang the same way. At this moment, outside, countless martial artists were watching the ranking list, where Su Chang's progress had remained at the 20th level for quite some time, even though only a few minutes had passed. But to the countless martial artists, this duration felt longer than any previous level he had stayed at. Is this it? Can't he clear the level? It's about time. His strength should have reached its limit. If he continues, it would be terrifying. Incredible. This is already frightening enough. The 20th level represents beings at the 5th tier limit, equivalent to our peak martial emperor's strength. Moreover, if he clears it, he will definitely be even stronger. There shouldn't be a way to clear the next levels. He will probably come out soon. Too strong. Xiao Yuechan and the others are still on the 10th level, and they are about to finish. If the others see this situation after their trials, they might vomit blood. Although this generation has awakened 3 SSS level prodigies, with Su Chang being such a monster, one must say, these 3 are a bit tragic. Su Chang's brilliance has completely overshadowed everyone else. Originally, all of this was supposed to belong to Li Changsong and the others. At this moment, the vast majority of martial artists were unaware that Su Chang had already finished his trial. They still thought he had entered the 21st level. The fact that he hadn't cleared it yet might mean he had reached his strength limit and couldn't clear it as quickly as before. This kid will come out soon. Find him. Kill him immediately. How to kill? His strength is at least that of a peak martial emperor. What kind of force should we send? Are we supposed to let a martial emperor level expert take action? The underground black market has a bounty. There won't be many who dare to take this task. This matter must be planned carefully. We need to ensure a one-hit kill, or else there will be no opportunity. The human high-ups will definitely protect him. It will be difficult to assassinate him. Are we supposed to use the experts lurking in human high schools? Not for now. Those who have been hiding for hundreds of years must not be disturbed. Without using those lurking experts, it is impossible to kill this human. We don't need to use martial emperor level experts. We can still kill him. High-level martial lords and peak martial lords can definitely take him down. Don't rush to kill him. We should try to win him over first. If this kid can be of use to us, that would be perfect. Once he knows our strength, he will definitely come to our side. What we can offer will be much more than what the extraordinary pavilion can provide. Countless hidden forces were discussing how to eliminate Su Chang. The strength and potential he had displayed had already made many factions feel a tremendous threat. Are human martial artists truly united as one? That is definitely impossible. There have long been human warriors who intended to destroy the current system and establish a unified dynasty. After all, how should one put it? Everyone has different thoughts and ideals, and no matter how powerful a person is, this remains true. Therefore, in the end, divergences are bound to arise. Roar! Roar! This damned human genius! Using ordinary pieces is no longer effective. Do we really have to use pieces at the level of a martial emperor? Without using a powerhouse of this level, it will be very difficult to kill this person. We cannot allow him to grow any further. In any case, this human anomaly must die. We can't wait any longer. I have a premonition that if this person does not die, it will lead to the greatest variable. Countless alien demon clans began to take action. They could no longer remain calm. They had prepared for this for so many years for one thing. Now, after a millennium, a remarkably monstrous genius suddenly appeared among humans. They had spent so many years on Blue Star understanding the history of human beings. Since the era of universal martial arts began, there had never been such a monstrous genius. Not even at the very beginning. Now, suddenly appearing, is this a coincidence? They did not believe it and confirmed in their hearts that Su Chang was a variable. Growing so fast in just a year, what would happen if he had a few more years? Aside from other forces, the ones who wanted to kill Su Chang the most were naturally the Zhao family, but at this moment, Zhao Qianque was completely bewildered. The 20th floor of the trial tower, the limit of a 5th-tier being, the strength of a limit martial emperor. How can they eliminate Su Chang now? Can a martial venerable level powerhouse kill him? Zhao Qianque felt uncertain. Does he really have to use a martial emperor level powerhouse? But the problem is, he is the only martial emperor in the entire Zhao family, and he is just a mid-level martial emperor. Does he have to take action himself? Previously, he thought about issuing a bounty of 100 billion, even 200 billion, to have other warriors assassinate Su Chang. But now, in this situation, that money might not even tempt a martial emperor level powerhouse. After all, once a martial emperor level powerhouse takes action, even if they can kill Su Chang, their outcome is equally obvious. The human high-ups will definitely investigate, and they won't be able to escape. Cultivating to the martial emperor level is not an easy task. They wouldn't put themselves in a desperate situation for this 1 or 200 billion. This damned. Zhao Tianque's eyes turned blood red and his entire face twisted. It seems I can only rely on the hands of the alien demon clans. Let them infiltrate my Zhao family first and then wait for the right moment to strike. Su Chang, you must die. Zhao Tianque, will never wait for you to destroy my Zhao family. Zhao Tianque's eyes radiated madness and ferocity. What? You want to imprison me for 50 years? At this moment, Su Chang stood up in shock upon hearing Nan Gongfeng's words. It's not imprisoning you for 50 years, it's seclusion. Nan Gongfeng had to correct him, feeling somewhat speechless, as it sounded like it was going to be detrimental to him. Because Nan Gongfeng said that he would cancel Su Chang's qualification to continue participating in the competition and would have him enter the extraordinary pavilion for cultivation with a time limit of 50 years. During these 50 years, he could not leave the extraordinary pavilion for a single step. If he had not achieved the position of martial god within these 50 years, he would continue to stay until he cultivated to become a martial god before he could leave. Extraordinary pavilion? Although Su Chang had never heard of this place, it was clear that such a powerful entity must have originated from there. Being able to cultivate in such a place would undoubtedly be a tremendous opportunity for other warriors. But for Su Chang, that was absolutely not acceptable because others relied on resources for cultivation, but he did not. Forcing him to cultivate in a monotonous manner for 50 years there would drive him insane. This is not acceptable. 50 years is too long. I won't go. Su Chang directly refused, without any hesitation. Nan Gongfeng looked at Su Chang in disbelief, while the others in the conference room appeared dazed. They began to feel some sympathy for Su Chang being asked to seclude himself for 50 years, as that was indeed a long time. However, this was something countless martial artists dreamed of. They never expected Su Chang to refuse so decisively. Do you know what the extraordinary pavilion is? Moreover, you don't need to worry about resources during your 50 years of seclusion. You can ask for anything you need. The most important thing for you right now is to improve your strength. And you should know that sending you to this place is to ensure your safety. With the commotion you've caused these days, not only will the alien races and demon races launch endless assassinations against you, but even hidden forces among humans will want to eliminate you quickly. Nan Gongfeng had to explain, as he never expected Su Chang to refuse. It was impossible for him to claim he had no selfish motives. While he spoke, he considered Su Chang's safety as one aspect, but he was also worried that another force might try to win Su Chang over. After all, Su Chang had yet to enjoy the benefits of their extraordinary pavilion. If another force offered him great advantages, he might just be tempted to switch sides. If Su Chang could stay in the extraordinary pavilion for decades, continuously provided with resources for cultivation, he would naturally become one of them, making it difficult for any other force to find him during those years. Nan Gongfeng felt somewhat relieved that this opportunity had arisen. Otherwise, a talent like Su Chang would have been missed. Su Chang, the extraordinary pavilion is a transcendent place. People like Lord Nangong have surpassed the level of martial gods there. In the eyes of ordinary martial artists, calling the extraordinary pavilion a holy land would not be an exaggeration. You must not miss this opportunity. 50 years is nothing for us martial artists. A few periods of seclusion pass quickly. Moreover, with your cultivation speed, you might not even need 50 years to reach the martial god level. An elder in the conference room spoke up, a hint of envy in his eyes. Not to mention other martial artists, even these strong individuals wish to enter the extraordinary pavilion, but unfortunately, they lack the qualifications. In the past, the extraordinary pavilion would recruit new special talents from time to time. Their potential is immense, and even those who achieve the least end up being at least martial god level. There, you won't have to worry about anything, you will have access to a wealth of top-tier resources for your cultivation, which is an opportunity that no one else can obtain. Indeed, and this time it's Lord Nangong personally taking action. You must not let his goodwill go to waste. For your safety, you need to set everything aside and focus on your cultivation. Su Chang, since Lord Nangong has spoken, you must not refuse. The other strong individuals also urged and explained. But no matter how they spoke or explained, no matter how good the extraordinary pavilion was, Su Chang absolutely would not go there for 50 years of seclusion. If he did that, his strength would actually improve more slowly. He knew the dangers outside, but if given a choice, he still wouldn't go to the extraordinary pavilion for seclusion. No amount of resources would help him. With an F-level martial arts talent, if he relied solely on using rare materials to enhance his martial attributes, he would make no progress at all. His strength could only improve by hunting magical beasts and alien demon races. Anything else would be useless. Lord Nangong, esteemed lords, I appreciate your goodwill, but I still do not wish to go. You need not say more, I have my reasons. I know there are quite a few people who want to kill me right now, but I'm mentally prepared. Besides, what's the use of hiding for 50 years? If I'm destined to be killed, even if it's 50 years later and I become a martial god, others can still kill me. If there's this calamity, there's no way to escape it. Su Chang resolutely shook his head in refusal. He didn't want to explain the reason for his talent, it was his trump card. Even though the people in the conference room were the leaders of the 9 major districts of humanity, Su Chang wouldn't say more. He wouldn't feel at ease if even a second person knew about such a trump card. Upon hearing this, everyone felt that Su Chang might have a problem with his thinking. Once he became a martial god, his ability to protect himself would be even greater. How could he just accept death? Such an opportunity was something others would fight tooth and nail for, yet he was forcibly refusing it? However, after hearing Su Chang's explanation, Nangong Feng couldn't help but laugh. I didn't expect you to have such insights at such a young age. You're right. A genius raised in a greenhouse, no matter how talented, if they haven't experienced the trials of life and death, ultimately, they are of little use. Nangong Feng nodded in appreciation. Since you don't want to go, I won't force you. However, I won't retract your status as a member of the Extraordinary Pavilion. From now on, you are one of us. If you change your mind in the future, you can contact me anytime. If there are other problems you can't solve, you can also come to me. As he spoke, Nangong Feng took out a token made of a special material from his storage space and tossed it to Su Chang beside him. He truly valued talent and had to recruit Su Chang into the Extraordinary Pavilion. This token already contains your information. Just drop a drop of your blood on it. This token can be used in all 9 major districts of humanity, and there are plenty of benefits. Nangong Feng continued to explain. No matter what, he had to get Su Chang into the Extraordinary Pavilion first. Thank you, Lord Nangong. Seeing that the other party wasn't forcing him, Su Chang felt relieved and gratefully said while holding the token, how about this? I'll inform the Martial God Palace, and you can temporarily go there. Remember, don't participate in the competition for supremacy. I'll have someone cancel your qualification. Nangong Feng thought for a moment and repeated his previous words. He was genuinely afraid that Su Chang would cause some commotion during the final trial of the martial arts competition. Isn't that unfair? The first place in this session was originally mine. Now that my qualification is cancelled, won't all those benefits be gone? Hearing this, Su Chang said with a bitter expression. He participated in the martial arts competition to make a name for himself, so that the various families and forces wouldn't dare to act against him openly. Another reason was for the rewards of the competition. But now, after working hard for a few days, it was all in vain? You little rascal, you definitely won't miss out on benefits. How about I give you double the reward for first place? Moreover, as a member of the Extraordinary Pavilion, based on your current apparent realm, you can receive resources worth 50 billion every year. However, I can make a decision to let you receive resources worth 200 billion every year. If you want more, you'll have to earn it yourself. Nangong Feng laughed again. He wasn't afraid of Su Chang asking for more, he was afraid he wouldn't ask at all. Of course, he couldn't provide too many resources all at once, nor could he agree to every request. Wow, free resources worth 200 billion? Su Chang immediately felt tempted. That sounds good, but as for the resources, can you convert them all into cash for me? If I need any resources in the future, I can buy them myself. Su Chang rubbed his hands together, excitedly saying, that's up to you. Nangong Feng nodded, not saying much more. In the conference room, the others were left dumbfounded, exclaiming in disbelief about how Su Chang had taken all the honors and benefits without any restrictions. But thinking about it, it made sense. Someone as extraordinary as Su Chang was deserving of such privileges. By the way, how do you plan to handle the situation with the Martial Arts Third Academy? Suddenly, Nangong Feng turned to Su Chang and asked. He was well aware of Su Chang's circumstances and knew that before his rise, Su Chang had suffered greatly, especially from the actions of the Martial Arts Third Academy, which would have left any martial artist feeling resentful. To alleviate Su Cheng's grievances or to prevent any future chaos, it was only natural to lend him a hand. My initial thought was to wait until I won the championship in the martial arts competition, then request that the Martial Arts Third Academy expel me. Would it be possible to also expel the Martial Arts Third Academy? But then I realized that was impossible. The reason I revealed my strength was to slap the Martial Arts Third Academy in the face, Su Cheng confessed. He didn't even believe himself when he said he held no resentment, considering how humiliating the situation was. Expelling you from the Martial Arts Third Academy is definitely not an option, as there are so many new martial artists every year, and your situation was decided by the higher-ups of the Martial Arts Third Academy. Nangong Feng nodded and pondered for a moment. How about this? All the higher-ups of the Martial Arts Third Academy will be held accountable, and this matter will be concluded. Is that acceptable? Nangong Feng proposed. That works, thank you, Lord Nangong. Su Cheng nodded, knowing this was for his benefit and not refusing. Soon, news spread that all the higher-ups of the Martial Arts Third Academy in District 9 had suddenly been taken away by the human higher-ups suspected of being held accountable for the incident involving Su Cheng. This caused another uproar. Additionally, when geniuses like Yi Jingxian, Li Changsong, and Xiaoyuechan finished the second phase of the trial and saw the number of levels Su Cheng had cleared, it felt like the sky had fallen. Clearing 20 levels? This record stimulated the visual nerves of this generation of geniuses, their eyes revealing disbelief. All their confidence and dignity seemed to collapse in that moment. Clearing 20 levels in the trial tower was a level they, as unparalleled geniuses, could hardly imagine. For them, clearing 14 levels would already place them among the ranks of all-time great geniuses in history. This is impossible. No way. 20 levels? No one can achieve that. No one. I don't believe it. We, with our SSS level talents, are always the strongest geniuses. No one can surpass us. No one. Yi Jingxian let out a beast-like roar, his pride having been strong since childhood, always striving to be the best. Even though this generation had awakened 3 SSS level talents, he was confident he could still be the strongest. But he never expected that someone, emerging from nowhere, would repeatedly shatter his pride as an unparalleled genius. In the first phase of the competition, Su Cheng had already crushed him once, but he had not given up, believing he could still trample Su Cheng underfoot. He wanted to prove to countless martial artists that he, Yi Jingxian, was the true unparalleled genius. In the second phase, Yi Jingxian thought he could definitely come in first, as he had already cleared 13 levels and had killed over 200 alien creatures on the 14th level. This achievement, even if it didn't break records, was undoubtedly the strongest in this realm. But what he didn't expect was that the Su Cheng he wanted to trample had actually cleared a terrifying 20 levels, which was hard for him to accept and made him even angrier. Not to mention Su Cheng, this time he couldn't even compare to Xiaoyuechan, as she had also reached the 14th level but had killed over 30 more alien creatures than he had. Even Li Changsong had only killed a few fewer alien creatures than him. This bastard, damn bastard. I can't accept this. Yi Jingxian furiously smashed everything in the room, his eyes filled with extreme hatred. What kind of person is this? I really want to see him in person, the one we will meet in the final trial. Xiaoyuechan stared at Su Cheng's ranking, murmuring, I, Li Changsong, have never bowed to anyone. You, Su Cheng, are the first. Li Changsong let out a bitter laugh, having lost the desire to compete with Su Cheng. For him, clearing the 20th level was an incredibly terrifying achievement. Absolutely unprecedented. The same goes for the first stage of the trial. As for other geniuses with S and SS level talents, upon seeing Su Cheng's clearance record, they fell silent, unable to utter a word, but shock filled each of their hearts. At this moment, Su Cheng was in a safe place. Over the past few days, he had conveniently raised his martial arts realm directly to the peak of Grand Master, spending over 10 billion on breakthrough pills alone. It could be said that his funds were nearly depleted. Another reason he was here was to wait for the allocation from above. Nangong Feng had said that the reward for the martial arts competition would be doubled, along with an additional 200 billion in funds. At the same time, before leaving, Nangong Feng also returned the enlightenment fruit to him. Su Cheng then realized that the previous martial emperor level strongman's servant was actually Nangong Feng's servant. I wonder how much the enlightenment fruit can sell for. Su Cheng muttered to himself. Initially, he had considered using it, but he gave up on that idea. Using the enlightenment fruit could elevate his martial arts talent to SS level, a treasure that most martial artists and factions could not refuse. However, for Su Cheng, the temptation wasn't that great, it even made him cautious. His martial arts talent was different, because it was F level. He awakened the powerful special ability of infinite upgrades. What if he used the enlightenment fruit and lost that talent? Wouldn't that be a huge loss? Just the ability of this talent, let alone SS level, even SSS level talents, would pale in comparison. So, after coming to this conclusion, Su Cheng decided not to use the enlightenment fruit. If he lost his martial arts level, he might as well just commit suicide. Su Cheng, your rewards are ready, and Lord Nangong has instructed that you receive resources worth 200 billion each year, which have now been converted into funds. At that moment, a martial emperor level Strongman approached Su Chang and said directly. Although this martial emperor-level strongman was stronger than Su Chang, he did not dare to be negligent. The potential of the person before him surpassed all historical geniuses, and he had Nangong Fong backing him. He could not afford to offend either. Well, according to the usual rewards for the first place in the martial arts competition, the prize money is 5 billion, plus some other resource rewards, which roughly amounts to about 5 billion as well, totaling 1 billion in funds. If it's doubled, that would be 2 billion in funds plus the 2 billion allocated by Lord Nangong. In total, there are 4 billion in these two cards, you can check. The martial emperor-level strongman continued to explain. Thank you. Hearing about such a large sum of money, Su Chang's eyes sparkled. The other party did not dare to neglect him, and naturally, Su Chang would not put on too high a posture. After all, he was a martial emperor-level strongman. This amount of funds is indeed considerable, but there is one thing that cannot be converted into funds because it is a tremendous opportunity that cannot be bought with money. Only the top 3 of the competition in previous years have had the qualification to enjoy it. Seeing that Su Chang did not act arrogantly and treated him with respect, the martial emperor-level strongman felt very pleased. Oh, what is it? Su Chang immediately became interested. After all, he had never heard of it, but thinking about it, it made sense, as only the top 3 of each competition had the qualification. Ordinary martial artists naturally wouldn't know. Well, it's a very special secret realm, and there is only one in the entire world. Inside the secret realm, there is a type of special ferocious beast. Their strength isn't strong, but any martial artist who slays one can directly enhance their martial arts attributes. The first place in the competition has the right to stay in this secret realm for a day, the second place can stay for half a day, and the third place can stay for 8 hours. And you also have the qualification, and it's double, so you can stay in this secret realm for 2 days. This year's martial arts competition will end tomorrow, and at that time, you will enter the secret realm along with the other 3. The martial emperor-level expert finished speaking in one breath. After all, time was precious for him, and there were many matters to attend to. Oh, there is actually such a secret realm. Su Chang was astonished after hearing this. Since there was such a secret realm, he naturally wouldn't miss it, even if he couldn't enhance his martial arts level. Improving his martial arts attributes was still beneficial. I have delivered what I needed to deliver, and I have informed what I needed to inform. Someone will notify you tomorrow. In that case, I won't linger. The martial emperor-level expert nodded. Alright, thank you, I understand. Su Chang said gratefully. The martial emperor-level expert didn't say much more, just smiled, then turned and left. 400 billion in funds. Now, I can splurge a bit, huh? Without thinking about anything else, Su Chang immediately began to enhance his martial arts talent characteristics. Character: Su Chang Martial Arts Realm, Limitless Grand Martial Master Martial Arts Level, 123,791, 216/1000, Martial Arts Power, 123,802 Martial Arts Spirit, 123,800 Martial Arts Physique, 123,801 Martial Arts Agility, 123802 Martial Arts Talent, Infinite Upgrade, F Level, Exclusive Martial Skills, Blood Dragon Fury Demon Fist S Level, Refreshable Thunder Prison Breaking Heaven Infinite/SSS Level, Refreshable Sealing Skyfinger SSS Level, Refreshable Mysterious Departure Step C Level, Refreshable Talent Characteristics. Each time a target is killed, there is a chance to increase martial arts level by 8 levels, can be enhanced for every 100 martial arts levels increased. All martial arts attributes gain an additional +1 point, can be enhanced, others, none. Previously, as Su Chang raised his martial arts realm to Limitless Grand Martial Master, the 4th exclusive martial skill and the 2nd martial arts talent characteristic were activated one after another. As long as the conditions were met, there was no need for funds. Exclusive martial skills and talent characteristics could appear directly. But to obtain better exclusive martial skills and talent characteristics, money had to be spent, and it required a large sum. Let's enhance the first talent characteristic to level 10 and see. Su Chang thought as he looked at the current attribute panel. Although he now had 400 billion in funds, he still needed to spend wisely as the costs for future enhancements would increase. Enhance. Consume 19.2 billion martial arts talent characteristic points. Enhancement successful. Currently, each time a target is killed, there is a chance to increase martial arts level by 9 levels. Can be enhanced. Each time the consumption doubled, it started off fine, but now every enhancement made Su Chang feel quite pained. Enhance. Consume 38.4 billion martial arts talent characteristic points. Enhancement successful. Currently, each time a target is killed, there is a chance to increase martial arts level by 10 levels. Can be enhanced. Forget it. Seeing the doubled consumption of funds, if he enhanced it once more, it would require over 70 billion, and the total spent on these 3 enhancements was over 100 billion. I hope the consumption for the second talent characteristic isn't so high. Su Chang pondered. Upon seeing the emergence of the second talent characteristic, he was quite surprised. Although it was only an additional 1 point to all attributes for every 100 levels gained, if he were to level up by 10,000 levels, that would mean a total increase of 100 points, and the total martial arts attributes would only reach 400 points, but it could still be enhanced. Enhancement. Consuming 10 billion martial arts talent characteristic points, enhancement successful. Currently, for every 100 martial arts levels gained, an additional +2 points to all martial arts attributes can be enhanced. Hearing this cost, Su Cheng's heart couldn't help but tremble. If the consumption for this second talent characteristic was the same as the first, doubling the increase, how terrifying would that cost be? Just thinking about it made Su Cheng feel his scalp tingle. Wouldn't the 400 billion he just acquired vanish in an instant? Damn it, this consumption is too high. Where am I going to get money from in the future? Su Cheng thought with a bitter face. However, no matter what, such a talent characteristic was absolutely unique among other martial artists. The cost was high, but the effect was equally significant. Onward. Su Cheng gritted his teeth. Since he could start, he had to enhance the second talent characteristic. Consuming 10 billion martial arts talent characteristic points, enhancement successful. Currently, for every 100 martial arts levels gained, an additional +3 points to all martial arts attributes can be enhanced. Ha! Upon hearing the prompt, Su Cheng was immediately astonished because the consumption had not increased. It was still 10 billion. It can't be that simple, right? I'll just see how much it takes to increase the consumption. Su Cheng frowned slightly but then relaxed. He didn't believe it wouldn't increase. If it didn't, wouldn't spending 1 trillion allow him to enhance this talent characteristic to an additional +100 points to all martial arts attributes? If merely spending 1 trillion could achieve a doubling of all attributes for every level gained, that would be too powerful. Consuming 10 billion martial arts talent characteristic points, enhancement successful. Currently, for every 100 martial arts levels gained, an additional +4 points to all martial arts attributes can be enhanced. Consuming 10 billion martial arts talent characteristic points, enhancement successful. Currently, for every 100 martial arts levels gained, an additional +10 points to all martial arts attributes can be enhanced. Su Cheng didn't stop. He directly enhanced the second martial arts talent characteristic 9 times in one breath, consuming 900 billion. This is fantastic. In the future, leveling up by 10,000 levels will grant an additional 1,000 points to all attributes. That's not bad, Su Cheng said with immense joy. Enhancing the second talent characteristic indeed brought Su Cheng unexpected delight as he managed to enhance it 9 times in a row without any increase in consumption. Let's continue. Consuming 30 billion martial arts talent characteristic points, enhancement successful. Currently, for every 100 martial arts levels gained, an additional +11 points to all martial arts attributes can be enhanced. Su Cheng. I knew it wouldn't be that simple. It indeed increased. However, this increase was phased, not increasing with every enhancement, which Su Cheng could still accept. With this, I only have over 220 billion funds left. I can enhance it at most 7 more times? Looks like I need to deal with the enlightenment fruit now. Keeping it serves no purpose, Su Cheng thought to himself. He initially thought that with this 400 billion he could splurge a bit, but now it seemed he couldn't enhance it many times, and he hadn't even touched the 4th exclusive martial skill yet. The first talent characteristic had only been enhanced twice, and although the second talent characteristic had been enhanced several times, the effect wasn't particularly obvious. Clearly, it required a massive expenditure for the effect to be better. Let's see what price these people can offer. Selling it to other forces would just benefit them. Selling it to these people, they can use it however they want. With this thought, Su Cheng immediately went to find one of the leaders of the 9 major districts he had met a few days ago, who was responsible for matters concerning Su Cheng, as instructed by Nangong Feng. You want to sell the enlightenment fruit? Aren't you planning to use it yourself? I remember you only have an F-level talent. If you use it to boost your talent to SS level, wouldn't that be like adding wings to a tiger? One of the leaders of the 9 major districts, named Xian Boring, was surprised when he heard Su Cheng wanted to sell the enlightenment fruit. Lord Qian, my situation is special. I urgently need money right now, and the enlightenment fruit doesn't have much effect on me, so I plan to sell it. Su Cheng replied firmly but didn't elaborate further. Still short on money? Didn't I have someone send you cash recently? Along with the 200 billion from the extraordinary pavilion, that should be 400 billion in total. For you right now, isn't that enough for a while? Xian Boring said, astonished again. Ahem, I've already used it all up and I'm still short. Su Cheng replied somewhat awkwardly. Xian Boring looked closely at Su Cheng and ultimately shook his head, not asking further. What did you buy? Spent so much? How much more do you need? If it's not too much, I can advance you about 100 billion, but that money will need to be repaid. You should keep the enlightenment fruit for now. Xian Boring thought for a moment and said, advance 100 billion? What good would that do? And it needs to be repaid. Of course, Su Cheng wouldn't say that directly. A difference of 100 billion is too much. Better to sell the enlightenment fruit. Just look at how much this fruit is worth. Su Cheng shook his head slightly. This was the most valuable thing he had on him, and if he sold it, he would have nothing left. That's hard to say because such things are mostly used for barter, exchanging for items of equal value. No one has really sold an enlightenment fruit before. Seeing that Su Chang was determined to sell the enlightenment fruit, Chen Boring didn't know what else to say. But the price was a challenge for him because he had never heard of anyone actively selling an enlightenment fruit. After all, when that secret realm opened, countless families and forces sent extreme martial masters to frantically seize it. Even after Su Chang obtained the enlightenment fruit, those families and forces immediately dispatched strong individuals to try to snatch it from him. The value of the enlightenment fruit was self-evident. In the past, when families or forces seized the enlightenment fruit, it was mostly for their direct descendants. No family would choose to sell it, and even if they did, it was usually for barter. Don't rush, let me contact others to ask. However, for something like this, a value of over 1 trillion is definitely not a problem. You need to think carefully. Are you really going to sell it? Chen Boring didn't know the exact price and could only inquire with others. His estimated price made Su Chang's heart leap. At least 1 trillion? With Chen Boring's help, the speed was naturally quick. Once his news spread, many families and forces within the 9 major districts immediately made offers to buy the enlightenment fruit. The price is out. Currently, one family has offered the highest at 1.5 trillion. If you agree, we can trade immediately. However, there isn't a specific standard for the value of this thing. I suggest you auction it. The final price might be a bit higher than now, but it won't be too far off from this value. After all, it can only be used by martial artists below the extreme martial master realm. If the upper limit of this enlightenment fruit could be higher, its value could at least double. About an hour later, Chen Boring said to Su Chang, "Indeed, this enlightenment fruit is indeed a treasure, but it is only suitable for martial artists below the extreme grand master realm. After all, for someone at such a high level, using it would be a waste and would not be of any use. Although it can create a genius with SS-level talent and allow them to quickly reach the extreme Grand Master level, they are still just an extreme Grand Master, and their strength is too weak. To continue growing, it would take a long time, and the chances of falling along the way are also quite significant. Having SS-level talent allows one to glimpse the position of a martial god, but it is not absolute. Even a genius with SS-level talent would need at least 300 to 500 years to grow into a martial god. Therefore, the value of this enlightenment fruit can still be roughly estimated. If this enlightenment fruit had no restrictions and could be used by a martial emperor level powerhouse, allowing their talent to rise to SS level, and through the energy contained in the enlightenment fruit, they could quickly return to the martial emperor level, then such an enlightenment fruit would truly be invaluable beyond monetary measure. A genius with SS level talent who has grown to the martial emperor level would definitely have a much higher chance of survival than an extreme grand master with SS level talent. Moreover, once at the martial emperor level, the ability to cultivate to the martial god level would be a certainty. 15 trillion, huh? Hearing that the enlightenment fruit could be worth so much, Su Chang couldn't help but feel excited. He initially underestimated the value of the enlightenment fruit, thinking that selling it for 1 billion would be a huge profit, but he never expected its value to start at trillions. Alright, then let's go with 15 trillion. Su Chang thought for a moment and decided against auctioning it off. These families would definitely bid high, as they were very eager to obtain the enlightenment fruit. Alright, I'll contact them then. Chen Boring nodded. However, just 10 minutes earlier, Qin family. Miss, Lord Qian said someone is willing to offer an enlightenment fruit and has contacted our Qin family to ask if we are interested. The old steward of the Qin family approached Qin Si Yuan for an inquiry. Enlightenment fruit? There haven't been any other news about enlightenment fruits recently, right? Could it be the one Su Chang obtained? Isn't he going to use it himself? Why would he sell it? Qin Si Yuan thought in disbelief. Are there any other families bidding now? Qin Si Yuan quickly reacted and asked without much thought. Yes. The Yi family, the family of Yi Jingxian, is currently offering the highest bid of 15 trillion. The old steward nodded. 15 trillion? Hearing this price, Qin Si Yuan sneered. She could guess that this enlightenment fruit came from Su Chang, and the other families would surely think the same, but this price was a bit low for her. Bid 18 trillion. We, the Qin family, want this enlightenment fruit. Qin Si Yuan said calmly. Understood. The old steward took his leave. Sigh, Su Chang, you are cultivating too quickly, you better wait for me. Qin Si Yuan thought of Su Chang's performance during this time and smiled bitterly. However, if one were to look closely at this moment, they would notice that her strength was already faintly approaching the initial martial king level. Since the end of that secret realm, not much time had passed and her cultivation speed was equally astonishing, which was quite unbelievable. Just as Chen Boring was about to contact the Yi family, another piece of news suddenly came in, surprising him slightly. Su Chang, now there is a family offering 18 trillion. Yes, it's that Qin family. The one you met in the secret realm where you obtained the enlightenment fruit, the one with that little girl. Chen Boring looked at Su Chang with a somewhat playful smile. Qin Si Yuan? Su Chang was taken aback, recalling the stunning woman who had initially been veiled. Well, this little girl is quite remarkable. She was the genius of the last generation but did not participate in the previous championship. I heard that the Qin family recently found a precious treasure in an ancient secret realm of a different race and used it on this little girl, Chen Baran explained with narrowed eyes. Alright, since another family is offering a high price, it must be the Qin family? Chen Baran continued without giving Su Cheng a chance to ask. Yes, let's go with the Qin family. Su Cheng naturally had no objections. Regardless of whether he knew them or not, he would sell to whoever offered the highest price. Not long after, the Qin family transferred the money to Chen Baran, who then gave the money to Su Cheng, and Su Cheng handed over the enlightenment fruit to Chen Baran, completing the transaction. Once he received the money, Su Cheng thanked Chen Baran and left, then continued to enhance his talent attributes. 1.8 trillion. Just thinking about such a terrifying number made Su Cheng excited. Now he finally realized how powerful those truly established families were. 1.8 trillion was something they could produce at a moment's notice, and so quickly. One could even say that for such families and forces, money was merely a number. What they needed were various rare treasures. Without hesitation, Su Cheng directly upgraded his second talent attribute to an additional plus 20 points across all attributes. But he didn't stop there and continued to enhance, consuming 50 billion martial talent attribute points. Enhancement successful. Currently, for every 100 martial levels increased, all martial attributes gain an additional plus 21 points, can be enhanced. As expected, the consumption increased again, but Su Cheng still didn't stop. He continued to enhance 10 times in a row, spending 500 billion, raising the additional points across all attributes to plus 30. There's still over 1.2 trillion, let's continue enhancing 10 more times. Su Cheng gritted his teeth, no longer caring about the pain of spending. After all, money is meant to be spent. Now that he had spent over 1 trillion, as long as his strength increased quickly, he would soon acquire many valuable treasures. Consuming 80 billion martial talent attribute points, enhancement successful. Currently, for every 100 martial levels increased, all martial attributes gain an additional plus 31 points, can be enhanced. Now, with each consumption of 80 billion, Su Cheng could still accept it. After 10 enhancements, he had only spent 800 billion, raising it to an additional plus 40 points across all attributes. This isn't too low, right? If the martial level increases by 10,000, that's an additional 4,000 points, making the total attributes 16,000. If I increase it by 100,000 levels, that would mean an additional 160,000 total martial attributes. It would be incredibly satisfying. It seems I need to continue making money to enhance. Although this 1.8 trillion was quickly spent down to nearly nothing, Su Cheng felt excited. He still had less than 500 billion left, and while he could still enhance the second talent attribute a few more times, he didn't plan to continue. He prepared to enhance the first talent attribute. After all, the additional level triggers also had a significant effect, and these two talent attributes complemented each other. As for the fourth exclusive martial skill, Su Cheng wasn't planning to refresh it now. He had 3 martial skills that were sufficient, 2 of which were SSS level, suitable for both group attacks and one-on-one battles. Consuming 153.6 billion martial talent attribute points, enhancement successful. Currently, for every target killed, there is a chance to increase martial level by 12 levels, can be enhanced. He spent over 200 billion again. Enhancing the first talent attribute twice, this consumption was also enormous, doubling each time. The next enhancement would require over 300 billion, and Su Cheng was still a few hundred billion short of that, so he had to give up on further enhancements and save the over 200 billion for emergencies. Talent characteristics: each time a target is killed, there is a chance to increase martial arts level by 12 levels, can be enhanced for every 100 martial arts levels gained. All martial arts attributes increase by an additional plus 40 points, can be enhanced. Other, none at the moment. Just as Su Cheng was enhancing his martial arts talent characteristics, this year's martial arts competition had also reached its final stage, and the outcome would soon be decided. The final trial involved these newly promoted martial artists competing in arena battles, with the genius who wins the most matches being declared first, followed by second, third, and so on. The 9,999th martial arts competition, all rankings are now out. First place, Xiao Yuechan, second place Yi Jingxian, third place Li Changsong, fourth place. These are the top 10 of this year's martial arts competition, and thus the competition comes to a successful conclusion. Xiao Yuechan, Yi Jingxian, Li Changsong, you three prepare yourselves, you will be sent into the secret realm for trials soon. In the first district, a martial emperor-level expert announced the results and declared the end of this year's martial arts competition. In the past, whether it was Xiao Yuechan, Yi Jingxian, or Li Changsong, they would have been very happy, but at this moment, none of the three showed any joy. Instead, they looked troubled. As for Yi Jingxian, he was so angry that his teeth itched. It wasn't just because he placed second, but because one person did not participate, which made all three feel that their rankings were as if they had picked them up off the ground. What a pity, we didn't get to see Su Cheng in action. If he had been here, he would definitely have taken first place. How could they suddenly announce that he was disqualified from the final competition? It must be the higher-ups who don't want Su Cheng to reveal too much. The trials in the first 2 stages were enough. That must be it. Even the high-ranking officials from the martial arts sector in District 9 were all held accountable, and they could see how high Su Cheng's current status is. Such a prodigy will definitely be protected by the higher-ups. If he were killed by the alien or demon races, the loss would be tremendous. He has definitely been targeted. Su Chang won't be making many public appearances in the future. Since the era of universal martial arts began, the most incredible prodigy, who knows how powerful he will grow in 100 years? We are fortunate to witness the birth of such an unparalleled prodigy. It's worth it. The name Su Chang will undoubtedly become a legend. Although many days have passed and many martial artists have not seen Su Chang or witnessed him in action, in the hearts of countless martial artists, Su Chang is the true champion of the 9,999 martial arts competition. Many martial artists are already filled with fervent admiration for Su Chang. Just then, the martial emperor-level expert had just announced the end of the competition when another powerful figure appeared, exuding an even more terrifying aura. I come from the extraordinary pavilion. My name is Ji Wei. The man named Ji Wei stood in the void, looking down at Xiao Yuechan and the other two. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yuechan, Yi Jingxian, and Li Changsong's expressions changed, but their demeanor quickly became respectful. However, the countless martial artists around, upon hearing the words extraordinary pavilion, were left in confusion, though there were still quite a few knowledgeable martial artists. What? The extraordinary pavilion has entered the world again? Are they recruiting again? How could that be? I remember the extraordinary pavilion hasn't had any news for 300 years. The extraordinary pavilion, it seems they are going to recruit geniuses again. Heavens! It's actually the extraordinary pavilion. Their people have emerged once more. A few martial artists exclaimed in shock, their eyes filled with longing. For those who knew, the extraordinary pavilion was, as its name suggested, a place that transcended the mundane, a sacred ground in their hearts. It could be said that any martial artist who could enter the extraordinary pavilion was taking a step towards the heavens, regardless of whether they were a world-class genius or not. Xiao Yuechan, Yi Jingxian, Li Changsong, are you three willing to enter the extraordinary pavilion? Ji Wei smiled slightly as he looked at the three below. Sure enough, when Xiao Yuechan and the others heard about the extraordinary pavilion, they quickly became excited, speculating that Ji Wei's arrival must mean that the extraordinary pavilion had chosen them. I, Xiao Yuechan, am willing. I, Yi Jingxian, am willing. I, Li Changsong, am willing. Of course, it would be foolish to refuse. The three of them responded almost without thinking. Their families were indeed powerful, but compared to the extraordinary pavilion, they were no different from ants. Once they entered the extraordinary pavilion, both they and their families would rise in status. Very well. From now on, I will be your senior brother. You three should take care of what you need to do, and I will come to pick you up in 3 days. Ji Wei nodded, and after speaking, he disappeared again. In his view, as long as one wasn't mentally challenged, no one could refuse the invitation of the extraordinary pavilion. Ha ha, I can actually enter the extraordinary pavilion. The extraordinary pavilion. Su Chang, oh Su Chang, your absence here means you can't go to the extraordinary pavilion, right? I knew it. I can definitely enter the extraordinary pavilion, and soon, I will surpass you. Just wait for me. Yi Jingxuan's eyes shone with ecstasy, and a powerful confidence emerged once more. He hadn't expected that the extraordinary pavilion would recruit 3 people this time, which was quite rare, but regardless, being able to enter the extraordinary pavilion was enough for him. At this moment, smiles finally appeared on the faces of Xiao Yuechan and the others, happy to be able to enter the extraordinary pavilion. They had thought there would be no opportunity, that the only spot would surely go to Su Chang. But now, with Su Chang having no chance to enter the extraordinary pavilion, they were certain they would definitely be able to go. What the hell? Why is that? What about Su Chang? Doesn't he deserve to enter the extraordinary pavilion? Damn it, the extraordinary pavilion is entering the world again. Why not choose Su Chang and instead pick those 3? That's unfair. Su Chang is so strong and still not chosen. Is there something wrong with their heads? Stop guessing. Maybe Su Chang has already joined the extraordinary pavilion? Perhaps someone of a higher status personally invited him. Exactly, if a prodigy like Su Chang can't enter the extraordinary pavilion, that would be a huge joke. Countless martial artists were wildly speculating, with some believing that Su Chang definitely couldn't enter due to issues with his performance, which was too fake, leading to the cancellation of his final competition qualification. But more people still believed that Su Chang could definitely enter the extraordinary pavilion. It was just a secret invitation. Other S-level and SS-level talented individuals envied Xiao Yuechan and the others immensely. Although they didn't qualify for the extraordinary pavilion, they could definitely enter the martial god palace, and some with S-level talents also had opportunities. As for other S-level talents, they would all enter the Martial Emperor Academy. Besides that, some new martial artists with special talents, though not outstanding in their current performance, still had a chance to enter the Martial Emperor Academy, or even the Martial God Palace based on their trial results. Before long, Xiao Yuechan and the others were taken to a special place from where they would be sent into that special secret realm. Just thinking about the unique magical beasts inside, which could be slain to gain martial attributes, left the 3 feeling incredulous. This was faster than using any heavenly materials or earthly treasures to enhance their strength. You 3 wait a moment. There's one more person. The man leading the three spoke. One more person? The three were momentarily stunned, but soon Yi Jingxuan's expression darkened again as he had already guessed who it was. At this moment, Su Chang was also being brought over, completely unaware of what was happening. Not long after entering this secret realm, his opportunities would erupt once again, and his strength would soar to the level of a martial emperor. Sure. Enough. Before long, Xiaoyuechan and the others saw Su Chang approaching. Just as they had anticipated, they knew that the one they had to wait for would definitely be Su Chang. Su Chang was not surprised to see the three of them. After all, Zhen Baran had mentioned them to him before, and in recent days, Su Chang had also learned about the talents of this generation. Xiaoyuechan and the others were the unparalleled geniuses of this generation, with SSS-level martial arts talent, so Su Chang would certainly pay special attention to them. But it was only a matter of attention, as they could no longer be his opponents. The gap in strength between them was too great. Su Chang's current goal was to become a martial emperor-level powerhouse, a martial saint, a martial god, or even a super powerhouse above the martial god level. Ha ha, brother Su Chang, I am Li Changsong. It's not easy to meet you in person for the first time. You are truly impressive, and I really admire you, Li Changsong said cheerfully as he greeted Su Chang upon seeing him. Brother Changsong, you flatter me, Su Chang replied, momentarily taken aback, but quickly smiling and cupping his hands in return. Although he recognized the three of them, he was naturally unaware of their personalities. In his mind, not only were they unparalleled geniuses, but they also came from distinguished backgrounds, so they should be proud and arrogant, not the kind of people who were easy to approach. However, seeing Li Changsong now, Su Chang was somewhat surprised. Xiaoyuechan. Xiaoyuechan greeted Su Chang as well, but her words were simple. She only introduced her name and did not say much more. However, her beautiful eyes were constantly fixed on Su Chang, as if she wanted to see something extraordinary about him. Su Chang noticed this and simply smiled and nodded. Humph. At this moment, Yi Jingxian snorted lightly, turning his face away, clearly still brooding over Su Chang's appearance. Su Chang frowned slightly at his words. Generally speaking, he would be too lazy to pay attention to such people, mainly because he had caught a glimpse of a hint of murderous intent in Yi Jingxuan's eyes just now. Did the other party want to kill him? But it seemed they had no grievances against each other, right? Su Chang sneered inwardly. He had already realized that his sudden rise had overshadowed the brilliance that originally belonged to these people, and naturally, they felt dissatisfied. In this world, many grievances exist, but not all arise from offending someone. Often, many hatreds are invisible. Su Chang pondered whether he should find an opportunity to eliminate Yi Jingxian when they entered the secret realm later. Hey, don't mind Yi Jingxian, he just has that temperament. Brother Su Chang, don't take it to heart, Li Changsong said quickly, not having noticed the murderous intent in Yi Jingxuan's eyes. Su Chang smiled faintly and shook his head slightly. By the way, Brother Su Chang, has anyone from the Extraordinary Pavilion contacted you? Li Changsong asked tentatively as he walked up to Su Chang. His question made Yi Jingxian perk up his ears to listen. He had thought that Su Chang definitely hadn't received any requests from the Extraordinary Pavilion. At this moment, even Xiaoyuechan was curious. They have contacted me, Su Chang nodded. What's the situation now? Did they invite you to join the Extraordinary Pavilion? The three of us have been invited, and I can't believe they wouldn't invite you, Li Changsong asked again. Yes, they invited me, but I didn't agree. They wanted me to go into seclusion in the Extraordinary Pavilion for 50 years before I could come out. The time is too long, so I refused. Su Chang shook his head slightly, honestly stating this. What? You refused? Li Changsong said in disbelief. Not just him, even Xiaoyuechan and Yi Jingxian looked incredulous. Yes, they wanted me to go into seclusion for 50 years? Who can endure that? Even if they promised to provide me with all the cultivation resources, what difference would it make? The outside world was a beautiful time, all wasted on seclusion. What a waste, right, Brother Changsong? Su Chang replied with certainty. Put. Hearing this, Li Changsong and the others nearly spat out blood. The invisible show-off was the most lethal. That was the Extraordinary Pavilion, a holy place in the hearts of countless martial artists. Yet here was Su Chang, not only refusing it but also ignoring the fact that the Extraordinary Pavilion could provide all the cultivation resources. Who wouldn't want to vomit blood upon hearing this? Brother Su Chang, I, Li Changsong, have never bowed to anyone. You are the first. You're amazing. Li Changsong looked at Su Chang for a while and said with a bitter smile. Humph. Who can't brag? To me, it just means you're not qualified to enter the Extraordinary Pavilion, Yi Jingxian scoffed. Although he also felt like vomiting blood, he believed Su Chang was just bragging to cover up the fact that he wasn't favored by the Extraordinary Pavilion. So where are you planning to go? Xiaoyuechan asked curiously. To the Martial God Palace, I suppose. Su Chang glanced at Yi Jingxian but didn't respond to him, instead looking at Xiaoyuechan as he replied. Upon hearing Su Chang's words, the three fell silent for a moment. They didn't know if what Su Chang said was true. After all, they didn't know what kind of person he was. Alright, prepare yourselves, the three masters are coming. After a while, someone present reminded Su Chang and the others. Hearing this, the four of them perked up. They could finally enter the secret realm. Soon, 3 old men appeared, exuding an incredibly terrifying aura. The 3 elders didn't say much. They directly joined forces to open the entrance to the secret realm. Due to the special nature of this secret realm, it required 3 people to activate it. Go in. How many special magical beasts you can kill depends on yourselves. When the time is up, you will be automatically teleported out. As soon as the entrance to the secret realm appeared, one of the elders urged, "Yes, my lord." The 4 of them clasped their hands in respect and entered the secret realm one by one. As the scene before him changed, Su Chang found himself inside the secret realm, but to his surprise, he was alone without Xiaoyue-chan and the others. It seems that when entering this secret realm, each person appears in a random location. Never mind, let's see how much martial arts attribute I can gain from killing a special magical beast. Su Chang didn't think too much. After all, entering this secret realm was a free opportunity. Even if he couldn't raise his martial arts level, gaining martial arts attributes would still be good. There are really few special magical beasts. After searching for a while, Su Chang finally found a so-called special magical beast. It was very weak, only at the initial stage of the 3rd level. Boom! Su Chang didn't even need to use any martial skills. He leaped up and, using the force of his dive, stomped the 3rd level magical beast to death with one kick. Kill a 3rd level special magical beast, gain 1000 experience points. Congratulations, martial arts power plus 10 points. Congratulations, martial arts level additionally increased by 12 levels. After slaying this special magical beast, Su Chang was taken aback by the notifications, his eyes widening in disbelief. Impressive! Such high martial arts experience points, and killing a special magical beast gives 10 points of martial arts attributes each. Isn't that too high? If I kill 10,000, wouldn't that be 100,000 martial arts attributes? Su Chang couldn't help but take a deep breath, shocked in his heart. This special secret realm was truly powerful. This special secret realm was vast, and the 4 of them were separated, making it unlikely for them to encounter each other. As soon as Xiaoyue-chan and the others entered the secret realm, they immediately began to search for special magical beasts. Given their background, they had some understanding of this unique secret realm in the world. But when they killed the first special magical beast and saw their martial arts attributes increase, their faces were filled with ecstasy. They wasted no time and quickly searched for more special magical beasts. Xiaoyue-chan could stay here for a day, Yi Jingxian for half a day, and Li Changsong for only 8 hours, so they naturally wouldn't waste any time. Su Chang, of course, wouldn't waste time either, even though he had 2 days. Kill a 2nd-tier extreme special magical beast, gain 1000 experience points. Congratulations, martial arts spirit plus 10 points. Congratulations, martial arts level additionally increased by 12 levels. What surprised Su Chang even more was that it wasn't that this special magical beast gave a lot of experience points, nor that the martial arts attributes were all 10 points. Moreover, the probability of triggering the martial arts talent characteristic when killing this special magical beast was actually 100%. Up to now, he had killed more than 10 special magical beasts of varying strengths, but the first talent characteristic had triggered 10 times. This was the most surprising part for Su Chang. Even though killing these special magical beasts, regardless of their strength, gave 1000 experience points, Su Chang wasn't this happy. As expected of a special magical beast? It's truly special, allowing my talent characteristics to trigger at 100%. Amazing, really amazing. Ha ha, Su Chang laughed excitedly. But there are too few special magical beasts. At my current speed, I can only kill 2 or 3 in a minute. Su Chang shook his head slightly. It wasn't that these special magical beasts were hard to kill, but rather that there were too few of them. At his current speed, he could only find 2 or 3 in a minute, and if he was lucky, he might encounter 4 or 5, but on average, it was only about 3 or 4. Never mind, whatever I can kill is fine. At this speed, breaking through 200,000 in martial arts level in 2 days should be no problem. Blood Fury Demon Fist. Boom! Kill a 2nd-tier extreme special magical beast, gain 1000 experience points. Congratulations, martial arts physique plus 10 points. Congratulations, martial arts level additionally increased by 12 levels. Congratulations, martial arts level increased to 150,000. Soon, 8 hours passed, and Su Chang's martial arts level had already surpassed 150,000. At this moment, Li Changsong, the first to leave the secret realm, had already appeared outside the secret realm. So refreshing. It's a pity I only had 8 hours. My total martial arts attributes only increased by about 10,000 points. But that's fine. Li Changsong looked somewhat unsatisfied, internally sighing about how comfortable it was to grind in such a secret realm. I wonder how long Su Chang can stay inside. Forget it, even if he stays for an hour, I can't catch up. This person is incomparable. I'll go back and prepare. Once I enter the extraordinary pavilion, I will definitely work hard, at least to be stronger than others. Li Changsong shook his head slightly and then left directly. Damn it! Hurry up faster. Why are there so few special magical beasts? It's been 8 hours, and my total martial arts attributes have only increased by about 10,000 points. Li Chansong should have already gone out. I wonder how much he has gained? Yi Jingxuan's face was somewhat anxious. He also didn't stop for a moment, continuously searching for special magical beasts to kill, but seeing that after 8 hours, his total martial arts attributes had only increased by about 10,000 points, he felt quite unwilling. At this rate, even in half a day, he could only grind for about 14,000 to 15,000 martial arts attributes. Xiao Yuechan can grind for a whole day. I wonder how long that damn Su Chang will grind? Whether thinking of Xiao Yuechan or Su Chang, Yi Jingxuan's expression darkened again. Considering that grinding for 8 hours yielded about 10,000 martial arts attributes, then for a whole day, it would be around 30,000 points, at least half more than himself, which made Yi Jingxian even more displeased. Damn it! If it weren't for those damn Su Changs disrupting my state of mind, this first place would have been mine, Yi Jingxian said resentfully. While searching for special magical beasts to hunt, he cursed Su Chang in his heart 1,000 times. First District, Zhao family. In an incredibly secretive location, 2 figures suddenly appeared. Have you found out anything? One figure asked in a hoarse voice. Yes, that guy was suddenly taken away by the higher-ups of humanity after finishing the second stage of the trial. I estimate he must be hiding there these days. He was suddenly disqualified from the competition, clearly to protect him, but I suspect the Extraordinary Pavilion will definitely invite him. Once he enters the Extraordinary Pavilion, there will be no chance to kill him. However, I guess he will first enter that special secret realm to enhance his strength before entering the Extraordinary Pavilion. So, you only have one chance to strike. Once he comes out of that secret realm and shows himself, you must ensure a one-hit kill. The other figure said slowly, his tone filled with murderous intent and hatred. Alright, keep a close watch. The moment he appears, notify me immediately. I will personally take action to kill him. After the hoarse voice finished speaking, the figure disappeared. Su Chang, this time you must die. You must die. As he watched the figure vanish, a face slowly emerged, revealing Zhao Tianque, the patriarch of the Zhao family. His eyes were blood-red like a mad beast, emitting low growls. Time quickly passed, and more than a day had gone by. Xiao Yuechan and the others had long since left the special secret realm, leaving only Su Chang inside. Almost there. Level 200,000, almost there. Just as Su Chang had anticipated, his martial arts level was about to break through to level 200,000. Boom! Put! With sheer strength, Su Chang could kill any special magical beast with a single punch or kick. About an hour later, kill a second-tier extreme special magical beast, gain 1,000 experience points. Congratulations, your martial arts physique plus 10 points. Congratulations, your martial arts level has additionally increased by 12 levels. Congratulations, your martial arts level has risen to 200,008. Finally, he reached level 200,000, and a smile appeared on Su Chang's face. According to the initial calculation method, with a martial arts level of 200,000, his total martial arts attributes would already be 800,000, but now it was far beyond that. The strength of a martial emperor. Is this the power of a martial emperor? Feeling the surge of his own strength, Su Chang thought excitedly. Not long ago, the strength of a martial emperor was something Su Chang could only look up to. He estimated it would take him at least 3 to 5 years to reach that level. But he never expected that his opportunities would come one after another. First, during the martial arts competition trial, his martial arts level skyrocketed to over 120,000. He thought such opportunities would be rare in the future, but unexpectedly, entering this special secret realm was another huge opportunity. No one would have thought that in just over a year, someone could go from just awakening to directly achieving the strength of a martial emperor. Specifically, Su Chang had only improved so rapidly during this period because, firstly, he had more resources to enhance his talent traits, which led to such terrifying strength increases. Secondly, the competition trial phase provided him with 2 opportunities, allowing him to quickly enhance his strength. Now Su Chang finally understood what it meant to have infinite upgrades. The improvement in strength truly had no limits. As long as he was given enough magical beasts and ferocious beasts to slay, especially the special alien demon races, his martial arts level could increase without bounds. Blood Dragon Fury Fist. Boom! Kill a second-tier advanced special magical beast, gain 1,000 experience points. Congratulations, your martial spirit has increased by 10 points. Congratulations, your martial level has additionally increased by 12 levels. Time was running out, and Su Chang didn't waste a second. Even though his martial level had already surpassed 200,000, that was not the limit. It could still be improved and even faster. Faster. Once I get out, my strength will be unmatched among martial emperor level experts. At that time, I can explore the secret realms or ruins of the martial emperor level and obtain more heavenly materials and treasures. Moreover, I can also slay beasts comparable to martial emperor level creatures, and the experience points will definitely be high. The speed of my martial level's improvement will not slow down, instead, it will only get faster. Su Chang calmly thought. He had previously been mistaken, entering a misunderstanding, thinking that, like other martial artists, it would become increasingly difficult to improve as time went on. In reality, this was not the case for Su Chang. At the beginning, his improvement speed was much faster than that of other martial artists, but compared to his talent, it was still quite slow. Now, with the increase in martial level and a surge in strength, both his martial level and power would only increase faster. Because the experience points required to improve martial level had not changed, it was still 1000 points to level up. So, with fixed experience points but increasingly stronger creatures being slain, the improvement was naturally faster. Now, with the support of two martial talent characteristics, the speed was self-evident, skyrocketing like a rocket. The process of grinding beasts, although tedious, was not boring for Su Chang, as he felt the powerful force surging within him at all times. Similarly, time quickly passed and 2 days had almost gone by. Awesome, with a total martial attribute of 1.1 million, I should be at the strength of a high-level martial emperor, right? Su Chang's face revealed a smile. Now, when he struck, he didn't even need to use martial skills, pure strength was enough to tear apart any special beast within the secret realm. To Su Chang, they were simply too weak. Boom! Congratulations! Your martial spirit has increased by 10 points. Congratulations, your martial level has additionally increased by 12 levels. Congratulations, your martial level has risen to 273,551. After Su Chang slayed this special beast, his figure directly vanished, forcibly teleported out of the secret realm. Time flies so fast. The upper management is a bit stingy, only giving 2 days. It would have been great if they could have given a few more days, Su Chang said with a light laugh. He hadn't known that this special secret realm could bring him so many surprises, otherwise he would have definitely asked Nangon Fong for a few more days to grind special beasts inside. However, since it was already over, it was no longer appropriate to ask. Although he was a prodigy, he couldn't keep breaking the rules. Nangon Fong had made an exception to give double the rewards for the competition, especially since this special secret realm allowed for 2 days of grinding, which was already a significant benefit for Su Chang. Moreover, the extraordinary pavilion was not solely decided by Nangon Fong. If he kept giving benefits, others would inevitably have something to say. Su Chang could still understand these things. If he had a powerful background in family resources to use freely, then others would naturally have nothing to say. But whether it was the extraordinary pavilion or the martial god palace, they were all considered common human forces, and all the resources within were accumulated by countless people, so it was naturally impossible for one person to use them all. Character: Su Chang Martial Arts Realm, Limitless Grand Martial Master Martial Arts Level, 273,551, 516/1000. Martial Arts Power, 362,266. Martial Arts Spirit, 362,018. Martial Arts Physique, 362,551. Martial Arts Agility, 361,996. Martial Arts Talent, Infinite Upgrade, F Grade. Su Chang estimated that his total martial arts attributes had now reached over 1.44 million. A power level that was nearing the realm of the limitless martial emperor. This calculation made Su Chang gasp. The speed of his progress was simply too fast. It's important to note that advancing to the limitless martial sovereign requires a total martial arts attribute of 500,000, while advancing to the junior martial emperor requires 700,000, the intermediate martial emperor requires 900,000, the senior martial emperor requires 1,100,000, and the limitless martial emperor requires a total martial arts attribute of 1,500,000. The further one goes, the more total martial arts attributes are needed for advancement, even for a small realm upgrade. The required attributes increase by hundreds of thousands or even millions. This improvement is entirely thanks to the first talent characteristic. Fortunately, I had increased it several times before, Su Chang thought with a sigh. In this secret realm, the number of special magical beasts he had slain was not many, just a little over 10,000. If it were merely a conventional upgrade, even if slaying a special magical beast grants 1,000 points of martial arts experience, slaying 10,000 beasts would only increase his martial arts level by a little over 10,000. But the important thing is that slaying these special magical beasts can trigger the first talent characteristic 100% of the time, meaning that by slaying over 10,000 special magical beasts, his martial arts level had additionally increased by over 100,000 levels this time. This was more than double the total martial arts level he had before entering the secret realm. As for the total martial arts attributes, that had increased even more due to the second talent characteristic, which provided a significant boost. After exiting the secret realm, Su Chang did not linger and left directly. He needed to prepare and then report to the martial god palace. He planned to research what good secret realms could be farmed within the martial god palace, as he was short on money again. Not to mention martial skills, just the upgrades for the two talent characteristics would require a substantial amount of money. The exact figure Su Chang did not know, but he figured that as long as he kept making money, he could continue to upgrade. Now that I have the identity of a member of the extraordinary pavilion, I should be able to access more information. I can find out in advance what good items can be found in which secret realms. With the current Consumption, the treasures I'll likely seek in the future will probably be worth over 10 billion. On the way, Su Cheng walked, while planning his future endeavors in his mind. At this moment he was unaware that Patriarch Su Cheng has appeared. He is on road 96 in the urban area, and there are no other strong individuals around him. A martial artist with only the strength of a limitless Grand Martial Master watched Su Cheng's departing figure and immediately contacted someone. Very good. On the Zhao family's side, Zhao Tianque revealed a cold smile upon receiving the news. He did not hesitate and immediately contacted another party. Su Cheng, your time of death has come, huh? Knowing that the other party had already taken action, Zhao Tianque couldn't help but laugh out loud. For ferocious beasts, the flesh and blood of human martial artists are exceptionally delicious, especially those of stronger human martial artists, as they can quickly grow stronger by devouring them. The blood and flesh of powerful martial artists contain immense energy. Compared to magical beasts, the number of ferocious beasts is much smaller. While they may seem similar, there are still some differences. Magical beasts are more bloodthirsty and frenzied, and the most significant difference is that no matter how powerful a magical beast is, it can only maintain its original form. However, the fierce beasts can transform. They can take on any form, including that of human warriors, which is naturally not a problem. Of course, it's not to say that once a fierce beast transforms into a human warrior, it can freely enter human cities. If that were the case, fierce beasts would have long been exterminated. Although they can disguise themselves as human warriors, their aura is still very difficult to conceal. Unless they possess special abilities to hide it, it is not absolute. Once discovered by a human expert, they cannot escape. However, among the 9 major human cities today, there are quite a number of fierce beasts hiding among human warriors, and they conceal themselves very deeply. For many years, they have even been able to simulate the aura of human warriors, making it impossible for ordinary warriors to detect them. Each of the 9 major human cities is immensely vast, and human experts cannot possibly search for these disguised fierce beasts at all times. At this moment, a middle-aged man was slowly walking towards Sioux City, a warm smile appearing on his face. Some familiar warriors, upon seeing this man, respectfully called out, "Lord Pei Lang." This is because Pei Lang is a martial emperor-level expert and also an extreme martial emperor. He has made significant contributions to humanity, and it is said that he has personally slain over 3 million magical beasts, not to mention a considerable number of alien demon races. Furthermore, Pei Lang hails from the Martial Emperor Academy, and his reputation is quite notable. Every warrior who respectfully saluted him received a slight nod and smile from Pei Lang, making them feel as if they were basking in a spring breeze. Every warrior who encountered him couldn't help but marvel at Lord Pei Lang, a martial emperor-level expert, being so amiable and without any airs. Pei Lang looked towards Sioux City not far ahead, and a flicker of dark light flashed in his eyes, barely perceptible. The identity of a human warrior cannot be preserved this time. Such a life is truly hard to give up. What a pity! But if I can devour this human prodigy, it will all be worth it. If I can replicate his talent and abilities, that would be even better, Pei Lang thought to himself. At this moment, the distance between Pei Lang and Sioux City was getting closer. Sioux City, on the surface, seemed distracted, but in reality, he was indeed thinking about other matters. However, he hadn't forgotten that many people still wanted to kill him, so while he was lost in thought, he naturally divided a bit of his attention to remain alert to his surroundings. Even though his true strength was nearing the level of an extreme martial emperor, he still didn't dare to be arrogant, thinking he was truly invincible. As he watched Sioux City draw nearer, Pei Lang's smile grew wider. In his view, Sioux City must possess the strength of a martial venerable to have passed the 20th level of the trial tower, but at most, he was just a mid-level martial venerable. A mid-level martial venerable would have no power to fight back against his extreme martial emperor strength. He could even swallow Sioux City in one breath and tear through the void to escape. 50 meters, 30 meters, 10 meters. As the distance shrank to less than 10 meters, Pei Lang could no longer hold back and reached out to grab Sioux City. Although there were still 7 or 8 meters between them, Pei Lang's arm was naturally not that long, yet under his grasp, the 7 or 8 meters seemed to vanish. Sioux City, lost in thought, suddenly became alert, sensing an arm reaching towards him, although there was no fluctuation in aura. Although he appeared to be just an extreme great martial master on the surface, his true strength was nearly that of an extreme martial emperor, so his alertness was naturally high. What the hell is this? Boom! Sioux City frowned slightly and punched towards the outstretched arm, and with that slight punch, the area within 1,000 meters was flattened. Fortunately, there were no martial artists here, and there weren't many buildings around, otherwise, it would have caused quite a few martial artists to die. What? Pei Lang was momentarily stunned, disbelief etched on his face. With his peak martial emperor strength, how could a martial sovereign level warrior possibly escape from his grasp? Moreover, the opponent had even countered his attack. What the hell? What's going on? Someone actually dared to make a move in the city? Ha! Isn't that Lord Pei Lang? And the other one, Su Chang? Wasn't it said that he had been hidden away and wouldn't show up again? How did he come out? What's happening? Su Chang attacked Lord Pei Lang? How is that possible? Lord Pei Lang is a peak martial emperor. Could there be some enmity between them? Impossible. Lord Pei Lang has always been very amiable. How could he have made an enemy? Then what's going on? Why did Su Chang suddenly attack Lord Pei Lang? After all, it was the action of a martial emperor level powerhouse. Even if Su Chang only made a slight move, the commotion was naturally not small, immediately attracting the attention of many martial artists. As for the identities of Pei Lang and Su Chang, they would certainly be recognized at the first moment. At this moment, Pei Lang's expression was fluctuating. He couldn't believe that Su Chang could sense his attack and even react to counter it. Damn it! It must be a coincidence. I can't wait any longer. Once I make a move, the patrol army will arrive quickly and it will be troublesome to investigate, even risking exposure. Go all out. Capture Su Chang and escape immediately. Although Pei Lang found it hard to believe that he had made a mistake, he thought it was just a coincidence. Since he had already chosen to act, he was no longer prepared to hide. Swallowing Su Chang, this monster, would not only greatly enhance his strength but also give him a chance to obtain the opponent's talent abilities. It would all be worth it. Howl. With this thought, Pei Lang no longer hesitated and let out a howl, like a wolf's cry. As he howled, Pei Lang, who had the appearance of a human, transformed at a visible speed from his head to his body and then to his feet, directly becoming a giant black wolf over 10 feet tall. After transforming into the giant black wolf, his aura erupted completely. A whoa! Pei Lang let out another earth-shattering howl, excitement and bloodlust flashing in his eyes as he looked down at Su Chang, opening his massive mouth to inhale. The speed of it all was simply too fast. Su Chang, sensing the danger, reacted just in time, looking at Pei Lang, who had suddenly attacked him, still puzzled. But the opponent had unexpectedly transformed into a giant black wolf. For a moment, Su Chang was caught off guard, staring in shock at the giant black wolf that Pei Lang had become. The martial artists who noticed the situation also witnessed the transformation process of Pei Lang, all of them with mouths agape in horror. They couldn't imagine how a powerful human like Lord Pei Lang could suddenly turn into a gigantic black wolf that was a ferocious beast. Ah, how is this possible? Lord Pei Lang is a ferocious beast? One martial artist exclaimed in shock, disbelief written all over his face. The other martial artists shared the same expression. They found it hard to believe that Pei Lang was actually a transformed ferocious beast, as he was always very amiable towards any martial artist. Even when facing a weaker martial artist, Pei Lang would never use his power to intimidate. Although Pei Lang was not particularly famous among martial emperor level powerhouses, he was definitely one of the kindest. Especially in the Martial Emperor Academy, Pei Lang was an idol for countless martial artists, many of whom regarded him as their goal in cultivation. Because of this, when many martial artists watched Pei Lang reveal his true form and turn into a giant ferocious beast, the shock to their hearts was incredibly intense. Logically speaking, if a ferocious beast were to hide in a human city, it would definitely try to keep a low profile and avoid drawing too much attention. But clearly, Pei Lang's approach was exactly the opposite, as it drew even less attention. No one had ever doubted his true identity. He had been renowned for over 200 years in the human city. How could this be? How is it possible? Lord Pei Lang can't be a beast. It's impossible. I don't believe it. Why is this happening? How could he be a beast? Oh my. Lord Pei Lang is a beast, and now he's targeting Su Chang. He wants to kill Su Chang and devour him. A few martial artists felt their beliefs crumble, as their goal had always been to become a powerful figure like Pei Lang. But now, Pei Lang had transformed into a beast right before their eyes, making it hard for them to accept. Roar! Pei Lang, having reverted to his true form, looked down at Su Chang with his large, bell-like eyes, excitement gleaming within them. He hadn't used this state in over 200 years. Su Chang, to devour you, I had to abandon this identity. You should be proud. Now is your time to die. Your fortune, your everything, will belong to me. Pei Lang opened his mouth wide and spoke in human language. He did not hesitate, knowing that other human warriors would soon arrive, especially since his target was Su Chang, this prodigy among humans. The human warriors would undoubtedly stop at nothing to kill him, so he had to act quickly. Suck! Pei Lang suddenly opened his mouth and inhaled. The terrifying suction was enough to draw everything within 1,000 miles into his belly, especially since he was primarily targeting Su Chang. If Su Chang only had the strength of a martial sovereign, he would have no chance to resist, and would be swallowed whole. But unfortunately, Pei Lang's attack was 2 days late. Had it been 2 days earlier, Su Chang would have been left with no choice but to wait for death. Stunned for a moment, Su Chang finally reacted. Facing this terrifying suction, he felt a chill in his heart but couldn't help but sneer. As soon as Pei Lang made his move, he sensed the opponent's approximate strength. Although it was at the peak martial emperor level, the overall martial attributes were only about 100,000 points higher than his. Did he really think he could swallow Su Chang in one bite? Clearly, that was impossible. Ah, help! Save me! No, I don't want to die. Why? Damn beast. At that moment, other nearby martial artists also faced the same fate. With Pei Lang's suction, many were drawn into his mouth and instantly turned into blood within his belly, seeking death. Su Cheng snorted coldly, his eyes flashing with killing intent. He was not angry because Pei Lang had swallowed other martial artists, but because the other party wanted to kill him, and he certainly wouldn't sit idly by. Blood Dragon Fury Fist. Boom! Facing the enormous wolf head looming over him, Su Cheng threw a punch, unleashing a powerful force combined with his martial technique, a blood dragon. Roaring upward. Boom! The blood dragon collided with Pei Lang's massive body, sending it flying several dozen feet into the air. Poof! Before Pei Lang's enormous body could hit the ground, he couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. His bell-like eyes now showed disbelief, completely devoid of the excitement and thrill from before. In fact, from the moment Su Cheng unleashed his counterattack, the momentum that erupted had already shocked Pei Lang. Martial Emperor. The might of a martial emperor. How could this be? Impossible. As Pei Lang flew backward, he roared in his heart, finding it hard to believe that this was a newly awakened martial artist who had only been training for a little over a year. The strength and potential displayed in the martial arts championship had already shaken the 9 major human cities, including all the alien races, demon tribes, and ferocious beasts. As a ferocious beast that has lived in human cities for over 200 years, Pei Lang has a deep understanding of human history. Since humanity entered the era of universal martial arts, countless extraordinary talents have emerged, but those who can reach the level of intermediate martial king within a year are truly rare. Achieving the status of advanced martial artist or even extreme martial king would place one among the strongest geniuses in human history. However, Su Cheng's displayed strength is no longer that of a martial king, but rather a martial emperor, and it may even have reached the level of martial sovereign. Such a rate of advancement is terrifying beyond description. Pei Lang's ferocious beast clan, the Howling Moon Sky Wolf clan, has never encountered such a prodigy in any world according to its inherited memories. Boom! Another massive roar echoed as Pei Lang's enormous body crashed down several dozen kilometers away, collapsing numerous buildings in the process. What's happening? My God! What a huge ferocious beast! Where did it come from? Ah! Run! It's a ferocious beast at the extreme martial emperor level. Why does it look like it fell from the sky? It's terrifying. A 7th-tier extreme ferocious beast could kill so many people in one gulp. Where are the human martial emperors? In the area where Pei Lang landed, countless martial artists were filled with terror, fleeing in all directions. The appearance of a beast comparable to an extreme martial emperor must be dealt with immediately, otherwise, it would cause unimaginable destruction in the human city. Meanwhile, dozens of kilometers away, other martial artists surrounding Su Cheng stared wide-eyed, their expressions blank as they watched him. The transformation of Pei Lang, this human martial emperor-level powerhouse, into a ferocious beast was shocking enough. But when such a 7th-tier extreme beast attempted to swallow Su Cheng, it was sent flying several dozen kilometers away by a single punch from him. What is going on? These martial artists felt their minds short-circuiting, unable to comprehend how Su Cheng accomplished this. How could he send a beast with strength comparable to an extreme martial emperor flying so far with just one punch and even injure it to the point of spitting blood? What kind of strength does it take to achieve this? Other human powerhouses could certainly do it, but the problem is that it was only Su Cheng who acted. Su Cheng is indeed a prodigy among human martial artists. However, according to rumors, isn't his strength only at the level of a beginner martial sovereign? If any other human powerhouse had sent Pei Lang flying with a punch, the other martial artists wouldn't be so surprised, as it would be expected. A 7th-tier extreme ferocious beast is indeed powerful and not common, but human powerhouses are not incapable of dealing with them. The issue is that only Su Cheng has acted. He is a peerless prodigy among humans, and everyone knows this now. Not just human martial artists, but even the alien races, demonic tribes, and ferocious beasts are familiar with the name Su Cheng. Everyone knows that Su Cheng, as a newly emerged martial artist, possesses incredible strength, surpassing any previous generation of extraordinary geniuses. But he is still far from the strength of a martial emperor. Many have analyzed that Su Cheng, having cleared the trial tower's 20th level, has a strength equivalent to a beginner martial sovereign, at most approaching intermediate martial sovereign. The total martial attribute of an intermediate martial sovereign is 400,000 points, while that of an extreme martial emperor is 1,500,000 points. The gap in total martial attributes alone is a staggering 1,100,000, not to mention that the difference in strength is not limited to just that. The overall strength disparity is at least tenfold. According to analyses, even at his current speed, it would take Su Cheng several years, possibly even 10 years, to reach the martial emperor level. But such a speed is already terrifying, as other SSS-level talented prodigies take decades to reach the martial emperor level. No wonder it's a ferocious beast. Its physical body is indeed powerful. With a single punch, Su Cheng sent Pei Lang flying, causing him to spit blood, which left Su Cheng slightly surprised. This punch was somewhat hasty, but it was still a display of Martial skills, even if it was just an S-rank technique, its power was already formidable. This was not only Su Cheng's first encounter with a ferocious beast but also the first time he faced a powerful being at the peak martial emperor level. However, Su Cheng knew that while he had acted in haste, Pei Lang's injury was due to carelessness and he had not sustained severe damage. After all, aside from himself, no one knew the extent of Su Cheng's strength. Pei Lang could easily devour Su Cheng, so he naturally had no defenses up. His vigilance was more focused on the surroundings, in case other human powerhouses appeared. This is impossible. Roar! Dozens of kilometers away, Pei Lang lay on the ground, his eyes shifting from shock and fear to disbelief and unwillingness. He had exposed his identity as a ferocious beast with the sole purpose of killing and devouring Su Cheng. It was important to note that this human identity had granted him numerous benefits, allowing him to continue hiding and create a perfect persona, even potentially entering the true upper echelons of humanity in the future. But to kill and devour Su Cheng, he had to give up all those advantages. Yet, now, he could not accept this outcome. His identity as a ferocious beast was exposed, but Su Cheng had not been killed or devoured. He found it even harder to believe and accept that a human martial artist who had only awakened for a little over a year had already reached the martial emperor level. And not just any martial emperor, but one capable of sending a ferocious beast with strength comparable to the peak martial emperor flying dozens of kilometers and injuring it. Pei Lang simply could not accept that this was real. The speed of Su Cheng's growth was something he had never encountered in his inherited memories, filling him with immense terror. A terrifying prodigy like this had emerged among humans. If he were to grow for a few more years, what kind of horrifying strength would he achieve? Just thinking about it made Pei Lang feel a shiver run through his body. Too terrifying. Truly too terrifying. Such a human must die, and he must die at Pei Lang's hands. He must devour him and obtain the martial talent abilities he possessed. Though his heart was filled with fear, Pei Lang was even more consumed by madness and greed. Su Cheng, you shall die. You shall die. I will tear you apart. Devour you piece by piece. Everything you have is mine. Roar! Roar! Pei Lang stood up again, throwing his head back and letting out a thunderous roar. His originally sharp eyes had completely turned blood red, glaring fiercely at Su Cheng, who was dozens of kilometers away. Boom! With a stomp of his foot, Pei Lang's towering figure shot into the sky, and in the blink of an eye, he was once again in front of Su Cheng. Shadow. Demon Claw. Pei Lang unleashed a powerful martial technique at Su Cheng. As a ferocious beast with an inheritance, he naturally lacked for martial skills. Ha ha, come at me. Facing Pei Lang's renewed attack, Su Cheng laughed heartily. He did not want to immediately kill this ferocious beast, especially one with peak 7th tier strength. He wanted to see clearly what the gap between them was. Or rather, he wanted to feel his own martial emperor level strength in battle with Pei Lang, allowing him to better understand his own power and that of other martial emperor level powerhouses. Blood Dragon Fury Fist. Boom! The collision of the two forces caused a shockwave that reverberated for thousands of kilometers. Fortunately, Pei Lang was attacking from the void, so the clash of powers occurred in midair. Otherwise, all the buildings within 1,000 kilometers would have been destroyed, resulting in countless martial artists' deaths. However, it was also fortunate that the area of human cities was vast. Otherwise, how could a single city accommodate tens of billions, even over 100 billion martial artists? It can be said that the area of a city district now is much larger than the entire area of Blue Star from 10,000 years ago. Yet, despite this, the resulting powers still caused the deaths of many martial artists, but neither Pei Lang nor Su Cheng paid any attention to it. After a few breaths, Su Cheng and Pei Lang had exchanged hundreds of moves. No matter how powerful Pei Lang's martial techniques were, Su Cheng's response was always the same, just one punch. My god, is there a martial emperor level expert fighting in the city? The commotion is so huge. Who exactly is it? This aura, how could a ferocious beast enter the city? What the hell? A ferocious beast at the 7th rank, that's comparable to a martial emperor level existence. Who is the other martial emperor level expert? The aura is very unfamiliar. That person who made a move, isn't it Su Cheng? But how could this be? Which Su Cheng? I haven't heard of this. Among the martial emperor level experts, it's that new martial artist, that monstrous genius, the one who made a stunning debut in the martial arts competition trial. How is that possible? It can't be that Su Cheng. His strength is indeed formidable, but how could he possibly fight against a martial emperor level ferocious beast? Absolutely impossible. The clash of martial emperor level experts naturally wouldn't be small, especially under Pei Lang's full force. The commotion was even greater, shocking other martial artists thousands of miles away. Those martial artists who were about 100 kilometers away could already see clearly what identities the two combatants had. Currently, Pei Lang was in a ferocious beast state, so the other martial artists naturally didn't recognize him, but many recognized Su Cheng's appearance. However, precisely because they recognized him, it made these martial artists even more incredulous. Good. Refreshing. Come again. Don't dodge. Ha ha. Su Cheng looked at Pei Lang, who was standing in the void, and couldn't help but let out a hearty laugh. But Pei Lang was already filled with dread. It had to rely on its ability to stand in the void to evade Su Chang's counterattacks. Damn it! Damn it! Pei Lang glared fiercely at Su Chang, feeling like it wanted to spit blood, but it couldn't do anything to Su Chang. It realized that although Su Chang's strength was formidable, he seemed unable to stand in the void. So did that mean the opponent only possessed pure martial emperor level power? I can't wait any longer. Pei Lang became extremely anxious. From the moment it first attacked until now, more than 10 breaths had passed, and human experts would definitely appear soon. If it didn't eliminate Su Chang or leave immediately, it wouldn't be able to escape. Su Chang naturally saw Pei Lang's anxiety and thoughts. Pei Lang still believed that after fighting for over 100 rounds, their strengths should be evenly matched. Of course, Pei Lang still had trump cards that it hadn't used. If it could easily devour Su Chang, there would be no need to use them. But now that it couldn't take down Su Chang, it was even more reluctant to use them because it needed to keep them for escape. If it consumed too much, it wouldn't be able to escape under the pursuit of human experts. Now, its mind raced, contemplating whether to use its trump card to kill and devour Su Chang in one go. It just couldn't imagine that after fighting with Su Chang for over 100 rounds, their strengths were not evenly matched. Rather, Su Chang was trying to familiarize himself with martial emperor level strength and the situation of fighting against martial emperor level experts. Previously, in that special secret realm, the special beasts inside were too weak to test anything. Now that he had finally encountered a ferocious beast comparable to a peak martial emperor, Su Chang naturally wouldn't miss the chance to try and familiarize himself with such powerful strength. Seeing Pei Lang's anxiety, Su Chang knew that the other party must have had thoughts of retreating, so he naturally wouldn't hold back, nor would he wait for other human experts to arrive and kill Pei Lang. Killing a ferocious beast at the peak of the 7th rank would surely elevate his martial arts level by dozens of ranks, right? Thinking of this, Su Chang no longer held back. What? Want to run? Su Chang slightly raised his head, looking at Pei Lang in the sky, and said calmly, "Looking down on me from above, does it give you a feeling of looking down on an ant? After battling with me for hundreds of rounds, do you think I can't stand in the void?" As he continued speaking, Su Chang chuckled lightly, a hint of mockery appearing on his face. Then, he moved his feet and slowly walked towards Pei Lang in the sky. At this moment, it was as if Su Chang was stepping on stairs, gradually rising higher. How is this possible? Your realm is only that of a peak grand martial master, how could you achieve this? Seeing this, Pei Lang's eyes widened in anger again, a look of horror evident in its gaze. It had originally thought that Su Chang possessed strength equal to its own purely because his martial arts power had reached the same level as it. As for other martial attributes, they surely wouldn't be too high, and might not even reach the martial emperor level, because it was hard to believe that a newly awakened martial artist, who had only been in the game for a year, could grow so quickly, at such a terrifying speed. It speculated that one possibility was that Su Chang must have focused on enhancing his martial power attribute, allowing it to rise dramatically, while other martial attributes might not be high. If it were another martial artist, it would naturally not believe this, but in front of it was Su Chang, who had too many secrets. His talent level was very low and weak, but his innate abilities were undoubtedly very powerful. Some rules among human martial artists seem to have no bearing on Su Chang, as could be seen from his previously displayed strength and apparent realm. Moreover, after battling with Su Chang for hundreds of rounds, he had not fought in the void like a martial emperor level expert. So in Pei Lang's view, Su Chang's other martial attributes surely hadn't reached the martial emperor level, otherwise he wouldn't only be fighting it on the ground. But now, Su Chang suddenly walked in the void, shattering Pei Lang's illusions and crushing its remaining confidence that it could kill and devour Su Chang. After walking about 10 steps in the void, with each step he took, his figure flickered and rose another 10 meters. In the blink of an eye, Su Chang's figure was already standing hundreds of meters high, at the same level as Pei Lang. Although Pei Lang's body was over 10 zhang tall, at this moment, Su Chang was looking straight at it. Run! Escape immediately! Looking at Su Chang before him, Pei Lang had just been contemplating whether to use its trump card, but now seeing Su Chang able to stand in the void, it completely lost that thought. Now, there was only one idea in its mind: to escape. Just a moment ago, it had been evenly matched with Su Chang by taking advantage of its position, but now that Su Chang could also fight in the void, what advantage did it have left? This is the hallmark of martial emperor level strength: walking in the void, fighting in the void. Standing hundreds of meters above the void, Su Chang looked down at everything below, taking in the expressions of countless martial artists. At this moment, a feeling arose in Su Chang's heart, as if looking down at the martial artists below was akin to gazing down at countless ants, a thrill of disdain for the masses. He finally understood why the martial emperor level experts he had seen before liked to stand in the void. It turned out to be such a feeling. As Su Chang stood in the void, more martial artists finally saw who was battling this 7th tier ultimate beast. Su Chang? This is impossible. How could it be him? My god, what am I seeing? How could Su Chang be a martial emperor level expert? He just awakened a year ago. Why is this happening? The strength he displayed before was already terrifying enough. Now he has directly become a martial emperor level expert? That's right. Walking in the void, standing in the void, the hallmark of a martial emperor level expert. He really is a martial emperor level expert. Oh my god. Is this even human? How did he manage to cultivate so quickly in just 1 year? I've been cultivating for a year and have already reached the limit of a martial artist, I thought. That was pretty fast. Yet he, in just 1 year, has managed to reach the level of a martial emperor? This is simply outrageous. Even if an old monster were to reincarnate, it wouldn't be possible to cultivate this fast, right? Damn it. I seriously suspect that this Su Chang is not a new martial artist at all, but rather a young form of an old monster. Woo-woo, this is so discouraging. How are others supposed to cultivate after this? Once again, countless martial artists looked at Su Chang, all with expressions of shock. It has only been a few days since the martial arts competition ended, yet the name Su Chang remains hot in discussions. Just a few days ago, someone analyzed Su Chang's strength, estimating it to be between a beginner martial venerable and a mid-level martial venerable, gaining recognition from many martial artists. This alone is enough to leave any martial artist, even human powerhouses, in awe. Such a cultivation speed is terrifying to the point of madness. Yet in the blink of an eye, Su Chang has transformed into a martial emperor level powerhouse capable of battling against a beast of the 7th tier limit. Anyone witnessing this would find it hard to accept. While they felt this way, Su Chang naturally wouldn't dwell on it. He had to deal with this 7th tier limit beast first and not let it escape. Ha ha, want to run? Don't you think it's too late? The practice time is over, now, you can go die. A playful smile appeared on Su Chang's face. Just as he said this, only 20 to 30 seconds had passed since Pei Lang attacked Su Chang. Although they had exchanged blows over 100 times for a martial emperor level confrontation, exchanging blows a dozen times in a breath was considered slow. If it were just a regular fight between martial artists, like those at the Great Martial Master or Martial King level, the patrol army in the city would have arrived quickly, likely within 10 seconds, as there are patrols in every area of the city. However, this was a 7th tier limit beast attacking, comparable to a peak martial emperor's strength. Even if the patrol army discovered it immediately, they wouldn't have the strength to stop it. Thus, the patrol army needed to notify a stronger commander right away. This would naturally delay some time. Over the years, the number of martial emperor level powerhouses among human martial artists has indeed increased, but they cannot be distributed across every area of the 9 major districts. Each martial emperor can only oversee a large area. Moreover, not all martial emperor level powerhouses become commanders of the patrol army. Most come from various families and factions. With such a distribution, the number of martial emperor level commanders is naturally even fewer. Another reason is that human martial artists at the martial emperor level are even more cautious about fighting in the city, as even at their level, they cannot recklessly violate established rules. If they were to attack without reason, even a martial emperor could face severe consequences, leading to a dead end. This is true for human martial artists, let alone for the alien demon races and ferocious beasts who have been hunted by human powerhouses for years. After finally reaching 7th tier strength, how could they recklessly enter a human city to fight? Wouldn't that be akin to seeking their own demise? Just as Pei Lang was about to tear through the void to escape, Su Chang was about to strike again, ready to kill Pei Lang in one blow. Boom! Rumble! At this moment, 2 terrifying auras erupted simultaneously. Other martial artists initially thought it was a powerful human arriving, but the next moment, their expressions turned even uglier and more terrified. Because these 2 auras were not human, they were from ferocious beasts. The same ferocious beast aura emanated from the 2 figures as from Pei Lang, and their strength was equally formidable, reaching the 7th tier limit. Pei Lang's expression changed drastically as it sensed these 2 auras. It thought human experts had arrived. Just as it quickened its pace to escape, it suddenly halted, surprised, because it realized that the 2 incoming auras were not human. Specifically, one was the aura of a ferocious beast, while the other belonged to the demon race. Pei Lang, you really are useless. You can't even handle such a small creature and are scared enough to run away? A cold voice echoed, buzzing ominously. The speaker's presence was not visible until the voice faded, revealing an incredibly burly man. His form was similar to that of a human, but he was much larger, possessing 3 upright eyes and skin of a dark blue hue. He was bald, but from his head, 2 antennae extended outwards. His hands had only 3 fingers, each over 50 centimeters long, resembling sharp blades that glinted with a chilling light. 3-eyed demon Yejia? Duo Luo? Pei Lang exclaimed in shock upon seeing the towering demon. He. Pei Lang, why are you in such a hurry to run? Another voice chimed in, this time a woman's, filled with endless allure, as if one could fall into an inescapable illusion just by hearing it. 6-tailed fox demon, Hu Shao. Pei Lang stared in astonishment. The woman, who appeared extremely enchanting and seductive, had not changed her form, but Pei Lang could tell at a glance that she was a multi-tailed fox demon. What do you mean? Pei Lang asked coldly. You three are too late to act, the human experts will arrive soon. I'll be leaving first. Although Pei Lang was surprised by the arrival of the three-eyed demon Yejia and the six-tailed fox, it still did not want to linger, having guessed their intentions. Pei Lang, is your Howling Moon Sky Wolf clan so afraid of death? Aren't you worried about losing face for your ancestors? If the three of us act together, we can take down Sioux City and leave immediately. Once we reach a safe place, we can plan our next move. You know time is of the essence, we must act now. The three-eyed demon Yejia man scoffed. He. Little brother, come with. Sister, I will serve you well and make you feel pleasures like never before. The six-tailed fox demon turned her gaze to Sioux City, her voice dripping with seduction. If one looked closely, they would notice that waves of water rippled in the eyes of the six-tailed fox demon. 3 beings at the 7th tier limit, 2 ferocious beasts, and 1 demon. This sudden change left Sioux City momentarily stunned. Upon hearing the six-tailed fox demon's words, he finally reacted, but he remained unmoved by the allure she projected. His martial arts attributes were quite balanced. Had his spiritual attribute been weaker, he might have fallen victim to her charm. Is that so? However, just seeing the 3 of you appear is enough to excite me. A smile appeared on Sioux City's face, his eyes betraying unmasked fervor. Such enthusiasm was evident to any discerning observer, shining like the light of a rare treasure. Sioux City's words and demeanor left Pei Lang, the three-eyed demon Yejia, and the six-tailed fox demon all stunned. What did this mean? They acknowledged that Sioux City was strong and that his cultivation speed was terrifyingly fast. But they did not believe that, no matter how strong he was, he could withstand their combined efforts and escape. Kid, don't be arrogant. Don't think that just because you cultivate quickly, you can look down on everything. The three-eyed demon Yejia shouted angrily, feeling disrespected. Let's attack together. I agree to work together. Stop the nonsense, or we won't make it in time. At this moment, Pei Lang let out a roar, urging them on. It was unwilling to leave just like that. After considering the suggestion from the three-eyed demon Yejia, it quickly decided to team up with the other party and the six-tailed fox to capture Su Cheng first. Let's move. The six-tailed fox, Hu Xiao, saw that her charm technique was ineffective against Su Cheng, and she knew there was no time to waste. Ha ha, this is great. Today, none of you will leave here alive. Stay right here. Facing the combined forces of Pei Lang and the others, Su Cheng burst into laughter, his excitement reaching its peak. The earlier encounter with Pei Lang had not satisfied him, but now it was finally as he wished. It could be said that deep down, Su Cheng was a fervent warrior. Otherwise, how could he have raised his strength to the martial emperor level in just 1 year? If not for his frenzied killings? For overwhelming auras erupted, shocking countless martial artists below to the core. 2 7th-tier ultimate ferocious beasts, 1 7th-tier ultimate demon. How dare they? How dare they act in our human city? My god, Su Cheng is in trouble this time. With 3 7th-tier ultimate ferocious beasts and demons, Su Cheng absolutely cannot escape. These beasts, to kill our human genius, they are willing to send out 3 beings comparable to ultimate martial emperors. Su Cheng's appearance has already made these ferocious beasts and demons feel a tremendous threat. They absolutely cannot allow such a monstrous genius to exist among us humans. Damn it, I can still see a few other strong ones usually. Why aren't they showing up now? It's useless. Even if there are martial emperor level experts in other families, they will choose to stand by and watch, even hoping for Su Cheng's death. Where are the strong ones? Where is the commander of the Imperial Guard? Where have they all gone? If they don't come soon, Su Cheng will die. Ha ha, he's dead. That bastard is finally going to die. Hurry up and kill him. I can't wait to see him perish at the hands of the ferocious beasts. Jealousy is undoubtedly one of the most terrifying things even a person you've never met might wish for your death. There are too many human martial artists, and among them, those who are jealous and resentful of Su Cheng are not few. When Pei Lang attacked earlier, many martial artists became excited, thinking Su Cheng would soon be killed and devoured, but the outcome left them immensely disappointed. Especially seeing Su Cheng's displayed strength, even the 7th-tier ultimate ferocious beasts could do nothing against him, which made many martial artists even more envious. Now, seeing another ferocious beast and a demon appear, with 3 7th-tier ultimate ferocious beasts and demons joining forces, they couldn't believe he wouldn't die this time. Great! It would be best if more 7th-tier ultimate ferocious beasts came. They must kill Su Cheng. Humph. If Su Cheng dies, my small family will celebrate for 3 days. He's not a genius from my family. It's impossible for me to intervene. Dying would be best. Su Cheng, you can't escape. With such a cultivation speed, you are definitely on the ferocious beasts and demons kill list. They will never let you continue to grow. Even if you don't die this time, you will never have peace. Die, kill and devour him. Many martial artists stared intently at the hundreds of meters high sky, praying in their hearts. Some family forces, with martial emperor level experts in their ranks, were also paying attention. Even though they could intervene to help Su Cheng, they chose not to act. After all, whether Su Cheng lived or died would not bring them any gain or loss. At this moment, the 3 7th-tier ultimate beings of Pei Lang formed a triangular encirclement, shrouding Su Cheng within, seemingly to prevent his escape. But they were mistaken. Su Chang not only wouldn't flee but would instead charge directly forward. Zing! The SS-grade battle knife was drawn from his spatial storage, powerful martial energy infused within, causing the blade to emit a chilling radiance. It could be said that this SS-grade battle knife could only unleash its formidable might in Su Chang's hands at this moment. Ha ha, the first strike will be against you, wolf. Su Chang laughed heartily. Without employing any martial techniques, he simply swung down at Pei Lang with a single slash. Rip! A blade of light stretching over 1,000 meters, its terrifying edge slicing through the void like cutting cloth, emitted a sizzling sound. Damn it! Faced with such a terrifying strike, Pei Lang dared not resist head-on, his expression turning grim once more. Pei Lang, you hold him off, and we'll capture him together. The six-tailed fox urged in a low voice. You better hurry up, or I won't be helping you catch him, Pei Lang replied, his face darkening further. But he knew this wasn't the time to argue, he had to endure to capture Su Chang. Humph, you think you're worthy? Su Chang sneered upon hearing this. The second strike. He swung down at the three-eyed Moyi clan with the same deadly intent, forcing even the physically powerful demon race to evade its edge. That knife in his hand must have been obtained from the Unicorn Demon Clan, right? It's too powerful, damn it. Back in the day, my Moyi clan's ancestors also tried to seize this battle knife from the Unicorn Demon Clan but couldn't find it. The three-eyed Moyi, Duo Luo, couldn't help but gasp. Initially, it thought Pei Lang was weak and would be forced to flee from Su Chang, but now, facing Su Chang directly, it finally realized how overwhelmingly powerful he was. Especially now, with Su Chang wielding this battle knife, his murderous intent was even more terrifying. Little brother, sister is here, so don't hit her, okay? Hee. Hu Shao approached Su Chang, her voice alluring, but her attack was anything but weak. As she unleashed her powerful martial techniques, countless peach blossoms filled the air, continuously releasing pink gas. Humph. Blood. Dragon Fury Demon Fist. Boom. Su Chang snorted coldly, facing the six-tailed fox attacking from behind. He retaliated with a punch, shattering all the surrounding peach blossoms. Woo-woo, little brother really doesn't understand romance. Sister is here to help you unleash your pleasure. In response to this punch, Hu Zhao's expression changed as she giggled, her figure constantly dodging and retreating. Damn it! Are you two even capable? Pei Lang grew anxious upon seeing this. He had already wasted some time earlier, and now he was wasting even more. He was genuinely afraid that a large group of human powerhouses would arrive soon, and then he wouldn't be able to escape. Boom! Boom! At that moment, two more presences appeared, tearing through the void. They were no longer fierce beasts but human martial artists, two extreme martial emperors. What's going on? Wasn't it said there was only one 7th-tier extreme fierce beast? Why are there three? The two leaders of the patrol army appeared, and upon seeing Pei Lang, the three-eyed Moyi clan, and the six-tailed fox, their expressions changed. Forget it, just hold them off. Let Su Chang escape first, one of the patrol army leaders commanded coldly. Bastards! I told you to hurry up, and now that human powerhouses have arrived, we won't be able to catch him at all. Pei Lang's face turned extremely ugly upon seeing the two patrol army leaders arrive, and his desire to retreat resurfaced. The three-eyed Moyi clan and the six-tailed fox also looked grim. They hadn't expected the human powerhouses to arrive so quickly, nor had they anticipated that Su Chang's strength was far more terrifying than they had imagined. Just as the two patrol army leaders were about to make their move, you two don't need to act, just keep an eye on those three and don't let them escape. I'll take care of them, Su Chang coldly said. What? Whether it was Pei Lang and the others, or the two patrol army commanders, they all found it hard to believe. They all had the same level of strength. Even if there were differences, they wouldn't be too significant. At the level of the extreme martial emperor, killing an opponent of the same rank was absolutely very difficult. Su Chang, don't be arrogant. I admit you are strong, but do you think you can kill me? You're still too inexperienced. I won't play with you anymore. I'm leaving now. Let's see who can stop me, Pei Lang shouted in frustration. He had never thought that Su Chang could kill him. His main concern was escaping from here, especially fearing the arrival of a stronger being beyond the martial emperor level, which would make escape impossible. Killing you only requires one strike. As soon as Pei Lang finished speaking, he tore through the void, attempting to escape. But Su Chang merely looked coldly at him, raising his battle knife slowly. Thunder Prison Breaking Heaven Infinite Slash. Boom! Countless bolts of lightning appeared again, enveloping 1,000-kilometer radius of the void. Countless martial artists looked up at the sky in horror. The scene resembled the apocalypse. This SSS-level martial technique, at this moment, could finally unleash its full might, if not entirely, at least reaching over 90%. Previously, Su Chang could only display a small portion of its power, but now his strength had approached the level of the extreme martial emperor. Pei Lang, who had just torn through the void, felt the incomparably terrifying Thunder Prison. His expression changed drastically, and an intense life-and-death crisis surged from deep within him. He didn't dare to hesitate for a moment. The taunts he had just thrown at Su Chang were long forgotten. But in the next instant, Su Chang's knife had already struck down. The two were separated by dozens of kilometers, but at that moment Pei Lang's massive head was sent flying high. Even though most of his body had already entered the void's rift, he still couldn't escape the strike. Whether it was the two newly arrived patrol army commanders, the three-eyed Moyi clan, the six-tailed fox, or the countless martial artists below, they all watched Pei Lang's massive head soar into the air, their eyes filled with disbelief. Everyone's eyes widened, completely silenced, even their breathing stopped. The stronger the existence, the more difficult it was to kill the opponent, especially at the same level. Even a junior martial saint wouldn't dare to claim they could definitely kill an extreme martial emperor. There was indeed a gap in strength, but one must understand that an extreme martial emperor's life-saving methods were absolutely tailored to themselves, especially for any 7th-tier extreme being or human extreme martial emperor they had cultivated for over 100 years, even several hundred years. Without a stronger being beyond the martial emperor level appearing, or 3 or more extreme martial emperors, Pei Lang believed that no one could keep him here. The three-eyed Yi clan's duo Luo and the six-tailed foxes who Xiao had chosen to act earlier, naturally confident that as long as there were no beings beyond the martial emperor level, they could capture Su Chang and leave. Since they chose to act, they naturally had a good understanding of humans. They knew that most beings beyond the martial emperor level were either in seclusion or training elsewhere, and wouldn't appear so quickly. Human martial artists had grown stronger, and very few fierce beasts, monsters, or alien races dared to act within human cities. Only a few martial emperor level experts guarding the city were more than enough. Thus, whether it was Pei Lang's attack or the actions of the three-eyed Moyi clan and the six-tailed fox, it was definitely not a spur-of-the-moment decision or a rash act. It was a well-considered decision, taking into account the likelihood of human experts appearing and the duration of their appearance. But no one expected that the target they wanted to jointly kill or capture could actually turn the tables on them. Pei Lang and the two newly arrived inspectors could never have imagined this, nor could countless martial artists. The fact that Su Chang could stand toe-to-toe with Pei Lang, a 7th-tier ultimate beast, had already left many martial artists in shock. As for the idea that Su Chang could slay Pei Lang, they hadn't even dared to think about it. Yet now, Su Chang had done it. Not only could he kill, but as Su Chang had said, it only took one strike. Since the beginning of this martial arts competition, Su Chang had repeatedly astonished every martial artist. Just when they thought Su Chang's strength was at a certain level, he would appear again, showcasing a power that left everyone in awe once more. Pei Lang was dead. This beast with 7th-tier ultimate strength had its head severed right before the eyes of countless martial artists. It also signified the fall of a being comparable to an ultimate martial emperor. No one could find the words to express the shock they felt inside. Boom! Boom! Moments later, a head and a body fell from the sky, crashing heavily onto the ground with a tremendous roar. At the same time, the two booming sounds struck the hearts of many, making them realize that this was all real. At the same time, kill the 7th-tier ultimate beast, gain 500,000 experience points. Congratulations, your martial arts level has increased by an additional 12 levels. Congratulations, your martial arts level has risen to 273,873. Slaying a 7th-tier ultimate beast had indeed raised his martial arts level by 500, which was quite a lot, but the number still felt too small. Su Chang sighed inwardly. Compared to killing a 7th-tier ultimate beast, he would have preferred to slay a larger number of weaker monsters. However, his main purpose this time was to test just how strong he had become and to see the strength of other martial emperor level beings. He's dead. Lord Pei Lang is dead. What nonsense! Lord Pei Lang was a beast hidden in our human city. It's terrifying. Absolutely terrifying. This is equivalent to the fall of an ultimate martial emperor. Why is he so strong? How can this be? My god. What level is Su Chang's strength? He can kill a 7th-tier ultimate beast in a second. When he said one strike, he really meant one strike. Martial saint, or martial god, or has he surpassed the martial god? He didn't even use his full strength before he was completely toying with that 7th-tier ultimate beast. Is he trying to lure out more beings that want to kill him? Oh god. Now, whether Su Chang's strength is at the level of an ultimate martial emperor or has surpassed the martial god, I wouldn't doubt it. Why? Why can't he be killed? The 7th-tier beast is also trash. Damn it. This is infuriating. How can he be this strong? The booming sound from Pei Lang's head and body crashing to the ground awakened countless martial artists, and as they came to their senses, they instantly erupted in chaos. Their faces displayed a mix of excitement, suspicion, fervor, anger, unwillingness, and terror as they gazed at Su Chang's figure in the void above. There were not many beings at the 7th-tier ultimate level, and there were also quite a few ultimate martial emperors among humans, but witnessing the fall of a 7th-tier ultimate being or an ultimate martial emperor was exceedingly rare. Moreover, in such a public spectacle, a 7th-tier ultimate beast had its head severed by a newly awakened martial artist who had only been training for a little over a year. How could this happen? How strong is he? That was a 7th-tier ultimate beast, and he killed it with just one strike? The two inspectors murmured in shock, their faces blank. He's not human. The six-tailed fox, Hu Xiao, no longer wore the playful expression from before. Instead, her face was filled with terror. Run! Escape immediately! Whether it was the three-eyed demon Yeju, Daro or the six-tailed fox Huxiao both had long lost the calm composure they had when they first appeared, leaving only fear. Since their promotion to the 7th tier all those years ago, they hadn't felt such terror in a long time. Want to run? Thinking of catching me or killing me? Isn't it too late to run now? I told you, none of you will leave alive, all of you will die. Su Cheng's martial arts consciousness had long locked onto the three-eyed demon Yeju Daro and the six-tailed fox Huxiao. How could he let them escape? Boom! Locking onto the direction of the three-eyed demon Yeju Daro, Su Cheng struck down with his blade. No! No! Break! Break through! Just as Doro stepped into the torn void, feeling the terrifying blow, he held frantically, using all his strength to try to burrow into the void. But it was already too late. Put! The tall three-eyed demon Yeju Daro was instantly sliced in half, dead beyond recovery. However, Su Cheng did not stop. He sought out the direction of the six-tailed fox Huxiao and struck again. But at that moment, the six-tailed fox Huxiao had already torn through the void, her entire body slipping into the rift. Watching the closing void rift, Huxiao felt a sigh of relief, a faint smile appearing on her face. Little brother, sister won't let you go. Relieved, Huxiao still looked back at Su Cheng from afar. But before she could finish her sentence, her expression suddenly changed drastically. Inside the torn rift and outside the rift, it was as if two different rules applied. Generally, attacks from outside the rift found it difficult to harm beings that had escaped into it. Of course, this was under normal circumstances or when the strength of the attacker wasn't overwhelmingly superior. If the attacker was too strong, they could still kill. However, the six-tailed fox Huxiao never expected that the battle knife in Su Cheng's hand and the martial skills he unleashed would be so terrifying. She had already escaped into the void rift, yet she couldn't get away. No! Put! Just like the three-eyed demon Yeju Daro before his death, Huxiao felt an unprecedented life and death crisis. She let out a piercing scream, wanting to turn and flee. But it was already too late. If she had torn through the void and fled directly, she might have had a chance to escape, but her mistake was stopping to taunt Su Cheng. Just that brief delay meant she was ultimately trapped here. The six-tailed fox Huxiao's vision went dark and she knew nothing more. While the rift she had torn also slowly closed, her body forever left within the void rift. Kill a 7th tier extreme beast, gain 500,000 experience points. Congratulations, your martial arts level has increased by an additional 12 levels. Congratulations, your martial arts level has risen to 274,901. Just like the experience gained from killing Pei Lang and the three-eyed demon Yeju Daro, the experience from killing Huxiao was the same. 3 7th tier extreme beings had boosted Su Cheng's level by over 1,500. At first, Su Cheng would have felt that was a lot, but now that his martial arts level was over 270,000, a rise of over 1,000 levels didn't make much of a difference. However, it was still impossible for his martial arts level to soar daily like during the trials. Over 1,500 levels might not seem like much, but accumulated, it was quite significant. 3 strikes. Just 3 strikes. He had taken down 3 7th tier extreme beasts, leaving countless martial artists below speechless once again. Su Cheng's power stimulated their nerves each time, making them question their lives. So strong, 1 strike for each. These are 7th tier extreme beasts. Su Cheng is mighty. So awesome, we martial artists should be this strong. I never expected that one day I would witness the fall of 3 beings comparable to the extreme martial emperor at the same time. It's so shocking. Martial emperor, invincible. This is what a true martial emperor is. Unmatched at the same level. His martial skills are terrifying. I've seen them used before, but they didn't seem as fearsome as they do now. What level are these martial skills? Such frightening power. Even more desirable, when will I also possess such strength? He's growing too fast, not only quickly, but his power is also terrifyingly enviable, unmatched. At the same level, a legendary figure stronger than anyone in history is about to be born. As long as Su Cheng doesn't fall, the future will belong to him. Exactly, we are witnessing the birth of a legend. In the city, countless martial artists looked at Su Cheng in the void, their eyes filled with endless admiration and fervor. Su Cheng has now become the lifelong goal for many martial artists. What is happening here will sweep through the 9 major human districts and even the entire world at a tornado-like speed, including those ferocious beasts, demons, and alien races who will all come to know. If Su Cheng previously shook the 9 major districts and countless ferocious beasts and demons, then the power he is displaying now is astonishing to the 9 major districts and countless ferocious beasts and demons, leaving no being able to remain calm. In just a little over a year since awakening, his power has not only reached the extreme martial emperor level but is also absolutely invincible at the same rank. It's important to know that martial artists or other beings at any realm have distinctions of strength. It's not that everyone at the same realm is equal, where you can't do anything to me and I can't do anything to you. Such power is merely considered average within each realm. To be able to overpower those at the same level is already excellent. To defeat and crush those at the same level is very powerful, and to completely dominate and annihilate those at the same level is truly terrifying and powerful. An existence that is invincible at the same rank. The higher the realm, the rarer such situations become. The martial emperor level or 7th rank is already very strong, and to achieve complete domination and annihilation at the same level is not an ordinary challenge. Therefore, Su Cheng's ability to completely dominate and annihilate 3 7th rank extreme ferocious beasts and demons is incredibly fearsome. Su Cheng, it seems our coming here was unnecessary. The 2 inspection army commanders reacted, looking at Su Cheng with shock on their faces, smiling wryly. Not really, if you two hadn't come to make them wary, I probably wouldn't have been able to kill them. All, Su Cheng said with a faint smile, humbly. Since the crisis has been resolved, we'll take our leave. The 2 naturally understood that Su Cheng was being modest, he was just giving them face, and their fondness for him increased significantly in that moment. Now that the 3 7th rank extreme ferocious beasts and demons were dead, and there was nothing threatening Su Cheng's safety, they naturally wouldn't stay. Even if there were hidden ferocious beasts and demons, if they were to strike now, they would be out of their minds. As for stronger existences, if they appeared, the 2 of them would be of no help here. All right. Su Cheng nodded. Then, Su Cheng collected the body of Pei Lang and the body of the 3-eyed demon Yeshua, the 7th rank extreme ferocious beasts and demons. Their bodies should have some use. Once Su Cheng left, the place erupted again, and the news spread wildly. What? Su Cheng possesses the strength of an extreme martial emperor? Impossible. This must be fake, right? Killing 7th rank extreme ferocious beasts and demons, 1 slash for each, like slaughtering dogs? It must be fake. How could he be so strong? An extreme martial emperor and still invincible at the same level? Absolutely impossible. My god, is he even human? How could he cultivate so quickly? How did he manage to do it? Damn. Even if I use rare treasures every day, I can't possibly improve this fast. It's terrifying. This is not a speed of cultivation that a human can achieve. What on earth is this guy? My god, it's too horrifying. Soon, all the martial artists in the 9 major districts knew that Su Cheng had killed 3 7th tier limit level ferocious beasts from the demon race with a single strike each. Every martial artist who heard the news at first couldn't believe it. But soon, the scenes of the battle had been recorded, and with such evidence, no one could doubt it anymore. As for the strength that Su Cheng had unleashed, no one could figure out how he had cultivated. This little guy is just too terrifying. Inside the extraordinary pavilion, when Nangongfeng learned this news, he was equally shocked, speechless for a long time, ultimately having to use the word terrifying to describe Su Cheng's growth rate. Ah, how is this possible? Is this guy even human? Beast! After Yi Jingxian heard the news, he smashed everything in his room. He had been full of confidence, preparing to enter the extraordinary pavilion, thinking that it wouldn't be long before he could surpass Su Cheng. But now, before the people from the extraordinary pavilion had even arrived, he heard such news. This left him utterly despairing, even terrified. 1 year, a limit-level martial emperor. Is this something a human can achieve? For their SSS-level martial talent geniuses, reaching the limit martial emperor in 100 years would be considered outstanding among SSS-level talents. But Su Cheng only took a year, not only possessing the strength of a limit martial emperor but also being invincible at the same level. This was something any extraordinary genius would find hard to accept, a blow to their confidence that was unimaginable. After Xiaoyuechan, Li Changsong, and others learned the news, they said nothing, just sat silently, lost in thought. But from the occasional tremors of their bodies, it was clear that the shock this caused them was as terrifying and fearsome as it was for ordinary martial artists. Roar! Roar! This human must die. Must die. We cannot let him grow. We absolutely cannot. Kill, kill, kill. The current blue star is simply too vast, and some forbidden areas have emerged. Deep within these forbidden areas, roars are constantly echoing. At the same time, a large number of ferocious beasts and alien demon races are gathering. They used to fight each other, but now, having been slaughtered by humans too many times, they can only shrink back. But now that they know a terrifying prodigy has emerged among humans, who has grown to the limit martial emperor in just over a year and is also an invincible martial emperor, they have no choice but to temporarily gather and discuss uniting to eliminate Su Cheng as soon as possible. Killing this child is an urgent matter, it must be done immediately, a terrifying demon race expert said in a deep voice. If he leaves the district, it would be easier, but he won't come out easily now. How do we kill him? The other strong ones among humans are not so easy to provoke. Once someone surpasses the 7th tier, they will definitely not let it go. A transformed female ferocious beast frowned and said, currently, we don't have many members left in our clans. If we all mobilize, we won't be able to wait for the army to invade again, we will all die. In the past 10,000 years, the speed of human growth has been terrifying. I believe you have all witnessed it. Now, with such an incredibly prodigious human appearing, if we don't kill him, all our plans over the years will turn to dust. That's right, we absolutely cannot. Let the humans of this realm seize the heart of the realm, otherwise, we will all die. We must first eliminate the humans of this realm and the human geniuses so that our clans can compete fairly without worry. So what should we do now? Unleash the beast tide. In this world, the number of magical beasts has not decreased. By deploying the beast tide, we can scatter the martial artists and strong individuals among humans, and then wait for the right moment to strike. Once we lock onto this human, we will kill him with all our might. Black Demon Dragon, what do you say? Will you use the power of your beast clan? Yes, but I want the corpse of this human. The enormous black dragon, towering over 100 feet, growled in response. Agreed. As long as your beast clan initiates the beast tide and kills this human, the corpse will belong to you. Then it's settled. Yes, immediately. Initiate the beast tide, and we must also restrain the other human powerhouses. This time, we must slay this human prodigy. Having witnessed Su Chang's terrifying growth, they all felt a sense of fear in their hearts. Boom! With the conclusion of their discussion, the abyss of the Forbidden Land returned to calm once more. Not long after Su Chang left, he was found by someone. Little guy, you really can't stay quiet for a moment, making it hard for your sister to find you. Mu Qingqing's beautiful eyes fixed on him, her tone somewhat resentful. What's wrong? Seeing Mu Qingqing, the woman who could bring disaster to a nation, Su Chang couldn't help but ask. His strength had surpassed Mu Qingqing's by a large margin, but upon seeing her, he felt a bit uneasy. There was no helping it, Mu Qingqing was just too beautiful and incredibly charming. The six-tailed fox demon he had just slain was also beautiful and alluring, yet he felt nothing upon seeing it. But with Mu Qingqing, the feeling was different, and Su Chang couldn't quite articulate it. Today, Mu Qingqing wore a classical floral qipao, but the slits on either side were quite shocking, almost reaching her waist. Her white, straight legs were wrapped in a pair of high-end black stockings, accentuating her allure and adding to her charm. What's wrong? Does sister miss you? Is that not allowed? Mu Qingqing giggled, almost leaping onto Su Chang. Ahem, sister is joking. Let's talk about serious matters. Seeing this, Su Chang had to take a few steps back, quickly supporting Mu Qingqing's shoulders, as he was genuinely a bit scared. You're so unromantic, really a blockhead. Mu Qingqing couldn't help but roll her eyes at Su Chang, her gaze filled with even more resentment. Come on, follow me. I have something important to tell you about your assassination attempt. Mu Qingqing called out to Su Chang and then headed straight back to the Martial Arts Association. Su Chang could only follow. About his assassination? He became interested. Before long, Mu Qingqing led Su Chang into a luxurious room and transmitted a document to him. This time you were targeted for assassination. The initial culprit, the Howling Moon Wolf, is named Pei Lang. He has been hiding in our human city for over 200 years. He targeted you not only to devour you and obtain everything about you, but according to investigations, this Pei Lang possesses a special ability that allows him to replicate the talent of a martial artist he devours with a certain probability. That's why he couldn't help but act desperately wanting to devour you and replicate your talent. However, before this, he had a connection with someone, and that is Zhao Tianque from the Zhao family in District 1. You may not know this person, but you should know Zhao Wujie, the SS-level talent you killed before. He is Zhao Tianque's son. Mu Qingqing looked at Su Chang and said slowly, hiding for 200 years? How could that go unnoticed? Upon hearing that Pei Lang had been hiding in the human city for over 200 years, Su Chang was genuinely surprised. As for Zhao Tianque's involvement and even colluding with Pei Lang, Su Chang was not surprised at all. The number of human martial artists is too large, it's impossible to check them one by one. Moreover, the stealth techniques of this Howling Moon Sky Wolf are indeed impressive. Most importantly, he operates quite openly in the human city and is admired by many martial artists, which leads to no one suspecting him. Mu Qingqing pursed her red lips and explained. Anyway, he's already dead, so discussing this is meaningless. Su Chang nodded upon hearing this, not paying much attention to this Pei Wolf. Well, although Pei Wolf is dead, this Zhao family, Zhao Tianque, has wanted to kill you more than once. When you were still in the martial arts competition trials, he even issued a bounty in the underground black market worth 200 billion, but no one dared to take it. He knows that among human martial artists, there aren't many who would take action against you now. To prevent you from growing stronger, he has allied with ferocious beasts this time, which is truly seeking death. Mu Qingqing said coldly, a hint of killing intent flashing in her eyes. These beings from another world have invaded Blue Star for thousands of years. Human martial artists and them are locked in a fight to the death, with absolutely no possibility of reconciliation. Any martial artist or force colluding with beings from another world must be completely eradicated. The higher-ups have a zero-tolerance policy towards any martial artist colluding with ferocious beasts and other beings. Now, the higher-ups want to know if you will handle this yourself or let them take care of it? Mu Qingqing continued. Oh, it seems your status is even higher than I imagined. With your advanced martial emperor strength, you can hold the position of a branch minister in the Martial Arts Association. That's not simple. Upon hearing Mu Qingqing's words, Su Chang countered with a question. You don't need to ask too much about that. Anyway, sister will definitely help you and be on your side. Mu Qingqing laughed again, throwing a flirtatious glance at Su Chang. So, little brother, don't let sister down, otherwise, sister will be heartbroken. As she spoke, Mu Qingqing's long, black silk legs swayed in front of Su Chang. Ahem, well, if I handle it myself, then all the resources of the Zhao family, if they belong to me, I will handle them personally. If you want to take them, then you can deal with them. Su Chang awkwardly turned his gaze away, changing the subject. It's up to you. How to deal with everything regarding the Zhao family is your call. The higher-ups are really good to you. I'm jealous. But who told you to be such a prodigy? Sister can't envy you. Mu Qingcheng chuckled lightly, looking at Su Chang, her admiration almost unmasked, the heat in her eyes making Su Chang feel a bit overwhelmed. But upon hearing that Mu Qingcheng said he could handle everything himself, Su Chang immediately felt invigorated. He needed money now. The Zhao family could directly offer 200 billion as a bounty to assassinate him, which clearly indicates they have considerable assets. If he could take the entire Zhao family into his possession, even selling it could yield a substantial sum. Alright, I'll handle it myself. Give me all the information on the Zhao family. I'll wipe out the Zhao family, Su Chang said coldly. He equally despised martial artists and forces that colluded with beings from another world, and since the Zhao family wanted to kill him, he naturally wouldn't let them off the hook. Su Chang didn't want to know what kind of identity or background Mu Qingcheng had in the Martial Arts Association. However, as far as he knew, the Martial Arts Association is one of the largest forces for humans, with many branches in the 9 major districts. To become a branch minister, one must at least reach the martial emperor level. Yet, Mu Qingcheng only has the strength of an advanced martial emperor, yet she can hold the position of a branch minister, which clearly indicates she has a powerful background. Some martial artists might suspect that Mu Qingcheng, being so beautiful and charming, must have relied on her looks to attain this position. But the possibility of that is almost zero. To sit in this position, strength is one aspect, but the ability to use means is another, and only then comes identity and background. The Martial Arts Association has a vast influence. With strong and capable individuals emerging constantly, they have never lacked powerful martial artists and those skilled in means, while identity and background are secondary. As for Mu Qingcheng, her strength is insufficient, and Su Chang cannot see her means for now, so there is only one possibility: her identity and background are too strong. Even within the Martial Arts Association, few would dare to question her position as a branch minister. Just as Mu Qingcheng invited Su Chang to the Martial Arts Association, Zhao Tianque from the Zhao family in the 1st District quickly learned about Su Chang slaying 3 7th-tier limit-level ferocious beasts from the Demon Clan. Especially upon seeing the dismembered corpse of Pei Lang, Zhao Tianque was directly stunned. How is this possible? That Pei Lang was on par with a limit-level martial emperor, and he just died like this? Zhao Tianque was so frightened that he sat down on the ground, muttering to himself, his eyes filled with shock and fear. How could he be this strong? How could this happen? If even the 7th-tier limit-level ferocious beasts can't kill him, who else can? 3 7th-tier limits, and they couldn't kill him. Are you beasts all useless? Zhao Tianque's eyes revealed madness, as if he had lost his mind. No! I have to leave quickly, escape from here. This beast not only survived, but Pei Lang has been exposed. If they investigate, it will definitely lead back to my Zhao family. Right! I can't stay here any longer, anywhere is better. With my strength, even if I run to the territory of the Demon Clan, it would be safer than now. Thinking of this, Zhao Tianque could no longer sit still. He almost jumped up from the ground and wanted to pack some things. At the very least, he had to take away the family's treasures and funds. Right now, survival is the priority. He couldn't care less about the entire family. Boom! Boom! However, at that moment, several powerful auras enveloped the Zhao family estate, each at least a junior martial emperor. Not only that, as these powerful figures appeared, the large Zhao family estate was surrounded by a multitude of patrol troops. What's going on? So many patrol troops? Surrounding the Zhao family. What's happening? Who knows, probably something happened with the Zhao family. My god. Several martial emperor level experts have mobilized. The Zhao family is in big trouble. Isn't this the family of Zhao Wujie? It was hard to produce a Zhao Wujie, but he was killed by Su Chang, ruining hundreds of years of fortune. What will happen now? There must be a huge problem. With so many patrol troops mobilized in several martial emperor level experts, the Zhao family is likely doomed. The sudden encirclement of the Zhao family by a large number of patrol troops, along with several martial emperor level experts in the air, created a stir among the many martial artists around the Zhao family estate. Many martial artists speculated that the Zhao family must have gotten into serious trouble. Even if they offended other families, it wouldn't warrant the mobilization of patrol troops. And as long as the patrol troops were mobilized, it must be for something significant, far from just offending others. Patriarch, it's bad. A Zhao family member immediately found Zhao Tianque in the estate, shouting, in panic. What are you panicking about? I'm not dead yet. Zhao Tianque had initially planned to escape with all the family's treasures and funds, but he never expected the actions above to be so swift. However, having been the patriarch for so long, he quickly calmed down. The more it came to this, the less he could panic. I'll go out and take a look. Zhao Tianque's mind raced, thinking about how to escape from here. Gentlemen, may I ask what crime my Zhao family has committed to warrant such a grand mobilization? May I offer you a modest drink? I hope you gentlemen will grace me with your presence and take a moment to rest, Zhao Tianque tentatively asked. He thought that if these several martial emperor-level powerhouses were willing to come down, he would be prepared to bleed heavily, bribing them to turn a blind eye and let him leave. However, what Zhao Tianque did not expect was that the several martial emperor-level powerhouses standing in the void merely cast him a cold glance before shifting their gaze away, not uttering a single word more. Damn it! Seeing this, Zhao Tianque could only curse in anger and then return to his family. His strength was only that of a limit martial venerable, and he did not dare to shout at those martial emperor powerhouses even if their strength was on the same level as his. He had to speak politely. What to do? I must escape immediately. I can't just sit here and wait for death. Zhao Tianque's heart raced again, and he racked his brain, trying to contact others to see if he could find a way to save himself. Even if it cost him dearly, it was worth it. Things could be regained, but if his life was lost, he would have nothing left. However, none of the other powerful families he had known dared to contact Zhao Tianque, fearing they would be implicated. Soon, night fell. Limit Martial Venerable? Is this Zhao Tianque the strongest? After receiving the information about the Zhao family from Mu Qingcheng, Su Cheng glanced at it briefly and immediately lost interest. He had thought that this Zhao family would at least have a martial emperor-level powerhouse. However, the fact that the Zhao family had nearly 1,000 years of history surprised Su Cheng. Logically, a family that could last for 1,000 years should have at least one powerhouse above the martial emperor level, yet the Zhao family only had one strongest limit martial venerable. There were many family members of other strengths, but none were particularly strong. Forget it, it doesn't matter, no martial emperor powerhouse is fine, but with nearly 1,000 years of heritage, their wealth should be considerable, which is even better. Su Cheng shook his head slightly, too lazy to think further, glanced in the direction of the Zhao family, and then tore through the void. Before long, Su Cheng's figure had already arrived above the Zhao family estate. Greetings, Lord Su Cheng. The several junior martial emperors stationed here immediately greeted him respectfully upon seeing Su Cheng appear. Thank you for your efforts, Su Cheng said with a faint smile. It is our honor to serve Lord Su Cheng, the junior martial emperors quickly replied. Although they were much older than Su Cheng, in an era where strength was paramount, facing a prodigy like Su Cheng, who had reached the limit martial emperor level in just over a year, was terrifying. They did not dare to show any disrespect or negligence. Read out the charges against the Zhao family. Su Cheng nodded. One of the junior martial emperors immediately took out a document of charges, which clearly recorded all the dealings of the Zhao family with ferocious beasts. Zhao family head Zhao Tianque privately colluded with ferocious beasts, intending to harm our human geniuses. This crime is unforgivable. It has been decided to execute all bloodline members of the Zhao family. The junior martial emperor's voice boomed so that everyone in the Zhao family and countless martial artists could hear. No, impossible. My Zhao family could never collude with ferocious beasts. Why? This is a misunderstanding. You must investigate thoroughly. We did not collude with ferocious beasts. We would never betray humanity. We hope the Lord will clear our names. No, my Zhao family is innocent. You cannot do this. You cannot kill us. Heaven, who will come to save us? All the bloodline members of the Zhao family were thrown into complete panic and terror upon hearing the announcement. They were completely unaware of this, as such secret matters were known to very few, even among the direct members of the Zhao family. Especially in matters like colluding with ferocious beasts, only Zhao Tianque and Pei Lang have met. However, the regulations above are clear. There is zero tolerance for collusion with any beings from other worlds. Even if just one person from a family is involved, the entire family or faction will be implicated. This is the current iron-fisted approach to prevent human martial artists and family factions from secretly communicating with beings from other worlds. The Zhao family actually colluded with ferocious beasts. They deserve to die. I see, colluding with beings from other worlds can never be forgiven for the Zhao family. This is a complete extermination. Isn't it too cruel? Cruel? It is precisely such ruthless measures that can deter others and factions. Indeed, this Zhao family, especially the patriarch colluding with ferocious beasts, cannot be spared. They must be eradicated. Those martial artists paying attention here, upon learning the news, were all taken aback. They felt no sympathy for the Zhao family's actions. Instead, they applauded, feeling greatly satisfied. Su Cheng, you beast. You killed my son Zhao Wujie, and now you want to exterminate my Zhao family. You will not die a good death. At this moment, within the Zhao family estate, Zhao Tianque let out an extremely furious roar and curse. Zhao Tianque, I killed your son merely in retaliation. Who told your son to kill me? Moreover, if you want to seek revenge, I am always ready, but what you should never have done is collude with ferocious beasts, dragging your entire family down with you, Su Cheng said calmly. Nonsense. You killed him, and now you can say whatever you want. I hate it. Why didn't I kill you sooner? Zhao Tianque's face twisted in rage, glaring at Su Cheng in the sky with an extremely fierce gaze. To this, Su Cheng couldn't be bothered to say anything more. Keep an eye out. Don't let anyone from the Zhao family escape, Su Cheng instructed, then swiftly entered the Zhao family estate. Rest assured, Lord Su Cheng, not a single one will escape, several junior martial emperors assured. Next came a one-sided massacre. Against Su Cheng's strength, the entire Zhao family members were like chicks. However, Su Cheng only targeted the stronger members of the Zhao bloodline first. No, I don't want to die. Spare me. Lord Su Cheng, we know nothing. Don't kill me. It was Zhao Tianque who colluded with the ferocious beasts. We knew nothing. Facing Su Chang's slaughter, many members of the Zhao family continuously wailed for mercy, but Su Chang paid no attention. Ah, damn Su Chang. I curse you to die a miserable death. Zhao Tianque watched with eyes ready to burst, although he didn't care about the deaths of other family members. Watching Su Chang slaughter them right before his eyes still pained him. Alright, now it's your turn, Su Chang said coldly. Ha ha, you want to kill me? I won't let you have your way. Su Chang, you won't have a good ending. When my Zhao family's ancestor returns, it will be your time to have no place to bury your body. You will accompany my Zhao family to the grave. Boom! Zhao Tianque laughed maniacally, then directly self-destructed, not giving Su Chang a chance to act. Zhao family ancestor? Wasn't the strongest one Zhao Tianque? Su Chang didn't care about Zhao Tianque's self-destruction. He only frowned at the man's words. He didn't think much of it, but it left a mark in his mind. He entrusted the task of cleaning up the other members of the Zhao family to the patrolling army's martial artists, and he handed over all of the Zhao family's assets to Mu Qingqing to handle. For him, exterminating such a Zhao family was easy, let alone the Zhao family colluding with ferocious beasts. Even if they hadn't, he would still strongly eradicate them upon learning of it. 7 days passed in the blink of an eye. During these days, he was waiting for Mu Qingqing to handle all of the Zhao family's assets. Su Chang, as per your request, all the assets and treasures of the Zhao family have been converted into funds, totaling 12.2 trillion. Mu Qingqing said directly after finding Su Chang, handing him a card. 12 trillion? Is that all that's left of a family with a history of nearly 1,000 years? Su Chang felt a bit surprised at the amount of money, but he thought that since the Zhao family had lasted for a millennium, they must have had quite a bit of wealth. After all, he had sold a single enlightenment fruit for 1.8 trillion. The Zhao family was indeed strong in the past, but ever since the death of their ancestor, they have been weakening. Many of their assets have been seized, and their foundation is certainly not comparable to what it once was, Mu Qingqing explained. In that case, let's leave it at that. Thank you, Su Chang replied, not wanting to ask more. 12 trillion is just 12 trillion. After all, this money feels like it was just handed to him. Just to thank you? Aren't you going to reward your sister a bit? Mu Qingqing shot him a glance, her tone filled with grievance. Ahem, right, sister. Before he died, Zhao Tianque said that his family's ancestor would return, but it turned out that the Zhao family's ancestor had already died. What's going on with that? Faced with Mu Qingqing's complaint, Su Chang quickly changed the subject. I'm not sure about that. Anyway, the records show that the Zhao family's ancestor fell 100 years ago. Zhao Tianque probably said that to scare you, Mu Qingqing replied, shaking her head slightly. Oh, in that case, I have things to do, so I won't stay longer, Su Chang said, quickly escaping from the scene, fearing that Mu Qingqing might pounce on him again. Damn, that little brat, why is he running away? Watching Su Chang flee, Mu Qingqing paused for a moment and exclaimed angrily. 12 trillion. Now I can really enhance my two talent traits. Su Chang thought with delight. At this moment, neither Su Chang nor the human powerhouses had realized that an unprecedented wave of monstrous beasts was about to strike. The number of these beasts reached billions, totaling over 100 billion. Moreover, many powerful ferocious beasts and alien demon races were among them. Their target was the weakest area among the 9 human districts, the 9th district. This time, whether it be the monstrous beasts, ferocious beasts, or alien demon races, the number of strong individuals deployed was countless, with even thousands of them being above the 7th rank. Their ultimate goal was singular: to eliminate Su Chang. Just thinking about a declining family with a history of nearly 1,000 years having assets worth over 12 trillion made Su Chang a bit excited. He wondered if he should eliminate a few more families in the future. Wouldn't that mean he would never lack for money? However, Su Chang only thought about it. After all, he hadn't lost his mind to that extent, exterminating families without any grievances. Moreover, the high-ranking human powerhouses would not allow him to do so. The Zhao Tianque family had indeed declined significantly over the past 100 years since their ancestor's death. Otherwise, their total assets would be worth at least 10 times what they are now. It was not easy for the family to produce a genius with SS-level martial talent. Given time, the Zhao family could even regain its former glory. But now, all hope for the Zhao family had been severed by Su Chang. How could Zhao Tianque not go mad? Zhao Tianque's last words before his death claimed that his family's ancestor would return, but what Mu Qingqing found out was that the Zhao family's ancestor had long since died. Yet, Su Chang felt that Zhao Tianque did not seem to be lying. As for the details of the Zhao family's ancestor's death, Su Chang had no way of knowing. He was too lazy to think more about it. Now that he had received such a large sum of money, he could indulge once again. Upgrade. Consume 3.072 billion martial talent trait points. Upgrade successful. Currently, each time a target is killed, there is a chance to increase the martial arts level by 13 levels. Can be enhanced. Consumed 245.76 trillion martial arts talent characteristic points. Enhancement successful. Currently, each time a target is killed, there is a chance to increase the martial arts level by 16 levels. Can be enhanced. In one breath, Su Cheng spent over 46 trillion, enhancing the first martial arts talent characteristic 4 times, reaching a point where triggering it once can increase by 16 levels. The cost of this enhancement is truly enormous, doubling each time. If it is enhanced again, it will require nearly 50 trillion talent characteristic points, which is equivalent to 50 trillion in funds. Now he only has over 80 trillion left, and continuing to enhance would be too costly, so Su Cheng plans to use it to enhance the second martial arts characteristic. Enhance. Consumed 120 billion martial arts talent characteristic points. Enhancement successful. Currently, for every 100 martial arts levels increased, all martial arts attributes gain an additional plus 50 points, can be enhanced. Each enhancement costs 120 billion, so 10 times would be 1.2 trillion, which Su Cheng can still accept. Once it is enhanced to an additional plus 100 points or more, it will definitely be satisfying, equivalent to doubling the martial arts attributes for every level increase. Continue. Consumed 220 billion martial arts talent characteristic points. Enhancement successful. Currently, for every 100 martial arts levels increased, all martial arts attributes gain an additional plus 80 points, can be enhanced. The second martial arts characteristic this time cost a total of 6.7 trillion, enhancing it 4 times to raise this additional attribute to plus 80 points. Although enhancing 100 martial arts levels has not yet reached a doubling effect, it is getting close. Su Cheng estimated that he would need at most another 50 trillion to raise it to plus 100 points in additional attributes. I need to make more money now, Su Cheng sighed. He used to hope that the fewer enemies he had, the better, but now he hopes for more enemies like the Zhao family so he can find opportunities to eliminate them, which would be a significant income. With 12.2 trillion in funds at hand, it was quickly consumed again. When it comes to spending money, few martial artists can match his speed. I should report to the Martial God Palace. There should be quite a few good secret realms there. If I can enter the ruins, that would be even better, as there are plenty of treasures inside. Su Cheng thought to himself. With his current strength, he could naturally access better secret realms, and the treasures produced inside would be of higher value. Thinking of this, Su Cheng couldn't wait any longer. The Martial God Palace is in the 1st district, while Su Cheng had already returned to the 9th district. He now had to leave, and this departure would likely keep him in the 1st district for quite some time. However, there was nothing in the 9th district that he was particularly attached to, so he tidied up and prepared to leave. Just as Su Cheng was about to walk out the door, he suddenly heard a series of urgent alarm sirens ringing throughout the district. This alarm sound was not only ringing in Su Cheng's area but throughout the entire 9th district, audible to all martial artists within the district. What's going on? This alarm sound seems to only ring when there's a beast tide attacking the district? What happened? The alarm in the district is ringing. Is something major going on? My god. It's all the patrol army. What on earth happened? In the 9th district, countless martial artists suddenly heard such an alarm and their expressions immediately changed. There are many types of alarm sounds in the district, and whichever one rings signifies that something significant has occurred, especially since it concerns the entire district. Attention all martial artists in the 9th district. A beast tide is approaching. A beast tide is approaching. The emergence of this beast tide is beyond estimation, conservatively over 5 billion. It is an unprecedented terrifying wave of beasts. All warriors, please prepare for defense. It is everyone's responsibility to protect the human districts. Just as countless warriors in the 9th district were filled with confusion and shock, grand announcements echoed throughout the district, explaining the reason for the sudden alarm. Upon hearing this, every warrior's face changed dramatically, especially when they learned that the number of beasts in this tide was conservatively estimated to be over 5 billion. This is simply terrifying. Over 5 billion, that number is comparable to the total number of all human warriors in the entire 9th district. Among the 9 major human districts, the 9th district was established the latest and is naturally the weakest, with the fewest warriors, and even the strongest among them are the least. The number of beasts is far more terrifying than it was 10,000 years ago. Although we are now in an era of universal martial arts, and humanity's strength has grown immensely compared to 10,000 years ago, anyone hearing this number cannot remain calm. Moreover, the vast majority of warriors have never experienced a beast tide and have no idea of its horror. Yet, even without having witnessed it, just hearing the number is enough to send chills down one's spine. How is that possible? A beast tide with over 5 billion beasts? There can't be that many beasts in the whole world, right? Although the entire world is much larger now than it was 10,000 years ago, where could so many beasts possibly come from? Is this for real? So many beasts? What is their strength like? We're doomed. How many human warriors do we have in the 9th district? Most of us aren't strong enough. How can we possibly withstand such an attack from so many beasts? What are you afraid of? The other districts will definitely send strong warriors to support us. This is terrifying. If they break through, the entire 9th district will be destroyed in an instant. Countless warriors in the 9th district were horrified, and just the thought of facing this endless tide of beasts made their scalps tingle. Of course, many warriors were not worried. After all, there are 9 major human districts, and the current target of the beast tide's attack is only the 9th district. Even if the 9th district ultimately cannot hold out, the strong warriors from the other districts will surely come to support us, that is certain. However, ordinary warriors do not know that this terrifying beast tide is not primarily targeting the human districts but rather one individual. So, how could they not be prepared for the support of human strong warriors? In order to eliminate Sioux City in one fell swoop, the ferocious beasts and alien races have temporarily united. They absolutely cannot allow such a terrifying warrior to emerge among humans before the core of this world matures. 10,000 years ago, when these races invaded this world, they failed. Humanity was so weak back then, and they ultimately failed. Now, after 10,000 years of development, the speed at which humanity has grown has shocked these races, as many strong warriors have emerged among humans. They do not care about this because when the armies of various races, even the divine armies, descend, all these humans will die. But now, among human warriors, there has emerged such a terrifyingly growing warrior. In just a little over a year, their strength has reached the peak of the martial emperor level, equivalent to the 7th tier. Peak strength among them. It is important to note that the cultivation speed of ordinary human warriors is already quite fast, much faster than theirs. If a human genius requires 100 years to reach the martial emperor level, then these races would need at least 300 to 500 years, or even longer, to evolve to the 7th tier. At this moment, a human appeared who, in just over a year, reached a level of power that might take them hundreds of years to achieve. This naturally made them take notice and feel concerned. Moreover, this human's emergence, neither too early nor too late, coincided precisely with the imminent maturity of the realm's core. This could not help but raise their suspicions. This human warrior must be a significant variable, an anomaly. If they did not eliminate him quickly, it would surely affect their various races' attempts to seize the realm's core. The onslaught of over 10 billion magical beasts was part of the threat, but another part consisted of the most powerful magical beasts, ferocious creatures, and other strong beings from different races, who were blocking the reinforcements heading to the 9th district. The primary target this time was Sioux City, but if they could breach the human 9th district and destroy it, inflicting heavy damage on humanity, it would be a double victory. A magical beast tide? It's actually a magical beast tide. Sioux City, listening to the still blaring, piercing alarm, was stunned by the announcement. A conservative estimate of over 5 billion? Upon hearing this number, Sioux City couldn't help but feel shocked. It was simply too many. But soon, joy gradually appeared in Sioux City's eyes, eventually turning into ecstasy. He could enhance his strength without needing any rare materials. He just needed to slay these magical beasts. As long as there were enough magical beasts and ferocious creatures, his strength could continuously rise without limits. Right now, Sioux City lacked money, but even more so, he lacked otherworldly beings like magical beasts. Especially recently, during the trials of the martial arts championship, he had tasted the thrill of rapidly increasing his martial arts level. Now, facing thousands or tens of thousands of magical beasts, he couldn't muster any excitement. After all, the numbers were too overwhelming. Even if he killed them all, his martial arts level wouldn't rise significantly. Even if he could increase it by 1,000 or 2,000 levels, he wouldn't feel much of a difference. If tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands of magical beasts appeared, it would be a different story for Sioux City. Not only could he quickly raise his martial arts level, but he could also enjoy the thrill of the hunt. Moreover, the current magical beast tide had reached over 5 billion, which was simply unimaginable. My God, fortune, another great opportunity. Over 5 billion magical beasts? With my current strength, even if slaying one magical beast only grants me 1 point of martial arts experience, just killing 100 million magical beasts would raise my martial arts level by 100,000. Not to mention, I could trigger additional martial arts level increases. Killing 100 million magical beasts could trigger thousands or even tens of thousands of times, allowing my martial arts level to increase by at least several tens of thousands more. The more Sioux City thought about it, the more excited he became, his body trembling with anticipation. Of course, this was just his estimation. Slaying 100 million magical beasts would require the magical beast tide to not retreat and would need to give him enough time. Additionally, not every magical beast would only grant 1 point of experience, even with Sioux City's current strength reaching the peak of the martial emperor. Unless all the magical beasts were only at the first level, which was certainly impossible. Slaying 100 million magical beasts seemed unrealistic for him now, but with such a massive magical beast tide, raising his martial arts level by another 100,000 was definitely within reach. Reporting to the Martial God Palace now? No way. First, he would focus on slaying a batch of magical beasts. As long as the magical beast tide persisted, Sioux City would not stop. Boom! Rumbling. At that moment, in the vast 9th district, countless martial artists felt the ground begin to tremble slightly. They could also hear intermittent roars. Clearly, the magical beast tide had arrived and was very close to the district. Outside the city walls, a large number of martial artists had already spotted the countless dark shadows moving in the distance, which were the hordes of magical beasts rushing towards them, leaving destruction in their wake. These over 10 billion ferocious beasts did not come from the same direction, instead, they appeared from all directions surrounding the ninth district. Some areas had fewer beasts, while others were swarming with them. Among the magical beasts, their strengths ranged from 1st to 6th rank, with the majority being below 3rd rank, and fewer as the rank increased. The sizes of the beasts varied as well, with the smallest possibly only a few dozen centimeters tall, while some reached hundreds of meters in size. The magical beast tide. It's really a magical beast tide. Looking at the densely packed magical beasts rushing in, the martial artists witnessing this scene all turned pale. Fellow martial artists, it's time to defend our homeland. Let's slay these beasts with all our might and show them the power of human martial artists. Kill these beasts. We martial artists fear no battle, kill. Ha ha, slay all these beasts. Let them know that in this world, we human martial artists are the masters. Many powerful martial artists began to leave the city, charging towards the magical beast tide. The number of beasts was indeed considerable, but one must remember that this is the era of martial arts, where every human is also a martial artist. Facing the densely packed magical beast tide, within the 9th district, countless martial artists surged out of the city, rushing towards the magical beasts. Ha ha, here comes Su Chang. At that moment, a figure appeared in the void, letting out a wild laugh. Countless martial artists, upon seeing this figure, couldn't help but be taken aback, their eyes filled with respect and fervor. It was naturally Su Chang. Knowing that so many magical beasts had appeared, he couldn't hold back from taking action. Thunder prison breaking heaven infinite slash. Boom! Su Chang wasted no time and directly unleashed a terrifying slash. Puff! Puff! In an instant, thousands, even tens of thousands of magical beasts were torn apart and shattered under Su Chang's strike. This beast tide was the largest since humanity entered the era of martial arts. For the human martial artists of the 9th district, this was indeed a great disaster. After all, even if they could ultimately fend off the beast tide, the number of martial artist casualties would undoubtedly be the highest in history. However, while this was a disaster, it was also an opportunity. Those who survived the slaughter would surely undergo a transformation after the baptism of blood and fire. Although the number of magical beasts was large, this was just the beginning. Neither the powerful beings among the beasts nor the strong among humans would easily take action at first, especially the emperor-level martial artists among humans, who were stationed to prevent any overly powerful magical beasts from attacking, while also guarding against certain areas that might not withstand the beast tide's assault, would only act when necessary. As for extreme emperor-level martial artists like Su Chang, to take action at the very start was quite unique. But for Su Chang, he didn't care. With so many magical beasts arriving, this was his opportunity, and how could he resist taking action? This was a massive influx of experience points. Boom! Boom! Su Chang continued to slash with one blade after another, crazily slaughtering these magical beasts. With each strike, he could kill a large number of beasts. Kill a first-rank extreme magical beast, gain 5 experience points. Kill a third-rank high-level magical beast, gain 15 experience points. Congratulations, your martial arts level has increased by an additional 16 levels. Congratulations, your martial arts level has risen to 275,568. The initial magical beasts were indeed not strong, almost all below 4th rank. With Su Chang's current strength, slaying these beasts yielded relatively little experience, with those below 2nd rank generally providing only single-digit points. But for Su Chang, it was already enough. The experience points from killing a single magical beast were indeed low, but there were so many beasts. With one strike, a large batch of magical beasts would die, and his martial arts level could continuously rise. So strong, truly too strong. Is this the terror of a martial emperor-level powerhouse? My god, wherever Su Chang goes, within dozens of kilometers, no magical beast can be seen alive. It's just too strong. It is said that Su Chang hates these otherworldly beings the most. In the investigation, he has killed a large number of magical beasts this year, truly working hard. Only such a genius deserves to possess such strength. Other martial emperor-level powerhouses are guarding their territories, but only Su Chang is taking action now. His frenzied slaughter of magical beasts is to prevent more warriors from losing their lives. Kill, wipe out these magical beasts. Follow in Su Chang's footsteps and let these beasts know the might of us human warriors from District 9. Ha ha, do these beasts think that we from District 9 are the weakest and easiest to bully? Kill. Su Chang's fierce actions slaughtered batch after batch of magical beasts, invisibly boosting the morale of other warriors, causing countless warriors to become invigorated, their eyes revealing strong fighting spirit. Some warriors thought that although Su Chang's strength was formidable, he was still young and full of vigor, so it was understandable that he couldn't help but take action. But this was even better, because such a powerhouse was the true hero in their hearts who cared for humanity, someone worthy of their admiration and love. I didn't expect this human to take action so quickly. Should we move to eliminate him now? In the rear of the magical beast tide, several powerful presences hid in the shadows, unnoticed by anyone. Don't rush. The few in the forbidden zone haven't made their move yet. Once we intercept the other strong warriors from the human cities, we can act. Moreover, this time we have finally united. Eliminating this child is certainly important, but being able to destroy a human city and kill billions of their warriors would severely weaken them. Such an opportunity is rare. Indeed, this is just the beginning. This child cannot escape. We have prepared the strongest killing trap specifically for him. Humph. This time, no one can save them, whether it's this child or the entire human warriors of District 9. Do they still think other cities' warriors will come to their rescue? Ha ha, relax, they can't escape. Once we completely cut off the teleportation into District 9 and the void, the entire District 9 will be like a turtle in a jar. A few cold voices in the dark discussed calmly, filled with absolute confidence that they would annihilate Su Cheng and the entire human District 9. They believed that the super strong among humans would never expect that various races would suddenly unite like this, something that hadn't happened in 10,000 years. By the time the human super strong reacted and wanted to provide support, it would all be too late. Moreover, they all knew that not all of humanity's super strong were currently in this realm, only a small portion were present. Therefore, they only needed to deploy the corresponding strong ones and intercept in advance, leaving these super strong helpless in a short time. As for this, all the warriors in the 9 major districts of humanity, including martial emperor level powerhouses, even martial saint and martial god level powerhouses, were still unaware. Although they now knew that District 9 was facing an unprecedented magical beast-tide attack, it didn't mean they would immediately rush to support. It was impossible for them to swarm over. The best approach was to monitor the situation in District 9 in real time. Once it became unsustainable, the strong from other districts would go to support. As for the weaker warriors, sending more would be futile as there were billions of warriors in District 9. None of this can stop it. No matter how many ordinary warriors come, it won't matter. Only those with powerful strength can come to support and turn the tide. Thunder Prison Breakthrough Infinite Slash. Boom. Blood Dragon Fury Demon Fist. Su Cheng charged alone into the tide of beasts, and as the beasts in the middle and rear grew stronger, he chose to dive right in. This way, the experience points gained would be higher, and his martial arts level would rise faster. 1 million, 3 million, 5 million. After a while, the number of beasts killed by Su Cheng exceeded 5 million. If they weren't so densely packed, Su Cheng wouldn't have been able to comfortably slay millions of beasts like this. Ha ha, so exhilarating. Su Cheng was like a tireless machine, crazily slaughtering all the beasts around him. To avoid drawing attention, while his martial arts level skyrocketed and his strength surged, Su Cheng deliberately concealed himself and did not unleash the power beyond the limit of a martial emperor. Just then, a prompt sounded, making Su Cheng's eyes light up. Kill a 3rd-tier ultimate beast, gain 15 experience points. Kill a 4th-tier intermediate beast, gain 30 experience points. Congratulations, your martial arts level has increased by an additional 16 levels. Congratulations, your martial arts level has risen to level 400,000. Although the experience points gained from killing beasts varied, on average, it was equivalent to 20 experience points per beast. Coupled with the talent characteristics that triggered the increase in martial arts level, Su Cheng quickly broke through level 400,000. The chance of triggering from killing powerful beasts was low, but the sheer number was overwhelming. Even if it took killing 10,000 beasts to trigger once, Su Cheng had already slain over 5 million beasts, which meant he could trigger it 500 times, but in reality, it was definitely more than those 500 times. This human monster not only is his strength formidable, but he is also absolutely insane. How many beasts has he killed already? In the shadows, several figures had been watching Su Cheng, as one of their targets this time was indeed Su Cheng, so they had to lock onto him. From the moment they started watching Su Cheng, they saw him continuously kill without pause, like a puppet of slaughter, relentlessly exterminating all the beasts around him. He really is a madman. Such a human must be eliminated. Let him kill, after all, they are just weak beasts, insignificant. This time, over 10 billion beasts have gathered, so what if he kills a few more? A female voice said lightly. However, as soon as she finished speaking, she felt a massive figure beside her suddenly exude a trace of murderous intent, causing her expression to change. Ahem, what I meant was, for the greater good, wanting to kill this human monster and destroy the human 9th district. Such losses are unavoidable. The transformed woman quickly explained again. Hearing her words, the murderous intent from the massive figure beside her gradually dissipated. Have those lords not sent any news yet? I can hardly wait. Another voice chimed in. This is just the beginning. Why the rush? Those human powerhouses won't act so easily. They also want to use this beast tide to train their human warriors. Unless they can't hold back in the 9th district, they will only act then, and as soon as they do, those lords will definitely intercept them. Hurry up, delay could lead to changes. If stronger beasts are unleashed, and your various races' powerhouses also act, letting this kid continue to kill, the loss of ordinary beasts will be too great. The massive beast figure spoke in a deep voice. Why don't we each send out 10 7th tier ultimate strength beings to meet this human monster? If we can kill him in advance, that would be best. If not, then we'll just wait for news from the lords, suggested the shapeshifting female figure. That might not be a good idea. If we fail to kill him and he hides in the city, it will be difficult to deal with later. Another figure shook their head. I think it's feasible. Even if he gets scared and hides in the city, when we strike, we can still kill him. He won't escape. I agree. Sending out 10 beings at the peak of the 7th rank would be even better for taking him down first. In that case, let's make that decision. The other figures nodded in agreement after some thought. Although the magical beasts could not shapeshift, their intelligence was not low, especially for those above the 6th rank, whose intelligence was almost indistinguishable from other races. With this decision made, a large number of 5th and 6th rank magical beasts mobilized. Beasts of this level were larger and more terrifying, and their destructive power was, of course, immense. Each of them stood at least several dozen meters tall, with some even reaching hundreds of meters. After all, 5th and 6th rank magical beasts were equivalent to the martial emperors and martial venerables among humans, and their strength was evident. Ordinary martial emperors and martial venerables could hardly contend with magical beasts of the same rank. Their defenses and physical bodies were equally formidable. However, these powerful magical beasts had to move away from the direction of Sioux City, as it was home to a peak martial emperor, and they were not foolish. Anyway, the human 9th district was vast, and they could attack from other areas. Meanwhile, 10 terrifying presences rapidly headed towards Sioux City. They were the 10 beings at the peak of the 7th rank, ordered to encircle and kill in Sioux City. They included magical beasts, shapeshifting ferocious beasts, and alien demon races. These 10 7th rank beings were significantly stronger than the 3 pay wolves that Sioux City had previously slain. These magical beasts are mobilizing 5th and 6th rank forces so quickly? It seems they are eager to break through our 9th district, said a martial emperor level expert, gazing ahead. This wave of magical beasts is unprecedented in number. I have a bad feeling about this, though I don't know why. Don't worry, our 9 human districts haven't been affected by the magical beast wave. They will provide support. Besides, there are those super strong experts as well. With so many magical beasts mobilized, this won't be simple. Let's just observe the situation. These martial emperor level experts chatted casually, watching the dense wave of magical beasts in the distance, their faces also showing a serious expression. If it were just these ordinary magical beasts, they wouldn't need to worry, but now, in such a short time, they had already seen 5th and 6th rank magical beasts mobilizing. They were concerned about how strong the magical beasts appearing later would be. If they were beyond the 7th, 8th, or even 9th rank, then the main force of the entire 9th district would be severely diminished. By the way, how is Sioux City doing? Suddenly, one martial emperor level expert asked. We've received news that he is still slaughtering magical beasts. He's the only martial emperor level warrior there, and after he took action, we haven't seen any 7th rank peak beings from the magical beasts. A female warrior replied with a light laugh. He's growing too quickly. He hasn't taken on any position or task, so he has no other concerns. We all have to guard our own territories. But with him taking action, it should be relatively safe over there. Another martial emperor level expert also chuckled. The other martial emperor level experts nodded in agreement. No matter what these people think of Su Chang, after all, he is currently fighting for human warriors, which deserves respect. However, I still need to remind him to be careful, in case an 8th tier magical beast shows up. He is now the #1 target among beings from other realms, so he shouldn't stray too far from the city. A calm extreme martial emperor said. 6 million, 7 million, kill a 3rd tier extreme magical beast, gain 15 experience points. Kill a 4th tier intermediate magical beast, gain 30 experience points. Congratulations, your martial arts level has increased by an additional 16 levels. Su Cheng continued to crazily slaughter a large number of magical beasts. Even if there were no strong magical beasts coming, he didn't care. As long as there were enough of them, it was fine. His martial arts level had already broken through 400,000, and the speed of improvement was rapid. If Su Cheng was given enough time and these magical beasts didn't retreat, he believed he could completely raise his martial arts level to 1 million. This goal was definitely not too far away. Just in case, Su Cheng didn't want to delay at all, fearing that if so many magical beasts suddenly retreated, the loss would be significant. Thunder prison breaking heaven infinite slash. Boom! One slash after another fell, regardless of the size of the magical beasts. Under his terrifying strength, they were all torn to pieces, blood mist everywhere. Fortunately, Su Cheng's strength was continuously surging, otherwise, the martial arts' true energy within him would not be able to sustain the use of SSS level martial skills. At that moment, boom! Boom! 1,000 miles away, 10 powerful auras suddenly erupted, crossing over 1,000 miles. At an incredible speed, and in the blink of an eye, they appeared in Su Cheng's line of sight. Roar! Especially a giant magical beast. that reached 300 zhang in size. Its massive body could also cover a distance of over 1,000 miles in an instant, showcasing its terrifying nature. Damn! A 7th tier extreme magical beast, and there are actually 10 fierce beasts and alien races? How is that possible? Isn't this a magical beast tide? How could there be fierce beasts and alien races among them? They're all heading towards Su Chang. This is bad. These beasts are going to surround and kill Su Chang together. Su Chang, get back quickly. Upon sensing the arrival of these 10 auras, countless warriors' faces changed dramatically. This was an existence comparable to an extreme martial emperor, and there were 10 of them appearing at once, especially when they saw these 10 7th tier extreme beings from other realms all charging towards Su Chang. Many warriors became anxious and hurriedly called out Su Chang's name. Human Su Chang, I come to kill you. Fall to me. Boom! The enormous dark magic flame beast emitted a terrifying aura. As soon as it arrived, a giant paw slammed down towards Su Chang, wanting to crush him into meat paste. In front of this magical beast's size, the human warrior's stature was no different from that of an ant. At this moment, as the terrifying magical beast's paw came crashing down, it was like a mountain pressing down. The other 9 powerful beings, comparable to extreme martial emperors, temporarily watched coldly. After all, as 7th tier extreme beings, they also had their own pride and looked down on teaming up with others. Humph! Facing the palm that blocked out the sun, Su Chang snorted coldly, a sneer appearing on his face. Kill me? You aren't even qualified. Don't think that being big makes you invincible. Watch me cut off your head. Ha ha! Buzz! The long knife in Su Chang's hand burst forth with dazzling brilliance, and his aura surged once again. Slash! A blade of light, like a ray in the night, flashed by. Puff! This astonishing slash reappeared. Roar! Ah! Amidst the wails of the massive magical beast, its giant hand flew high, the severed edge smooth as a mirror. Not a single drop of blood had yet flowed out, showcasing just how fast and sharp this strike was. Such a change caused the faces of the other 9 beings at the 7th tier limit to change dramatically. Although they were all at the 7th tier limit, the strength of this magical beast was indeed terrifying, and they had to admit it. However, they never expected that in just one encounter, this flame beast would lose a hand. But Su Chang did not stop before the giant hand of the flame beast even hit the ground. Su Chang had already flashed forward, his height reaching that of the flame beast's head. For a martial emperor level expert the size of the magical beast had lost its advantage, as they could traverse the void. Roar! Damn human! I will swallow you whole. The flame beast roared repeatedly, its overwhelming killing intent turning palpable. You overestimate yourself. I said I would cut off your head. And I will. Thunder prison breaking heaven infinite slash. Put. The flame beast had no time to react before it saw another flash of blade light, and then everything went dark. It felt the world spinning, and then it knew nothing. Boom! The massive head of the flame beast fell heavily to the ground, producing a tremendous rumble that created a large pit in the earth, yet its eyes remained wide open in anger, clearly unwilling to close in death. With 2 slashes, another 7th tier limit magical beast was slain. In fact, for Su Chang, killing this flame beast only required 1 slash. He had only made the first cut to sever its hand because he had declared he would cut off its head. Kill a 7th tier limit magical beast, gain 400,000 experience points. Congratulations, your martial arts level has increased by an additional 16 levels. For beings of the same 7th tier limit, the experience points given by this magical beast were significantly less than those from ferocious beasts and other beings. Previously, when Su Chang killed 2 ferocious beasts, one from the demon race, he gained 500,000 experience points. Now, this magical beast of the same strength only provided 400,000 experience points, a full 100,000 less. Su Chang did not mind this, it was expected, as he had discovered this situation long ago. Is it really dead, just like that? The other 9 beings at the 7th tier limit stared blankly at the head of the flame beast. On the ground, its eyes still wide open in death. They had heard that the human prodigy Su Chang could kill beings of the same level with a single slash, but upon learning this, they had not believed it, thinking it was an exaggeration by human warriors. To put it bluntly, in most cases, the strength of ordinary human warriors could not compare to these otherworldly beings at the same level, unless they were exceptional human warriors capable of defeating or even killing otherworldly beings of the same level. It was absolutely impossible to achieve a crushing, instant kill like Su Chang did. This was true invincibility, the power of being unmatched at the same tier. My god, so strong, truly too strong. The 7th tier limit magical beast was slain by Su Chang with a single slash. Invincible. A true display of invincibility. Killing beings of the same level as if they were dogs, how domineering, how awe-inspiring. As warriors, if we can achieve this, we would have no regrets in death. Countless warriors were equally shocked. Although they had long known and even seen Su Chang kill 7th tier limit ferocious beasts that had been recorded footage. Now, they were witnessing it firsthand, experiencing the shock that was 1,000 times more intense than merely watching a recording. Boom, boom. Let's all attack together. Kill him. This kid is too strong. We can't let him face us alone. Let's end this quickly. The Lord's decision was indeed correct. This kid must not be left alive. Kill. So terrifying. Given time, who could possibly be his opponent? At the same time, the other 9 beings with 7th tier ultimate strength, after reacting, no longer cared about face or pride. Seeing the death of the demon flame beast, its head severed with a single strike, they felt a strong sense of life and death crisis. Now, even if they had previously looked down on teaming up with other beings in the face of the threat of death, they had no choice but to unite. 9 beings comparable to ultimate martial emperors erupted with all their strength, and for a moment, the terrifying aura could be felt within a radius of several thousand kilometers. What's going on? Is there a martial emperor level beast attacking over there? It seems this beast tide is extraordinary. We can't be careless. There's even a 7th tier ultimate beast attacking now. There are too many beasts this time. I wonder if we can hold them off. Countless martial artists felt the powerful momentum erupting from one direction, their expressions changing slightly as they thought with some concern. Ha ha, a bunch of trash, all of you die. Boom. Watching the 9 7th tier ultimate beings surround him, Su-chan laughed. Instead of getting angry, what was there to fear when one fought 10? Countless martial artists were shocked as they witnessed everything. If it were 10 ultimate martial emperors surrounding Su-chang, they would have scolded the others for being shameless. But now, the ones attacking Su-chang were beings from another world, and they wouldn't reason with you. However, in just a few breaths, both the martial artists and other beasts were left stunned, all staring in horror at Su-chang's figure. In the first breath, a blue-skinned demon was killed, its body shattered into a mist of blood by Su-chang's blade. In the second breath, a shape-shifting ferocious beast and a demon perished. In the fourth breath, the 7th and 8th beings from another world died. In the 5th breath, the last demoness fell, her eyes wide with terror as she looked at everything, not even having the chance to escape. In just 5 breaths, the 9 powerful beings, comparable to ultimate martial emperors, were each slain by Su-chang's blade, crushed with overwhelming force. Though they possessed ultimate martial emperor level strength, these beings from another world were as weak as chicks before Su-chang, having no power to resist whatsoever. Looking at Su-chang, who stood in the void with his battle blade, resembling a demon god, countless martial artists and beasts were left speechless. In the shadows, these powerful beings from another world also fell silent. They hadn't expected that the 10 beings they sent out to test the waters, comparable to ultimate martial emperors, wouldn't survive even 10 breaths. Su-chang's strength exceeded their expectations. The news that had spread from the human city was evidently not false. Though they said nothing, the killing intent in their eyes grew stronger. Such a monstrous human must die. What about the alien demons? Where did those few go? Within the city, several ultimate martial emperor level experts rushed to support Su-chang. But at that moment, they only saw Su-chang standing in the void, without any 7th tier ultimate beings in sight, and couldn't help but ask, "They're dead. All dead." Su-chang took them down one by one, like chopping vegetables. Those 10 7th tier ultimate beings, along with the ferocious beasts, are all dead. A martial artist, recovering from shock, muttered in response. What? The faces of these ultimate martial emperor experts changed drastically, revealing disbelief. They couldn't believe it was true, but if it weren't, how could Su-chang still be alive and well? Moreover, at that moment, they could still see the lingering shock on the faces of countless martial artists. Upon closer inspection, they were even more certain that the aura of other powerful beings still remained here. They had no other path but death. Furthermore, not far away, the corpse of a massive beast still lay there. The events happening here quickly spread to other parts of the 9th district, shocking the warriors engaged in battle while also invigorating them to slay the magical beasts even more fiercely. Other emperor-level warriors, upon hearing the news, could only smile wryly, realizing that their previous concerns were somewhat excessive. A day passed swiftly, during which a large number of magical beasts were slain, but many warriors in the 9th district also lost their lives. However, this was inevitable. Those who did not retreat continued to fight valiantly against the surging magical beasts, preventing them from attacking the urban area. Die for me, you beasts! Explode, you bastards! Even if I die, I'll take you with me. Brothers, I'll go ahead. 20 years later, I'll be a good man again. I can't fight alongside you anymore. You must hold on. Don't let them breach the city. Ha ha, we warriors fear neither life nor death. Boom! All around the 9th district, countless warriors continued to fall, but many chose to self-destruct when they could no longer hold on, unleashing their last bit of power for humanity. Watching countless warriors die, those still alive showed reluctance and sorrow in their eyes, but their hatred for the magical beasts grew even stronger. They fought like madmen, slaying every magical beast in front of them, not retreating an inch. Thunder! Prison breaking heaven infinite slash! Boom! Boom! Kill a 4th tier ultimate magical beast, gain 30 experience points. Kill a 5th tier high level magical beast, gain 200 experience points. Congratulations, your martial arts level has increased by an additional 16 levels. Su Chang also did not stop. After slaying those 10 7th-tier ultimate beings, he began a frenzied slaughter of magical beasts once more. As time passed, 8 million, 10 million, 15 million, the number of magical beasts that died at Su Chang's hands kept increasing, and he began specifically hunting magical beasts of 5th-tier strength and above, leaving no survivors among those of lower levels. He charged through the tide of magical beasts, trying his best to save some warriors. In the past, Su Chang believed that human nature was selfish. But not long ago, he witnessed countless warriors abandon everything, recklessly charging into the tide of magical beasts, perishing together with them in self-detonation. Su Chang's heart was deeply shaken. He realized that his previous thoughts were completely wrong. Human nature is indeed selfish, but it is not absolute. There are countless warriors who can sacrifice themselves for their homeland, for their loved ones, for humanity. It is precisely because of such people that humanity, faced with countless terrifying beings from other realms thousands of years ago, was not completely exterminated, ultimately surviving and continuing to this day. For the first time, Su Chang had the desire to fight for these human warriors. Thus, he became even more frenzied, even more bloodthirsty. He wanted to eradicate all these beings from other realms. We have news. The other side is already prepared to completely sever the 9th district, making it impossible for other urban areas to provide support. However, it won't take long. We must quickly break through the 9th district. Just then, in the darkness, a group of powerful hidden beings from other realms, upon receiving the news, became invigorated. Why is it taking so long? It's been 3 days already. Also, how long can the severed time last? It's already fast enough. A human urban area is this big, and it takes 3 days to completely sever the void here, and that's under cooperative conditions. Time is of the essence. Immediately deploy all 7th-tier magical beasts, and all 7th-tier powerhouses from your respective races must also be mobilized to fully slay the Emperor-level warriors within the 9th district. Additionally, all the magical beasts are converging at several breakthrough points. We must breach Zone 9 at the fastest speed. A figure with the strongest power coldly issued the command. What about that human prodigy? Should we take him out now? One figure couldn't help but ask. Don't worry about him, he can't escape. Haven't you seen the performance of these human warriors over the past few days? Their cohesion is too strong. They're all fearless of death. This child must be killed. He is one of the most important targets. But in my view, we must destroy this human city to deliver a devastating blow to the confidence of the human warriors in other cities. We need to break their cohesion and make them feel that we are invincible. Otherwise, with the madness of these human natives, it will be a formidable resistance for us to seize the core of the realm. This figure said coldly. After observing for a few days, even though they were powerful, seeing countless human warriors self-destruct to slay magical beasts made them feel a chill. The natives of this realm were truly too insane. Although they had not participated in the battle 1,000 years ago, they finally understood why the weak humans at that time could survive and rapidly develop to the present. They saw a powerful will in this group of humans. If this will does not wane, the competition for the core of the realm could end in complete failure. Other powerful figures nodded in agreement. As their orders were issued, a massive wave of terrifying auras erupted behind the tide of magical beasts, all of which were at the 7th tier. There were magical beasts, ferocious beasts, and alien demon races, all of them soaring into the sky and charging into Zone 9. At the same time, 20 million. Over the past few days, the number of magical beasts slain by Su Chang had reached exactly 20 million, a terrifying number achieved by him alone. Kill a high-level 5th-tier magical beast, gain 200 experience points. Kill a low-level 6th-tier magical beast, gain 500 experience points. Congratulations, your martial arts level has increased by an additional 16 levels. Congratulations, your martial arts level has reached 1 million. At the beginning, Su Chang quickly killed over 5 million magical beasts, and his martial arts level rose by over 100,000 levels at that time. In these past few days, the magical beasts he killed were increasingly powerful, mostly at the 4th and 5th tiers, and he had slain over 15 million, naturally causing his martial arts level to rise even faster. Moreover, the higher the level of the magical beasts he killed, the higher the probability of triggering his martial arts talent characteristics. So, from the start until now, he had killed over 20 million magical beasts, causing Su Chang's martial arts level to surge at an almost geometric rate. 1 million martial arts level, I finally reached it. Hearing the prompt, Su Chang felt a surge of excitement. After all, the 1 million level was his previous goal, and now, due to this magical beast tide, he achieved it in just a few days. However, reaching a martial arts level of 1 million naturally meant that other things would be unlocked. Sure enough, with a martial arts level of 1 million and a martial arts realm of at least a junior martial emperor, the third martial arts talent characteristic can be unlocked. Hearing the prompt, Su Chang's eyes lit up. The requirements this time were not low. The martial arts realm actually had to reach at least a junior martial emperor to unlock the third talent characteristic, which was clearly an extraordinary talent characteristic. I wonder what the talent characteristic is that requires reaching at least a junior martial emperor. Su Cheng felt a sense of anticipation. He hadn't specifically tried to raise his martial arts realm, he was still only at the limit of a great martial master. If he wanted to elevate it to at least a junior martial emperor, the number of breakthrough pills required would be an incredibly vast amount. So, Su Cheng believed that this third talent characteristic would definitely be very powerful, likely much stronger than the first and second talent characteristics. Let's not worry about that for now. No matter how powerful the talent characteristic is, the most important thing right now is to continue slaying more magical beasts. This opportunity is rare, and reaching a martial arts level of 1 million is not the end. Every goal I achieve is just the beginning. Su Cheng thought calmly, not relaxing or becoming complacent just because his martial arts level had reached 1 million. Instead, he felt increasingly urgent, wanting to elevate his martial arts level even faster, 10 million. 100 million. Since the upgrade is unlimited, reaching 10 million or 100 million is naturally not a problem, it's just a matter of time. Character, Su Cheng Martial Arts Realm, Ultimate Grand Martial Artist. Martial Arts Level, 1,618/1000, Martial Arts Power, 1,581,000 Martial Arts Spirit, 1,580,000 Martial Arts Physique, 1,581,000 Martial Arts Agility, 1,580,000 Martial Arts Talent, Unlimited Upgrade, F Grade. Looking at his martial arts attributes at this moment, Su Cheng became excited again. This total attribute now directly exceeded 6 million, reaching over 6.3 million. If it weren't for the two talent characteristics, not only would the martial arts level not rise so quickly, but the martial arts attributes also couldn't be this high. Now, with the second talent characteristic, every 100 levels raised grants an additional plus 80 points to all attributes, equivalent to an extra 80% increase in all attributes, nearly doubling them. Without this talent characteristic, even if the martial arts level reached 1 million, the martial arts attributes would only be around 1 million each. The total martial arts attributes required to reach the ultimate martial emperor is 1.5 million, while to advance to the junior martial saint, the total martial arts attributes must reach 3 million, a full doubling, which shows how the difficulty of advancement is increasing. Of course, this is very challenging for other martial artists, but for Su Cheng, it is much easier. Advancing to the intermediate martial saint requires 4 million total martial arts attributes, the advanced martial saint requires 5 million, and the ultimate martial saint requires 6 million total martial arts attributes. Therefore, Su Cheng's true strength has already reached the terrifying level of the ultimate martial saint, and he is not far from the strength of the junior martial god. All of this, Su Cheng had long hidden away. On the surface, he only displayed the strength of the ultimate martial emperor, which is his greatest trump card. This keeps others from ever knowing what level his strength has truly reached. Ha ha, die. Soon I will reach the strength of a martial god. Su Cheng thought excitedly, his eyes growing increasingly wild. Thunder Prison Breaking Heaven Infinite Slash. Boom. Kill a 5th tier advanced magical beast, gain 200 experience points. Kill a 6th tier junior magical beast, gain 500 experience points. Congratulations. Your martial arts level has increased by an additional 16 levels. Although the strength Su Cheng displayed only showed the ultimate martial emperor, the power of the martial skills he unleashed was much stronger than before. Moreover, there was an even more terrifying SSS level martial skill, the Sealing Skyfinger, which Su Cheng had only used a few times and had not employed since. But this does not mean that this martial skill is weak. On the contrary, it is currently the most powerful among Su Cheng's 3 martial skills. The description when this martial skill was refreshed indicated that its power is comparable to that of martial arts divine abilities, or even stronger. Su Cheng had not used it yet simply because this martial skill is not suitable for mass killing of magical beasts. Once this wave of magical beasts ends, I will refresh the first martial skill and the fourth martial skill to all the SSS level martial skills, Su Cheng thought to himself. The first martial skill was only S rank, and it was no longer suitable for him. As for the fourth one, he hadn't refreshed it yet. Most of his money had been spent on enhancing his talent traits. At that moment, a grand voice echoed from afar. Su Cheng, hurry back. The beast tide has begun a full-scale attack, and the majority of the magical beasts are gathering at the entrances and exits of the 8 districts, southeast, southwest, northeast, and northwest. A martial emperor level expert, hundreds of kilometers away, shouted with a deafening voice. Su Cheng had just been too excited from his recent kills and hadn't noticed that the number of magical beasts in this area was gradually decreasing, and many martial artists had begun to retreat. At this time, the other martial emperor level experts in the district had not seen Su Cheng return, so they had to inform him. A full-scale attack? Su Cheng frowned upon hearing this. He recalled the 10 beings of 7th tier peak strength that had appeared earlier, which included not only magical beasts but also transformed ferocious beasts and even alien demon races. This made Su Cheng feel that there must be some conspiracy behind this beast tide. These beings from other realms had actually united? What was their purpose? However, Su Chang did not linger. He tore through the void and crossed hundreds of kilometers, arriving beside the martial emperor-level expert who had come to notify him in the blink of an eye. How is this possible? So fast? The sudden arrival of Su Chang startled the martial emperor-level expert. Let's go, quickly support, Su Chang said calmly, then with a flash, his figure disappeared. Though it was called support, in reality, Su Chang was eager to slay more and stronger magical beasts. After all, in a full-scale attack there would definitely be a large number of powerful magical beasts, and killing them would be even more exhilarating. So terrifying. Why does it feel like his strength is becoming increasingly unfathomable? The martial emperor-level expert murmured, shaking his head slightly as he looked in the direction Su Chang had vanished. Whether it was magical beasts, ferocious beasts, or other alien demon races, they naturally had a core strength which consisted of those above 7th tier strength. Otherwise, they would have long been wiped out by human experts. Moreover, their core strength was not small in number, even surpassing that of human martial emperor-level experts. Especially this time, they had united, and the number of those above 7th tier strength was even greater, at least significantly more than the number of martial emperor-level experts in District 9. This time, they not only aimed to eliminate Su Chang but also to truly destroy District 9. Therefore, the number of powerful beings they dispatched would naturally exceed that of the martial emperor-level experts in District 9. Now, the entire void surrounding District 9 had been cut off by the strong among them, rendering the teleportation channels in other districts ineffective, and even other martial emperor-level experts tearing through the void would be unable to enter here. Roar! Roar! One after another, terrifying magical beasts of 7th tier strength let out low growls. With each step of their massive bodies, the ground trembled, and their speed was astonishing. Their large size did not affect their speed at all. Kill! These beasts are going crazy. It seems they won't rest until they break our District 9. Slay this group of beasts. Let them know that our District 9 is not a soft target. Ha ha, I'm coming. Die. Offending our human district means death. It's not 10,000 years ago anymore. Do they really think we are that easy to bully? One by one, martial emperor-level experts walked through the air, charging into the midst of these 7th tier magical beasts. However, at that moment, ha ha, this time, your District 9 will surely perish. No one can save you. Damn human natives, you've occupied this realm long enough. The extinction of the natives begins with your District 9. Still dreaming of support? Stop dreaming. This time, you will definitely die. You human super strong ones, don't even think about entering here. Boom! Boom! Accompanied by the emergence of powerful figures, all of them transformed from ferocious beasts, along with strong beings from other races and demon clans, they suddenly revealed themselves throughout the 9th district. They stared fiercely at the human martial emperor-level strong ones, greedy and bloodthirsty. What? How is this possible? When did these beings from other realms unite? What on earth is happening? Isn't it a beast tide? Why are there so many powerful ferocious beasts and beings from other races? This is the end. These beasts have actually united. Don't worry, they're just trying to scare us. The strong ones from other districts will definitely come to support once they hear the news. That's right, these beasts are just spreading falsehoods to confuse us. We shouldn't pay them any mind. Once the strong ones from other districts arrive, it will be their doom. Let's see if they can still act tough then. Whether they were martial emperor level strong ones or other martial artists, seeing so many 7th tier beings from other realms, they were all shocked. They couldn't help but worry, can they really withstand the beast tide's attack this time? However, the words of these beings from other races cast a shadow over their hearts, leaving them uncertain about the truth of what was said. Whether it's true or not, you will know soon enough. From now on, your human 9th district will cease to exist. Children, kill them and devour them. These human martial artists are a great tonic. Boom! Other powerful ferocious beasts and beings from other races appeared one after another, each at least 5th tier in strength, much stronger than the beasts, even though their numbers were few. Kill! Seeing this, the human martial artists rushed into battle, showing no signs of retreat. But soon, the human strong ones began to struggle. After all, their core strength was too few to match the united forces of these beings from other realms. Beasts, this emperor will fight you to the death. Die! Boom! Finally, the first martial emperor level strong one self-destructed in battle. Countless martial artists showed sorrow on their faces upon witnessing this. Yet the brutal battle continued, and the human martial artists began to retreat step by step, with many becoming food for the ferocious beasts and beings from other races. Outside the 9th district, the death rate of martial artists from various regions was increasing exponentially. Without other support, it was only a matter of time before the 9th district fell. The situation in the 9th district was quickly known to other districts, prompting them to immediately dispatch more martial emperor level strong ones for support. However, it wasn't long before the other human districts were horrified to discover that they could not teleport to the 9th district. Even the strong ones above martial emperor level could not tear through the void to get there. Damn it! Damn it! These beasts! They actually severed the void leading to the 9th district. Upon realizing this, the strong ones from other districts were all enraged. This is something that requires strong ones surpassing the martial god level to accomplish. The 9th district is so large they must have deployed at least 10 strong ones above the martial god level to completely sever the void. These beasts seem to have been prepared for a long time. If we can't provide support, the 9th district is in grave danger. No, this is no longer something we can decide. We must notify the extraordinary pavilion. Only with extraordinary power can we break the severed void, otherwise, we can only watch helplessly as the 9th district is destroyed. Damn it! Are these beasts trying to take us down with them? These rats have hidden for so many years, and now they dare to come out. Don't they fear the extraordinary pavilion will completely annihilate them? The strong from other districts were filled with rage, but they were unable to sever the void. Even the martial god level experts could not achieve that. Clearly, only extraordinary level experts could accomplish such a feat. This meant that this time, the beast tide had even attracted extraordinary level beings from other realms, the pinnacle of strength in the world. If there were no extraordinary level human experts intervening, the destruction of District 9 would have been a foregone conclusion. The leaders of the other districts immediately relayed information to the extraordinary pavilion, sensing the gravity of the situation. However, what these experts did not know was that the experts from the extraordinary pavilion had already made contact with the enemy. Nangong Fong, you once were a human genius, and over the years, you have slain many of my kin. Now we are merely collecting some interest, said an incredibly alluring woman, looking at the man before her with indifference. Nangong Fong, you were once formidable, but this time, we will surely annihilate your human District 9, another male demon sneered. Ha ha, the void surrounding District 9 has been completely severed. Without the intervention of your extraordinary pavilion, even martial god level experts cannot break through. It has been 10,000 years. This time, all you human natives will die. Nangong Fong, the other experts from your extraordinary pavilion will also find it impossible to return from the city of void. 6 alien demons surrounded Nangong Fong, speaking coldly. Nangong Fong remained unfazed by the words of these extraordinary level experts. Step aside. Otherwise, don't blame me for slaughtering you all. Back then, you managed to escape quickly. Do you dare to appear before me again today? Nangong Fong sneered, his eyes flashing with murderous intent. If it weren't for Su Cheng's emergence, Nangong Fong would undoubtedly be considered the most formidable genius among the human warriors of Blue Star in the past 3,000 years. After awakening, he rose rapidly, gaining fame by slaying powerful beings from other realms. Countless beings from other realms had perished at his hands, including several extraordinary level beings. It could be said that these beings from other realms harbored extreme hatred for Nangong Fong, yet they were helpless. They could not kill him back then, and they certainly could not do so now. The rise of the unparalleled human genius, Nangong Fong, had already instilled fear in these beings from other realms. Now, with another unparalleled genius emerging among the human warriors, one even more monstrous than Nangong Fong, they felt compelled to do everything in their power to eliminate him, ensuring he could not grow stronger. Otherwise, if he were to grow, he would be far more terrifying than Nangong Fong. Moreover, regarding Su Cheng's appearance, these beings from other realms viewed it as a variable, an anomaly, which made it even more urgent to eliminate him as soon as possible. Ha ha, Nangong Fong, we admit you are strong, but you are being too arrogant. If we weren't prepared, how could we act? We may not be confident in killing you, but you shouldn't think you can kill us either. Furthermore, our goal this time is not to kill you, but to annihilate your human District 9, and that Su Cheng must die. In response to Nangong Feng's threats, several extraordinary level beings from other realms laughed coldly. Upon hearing this, Nangong Fong felt a chill in his heart. He knew that these ferocious beasts and alien demons had united, and their purpose was certainly not simple. He had already guessed some of it. Now, hearing the words of these extraordinary level beings, Nangong Fong became anxious. Su Cheng cannot die. He had a premonition that Su Cheng's rise was not only due to his powerful martial talent but also because he was a warrior blessed by the world's fortune. Once Su Cheng dies, it will completely sever the fate of the Blue Star world, which would be a devastating blow to the entire world and countless human warriors. Since you seek death, then today, you shall not leave. Die for me. Boom. Nangong Fong knew he could not wait any longer and directly unleashed his full power. Even if he couldn't slay these extraordinary beings from another realm, he had to break through the encirclement and rush to the 9th district to rescue Su Cheng. At this moment, in the 9th district, countless magical beasts had gathered, and several attack directions had already breached the layers of defense set by human warriors, coming within less than 100 kilometers of the urban area. Whether it was the martial emperor level experts or other human warriors, they were all fighting desperately, which naturally resulted in massive casualties. Heavens, why is this happening? Where's the support? Why haven't they arrived yet? We can barely hold on. So many have died, even several martial emperor level experts have already fallen. Why haven't the experts from other urban areas come? If they don't come soon, once these magical beasts enter the urban area, it will be an unprecedented disaster. Are human experts really going to abandon everyone in the 9th district? They won't. They will definitely come. Human experts will not give up on us. Looking at the countless warriors falling or being devoured by the beings from another realm, the hearts of the other warriors sank deeper and deeper. As the magical beast tide approached within 100 kilometers, every warrior felt a surge of anxiety. But seeing no support from the other urban area's experts, despair began to creep in, especially when recalling the words of the other worldly beings earlier, claiming they would completely sever the 9th district, preventing any reinforcements from entering. Could it be that these beasts were telling the truth? In reality, the experts in the 9th district had long received the news, but they could not disclose it. Once this information spread, it would inevitably cause panic. The warriors in the 9th district would immediately turn into a scattered mess. Once morale broke, it would truly become a one-sided slaughter. They were anxious too, but could only pray that other experts could quickly break through this severing force and come to their aid. Ha ha, you human natives of the 9th district, just wait to become our food. Your human experts will not come to support you soon. In this urban area, billions of natives will be left with not a single survivor, and the destruction of your urban area is just the beginning. Before long, all of you human natives will perish. No matter how you resist, it's useless, all of you shall die. Ha ha. At this moment, those 7th tier magical beasts and alien demon races did not forget to disrupt the morale of the human warriors, aiming to crush their spirits. Other martial emperor level experts, wanting to say some encouraging words, were interrupted by a sudden cold shout. Humans will not perish, but right now, all of you must die. Thunder prison breaking heaven's ultimate slash. Boom. Ah, damn it. With just one strike, Su Chang killed several 7th tier beings from another realm who could only let out a scream before being torn apart. Kill a 7th tier intermediate magical beast, gain 50,000 experience points. Kill a 7th tier beginner ferocious beast, gain 100,000 experience points. Kill a 7th tier intermediate demon race, gain 120,000 experience points. Killing any 7th tier being granted experience points exceeding tens of thousands, with magical beasts yielding the least, which Su Chang understood well and did not mind. Among them, the ferocious beasts and alien demon races provided the most experience points upon being slain. However, due to Su Chang's now even greater strength, the experience points gained were relatively less. Whether it is the martial sovereign to martial emperor among human warriors, or the 6th to 7th tier beings from other realms, it is all a significant hurdle. Therefore, the experience points gained by Su Chang from slaying 6th tier magical beasts and 7th tier magical beasts differ greatly, often by several times, even a dozen times. Such a terrifying strike directly intimidated all the powerful beings from other realms. Not only that, but with this strike, Su Chang not only killed several 7th tier powerhouses, but the terrifying force also swept through, crushing a large number of magical beasts and ferocious creatures from other races. Especially now, as they were attacking with full force, the strength of the beings from other realms ahead was even more formidable, yet many were still slain by Su Chang's blade. You blocked the attacking magical beasts, and I'll take care of them. Amidst the shock of other martial emperor level powerhouses, countless warriors, and beings from other realms, Su Chang shouted. Then, gripping his battle blade, he charged once more into the midst of these 7th tier beings from other realms. Ha ha, a mere group of beasts dares to attempt to destroy humanity. Watch me as I cut you down. Su Chang laughed heartily, his murderous aura overwhelming, like a god or a demon. Having slain over 20 million magical beasts, the gathered murderous aura around him reached a level that could instill fear with just a glance. 1 strike, 2 strikes, 3 strikes. The 10th strike. There was no doubt that Su Chang's arrival was a complete crushing presence, swiftly annihilating all the 7th tier beings from other realms in this area. No one could withstand his domineering and fierce strike. They all turned to blood mist. Congratulations! Your martial arts level has risen to 1,100,000. Congratulations! Your martial arts level has risen to 1,200,000. The deaths of dozens of 7th tier beings, along with a large number of other powerful magical beasts and creatures from different races, caused Su Chang's martial arts level to soar once again, breaking through 1,200,000. Looking at Su Chang, who appeared like a god or demon in the void, all human warriors and beings from other realms were left in a daze, forgetting even to fight back. This was the southern gate of the 9th district, one of the breakthrough points for the coalition of beings from other realms, but at this moment, all the 7th tier beings that had come here were dead, slaughtered by Su Chang. They didn't even have the chance to escape. In front of Su Chang, they were truly like ants. It should be noted that even an extreme martial emperor has a total martial attribute between 1,500,000 and 3 million, while Su Chang's total martial attribute had long surpassed 6 million. Moreover, these 7th tier beings were mostly at the beginner and intermediate levels. Even if there were some at the extreme 7th tier level, they were still no match for Su Chang. I'll go support other areas, you all handle it here. Su Chang ignored the shock of other warriors and countless beings from other realms, saying this before swiftly heading to other breakthrough points of the magical beast tide. Furthermore, Su Chang did not use the teleportation array within the district but went directly at his own speed, as this way he could still slay more magical beasts along the way. Especially With his current strength closer to that of a beginner martial god, he needed to elevate his power as quickly as possible. Now that 7th tier magical beasts and ferocious creatures from other races had been deployed, there would definitely be powerful 8th tier or even 9th tier beings appearing. Since the other side had expended such great resources to mobilize so many powerful beings to cut off the entire 9th district's space, preventing the strong from other districts from teleporting over, it indicated that these united beings from other realms would not rest until the 9th district was annihilated. Therefore, the deployment of 8th tier and 9th tier beings from other realms was absolutely certain. Moreover, within the 9th district, there were also human warriors at the martial saint and martial god levels, though they were very few, far less than the number of martial emperor level powerhouses. At this level, the strong ones could only guard their territory and pray for a critical role. Although they knew many warriors were dying, they had to remain calm and not give the otherworldly strong ones a chance to ambush the city. Once the martial saints and martial gods within the city took action to slay the magical beasts outside, the otherworldly strong ones would surely take advantage of the situation. Therefore, even though they were aware of countless warriors dying, they could not act recklessly. Boom! Rumble! Su Cheng descended directly into the midst of countless magical beasts, rampaging through them. At this moment, even without using any martial skills, he could rely solely on the power of his physical body to crush countless magical beasts. If one were to look down from the sky, they would see a long trail of blood mist amidst the dense tide of magical beasts, a mark left by Su Cheng. Within a radius of several dozen kilometers around the blood mist trail, not a single magical beast remained. Kill them all. All the 7th tier otherworldly beings are dead. Now it's our turn to counterattack. So strong, Su Cheng alone has slain all the 7th tier beings. With him here, we will definitely win. Brothers, kill. It's time for us to take down these beasts. Hold on. Victory will surely belong to us. Ha ha. The countless warriors who regained their senses had their sorrowful expressions wiped away, and each of them erupted with powerful momentum, their morale soaring once again. Seeing Su Cheng slay countless otherworldly beings with a single strike inspired them completely. They looked at Su Cheng's departing figure with relief, their eyes filled with fervor. At this moment, Su Cheng had become a belief in their hearts. With the 7th tier otherworldly beings gone, the pressure on the other human warriors was greatly reduced. Moreover, the human martial emperor level strong ones had also joined the fray, beginning their own slaughter of magical beasts. 25 million, 28 million. Although there were still many magical beasts left, Su Cheng was not keen on prolonging the battle and sped towards the eastern gate of District 9. As his strength grew stronger, the area affected by his strikes expanded, allowing him to slay even more magical beasts. By the time Su Cheng reached the eastern gate of District 9, he had once again killed millions of magical beasts. However, the situation at the eastern gate was much better than that at the southern gate. Here, there were also dozens of 7th tier otherworldly strong ones, but they had not been able to break through the defenses of the human martial emperor level strong ones. Yet, they could not hold out for too long. Without further reinforcements, they would still lose ground. These martial emperor level strong ones could only endure and wait for reinforcements from other districts to arrive. However, they did not expect that. Instead of waiting for reinforcements from other districts, they would instead wait for Su Cheng's arrival. Su Cheng, be careful. There are too many 7th tier beasts. Why did you come over here? Be careful, they might target you. Su Cheng, come over. Let's slay this group of beasts together. The martial emperor level strong ones at the eastern gate warned Su Cheng as he approached. Although they knew Su Cheng was strong and had recently slain 10 7th tier peak otherworldly strong ones, the sheer number of 7th tier beings here was overwhelming, and they feared Su Cheng might get surrounded. It's that human prodigy. Killing him would be a great achievement. Sure enough, as soon as Su Cheng arrived, the dozens of 7th tier otherworldly strong ones' eyes lit up. They knew that one of the targets of this magical beast tide was Su Cheng. If they could slay Su Cheng without any other strong ones intervening, it would undoubtedly be a significant accomplishment. Moreover, for a prodigy like Su Cheng, if they could devour him, the benefits would be unimaginable. Ha ha, thank you all for your hard work. Take a short break and watch me annihilate this group of beasts. Su Cheng laughed heartily, speaking with complete ease and no pressure at all. Hearing the warnings from these emperor-level powerhouses, he certainly understood it was out of goodwill. But Su Cheng would not let these moving experience packs escape. It was best to eliminate them quickly. What courage! Unabashed boasting. Watch me swallow you whole and see if you can still talk back? The dozens of 7th tier beings from another world were furious upon hearing this, scolding in unison. They were 7th tier beings, comparable to emperor-level powerhouses among humans, and even among their own kind, they were local tyrants. How could they tolerate being looked down upon? A bunch of trash. Watch how I slaughter you. Su Cheng sneered. Whoosh. This time, Su Cheng directly sheathed his battle knife, then in a flash, he appeared in front of a high-level 7th tier beast, grabbing its arms. Then, with a sudden tear, put. The transformed high-level 7th tier beast had no time to react before Su Cheng literally tore it in half, simple and brutal. Hiss. The emperor-level powerhouses among humans wanted to say something to remind Su Chang to be cautious, but before they could utter a word, they witnessed him tear apart a high-level 7th-tier beast with his bare hands. Everyone's eyes widened in shock, collectively gasping. The other 7th-tier beings from another world were also taken aback, staring at Su Chang with horrified expressions. So brutal. It was simply too brutal. The blood of the high-level 7th-tier beast splattered like raindrops, staining the void. Bang! Su Chang casually tossed aside the two halves of the beast's corpse, revealing a bloodthirsty gaze as he looked at the other 7th-tier beings. The other 7th-tier beings, under Su Chang's gaze, were instantly startled and involuntarily took a few steps back. Too terrifying. The strength of an extreme emperor was indeed much greater than theirs, but could it really be so easy to tear apart a high-level 7th-tier beast? Attack together. Kill him. We can't let him deal with us one by one. This kid's strength is too terrifying. We must surround and kill him with all our might. If we can't kill this kid first, he will definitely be one of our greatest obstacles in destroying Human Zone 9. He must die. Kill. I want to swallow him whole. After all, they were beasts, otherworldly creatures, and inherently bloodthirsty. The more powerful Su Chang appeared, the more they wanted to devour him. So, upon seeing Su Chang tear apart a high-level 7th-tier beast with his bare hands, they felt fear but quickly regained their composure. Boom! Boom! The 7th-tier beings who had been fighting other emperor-level powerhouses all launched their attacks, surrounding Su Chang, determined to kill him or devour him. Damn it! You are bullying too much. Seeking death. Your opponent is right here, dreaming of surrounding and killing our human genius. The emperor-level powerhouses, though shocked by Su Chang's strength, knew this was not the time to be distracted. Seeing Su Chang being besieged, they were extremely furious. But before they could act, Su Chang spoke up again. Everyone, don't worry, leave them to me. I will kill them. You just need to stop the beast's attacks. Su Chang had to intervene to prevent these emperor-level powerhouses from acting. Firstly, he was indeed capable of killing these 7th-tier beings, and secondly, if the other emperor-level powerhouses intervened, it would not only affect his actions but might also allow the opponents to escape. Of course, the main reason was that Su Chang wanted to kill these 7th-tier beings. The experience points they provided were substantial. Arrogant. Seeking death. The 7th-tier beings from another world shouted angrily again. The other emperor-level powerhouses had to stop, and although they were somewhat worried, they thought that if Su Chang didn't have absolute invincible strength, he certainly wouldn't take such risks. Sure. Enough. Ha ha. Just killed dozens, now it's your turn. Su Chang laughed loudly, and this time he no longer held back. Boom. A simple punch struck directly at a mid-level 7th-tier creature, the terrifying force completely shredding it, turning it into a rain of blood that fell upon the earth. Su Chang did not stop. He flashed again, appearing above a low-level 7th-tier demon, and then stomped down. Put. This 7th-tier demon was crushed to death in midair by Su Chang's foot, flattened into a meat pie. With his speed, these 7th-tier beings couldn't even react before being crushed. Kill a mid-level 7th-tier beast, gain 50,000 experience points. Kill a low-level 7th-tier beast, gain 100,000 experience points. Kill a mid-level 7th-tier demon, gain 120,000 experience points. Soon, in just 10 breaths, nearly 30 7th-tier beings from other realms were brutally slain by Su Chang with a single punch or kick. This was done without using any martial skills, relying entirely on his terrifying strength. Shocking. It was truly shocking. Those martial emperor-level experts hadn't even made a move to stop the other beasts' attacks, yet they could only watch as Su Chang, one punch after another, crushed these powerful 7th-tier beings as if they were chickens. Too strong. How can he be this powerful, even with the same martial emperor-level strength? Is this what absolute invincibility looks like? Terrifying. How on earth did he cultivate? Throughout the millennia, no genius has cultivated as quickly as he has, and no one can achieve invincibility like him. Now is not the time to discuss this. We must fully stop the beast tide. With Su Chang here, even if the other city's experts haven't arrived yet, we can hold on for a while. These martial emperor-level experts were shocked to the core, but at the same time, they saw a glimmer of hope. At least the current situation was much better than before. For ordinary martial artists, Su Chang's arrival and his overwhelming force in slaying dozens of 7th-tier beings felt like a shot of adrenaline, revitalizing them and boosting their morale. Damn it! Damn it! He's not a martial emperor-level expert, absolutely not. Even a peak martial emperor couldn't be this strong. This bastard's power is strange. Retreat. We must retreat. This kid can only be killed by 8th-tier experts. We are no match for him. The remaining 7th-tier beings were truly terrified now. They found it hard to believe that in such a short time, they hadn't even touched the hem of Su Chang's clothes, yet nearly 30 of their combined experts had died, over half of them gone. Thinking of this, the remaining dozen or so 7th-tier beings from other realms immediately felt the urge to retreat and didn't dare hesitate for a second, turning to flee. Ha ha, want to run? Stay right here. Su Chang sneered. Heavenly Breaker, Infinite Slash. Boom. A single slash instantly killed 3 7th-tier beings, causing the other beings to flee in even greater terror. Oomph. You can't escape. Rip. Su Cheng tore through the void and chased after them. These beings had his spiritual mark on them, and they couldn't escape far. Before long, Su Cheng returned, and all those fleeing 7th tier beings were slain, with not a single one escaping. Everyone, all 7th tier beings in this area have been killed by me. You can stop the beast tide from advancing. I will go support other areas. After speaking to the other martial emperor level experts, Su Cheng's figure vanished again, leaving behind a group of martial emperor level experts and countless martial artists, speechless for a long time. As before, on his way to support other areas, Su Cheng was still crazily slaughtering other magical beasts, his martial arts level skyrocketing faster than riding a rocket. 30 million, 32 million. Congratulations, your martial arts level has risen to 1.3 million. Congratulations, your martial arts level has risen to 1.6 million. Su Cheng's speed was astonishing. By the time he had continuously slain over 100 powerful beings of 7th tier strength, the even stronger beings behind the tide of magical beasts finally reacted. Damn it! That bastard human, I want him dead. We can't let him live any longer. This kid is definitely not at the limit of a martial emperor's strength. He must be stronger, otherwise he couldn't possibly do this. I said before, when we attack with full force, we must eliminate him at the same time. Now we've let him kill so many of our powerful kin for nothing. If we let him keep killing like this, all our 7th tier kin will be wiped out by him. How are we supposed to break through the 9th district then? These powerful beings were furious to the extreme, wishing they could skin Su Cheng alive. They hadn't anticipated that they would lose over 100 7th tier powerhouses just because they initially planned to break through the 9th district first and then kill Su Cheng. It was a small miscalculation that led to such a significant loss. It should be noted that the 7th tier strength was the backbone of their unprecedented magical beast tide, and they had the largest number, being one of the crucial forces to break through the 9th district. As for the 8th tier and even 9th tier powerhouses, they could only restrain the martial saints and martial gods within the 9th district. Due to their small numbers, they couldn't mobilize on a large scale. If the backbone of 7th tier strength was completely wiped out, what could they do? They would be utterly incapable of breaking through the 9th district. Then let's kill him first. Mobilize 3 8th tier limits and take him down as quickly as possible. We can't delay any longer. If this joint effort fails, the lords won't spare us. A terrifying figure said coldly. Exactly, mobilize 3 8th tier limits, one strike to kill. Completely eliminate this kid, the other figures agreed. It wasn't that they didn't want to take action themselves, but because there were only a few of them who were 9th tier powerhouses, while all the other 9th tier powerhouses from various races had already been dispatched to cooperate with the super strong beings to cut off the space in the 9th district. Although the human 9th district was the smallest and the weakest, the number of strong beings required to cut off the space here would definitely need to be several times, even a dozen times more. Moreover, to be on the safe side, the 8th tier and 9th tier powerhouses from various races were stationed elsewhere to block the strong beings from other districts from coming to support this side. Therefore, the number of 8th tier and 9th tier powerhouses on the 9th district side was not many, comparable to the martial saints and martial gods within the human 9th district. The purpose was naturally to block the martial saints and martial gods of the human 9th district, allowing the magical beast tide to destroy the entire 9th district. The 7th tier powerhouses mobilized were the most numerous, totaling over 1,000, which was the crucial force to break through the 9th district. However, they never expected that while trying to avoid Su Cheng, they would find that his speed of support was so fast. The 2 7th tier breakthrough points were completely wiped out by Su Cheng, rendering those 2 points utterly useless. If this wasn't stopped, their plan to destroy the 9th district would completely fail. The consequence would be that none of them would survive. Now they could no longer sit still. They directly mobilized 3 8th tier limit powerhouses to eliminate Su Cheng in one fell swoop. From Su Cheng's previous performance, they felt that his strength was definitely not as simple as that of a limit martial emperor. He might have reached the level of a martial saint, and even a junior martial saint would be terrifying enough. Because a junior martial saint could indeed crush all 7th tier existences, that was beyond doubt. Moreover, they all overestimated Su Cheng's strength, so they sent 3 8th tier limits, thinking they could definitely kill Su Cheng. This time, Su Cheng went to support the north gate of District 9, where the number of magical beasts gathered was even greater, with over 200 powerful beings of the 7th tier deployed. At this moment, the situation at the north gate of District 9 was very grim. The tide of magical beasts had already attacked the city walls and was about to break through this line of defense. If the strong ones from other districts don't come to support us soon, we won't be able to hold on. Why is this happening? Where are the other strong ones? Are they really going to abandon District 9? Impossible. How could the human strong abandon us? There are tens of billions of martial artists in District 9. If they abandon us, wouldn't that chill the hearts of other martial artists? There must have been some accident, otherwise, support would have arrived long ago. Oh my god. Please save us, we really can't hold on any longer. At the north gate, countless martial artists were dying, but even more were falling into despair, as they had not seen a single strong one from other districts come to their aid. With the north gate on the verge of being breached, once it fell, Countless magical beasts would flood into the district, and those who were weak, elderly, sick, or disabled would all perish at the hands of the beasts, and it would be too late to stop them. It was unimaginable what a horrific scene would unfold throughout District 9 at that time. Roar! Kill! The city is about to fall, and there are countless human supplies inside. Clansmen! Kill! Slaughter all the human natives, eat them, the powerful beings of the 7th tier, seeing the North Gate about to be breached, became increasingly agitated, urging all magical beasts and fierce creatures to break through with all their might. We can't wait any longer. We must take action. I'll go kill these beasts. Inside the district, a high-level martial saint could no longer remain calm as he watched the North Gate about to be breached. Then let's take action. We can't worry about so much. Once the district is breached, the consequences will be unimaginable. Even if these otherworldly strong ones are just waiting for us to act, or if there are traps, we must take action, otherwise we will be the sinners of humanity. Kill. With the rescue delayed, we can only rely on ourselves. After discussing, several human strong ones at the martial saint level no longer hesitated. At that moment, outside the North Gate, Su Cheng's figure had already arrived. He looked at the North Gate, which was about to be breached, with anger in his eyes. Thunder prison breaking heaven infinite slash. Boom! Su Cheng gathered all his strength for a single slash, which spanned over 100 kilometers. This strike directly severed the support of the tide of magical beasts, creating a chasm that stretched for over 100 kilometers. Such a terrifying blow naturally killed countless magical beasts, along with more than 20 powerful beings of the 7th tier that were attacking in the void, all slain in one fell swoop. This sudden change not only startled countless magical beasts but also human martial artists. They looked in disbelief at the trace that extended over 100 kilometers, feeling the lingering terrifying aura filled with fear. Human Su Cheng, you seek death. How dare you disrupt our plans? Damn it! We were so close, just a little more to kill him. All clansmen, continue to charge, continue to breach this city. The other 7th tier otherworldly beings, realizing what had happened, roared in anger. They were so close, countless magical beasts were about to breach the North Gate, but as soon as Su Cheng arrived, he slaughtered all the magical beasts attacking in front. This made all their previous efforts go to waste, which they could not tolerate. Block the magical beasts below, I will kill them. Su Cheng still said the same thing, instructing the other martial emperor level strong ones to stop the ordinary magical beasts' attack while he faced nearly 200 powerful beings of the 7th tier alone. So many moving experience packs, Su Cheng absolutely wants to enjoy them all. Time is of the essence in battle, and Su Cheng doesn't want to waste too much time, otherwise, some other monster attack points might not hold. But just as Su Cheng was about to take action again, boom! 3 incredibly terrifying auras appeared from afar and in the blink of an eye had arrived here. They were 2 demons and 1 transformed beast. The aura they emitted was completely unmasked, surpassing everyone present. Even Su Cheng's own momentum was far from enough. 8 ranks. This is the strength of the 8th rank limit. A high-level martial emperor's face changed drastically, instantly losing all color. Although the others said nothing, feeling such a terrifying aura and pressure, their faces had already turned pale. The 8th rank limit, comparable to an ultimate martial saint. An ultimate martial emperor has a total martial attribute between 1.5 million and 3 million, while an ultimate martial saint's total martial attribute is over 6 million. How can this be compared? It's over, all over. In the city, several martial saint-level powerhouses who were just about to take action turned pale upon seeing this. They did not possess the strength of an ultimate martial saint, and moreover, there were 3 of them appearing at once. Wasn't that just asking for death? Countless other martial artists also displayed expressions of despair. Su Cheng, you've been allowed to live this long, now you can die. At this moment, one of the demons ignored the other human powerhouses and looked at Su Cheng, speaking, as it pointed a finger. In an instant, that finger transformed into hundreds of thousands of terrifying rays, rushing towards Su Cheng at an incredible speed, aiming to annihilate him in one blow. From the martial emperor level or starting from the 7th rank, the gap between each realm is terrifying, especially the strength difference between an ultimate martial emperor and an ultimate martial saint, or between an ultimate martial saint and an ultimate martial god. The difference in total martial attributes is at least more than double, and the actual strength displayed is certainly not just double. Therefore, when this 8th rank demon made its move, it directly shocked countless martial artists and countless monsters from other realms. The hundreds of thousands of rays in the sky could easily slay a martial emperor level powerhouse with each one. They blotted out the sun as they surged towards Su Cheng, as if wanting to tear him into pieces. All the martial emperor level powerhouses present, witnessing this terrifying strike, felt their hearts sink to the bottom. They wanted to help but were powerless and had no time to react. Moreover, could they block even one of those rays if they tried to help? Clearly, they could not, and besides, there were hundreds of thousands of them. Any martial emperor level powerhouse caught within would be ground to dust. Let alone martial emperor level powerhouses, even low level and mid-level martial saints could not withstand this strike. These beasts, I'll fight them. In the city, many martial saint level powerhouses had their eyes bloodshot, wanting to take action, but it was already too late. They never expected that this time the demons and fierce beasts would directly deploy 3 powerful beings at the 8th rank limit with the sole purpose of killing Su Chang. Is there really no way to save him? This is someone Lord Nangong Feng values. If he dies, how do we explain it? A martial god-level powerhouse said angrily. It's too late. Moreover, can't you feel that there are a few 9th rank auras constantly present in the city? As soon as we move, they will definitely stop us. They are determined to kill Su Chang and won't let us intervene, and if we act, we will be caught in a bind, at which point they will surely launch the final attack of the monster tide. There's no way around it. Su Chang is a monstrous genius among us humans, but compared to the billions of warriors in this district, if he dies, it will be a death. Well deserved. Now we can only hold on until the strong from other districts come to support us. Only then can we fight these beasts with all our might. A man with the strength of a peak martial god shook his head slightly. Although his expression was calm, the killing intent in his eyes was incredibly intense. He also wanted to take action, but he had to consider the bigger picture. This time, these beings from another world chose to unite and even mobilized a large number of powerful warriors, effectively severing the entire space around District 9. With such a grand scheme, how could they not be well prepared? Without support from other districts, these martial god-level warriors are the last line of defense. There can be no mistakes. Even as they watch countless warriors die, they can only endure. These beasts, if they survive this calamity, I will definitely eradicate them all. Another martial god-level warrior smashed the stone table in front of him, roaring in anger. The others remained silent. They understood this all too well, but precisely because they understood, they felt helpless. Su Chang is a monstrous genius, and if he can be saved, he should be saved, but saving him would set off a chain reaction, accelerating the destruction of District 9. Why did those 9th-tier beings attack from the very beginning? Naturally, it was because they were wary of the martial god-level warriors in the district. As long as they did not act, the beast tide in these 9th-tier beings would not dare to act recklessly. Die. Is he finally going to die? These detestable beings from another world have finally sent out even more powerful warriors to kill Su Chang. Hurry up! I just want to see Su Chang die. Ha ha! As long as he dies, I will feel relieved. Being able to see him die with my own eyes will make me even happier. The alien demon race cannot allow such an incredible human to exist, and among us human warriors, we also cannot allow such a powerful warrior to exist. He must die. Some people worry about Su Chang, but naturally, there are those who want him dead. Even at this moment, many warriors still feel intense jealousy towards Su Chang, especially after seeing that he has killed so many powerful 7th-tier beings, becoming a belief for many warriors. This only makes those who envy Su Chang even more upset and hate him more. They resent why someone with such powerful strength is not themselves. Why is it not them who cultivate at such a terrifying speed? Why is all this glory not theirs? They resent the unfairness of heaven. Why does someone with such a strong talent appear in the body of a nobody who was insignificant just a year ago? Thus, they are jealous, hateful, hostile, and curse. As long as Su Chang is dead, they will feel relieved. Countless warriors looked at the hundreds of thousands of fierce rays in the sky, about to shatter Su Chang. Some showed despair on their faces, some turned pale, and some gradually revealed uncontrollable ecstasy. However, as the target, Su Chang looked at the many fierce rays flying towards him, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. You finally made your move, 8th-tier warriors? I've been waiting for you for a long time, Su Chang said lightly, a hint of madness and excitement flashing in his eyes. From the first word of his first sentence, his voice was still small, but from the second word, the third word, until the last word was finished, Su Chang's voice resonated like thunder. Upon hearing his words, whether it was the 3 8th-tier peak warriors that appeared, the countless warriors, the martial emperor level warriors, or the numerous magical beasts and other beings from another world, their expressions were initially stunned, then revealed disbelief. What does this mean? Su Chang, has he gone mad? Otherwise, why at this moment could he still utter such insane words? You are strong, everyone acknowledges that, but the opponent is a powerful being at the 8th-tier limit, comparable to the existence of a human martial saint at the peak. Such an existence belongs to the ranks of top-tier powerhouses, whether among beings from other realms or human martial artists. This was the thought that arose in the minds of countless martial artists and beings from other realms. But, as the saying goes, time waits for no one. The attack from this demon clan was already incredibly fast, and at this moment, hundreds of thousands of terrifying rays of light had reached Su Chang, with barely half a breath of time passing. Before anyone could say anything, after Su Chang finished these 2 sentences, he merely stepped forward slightly with his left foot. Then, terrifying ripples began to appear in the void. Boom! Rumble! Following that, Su Chang's aura surged at an unimaginable speed, rising from beginner martial saint, to intermediate martial saint, to advanced martial saint, until it finally stopped at the limit of martial saint. Feeling the terrifying aura emanating from Su Chang, the countless beings and martial artists who had just thought he was mad now had their expressions changed drastically, their eyes wide with anger, mouths gradually agape. Who says only you are at the limit of martial saint strength? Trivial skills, break for me. Boom! The final word break contained a terrifying might. Just a millimeter away, hundreds of thousands of terrifying rays of light were about to strike Su Chang, but at the moment he uttered the word break, those hundreds of thousands of rays collapsed at a speed visible to the naked eye, and they grew faster and faster, all disintegrating in an instant. Everything happened too quickly, too quickly. From the moment the 8th tier limit Demon Clan powerhouse attacked to Su Chang's explosive power reaching the limit of martial saint, to the final collapse of those hundreds of thousands of terrifying rays at his roar, only a single breath of time had passed. It was so fast that countless martial artists, beings from other realms, and the 3 newly appeared 8th tier powerful beings had barely enough time to be shocked. Most of them only showed a hint of astonishment on their faces as Su Chang's aura surged to the limit of martial saint. Then they saw those incredibly terrifying hundreds of thousands of rays of attack vanish without a trace at Su Chang's roar. Shock, confusion, bewilderment, disbelief, astonishment, and amazement all appeared on the faces of every martial artist, every being from another realm, even the powerful beings of 7th and 8th tiers or other martial emperor level and martial saint level powerhouses in the city. At this moment, time and space here seemed to have come to a standstill. It was unclear how long had passed. It felt like just a second, yet it also felt like a century had gone by. No, this is impossible. The first to react was the 8th tier limit demon clan that had attacked, its expression and eyes filled with horror and disbelief. Su Chang's roar not only shattered its full force attack but also crushed its confidence and dignity as a powerful being at the 8th tier limit. Both human martial artists and beings from other realms knew that Su Chang's growth had only taken a little over a year. Because of this, the even more powerful strength Su Chang displayed now was even more shocking. Impossible. I don't believe it. You, a mere human ant, a native of a backward planet, how could you cultivate so quickly? I don't believe it. Damn it. I will kill you. Kill you. The demon man, with 6 crimson eyes, stared fiercely at Su Chang, letting out a roar like a primordial beast. The malevolent aura radiating from him blotted out the sky, enveloping an area of over 1,000 kilometers. Abel, calm down. At this moment, another 8th tier limit demon clan member said coldly. Although this demon clan was equally shocked by Su Chang's strength, it remained relatively calm. Seeing its almost frenzied kin, it had to remind them, no need to say more, go all out. This child must not be left alive, absolutely not. If he doesn't die, all our plans will come to nothing. Who would have thought that such a barren and backward planet could produce such a human warrior? Terrifying, truly terrifying. I hope his strength hasn't reached an unkillable level, otherwise. The last one, a powerful beast at the 8th tier limit, said with a bitter smile. Kill. Abel Aura wasted no time on unnecessary words. It roared and once again launched an attack on Su Chang. The other 2 8th tier limits also fell silent, unleashing their powerful martial techniques. They had thought that sending 3 8th tier limit beings to encircle and kill Su Chang was already showing him respect, but now, the outcome was something they never expected. But could they really kill Su Chang? The 3 powerful beings attacking began to waver internally. However, there was no turning back now. Whether they could kill him or not, they had to strike. Otherwise, they would all die here. On the other side, behind the tide of beasts, how is this possible? He actually still has strength left? Damn it! This damned human! What level of strength does he have? My god, why is this happening? How did such a human emerge? 8th tier limit, and yet we can't kill him. We've all been deceived by him. This human boy has tricked us. He is definitely not at the martial emperor level, nor the martial saint level. His strength has absolutely reached the martial god level. We can't wait any longer. We must act immediately. Such a terrifying human warrior must not be left alive. Even if we can't destroy this 9th district, this child must be killed. Exactly. Based on his previous performance, his strength is certainly beyond the limit of a martial saint. This child is far too deep. What are we waiting for? Let's all attack and kill him. We cannot let him live. Kill. Boom. Boom. Rumble. In an instant, behind the tide of beasts, an incomparably terrifying aura erupted, the fierce presence of 9th tier strength. Among them were beasts, ferocious creatures, and alien demons, totaling as many as 12. And just as these 12 powerful beings of 9th tier strength appeared, the 3 8th tier limit demon clan members had already charged towards Su Chang. Like ants, faced with the siege of 3 beings at the 8th tier limit, Su Chang merely smiled coldly. I should thank you for initiating this tide of beasts. Without you, my strength wouldn't have increased so rapidly. To express my gratitude, I'll return that opening line to you. You can go die. Su Chang said. Sealing, celestial finger. One finger can extinguish gods, one finger can sever the heavens, one finger can shatter the yin and yang of the universe. Although Su Chang couldn't achieve this yet, using this sealing celestial finger to erase these 3 8th tier limit beings was effortless. Sealing the void. As Su Chang executed this finger, the void within thousands of kilometers seemed to stagnate, and the 3 powerful 8th tier beings also halted, maintaining their charge towards Su Chang. This terrifying technique, even stronger than martial divine abilities, was unleashed without any explosive display. It could be said to be silent and unobtrusive. In fact, after Su Cheng executed it, he appeared somewhat comical. But at the same time, a strong sense of life and death crisis emerged deep within them, instantly piercing through to their minds. No, no, don't. Put. The three beings from another world, each at the peak of the 8th level, although unable to move, did not have their thoughts sealed. The moment they sensed the life and death crisis, they let out a piercing howl, their eyes filled with fear that reached an unprecedented level, a fear they had never experienced since their birth. Yet they could only emit a mournful cry, and in the next moment, darkness enveloped them, their consciousness dissipating, and the aura around their bodies quickly fading away. Bang! 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 Finally, the three corpses of the 8th level peak beasts, devoid of any aura, fell from the sky, kicking up a bit of dust that was soon scattered by the gentle breeze. Just like their lives, their disappearance was so swift. At this moment, the world was shocked. The world fell silent. Even the 12 powerful beings of the 9th level that had already been dispatched, upon sensing the disappearance of these three auras, stopped once more, their faces showing horror. In the past few hundred years, the number of deaths among powerful beings above the martial emperor level of humanity, as well as those above the 7th level among beings from other worlds, had actually been very low. Firstly, among human warriors, those who reached such strength rarely engaged in life and death battles, and secondly, beings above the 7th level from other worlds had been continuously hunted by human powerhouses. Now, many of these beings had hidden away, especially the fierce beasts and various other worldly demon races, whose numbers had dwindled even further. Unlike the magical beasts, which were far too numerous and spread across every corner of the 9 major urban areas of Blue Star humanity. However, even among the magical beasts, those above the 7th level rarely appeared. Therefore, without any confrontations, there naturally were no casualties. If it weren't for the fact that this time was primarily to eliminate Sioux City, this anomaly, and to severely injure human warriors while destroying the 9th district, they would not have united to launch this beast tide. The number of beings from other worlds above the 7th level that had died this time, or human martial emperor level powerhouses, was greater than the total deaths in recent hundreds of years. Especially among those at the 7th level, Sioux City had already slain 300 to 400 by now. Not to mention, 3 8th level peak beings had died in one go. Kill. An 8th level peak fierce beast gained 3 million experience points, kill an 8th level peak demon race, gain 3 million experience points, kill an 8th level peak demon race, gain 3 million experience points. Awesome. Hearing the notification, Sioux City couldn't help but exclaim inwardly. The experience gained from slaying an 8th level peak being was as high as 3 million, equivalent to a martial arts level of 3,000. 3 of them had raised his martial arts level by 90. The power of this martial skill is indeed terrifying. Compared to what I used before, this power is simply worlds apart. Sioux City had to admire the power of this martial skill. He rarely used it, mainly because it was not suitable for large-scale attacks, far slower than the Thunder Prison breaking heaven infinite slash and slaying magical beasts. Even the S-level martial skill, Blood Dragon Fury Demon Fist, couldn't compare. Another reason was that such a powerful martial skill consumed a significant amount of martial energy, but fortunately his strength was continuously increasing, allowing him to recover quickly. However, regardless, this powerful martial skill was not suitable for large-scale slaying of magical beasts, but now, with a single finger, he could easily annihilate 3 8th level peaks. Especially now that Sioux City's true strength had reached the martial god level, he could appreciate the might of this martial skill even more. After all, when this martial skill was first refreshed, no matter how powerful its introduction was, it was far from the feeling he had when he unleashed it now. In the city, these martial god-level powerhouses, once they reacted, exchanged glances, and could see the intense shock in each other's eyes. This is simply a martial god-level powerhouse forced a bitter smile, already at a loss for words. Regardless, Su Cheng is a prodigy among us humans, a genius. The stronger he becomes, the faster he cultivates. It's all good for us human martial artists. Indeed. The entire world is becoming increasingly unsafe, and every additional strong warrior among us will be of immense help in facing future crises. Su Cheng must not die. He absolutely cannot die. We must protect him. Given the current situation, his strength should have at least reached the level of a junior martial god. The martial skill he just displayed, no, it shouldn't even be called a martial skill. Its power is so great that it is most likely a martial divine ability. Ha ha! A martial artist with a martial divine ability is far more powerful than an ordinary 9th tier or even an ordinary martial god. I'm afraid that these 9th tier beings, seeing Su Cheng so powerful, will not be able to resist attacking. What should we do? Regardless, Su Cheng must be protected. I feel that this person possesses great fortune, related to the fortune of our world, otherwise, it would be impossible for him to grow so quickly in such a short time. If Su Cheng dies, it would sever the fortune of our world, and such a thing absolutely cannot happen. I feel the same way. In the current special circumstances, Su Cheng's emergence and birth are definitely due to possessing great fortune. We cannot let anything happen to him. These human martial god-level powerhouses calmly analyzed the situation. Their earlier thought was that even if they had to sacrifice Su Cheng, the tens of billions of human martial artists in Zone 9 must not perish. But now their minds had changed. A being with the world's great fortune, if it dies, the loss to human martial artists would be incalculable. Not to mention the tens of billions of human martial artists that have already died. It could even lead to the complete extinction of all human martial artists in the world in the future. In comparison, it was evident that Su Cheng's importance was much greater. Since everyone's opinion is unanimous, let's prioritize Su Cheng's safety above all else. Even if it means sacrificing, the entire Zone 9 must ensure his safety. A supreme martial god ultimately decided. However, at that moment, everyone's expressions changed drastically and they immediately dared not hesitate, their figures vanishing in an instant. Kill, kill, kill. At all costs. Kill. We can't wait any longer. We must kill him today. Ah, this is terrifying. This child is too terrifying. Keeping him alive is a disaster. Damn it. If I had known, I should have killed him from the start. Damn it. Don't hesitate, kill. These 12 9th-tier powerful beings from another world were primarily responsible for breaking through Zone 9 and eliminating Su Cheng. Seeing Su Cheng eliminate 3 8th-tier limits with a single finger, they could no longer remain calm. Deep within their hearts, a profound fear began to quietly emerge. Yes, they were afraid, terrified. According to previous encounters, they had repeatedly underestimated Su Cheng's strength. During the martial arts competition trial, they thought Su Cheng was at the martial respect level, but he quickly killed several 7th-tier limits. They then believed Su Cheng was at the limit, martial emperor level, and in the days since he had repeatedly demonstrated his invincible strength. But now, with just 3 8th-tier limits dispatched, they had been crushed and killed again. If this continued, it was very likely that Su Cheng's strength had not only reached the martial god level but might even be at the advanced martial god or limit martial god level. Or perhaps his strength has already surpassed that of the martial god, reaching the extraordinary? In the past, they would never have thought this, let alone believed it. But Su Cheng has repeatedly demonstrated a terrifying power greater than before, shaking their hearts. Yet they still held on to a glimmer of hope, believing that Su Cheng could not possibly be the ultimate martial god, let alone reach the extraordinary. So, they were willing to take a gamble, willing to do whatever it takes to slay Su Cheng. Even if the 9th district had not been breached, they no longer cared. The only thing left to do was, immediately, right now, to slay this terrifying human warrior, to completely annihilate him, to leave no trace, no spirit left behind. Roar! A thunderous roar erupted, and a figure fully revealed itself. It was a beast towering 1,000 feet high, exuding a terrifying aura that even beings of the same level dared not approach. Its strength was not just at the 9th tier, but had reached the limit of the 9th tier. It was one of the strongest among these 12 9th tier beings. Among the powerful otherworldly beings at the 9th tier present here, 3 had reached their limits, 3 were at the high 9th tier, 4 at the mid 9th tier, and 2 at the low 9th tier. Currently, in the 9th district, there were only 9 martial god level powerhouses. They were allocated here just in case, 3 more than the human martial god level powerhouses, 1 more low 9th tier, 1 mid 9th tier, and 1 high 9th tier. In the eyes of these powerful otherworldly beings, having 3 additional 9th tiers here meant that as long as the other human districts did not provide support, destroying the 9th district would be a piece of cake. However, no one anticipated a huge variable, one of the targets for annihilation. Su Cheng's strength had grown beyond their imagination. Roar! Boom! 12 powerful 9th tier beings charged forward with the might of heaven and earth. Now, they were completely reckless. Only by thoroughly slaying Su Cheng would they feel at ease. At this moment, countless warriors and beasts present had yet to recover from the shock of Su Cheng instantly killing 3 8th tier limit beasts from the demon race. But they once again felt an incredibly terrifying aura approaching from afar, like the might of heaven, rumbling towards them. Even the ground began to tremble, as if some immense force was striking the earth. The faces of all the warriors and beasts changed drastically. Although they did not know how strong this aura was, it was far more powerful than the 3 8th tier limit beasts that had just perished. Not good. 9th tier. 9th tier beasts are coming. And fierce beasts. The martial emperor level powerhouses. Here naturally noticed it earlier, their faces paler than before. 9th tier beasts and fierce beasts, and even otherworldly demon races, are they finally unable to hold back? 12 auras, it seems they are all coming out. Perhaps they can no longer sit still after witnessing my growth speed? Su Cheng looked into the distance and said softly, his eyes shimmering with brilliance. Just as he finished speaking, the previously invisible figures had now appeared, the most striking being the beast towering over 1,000 feet, resembling a majestic mountain range. Such a massive body was enough to deliver a shocking visual impact to the warriors. This is so big? My god, how strong must a beast of this size be? God, it's far more powerful than the 3 8th tier limits that Su Cheng just killed. That means it's at the 9th tier, comparable to our human martial god powerhouses. It's insane to have 12 appear at once. Countless warriors were horrified. Even the faint aura of these 9th tier otherworldly beings made them tremble uncontrollably. Those weaker beasts were even more so, terrified to the point of crawling on the ground, trembling. As countless martial artists and monstrous beasts were horrified, these 12 powerful beings at the 9th tier directly locked onto Su Chang without a single word wasted. They began their assault from over 100 kilometers away, already prepared to unleash their might. Humph. It seems they are determined to put me to death this time. Su Chang could naturally feel himself being targeted. His expression changed slightly, but he was not afraid. Just as he was about to fully reveal his strength and engage with these 12 powerful beings, a formidable aura also emerged from the 9th district behind him. Although there were only 9 of them, the aura emanating from each was not in the least weaker than that of the 12 9th tier beings. You rats hiding in the sewers all these years, have you finally been unable to resist moving? Ha ha, you think you can kill me? A human genius? You won't succeed. Do you really think that without the support of other martial artists in the 9th district, you can destroy this place? Today, let us see how we will slay you beasts. The 9 powerful auras clashed with the 12, creating a terrifying force. In the blink of an eye, 9 figures appeared beside Su Chang. Su Chang, well done. The 9 martial god level experts smiled and nodded at him. Su Chang, I have met the esteemed seniors. Su Chang cupped his hands in greeting, acknowledging that although he was strong, these 9 were indeed older than him. Be careful, they are definitely coming for you, one of the elders warned. Long Xiao, do you dare to stop me from erasing this child? Then today, you all shall die, a demonic being said with unrestrained killing intent. This is my human genius, how can I allow you to kill him? The elder called Long Xiao replied with a cold laugh. Stop the nonsense. Kill him. Use all your strength to eliminate this child, a transformed beast urged. Kill. These 12 powerful beings had been alive for so long and naturally recognized the 9 strong ones beside Su Chang, having even fought them several times. But now they were too lazy to talk, determined to slay Su Chang. Ha ha, come on. The 9 martial god level experts laughed simultaneously, directly confronting the 12 powerful beings. The battle was about to erupt. Each expert moved with the power to shatter the heavens and split the earth, as if they could move mountains and fill seas. If they were not fighting in the void, the countless martial artists and monstrous beasts on the ground would have likely turned to ashes long ago. How strong! Su Chang did not act immediately. He watched the clash between these 9th tier otherworldly beings and the human martial god experts, unable to help but feel a bit shocked. Especially the battle between the ultimate martial god and the 9th tier limit, which seemed to transcend human power. Damn it! How have these old guys become so much stronger? One demonic being exclaimed, nearly jumping in anger after the fight. You 3, go and kill the human Su Chang. You must kill him. At this moment, a powerful 9th tier being roared. It was calling for 3 additional 9th tier beings, 1 at the initial level, 1 at the intermediate level, and 1 at the advanced level. Yes, we will go kill him. The 3 9th tier otherworldly beings responded and then broke away from the battle, heading towards Su Chang. Su Chang, hurry and go. You should support other areas to prevent the beasts from breaking through the city. We will handle things here, the ultimate martial god elder, Long Xiao, said to Su Chang. Alright, be careful. Su Chang thought for a moment and nodded. On one hand, these powerful 9th tier beings were targeting him. They wouldn't dare to fight to the death with the martial god level experts before killing him. On the other hand, Su Chang's current strength had not yet reached that of the ultimate martial god, and he was not confident he could slay all the powerful 9th tier beings here. There are still so many magical beasts left. After he slaughters a few million, or even tens of millions, it won't be too late to deal with them then. Moreover, other regions still need support. We can't let the magical beasts enter the city. With this thought, Su Chang finished speaking to the 9 people and left without hesitation. Just after engaging in battle, the 9 martial gods managed to hold off 12 powerful beings of the 9th rank. Damn it! Stop him! We can't let him get away. Seeing Su Chang leave, the powerful 9th rank beings roared in anger. Ha ha! Your opponent is me. Come on, let's see how much you've improved over the years. Long Xiao, seeing Su Chang leave, completely unleashed his strength and began to fight the opponents, actually facing 2 at once. In other places, they were still unaware of the situation here, let alone that even 9th rank experts had taken action. Those 7th rank beings from other realms were still desperately trying to break through the defenses of the human warriors. Now, Su Chang no longer hid his strength. In a frenzied outburst, countless magical beasts were crushed. 35 million. 40 million. Congratulations! Your martial arts level has risen to 1.8 million. Congratulations! Your martial arts level has risen to 2 million. On his way to the southeastern gate of the city, Su Chang quickly slaughtered millions more magical beasts, bringing the total number of magical beasts he had killed to over 40 million. Of course, Su Chang had not calculated the exact number, but he knew that his strength had surged again as his martial arts level had skyrocketed to 2 million. What is this? When Su Chang arrived at the southeastern gate, both the warriors and the beings from other realms looked on in horror at a figure with a terrifying aura, rushing in with the power to crush everything, turning every magical beast in its path into a mist of blood. Thunder Prison Breakthrough Infinite. Slash. Boom. Su Cheng's figure flashed and appeared in the void, slashing down at the 100 or so 7th rank beings from other realms. Rip! A fissure over 100 kilometers long was torn open with a single slash, and along with it, all those 107th rank beings were turned to ashes. The crisis at the southeastern gate was instantly resolved, leaving countless warriors staring blankly at Su Cheng's figure. At the same time, "We must kill him at all costs," roared a command from a 9th rank ultimate being. The 12 powerful 9th rank beings, using their terrifying strength, finally managed to hold off the 9 martial god level experts, sending 3 additional 9th rank beings to pursue Su Cheng. The 3 9th rank beings nodded and quickly vanished. For a 9th rank powerful being, locking onto a person's aura is incredibly simple as long as the target isn't too far away or hasn't disappeared for too long. As long as they are not too distant, they can sense it clearly and track it down. Especially for these ferocious magical beasts, they possess special tracking methods. The aura locked onto Su Cheng is unique to their race's tracking techniques. Damn it! I will kill you beasts. The 9 martial god level experts were furious to see 3 9th rank beings escape. But they had no way to break free. They hadn't expected these 9th rank beings from other realms to have increased their strength so much and to possess powerful treasures, clearly having come prepared. Now both sides were evenly matched, as they were all of the same rank. It would be very difficult to achieve a kill in a short time. Even defeating them would be challenging. Su Cheng resolved the crisis here with a single slash, leaving countless warriors in shock, unable to fathom how Su Cheng's strength had become so formidable. For ordinary martial artists, they naturally do not understand the situation in other places. During the current beast tide period, the flow of information is obstructed, especially since they are all outside blocking the attacks of the beasts, leaving no time to pay attention to what is happening elsewhere. Therefore, they are completely unaware of the events occurring in various regions of Zone 9, including Su Cheng's slaughter of so many beasts and the powerful beings of the 7th and 8th ranks. They also do not know that at this moment, even 9th rank beings and human martial gods have already engaged in battle at the North Gate. Su Cheng, thank you. It's fortunate that you came, otherwise, we would be in trouble here. An extreme martial emperor reacted and said respectfully and gratefully to Su Cheng, "You're welcome." There's no need to say that now. Su Cheng shook his head slightly. Countless martial artists were working hard to block the beast attacks, and as a member of humanity he had the strength and no reason to hide in the city. Moreover, he needed so many beasts and powerful beings to enhance his strength. Now that there is no threat from 7th rank beings, you can completely block the beast attacks. I won't delay any longer. There are other places that need support. Su Cheng did not elaborate further and did not intend to linger. Alright, you go ahead, we'll take care of things here. The other martial emperor level experts nodded, finally able to relax. Seeing this, Su Cheng immediately tore through the void, preparing to head to other areas for support as quickly as possible. His martial arts level had now surpassed 2 million, and his total martial attributes were nearing the limit of a martial god. He had already delayed quite a bit of time, and the pressure in other places must be immense, so he had to hurry and could not just kill his way through. He planned to first approach the crises in other areas and then slay more beasts. After all, with so many beasts in this tide, even if the 7th rank ones were wiped out, they would not retreat immediately. However, just as Su Cheng tore through the void, 3 overwhelming auras surged from a distance, their speed reaching an extreme. Human Su Cheng, where do you think you're going? Today is your day to die. Die for me. Boom. Rumble. Indeed, these 3 were the powerful 9th rank beings that had been chasing him from the North Gate. Their speed was incredibly fast, unlike Su Cheng, who had been slaying beasts. Along the way, they quickly tracked him down to this spot. Moreover, these 3 9th rank beings believed that since Su Cheng did not take action when he was at the North Gate and instead chose to flee, he clearly did not possess extraordinary strength. They had completely overestimated Su Cheng in their previous assumptions, so they felt at ease but could not let him go. They had to kill him while they had the chance. What? This is 9th rank strength? How is that possible? The other martial emperor level experts felt their faces change dramatically as they sensed these 3 auras. They could not understand why 9th rank powerful beings had appeared and, apparently, were here to hunt down Su Cheng. Su Cheng paused, his brow slightly furrowed. He did not want to engage with 9th rank beings right now, mainly because he did not want to waste time supporting other areas. Once he resolved the crises in all places, he would slowly deal with these 12 9th rank beings. However, he did not expect these 9th rank beings to relentlessly pursue him and track him down so quickly. Kill me? Do you really think I can't kill you? Even just recently, it would have been easy to kill the 3 of you. Since you seek death, then all of you shall die, Su Cheng said with a cold smile. These 3 9th rank beings did not possess extreme strength. One was a junior, one was intermediate, and one was advanced. For Su Cheng, killing them was incredibly easy. To avoid wasting time, he no longer held back. Arrogant. No matter how eloquent you are, you, along with all human martial artists, shall die. You overestimate yourselves. Upon hearing Su Cheng's words, the 3 9th tier beings roared in anger, and their attacks were already unleashed, poised to slay Su Cheng. But at that moment, ceiling cutting the heavens finger. Buzz. As always, there was no powerful aura erupting, nor was there any thunderous roar or destructive force. Only the void around the three ninth-tier beings rippled slightly. Yet the attacks aimed at Su Chang, along with the three ninth-tier beings, came to a halt in the void for less than a breath of time. No! No! Why is this happening? Break through for me! Ah! Put! Amid the terrified and horrified cries of the three ninth-tier beings, their heads shattered in an instant, their shrill screams abruptly cut off, and then the three headless corpses fell from the sky. In less than 3 breaths of time from their appearance to their death. Kill a 9th-tier low-level fierce beast, gain 5 million experience points. Kill a 9th-tier mid-level demon, gain 7 million experience points. Kill a 9th-tier high-level alien, gain 10 million experience points. Such high experience points were truly exhilarating for Su Chang, but, unfortunately, the number of powerful beings at the 9th tier was quite limited. However, this was Su Chang's first time slaying powerful beings at the 9th tier, and he had taken down 3 at once, just like before when he had annihilated 3 beings at the peak of the 8th tier with a single finger. This was enough to demonstrate how powerful Su Chang's current strength was, and it further illustrated the might of this martial skill. Alright, I'll go support elsewhere. Su Chang collected the 3 9th-tier beings' corpses, then spoke to the martial emperor-level experts present before vanishing. He left behind a group of martial emperor-level experts and countless martial artists, all still in shock and dazed. In another area, fierce battles were raging among 8th and 9th-tier beings, as well as martial saint and martial god-level experts. These powerful beings were intercepting the experts from other districts, preventing them from heading to the 9th district for support. The teleportation and void access to the 9th district had been cut off, and the experts from the other 8 districts could only find other ways to reach the 9th district. What they did not expect was that these united otherworldly beings had long been prepared, waiting for them along the way. Without any further ado, both sides clashed as soon as they met. For these powerful beings, time was of the essence, and they had to reach the 9th district for support as quickly as possible. Ha ha, you won't get past here. We've already calculated that you would definitely come this way. Soon, the 9th district will be destroyed, and that monstrous genius among you humans will also die, leaving no bones to be found. Billions of human martial artists, if we devour them, our strength will surely grow even faster. The destruction of the 9th district is just the beginning. Soon it will be your other district's turn. Now that the 9th district has been breached, you won't make it in time, so don't even think about getting through, huh? These powerful 8th and 9th tier beings, while battling the human martial saints and martial god level experts, were also wantonly disturbing their minds, preventing them from settling down. Damn it! These beasts! A martial god level expert was furious, but there was nothing he could do. These otherworldly beings had hidden among humans for too long and were very familiar with the situations within human districts. They even knew how many powerful beings were currently in each district, and so on. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to calculate so accurately. Of course, it wasn't to say that there were only these few martial emperor, martial saint, and martial god level experts among humans. Rather, these were just the ones currently in the district. Other martial artists were either out training or in some ruins, etc., and it was impossible for them to be in closed-door cultivation within the district all the time. These situations have been thoroughly investigated by the alien beasts hidden among humans, so now the support from the strong in other districts appears very passive. It's been a few days since we severed the void of District 9, it should be about time, right? A 9th tier being communicated to other beings from different realms. Let's hold on for a few more days. Even if we break through District 9 now, it will still take some time to devour billions of human warriors. How long can those lords hold out? If other extraordinary beings from the supernatural pavilion return, it will be a huge problem. Not so fast. Let's hold on for a few more days and let our people devour more human warriors. Our strength can grow faster that way. These despicable human warriors are too crazy. I'm afraid we won't be able to hold out for even a few days. Humph. What are we afraid of? The indigenous humans of this realm won't last much longer. These powerful beings from other realms communicated among themselves, filled with confidence about breaking through District 9. They all believed that, based on the previous plan's progress, District 9 had surely been breached by now. Even if it hadn't, District 9 couldn't hold out for much longer. They weren't in a hurry. For beings of their level, fighting for a few days and nights was considered a short time. On the other side, the battles at a higher level were becoming increasingly terrifying and intense. Damn it! That cursed Nangong Fong is becoming more and more terrifying. He's grown so powerful in just a few hundred years. An extraordinary beast couldn't help but curse. Several extraordinary beings surrounded a Nangong Fong, and they found it hard to contain him, which shocked them. 3,000 years ago, Nangong Fong rose to power, and at that time, these beings from other realms began to constantly assassinate him, but all their attempts failed, costing them many strong warriors. Now, facing Nangong Fong again, they felt his terror even more. It doesn't matter. We can't kill him, that's fine. Our main goal this time is to destroy Human District 9 and kill that human prodigy. That human prodigy is even stronger than the Nangong Fong of the past and cultivates much faster. This child must die. I wonder how things are going in District 9 now. Has it been breached? Is that human prodigy dead? No problem. This time, we've united several factions, leaving no stone unturned. By this time, District 9 should have been breached that human prodigy can't escape. According to the plan, we just need to delay for a few more days. Even if we can't kill Nangong Feng, holding him back is not a problem. Exactly. This time we can severely injure the indigenous humans, making them lose billions of warriors, and if we kill that anomaly Su Chang, the indigenous beings of this realm will find it hard to recover. Other extraordinary beings from different realms exchanged their thoughts calmly. Although they were shocked by Nangong Feng's increased strength, they still had the advantage in numbers. Surrounding him was difficult, but holding him back for a few days was completely feasible. However, whether intercepting 8th tier and 9th tier beings from other districts or these extraordinary beings, they never expected that all their plans would not only fail but also backfire, as the 7th tier and above beings in District 9 were about to be completely annihilated. This mistake would prevent them from ever killing Su Chang and give him a real opportunity to rise. Boom! Ah! Damn human Su Chang, you will not have a good end. Once our 9th tier warriors make their move, it will be your death knell. Heavens! How did he become so strong? Dead, all dead. After Su Chang eliminated those 3 9th tier powerhouses, he quickly rushed to other areas that were primarily under attack by the magical beasts, swiftly slaying otherworldly beings with strength above the 7th tier. With his current power, those at the 7th tier were easily extinguished with a wave of his hand. 500, 800, 1000. This time, over 1,000 7th tier. Otherworldly beings were deployed in the magical beast tide, and so far, nearly all of them had been slain by Su Chang. 45 million, 50 million. As for the ordinary magical beasts and otherworldly beings, although Su Chang hadn't specifically targeted them these past few days, mainly providing support, he had still killed over 10 million. The total number of magical beasts slain reached a terrifying figure of 50 million. Congratulations! Your martial arts level has risen to 2.2 million. Congratulations! Your martial arts level has risen to 2.52 million. His strength was growing, but the experience gained from slaying magical beasts was decreasing. Fortunately, the quantity was sufficient. After all, over 100 billion magical beasts had been deployed this time. Su Chang had only slain over 50 million so far, which was still a long way from 100 billion. The crisis has been completely resolved. All the 7th tier otherworldly powerhouses have been eliminated. Now I can safely continue to slay more magical beasts, Su Chang thought to himself. He didn't want to participate in the battle at the North Gate for now. Raising his martial arts level was more important. He believed that those few divine martial artists would not be weaker than the other 9 9th tier beings, so he didn't need to worry about their safety. If Su Chang were to go and kill those 9 powerful 9th tier beings now, the magical beast tide might quickly retreat, and he wouldn't be able to continue raising his martial arts level. He didn't want to waste such a good opportunity. Ha ha! A bunch of trash, now I can unleash my full power to slaughter you. Su Chang laughed heartily. Thunder prison breaking heaven infinite slash. Boom! Large groups of magical beasts turned into blood mist under this terrifying wave of power, as simple as stepping on ants. 60 million, 70 million. Congratulations! Your martial arts level has risen to 2.7 million. Congratulations! Your martial arts level has risen to 3 million. Just after Su Chang's martial arts level broke through 3 million, a few days passed, and on the other 2 battlefields, the 8th and 9th tier beings intercepting the strong from other districts saw that the time was almost up and chose to leave. It's about time, huh? Let's go! You indigenous humans can now go support the 9th district. Let's see if it has turned into a wasteland? Completely gone? Ha ha! We're withdrawing, you can support slowly. Let's go! Mission accomplished. This time, tens of billions of human martial artists have died. Let's see how they remain arrogant. A large group of powerful 8th and 9th tier beings mocked the supporting human martial artists before quickly leaving, not wanting to linger in battle. Don't chase. Immediately head to the 9th district. Hopefully, the casualties won't be too severe. An extreme martial god powerhouse stopped the others from pursuing, his face filled with sorrow. The expressions of the other powerhouses were equally grim. These otherworldly beings had united and deployed so many strong fighters, which gave them a significant advantage in executing their plan. No one believed that the 9th district would be safe and sound now. If even 1/3 of the tens of billions of human martial artists inside survived, it would be sheer luck. Without hesitation, this group of powerhouses immediately rushed to the 9th district at the fastest speed and notified other strong fighters in the districts to see if they could now use teleportation to reach the 9th district. After all, since those intercepting otherworldly powerhouses had retreated, they certainly wouldn't remove the power that severed the void. In fact, the strong fighters from other districts had always been trying. Even without notification, they could know immediately. Nangong Feng, it's about time. We won't accompany you any longer in this fight. Go take a good look at the 9th district. From now on, it will only be a relic to you, haha. Retreat. The plan is flawless. This time, we will severely injure humanity. They won't recover for at least a few hundred years. Humph. If anyone is to blame, it's these human natives themselves. If they had willingly accepted captivity earlier, we could have allowed them to retain a bit of their bloodline. Now, none of them will live. Let's go. Don't get entangled with him. Nangong Fong will eventually die at our hands. Retreat. Whether it was the otherworldly super-level experts intercepting Nangong Fong or those intercepting other extraordinary beings, they all began to withdraw at this moment. According to the plan, the time they needed to intercept was these few days. They also believed that this time, the 9th district of humanity would definitely be annihilated, without any doubt. Therefore, whether it was the 8th or 9th tier beings or these super-level experts, they all left with full confidence. Nangong Feng's face darkened as he watched these otherworldly super-level experts leave. He said nothing and did not attempt to stop them. Instead, he swiftly moved towards the 9th district. At this moment, near the north gate of the 9th district, the 9 9th tier otherworldly experts grew anxious because they had not yet seen the 3 9th tier beings who had left return. Those 3 damned ones, why haven't they come back yet? Even if that kid has the strength of a mid-level martial god, the 3 of them together should be able to kill him, right? One of the 9th tier limit strength experts cursed. Time is running out. According to the plan, those attacking from other locations should be about to retreat, and those adults should be nearly done as well. We must kill that human kid, otherwise, this time we will suffer heavy losses. Not only will we fail to breach the 9th district, but if we don't even kill that kid, we will all be executed. There shouldn't be any problems. The 3 of them should be cooperating with other beasts to break through the defenses of the 9th district. Elsewhere, they might have already breached it in another location. Let's hope so. If they don't return and the human reinforcements arrive, then no one will be able to leave. Let's hold on a little longer. If anything unexpected happens, we will leave immediately. The 9 9th tier otherworldly experts were anxiously communicating through sound transmission, but despite saying this, they all felt an ominous premonition, though no one voiced it. The few martial god level experts here were also anxious. They were worried about Su Chang and hoped he was safe. They wanted to support Su Chang, but unfortunately, each one was blocked by these 9th tier otherworldly experts and couldn't break free. According to the plan, it should be time to retreat now, right? This time, the plan to destroy the 9th district has failed. I wonder if that human kid has been killed, said an 8th tier otherworldly being engaged in battle with a human martial saint, frowning. Some 8th tier otherworldly beings did not participate in the battle to breach the city. They were only holding back the human martial saints in other locations. Although many 8th tier otherworldly beings had been killed by Su Chang, it was impossible to kill them all. The 9th district was so vast, and these otherworldly beings were spread out everywhere. Su Chang couldn't possibly find them one by one. He should be dead. The purpose of this beast tide has 2 goals: to destroy the human 9th district and to kill the human prodigy. Now it seems we've only accomplished one, but that's still acceptable. Another 8th tier otherworldly being spoke up. In that case, let's start the retreat. If we don't leave now, the human reinforcements will arrive. Yeah, anyway, our main task is to hold them back. The plan time has come. If anything else happens, it can't be blamed on us. Let's retreat. We're leaving. Then let's go. Notify the other areas to let the magical beasts retreat. Continuing the attack is pointless. Once the human powerhouses arrive, the losses will be even greater, said an 8th tier magical beast in a deep voice. After the 8th tier beings from another realm finished their discussion, they did not hesitate and immediately withdrew. As for the powerful beasts among them, they quickly sent out notifications for the magical tide to begin retreating. 72 million. 75 million. Congratulations! Your martial arts level has risen to 3.1 million. Congratulations! Your martial arts level has risen to 3.2 million. At this moment, Su Chang, who was still enjoying the slaughter of magical beasts, suddenly noticed that the large number of magical beasts attacking the city began to retreat, turning around and running away as if summoned by something. Are they retreating? Why so soon? Do they know that 3 9th tier beings are chasing after them and that I've already killed them, realizing they can't kill me and thus retreating? Su Chang pondered. Or is there some other situation? It must be so. There haven't been any other powerful beings from different cities coming to support in these days. These beings from another realm must be up to something else. Forget it, it doesn't matter. Since the magical tide is retreating, I'll first go and kill the remaining 9 9th tier beings. The other ordinary magical beasts can leave, but these few cannot be let go. Su Chang shook his head slightly, too lazy to think too much. But thinking of the other few 9th tier powerful beings that wanted to kill him not long ago, these are strong beings from another realm and must not be allowed to escape. If these powerful beings hide, it would be very difficult to find them, otherwise, they wouldn't have survived this long under the pursuit of human powerhouses. With this in mind, Su Chang tore through the void and immediately headed towards the northern gate. At this moment, at the northern gate of Zone 9, the magical beasts attacking the city also seemed to be under some kind of summons, beginning their retreat. Damn it! The time is up, and the magical beasts are starting to retreat. What do we do now? And 9th tier being from another realm asked anxiously. Bastard! Why haven't those 3 useless ones returned? Are they dead? Forget about them, we need to hurry and retreat. Otherwise, it will be too late. Let's go, if you don't retreat then I'm leaving first. Let's go, let's go. At this point, regardless of the outcome, we should retreat first. The 9 powerful beings from another realm did not want to delay any longer, fearing that other human powerhouses would arrive to support them, at which point they would not be able to escape. After all, they were a coalition of various races, and they were never truly united. Even if there were 9th-tier beings wanting to hold on a bit longer, the other beings were unwilling to stay. Now, most 9th-tier beings from another realm chose to leave immediately, and the others naturally agreed. After a brief discussion, they immediately extricated themselves from the battle with the human martial god-level powerhouses and turned to leave. However, just at that moment, now you want to leave? Don't you think it's too late? Stay here. Su Cheng arrived just in time, seeing these 9th-tier beings from another realm trying to leave, and immediately took strong action. Boom! Put! Ah! Just as these 9 powerful beings from another realm were about to leave, Su Cheng tore through the void and arrived, then struck out, instantly killing a high-level 9th-tier being. This sudden change shocked both the 9th-tier beings and the human martial god-level powerhouses, leaving them stunned. Kill the high-level 9th-tier alien and gain 10 million experience points. You all stop the others, don't let them escape. I'll take care of them. After killing a high-level 9th-tier being, Su Cheng immediately said to the other martial god-level powerhouses. These martial god-level powerhouses initially did not plan to stop them, as it seemed pointless, they couldn't kill them anyway, so they thought it was fine to let them go. But they did not expect that Su Cheng would suddenly charge out and instantly kill a high-level 9th-tier magical being, leaving them utterly shocked and momentarily frozen in place. At this moment, Su Cheng let out a loud shout, waking up the several god-level powerhouses. Upon hearing Su Cheng's words, they did not hesitate and immediately moved to block the other 8 9th-tier otherworldly powerhouses who were trying to escape. The remaining few 9th-tier beings were naturally also frightened by Su Cheng's strength. If it weren't for Su Cheng's shout, they would have probably forgotten to flee. However, by the time they reacted, it was already too late. Ah, damn it. You actually didn't die? A 9th-tier limit beast said, his face filled with shock. Ha ha, want to kill me? You aren't qualified yet. Did you think I had already been killed by those 3 9th-tier powerhouses? They were killed by me days ago, now it's your turn. Su Cheng said with a cold smile, his eyes filled with mockery, as he knew they must have thought that way. Run! This kid has become a great threat. The several 9th-tier otherworldly beings did not dare to linger any longer and had no doubts about Su Cheng's words. After all, Su Cheng had just slain a high-level 9th-tier demon, which was enough to prove that he was definitely not wrong. Therefore, they were even more afraid to stay. Get out of my way. Scram! You're seeking death. The other 9th-tier otherworldly beings roared at the god-level powerhouses blocking their path. Now you want to run? It's too late. You were the ones who blocked me before, now it's your turn to see how you escape. Ha ha, you wanted to leave before and now it's too late to regret. With Su Cheng here, you all must die. The other god-level powerhouses were now filled with excitement. Although they didn't know why Su Cheng was so strong, this was not the time to ask. The most important thing was to eliminate these few 9th-tier otherworldly beings. Killing them would reduce the threat to human warriors. You 3, die first. Su Cheng directly locked onto the 3 strongest 9th-tier otherworldly beings. They were at the 9th-tier limit, the easiest to escape, so they had to be killed first. Su Cheng, you are arrogant, roared the towering beast, standing 1,000 feet tall. Blood Dragon Fury Fist. Boom! Su Cheng unleashed a punch, and the illusory blood dragon was larger and more bloodthirsty than ever before. It let out a dragon's roar, directly enveloping the massive beast. Now, with over 3 million martial arts levels, Su Cheng's total martial arts attributes had surpassed 20 million, significantly higher than the total attributes of the most powerful 9th-tier limit beings. So even if Su Cheng was only using an S-level martial skill now, its power was unimaginable. Ah! Break for me! The massive beast roared in anger as it felt the life and death crisis from the blood dragon wrapping around it. Boom! But with its roar, the enormous blood dragon exploded, killing the massive beast instantly. Here, the second 9th-tier beast was dead. Kill a 9th-tier limit beast, gain 10 million experience points. Surprisingly, the experience points were the same as killing a high-level 9th-tier beast. Su Cheng was momentarily taken aback, but didn't care as he knew that the experience gained from killing beasts was generally much less than that from otherworldly beings. The other 9th-tier otherworldly beings and god-level powerhouses, witnessing such a massive and powerful beast being killed by Su Cheng with a single punch, showed expressions of shock once again. Third one. After killing the 9th-tier limit beast, Su Cheng did not stop and charged towards another 9th-tier limit demon. Damn it! Get away from me! The 9th-tier limit demon roared in anger, sealing Skyfinger. Put. Unsurprisingly, the third 9th-tier limit otherworldly being was dead. Kill a 9th-tier limit demon, gain 15 million experience points. This Kind of experience points is what Su Chang should have for killing 9th tier limit powerhouses at the moment. Fourth one. In a flash, Su Chang's figure appeared before the last 9th tier limit alien, and he directly punched out. Put. This was the weakest among the 3 9th tier limit beings from another realm, easily killed by Su Chang with a single punch. The 3 powerful beings at 9th tier strength were thus eliminated by Su Chang with just a finger and 2 punches, leaving one 9th tier high level being. The remaining few 9th tier beings were already terrified to the core. 3 had died in other places, and now 4 more had perished here, totaling 7 powerful beings at 9th tier strength. Out of the 12 9th tier beings dispatched, only 5 remained. Meanwhile, the human martial god level powerhouses, along with Su Chang, numbered 10 here, making it impossible for these 5 9th tier beings to escape. Ah, damn Su Chang, you will not die a good death. Our divine being will descend soon, and you will all die. This time, everything has gone to waste. I hate it. All of you native humans in this realm will not have a good ending. Su Chang, I curse you to die without a burial place. In just 5 breaths, amidst the wails and curses of the 5 9th tier beings, they were all easily slain by Su Chang. From the moment Su Chang arrived and killed all these powerful 9th tier beings, it took him no more than 10 breaths. This feat completely shocked all the martial god level powerhouses. They had been held up by these few 9th tier beings for several days, unable to do anything about them, yet Su Chang managed to eliminate them all in just a few breaths. They had thought Su Chang would need some time, perhaps his first strike had an element of surprise to instantly kill a 9th tier high level being. But for the subsequent 9th tier beings, Su Chang's kills were all strong and overwhelming, showcasing his absolute invincibility. As for the other matters in the city, I'll leave them to you all. I have some things to attend to and will return soon. After slaying the 9 powerful 9th tier beings, here, Su Chang did not stop. The beast tide was receding, and he needed to seize the time to kill more beasts. His martial arts level had increased significantly over these days, and it felt incredibly satisfying. Su Chang wanted to improve even more. The beast tide had just begun to retreat, and there were still quite a few left. If he waited for them to completely withdraw and then scatter in all directions, it would not be so easy to hunt them down in batches. However, just as Su Chang's figure vanished, a sudden beam of light shot up into the sky from the depths of the 9 forbidden zones in the blue star world, as if piercing through the entire heavens and earth. Even from tens of thousands of kilometers or hundreds of thousands of kilometers away, it could be clearly seen or felt. It could be said that the stronger the existence, the clearer the sensation. At this moment, whether it was Su Chang, who had just wanted to continue slaying beasts, or all the other human powerhouses, their expressions changed drastically. They could all see the 9 towering light pillars, like columns supporting the heavens and earth. The sudden appearance of these 9 light pillars gave Su Chang and the others the feeling of a tremendous upheaval in the world. After 10,000 years of preparation, waiting for this moment, the demon passage has already opened, and the heart of this realm will surely belong to my demon slaughter clan. You despicable races, spending 10,000 years fighting with these native humans, are truly foolish to the extreme. However, it is fortunate to have you despicable races to attract the attention of the native humans, allowing the demon passage to open smoothly. Only with the heart of the realm can we attract the eternal divine tree. This heart of the realm must be seized by my demon slaughter clan. The heart of the realm belongs to my demon slaughter clan. It belongs to my demon slaughter clan. In the depths of a forbidden zone, a terrifying shadow emitted a hoarse voice, as if it hadn't spoken for countless years. Its voice was filled with anticipation, mockery, fervor, ruthlessness, bloodlust, greed, madness. However, this shadow, which quickly fell silent, had no idea that in some corners of the blue star world there existed beings that had been lying in wait for thousands of years, slightly opening their eyes to gaze at the 9 beams of light soaring into the sky. A smirk appeared on their faces, filled with derision and profound meaning. The 10,000 demon passage, huh? Heh, the 10,000 demon passage. This core of the realm is truly vast. It has grown so quickly that in just 10,000 years it has expanded over 100,000 times. No wonder so many worlds want to seize it. It seems the time has come. It's time to communicate with my master and let the army descend. Haha, the indigenous humans of this realm really thought they couldn't be wiped out 1,000 years ago? They just later discovered that if all the natives died, it would affect the growth of the core, so they left you a bit of bloodline. I must say, the reproduction and growth of the indigenous humans in this realm are indeed impressive, accelerating the growth of the core significantly. Poor natives, they have no idea that their existence's meaning is to hasten the growth of the core. TSK, once the core is fully matured, you will have no reason to exist. The opening of the 10,000 demon passage was like a stone dropped into a calm surface of water, instantly stirring up wave after wave of ripples. It also gradually brought to light the reasons for the changes in the blue star world 1,000 years ago. What on earth is this? Su Chang looked at the distant beams of light, puzzled. Although his strength was increasing rapidly, he was still too young to know some of the secrets within the blue star world. Never mind, even if the sky falls, there will be a tall person to hold it up. My main task now is to slay more magical beasts. Shaking his head slightly, Su Chang didn't think much of it, as he was completely unaware of these matters. With that thought, he stopped paying attention to the soaring light beams and continued to slay the retreating magical beasts. What exactly is happening? Where did such immense light come from? It seems the world is undergoing new changes again. I wonder if it's a calamity or an opportunity. I hope this time many people can survive. Some god-level warriors looked at the beams of light, their expressions heavy. Although they didn't know what these were, their strength gave them an instinct that the appearance of these beams of light was likely not a good thing. As for the other warriors, they were even more confused. Even the martial emperor and martial saint level experts had no idea what was happening. Has the time come so quickly? I wonder how those seniors are doing now. This time, how many of us humans will survive? Nangong Feng, heading to the 9th district, suddenly saw the emergence of these 9 beams of light, his expression changing drastically, then becoming heavy, even pained. He slightly closed his eyes, then opened them again, not thinking too much, and continued towards the 9th district. Meanwhile, those other worldly beings intercepting the human martial saints and martial gods, as well as the extraordinary level experts, suddenly saw these 9 beams of light soaring into the sky during their retreat, equally puzzled. What the hell is this? These beams of light seem to represent the locations of the 9 forbidden zones mentioned by the indigenous humans? Damn it! We're fighting with the indigenous humans and these damn things are causing trouble? It seems my master indicated that the core of this realm should be maturing. Is the legendary core about to appear? If I can seize the core for my world and my people, it would definitely be a great achievement and my master will surely reward me. These otherworldly beings looked at the 9 beams of light, most of their faces showing confusion, but inside, they were equally excited as they felt that their mission seemed to be nearing completion. It can be seen that even these beings from other worlds are equally unaware of the specific changes happening on Blue Star. Thunder Prison Break Heaven Infinite / Boom. 78 million. 80 million. Congratulations, your martial arts level has risen to 3.5 million. Congratulations, your martial arts level has risen to 3.8 million. At this moment, Su Chang was unaware that a large number of martial emperor level experts had already arrived in Area 9, with the number of those at the martial emperor level alone exceeding 1,000, and more were still coming. There were also quite a few martial saint level experts, reaching over 100, and even the number of martial god level experts coming to assist exceeded 30. However, when they arrived with heavy hearts, they expected to see nothing but ruins in Area 9. But now that they were in Area 9, they were beginning to wonder if they had teleported to the wrong district. Is this really Area 9? A martial emperor level expert couldn't help but stop a martial artist to ask, "Why yes, sir, this is Area 9, what's wrong?" The martial artist suddenly stopped, felt the terrifying aura from the other party and was startled, responding in a panic. How is this possible? Wasn't Area 9 attacked by a beast tide, with the space here even severed? How could it be preserved so well? After confirming, the martial emperor level expert spoke with disbelief. Although there was still some chaos in Area 9 and many places were destroyed, it was nothing compared to the ruins they had imagined. It was indeed attacked by a beast tide, but they have retreated. The martial artist nodded but knew nothing about the severed space. Oh, right, this time the beast tide crisis was single-handedly resolved by Lord Su Chang, who killed all the powerful beings from other worlds, and then the beast tide retreated. I was on the ground at the time, saw Lord Su Chang arrive, and then with one move, he killed a fierce beast expert. Later, I heard that the fierce beast expert was at the 9th rank. When this martial artist spoke of Su Chang, an expression of immense respect appeared on his face, and there was even a hint of fervor in his eyes. Are you kidding? The 9th rank is comparable to a martial god level expert. How could it be killed in one move? Isn't Su Chang only at the martial emperor level? The martial emperor level expert found it even more unbelievable, thinking that the martial artist was lying. Sir, I'm not joking, many people know about this. You can ask others. Although I don't know Lord Su Chang's strength, I saw him kill that fierce beast, and many people said it was at the 9th rank. The man felt a bit displeased that the martial emperor level expert was questioning the person he admired, but due to the other's strength, he naturally didn't dare to say anything. It can be said that whether it was the martial emperor level experts from other districts or the martial saint level experts, even some martial god level experts, none of them could believe that this was Area 9. However, they were soon gathered by the martial god level experts in Area 9, who explained to everyone what had happened during this time. After everyone listened, they were left speechless, shocked into silence. How is this possible? When Nangong Feng arrived and saw the intact Area 9, he was equally bewildered. Su Chang? Where is Su Chang? He didn't think much about why Area 9 was still intact. His main concern was Su Chang's safety, and he immediately roared in anger above Area 9. It wasn't that Nangong Feng, as a transcendent-level human expert, didn't care about the lives of ordinary martial artists, but he believed that Su Chang's rapid growth in such a short time must be due to possessing incredibly powerful fortune. Now, in the world of Blue Star, a special period has begun, and Su Chang has just appeared, which inevitably makes Nangong Feng believe that Su Chang might even be the son of destiny for the Blue Star world. This concerns the future fate of the Blue Star world, and he must take it seriously and with care. At this moment, upon his arrival, his powerful divine sense nearly enveloped half of the ninth district, yet he did not detect Su Cheng's presence, which made him anxious. The martial god-level powerhouses within the ninth district were still in shock, but upon sensing Nangong Feng's arrival, they immediately rushed out to greet him. "Lord Nangong, why have you come in person?" a martial god-level powerhouse asked cautiously. "With such a big incident, how could I not come? Where is Su Cheng? Where has he gone? Has anything happened? Also, what is the situation in the ninth district?" Nangong Feng questioned sternly, his expression dark. "Lord Nangong, please calm down. Su Cheng is fine, not a thing has happened to him. He is currently not in the city. He said he has some matters to attend to outside, but he will be back soon. As for that situation in the ninth district, please sit down, and I will give you a proper report." The strongest martial god-level powerhouse in the ninth district quickly explained. Hearing that Su Cheng was safe, Nangong Feng finally breathed a sigh of relief, and he was equally curious about why the ninth district remained almost intact. "Come, tell me what has happened during this time?" Nangong Feng nodded and descended from the void, following the group of martial god-level powerhouses into an incredibly luxurious conference room. "The general situation is like this," a martial god-level powerhouse had to explain again. He knew Nangong Feng valued Su Cheng, so he described Su Cheng's previous performance as incredibly heroic, almost to the point of saying that Su Cheng single-handedly crushed a group of ninth-tier beings. Ninth-tier beings crushed and killed by Su Cheng with a single punch? Is that really true or not? Not long after, when Nangong Feng finished listening, a look of doubt appeared on his face, making it hard for him to believe. What this martial god-level powerhouse said was that it was almost entirely due to Su Cheng alone that the entire ninth district was saved, having slaughtered nearly all other worldly beings above the seventh tier. "Lord Nangong, at first we also didn't believe it, but this is indeed a fact. A total of 12 ninth-tier beings came from the other world, but among them, 9 were witnessed by us, all killed by Su Cheng in just a few breaths. No one could withstand even a single move from him, not even having the chance to fight back." The other martial god-level powerhouses present all nodded in agreement, confirming that there was absolutely no mistake. Moreover, after investigation, 3 ninth-tier beings initially went to hunt him down, but they were all killed by him with just one move. It seemed he used some kind of martial divine ability. However, my subordinate believes that Su Cheng does not need to awaken a martial divine ability. His own strength has likely already reached the extraordinary level. This martial god-level powerhouse continued, but he did not dare to be too certain with the last statement. Upon hearing this, all the powerhouses in the conference room couldn't help but gasp. Extraordinary level strength. This was the martial path that these martial god-level powerhouses aspired to achieve throughout their lives. Originally, Su Cheng's previous performance, achieving martial emperor level in just over a year, was already enough to shock all human martial artists and even astonish all otherworldly beings. As a result, these otherworldly beings had to unite and launch the largest beast tide in history, one of the purposes being to kill Su Cheng. But whether it was the human martial artists or the otherworldly beings, they could never have imagined that Su Cheng's strength was far beyond martial emperor level. He was an ultimate martial god and an invincible existence among them. He might even have reached the extraordinary level. Just a little over a year, and a newly awakened martial artist has grown to such an extent. Just thinking about it is terrifying. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes and were clear about Su Cheng's background, they would never believe it. Ha ha, good, very good. Nangong Feng fell silent for a moment before suddenly bursting into hearty laughter. The previous gloom swept away, his face unable to hide the excitement and thrill. This little guy must be the child of destiny. He must be. At this moment, Nangong Feng was incredibly certain in his heart. If he wasn't the child of destiny, how could he grow so fast? One could even say that this rate of growth defies common sense. If he wasn't the child of destiny, how could the massive beast tide, with various beings from different realms joining forces, fail so completely? Not only did they fail to destroy the human ninth district, but even Su Cheng remained unscathed. They calculated everything, yet they failed to account for the anomaly that was Su Cheng, merely seeing him as a target to be eliminated on the spot. "Lord Nangong." This time Su Cheng turned the tide and saved the ninth district. His contributions are unimaginable. We must reward him well. A martial god-level expert, seeing Nangong Feng so pleased, suggested. A reward is certainly in order, but ordinary treasures probably won't be of use to him. Let's wait for him to return and ask what he needs. We should naturally fulfill what we can. Nangong Feng nodded upon hearing this. In the human ninth district, there was a festive atmosphere, celebrating the successful defense against the beast tide. Every martial artist was spreading the news of Su Cheng's great deeds, revering him as if he were a deity. Speaking of the name, Su Cheng seemed to cast a spell over the martial artists of the ninth district, filling their eyes with fervor. Especially many martial artists who had witnessed Su Cheng in action, seeing beings from other realms powerful as gods in their eyes, reduced to nothing more than dogs before Su Cheng. Such a shocking scene would be forever etched in their minds, never to be forgotten for 100 years, 1,000 years. In contrast, the allied beings from other realms, upon retreating, were equally overjoyed, believing that both the human prodigy Su Chang and the 9th district had long since turned to ashes. But when they returned, they found less than 1/10 of the 7th tier experts and fewer than 10 8th tier beings from various races had come back. As for the 12 9th tier experts, not a single one was seen. After these 8th tier beings explained everything in detail, these powerful beings could hardly fathom this reality. How is this possible? Do you dare deceive me? Clearly, you are the useless ones, unwilling to exert yourselves, aren't you? Die! Boom! An extraordinary being from another realm roared in anger, slamming down a palm, and those 8th tier beings turned into blood. Missed! Damn it! Damn it! You useless bunch, all of you are useless. Such a meticulous plan, and it failed. Not only did the human 9th district remain intact, but you couldn't even kill a single human. What else could you be but useless? The faces of the other extraordinary experts were equally grim. What a ridiculous alliance. With your simple-minded fools, there's no way to unite, only to cause trouble. At this moment, a demon clan expert angrily spoke to the other powerful beings. Nonsense! Clearly, it was your demon clan that didn't put in the effort. Go to hell! You demon clan are the real fools. When the plan fails, you blame others? Damn it, Pijun, what do you mean? It was your demon clan that wanted to unite before, and now you blame us? Hearing this, the other beings from different realms became even angrier, all shouting in response. Humph! I can't be bothered to waste time talking to you fools. I'm truly blind to associate with you lot. After the demon clan expert finished speaking, he turned and left, followed by the other demon clan experts. Damn it! We're leaving too. The other beings from different realms also departed, and this so-called alliance of otherworldly beings collapsed. 90 million. 100 million. Congratulations, your martial arts level has risen to 4.5 million. Congratulations, your martial arts level has risen to 5 million. At this moment, amidst the frenzied pursuit in Sioux City, the number of beasts he had slain rapidly increased, surpassing 100 million. His martial arts level had also broken through to 5 million. Everyone's scattered enough, forget it, let's head back. Seeing the beasts fleeing in all directions, Sioux City was ready to give up the chase. Before long, Sioux City's figure appeared in the sky above Zone 9, and just as he was about to descend, a figure suddenly appeared beside him. Feeling a powerful aura emerge, Sioux City's heart tightened, but he relaxed upon seeing who it was. Sioux City. Come, follow me. The newcomer was naturally Nangong Fong. Given Sioux City's current strength, only Nangong Fong could have detected him immediately in the entire Zone 9. A 6th tier extraordinary? Sioux City thought, in surprise as he sensed the fluctuations of Nangong Feng's aura. When he first met Nangong Fong, he couldn't discern the other's strength at all. Even the leaders of the 9 major districts were a mystery to him. But now that his martial arts level had reached 5 million, his strength was comparable to a 2nd tier extraordinary, although Nangong Fong was still significantly stronger than him. However, Sioux City could now vaguely sense the other's strength. As Nangong Fong led Sioux City back into the luxurious conference room, a group of human experts, all at least junior martial gods, were present. Upon seeing Sioux City, they were all shocked again, but soon showed friendly expressions and nodded at him. Nangong Fong sat back in the main seat and gestured for Sioux City to sit beside him, which the others naturally had no objections to. I won't say much more, I already know everything that has happened in Zone 9 these days. This time, our human Zone 9 not only managed to survive this crisis, but the district remains in excellent condition thanks to Sioux City's great contributions. Moreover, he has slain 12 beings from other realms at 9th tier strength. The significance of these contributions speaks for itself. Nangong Fong looked around with a smile on his face. The others nodded in agreement. If they still had objections now, they would truly be foolish. Sioux City, speak up, what do you need now? We will naturally meet your requests. Nangong Fong looked at Sioux City, inquiring with a smile. Sioux City understood that if he hadn't slain this batch of beings from other realms, Zone 9 would have been utterly destroyed. However, he didn't care about that, seeing countless martial artists, regardless of their strength, fighting desperately to fend off the beast attacks had a profound impact on him. Therefore, his subsequent actions prioritized supporting other areas over raising his martial arts level. If it weren't for this, the number of beasts he had slain would have been significantly higher than it is now. But even knowing this, Sioux City wouldn't regret it, because he was not only a part of the human martial artists but also hailing from Zone 9. He didn't think much of doing these things. Even if the human high-ups didn't reward him, Sioux City wouldn't mind. After all, breaking through to a martial arts level of 5 million was already the greatest reward. However, now that Nangong Fong and these high-ranking humans have taken the initiative to offer him a reward, Su Chang naturally won't be polite. A reward? How much? At this moment, a look of greed appeared on Su Chang's face. After all, he was only in his teens. Ah, of course. Seeing his expression, Nangong Fong and the others smiled even more. However, your strength has increased too quickly, and ordinary rewards probably won't interest you. We can only ask what you need right now. Whatever we can provide, we won't hold back. The leader of District 9 said with a smile. I don't need any treasures as a reward, I just want money. Just give me money, I'm really short on it right now, Su Cheng said bluntly. He truly needed money. His martial arts specific skills hadn't refreshed yet, and he needed a large sum to continue enhancing his talent traits. Short on money? Everyone in the conference room was momentarily taken aback. To them, once one reached their level of strength, money was merely a number. Only those incredibly precious treasures could pique their interest. Su Cheng's strength was clearly much greater than theirs, yet they never expected that he was actually short on money. After a moment of surprise, Nan Gongfeng quickly reacted. He recalled that during the martial arts competition, he had given Su Cheng quite a few things, but in the end, Su Cheng's request was to convert everything into funds. At that time, Nan Gongfeng hadn't thought much of it, but now he was puzzled. No matter how much money you have, it's just a number. Whatever you need, we can give you extra. If you need other treasures, feel free to mention them. We can provide treasures far more valuable than the enlightenment fruits you received before. That's not a problem. But you should think carefully. Nan Gongfeng didn't ask Su Cheng why he needed money. He wasn't the type to pry. Yes, Su Cheng, money is just an external thing. Only treasures are rare, many of which can't be bought. With money, others chimed in. I really need money. As for treasures, they should be used by the warriors who need them. I don't need them for now, Su Cheng shrugged in response to their advice. He genuinely didn't want treasures. Even if he got them, he would have to sell them, which was a hassle. Moreover, the treasures collected by these high-ranking humans were indeed not purchasable with money. Selling them outside would inevitably attract other ill-intentioned warriors or forces. Therefore, Su Cheng insisted on not wanting any treasures, just money. So how much money do you actually need? Just name a number and I'll give it to you, Nan Gongfeng said, increasingly satisfied with Su Cheng. A teenager who prioritizes giving treasures to those in need, not being greedy for fame or wealth, is truly rare. If it were someone else given such an opportunity, they would definitely not hold back and would take as many treasures as they could. It should be noted that these treasures were accumulated by high-ranking humans over many years, far superior to most treasures available outside. Hearing this, Su Cheng felt a bit troubled. He was indeed short on money, but when Nan Gongfeng specifically asked how much he needed, Su Cheng didn't know. After defeating the Zhao family, he had received a total of 12 trillion from their assets, but he had barely enhanced his talent traits a few times before it was all gone. How much did he need? 100 trillion? 1,000 trillion? Would that be asking for too much? Seeing the troubled look on Su Cheng's face, Nan Gongfeng thought he was too shy to speak up. How about this? I have 1,000 source crystals here. I'll just give them all to you. As for treasures, if you don't need them now, you can bring them up later when you do. Nan Gongfeng smiled slightly and said to Su Cheng, Source crystals? What are those? Su Cheng asked in confusion. However, the others in the conference room couldn't help but gasp at his words. Source crystal, how should I put it? You can think of it as a higher form of currency. Actually, it can also be used for cultivation, but you need to reach at least the 9th tier of the extraordinary to use it. In our Blue Star world, the number of source crystals is quite limited. I've only obtained these over the years, and since I can't use them for now, I'll just give them all to you. By the way, a single source crystal can be exchanged for at least 10 trillion gold coins. Most of the time, no one is willing to exchange them. As for how to exchange, you can figure that out yourself, Nan Gongfeng explained. That's too precious. Since it can be used for cultivation, Lord Nan Gong, you should keep it. Just give me the money, Su Cheng directly refused upon hearing this. 1,000 source crystals? That would be worth at least 10 trillion gold coins, which would indeed be enough for Su Cheng to significantly enhance his talent traits. It's not as valuable as you think. In fact, most of its uses are just for currency transactions. I'll explain this to you later. If you ask me for 10 trillion now, I certainly don't have that much on me. Nan Gongfeng shook his head slightly. Alright, no need to say more. Just accept it. If you don't use it, you can exchange it with others. I have other matters to attend to, so I won't stay longer. During this time, if you go out, be very careful. Our world is becoming increasingly unstable. I'll come to find you again in a while. Just as Nan Gongfeng wanted to say something more, his expression suddenly changed, and he quickly finished speaking to Su Cheng before his figure vanished without a trace. Su Cheng wanted to say something, but Nan Gongfeng was already gone, so he had to give up. At this moment, in the conference room, a group of martial god-level powerhouses looked at the space storage in Su Cheng's hand, or rather, at the source crystals he held, with incredibly fiery eyes. Rob? Even if they had 1,000 times the courage, they wouldn't dare. Not to mention Su Cheng himself, they were simply no match for him. Even if Nan Gongfeng's side found out, their fate would be easy to imagine. Moreover, as the core high-ranking members of humanity, they naturally wouldn't do such a thing. Ahem, Su Cheng, are you really short on money? Do you want to exchange these source crystals? One martial god-level powerhouse couldn't help but ask. The other martial god-level powerhouses looked at Su Cheng with eager expressions, nearly drooling. Didn't Lord Nan Gong say that these source crystals are only useful for those with extraordinary strength at the 9th tier? If you're using them as money, you shouldn't be short on funds, right? Seeing the expressions of these martial god-level powerhouses, Su Cheng couldn't help but raise an eyebrow and asked, Su Cheng, you don't know this. Lord Nangong is right, it's because only those at the 9th tier of extraordinary strength can use them without wasting them. The main reason is that source crystals contain a powerful energy that can be absorbed by such strong individuals. But similarly, for us martial god-level powerhouses, they are still quite useful. Although we can't fully absorb the energy inside, even absorbing a portion of it is more effective than many treasures. Source crystals can be used as currency for transactions, but only those who have reached the extraordinary level can trade with them. How could we possibly have access to them? In fact, source crystals were not first discovered by us human warriors. It is said to be the main trading currency among beings from other realms, but the source crystals that remain in our blue star world are quite few. Many things are beyond our reach, even for us martial god level beings. Only those who reach the extraordinary level will understand it better than we do, the leader of the 9th district explained. Su Cheng nodded upon hearing this. In that case, how do you plan to exchange? If there's no other use for it, Su Cheng doesn't plan to keep it and will directly exchange it for money. What do you all say? We can't let Su Cheng suffer a loss, right? The leader of District 9 looked at the other martial god level experts and asked. Now everyone definitely needs to unify the price and come up with a figure that everyone is satisfied with, otherwise, how can it work if one offers high and the other low? You propose a specific number, we'll go with your suggestion. We certainly can't let Su Cheng suffer a loss. He has made such a significant contribution to us in District 9, and he hasn't even asked for anything else yet. Alright, then we'll go with your suggestion. The other martial god level experts all looked at the leader of District 9 and said, in that case, how about we set the price at this number for each source crystal? The leader of District 9 held up 2 fingers. Previously, Nangong Fong had said that one source crystal could be exchanged for at least 10 trillion gold coins. Now, the number mentioned by the leader of District 9 would naturally not be low. 2 fingers represented 20 trillion for one source crystal. Okay, let's go with that number. Alright, I have no objections. That works, let's ask Su Cheng if he can accept it? Seeing this, the others nodded, indicating that this price was acceptable. At their level of strength, they didn't care much about money, they wouldn't carry that much cash on them. However, they all had family powers behind them with many industries, so they were naturally wealthy. Su Cheng, we've decided to exchange your source crystals at the price of 20 trillion each. What do you think? The leader of District 9 looked at Su Cheng and asked, 20 trillion each? So for these 1,000 pieces, wouldn't that be 20 quadrillion? Just thinking about that number made Su Cheng's heart race. With such a sum, he could definitely enhance his talent characteristics significantly, even refresh several martial skills to SSS level. This price was indeed considerable. After all, even Nangong Fong had said it was at least 10 trillion each. But now it was 20 trillion, already doubled. Clearly, the actual price had been raised quite a bit. Alright, let's go with the number you mentioned. Su Cheng nodded, not dwelling on it too much. Then how many source crystals do you want to exchange? Everyone looked at Su Cheng again. I'll exchange them all. You all can discuss how to split these 1,000 source crystals among yourselves. Just give me 20 quadrillion. Since keeping them was useless, Su Cheng decided to exchange them all. Ha, sure, we'll have someone bring the money over right away. Just wait a moment. Ha ha, great. I'll notify my family to send money over too. Everyone was momentarily stunned, then immediately ecstatic. Just now, they were thinking that if each person exchanged one, it would be fine, and they figured Su Cheng wouldn't take out too many source crystals for exchange. But they didn't expect Su Cheng to not keep a single one and exchange them all. Of course, they wouldn't complain about it being too little and immediately agreed. Before long, these martial god level experts had their families send over the money, gathering 20 quadrillion to give to Su Cheng. Su Cheng also tossed the 1,000 source crystals to the crowd, and as for how to divide them, he couldn't be bothered to manage that. First, let's raise the martial arts realm to martial emperor, then we can talk. At that point, the third martial talent characteristic can be unlocked. I wonder what it is. After leaving, Su Cheng thought to himself. In the following days, Su Cheng spent a sum of money to directly raise his martial arts realm to the peak martial emperor. After all, he had so much money now, so this expenditure was nothing. How could this be? Is the third talent characteristic really that strong? When Su Cheng checked his attribute panel again, he was instantly shocked. For every increase of 1 million levels, the martial arts level increases by an additional 1%, not concurrent with the second talent characteristic can be enhanced. What does this mean? That is to say, for example, if Su Cheng's martial arts level is currently at 5 million, starting from now, if he raises his martial arts level by 1 million, he will reach 6 million. At that point, he can gain an additional 1% boost, which is calculated based on the 6 million level, not the 1 million increase. Therefore, 1% of 6 million would mean an additional increase of 60,000 in martial arts level. Looking at it this way, the increase doesn't seem like much, just a few tens of thousands, but one must understand that this talent characteristic can still be enhanced just like the previous two talent characteristics. Moreover, Su Cheng's strength is growing stronger, and in the future, the increase in martial arts level will be even faster. Without saying too much, if it can be raised to 10% or 20%, that would be explosive. Especially when the martial arts level reaches tens of millions or even hundreds of millions, just a 10% additional boost would mean 1 million levels. However, there is a limitation: it cannot be activated simultaneously with the second talent characteristic, meaning that the additional increase in martial arts level will not provide an extra boost to all attributes. For example, if there is an additional increase of 10,000 levels, according to the second talent characteristic, for every 100 levels increased, there is an additional plus 80 points to all attributes. Under normal circumstances, that would mean an extra 8,000 points to all attributes. The martial arts level increased by this third talent characteristic will not work simultaneously with the second talent characteristic, but the martial arts attributes gained from the additional increase in martial arts level will still be added. An additional increase of 10,000 levels would mean an extra 10,000 points to all attributes. Let's first see how much funding is required for this increase. Su Cheng became excited. If the cost isn't too high, he would definitely want to increase it first. If the cost is too high, he would have to prioritize enhancing the first and second talent characteristics. After all, the third talent characteristic seems to work better the higher the martial arts level is. At this moment, on the other side, are we really sending Su Cheng to the City of Void? Nangong Feng looked at the other extraordinary level powerhouses, his expression somewhat grim as he spoke. Our world is becoming increasingly unstable, and we no longer have extra manpower. Only Su Cheng is capable. Even if his strength hasn't reached the extraordinary level, he is still invincible below that level. It has been a long time since we heard from those people. If they can't return, we won't be able to stop this great upheaval of heaven and earth, an old man said helplessly. Moreover, Su Cheng hails from our Blue Star world, and his strength has risen. Too remarkably, he is undoubtedly the child of destiny for our world. We definitely don't want anything to happen to him. Sending him to the City of Void can also help him avoid this crisis. Even if all of us die, as long as this child of destiny is alive, our Blue Star world can still have a trace of bloodline left. Another old man continued. Hearing this, Nangong Feng's expression, though still grim, made him acknowledge that these people were right. The City of Void is equally dangerous, but staying in the Blue Star world is even more perilous. With the demon portal now open, they could face an endless army of demons at any moment. This calamity is definitely far more terrifying than 10,000 years ago. Although martial arts are now widespread and many strong individuals have emerged among humans, Nangong Feng and the others still lack the confidence to say they can completely survive this catastrophe, not even having a 1% chance. The continuation of the human seed of Blue Star is essential, and right now, Su Cheng is the best candidate. Alright then, I'll go talk to him. After pondering for a while, Nangong Feng finally nodded in agreement with their request. 1,000 years ago, in the world of Blue Star, there were extraordinary level powerhouses who ventured to the City of Void. At that time, those extraordinary martial artists who had gone there could still return from time to time, but no one has come back in the last 1,000 years. Moreover, in the nearly 1,000 years since, a few extraordinary martial artists have gone there, but ultimately, they all disappeared without a trace. Therefore, no extraordinary powerhouses dared to go there again. They worried about whether something had happened to the Blue Star human martial artists in the City of Void. But if something did happen, it couldn't be that everyone was affected, right? Or is it that the route back from the City of Void has already been cut off? Unable to return, only able to go? Regarding this, Nangong Feng and the other extraordinary powerhouses were unclear. 1,000 years have passed, and no one knows what the situation is like over there now. But in any case, the only place that can lead away from the Blue Star world is the City of Void, so they decided to send Su Cheng there. No one knows what the situation is like over there now, but even if there is a glimmer of hope, it is worth it. If Su Cheng stays in the Blue Star world, with the demons descending, he would definitely be the first target to be eliminated, leaving him with no chance of survival at all. Upgrade. Martial arts talent characteristic points insufficient. 1 trillion. Upgrade of the third talent characteristic failed. Su Cheng? Hearing the prompt, Su Cheng thought he misheard it, thinking it was 100 billion, but it was clear that it was not 100 billion, but 1 trillion. What the hell? It takes this much funding to upgrade? I just got my hands on 20 trillion, and that means I can only upgrade once? Su Cheng said, somewhat dazed. Too harsh. This is really too harsh. The third talent characteristic, in Su Cheng's view, is indeed incredibly powerful. Although it doesn't show much now, mainly because the martial arts level will be much higher in the future, at least reaching tens of millions or more, and it also needs to be enhanced by an additional ratio. Only then would it be satisfying. But he never expected that this first upgrade would actually require a full 1 trillion characteristic points, which is 1 trillion in funding. In fact, Su Cheng did not know that this consumption is not low at all, because it is currently based on the main currency in the Blue Star world for the upgrade. Now that his strength has reached the extraordinary level, as previously mentioned, trading currency can be done using source crystal stones. And 1 trillion gold coins is only equivalent to 1,000 source crystal stones. Su Cheng felt that the funding consumption was too high, mainly because his strength had increased too quickly and he hadn't had time to come into contact with many things. If they knew, they would understand that many treasures in the world today, if measured in money, have values in the hundreds of billions or even higher. But such treasures are definitely only available to extraordinary powerhouses who would not use ordinary currency to purchase them, but rather source crystal stones. 1 trillion may seem a lot, but in reality, it is just 1,000 source crystal stones. Now, if Su Cheng does not use gold coins, as long as he has enough source crystal stones, he can also use them to replace and upgrade his talent characteristics. However, Nangong Feng only gave him 1,000, which is not worth using directly for the upgrade. If exchanged, he currently has 20 trillion. Sigh, forget it. Anyway, my martial arts level is not high now. I can wait until later when it's higher to upgrade. Seems I need to get more source crystal stones in the future. 1 is equivalent to 20 trillion. Even if it's not worth 20 trillion, exchanging for over 10 trillion should be no problem? Su Cheng shook his head helplessly. Too lazy to dwell on it. Not being able to upgrade this third talent characteristic is just right. I can use this money to upgrade the first and second ones and refresh my martial skills to SSS level. With that thought, Su Cheng no longer hesitated. Upgrade. Consumed 49.152 trillion martial talent characteristic points. Talent characteristic upgrade successful. Currently, each time a target is killed, there is a chance to increase martial arts level by 17 levels can be upgraded. Consumed 157.2 trillion martial talent characteristic points. Talent characteristic upgrade successful. Currently, each time a target is killed, there is a chance to increase martial arts level by 23 levels can be upgraded. Su Cheng took a deep breath and upgraded the first talent characteristic 7 times. The consumption for this thing was getting larger and larger, with each upgrade doubling the cost. Just for these 7 upgrades, a total of 312 trillion funds were spent. Now, after careful calculation, Su Cheng felt he could not continue. If he upgraded to level 24, it would double again, resulting in nearly 314 trillion in consumption. Let's leave this first talent characteristic as it is for now. The future consumption is just too high. Moreover, the experience gained from slaying magical beasts and other alien races will be much higher, making the effect of this first talent characteristic seem much smaller. It's better to upgrade the second talent characteristic. The future all attribute upgrades will be doubled. After coming to this conclusion, Su Cheng temporarily gave up on further upgrading the first talent characteristic. This was a comparison to the initial talent characteristic. Now that his strength had increased, its effect had naturally weakened, which was understandable. Upgrade. Consume 300 billion martial talent characteristic points. Talent characteristic upgrade successful. Currently, for every 100 martial arts levels increased, all martial attributes gain an additional plus 81 points. Can be upgraded. Upgrading once consumed 300 billion, and to increase to an additional plus 90 points would only cost 3 trillion, making Su Cheng feel that this upgrade was much more cost-effective. Continue. After that, from 91 points to 100 points, the total cost for 10 upgrades was only 5 trillion. However, when Su Cheng continued, the consumption also surged dramatically. Consumed 10 trillion martial talent characteristic points. Talent characteristic upgrade successful. Currently, for every 100 martial arts levels increased, all martial attributes gain an additional plus 101 points can be upgraded. What the heck? Hearing the prompt, Su Cheng's eyes widened. This increase was too exaggerated. Although this additional all attribute increase reached 100 points, it meant that for every level he increased in the future, all attributes would increase by 2 points. 10 trillion. At a time, upgrading 10 times would only cost 100 trillion, and I can still upgrade quite a bit. Let's continue. Su Cheng calculated in his mind that he still had enough funds to increase by several dozen points, and he felt it was very worthwhile, so he didn't hesitate. Consumed 50 trillion martial talent characteristic points. Talent characteristic upgrade successful. Currently, for every 100 martial arts levels increased, all martial attributes gain an additional plus 150 points, can be upgraded. The cost for upgrading from 101 to 110 points was 100 trillion, and from 111 to 120 points was 200 trillion, and then Su Cheng directly upgraded to 150 points. Just for this part, the consumption cost over 1.5 quadrillion, but it was definitely worth it. In the future, for every level increase in martial arts, all attributes would effectively increase by 2.5 points. The total consumption this time was over 1.8 quadrillion, and if he continued to upgrade, whether it was the first or the second, the funds were clearly insufficient. However, it allowed Su Cheng to have enough spare money to finally refresh those martial skills extensively, upgrading them all to SSS level. Refresh. Consumed 100,000 exclusive martial skill points. First martial skill refresh successful, obtained cloud piercing palm, C level. Consumed 100,000 exclusive martial skill points. First martial skill refresh successful, obtained cloud treading step, B level. In no time, he spent 1 million martial skill points, which equated to 1 million in funds, but now this amount of Money was just a drop in the bucket for Su Chang. Moreover, what made Su Chang even happier was that, due to what seemed to be his exclusive talent, he could now refresh martial skills in batches. He could refresh them 10 times, even 100 times at once, and as long as an S level or higher martial skill appeared, it would be automatically extracted. This was incredibly convenient. 1 billion martial skill points, 5 billion martial skill points, 10 billion martial skill points. Consuming 100,000 exclusive martial skill points, the first martial skill refresh was successful, obtaining the 8 parts Dragon God's Fury SSS level. Seeing the appearance of this SSS level martial skill, Su Chang's eyes lit up. Such a rare martial skill, it's actually a sound wave type, and its SSS level, its power is immense. Su Chang exclaimed. The so-called sound wave type martial skill relies on powerful mental attributes to emit a kind of rhythmic attack, but this martial skill, when unleashed, is akin to the lion's roar technique. However, its power far exceeds that of the lion's roar. If unleashed, with Su Chang's strength, all living beings within 1,000 miles would be violently shaken to death. This will be the first martial skill, Su Chang thought with satisfaction. Although he no longer had the Blood Dragon Fury Demon Fist, which was the first S-level martial skill he had selected with a single shot, he felt a bit reluctant. But there was no choice. Now that he had money, he naturally needed stronger martial skills. The fourth martial skill hasn't been refreshed at all. I wonder how much funding it will take to refresh an SSS level. Thinking of this, Su Chang didn't hesitate and continued to refresh in batches. According to past experiences, the cost to refresh higher level martial skills increased with each subsequent skill. Now, he had opened up to 4 exclusive martial skills. Clearly, the cost to refresh the fourth martial skill would be greater than the previous 3, unless Su Chang's luck turned around again, allowing him to refresh it with minimal expenditure. Consuming 100,000 exclusive martial skill points, the fourth martial skill refresh was successful, obtaining the 10 Directions Thunder Seal A level. Consuming 100,000 exclusive martial skill points, the fourth martial skill refresh was successful, obtaining the Triple Heaven Thunder Fist S level. 10 billion martial skill points, 50 billion martial skill points. As expected, just as Su Chang thought, unless luck was on his side, he still had to rely on continuous refreshing. The more times he refreshed, the greater the chance of obtaining an SSS level martial skill. 100 billion martial skill points, 300 billion martial skill points. Damn, is it really this hard to get? Soon, he had refreshed over 300 billion martial skill points without managing to get an SSS level martial skill, which made Su Chang feel a bit strained. He had managed to refresh several S and SS level skills, but he was not satisfied. Since he had the money, he wouldn't stop until he got an SSS level. Damn it! I still have over 100 trillion in funds. I refuse to believe I can't get an SSS level. Su Chang gritted his teeth, not because he was worried about the money, but because of the probability issue that made him want to spit blood. It's important to know that refreshing once costs 100,000 martial skill points, and consuming 100 billion martial skill points means refreshing 1 million times. Several hundred billion in consumption means refreshing several million times, yet he still hadn't managed to get an SSS level martial skill. The probability was terrifyingly low. If there were to be a 5th or 6th martial skill in the future, Su Chang couldn't imagine how many times he would have to refresh to get an SSS level. Keep going. Having already refreshed so many times, Su Chang naturally couldn't stop. Several hundred billion martial skill points meant several hundred billion in funding consumption, which he could completely bear. 500 billion martial skill points. 1 trillion martial skill points. Consuming 100,000 exclusive martial skill points, the fourth martial skill refresh was successful, obtaining the 9 Suns Burning Heaven Fist SSS level. Finally, one appeared. Hearing the prompt, Su Chang couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. 9 Suns Burning Heaven Fist, when unleashed, will cause 9 massive flames to appear in the sky, resembling 9 suns capable of incinerating all living beings. Good. This is it. Seeing the introduction of this SSS level martial skill, Su Chang felt very pleased and decided to keep this skill. Now, all 4 of his martial skills are finally at the SSS level. Thunder Prison Breaking Heaven Infinite Slash, no need to say more, its power is immense. Unleashed with a battle knife, its might explodes. As for the Sealing Skyfinger, there's even less to say. It's a martial skill comparable to divine martial arts. Other SSS level martial skills could even be refreshed, but he would definitely keep the Sealing Skyfinger. Character, Su Chang Martial Realm, Limitless Martial Emperor Martial Level, 5,010,618/1000, Martial Power, 8,783,000 Martial Spirit, 8,781,000 Martial Physique, 8,781,000 Martial Agility, 8,785,000 Martial Talent, Infinite Upgrade, F level, Exclusive Martial Skills, 8 parts Dragon God's Fury, SSS level, Refreshable, Thunder Prison Breaking Heaven Infinite / SSS level, Refreshable, Sealing Skyfinger, SSS level, Refreshable, 9 Suns Burning Heaven Fist, SSS level, Refreshable, Talent Traits. Each time a target is killed, there is a chance to increase martial Level by 23 levels, can be enhanced for every 100 martial levels gained. All martial attributes increase by an additional 150 points, can be enhanced for every 1 million levels gained. Martial level increases by an additional 1%, not simultaneous with trait, can be enhanced. Others, none. Alright, that's all sorted out, not easy at all. A smile appeared on Su Cheng's face as he looked at his attribute panel, feeling increasingly satisfied. Now, his total martial attributes have reached over 35 million, while the total attributes for first tier extraordinary are 20 million, and for second tier extraordinary, they are 30 million. So now, Su Cheng's strength is comparable to that of a second tier extraordinary. With this strength, I can definitely enter those powerful secret realms and ruins without any issues. Finally, I can collect heavenly materials and earthly treasures with peace of mind, and those source crystal stones. To be honest, since the start of this martial arts competition and the emergence of the beast tide, Su Cheng has not had a moment's rest, continuously engaging in slaughter, feeling mentally and physically exhausted. Although this way of enhancing strength is exhilarating, it is indeed tiring. However, thinking about it, every martial artist on the path to peak strength goes through this, so Su Cheng felt relieved. According to the previous plan, I should be going to the Martial God Palace. Since there's nothing else going on, I might as well head over now. With that thought, Su Cheng prepared to leave the 9th district. But just as he stood up, a figure appeared beside him, and Su Cheng was momentarily speechless. If he hadn't sensed the other person's aura, he might have almost attacked. Lord Nangong, could you please not appear and disappear like a ghost? Su Cheng couldn't help but roll his eyes and say, where are you planning to go? The newcomer was naturally Nangong Fong, who, seeing Su Cheng seemed ready to leave, couldn't help but ask. According to what you said before, shouldn't I report to the Martial God Palace? I'm preparing to go now. Su Cheng replied calmly. However, as soon as he said this, Nangong Fong couldn't help but roll his eyes. What level of strength do you have now? What do you want to go to the Martial God Palace for? To compete with those geniuses, do you think it makes any sense? Nangong Fong said, exasperated. Goodness, a powerful extraordinary level expert, and yet he wants to enter the Martial God Palace like other geniuses. Isn't that going to scare everyone else? Not going to the Martial God Palace? Then where should I go? Are you suggesting I go to the Extraordinary Pavilion? Su Cheng asked, puzzled. This time, it's neither the Martial God Palace nor the Extraordinary Pavilion, but to another place that you will definitely find interesting. Nangong Fong said, a meaningful smile appearing on his face. Hearing this, Su Cheng felt a surge of interest. In fact, he also thought that, with his current strength, going to the Martial God Palace had lost its significance. He had been considering going there mainly because he didn't know where else to go, so he decided to head to the Martial God Palace after all. But now that Nangong Fong mentioned another place, Su Cheng wanted to see where it was. There's a place called the City of Void. How should I put it? This place doesn't exist. In any world, it's more like a void, he explained. The City of Void was discovered by human warriors 8,000 years ago. At that time, they were chasing a powerful demon, and that demon, with nowhere left to run, sought refuge in this place. We human warriors were unwilling to give up and pursued it all the way to the City of Void, where we finally managed to slay it. From that moment on, we human warriors learned of this place's existence based on the accounts of those who returned later. What they recorded was that the City of Void seems to function like a transit station. It is vast, even larger than our current Blue Star world. Within the City of Void, there are many powerful beings from various races, all hailing from different worlds, and many races have even settled there, developing into large communities. Moreover, the City of Void is very suitable for cultivation. Although our martial arts and Blue Star primarily focus on enhancing martial attributes, other races possess various cultivation methods, and our Blue Star warriors are just one of them. Even so, the City of Void is equally suitable for our human warriors to cultivate, and the speed of cultivation is even much faster. Afterward, those human warriors also intended to establish a foothold in the City of Void, and after years of development, it seemed to have grown somewhat substantial. Many of our human warriors had gone there. However, over the past 1,000 years, news from there has dwindled, and the strong warriors who went there have never returned. About 1,000 years ago, our human warriors stopped going altogether. Now, many powerful figures from our extraordinary pavilion have discussed and decided to send you there to investigate, to see what unexpected events have occurred with the human warriors in the City of Void, or if something else is going on. Nangong Fong spoke slowly, his eyes reflecting a hint of nostalgia. He had also wanted to go there back in the day, but at that time, the situation was already unclear, and as a genius among humans, others wouldn't let him go. But times have changed, although the situation there remains uncertain and dangerous from the perspective of human warriors. It is even more perilous for Su Cheng to stay in the Blue Star world. Uncertain situation? You want me to go investigate? Su Cheng's expression turned somewhat unnatural after hearing this. Although he was young, the implication of this request felt like being sent to his death. However, before Su Cheng could say much, Nangong Fong spoke again, having noticed Su Cheng's discomfort and understanding that he had misunderstood. You've misinterpreted the intentions of others. The situation there is unclear, but the Blue Star world is even more dangerous, especially for you. The sudden outbreak of the beast tide and the alliance of various races, based on our investigation, indicates that they want to destroy the weakest 9th district as one objective, but another significant goal is to eliminate you. It's clear that your rate of growth has become a complete threat to them. Also, when the beast tide receded, 9 beams of light shot up into the sky. You must have seen and felt that, right? Nan Gongfeng explained, inquiring further. Nan Gongfeng's explanation made Su Cheng feel a chill. He never expected that these beings from another world would go to such lengths to kill him, not only uniting but also launching an unprecedented beast tide, with one of their goals being to eliminate him. Upon hearing Nan Gongfeng's last words, Su Cheng nodded. At that moment he was thinking of continuing to hunt more magical beasts to further elevate his martial arts level. He had indeed seen several beams of light shooting into the sky, but he hadn't thought much of it. We never anticipated that some of these alien races would hide so deeply, not revealing themselves for thousands of years, just to open this kind of passage. This passage is called the 10,000 Demons Passage. Once opened, it cannot be closed, and at any moment, countless demon races may descend again. For so many years, we humans have been searching for the reasons behind the world's great change, but ultimately, we haven't found much. We only know that something called the World's Core seems to have been born in our world, which caused the great change and attracted countless beings from other realms. Logically, with the power of these beings from another world, humans would have been unable to resist them 1,000 years ago, but for some unknown reason, a portion of us managed to survive and develop to this day. Back then, those human powerhouses entered the Void City, also hoping to find answers there, but they too had no clues. Even most of the beings from other realms do not know the specifics of the World's Core's function. At this point, Nan Gongfeng shook his head slightly, pausing as if he was reluctant to say more. After so many years, we still haven't figured it out, and now, we don't have much time. Once the 10,000 demons descend, you will definitely be their primary target to eliminate. Especially with this beast tide, the strength you've displayed and your rate of growth. When their powerful beings arrive, even if they do nothing else, they will definitely be the first to kill you. You cannot escape by staying in the Blue Star world. Su Cheng, you are the hope of our Blue Star humanity. You must not die. If you go to the Void City, there is still a glimmer of hope. If you stay here, you will undoubtedly die. Moreover, if you go to the Void City and can find those powerful ancestors of ours and bring them back, perhaps our Blue Star world and all of humanity will still have hope. So, if you can't find them, then don't look for them, and don't come back. By the end, Nan Gongfeng's expression was grave, and he spoke with a warning, even his face filled with a pleading look. Looking at Nan Gongfeng's serious expression, Su Cheng could hardly believe that the entire world had become so dangerous and that hope still rested on his shoulders. He did not think that Nan Gongfeng was exaggerating or deceiving him, as there was no need for that. For the first time, Su Cheng felt the weight of the word heavy in his heart. But in truth, Su Cheng wanted to say, let me stay. With my speed of improvement, as long as there are enough beings from other realms, I can grow rapidly. However, Su Cheng had no confidence. What if the powerful beings from the 10,000 demons descended, and their strength was so terrifying that it left him in despair? Moreover, Nan Gongfeng had already said that those beings from other realms had listed him as a major threat, and once even more terrifying powerhouses arrived, they would be the first to kill him, leaving him no chance to continue growing. Alright, I will go. I will definitely find these human ancestors. After a long silence, Su Cheng nodded with difficulty. He was not someone who was overly sentimental. Nan Gongfeng had said so much, and after coming to terms with it, Su Cheng felt he was the most suitable person for this task. Firstly, other extraordinary powerhouses had a much better understanding of the Blue Star world than he did, and each of them had their own important matters to attend to. Secondly, Su Cheng felt that whether he stayed in the Blue Star world or went to the Void City, since there were many other beings from different realms, he could similarly enhance his strength quickly. His power had increased too rapidly, and at such a young age, he was unclear about many things and had no better arrangements, so going to the Void City was the most suitable option. Although he was now at the second-tier extraordinary level and could almost stand on equal footing with other extraordinary powerhouses, Su Cheng still preferred to trust the arrangements of these human strongmen, because they truly cared about the safety of humanity and possessed a selfless, fearless spirit. Alright, seeing that Su Cheng agreed to go to the Void City, Nan Gongfeng was naturally willing to trust him, which greatly reassured Nan Gongfeng. Su Cheng, actually, I still hope you won't come back. Do you understand what I mean? Although we've only known each other for a short time and have only met a few times, I can see your character, and you are indeed worthy of trust and reliance. The human warriors of our Blue Star world have become much stronger than before, but compared to other beings from different realms, we are still too weak. Our time for growth has been too short, and now we have run out of time. With you, we can continue the bloodline of humanity, and we old fossils will die without regrets. Nan Gongfeng patted Su Cheng's shoulder and said solemnly, Lord Nangong, don't be so pessimistic. Isn't there still time? Perhaps the outcome isn't as bad as we imagine. Su Cheng comforted. I hope so. Nan Gongfeng nodded in response. Since that's the case, let's not waste any more time. Do you have anything to prepare or any instructions? If not, I can take you over now and send you into the passage to the Void City. Nothing, let's go now. I hope to return early as well. Su Chung shook his head slightly. He had always been alone and had no one he was particularly attached to. Aren't you going to say goodbye to that girl from the Qin family? She's quite nice, and then there's that little girl Mu Qingcheng. She's the only granddaughter of old Mu and has an interest in you. Nangong Feng chuckled as he spoke. Them? Upon hearing Nangong Feng's words, Su Chang immediately thought of Qin Siyu, whom he had met when they entered the secret realm together, and Mu Qingcheng, whom he also didn't know very well. Both of these women were extraordinarily beautiful, but Su Chang had always been focused on rapidly increasing his strength and had never thought much about such matters. Stop being so sentimental. Let's go see them now, it won't be too late later. Let's go. Seeing Su Chang hesitate, Nangong Feng grabbed him and, with a flash, their figures disappeared. Not long after, when they reappeared, they had already arrived at the Qin family and directly found Qin Siyu. Oh, Su Chang, why are you here? You busy person actually have time to come find me? Qin Siyu, who had been busy with other matters, was both surprised and delighted to see Su Chang suddenly appear beside her, but her tone carried a hint of grievance. I just happened to have some time, so I came to see you. Looking at the delighted Qin Siyu, Su Chang didn't know what to say. You are now a busy person, a celebrity who saved the entire 9th district. I thought it would be hard for us to meet, Qin Siyu said with a somewhat desolate expression. Su Chang had moved too quickly, too fast for her to catch up. I'm leaving, going to a special place. I don't know if we will meet again in the future. I came this time to say goodbye to you, and if we can meet again, then. At this point, Su Chang shook his head slightly. He couldn't be sure about the future or guarantee anything. Take care. Su Chang could only say this in the end, then left without looking back. Su Chang. Su Chang. Where are you going? Where are you going? Be clear. Seeing Su Chang leave again, Qin Siyu became anxious and shouted loudly, tears streaming down her face. Where are you going? I will wait for you to come back. Wait for you to come back. After shouting for a while without receiving a response from Su Chang, she knelt on the ground, crying silently. Let's go. In the void above, Nangong Feng shook his head slightly. The emotions between men and women were hard to explain. When the two reappeared, they had already found Mu Qingcheng, and upon seeing her again, she was even more enchanting. Little guy? You're really a troublesome one. It's been so long since you last came to see your sister. Mu Qingcheng was equally surprised to see Su Chang, but her grievances seemed even greater as she scolded him. At that moment, her whole body almost leaped into Su Chang's arms. However, this time, to Mu Qingcheng's surprise, Su Chang not only did not dodge but also took the initiative to hug her back. Sister, I'm here to say goodbye this time. I have to go to a special place and I don't know when I can come back. Don't worry about me, just take care of yourself. Su Chang patted Mu Qingcheng's back and said softly, where are you going? Hearing Su Chang's words, Mu Qingcheng's body trembled, and the playful expression on her face vanished. Without answering, Su Chang released Mu Qingcheng and turned to leave. Wait! Mu Qingcheng reacted quickly, grabbing Su Chang's arm. Before Su Chang could respond, she cupped his face and kissed him directly. This left Su Chang wide-eyed, momentarily at a loss. I will wait for you to come back. Forever. After a long time, Mu Qingcheng released Su Chang and said with a smile, Su Chang, be careful. When you reach the City of Void, make sure to remember the coordinates and don't let any beings from other worlds know the location of these coordinates. Don't put too much pressure on yourself. If you can't find it, then don't look for it. Stay in the City of Void, and don't come back. Deep within the Extraordinary Pavilion, dozens of extraordinary level powerhouses combined their strength to tear open a void passage. Alright, take care, everyone. You must also be careful. Looking at these human powerhouses, Su Chang nodded solemnly, then stepped into the void passage. After seeing Su Chang's figure disappear, everyone closed the passage again, completely erasing any traces. I hope we can find those ancestors. Many extraordinary level powerhouses said faintly. Su Chang didn't know how long he had been walking. This void passage felt like a lifeless dead end, eerily silent. According to what those human powerhouses had said, Su Chang could only grit his teeth and keep walking. After an unknown amount of time, Su Chang suddenly saw a continent appear ahead in the void passage. Indeed, it was a continent. Su Chang was absolutely not mistaken. Could this be the City of Void? But there's only a continent. No city? Su Chang felt a bit confused. However, seeing a continent made Su Chang's spirits lift. At least he had discovered something different. As Su Chang's speed increased, the continent was now right in front of him. The closer he got, the more he felt the vastness of this continent. What he was seeing was just the tip of the iceberg. Soon, when Su Chang stepped onto the continent, the void passage he had just traversed vanished completely, leaving no trace behind. How peculiar, Su Chang exclaimed. At the same time, what shocked Su Chang was that as soon as he stepped onto this continent, he immediately saw many beings from other worlds who seemed to have come from their respective realms just like him. They were all different in form, even more peculiar than the beings Su Cheng had seen in the Blue Star world. Those who need to go to the City of Void, hurry up, each must hand over 10 source crystals. At that moment, Su Cheng heard the shouting and followed the other beings from different realms in the same direction. In fact, Su Cheng couldn't understand it all, but following the other races was certainly the right choice. I haven't seen such a human in a long time. Hand over 10 source crystals. When it was Su Cheng's turn, the powerful being collecting the source crystals mumbled upon seeing him. Su Cheng couldn't understand, but he could see that the other beings had all handed over 10 source crystals, so he naturally understood he had to do the same. He had 10,000 source crystals on him, all gathered for him by the powerful Nan Gongfeng and others. Just as Su Cheng was about to take out 10 source crystals, a loud shout suddenly erupted from the crowd of beings ahead. It's a human from that world. Capture him. Immediately capture him. An alien shouted, anxiously, with excitement. Ah, my God, after 1,000 years, finally, someone from the indigenous humans of that world has come again. The alien powerhouse murmured. Su Cheng never expected that he would be discovered so soon after arriving here. How did they find out? Although Su Cheng couldn't understand what these beings were saying, several powerful auras were directly locking onto him, and there was no mistaking that, especially since the aura exuded a killing intent. If Su Cheng had come here without any knowledge and faced the sudden killing intent directed at him, he would certainly feel very strange. However, before entering, Nan Gongfeng and other extraordinary powerhouses had told him that 1,000 years ago, the powerful beings who entered the City of Void suddenly lost contact, and those who had gone in before had not returned. Clearly, these human powerhouses who entered the City of Void encountered some kind of accident or something else. Now that Su Cheng was here and saw so many beings from different realms, it was certain that the City of Void here was definitely not a problem. The previous human ancestors had lost contact, which clearly indicated that something else had happened. Currently, the beings from different realms here were all very strong, all at the 9th tier, with not a single one at the 8th tier. Therefore, it could be confirmed that these beings from different realms, like Su Cheng, were all entering here for the first time. Because Nan Gongfeng had said that to resist the tearing of the void, one must reach the level of a martial god, and reaching the extraordinary level would be even safer, avoiding any accidents. Quick, catch him. He only has the strength of a limit martial emperor. Capture him alive. He must know the coordinates of that world. A voice said urgently, with undisguised greed in its eyes. With so many races waiting in various places for so long, they finally waited again for a human from that world. As for how they could accurately discover Su Cheng, naturally, it was because they had a special item that sealed the human aura from the Blue Star world. As long as any other human from the Blue Star world approached within 100 feet, this item would emit light. No matter how much one tried to conceal it, it couldn't be avoided. Furthermore, Su Cheng's appearance was not disguised, making it even easier to recognize him at a glance. Capturing this person will definitely be a great achievement. Immediately send the news back to the family. I didn't expect that at this time, a human from that world would really come. The higher-ups of the family calculated correctly. The indigenous humans from that world would eventually send some people over, and they were right. Grab him. Capture this person. In just a few breaths, dozens of auras locked onto Su Cheng, making him feel a chill. However, fortunately, the strength of these auras was nothing in front of Su Cheng. Even in this area, the strongest aura he sensed was only at the 2nd tier of the extraordinary. But in the perception of these otherworldly beings, Su Cheng's strength was only that of a limitless martial emperor, so they naturally felt he was not a threat. Faced with the dozens of auras locking onto him, exuding murderous intent, Su Cheng merely sneered. Since that was the case, he would kill all the beings here. After all, they were all from another world. 9 suns burning heaven fist. Boom! Even though they were in the void, when Su Cheng unleashed this martial technique, terrifying flames appeared in the sky, resembling 9 massive suns. The dozens of 9th tier otherworldly beings charging at Su Cheng had no time to react, only letting out some shrill screams before being completely engulfed by the terrifying flames. Along with them, otherworldly beings who had just arrived in the Void City, not yet understanding what was happening, were also caught up and ultimately consumed by the flames, turning to ash. Kill a 9th tier intermediate otherworldly being, gain 3 million experience points. Kill a 9th tier advanced otherworldly being, gain 5 million experience points. So refreshing. Feeling his martial arts level rise by thousands, Su Cheng's heart surged with excitement. He felt that choosing to enter this Void City was the right decision. These visible otherworldly beings, each one was at least 9th tier, even killing a 9th tier beginner would yield 2 million experience points. Although this was much less than the experience gained from slaying 9th tier demonic beasts before, it was because Su Cheng's own strength had grown. As his power soared, the experience gained from killing beings much weaker than him naturally decreased. If Su Cheng's strength reached 9th tier extraordinary, he might gain less than 100,000 experience points from killing 9th tier beings. Su Cheng had never cared much about this. As long as the quantity was high, it was not a problem. You otherworldly scum, go die. Su Chang was instantly invigorated by the slaughter. Such powerful beings were not so easily seen in the Blue Star world. 8 parts Dragon God's Fury. Roar! A terrifying sound wave erupted from Su Chang's mouth, spreading outwards from him, turning these otherworldly beings into blood mist wherever it passed. Congratulations! Your martial arts level has risen to 5.2 million. Congratulations! Your martial arts level has risen to 5.5 million. In just a few breaths, Su Chang's martial arts level skyrocketed by hundreds of thousands, reaching 5.5 million, a speed far more terrifying than during the Beast Tide. Naturally, the one experiencing the most rapid increase was Su Chang's martial arts attributes. Now, his second talent characteristic had been enhanced to grant an additional plus 150 points to all attributes for every 100 levels gained. How is this possible? They're all dead, all dead. The indigenous humans of that world are indeed terrifying, just as fearsome as the previous batch of humans. Heavens! This person is merely at the limitless martial emperor level, yet he can instantly kill 9th tier advanced beings. Why is this? What happened? What exactly happened? Ah! Run! The chief was right, the Void City is extremely dangerous. In an instant, the otherworldly beings, still unclear about the situation, looked at Su Chang in terror, and those who reacted quickly turned to flee. Just then, indigenous human, dare to be arrogant? Dare to come to this void continent, you won't live to return. A terrifying other race appeared, glaring at Su Chang with a single large eye, viciously staring him down. This being was at the 2nd tier extraordinary level, the strongest. Otherworldly being Su Chang had sensed the 2nd tier extraordinary being from another race scrutinized Su Chang, and the greed in its eyes grew ever stronger. Ha ha, what? Luck! This time, my clan has struck a big bargain. Indigenous human, you can't escape this time. The alien warrior extended its blood-red tongue, over 20 centimeters long, and said with an insatiable thirst for blood, what the hell? Faced with the aliens babbling, Su Chang didn't understand a word, but that didn't stop him from sensing the killing intent and greed emanating from the other party. Just one of those emotions was enough to tell him that the visitor was not friendly. You are an extraordinary level powerhouse I've encountered, or a 2nd tier extraordinary, but you will be the first 2nd tier extraordinary to die at my hands. Die! Su Chang's eyes also revealed an overwhelming excitement. How much experience would he gain from slaying an extraordinary being from another world? In front of Su Chang, there would never be a situation where they fought for days and nights. His crushing strength meant a straightforward victory. Moreover, when facing beings from other worlds, Su Chang rarely held back unless he had a specific purpose. In most cases, he unleashed all his power to instantly annihilate his opponent. These were all calculations Su Chang had made. If he couldn't win, he wouldn't engage but would turn and run. It's not shameful to flee when you can't win. However, this time, Su Chang had clearly miscalculated. Since it was his first encounter with an extraordinary level powerhouse, he didn't understand the gap between a martial god level powerhouse or a 9th tier powerhouse and an extraordinary level powerhouse. He simply believed that as long as his martial arts total attribute reached the corresponding level, he would have the strength to contend with beings of that level. Indeed, below the martial god level, the attributes were roughly equivalent. The differences mainly manifested in martial skills, martial arts abilities, and weapons. But the gap between martial god or 9th tier strength and extraordinary strength was no longer just about attributes. Fortunately, this 2nd tier extraordinary being had not been at that level for long. 9 suns burning heaven fist. Boom! Su Chang didn't waste words with the opponent, as he couldn't understand anyway. He launched an attack directly. All his martial skills were at the SSS level, so the might he unleashed was incredibly powerful. Humph! Still resisting? Break for me! Boom! The 2nd tier extraordinary being from another race sneered and unleashed its own formidable power, easily shattering Su Chang's martial skill attack. However, despite breaking it, the 2nd tier extraordinary being's expression turned grim. It never expected that this indigenous human strength would be so formidable. Wasn't he just a mere extreme martial emperor? How could this be? He's not dead? Su Chang was even more astonished. His martial arts total attribute had already reached over 35 million, and after a recent boost of several 100,000 in martial arts level, his total attribute had just surpassed 40 million, reaching the strength of a 3rd tier extraordinary. Yet the opponent remained unscathed under such power? No! This indigenous human strength is inexplicably strong. I can't capture him alive. I must immediately inform my clan to send someone stronger to apprehend him. The 2nd tier extraordinary being's expression fluctuated, and it quickly used secret techniques to notify its clan. Su Chang persisted, though he didn't know what the other party was doing. However, he could roughly guess that the strengths of both sides seemed evenly matched, and the opponent was clearly calling for reinforcements. This was unacceptable. Su Chang felt he couldn't linger any longer. If this move doesn't kill you, I'll leave immediately. With a cold sneer, Su Chang unleashed his strongest martial skill, sealing, heaven-cutting finger. Wah! The void here was trembling, and the 2nd tier extraordinary beings, who had just been notified by their family, instantly changed their expressions upon sensing this terrifying power. This was the first time since they had cultivated extraordinary strength that they felt such a strong life and death crisis. What the hell is this? Break for me! But their attack was too late. Or rather, they never expected. That Su Chang's earlier burst of power was not even his full strength. Put. In the next moment, the second-tier extraordinary being trembled all over, and a blood hole appeared in the center of its forehead. A look of unwillingness and disbelief still lingered on its face. Kill the second-tier extraordinary being and gain 30 million experience points. Not caring about how much experience he had gained, Su Cheng immediately looted the extraordinary being, then searched the corpses he had just slain a few times, and quickly left without looking back. He was too lazy to chase after the otherworldly beings he had previously escaped from. This place is already in the void, it seems. There's no way to tear the void and escape quickly. I can only use a clumsy method. Thinking this in his mind, Su Cheng determined a direction and sped away from there. About an hour after Su Cheng left, boom, boom, wave after wave of terrifying auras appeared, each with different forms, but every one of them exuded a power of at least 6th tier extraordinary strength. Damn it! We're late. That native human has escaped, said a 6th tier extraordinary demon coldly. We must not let this native human get away this time. That damned group of humans either self-destructed or erased the world coordinates from their memories, wasting so many years for us. Based on the time estimate, the core of that native world should be maturing soon. If they don't want to be destroyed, they will definitely send a batch of geniuses over. We must continue to hold this place. Chase. We can't let him escape. If that native human enters the city of Void and joins those damned humans, it will be too late. Humph. Don't worry, outside the city of Void, for the past 1,000 years, powerful beings have been guarding it. They don't dare to come out, and there are no native humans who can enter. Chase. These powerful otherworldly beings all had cold expressions filled with intense killing intent and hatred, as these otherworldly beings returned to their respective families. And after the events here unfolded, a storm began to brew on this void continent. Extraordinary. Extraordinary. Surpassing the mundane, it seems my strength has increased too quickly, and my comparison to extraordinary beings is too shallow. However, since I can kill, it clearly still requires absolute power. The total martial attribute of a second-tier extraordinary being is 20 million. In the future, to kill such a powerful being, before I have martial divine abilities or other stronger capabilities, I can still only rely on pure strength to win. If it weren't for the powerful martial skill, sealing the Skyfinger, I would most likely not have been able to kill this second-tier extraordinary being. So, in the future, when facing such powerful beings, my total martial attribute must reach above 30 million, 40 million, or even 50 million to easily annihilate the opponent. As Su Cheng fled rapidly, he pondered over the earlier events. He was trying to understand why his total martial attribute was comparable to third-tier extraordinary strength, yet he couldn't kill a second-tier extraordinary being. Su Cheng now realized that the difference in extraordinary beings was almost beyond the realm of martial arts. Generally speaking, whether it was a human martial god-level powerhouse or a 9th-tier extraordinary being from another world, they would give birth to a kind of ability called divine ability. This was far more powerful than martial skills. If it weren't for Su Cheng's martial skills being at the SSS level, along with his continuously rising strength, he would not be able to remain invincible. But while he was once invincible, now he faced extraordinary level powerhouses, and with just his pure strength he could no longer maintain that invincibility. He currently had no divine abilities, nor did he possess an extraordinary body. Therefore, in the future, when facing super strong opponents, he must have a total martial attribute significantly higher than theirs, even several times greater. The fact that he could slay this second-tier extraordinary being was largely due to luck and the opponent's underestimation. After rushing for a while, Su Cheng suddenly sensed fluctuations of battle ahead. His expression shifted, and he quickly flashed over. Soon, Su Cheng saw a group of strange beast-like monsters besieging some alien beings, but what surprised him the most was how weak these aliens were. The strongest among them was only at the 8th tier, and there was just one. The others were even weaker, with some at the 5th and 6th tiers. In contrast, the strength of these beast-like monsters was not low, all at the 7th tier, and the 8th tier alien elder was struggling immensely against a group of 7th tier beasts. During this time, members of their group were occasionally devoured by the monsters, letting out cries of agony. What's going on? Lord Nangong said that in this place, only those who reach the martial god level or 9th tier can survive. Right? How come there are aliens at the 5th and 6th tiers? Looking at these besieged aliens, Su Cheng furrowed his brows. Initially, he didn't want to get involved, but after some thought, he decided to take action because he wanted to understand what was happening. Although there was a language barrier, he hoped to glean some information. With that in mind, Su Cheng prepared to rescue these aliens. If they dared to harbor any murderous intent towards him, they would have no one to blame but themselves. Boom! A terrifying aura erupted from Su Cheng, and in a flash, he was already among the alien group. With a wave of his hand, the powerful true energy within him immediately swept out in all directions, instantly annihilating all the beast-like monsters, turning them into a mist of blood. The aliens were taken aback by the sudden appearance of this figure, and before they could react, they saw the man before them wave his hand, and that group of terrifying void beasts turned to ash. It was too terrifying. All the aliens were shocked, their faces pale with fear as they stared at Su Chang, unable to utter a word. Among them, the strongest 8th-tier alien elder was the first to react. He immediately rushed to Su Chang's front and knelt down with utmost respect. "Greetings, my lord. Thank you for saving us, my lord. We are eternally grateful." The 8th-tier alien elder spoke with an expression of deep respect. Extraordinary level of power. The alien elder's heart was racing, and with his experience, he realized that this person before him, so young, was completely a youth. Yet possessed extraordinary power. This was truly terrifying. However, the words he spoke were incomprehensible to Su Chang. Hearing the elder's words, the other aliens quickly knelt down as well, their faces filled with terror. "What are you saying? Is there any way for me to understand some of it?" Su Chang spoke calmly. The elder clearly heard his words, and with great surprise, he raised his head to look at Su Chang, then immediately lowered it again, not daring to look too long. Then, as if he had made a certain decision, he took out a strange stone from his body and presented it to Su Chang. He also took out a similar strange stone, bit his finger to draw blood, and let a drop fall onto the strange stone, finally looking at Su Chang. He meant for Su Chang to follow his instructions. Su Chang felt around and did not sense anything special from the strange stone. There was no threat present, so he mimicked the old man's earlier actions. Master, can you understand me now?" the alien elder asked tentatively as he saw Su Chang complete the same actions he had just performed. This time, Su Chang finally understood the alien elder's words, and he was immediately filled with surprise, not expecting the stone to have such a function. "It's working." Su Chang nodded. "Respected master, this type of stone was born in our void continent. Due to the vast number of different races and the language barriers, strong beings discovered this strange stone long ago and began to promote its use. Many beings who come to the void continent for the first time will purchase one of these stones so they can understand any race's language, and what you say can also be understood by others," the alien elder explained, noticing that the young man before him, despite his terrifying strength, seemed to be visiting the void continent for the first time. "I see." Su Chang realized that if there were language barriers, how would he find people in the future? Wouldn't it mean that after just a few words they would have to resort to fighting? "When I first entered the void continent, I had a question. Why is it that your strength is so low, yet you can survive in the void?" Su Chang asked directly, not minding revealing that it was his first time in the void continent. In response, "Master, we were born in the void continent, so we are naturally able to survive here," the elder replied. "If one enters the void continent from another world, they must at least be at the 9th level to withstand the tearing of the void." At this moment, a young girl of about 10 or 11 years old beside the elder explained. She looked at Su Chang with immense curiosity, feeling that their ages were similar, yet the other's strength was far greater than her own. Hearing the alien girl's words, Su Chang turned to her, somewhat surprised. This alien girl, appearing to be around 13 or 14, was a few years younger than him but had already reached the intermediate 6th level. At such an age, such strength would be considered more than just a prodigy in Blue Star, it would be an extraordinary genius. At the same time, Su Chang understood the explanation given by the others, which simply boiled down to the relationship with their living environment. "Which direction is the city of the void?" After gaining some understanding, Su Chang asked again. "Master, we are also on our way to the city of the void. If you don't mind, you can accompany us," the alien elder said. He felt a bit pleased that there was such a strong individual among his people, which meant that traveling to the city of the void would not pose much danger. "Alright, then let's go." Su Chang thought for a moment. Since there was no rush, it was fine to follow these aliens. Along the way, the other members of the alien group dared not speak much, except for the alien girl who chattered non-stop beside Su Chang, while he responded only briefly. The elder with 8th level strength kept a close watch on Su Chang, initially afraid to speak or look too much. He now observed him more carefully. After clearly seeing Su Chang's appearance and skin color, the alien elder suddenly thought of something, and his expression changed to one of terror once again. Master, I would like to ask, are you from a world called Blue Star?" The alien elder grew increasingly fearful, and finally, he gritted his teeth and asked tentatively. However, as soon as the alien elder's words left his mouth, the expressions of the other alien tribespeople also turned to fear as they looked at Su Chang in disbelief, their bodies involuntarily taking a few steps back. Even the alien girl who had been chattering beside Su Chang suddenly stopped, covering her mouth and staring at him in shock. Su Chang was just about to say that he indeed came from the Blue Star world, but he saw the terror and fear on the faces of these alien races, who even took a few steps back. Why did it feel like he had come out of hell? This made Su Chang even more confused. Everything was fine just a moment ago, and suddenly it changed like this? However, Su Chang was not foolish, and immediately thought of something. Since the other party had guessed that he came from the Blue Star World, they must know about the situation in the Blue Star World, or rather, they knew about the human ancestors who had previously arrived here. From the Blue Star World. I indeed come from the Blue Star World. You can recognize me, which clearly means you know something. Speak. Su Cheng's expression darkened instantly, a terrifying aura enveloping all the alien races, pressing them down to their knees. Why, Your Excellency, it has nothing to do with us. I only know a little, and I mean no harm to you, the alien elder said in extreme terror. Su Cheng remained silent, coldly staring at the alien elder. Your Excellency, I will speak. Feeling the immense pressure from Su Cheng, as if he would crush him in the next moment, the alien elder no longer dared to hesitate. We are a small family from the Void Continent, and we don't know much. About 1,000 years ago, within the city of Void, there was a considerable force, all of whom were powerful beings from a place called the Blue Star World. However, they were suddenly besieged by a coalition of many racial forces within the Void Continent, and many of their strong members were killed. This incident caused quite a stir. Almost all forces in the Void Continent knew something about it, but we are unclear about the specific reasons. However, it is said that these racial forces seem to want to obtain some information from the powerful beings of the Blue Star World. In the end, only a few of these powerful beings from the Blue Star World survived, hiding within the City of Void. Because the City of Void is vast, and the strength of these Blue Star beings is not weak, it is very difficult to find them. Many powerful forces have been searching for these humans, and there are strong guards throughout the City of Void, firstly to prevent the Blue Star humans inside from escaping, and secondly to capture new humans entering the City of Void from the Blue Star World. Now, those powerful forces have not given up on their search. At the same time, shortly after the destruction of that Blue Star force, these powerful forces warned all families and factions of the Void Continent, big and small, that if they dared to shelter any humans from the Blue Star World, they would be exterminated if discovered. Some families that had good relations with the Blue Star forces were ultimately wiped out by these forces, with all their clansmen killed. At that time, it caused widespread panic, and no one dared to contact these Blue Star humans. Therefore, when we saw that you looked very similar to those Blue Star humans, we became frightened, not intentionally. I beg you to spare our lives. The alien elder quickly finished speaking, then frantically cowed out and begged for mercy from Su Cheng, and the other aliens did the same. After hearing the elder's words, a strong killing intent surged within Su Cheng. So those human ancestors really encountered an accident. No wonder no one had returned to the Blue Star World. No wonder Su Cheng was immediately discovered upon arriving in this Void Continent. He had been puzzled about how these aliens found him, and why they suddenly had murderous intent towards him. Now everything made sense. Moreover, after the alien elder's explanation, Su Cheng felt somewhat fortunate that the other party recognized his identity. Otherwise, if he had rashly gone to the City of Void, he might have been captured as soon as he arrived. You may leave. Su Cheng waved his hand and said. He did not kill these aliens because it was unnecessary. Instead, he gained some help and reminders from them. Although Su Cheng was bloodthirsty and hated foreign races, it was because in the Blue Star World, those foreign demon races had invaded and slaughtered many humans, which naturally made him despise them and kill them on sight. Now, in this Void Continent, there were even more types of foreign races, but not all of them held grudges against the humans of Blue Star. Yes, thank you for your mercy, my lord. We will leave immediately. The foreign elder and his kin, upon hearing this, felt as if they had received a great pardon and hurriedly expressed their gratitude. My lord, here is a simple map of the Void Continent. Please take it and be careful. After the foreign elder and his kin had walked a few meters away, he suddenly thought of something, took out a piece of cloth from his body, placed it on the ground, and said, before quickly leaving with his kin. Su Cheng looked at the map on the ground, reached out, and grabbed it, bringing it into his hand. Seeing this, Su Cheng suddenly recalled the foreign race he had slain not long ago, who possessed second-tier extraordinary strength. Indeed, there is a map, and quite a few source crystal stones. It seems that the main trading currency on this Void Continent is these source crystal stones. Since I can't go to the Void City for now, I will use these source crystal stones to enhance my talent characteristics, then hunt on the Void Continent to increase my strength, while also gathering information about the Void Continent and the specifics of the Void City, including the number and strength of the powerful beings there. From the spatial storage of that second-tier extraordinary foreign race, Su Cheng indeed found a more detailed map. Looking at the map in his hand, Su Cheng began to plan in his mind. Extraordinary level strength was already at the peak among the strong in the Blue Star World, but it might not be the case here in the Void Continent, as the minimum strength of those who entered from other worlds was at least martial god level, or 9th tier. Therefore, Su Cheng needed to enhance his strength, and he needed to do it quickly. Enhance. Consume 100 source crystal stones to successfully enhance martial talent characteristic points. Currently, for every 100 levels of martial arts, all martial attributes increase by an additional plus 151 points, can be enhanced. One source crystal stone equals 1 trillion gold coins. Su Cheng temporarily gave up on enhancing the first talent characteristic, as the effect was minimal while the consumption was significant. The enhancement cost for the third talent characteristic was also not low, and the effect after enhancement would not be substantial. Therefore, the most needed enhancement now was the second talent characteristic, which, although it also consumed a lot, had the most obvious effect at present. Consuming 1000 source crystal stones raised all attributes to an additional plus 160 points. Consuming 2000 source crystal stones raised all attributes to an additional plus 170 points. Consuming 5000 source crystal stones raised all attributes to an additional plus 200 points. A total of 15,000 source crystal stones had been consumed, and now Sucheng had very few source crystal stones left. When entering the Void Continent, the powerful beings like Nangong Foam had provided him with 10,000 source crystal stones, while the rest were obtained from slaying the second-tier extraordinary foreign race and other foreign powerful beings. Now, the hunting moment has arrived, Sucheng said coldly, staring in one direction. The map he obtained from that second-tier extraordinary foreign race was quite detailed, even recording the distribution points of certain family forces in many places. The Void Continent was vast, much larger than the ever-expanding Blue Star world. The Void City only occupied a part of the Void Continent. Although most forces were within the Void City, there were also some outposts outside, or other families affiliated with major forces that did not qualify to be within the Void City, so they could only establish their forces outside. The second-tier extraordinary foreign race that Sucheng had slain earlier came from a powerful foreign family and was one of the forces that had besieged the ancestors of the Blue Star humans 1,000 years ago. Now that his talent traits have been enhanced, Sucheng set his sights on this alien force. After all, their main stronghold is in the Void City, and while there are powerful beings guarding the outer bases, they are not too strong. Moreover, as long as Sucheng slays these aliens, his strength can increase rapidly, and now it will rise even faster because there are a significant number of beings from other realms above the 8th rank on this Void Continent. Furthermore, there is another type of beast on the Void Continent, called the Void Beast. This is a type of demon beast born in the Void, distinct from other demon beasts, and is an independent race. The Void Beasts primarily consume other races, which is their main resource for advancing to greater strength. Sucheng can also gain experience points by slaying Void Beasts. Therefore, on this Void Continent, Sucheng has no worries about improving his martial arts level. Boom! When Sucheng arrived at an alien stronghold, he wasted no time and charged straight in. Looking at the bizarre buildings, he showed no mercy. Ah, what audacity! Where did this wild guy come from, daring to cause trouble here? Do you not know where this place is? The aliens inside the stronghold were startled by the sudden attack but quickly roared in anger. Humph, I'm here to kill you. Sucheng sneered coldly. He was no longer worried about not understanding the language of these beings from other realms. Seeing the furious expressions of the aliens, Sucheng's killing intent surged within him. He was here to avenge the fallen human ancestors. 9 suns burning. Heaven fist. Boom. 9 fireballs blazing like the sun incinerated everything, causing the many aliens in the stronghold to emit piercing screams. Kill an 8th rank high level being from another realm, gain 100,000 experience points. Kill a 9th rank low level being from another realm, gain 1 million experience points. Congratulations, your martial arts level has risen to 5,650,000. As of now, the experience points gained from slaying 8th and 9th rank beings from other realms were still considerable. Sucheng knew that his martial arts level was rising too quickly. If he continued to slay more beings of the same rank, the experience points might decrease. However, Sucheng did not care. Oh my god! Extraordinary power, this is extraordinary might. Quickly summon the revered ones. The once arrogant alien beings, upon witnessing Sucheng's immense power, instantly became terrified. Although the difference between the 9th rank and the extraordinary level is just a thin line, for both humans and beings from other realms, this thin line is like a chasm, difficult to cross. Extraordinary level experts are top-tier beings on this Void Continent. Is that a native human from that world? Damn it, how did he come here? Quickly notify the powerful clansman in the Void City. It's this native. Some clansman informed us a few days ago to be on the lookout for natives from the Blue Star world. You little brat, you dare to seek your own death. Now that you're here, don't even think about escaping. Kill. Block him, we can't let him get away. Notify the clan's powerful ones, we will achieve great merit. As stronger aliens appeared in the stronghold, they looked at Sucheng with suspicion but soon realized something, and their faces lit up with ecstasy. They had received word from the powerful clansman in the Void City a few days ago, warning them that a native human from the Blue Star world had re-entered the Void Continent, prompting them to be vigilant and search for that human's whereabouts. Sure enough, they are looking for me. Fortunately, I didn't go to the Void City. They must have already set up a trap there, waiting for me to walk right into it. Hearing the words of these aliens, Sucheng felt even more fortunate. But his killing intent towards these aliens grew even stronger. Great merit? You won't have the chance to enjoy it. You all must die. Sucheng scoffed, no longer hesitating. 8 parts Dragon God's Fury. Roar. Put. With Sucheng's roar, another batch of alien strongmen was obliterated. Thunder prison breakthrough infinite slash. Boom. A stronghold occupying tens of thousands of kilometers, and this was just a small stronghold, was now over half destroyed by Su Chang. Congratulations! Your martial arts level has risen to 5.8 million. Congratulations! Your martial arts level has risen to 5.96 million. Ah, this native human is too strong, simply too strong. Where's the elder? Quickly summon the elder. Damn it, why is this native human so powerful? These beings from another world, watching their kin die in droves, had eyes wide with disbelief. This native human youth was simply unmatched, crushing everything in his path. Human, are you seeking death? Do you think I don't exist? I, the elder, have struck lucky being able to capture you, this native human, and take you to the Void City. I can exchange you with any faction for unimaginable benefits. Just then, an extraordinary aura emerged and the other party let out excited and greedy laughter. Ah, it's the elder, he has finally arrived. Elder, capture him. Our family will definitely reward you greatly. You must capture him, elder. The remaining alien beings, upon seeing the appearance of this extraordinary powerhouse, finally showed a hint of a smile. First tier extraordinary? You think you can capture me? Looking at the elder mentioned by the other aliens, Su Chang's lips curled slightly. Seal, cut the heavens, put. The first tier extraordinary powerhouse still wore a greedy and excited expression, but at that moment, all his aura vanished. Thud. The body of the opponent crashed to the ground, kicking up a bit of dust. What? The other alien beings, upon seeing this, had their joy instantly turned to shock, staring in disbelief at the dead elder. How could he die just like that? But Su Chang didn't give them time to react, swiftly slaying the remaining alien beings. This is the first alien stronghold. After a quick glance, Su Chang left rapidly. In the following period, Su Chang became increasingly frenzied, spending every day on the path of slaughtering aliens. The second alien faction stronghold. The third, fourth, fifth. Congratulations! Your martial arts level has risen to 7 million. Congratulations! Your martial arts level has risen to 8 million. In less than a month, Su Chang had destroyed 5 alien faction strongholds. If it weren't for the vastness of the Void Continent, which required considerable time just to travel, Su Chang could have destroyed even more. Moreover, to prevent the alien factions from lying in wait, after annihilating one stronghold, Su Chang would change direction and head to another place. After destroying several alien faction strongholds, Su Chang's martial arts level directly broke through to 8 million. This increase seemed to slow down, but in reality, it was not slow at all, as the rapid rise in strength meant diminishing returns in experience points. Even for alien beings of the same strength, slaying 1 second could yield 100,000 experience points, but the next second, slaying another could drop that to 50,000 points, or even less. When Su Chang's martial arts level was at 5 million, his martial arts 4-dimensional attributes were around 8.78 million. Now, having risen to 8 million, although his martial arts level increased by 3 million, the enhancement of his martial arts attributes was even greater than when he was at 5 million, because now his second talent characteristic had been upgraded to an additional plus 200 points for all attributes every 100 levels, equivalent to plus 3 points for all martial arts attributes for every level gained. Now, Su Chang's total martial arts attribute has reached over 71.12 million. Logically speaking, this total martial arts attribute is comparable to the strength of a 6th-tier extraordinary being. However, Su Chang had previously discovered that although his martial arts attributes had reached the 6th tier of the extraordinary, the rapid growth also brought about drawbacks. Before reaching the level of a martial god, such drawbacks were not significant, as they were purely about power, or rather, the level of power, all belonging to the realm of mortals. But the extraordinary level is different. What is extraordinary? It is power that transcends the mundane level. This gap includes differences in martial arts divine abilities, extraordinary bodies, and other aspects, all of which Su Chang currently lacks. He has neither martial arts divine abilities nor an extraordinary body, and he lacks other powerful means. He only has a total martial arts attribute that is on par with his opponents, yet the actual strength is vastly different. The higher the level of the extraordinary, the greater this gap becomes. Therefore, although Su Chang's total martial arts attribute is comparable to that of a 6th tier extraordinary being, he is no match for the extraordinary beings from other realms at that level, and even against 5th-tier extraordinary beings, he is not a match. As it stands, Su Chang has no other means and can only use martial skills, at most being able to engage with extraordinary beings of 4th-tier strength. He had thought about this when he first killed that 2nd-tier extraordinary being from another realm. His strength had increased too quickly, and without other means, he could only rely on a martial arts attribute that was higher and stronger than his opponents, combined with powerful martial skills, to fight back. Fortunately, most of the extraordinary beings guarding these alien strongholds are of 1st or 2nd-tier extraordinary strength, or at most 3rd-tier extraordinary, but such strongholds are rare. They are even less aware that Su Chang's strength would rise so quickly. During this time, after Su Chang wiped out several strongholds of major alien forces, the news had spread widely, even reaching the Void City. Have you heard? The human forces from the Blue Star world that were besieged by many major forces 1,000 years ago seem to have someone entering the Void Continent again, and right off the bat, they destroyed several strongholds of one major force, causing significant losses. Is that true? I heard that after destroying the forces of this indigenous world 1,000 years ago, they captured some, and then no indigenous beings from that world entered the Void Continent again. What a pity! The strong beings from that indigenous world developed extremely quickly after entering, gaining immense power within the Void City, with strong beings emerging one after another, only to be suddenly wiped out. I wonder what the reason was. It should be that other alien forces saw their rapid development and wanted to eliminate them, right? Not sure, but it seems not to be the case. I heard that these major alien forces seem to want to obtain something from these Blue Star world humans, but what exactly, I don't know. I also heard that these Blue Star world humans are quite ruthless. It seems that to prevent these forces from searching their memories, they directly erased that segment of memory. There should still be remnants of the strong beings from the Blue Star world within the Void City, but they can't get out, as there are always powerful beings from those major forces guarding outside. This news should be false, right? Is it meant to lure out those Blue Star world human strong beings hiding in the Void City? There is a possibility, but who knows for sure? I wonder what these forces really want to obtain from them. Perhaps it's some kind of treasure? Within the Void City, various alien beings were discussing the events that occurred 1,000 years ago. After all, it was the biggest event in nearly 1,000 years. Many extraordinary beings from other realms who were fortunate enough to witness the battle from 1,000 years ago couldn't help but show a nostalgic and shocked expression. In that battle, extraordinary beings fell like raindrops. At this moment, in several hidden places of the City of Void, some powerful humans from Blue Star quietly gathered, for they had also heard about this matter. It can't be true, it's been 1,000 years. These damned beasts have never given up searching for us. After searching for so long without finding us, they must be anxious and have come up with this method to lure us out. An old man with a disheveled face muttered. If it's false, that's fine. But what if it's true? We haven't had contact with the Blue Star world for 1,000 years. Back then, messages couldn't even be sent out. The Blue Star world has no idea what has happened here. Have they forgotten? After that group of beasts surrounded and killed us, the Blue Star world sent quite a few people into the Void Continent. Fortunately, we had warned others in the Blue Star world to keep the world coordinates secret, even if it meant death. Thankfully, those who came in later never leaked it until their deaths. All these years, there have been no reports of anyone from the Blue Star world coming here. Clearly they have realized something is happening. What worries me is that after 1,000 years, people from the Blue Star world might let their guard down. If someone really comes in and gets caught, the Blue Star world will be doomed. Another old man said bitterly, his face unable to hide the worry. The others fell silent upon hearing this. Over the years, they had been trying to find ways to send messages back to the Blue Star world, but it was impossible to get out. They were even more uneasy about letting other races carry messages. This matter was of great importance. Apart from the humans of the Blue Star world, they could not fully trust any other beings from different realms, no matter how good their relationship was. Let's wait and see, confirm whether the news is true or false. If it is true, we must take risks this time. Either we save the human power that has come in and have them take us back, or we kill him. We cannot expose the coordinates of the Blue Star world. After hiding for so many years, I have had enough. The other human powers nodded in agreement with this suggestion. According to our investigations over the years, these beings from other realms want to enter the Blue Star world to seize the world core. But what exactly is the world core? There isn't even a trace of it recorded here in the City of Void. It's infuriating. If it weren't for the fact that we had worked hard to establish our power back then, if it had developed to now, we would surely have found out the true reason for the great changes in the Blue Star world and what the world core really is. Unfortunately, our power was destroyed by these beasts. I wonder how the Blue Star world is doing now. A few human powers showed a look of longing in their eyes. They had been away from the Blue Star world for too long. Although the Void Continent was good, the Blue Star world was still their route. Let's disperse. Everyone, be careful. Once we confirm that someone really has come from the Blue Star world, we must gather everyone. We must break out. This is our only hope of returning to the Blue Star world. If we can't escape. After a long silence, one powerful being spoke, but he did not finish his sentence. However, the others understood what he meant. Meanwhile, the various alien forces that wanted to capture Su Chang were going crazy with anger, having searched for nearly a month without seeing a trace of him. Especially one alien force, which had lost several strongholds and suffered significant losses, found the opponent too cunning, with only one target, making it difficult to capture him. Moreover, the opponent's strength exceeded their expectations. A bunch of useless fools. Useless. You can't even catch a little native human. What good are you? A being from another realm with 6th-tier extraordinary power roared in anger. Below, a group of its kin knelt on the ground, trembling in fear, the terrifying aura suffocating them. Enough! What good is getting so angry? The Void Continent is vast. Capturing a transcendent-level powerhouse is not so easy, even if the other party is just an indigenous human. Back then, we didn't eliminate that batch of indigenous humans completely, and we already knew how cunning they were. They hid in the City of Void for 1,000 years, and even now, we haven't managed to find them all. Another transcendent level being from another world said lightly. After all this time, now that the Blue Star world has only sent one indigenous human into the Void continent, it's clear they have guessed something and are wary of letting too many people in. It's highly likely they are trying to gather information about that batch of indigenous humans from back then. Over the years, we have sealed off the area around the City of Void, and they can't send any information out. In this case, since the other party has come to gather information, they will definitely need to return. This person must know the coordinates of the Blue Star world. This time, no matter what, we must capture him and force him to reveal the world coordinates. If he doesn't speak, we will search his soul. We cannot let it happen like before, where the other party either erased their memories or self-destructed, leaving us with nothing after waiting for over 1,000 years. A demon clan powerhouse with horns said in a deep voice, his tone extremely cold. If Su Cheng were here, he would surely be surprised to see this horned being, as its appearance was very similar to the unicorn clan he had slain in the secret realm. In fact, the unicorn demon clan from back then and this demon powerhouse shared a trace of the same bloodline. Since the indigenous people in the Blue Star world have guessed that their indigenous humans have encountered an accident here, they must be extremely vigilant. Capturing this indigenous human will not be easy. However, it is certain that once he learns that the force from back then has been destroyed but that there are still indigenous humans alive, he will likely find a way to sneak into the City of Void, trying to locate those remaining indigenous humans. I think we don't need to search everywhere for this person. Why not catch him in a trap? We could even use this person to lure out those remaining indigenous humans, and then we can capture them all at once. The words of this otherworldly being instantly brightened the eyes of the other transcendent level powerhouses. Indeed, that's a good idea. Moreover, the remaining indigenous humans in the City of Void will know that their world has visitors again, and they will surely be unable to resist appearing. They are so ruthless to themselves, they probably won't allow anyone else to leak the world coordinates. We also don't need to be led by the nose, we just need to guard the City of Void. However, we can issue a bounty. There are many beings in the Void continent, and whoever provides information on the whereabouts of this indigenous human will be rewarded. If we can capture him alive, the reward will be even greater. We must ensure he has no place to hide. At that time, this indigenous human will be forced into a corner, either entering the City of Void or returning to the Blue Star world. We just need to guard against it. No matter how he decides, he will ultimately not escape our grasp. The otherworldly beings excitedly expressed their opinions. Then it's decided. Instead of searching everywhere, let's force him to throw himself into the net. Since he has entered this Void continent, he will never think of leaving. In the end, the representatives of these otherworldly forces reached a unanimous decision. Not long after, within the City of Void, a bounty task was quietly disseminated. Anyone who could provide information on the whereabouts of the indigenous human from the Blue Star world would receive a reward of 100,000 source crystals. If they could capture the indigenous human alive, they would not only receive 5 million source crystals but also several other treasures, as well as a supreme treasure. As soon as this news broke, it caused quite a stir. 100,000 source crystals is already a considerable amount, and this is just for providing the whereabouts of the indigenous human from Blue Star. Moreover, it was accompanied by a portrait of this indigenous human, making it even easier to find. As for capturing alive, the rewards are even richer, but with such a high bounty, it's easy to imagine that capturing this indigenous human would be quite difficult. Otherwise, this bounty task wouldn't have been issued. What? Is this for real? 5 million source crystal stones, plus a supreme treasure and several other valuables? Then, what are we waiting for? Let's go capture this indigenous human from the Blue Star world. No kidding, it's not that easy to catch. It's said that this indigenous human has at least first-tier extraordinary strength, and several strongholds of the Bullhorn Demon clan in the Void City have been wiped out by him. He's definitely not easy to capture. It seems this indigenous human from the Blue Star world is not simple. So many forces have been unable to capture him. The Void continent is too vast, and the opponent's strength is extraordinary. How could he be easily captured? Enough talk, let's find this indigenous human. We might not get the 5 million source crystal stones and the supreme treasure, but we can try our luck with these 100,000 source crystal stones. Is there a team? Anyone forming a team? The opponent's strength is not low, and the danger is too great. It's safer to team up. In an instant, within the Void City, a large number of beings from other realms set out, wanting to find Su Cheng's whereabouts. This news also spread rapidly to other large and small forces on the Void continent. This indigenous human must have secrets. These forces united back then to wipe out that faction. They must have some important information. If we can capture this indigenous human and force him to reveal the information, we can find out what those forces are really looking for. If we find this indigenous human, my clan will also get a share of the pie. What could it be? What could make these powerful racial forces persist for 1,000 years without giving up? Back then, I thought they were just wary of the indigenous human's rapid development, which is why they united to wipe him out. This time, I want to see what you are really looking for. I will personally capture this indigenous human. However, once the bounty for Su Chang was issued, it triggered more forces to stir restlessly. They were eager to know why these forces had united to wipe out this indigenous human from the Blue Star world back then. When these forces suddenly took action, other foreign forces on the Void Continent thought it was because they had provoked them or that they were concerned about their rapid development. But later, news spread that the real reason was not so. They wanted to obtain some important information from the indigenous human of the Blue Star world. Thus, countless other forces on the Void Continent naturally became curious about what information was worth their persistence for 1,000 years without giving up. In an instant, the vast Void Continent began to tremble due to Su Chang's arrival. However, these beings from other realms had no idea that Su Chang was least afraid of being ganged up on. In fact, the more, the better for him. Ah, damn indigenous, you will die a terrible death. If my clan captures you, you will definitely wish you were dead. You trash indigenous, you all deserve to die. It's best if you all perish. I curse you, indigenous human of the Blue Star world, none of you will have a good ending. Boom. Put. Soon, another stronghold of a foreign race was destroyed by Su Chang, slaying all the foreign beings, including a fourth-tier extraordinary foreign powerhouse. This fourth-tier extraordinary powerhouse thought it could easily capture Su Chang because it already knew that Su Chang's strength could at most slay those below third-tier extraordinary strength. During this time, the strongest beings in the foreign strongholds that Su Chang had destroyed were all third-tier extraordinary, so it believed that Su Chang chose these strongholds to destroy because their strength would not exceed third-tier extraordinary. But it could never have. Imagine that Su Chang's strength was constantly improving. As long as he killed these otherworldly beings, he could rapidly enhance his power. Congratulations! Your martial arts level has risen to 9.6 million. Congratulations! Your martial arts level has risen to 10 million. Finally, he reached 10 million, and Su Chang felt a mix of emotions. At first, his goal was only 100,000, then 1 million, and now 10 million. Since awakening his talent nearly 2 years ago, he had finally reached a martial arts level of 10 million. The next goal should be to raise my martial arts level to 100 million. A sharp glint of anticipation appeared in Su Chang's eyes. Just then, your martial arts level has reached 10 million, and your martial arts realm has reached the beginner martial god level. You can now unlock martial arts divine abilities. Ha! Hearing the prompt, Su Chang was momentarily stunned, then a look of ecstasy spread across his face. The martial arts divine abilities were finally here. Martial arts divine abilities were a much more powerful capability than martial skills, and when a human martial artist reached the martial god level, there was a chance to awaken these divine abilities. It was a probability, but not a certainty. Specifically, a martial god level powerhouse had 4 opportunities to awaken martial arts divine abilities, once upon advancing to beginner martial god, once to intermediate martial god, once to advanced martial god, and once to ultimate martial god. In other words, if luck was on their side, a martial god level powerhouse could awaken up to 4 martial arts divine abilities. However, the number of martial god level powerhouses with 4 divine abilities was extremely rare. Even those with 3 were few, with most having only 1 or 2. Martial arts divine abilities could still be used even if one reached the extraordinary level, and their power would be even more terrifying. This is a bit troublesome. I don't have the breakthrough pills to advance to beginner martial god on me. Doesn't that mean I can't unlock martial arts divine abilities in this void continent? Thinking of this, the smile on Su Chang's face quickly faded, replaced by distress. When he left the Blue Star world, he never thought to bring some breakthrough pills for future advancements. There should be other ways. Lord Nangong mentioned before that in the City of Void there are countless cultivation systems, and I can always find other ways to break through. In that case, I must enter the City of Void, but not yet. The numerous alien forces over there are definitely waiting for me to walk into their trap. I must continue to improve my strength. My total martial arts attributes must at least reach several times higher than those terrifying 9th-tier extraordinary beings to be absolutely safe and to find and bring back the ancestors from back then. Su Chang thought to himself. He was not clear about the current situation in the Blue Star world, but naturally, the sooner he returned, the better. However, he could not be too hasty at the moment. His strength was improving extremely quickly, but it still required time, and there were more powerful alien forces here, watching him closely. Su Chang could not afford to be careless. Shaking his head slightly, he decided not to think too much and quickly left the area. However, after racing for a while, he suddenly felt a peculiar sensation in his heart that he couldn't quite explain, as if it were a pull from his bloodline. In this sensation, there was another presence that had been following him. What on earth is this? It has appeared 3 times in these days. Su Chang grew suspicious. I want to see what this is all about. If someone is trying to track me this way, they shouldn't blame me for being ruthless. A surge of killing intent rose in Su Cheng's heart, and his expression turned cold. He decided to wait right there for the presence that seemed to be a bloodline pull to arrive. As he waited, several days passed, indicating that the speed of this presence was very slow, suggesting that its strength was not very strong. Hurry up, faster. It seems he hasn't been moving these past few days. I'm about to catch up to him, a woman said, her face filled with anxiety and anger. Using her family's secret methods, she had finally tracked down the person her father had instructed her to find through bloodline tracing. However, she hadn't anticipated that the other party was incredibly fast. Every time she sensed him, he would quickly disappear again, driving her to the brink of madness. This time, she sensed him again and immediately pursued at full speed, initially thinking she would fail once more. To her surprise, he was actually lingering in one place, having stayed there for several days, something that had not happened in previous encounters. The thought of him stopping made her explode with even greater speed, eager to catch up to the aura drawn by her bloodline. From a distance, this woman resembled a human from Blue Star, but upon closer inspection, she was different. Her height was not much different from that of Blue Star humans, and even her appearance was strikingly similar, with a pair of eyes, ears, a nose, and a mouth. However, her ears were surprisingly double-layered, with strange runes growing on the inner side. Then there were her eyes. Her pupils were not the typical round shape of humans but resembled the peculiar runes inside her ears. Her nose and mouth were indistinguishable from those of Blue Star humans. Her skin was even more peculiar, exhibiting an indescribable strangeness. From 100 meters away, it might appear yellow, but from 200 meters, it could turn a light blue, and at even greater distances, it might take on yet another color. Her fingers were long, about 5 centimeters longer than those of Blue Star women. Most striking of all was her hair, which was incredibly long, nearly reaching her ankles, and its color changed with her skin. Almost there. He's right ahead, the woman said, invigorated, eager to seize him. Meanwhile, Su Cheng felt an even colder chill on his face. Over the past few days, the pull of the bloodline had intensified as the distance between them decreased. Now, it was so strong that it shocked him, but it also heightened the murderous intent within him to an extreme degree. If this was an enemy tracking him in such a manner, wouldn't he be left with nowhere to hide? This hidden danger had to be eliminated. Before long, the figure of the woman finally appeared in Su Cheng's line of sight, although they were still several hundred kilometers apart. However, upon seeing her, Su Cheng was momentarily stunned because, at first glance, her form and skin appeared almost indistinguishable from that of humans in the Blue Star world. This was just an initial impression, and since Su Cheng hadn't examined her closely, he was naturally shocked by her appearance. Moreover, the connection through the bloodline was growing stronger, leading Su Cheng to wonder if this woman was truly a Blue Star human. Otherwise, why would he feel this way? But Su Cheng, being a powerful being of extraordinary strength, continued to scrutinize her and soon noticed the differences between her and Blue Star humans. Although she was very similar, there were still distinctions. Countless beings from the Void Continent resembled humans, so this was not surprising. But why was there a bloodline connection? Su Cheng didn't want to think too much about it. Since she wasn't human, this hidden danger had to be eradicated. With that thought, Su Cheng's expression turned cold as he slowly raised his right hand, ready to eliminate this woman. Despite her considerable strength, being at the intermediate level of the 9th rank, she was nothing more than an ant in front of Su Cheng. He really looks so much like my father, almost identical. It must be him. I didn't make a mistake, the strange woman exclaimed with delight upon seeing Su Cheng. Of course, what she referred to, like her father, was not about appearance but rather the skin color and the exact shape of the exterior. Oh no, is he going to kill me? The strange woman, who had been in high spirits, suddenly sensed the killing intent emanating from Su Cheng and saw him raise his right hand, causing her face to change dramatically. He must see me as an unstable factor, but how should I explain myself? The strange woman was not foolish. She immediately thought of why Su Cheng wanted to kill her. Wait, don't kill me, I mean no harm. The terrified strange woman shouted immediately, feeling that in the next moment she would turn to ashes. Knowing she couldn't hesitate. My father is from the Blue Star world. He's a human like you, really. Seeing that Su Cheng showed no signs of stopping, the strange woman had no choice but to reveal a secret. Sure enough, after she finished speaking, she saw Su Cheng come to a halt. From the Blue Star world? Could it be the descendants of human ancestors? Indeed, upon hearing her words, Su Cheng stopped. However, he did not fully believe the strange woman's words, nor did he have the intention to eliminate her immediately. After all, his purpose for entering the Void Continent was to search for the ancestors of humanity, and now this strange woman had directly revealed her identity. But regardless of whether it was true or false, Su Cheng still needed to understand the situation before making any plans, especially since the woman's strength posed no threat to him. After waiting a while longer, the strange woman finally approached Su Cheng, though she did not dare to get too close, keeping a distance of about 100 meters between them. Jing Qiong greets you, senior. I acted rashly and used secret techniques to track you down. It was truly unavoidable. I hope you won't hold it against me. The strange woman first introduced herself and then explained. The young boy before her looked very youthful, yet she could not see through his strength, so she could only address him as senior. Jing Cheong's peculiar dual pupils curiously examined Su Chang. It was the first time in many years that she had seen a human like her father. What secret technique? Who taught you? Your father? Su Chang asked, silently, still not believing the woman's words. Senior, this isn't a place for conversation. Can we find a safe spot? I will tell you everything in detail. Jing Cheong paused for a moment and then spoke. Softly. No. We will talk right here, no one can hear us. If you don't give me an explanation today, don't blame me for being ruthless. Su Chang sneered, the coldness on his face showing no signs of diminishing. Find a safe place? Where could he go now? What if this woman said she would find a place? If he followed her, what if it was a trap? So, it was safest to stay right here. With his strength, the area within thousands of kilometers was already enveloped by his divine sense, and no one could approach. Alright then, we'll stay here. Jing Xiong couldn't help but pout, secretly thinking that the other party was a coward, but feeling the killing intent from Su Chang, she dared not voice it. Senior, you must be the human from the Blue Star world who just entered the Void Continent not long ago, right? Jing Xiong asked first. Su Chang nodded slightly. After all, this matter was no longer a secret. My father only sent me out to find you after hearing this news, but the Void Continent is too vast. How could I possibly find you? Fortunately, my father taught me a secret technique that uses my own blood essence as a guide, allowing me to find other beings of the same bloodline. Not the kind of bloodline you might be thinking of, but rather the bloodline of beings from the same world. As Jing Xiong spoke, seeing Su Chang frown slightly, she realized he had misunderstood and immediately began to explain. This secret technique was developed by my father over the years. He had no other intentions, he simply wanted to use this technique to find humans who share the same bloodline in the future. I never expected that after waiting, we would actually encounter humans from the Blue Star world. Jing Xiong continued, her tone tinged with a hint of regret. My father is from the Blue Star world, and as his daughter, I naturally possess the bloodline of the Blue Star humans. Although my mother is not, at least half of my blood is from the Blue Star world, so I can naturally use the secret method to track down my predecessors. A few days ago, I sensed the direction of my predecessor several times, but unfortunately, their speed was too fast for me to catch up. If my predecessor hadn't stopped this time, I probably wouldn't have been able to catch up again. Jing Xiong's words confirmed that he had indeed sensed something earlier, but it was too faint for him to pay much attention. Although the other party's explanation made sense, Su Chang still couldn't fully trust her. As far as I know, back in the day, our human predecessors were besieged and killed by many foreign forces in the city of Void. Most were killed, but some survived, and they are still hiding in the city of Void. However, the strong beings from those foreign forces have long been stationed around the city of Void, making it impossible for the human predecessors inside to leave. Since you have the bloodline of the Blue Star humans, how did you get out? Su Chang asked coldly. During this time, he had been continuously destroying the strongholds of foreign forces, and it was not mindless killing. He had also looked into past events, although he wasn't very clear about the situation of the Blue Star humans in the Void Continent now. The events of that year were no longer a secret. After hearing Su Chang's words, Jing Xiong fell silent for a moment. She had long known from her father that many Blue Star humans were trapped inside the city of Void and could not get out. But even if her father hadn't mentioned it, many beings from foreign realms were already aware of this. What's wrong? Can't you answer? Su Chang sneered, his gaze still icy. It's not that I can't say, but that battle back then was too brutal, and the Blue Star human predecessors had developed in the city of Void for so many years. Many strong beings from your world have come over, and their numbers are considerable. In that battle, although many died, there were still some humans who took the opportunity to escape from the city of Void. My father was one of them, and he can be said to be one of the few remaining human predecessors who escaped. He has been hiding all these years. Jing Xiong became anxious and hurriedly explained. But before she could finish, she was interrupted coldly by Su Chang again. You're lying. If your father escaped, then why didn't he return to the Blue Star world? The human predecessors who could enter the Void Continent must have known the coordinates of the Blue Star world. With such a significant event happening, he had no reason not to convey the news or return to the Blue Star world to inform everyone. Su Chang seemed to have lost his patience. Although the other party's explanation sounded reasonable, it was full of holes. But as soon as he finished speaking, he was immediately interrupted by Jing Xiong, who appeared even angrier. You don't know anything, you understand nothing. How long have you been in the Void Continent to understand what happened back then? Seeing that Su Chang still didn't believe her and accused her of lying, Jing Xiong's face turned red with anger, and she dropped the respectful address she had used earlier. Do you think my father didn't want to? Do you think it's that easy to navigate the Void Continent? You should think about why. As soon as you arrived in the Void Continent, you were immediately exposed and have been hunted and captured by these forces all this time. Also, my father has completely forgotten the coordinates of your world because during the First Great War, your human ancestors, just in case, voluntarily erased that segment of memory. That's enough. Now, among the ancestors of humanity still alive in the Void Continent, none from your Blue Star world know those world coordinates. Tell me, how can you expect them to leave? Where can my father go? Where can they go? Jing Xiong glared at Su Chang, her eyes reddening. Since her birth, she had often heard her father recount the deeds of humanity from the Blue Star world and their experiences after entering the Void Continent. Moreover, she had heard about the brutality of that great war. She couldn't imagine what kind of race would have such cohesion, willing to die rather than reveal the coordinates of their world, fighting to the last person for the safety of their descendants. In her heart, she had always harbored a wish, one day, to send her father back to the Blue Star world, and she also wanted to see the Blue Star world for herself, to experience everything about that world. Listening to Jing Xiong's barrage of questions, Su Cheng's expression gradually stiffened, but the killing intent around him slowly dissipated. He could sense that this emotional outpouring from Jing Xiong was anything but fake. At this moment, Su Cheng could barely accept the woman's words and identity, but he still couldn't fully believe her. However, at the very least, he had given up on the idea of killing her. What is your father's current strength? Su Cheng asked, though still somewhat indifferent. His tone had softened considerably. He barely reached the first rank of the extraordinary. Back then, he was at the third rank, but due to severe injuries, his strength has fallen, and he hasn't been able to recover over the years. Jing Xiong replied softly. Your words, while all reasonable, still need verification. Bring your father here, I want to see him in person, Su Cheng continued, stating his disbelief outright. In fact, by saying this, Su Cheng had already come to believe quite a bit. If he truly had no faith at all, he wouldn't have said those words. No, it's too dangerous. Those forces have an extremely strict surveillance over your Blue Star human bloodline. I only feel somewhat safe with half of me here. Otherwise, my father wouldn't have let me come find you. Jing Xiong directly refused. She had to consider her father's safety. Let your father decide for himself and wait for me at this location on the map. Su Cheng didn't waste any more words with Jing Xiong, tossing her a map before vanishing. Damn it! Jing Xiong cursed angrily when she saw Su Cheng leave directly. That bastard, isn't this place one of the strongholds of those forces? Sending my father there is like sending him to his death. Seeing the marked location on the map, Jing Xiong cursed again in anger. However, she did know a bit about this stronghold. It had been destroyed by Su Cheng not long ago, but even so, she still felt it was very unsafe. Forget it, I should go back and discuss it with my father. He has waited so long, he won't give up this opportunity. Jing Xiong remained silent for a while, shook her head slightly, and then left without looking back. What Jing Xiong didn't know was that shortly after she left, Su Cheng's figure reappeared and followed her directly. With his strength, Jing Xiong naturally couldn't detect him. All the way, Jing Xiong was very cautious. She wasn't trying to guard against Su Cheng but to prevent her own exposure. After more than 10 days of travel, she arrived at a very remote place. Then, through various concealed paths, she entered what appeared to be a natural cave. Jing Xiong lingered at the cave entrance for a long time before swiftly entering the cave. Then, as Su Cheng's figure appeared, he couldn't help but smile at the disappearing back of Jing Xiong. He believed that this must be the place where her father and her race were hiding, otherwise they wouldn't be so cautious. The cave was deep, and Su Cheng followed for several hours before sensing that Jing Xiong had stopped ahead. After entering a barrier, Su Cheng immediately felt many auras present, which were very similar to the aura of Jing Xiong, though not in large numbers, only about 100 or so. But then, Su Cheng's body shook. He sensed a familiar aura among them, one unique to the martial artists of the Blue Star humans. There really are human martial artists here. Su Cheng's expression shifted slightly, believing Jing Xiong's words a bit more, because the aura of this human martial artist indeed matched the first level. Extraordinary level, just as Jing Xiong had said. At that moment, in an underground cave room, Father, I found that human martial artist from the Blue Star world. As soon as Jing Xiong returned, she immediately went to see her father and said, in this extremely simple room, there was only a stone table and a stone bed, and on the stone bed lay a man resembling a Blue Star human. Although the aura emanating from this man indicated a first-level extraordinary strength, his face was extremely pale, and he coughed from time to time. This was not because he was ill. At such a level of strength, how could a strong person fall ill? It was because he had been severely injured, and even now, his wounds had not fully healed, with his internal vitality severely depleted. Xiong'er, what did you say? The man, who had been resting on the stone bed, suddenly sat up in surprise upon hearing Jing Xiong's words. How could it be so fast? Are you sure it's that human who entered the Void Continent not long ago? From the Blue Star world? The man continued to ask. Father, I'm sure. That person has the same skin color and form as you, and he admitted it himself. Moreover, I found him using the bloodline tracking method you taught me. The closer I got to him, the stronger the feeling became. I can be certain he is indeed a human from the Blue Star world. Jing Xiong replied earnestly. She was not angry at her father's doubts because she understood the importance of this matter and knew it had to be handled with utmost caution. That's great. I've finally waited for this day. Upon hearing Jing Xiong's confirmation, excitement and joy appeared on the man's pale face. So what is the situation now? Didn't you bring him here? After his initial happiness, the man asked again. Hearing her father's words, Jing Xiong thought of Su Cheng's previous attitude and immediately wore a face of anger. At first, he wanted to kill me. If I hadn't reacted quickly, I probably wouldn't have been able to see you, father. That guy was so cold and always on guard against me. How could he possibly follow me here? This guy is too cowardly. Clearly, he has such strong power, yet he's afraid of this and that, Jing Xiong said, feeling quite wronged. If she didn't think she couldn't defeat him, she would have taught him a good lesson. Seeing his daughter so aggrieved, the man was taken aback for a moment. Sigh, don't blame him. We, who returned to the Blue Star world after such a long time without any news, would certainly raise suspicions among the human martial artists there. They must have been warned repeatedly to be extremely careful when sending someone back into this void continent. Although you possess half of the Blue Star human bloodline, there are still some differences. It's normal for him to be wary of you. Don't be angry. The man comforted her. He could understand Su Cheng's actions. If it were him or any other Blue Star human, they would have acted the same way. After all, whether it is the remnants of the Blue Star human ancestors from back then or those foreign forces, they all want to learn the world's coordinates from Su Cheng, so caution is necessary. Humph. You're also speaking up for him. If I could beat him, I would definitely teach him a lesson. Hearing her father defend Su Cheng, Jing Xiong felt even more displeased. Ha ha, alright, don't be angry. It was my fault, the man said, shaking his head with a hint of indulgence. Then what is his strength? If his strength is too low, it would be useless even if he came, the man said, his smile fading and his brow furrowing. Although he had heard that as soon as Su Cheng entered the Void Continent he was discovered, he was not captured. Instead, he killed a second-tier extraordinary being from another world. However, such strength would hardly have any significant impact among the many foreign forces. I can't see through him, but on the surface, he only seems to have the strength of a 7th-tier limit. That's about the strength of a limit martial emperor on your side, which is very strange. I thought about it for a long time and couldn't understand why it was like this, Jing Xiong said, filled with confusion. What? The strength of a limit martial emperor? How is that possible? Then how did he slay a second-tier extraordinary being? Could it be that there are other human experts by his side? The man was taken aback by this. It's true, father. I was shocked at the time. On the surface, he is just a limit martial emperor, but I have already heard rumors outside that he has destroyed several strongholds of the Bullhead Demon clan, Jing Xiong replied with certainty. No, I must see him. The man thought it over but was very eager to meet Su Cheng. No matter what, it was not easy to wait for a human martial artist to come from the Blue Star world. He couldn't miss this opportunity. He wanted to return to the Blue Star world, along with those other human martial artists still trapped in the City of Void. They surely wanted to as well. Their hopes were all tied to this person. So how did your conversation go? Where is he now? Did he mention how to contact him later? The man asked anxiously, fearing that Jing Xiong would say that the other party had already left and they had no way to contact him. If that were the case, finding him again would be incredibly difficult, not to mention that many foreign forces were capturing him. Once caught, their hopes would be dashed, bringing great disaster to the Blue Star world. I originally wanted him to come with me, but before I could speak, he had already left and told me to take you to a place where we would wait for him. I checked, and that place was one of the strongholds of the forces that surrounded and killed you back then. Although it has been destroyed by him, just going there would be too dangerous. Father, we can't just go there recklessly, Jing Xiong replied, somewhat angrily. Her father had been hiding in this underground cave for so many years. If he went out, the chances of exposure would increase significantly, and she was unwilling to let her father take that risk. Alright, as long as there's a place to contact him, that's good. Jing Xiong's words excited the man again, and he quickly got up. Xionger, get ready. We're going over now. I can't wait any longer. None of us can wait any longer. The man urged. Father, your body hasn't recovered yet, and if you go out and get discovered. Jing Xiong did not move. She wanted to persuade her father to give up on going out. Xionger, don't you understand your father's thoughts? Our Blue Star world humans value returning to one's roots. Even if I die, I cannot miss this opportunity, the man said, shaking his head slightly, his expression resolute. I have burdened you for too long, letting your mother and your clan hide in this underground cave with no hope of ever seeing the light of day. Without this sole belief, I fear my body would have given up long ago. Xionger, please fulfill your father's wish. The man gently stroked Jing Xiong's long hair, whispering softly, Father. Hearing his words, Jing Xiong could no longer bear it and burst into tears. Tell your mother that I have some matters to discuss, and then we will go out together. After a long pause, the man spoke again. This time, Jing Xiong did not refuse. She silently nodded and stood up to leave the room. However, just then, a figure suddenly appeared in the room. No need, I have arrived. Su Cheng looked at Jing Xiong and the man, speaking calmly. He had heard everything Jing Xiong and the man had said, and by now, he completely believed in Jing Xiong and this human man. At first, Su Cheng had one concern. Would there be any traitors among the previous human ancestors? Or had they already been captured with the forces from another world using them as bait to lure out other humans from Blue Star? Ha! Why you? How did you get here? Jing Xiong was startled upon seeing Su Chang, her eyes wide with shock as she asked. She had not yet processed what was happening, but the man smiled bitterly. After living for so many years, how could he not have thought of this? However, he was also stunned by Su Chang's appearance and the aura emanating from him. The strength Su Chang possessed was exactly as Jing Xiong had described. This human warrior from the Blue Star world was truly only a peak martial emperor? Moreover, how could he be so young? Although a strong person might appear very young, the man was an extraordinary level powerhouse and could sense it at a glance. Or rather, as long as he sensed the opponent's strength, he would know. Their age could not be small. But now, what he sensed from Su Chang was that his actual age was very young, definitely not over 20. But how could this be possible? In the Blue Star world, even the most extraordinary genius could not reach the peak martial emperor at such a young age, right? Not to mention, he already knew that Su Chang had killed a second-tier extraordinary being from another world as soon as he arrived in the Void Continent. At this moment, even with the man's experience, he could not figure out what was going on. Ha! Why you bastard, you were following me. How could you do this? Now that she had reacted, Jing Xiong exclaimed in shock, glaring at Su Chang. In her moment of anger, she even blurted out her previous thoughts of cursing Su Chang. Xiong'er, do not be rude. The man's expression changed upon hearing this, and he immediately reprimanded her. Although this young man was indeed a human warrior from the Blue Star world, no one knew what his character was like. Moreover, the fact that he could sneak past the guards outside and enter here clearly indicated that his strength was not as simple as it appeared. Furthermore, he and the other human ancestors' last hope was tied to this young man, and they absolutely could not offend him. Why yes, I'm sorry. Jing Xiong was not a woman who would cause trouble for no reason. Upon hearing her father's reprimand, she instantly understood and turned pale, but quickly apologized. However, Su Chang's next words surprised both Jing Xiong and the man. You don't need to apologize, I should be the one apologizing. Su Chang shook his head slightly, not at all bothered by Jing Xiong calling him a bastard. I apologize for my previous attitude and tone. I hope you won't take it to heart. It's just that I am unclear about many things here, and I cannot let my guard down. With a slight smile, Su Chang walked straight to the stone table and sat down. Hearing Su Chang's words, Jing Xiong was once again stunned. She did not expect that. The man who had been so unfriendly in both attitude and speech would not only apologize but also smile? Junior Su Chang, I pay my respects to you, senior, Su Chang said respectfully, cupping his hands in front of the man. Although his strength was much greater than the man's, the other party was significantly older, and the man's words, along with the contributions of their group, were enough to earn Su Chang's respect. Your strength is not inferior to mine, just call me Jing Xiao. The man, Jing Xiao, shook his head and said, Su Chang, you only appear to have the realm of an extreme martial emperor. What is the situation here? Also, may I ask how old you are now? Jing Xiao couldn't help but voice his doubts. Senior Jing Xiao, my martial arts realm is indeed only that of an extreme martial emperor, but my true strength is much higher than this. As for the reason, it relates to my martial arts talent. As for my age, it has been about 2 years since I awakened, so I am now 20 years old. Su Chang did not elaborate much on his strength. So far, no one else knew about his martial arts talent, and the fewer people who knew, the better. As for his age, he answered truthfully, as there was nothing to hide. However, he spoke simply, and regardless of whether it was Jing Xiao or Jing Xiong, their expressions changed completely, staring at Su Chang in shock. Especially Jing Xiao, who had lived for so many years, both in the Blue Star world and in the Void Continent, had spent a considerable amount of time there. Yet, whether in the Blue Star world or within the Void Continent, among countless otherworldly races, he had never heard of any human martial artist or otherworldly being who could reach the realm of an extreme martial emperor in just 2 years. No, this was no longer just an extreme martial emperor, as Su Chang was capable of slaying second-tier extraordinary beings, so his true strength must be at least third-tier extraordinary. To reach third-tier extraordinary in just 2 years, what a monstrous talent that was. However, these were merely Jing Zhao's speculations. If he knew Su Chang's true strength now, he would probably be dumbfounded. What? You say you're only 18? How? Is that possible? How could that be? My God. So you mean to say that in just 2 years, you went from just awakening to your current strength capable of annihilating second-tier extraordinary beings? Jing Xiong covered her mouth, speaking in disbelief. She often heard her father talk about the deeds of Blue Star humans, so how could she not know that Blue Star martial artists awaken at 16 before they can begin their training? My God, do you know how long it took me to reach the initial stage of 9th tier? Woo-woo, 100 years. I'm almost 100 years old now, and you're only 18? Thinking back to how she had been calling him senior earlier, Jing Xiong covered her face, feeling she could not face anyone. An 18-year-old third-tier extraordinary being, this weight was simply too great, too overwhelming for Jing Xiao to bear. He never imagined that after they left, such a super monstrous figure would emerge in the Blue Star world. But soon, Jing Zhao's expression changed again. He felt that all his previous thoughts must be completely suppressed. A prodigy like Su Cheng absolutely could not encounter any mishap even if he and all the other humans still in the void continent were to die. They must not let anything happen to Su Cheng. All risky matters must not involve Su Cheng. Therefore, the idea of wanting Su Cheng to help them leave and return to the Blue Star world must be completely abandoned. Moreover, all information about Su Cheng must never be known to the beings of the otherworldly forces. Originally, Jing Xiao planned to understand the situation of the Blue Star after meeting Su Cheng, then strike together to see how they could contact other human powerhouses still in the Void City. If they could bring them out, that would be the best. If they couldn't take them away, he was prepared to find a way to return to the Blue Star world with Su Cheng first and then bring more human powerhouses over to rescue the others. But now, knowing Su Cheng's situation, having spent only 2 years to reach the third tier of the extraordinary, this speed is truly terrifying. With such a prodigy, he absolutely cannot let Su Cheng take risks. At least for now, they cannot let Su Cheng take risks. They have waited so many years in the Void Continent, so they don't mind waiting a few more years. And as long as they give Su Cheng more time, who knows how much he will grow, but he will definitely be much stronger than he is now. That's not right. Su Cheng, with your speed of cultivation, how could those human powerhouses from the Blue Star allow you to enter this Void Continent? If it were in the past, it would be understandable if we hadn't encountered any issues, but now we haven't received any news for 1,000 years. They must have guessed that we encountered an accident. So how could they risk letting you enter here without knowing the situation? Could it be that something happened in the Blue Star world? Jing Xiao suddenly shook his head vigorously, feeling that something was off. With a prodigy like Su Cheng, not to mention the humans of the Blue Star, no matter which other worldly race, they would never allow such a prodigy to take risks. Senior Jing Xiao, you are not wrong in your speculation. The Blue Star world has indeed encountered major problems again. If it weren't for that, the seniors of the Extraordinary Pavilion probably wouldn't have let me in. Hearing Jing Xiao's words, Su Cheng nodded. He did not hesitate to inform him of the events that had occurred in the Blue Star world during this time, as well as his purpose for entering the Void Continent. The 10,000 Demon Passage? The 10,000 demons are descending. After listening, Jing Xiao's expression changed again. He did not expect that the Blue Star world would undergo another major change now. Everything is because of that so-called World Heart. Back then, many other worldly forces united to hunt us humans. They wanted to learn the coordinates of the Blue Star world from us, so they could invade our Blue Star world from the Void Continent and seize the World Heart. However, for so many years, we still have no way to find out the specific function of the World Heart, even though these other worldly forces are driven by powerful existences behind them. Jing Xiao said with an extremely ugly expression. This group of powerhouses had discovered the reason for the great change in the Blue Star 1,000 years ago and why so many other worldly beings invaded. Their goal was the so-called World Heart. And this so-called World Heart seems to be something that does not exist in every world. It is extremely rare. If the World Heart is born in a powerful world with countless strong guardians, then naturally no beings from other worlds would dare to seize it. But at that time, the Blue Star world was merely a technological world, incredibly weak. When other worlds learned of it, who else would they rob if not you? However, they still do not know what the function of the World Heart is. Even the other worldly beings that first invaded the Blue Star world or those within the Void Continent have no records of the World Heart. But they dare not say much. This so-called World Heart must be an extraordinary treasure, worthy of so many other worldly beings going crazy over it. Senior Jing Xiao, what exactly is this World Heart? It is no longer important to investigate further. I believe it was born in our world, and if there is a chance to seize it, we must seize it. If we can't take it away, then there is nothing we can do. The most important thing for us now is how to ensure that more human warriors can come down during this disaster. After a moment of silence, Su Cheng spoke up. He also did not know the function of the Boundary Heart, but he believed that if it couldn't be obtained, there was no need to force it. Letting it go to other beings was fine too. However, precisely because he did not know the function of the Boundary Heart, Su Cheng naturally thought more simply. In reality, if the Boundary Heart were taken away by external beings, not only would the entire Blue Star world be destroyed, but all human martial artists would also be reduced to ashes. You're right, it's pointless to dwell on the function of the Boundary Heart now. The most important thing is to find a way to save the Blue Star world and rescue more human martial artists. As long as the bloodline of Blue Star humans still exists, one day we will reclaim everything that belongs to us. Hearing Su Cheng's words, Jing Xiao nodded in agreement. Now that you're entering the Void Continent, I understand the thoughts of those from the Extraordinary Pavilion, so the most important thing for you right now is to focus on your cultivation. Don't get involved in the matters of the Void Continent. You don't need to worry about resources. Even if I have to risk my life, I will ensure you become powerful as soon as possible, Jing Xiao said resolutely. He had already decided that even if they could return to the Blue Star world, he and the others would not let Su Cheng go back, because the Blue Star world was even more dangerous. With the arrival of the demons, the first to be eliminated would be Su Cheng, this human prodigy, and at that time, Su Cheng would undoubtedly die. Currently, things were somewhat better in the Void Continent because the forces from other realms did not know that this human entering the Void Continent was the most monstrous existence in the history of the Blue Star world. Father, this matter cannot be rushed. Please don't act recklessly. On the side, Jing Xiong couldn't help but speak up upon hearing Jing Zhao's words. Jing Xiao wanted to save the Blue Star world, or perhaps for Su Cheng's cultivation he was willing to risk his life, but for her, these important things were not as significant as her father's life. Senior Jing Xiao, I understand your intentions, but my cultivation method is special, and I won't explain it. I can only say that I reached extraordinary level strength in 2 years, not by relying on resources, so you don't need to search for them. I have my own cultivation method and can handle it myself. Moreover, you don't need to worry about anything else this time. Entering the Void Continent, I won't stay here for long. Finding you is the purpose of this trip, but even if I don't find you, I will still return to the Blue Star world. Now that I know some of you are still alive, it will be much easier. Once I improve my strength, after eliminating the forces from other realms that besieged you back then, we can immediately return to the Blue Star world. Su Cheng had to explain as well. Although the Void Continent seemed good, in reality, Su Cheng was more interested in the Boundary Heart. He was very eager to know what the Boundary Heart's function was. If it was an unimaginably powerful treasure, he would definitely not miss it. Therefore, although Su Cheng agreed to enter the Void Continent to search for human ancestors, he never thought of staying in the Void Continent like a turtle hiding in its shell. Su Cheng, as long as you have this intention, it's enough, no one will blame you. But these forces from other realms are too powerful. How easy is it to eliminate them? I certainly believe you can do it, but I'm afraid time won't be enough. The crisis in the Blue Star world could strike at any moment. Knowing that Su Cheng had reached the 3rd tier extraordinary level in just 2 years, he naturally did not doubt Su Cheng's words. To this, Su Cheng did not continue to explain. He already had a plan in mind. Senior Jing Xiao, I want to ask, as human martial artists in the Void Continent, how can we break through without the boundary breaking pill? Thinking of how he had recently reached a martial arts level of 10 million, enabling him to unlock martial arts supernatural powers, but his martial arts realm had not yet met the conditions, Su Cheng directly asked. If he could possess a more powerful martial arts divine ability, his strength would be even greater. Of course, there are other ways to break through, even simpler than what we have in the Blue Star world. What level do you want to break through to with your current peak martial emperor, martial sage, or martial god? If you want to break through to the extraordinary level, the difficulty increases significantly whether in our Blue Star world or in this Void Continent. Jing Xiao immediately replied. In the Blue Star world, martial artists must use breakthrough pills to break through, and the further they go, the more breakthrough pills are required. To break through to the extraordinary level, a treasure called the extraordinary fruit is needed. This item is not produced in the Void Continent, but because countless alien races gather here and establish their powers. Therefore, races from other worlds will trade their treasures for others or purchase them. Our Blue Star world also has extraordinary fruits, but they are very rare. Previously, our group of martial artists could bring some back after entering the Void Continent, but I'm not sure about the current situation. Jing Xiao continued to explain. In his view, Su Cheng should want to break through to the extraordinary level. After all, his true strength had already reached the 3rd tier extraordinary. However, Su Cheng shook his head. Breaking through to martial god is enough. We can talk about the extraordinary level later. He just wanted to break through to martial god and then unlock the martial arts divine ability. There was no need to waste time and resources pushing for a higher level. The extraordinary fruit is expensive, but we can find a way. You must focus on improving your strength first. Jing Xiao thought Su Cheng was worried about the extraordinary fruit and advised him. Don't worry, I have it under control. For now, reaching martial god is sufficient. Su Cheng slightly shook his head, not elaborating further. In that case, it will be much easier for you to break through to martial god. As long as your strength is sufficient, breaking through will not be a problem. Seeing Su Cheng say this, Jing Xiao didn't press further. Xiong'er, go fetch 4 8th tier gathering spirit fruits and 4 9th tier gathering spirit fruits. Jing Xiao instructed Jing Xiong, who was standing nearby. Yes, father. Jing Xiong nodded and immediately left. After a while, Jing Xiong returned, holding a box. Su Cheng, these are the 8th tier gathering spirit fruits, and these are the 9th tier gathering spirit fruits. They can be used the same way for both initial and intermediate breakthroughs. Jing Xiao took the box from Jing Xiong and opened it, pointing to the 2 types of spirit fruits inside. Thank you, Senior Jing Xiao. Su Cheng accepted the box with gratitude. No need to thank me, they are just gathering spirit fruits. If you need anything else, just let me know, and I will do my best to get it for you. Jing Xiao shook his head. Nothing else. In that case, you can break through in this room. It's quiet here, and no one will disturb you. Xiong'er and I will step out for now. Seeing Su Cheng nod, Jing Xiao and Jing Xiong left the room. Su Cheng didn't hesitate, took out an 8th tier gathering spirit fruit, sensed it, and after confirming there were no issues, swallowed it whole. The gathering spirit fruit melted in his mouth, transforming into a vast and pure energy that quickly surged into Su Chang's body, and he immediately began to refine it. 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours later. Initial martial sage. What an amazing fruit. Just one can let me break through to initial martial sage, much more convenient than swallowing a large number of breakthrough pills. Su Chang exclaimed. Continue, continue. In the following time, Su Chang swallowed a gathering spirit fruit every few hours, and his martial arts realm rapidly improved. Father, how long is he going to be in seclusion? 8 gathering spirit fruits, could he be breaking through to peak martial god all at once? Outside, Jing Qiong couldn't help but ask. If his strength has truly reached the 3rd tier of the extraordinary, he would likely break through to the limit of the martial god in one go. As for the time, no matter how fast, it would take at least half a month, maybe 20 days, Jing Xiao pondered before replying. Oh, Jing Qiong responded. Father, what do you think his situation is? Why is it that he clearly only has the realm of a limit martial emperor, yet his strength is so formidable? According to what you told me before, in your Blue Star world, such a situation shouldn't be possible, right? Jing Qiong couldn't help but ask again. She was now filled with curiosity about Su Chang. In just 2 years, he had cultivated to the 3rd tier of the extraordinary. How could that be? She felt that even if she had 2 more heads, she wouldn't be able to comprehend it. Don't ask anymore, I can't make sense of it either. Such matters are secrets unique to each person. Since he hasn't spoken about it, there's no need to press for answers, lest we upset him. Jing Xiao shook his head. In fact, this question had been on his mind as well, but despite his years of experience, he remained baffled. He said it has to do with his martial talent? Could it be that his martial talent is extraordinarily high, reaching SSS level? Jing Qiong suddenly thought of this and exclaimed in surprise. How could that be? The cultivation speed of someone with SSS level martial talent is definitely not this fast. There have been martial artists who awaken SSS level martial talent every year, but even if their speed were 10 or even 100 times faster, it would be impossible to reach the 3rd tier of the extraordinary in just 2 years. Jing Xiao directly refuted Jing Qiong's speculation. After all, she had never been in the Blue Star world. She had only heard Jing Xiao mention that the most outstanding geniuses in the Blue Star world had martial levels of SSS. Is it really that exaggerated? If it's not SSS level, then what level could it be? Jing Qiong opened her mouth, her face filled with confusion once again. That's unclear. Perhaps in the years we've been away, there have been other changes in the Blue Star world, or maybe there are other extraordinary geniuses with higher martial levels, Jing Xiao said uncertainly. But he didn't believe this explanation himself, because as far as he knew, in the years he had spent in the Void Continent, he had encountered many otherworldly races, and none of them could cultivate this quickly. In less than 2 days, Su Chang had already refined all the spirit-gathering fruits, successfully breaking through to the limit martial god. Although breaking through to the initial martial god had already unlocked martial divine abilities, since he had more spirit-gathering fruits, Su Chang decided to refine them all at once. Finally, I can refresh my martial divine abilities, Su Chang smiled, filled with anticipation. His martial divine abilities, like exclusive martial skills, could be refreshed. Moreover, his martial divine abilities were not like those of other human martial artists, which only awakened when they advanced to martial god. Other martial god level experts had 4 opportunities to awaken martial divine abilities, with a chance each time they advanced. As mentioned earlier, from initial to limit, there were 4 opportunities, but most martial god level or 9th tier beings only had 1 martial divine ability, while those who could awaken 2 were somewhat more common. However, the number of those who could awaken 3 or more martial divine abilities, whether human martial artists or otherworldly beings, was very rare. Su Chang's situation was different. He didn't know how many martial divine abilities he could possess. However, the most important thing was that his martial divine abilities could be refreshed. If he was dissatisfied with one martial divine ability, he could completely refresh it for another, making it absolutely powerful. Other martial artists and 9th tier beings had to stick with whatever martial divine abilities they awakened. They couldn't change them. Refresh. Consume 100 source crystals, martial divine ability refresh successful, divine foot technique. Consume 100 source crystals, martial divine ability refresh successful, yin yang I. This consumption is already quite substantial compared to exclusive martial skills. You must know that a source crystal is equivalent to 10 trillion gold coins. Refreshing an exclusive martial skill costs only 100,000 gold coins, while refreshing a martial divine ability costs a staggering 100 trillion gold coins each time. Fortunately, during this period, Su Chang has destroyed several strongholds of other worldly forces and looted a considerable number of source crystals, totaling around 70 to 80,000 pieces. In the future, the primary currency Su Chang will use to enhance his strength will naturally be source crystals. Refreshing a martial divine ability costs 100 source crystals, which he can still accept. Consume 5,000 source crystals. Consume 10,000 source crystals. Consume 100 source crystals, martial divine ability refresh successful. Soon, 10,000 source crystals were consumed, but Su Chang did not stop. He continued refreshing. The martial divine ability could be refreshed, and he could use whichever he wanted. This was something no other powerful individual could achieve, it was unique to Su Chang. With such a powerful function, this level of consumption was truly insignificant. Consume 15,000 source crystals. Consume 30,000 source crystals. Consume 50,000 source crystals. Consume 100 source crystals. Martial divine ability refresh successful. Law of heaven and earth. What? At this moment, upon hearing the refreshed martial divine ability, Su Chang couldn't help but widen his eyes. This was quite a formidable ability. Once unleashed, his entire physique would expand countless times, and it wasn't just a matter of size, his strength would also surge dramatically, at least in terms of power, it would definitely increase significantly. This will do. A total of 50,000 source crystals consumed. I'll use this martial divine ability for now. I just wonder how much my size will increase after I unleash it. Su Chang felt a bit of anticipation inside. Finally, with the martial divine ability, his overall strength would surge dramatically. It wouldn't be like before, where he clearly possessed martial attributes comparable to 6th tier extraordinary strength, but due to the lack of a martial divine ability and extraordinary body, he could only rely on pure strength to deal with 4th tier extraordinary beings. Now that he possessed a martial divine ability, especially one as formidable as the law of heaven and earth, although he didn't have an extraordinary body, at least he could take a step further. Facing 5th tier extraordinary beings would definitely not be a problem. Su Chang had not yet unleashed this martial divine ability, and was unsure of its specific power. Perhaps it could even contend with 6th tier extraordinary beings. The true measure of strength could only be known through combat with powerful beings from other realms. Of course, Su Chang's martial level had now reached 10 million, and his total martial attributes were no longer just comparable to 6th tier extraordinary but had become even stronger. There are still about 30,000 source crystals left. This time I can enhance the 3rd talent characteristic. Su Chang had no intention of saving the remaining source crystals. After all, he either accumulated them or consumed them all at once each time he enhanced. Every time he increased by 1 million levels, the martial level would additionally increase by 1% and would not occur simultaneously with the 2nd talent characteristic can be enhanced. The consumption for the 3rd talent characteristic was something Su Chang could not afford before. After all, enhancing it once required 1,000 source crystals. At the beginning, he only had 1,000 source crystals, so it was impossible to use them all at once for this. Moreover, at that time, Su Chang's martial level was only 5 million, but now it had reached 10 million, and future enhancements would definitely be faster, especially since there were many powerful beings from other realms in this void continent. Enhance. Consume 1,000 source crystals. 3rd talent characteristic enhancement successful. Currently, every time he increases by 1 million levels, the martial level additionally increases by 1.1%, and does not occur simultaneously with the 2nd talent characteristic can be enhanced. What the heck? What is going on here? Seeing the results of the upgrade, Su Chang was momentarily stunned. Consuming 1,000 source crystals only increased by 0.1%? With such an upgrade, I was thinking of boosting it to 10% in one go, but it seems it's not that easy, and the consumption is absolutely terrifying. Su Chang felt a bit speechless. However, he had calculated this talent characteristic before. Its power was undeniable, especially when he managed to raise it to an additional plus 10%. Once Su Chang's martial arts level reached 100 million, each upgrade of 1 million would allow him to additionally increase by over 1 million. If he could upgrade even higher, reaching 20% or even over 30%, the enhancement would be even more frightening. Forget it, let's upgrade first. Su Chang shook his head slightly, too lazy to think too much. The result was set, and he couldn't change it. All he could do was continue to earn more money. Compared to any treasures, this exchange was the easiest thing to do. Continue. Consuming 2,000 source crystals, the 3rd talent characteristic upgrade succeeded. Consuming 7,000 source crystals, the 3rd talent characteristic upgrade succeeded. Currently, for every increase of 1 million levels, the martial arts level additionally increases by 1.7%, not simultaneous with the 2nd talent characteristic can be upgraded. Alright, that's it. At this point, Su Chang's nearly 80,000 source crystals were gone again. The main reason for the unexpected consumption was the upgrade of this 3rd talent characteristic, but overall, Su Chang could still accept it. Character, Su Chang. Martial Arts Realm, Limitless Martial God. Martial Arts Level, 10,518/10,000, Martial Arts Power, 23.783 million. Martial Arts Spirit, 23.781 million. Martial Arts Physique, 23.781 million. Martial Arts Agility, 23.785 million. Martial Arts Talent, Infinite Upgrade, F Grade, Exclusive Martial Skills, 8 parts Dragon God's Fury, SSS Grade, can be refreshed. Thunder Prison Breaking Heaven Infinite/SSS Grade can be refreshed. Sealing Skyfinger SSS Grade can be refreshed. 9 Yang Burning Heaven Fist SSS Grade can be refreshed. Talent characteristics: for every target killed, there is a chance to increase martial arts level by 23. Can be upgraded for every 100 martial arts levels. Increased, all martial arts attributes increase by an additional 200 points can be upgraded for every increase of 1 million levels. The martial arts level additionally increases by 1.7%, not simultaneous with the second talent characteristic, can be upgraded. Looking at the current total martial arts attributes, it was already over 95 million, comparable to an 8th tier extraordinary. A first tier extraordinary requires a total attribute of 20 million, a second tier extraordinary requires 30 million, and so on, with each tier requiring an additional 10 million. Clearly, Su Cheng's total martial arts attributes were now between 8th tier extraordinary and 9th tier extraordinary. However, the gap in strength between 8th tier and 9th tier extraordinary was significant, as it involved a higher level of existence. After all, above the 9th tier extraordinary, in the eyes of beings from other realms, it was already true divinity. When did the experience required to upgrade martial arts level increase? Looking at his attribute panel, Su Cheng suddenly felt suspicious. He clearly remembered that previously, upgrading the martial arts level by 1 required only 1,000 experience points, but now it had become 10,000, a tenfold increase. But when did this happen? Su Cheng hadn't noticed. It should have increased after reaching 10 million when my martial arts level was over 8 million. I checked the attribute panel and it hadn't changed then. Su Cheng thought to himself. In the past, he often paid attention to this, as once the required experience increased, it meant that the speed of upgrading the martial arts level would slow down. But once the martial arts level broke through 1 million, Su Cheng paid less attention to this. In fact, Su Cheng had long been prepared for the inevitable increase in the required experience points, although it wasn't like in a game where the required experience points increased. With each level, the experience points needed by Su Cheng were clearly stage-based. At first, to raise the martial arts level, only 100 points were needed, then it became 1,000 points. This 1,000 points of experience lasted the longest, only increasing again after the martial arts level reached 10 million. It doesn't matter, if it increases, it increases. It's just a matter of slaying more beings from other realms. Moreover, with so many powerful existences in the Void Continent now, the improvement of martial arts levels won't slow down. Su Cheng shook his head slightly, not overly concerned about this matter, as it was completely unnecessary, and this was all part of normal progression. When Su Cheng's strength became even more formidable, capable of destroying a world with a single strike, this increase in experience points would be nothing at all. Now that everything that needed to be improved has been completed, it's time to truly confront these forces from other realms. Su Cheng thought coldly, a strong killing intent gradually resurfacing in his heart. In the next moment, Su Cheng's figure had already exited the stone chamber and appeared outside. You're out already? For the past few days, Jing Qiong and Jing Xiao had been guarding outside, fearing that someone would disturb Su Cheng's retreat. Both of them had thought that Su Cheng would at least be in seclusion for half a month, 20 days, or even a month. After all, Su Cheng was supposed to break through 8 times. Even if he was fast, it would definitely take some time. But they didn't expect that in less than 5 days, Su Cheng would come out. Jing Xiong's eyes widened, originally intending to ask Su Cheng if he needed anything else before continuing his breakthroughs, but upon sensing Su Cheng's aura, it was no longer that of a peak martial emperor. Instead, it was that of a peak martial god. Clearly, in just under 5 days, Su Cheng had broken through 8 realms, which left Jing Xiong even more astonished. How is that possible? In just a few days, you've broken through to peak martial god? Jing Xiao said, equally incredulous. It's alright, Su Cheng replied, nodding slightly. He didn't feel it was fast. If he said that it actually took less than 3 days to break through to peak martial god, the two would probably be even more shocked. Seeing Su Cheng's response, Jing Xiao and Jing Xiong fell silent, but when they thought about how Su Cheng had only spent 2 years to reach the 3rd tier transcendent, such a breakthrough speed seemed somewhat normal in comparison. At this moment, more and more people gathered around, all curiously observing Su Cheng. These people were members of Jing Qiong's mother's clan, known as the Tungwen clan. Although they were considered a different race in the eyes of the Blue Star human martial artists, they were a well-connected race. Otherwise, they wouldn't have willingly hidden in this underground cave for Jing Xiao. In terms of physique and appearance, they were indeed very similar to Blue Star humans. Over the past few days, Jing Xiao had already shared some information about Su Cheng with the Tungwen clan, but he hadn't mentioned that Su Cheng had reached his current strength in just 2 short years. Su Cheng, this is my mother, and these are my clansmen. Jing Qiong introduced her family to Su Cheng. Su Cheng felt a deep admiration for the Tungwen clan. After all, they made such a great sacrifice for Jing Xiao, who was an ancestor of the Blue Star humans. Rest assured, everyone. I assure you that soon you will no longer need to hide in this underground cave, Su Cheng said solemnly. Hearing Su Cheng's words, the members of the Tungwen clan were very pleased, as they had already heard from Jing Xiao that with Su Cheng around, they wouldn't have to wait long before they could leave this place. Su Cheng, what do you want to do now? If you have any orders, just say it. The members of the Tungwen clan and I will definitely do our best to assist you. Jing Xiao coughed a few times before asking. There's nothing else, Senior Jing Xiao. For now, you still need to rest and heal here. When the time is right, I will inform you. Your injuries haven't healed for so long. I wonder if you need any treasures? I will find some for you once I go out. Su Cheng shook his head slightly, looking at Jing Zhao's pale face, and then asked, Don't worry, I can. Still hold on. You just go ahead and do your other things. Jing Zhao didn't say much more. Su Cheng, in these days, some members of the Tungwan clan outside have sent back news that the alien forces in the Void City have already issued a bounty on you. And because 1,000 years ago, our Blue Star forces were suddenly besieged, these forces are now placing a bounty on you again. Many alien forces on the Void Continent want to get some information from you. They must be curious as to why these alien forces have persisted in hunting us for 1,000 years, and now that you have appeared, they definitely want to capture you to extract information from you. There are people tracking you everywhere. Outside. Why don't you wait a while before going out? Jing Zhao explained, sharing the information collected outside during Su Cheng's seclusion. A bounty to capture me? Upon hearing this, Su Cheng was not surprised. Instead, excitement gleamed in his eyes. It's fine, Senior Jing Zhao, you don't need to worry. I have my own plans. Just focus on healing, and I will come back to take you out soon. After Su Cheng finished speaking, his figure had already vanished without anyone knowing how he left. At this moment, Su Cheng was already impatient. He wanted to find a powerful being from another world, at least above the 6th rank, to spar with and see if the martial arts abilities were as formidable as he imagined. Father, isn't he being too reckless? After all, he's only in his teens. Jing Xiong couldn't help but ask when she saw that Su Cheng had disappeared. Sigh, how would I know? He doesn't seem to be that way when he speaks, but his actions are indeed a bit reckless. We don't know him very well. Although I consider myself his senior, my strength is not as great as his now. Given his age and power, he must be quite proud. Even if I have plans, he might not listen to me. Jing Xiao shook his head helplessly, worry evident in his eyes. Little did he know, Su Cheng's departure would soon shake the entire Void Continent. More and more beings from other worlds who knew about the bounty were mobilizing to find Su Cheng's whereabouts for the reward of 100,000 source crystals. They weren't planning to take action, they just needed to spot Su Cheng and provide his activity range to receive the 100,000 source crystals. For many beings from other worlds, 100,000 source crystals was a fortune. Everyone wanted to try their luck. If they didn't attack Su Cheng, how would he know they were collecting his whereabouts? Unless Su Cheng could slay all the beings from other worlds he encountered. Didn't he just wipe out a stronghold of the Minotaur Demon clan recently? Why is there not a trace of him in this area? He must be hiding. This person surely knows he is wanted. It would be strange if he didn't hide. Where has that damn native human gone? Come out quickly so I can get the 100,000 source crystals. It would be great if I could capture him alive. That's 5 million source crystals. With that many source crystals, my strength could definitely increase several levels. What secrets does this native human have? This person really knows how to hide. He can't escape. So many powerful beings are searching for him. It is said that many strong ones are already preparing to unite and capture him, then divide the 5 million source crystals. That's right. With 10 third and 4th tier extraordinary beings joining forces, they can definitely capture the indigenous human alive. At that time, each of them can get 500,000 source crystals, which is a huge profit. We must act quickly and find this indigenous human. Otherwise, there won't be such an opportunity in the future. More and more beings from other realms are mobilizing, either teaming up or joining forces. They all know that Su Cheng's strength is not weak, at least at the 2nd or 3rd tier extraordinary level. Beings from other realms with insufficient strength naturally have no thoughts of capturing Su Cheng. They only want to obtain 100,000 source crystals, as providing his whereabouts is much simpler. However, with so many of them, the competition is fierce, leading countless beings from other realms to frantically search for Su Cheng's traces these days. But to no avail. A bounty on me? It seems I need to make a bigger commotion. This way, more beings from other realms will gather, saving me the trouble of searching everywhere, making it much easier to hunt. At this moment, Su Cheng had already exited the underground cave, coldly contemplating. Since he entered the Void Continent, it hasn't been long, but things have gone relatively smoothly, and one of his purposes for coming in has already been achieved. Although many of the human ancestors died back then, there are still some survivors. As long as he brings them back, it will definitely be a great boost for Blue Star. His second purpose is that Su Cheng wants to improve his martial arts level in this Void Continent. Although he has already raised it to 5 million levels, he is still not satisfied. In the Blue Star world, his martial arts level has already reached 5 million. Now that he has come to this place with even more powerful beings, how can he be content with just a 5 million level increase? Once again, Su Cheng found a stronghold of an otherworldly force on a map and rushed over. A few days later, boom! Su Cheng descended from the sky, his foot landing at the center of this otherworldly stronghold, and the terrifying force directly destroyed more than half of the buildings in the stronghold. Ah, it's him, that indigenous human. He has appeared again. Quick! Report to the family's strong ones, let them come for support immediately, we must capture him. Damn indigenous human, he has destroyed several of our strongholds, and he dares to appear again, seeking death. This time, you will definitely die without a burial place. The Minotaur demons in this stronghold immediately recognized Su Chang and cried out in anger. Their clan has thoroughly hated Su Chang. During this time, he has killed many of their kind, including several extraordinary level beings. Moreover, now their Minotaur clan is one of the clans that has issued a bounty on Su Chang, and almost all of their members can recognize him. At the same time, to prevent Su Chang from doing what he did before, destroying the stronghold and then fleeing, the Minotaur demons quickly transmitted information to the surrounding area, summoning other extraordinary beings from different races in this region for support. Of course, the main purpose is to block Su Chang, allowing their Minotaur clan's strong ones to arrive quickly. Humph. Su Chang sneered, but his actions were not slow. However, his speed in killing beings from other realms has slowed down. It is no longer as swift as before, where he could kill in a single sweep. This is because Su Chang is waiting for the Minotaur clan's members to report to their family, summoning their strong ones to come, and he wants more beings from other realms to know he is here. This way, a steady stream of beings and strong ones from other realms will come here, allowing him to kill more beings and strong ones. The Void Continent is too vast, Su Chang is too lazy to run around here and there, as it is a waste of time. Letting the beings from other realms come to find him is the best approach. Congratulations! Your martial arts level has risen to 10,050,000. Congratulations! Your martial arts level has risen to 10,180,000. Although the experience required now is higher, it seems that it hasn't had much impact on Su Chang's martial arts level. Slow, but not too slow. What? Indigenous humans have appeared? Hurry! Haha, great! This indigenous human has finally come out. Let's go find him. Damn it, this little beast can really run. He's already so far away. Let's go. Catch him. The 5 million source crystal stones are ours. We can't let the strong ones from the Bullhead Demon Clan arrive, otherwise we won't be able to get those 5 million source crystal stones. It's quite close. It seems this indigenous human is meant for me to catch. Lucky me. Let's see what secrets you have. The strong ones from the Bullhead Demon Clan, upon receiving the news, did not hesitate and immediately dispatched 5 6th-tier extraordinary beings to rush to this stronghold, determined to capture Su Chang at the first opportunity. Other forces from different realms also did not hesitate and quickly sent out their strong ones. 9 Suns Burning Heaven Fist. Boom! Indigenous human, you will die a terrible death. It's too late, you can't escape. With this punch from Su Chang, the entire stronghold of the Bullhead Demon Clan was completely destroyed. So strong, so terrifying. Is the intelligence wrong? Is this the power that a second or third tier extraordinary being can possess? The other beings from different realms who had just arrived were utterly shocked to see Su Chang flatten the massive stronghold of the Bullhead Demon Clan with a single punch. You came too slowly, but it doesn't matter. After destroying the stronghold, Su Chang looked at the beings from different realms gathering around and revealed a chilling smile as he spoke. A large number of beings from different realms, upon hearing Su Chang's words and seeing the smile at the corner of his mouth, felt a sudden chill in their hearts. Then, a strong sense of life and death crisis surged within them. 8 parts Dragon God's Fury. Roar! A terrifying roar, unimaginable in its ferocity, erupted from Su Chang's mouth. Even in the void, one could clearly see layers of waves rapidly spreading out from Su Chang's center. Those beings from different realms in its path burst apart, turning into clouds of blood mist. These beings who had gathered from all directions upon hearing the news had no time to escape. Some beings from different realms wanted to see what this indigenous human was capable of. Some beings sought to take advantage of the chaos, hoping that if other powerful beings fought Su Chang and both were injured, they could swoop in like a yellow sparrow. Some beings indeed wanted to come and capture Su Chang for the 5 million source crystal stones. But regardless of their thoughts and intentions, at this moment, all were reduced to ashes before Su Chang. Just like that, Su Chang didn't know how many beings from different realms he had killed, but his martial arts level soared significantly. Congratulations! Your martial arts level has risen to 10,390,000. Congratulations! Your martial arts level has risen to 10,880,000. Comfortable. In Su Chang's feeling, although the experience required to level up now increased by 10,000 points for each level, it didn't seem slow at all. What kind of power is this? Damn it! Those damn races, their intelligence is wrong. This is definitely not second or third tier extraordinary power. It absolutely exceeds 5th tier extraordinary. So strong. This indigenous human is incredibly strong. With a single roar he killed a large number of powerful beings. Heavens, how can we capture him? This has nothing to do with us. Just now I saw a second tier extraordinary being, and he was turned into blood mist. It's too terrifying. Capture my ass. This is a trap. Those damn scum are completely setting us up. Not good. Run. The other beings from different realms, who were slightly far from Su City, had just arrived, and then saw so many powerful beings ahead. With a roar, they disappeared without even a scream. They stared in shock at everything, their faces filled with disbelief. But while they hesitated, Sioux City did not stop. He struck again, killing other beings from different realms who had not yet died. Immediately, a portion of the other beings turned and fled. Nine Suns Burning Heaven Fist. Boom! This punch killed quite a few beings from different realms. Their speed was no match for Sioux City. Since they had come this far, it was too late to run. Ah! Bastard, you damned native. Spare me, spare me. I was just passing by. Don't kill me, no, please don't. Human brother, let's talk it out. I mean no harm, spare me. No matter how these beings from different realms pleaded for mercy, Sioux City showed no mercy whatsoever. Regardless of their intentions, as long as they came here, they would be targeted by Sioux City. After all, he had no intention of investigating or asking whether they had malicious intent towards the Blue Star human warriors or towards him. If they weren't human warriors, Sioux City would just kill them. Soon, the first batch of gathered beings from different realms was completely wiped out by Sioux City, with not a single one escaping. After all, although these beings were not very strong, most were at the 9th rank, and there were hardly any at the 1st or 2nd rank. They were merely the closest beings from different realms to this stronghold, naturally arriving here first. But they could never have imagined that this was a trap that Sioux City had deliberately set to lure them to their deaths. After killing these beings, Sioux City did not leave. He remained in place, waiting. He knew that soon, a second batch of other beings from different realms would arrive here, and there would be even more of them. Sure enough, Sioux City did not wait more than 10 minutes before other beings from different realms appeared again, and they were much stronger. Upon arrival, there were 6 of them, 3 at the 3rd rank and 3 at the 4th rank. That human native is indeed here. He hasn't escaped. Haha, he belongs to us now. Great, 5 million source crystal stones. We 6 can average over 800,000 source crystal stones each. We're rich. Ha ha ha. Native kid, we don't care what secrets you have. Will you surrender willingly, or do we have to take action? Stop the nonsense. Capture him immediately and leave. Other strong ones will probably arrive soon. Alright, go all out. Capture this native. He is ours. The 6 beings from different realms, although varying in strength, looked identical, clearly from the same group. What do you want? Seeing these 6 beings, Sioux City's expression changed instantly, and he shouted with a hint of panic in his voice. What do we want? Ha, don't you know you've been wanted? One of the 4th rank extraordinary beings couldn't help but laugh in response, but its actions were not slow. I advise you to surrender. If we accidentally kill you, don't blame us. TSK, human kid, you're really valuable. Providing a clue to your whereabouts can earn 100,000 source crystal stones, and capturing you alive can get us 5 million source crystal stones. Of course, we choose the latter. Just lie down. The 6 extraordinary beings had an incredibly excited look on their faces, as if those 5 million source crystal stones were already in their hands. Oomph. You're a bit stronger than me. Trying to catch me won't be that easy, Sioux City said with a cold smile, though it seemed a bit childish. Of course, all of this was just a facade put on by Su Chang. 6 extraordinary beings from another world were simply too few in number. Moreover, Su Chang had sensed that more beings from other realms were arriving. If he were to eliminate these 6 extraordinary powerhouses all at once, it would likely raise suspicions, so he did not strike immediately. Instead, he played with them, making it seem like they could easily catch him, but each time he managed to escape by a stroke of luck. Damn it! This little beast has some issues. Why can't we catch him? In our encirclement of 6, he can still escape. How strange. Hurry up! Other powerful beings are coming, otherwise, it will be too late. Damn it! Don't hold back, just cripple him, as long as you don't kill him. But just then, a cold snort echoed, and a figure radiating an even more terrifying aura appeared. A 5th-tier extraordinary. This was a creature with 2 heads, its arms nearly level with its toes, looking quite bizarre. 5 million source crystal stones, how could it possibly be? Your turn? Now get lost or die. This 5th-tier extraordinary being glanced at the 6th, 3rd and 4th-tier extraordinary beings and coldly said, Bastard! A 5th-tier extraordinary. The 6 beings of the same race turned pale. They hadn't expected other races to arrive so quickly. Yet, even as they contemplated leaving, they felt a deep unwillingness within. However, before these 6 extraordinary beings could make a decision, several more powerful auras emerged in quick succession. None of them were below 5th-tier extraordinary, and at that moment, the faces of the 6 extraordinary beings who had arrived first changed completely. There was no way around it. The temptation of 5 million source crystal stones was too great. Many extraordinary beings from other races found it hard to refuse, and even some forces from other realms wanted to get their hands on this stash of source crystals. Moreover, aside from the source crystals, the extraordinary beings were also eager to know why races like the Bullhead Demon Clan could persist for 1,000 years and still wanted to obtain some treasure or information from the humans of the Blue Star World. What could it possibly be? Thus, countless beings from other realms, upon learning that Su Chang had reappeared and knowing his location, certainly would not miss the opportunity and rushed over at the fastest speed. Whether it was for the 5 million source crystal stones or the secrets held by this human from the Blue Star, they were all eager to catch him. However, the current situation had too many extraordinary beings involved, and capturing Su Chang was clearly not going to be easy. Right now, Su Chang was like a walking 5 million source crystal stones, and there were too many extraordinary beings vying for the prize, making it difficult for anyone to take the first shot. If the bounty was for a dead person, it would be easier, but they needed him alive, which posed a significant challenge. After all, if you wanted to capture Su Chang, other beings from different realms would not let you take him so easily. It seems there are quite a few who want to catch this native human, and they're pretty quick about it, said another 5th-tier extraordinary being who had just arrived with a sneer. Hey, human kid, why don't you just say it out loud? What do the Bullhead Demon Clan and those forces want from the humans of your Blue Star world? At this rate, if you don't say it, you won't be able to leave. But as long as you say it and let all races know, no one will make things difficult for you. What a joke! Are you out of your mind? What? If it's a treasure? If I say it, everyone will rush to snatch the treasure, and what secret will be left? Those forces are tight-lipped. 1,000 years have passed, and not a single piece of information has leaked. If you ask me, just force this native human to reveal what he knows to the public so that the Bullhead Demon Clan and those forces don't get to monopolize the treasure or the secret. Indeed, they are offering a bounty of 5 million source crystals for this indigenous human, clearly seeking something extraordinary, something far more valuable than 5 million source crystals. Fighting is pointless, it will only lead to chaos, and undoubtedly stronger beings will emerge. Shouldn't we interrogate this indigenous human to uncover any secrets he might hold? That's right, 5 million source crystals is no small amount, but in a fight, no one stands to gain anything. The best approach is to extract something useful from this individual. As one powerful being after another, of 4th, 5th, and even 6th tier extraordinary strength continued to appear. Yet, looking at the surrounded Su Chang, no one dared to act first. They were not fools, whoever moved first would surely become the target of everyone else. At this point, they all felt it was impossible for Su Chang to escape. He was like a fish on the chopping block before them. If one of them were to capture Su Chang, the others would definitely disagree. To have all the powerful beings here divide the 5 million source crystals? They were even more opposed to that. What use was it to split such a small amount of source crystals? Thus, it wasn't long before a powerful being from another race suggested that they interrogate Su Chang for any secrets he might possess. After all, he was the human worth a bounty of 5 million source crystals. Therefore, it would be the fairest for everyone to obtain the secrets from Su Chang. Su Chang stood in the middle, looking at these otherworldly beings who completely ignored him and couldn't help but find it somewhat amusing. They were indeed not foolish, but in Su Chang's eyes, they seemed a bit silly, discussing how to divide things without even having caught their prey. The secrets these powerful beings wanted to know, Su Chang was already aware of, namely, the coordinates of the Blue Star world. Another was the heart of the realm. Many other worldly beings knew about the heart of the realm, but among the countless races on this void continent, only a few knew that the Blue Star world had given birth to the heart of the realm. It was precisely those alien forces that had united to hunt down the Blue Star human forces 1,000 years ago. And the fact that the Blue Star world had given birth to the heart of the realm was something these otherworldly forces would naturally keep to themselves. Thus, to this day, countless races on the Void Continent still did not know that the Blue Star world had given birth to the heart of the realm, otherwise, these countless races would surely go completely mad. Now, with Su Chang's appearance, those allied alien forces from back then were suddenly excited, and other alien forces on the Void Continent were equally invigorated. Because they could not extract secrets from those forces, they naturally wanted to obtain them from Su Chang. After all, Su Chang was just one person, and the forces of the Blue Star world had long been destroyed. They had no fear. Boom! Rumble! These 5th and 6th tier extraordinary beings from other races unleashed their powerful auras, pressing directly towards Su Chang, threatening him to reveal his secrets. This indigenous human is doomed. These powerful beings don't even care about the 5 million source crystals. They want the secrets he holds. If he doesn't speak, he will surely suffer. What a pity! 5 million source crystals, once he dies, there will be nothing left. Humph. As long as he reveals his secrets, it won't be worth 5 million source crystals anymore. Do you think those forces are fools? They spent so many source crystals on the bounty. If the secrets are made public, what use is the bounty then? But, aren't they afraid that this indigenous human, in a desperate situation, will reveal his secrets to all beings? It shouldn't be that easy. Haven't you heard? 1,000 years ago, the powerful beings of this Blue Star world erased part of their memories to prevent secrets from leaking. Those who couldn't manage it self-destructed and died. This secret is significant. They wouldn't easily divulge it. Impressive. What kind of secret do they hold? They would rather die than reveal it. Who knows? But it's certain that it's something of unimaginable value. Only these Blue Star natives know what it is. A terrifying pressure weighed down on Su Chang, making his expression extremely grim, as if he were about to collapse. The many powerful beings from other realms sneered at this sight. Kid, are you going to talk? Rather than being caught by those bull-headed demons and suffering torture, it's better to spill the beans and let us know. Who knows, it might even save your life. What if you remain stubborn? Then don't blame us for being ruthless. A sixth-tier extraordinary being scolded. Now was not the time to act. The number of beings from other realms that had come here had not yet reached Su Chang's expectations, and there weren't many powerful ones. This time, Su Chang aimed to dig a bigger pit to attract more powerful beings from other realms. Moreover, the stronghold of the bull-headed demons that had been destroyed had not yet seen the arrival of their powerful kin, so how could he possibly act immediately? The bull-headed demons inside the stronghold had already mentioned that they had notified their powerful kin in the Void City who would arrive soon. What Su Chang was waiting for now were these powerful bull-headed demons. The more that came, the better, especially if they were stronger. Thus, he had to pay attention to the clamoring of these 5th and 6th tier extraordinary beings. What do you want to know? Su Chang shrugged, responding with confusion. It's the bull-headed demons who want to know the secrets of you blue star humans. I don't believe you don't know anything. Kid, we are speaking to you nicely right now, but don't entertain the thought that we wouldn't dare to kill you. If it comes to that, no one will know anything. Better speak up voluntarily. If you end up being soul-searched and wish you were dead, don't blame me for not warning you. Indigenous human, I'll ask you one more time, will you talk, speak, or die? Several 5th-tier extraordinary beings stepped forward, their terrifying aura pressing down on Su Chang once more. Their faces filled with murderous intent. I said I don't know. If you insist on asking, how can I answer? Su Chang couldn't help but chuckle. Although his face showed signs of pain, in reality he felt utterly relaxed in the face of this terrifying pressure. Seeking death. Capture him and soul search. These powerful beings from other realms completely lost their patience upon hearing this. Just as they were about to act, a warship capable of traversing the void continent was flying towards them at an incredible speed. At the forefront were 6 bull-headed demons, each one a 6th-tier extraordinary being, and they were the most formidable kind. Behind them stood rows of bull-headed demon warriors, each exuding a powerful aura, with every single one possessing 3rd-tier extraordinary strength. The warship came with a momentum like a landslide, emitting a series of booming sounds. Stop! This child is within our clan's stronghold and belongs to us. No one is allowed to take him or soul-search him, a 6th-tier extraordinary bull-headed demon said in a deep voice. When he spoke, he was still over 10,000 kilometers away, but by the time he finished his last word, the entire warship had already arrived before Su Chang and all the beings from other realms present. A large number of beings from other worlds gathered here. Even those with 5th and 6th tier extraordinary powers changed their expressions drastically upon seeing the warship and the bull-headed demon clan warriors aboard it. This is the bull-headed demon clan, the iron-blooded demon soldiers that wage war in other worlds. They actually dispatched such a force just to capture a native human? Many beings from other worlds had already recognized the warship and the identity of the bull-headed demons on it. This time, the bull-headed demon clan is determined to succeed. It seems this native human will belong to them. I've heard that the iron-blooded demon soldiers of the bull-headed clan are nearly invincible among their peers, truly terrifying. Exactly, many weaker worlds tremble in fear at the mere mention of these iron-blooded demon soldiers. Damn it! The bull-headed clan's influence in the Void City is already formidable, and they even maintain a force of iron-blooded demon soldiers. It seems they value this native human far more than we imagine. What exactly do they want to know? It's hopeless. The bull-headed clan has even sent out their iron-blooded soldiers. We have no chance at all. Let's go. Damn it, what a wasted trip. Some beings from other worlds, upon seeing the bull-headed clan's warship, were already preparing to leave. In their view, with this warship present, other beings simply couldn't compete with the bull-headed clan, so they felt inclined to retreat. However, at that moment, a loud, hearty laugh erupted from Su Chang, so powerful that it made some weaker beings from other worlds feel as if their heads were about to explode. And just that one laugh caused many foreign warriors' expressions to change drastically. Although it differs somewhat from what I expected, your bull-headed clan's strength is quite good, and you've come in considerable numbers. Other beings from different worlds have arrived as well. It's time to end this. Since you're all here, don't leave, stay and die. After Su Chang let out a hearty laugh, he spoke freely, his face showing no trace of the fear he had just moments ago. Yet, a multitude of beings from other worlds, along with the newly arrived bull-headed warriors, looked at Su Chang as if he were insane upon hearing his laughter and words. Had this native human gone mad from fear? Truly a product of a backward world, utterly ignorant and fearless. A 6th-tier extraordinary bull-headed warrior's face darkened as he coldly spoke. Capture him and return to the Void City. Another 6th-tier extraordinary bull-headed warrior waved his hand, and dozens of iron-blooded demon soldiers with 3rd-tier extraordinary strength immediately moved in to surround Su Chang. A bunch of trash. Do you think you can call yourselves invincible at the same tier? Facing these dozens of 3rd-tier extraordinary iron-blooded soldiers, Su Chang merely sneered. 9 suns. Burning heaven fist. Boom. Such strength from the bull-headed clan didn't even warrant Su Chang using his martial arts supernatural powers. In his view, he wouldn't use his martial arts supernatural powers unless he faced an 8th-tier extraordinary warrior. feeling the terrifying might of Su Chang's punch. All beings from other worlds present finally turned pale with fear. Put. In the blink of an eye, all those dozens of third-tier extraordinary iron-blooded soldiers were burned to ashes. Congratulations! Your martial arts level has risen to 11,800,000. Congratulations! Your martial arts level has risen to 12 million. Clatter, clatter, clatter. A large group of beings from other worlds stared in horror at this punch that obliterated all the third-tier extraordinary iron-blooded soldiers, trembling in fear. They're dead, all dead? My god, why is this native human so terrifying? Didn't they say he only had second or third-tier extraordinary strength? One punch, just one punch. He killed dozens of third-tier extraordinary beings, still the iron-blooded demon soldiers of the Bullhead Demon Clan. God, this might have at least 6-tier extraordinary power, right? We've all been deceived. He hasn't made a move all this time just to wait for more powerful beings to arrive. This is a trap. He wants to wipe us all out in one go. What audacity! It's simply seeking death. Does he really think he can kill us all? By himself? Many beings from other realms finally understood why Su Chang had only shown fear from beginning to end, yet did not make a move, nor did he flee. If it were any other powerful being facing such a blockade from so many strong opponents, they would have already been thinking of breaking through and escaping. How could they still be waiting here? It turns out, this is a trap. You little beast. You're seeking death. Boom! The 6th-tier extraordinary Bullhead Demon Clan members, seeing their iron-blooded soldiers being killed by Su Chang in one strike, were furious to the point of their eyes nearly bursting. Their clan, in their own world, was an absolute dominant existence. They had existed for countless years, producing innumerable powerful beings, and even the number of extraordinary level beings had reached a massive figure. The strength of these iron-blooded soldiers was among the best of their level, selected from 100 or even 1,000. Now, in the blink of an eye, dozens had been killed by Su Chang, and as the leader of these iron-blooded soldiers, their hearts were bleeding. Earlier, they didn't care, they were just ordered to capture Su Chang and take him back. But now, seeing dozens of their iron-blooded soldiers dead, they were utterly enraged. Ha ha, the ones seeking death are you. From this moment on, you Bullhead Demon Clan, I will completely wipe you out, along with your world, I will destroy it all. Su Chang laughed loudly, and in that instant, he no longer hid his strength, fully unleashing it. 8 parts of the Dragon God's fury. Roar! His roar shook the void for miles, killing large swathes of beings from other realms around him. After all, they were all beings from other realms, none of whom Su Chang recognized, so he had no qualms about striking, intending to annihilate all the beings from other realms present. Congratulations! Your martial arts level has risen to 12,600,000. Congratulations! Your martial arts level has risen to 12,980,000. Su Chang no longer cared about how much experience he could gain from killing weak 9th-tier beings or extraordinary beings. They were all going to die anyway, so he would raise his martial arts level as much as possible. So terrifying, run. It really is a trap. A trap. This native human is completely pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. He appeared on purpose to attract more powerful beings, then to kill them all at once, establishing his fame in the Void Continent. After 1,000 years, that powerful being from the native world has come to the Void Continent again, and this time the powerful beings that have come are stronger than ever. What kind of place is that native world? How can it produce so many powerful beings? Looking at this native human, he seems very young, yet his strength is already so terrifying. How did he cultivate? Ah, damn it! He's attacking indiscriminately, ready to kill. Indeed, Su Chang was attacking indiscriminately, since he didn't recognize anyone. Every time he struck, the explosive force could affect large groups of beings from other realms, crushing them all. This beast. The first team to arrive was now seeing Su Chang rampaging, and they were filled with dread. They had been thinking about capturing Su Chang to claim the 5 million source crystal stones, but whether it was just now when Su Chang annihilated dozens of Bullhead demon soldiers with a single punch, or now as he crushed a large number of otherworldly powerhouses in his path, even those with 4th and 5th tier extraordinary strength appeared as weakest chicks before him. Little beast, what use is it to kill these trash? Your opponents are us. Boom! The 6th tier extraordinary Bullhead demons on the warship shouted loudly. They were equally shocked by Su Chang's strength, but they were not afraid. After all, they were 6th tier extraordinary beings, the cream of the crop, and there were 6 of them on the warship. With their overwhelming strength and numbers, how could they fear a native human? They are trash? That's not wrong, but you bullheads are no different in my eyes. You are just as much trash. Su Chang sneered. If Su Chang were not currently on a killing spree, his words would surely fill otherworldly beings with gratitude. After all, the Bullhead demons were calling them trash, while Su Chang was speaking up for them. Good courage. If you weren't of some use, I would have killed you. You've completely angered us, boy. I won't kill you, but I will make your life worse than death. Beast, kneel before me. Boom, boom, ha ha, you are overestimating yourselves. Watch me crush you with a single punch. Nine Suns Burning Heaven Fist. Su Chang unleashed all his power, executing this SSS-level martial skill, its might reaching terrifying heights. How is this possible? No, little beast. My clan will never let you off. The few 6th-tier extraordinary bullhead demons surrounding Su Chang let out shrill screams as they were engulfed by the flames of heaven. They could never have imagined that the martial skills of a native human could be this terrifying. They were the leaders of the Ironblood demon soldiers, the best of the best, yet they could not withstand a single blow from a native human. Congratulations! Your martial arts level has risen to 13.5 million. Not only did these few 6th-tier extraordinary bullhead demons die, but all the others on the warship perished as well. It could be said that this entire unit of Ironblood demon soldiers was wiped out by Su Chang in just 2 punches. Dead? All dead? That was an entire unit of Ironblood bullhead demons just like that gone. Run! For otherworldly beings, Su Chang's ability to instantly kill several 6th-tier extraordinary bullhead demons was enough to terrify them. But for Su Chang, crushing 6th-tier extraordinary powerhouses was nothing. After all, his total martial arts attributes had already exceeded 100 million. If it were other powerhouses, they might not trouble these weaker otherworldly beings, but Su Chang would not waste this opportunity. After all, this was all experience points, every little bit counts. Moreover, these otherworldly beings were not weak, at least they were at 9th-tier strength, which in the Blue Star world would be considered top-tier powerhouses. Before long, the second batch of otherworldly beings that arrived was mostly slaughtered by Su Chang. Although some managed to escape, Su Chang did not care. This time he planned to head straight for the City of Void, killing his way through. It could be said that now, apart from 9th-tier extraordinary powerhouses, no one was his opponent. After all, 9th-tier extraordinary strength involved abilities at a higher level. Congratulations! Your martial arts level has risen to 14.35 million. Congratulations! Your martial arts level has risen to 15 million. As Su Chang continued his rampage, and with the fleeing otherworldly beings spreading the news, his deeds were transmitted across the entire Void continent at an astonishing speed. In the beginning, the indigenous world spoken of by countless beings has once again produced a strong warrior, a god of death. As Su Chang made his way towards the City of Void, many beings from other realms initially doubted his strength. Thus, a large number of these beings continued to seek out Su Chang, and while there were many strong ones among them, the moment they encountered Su Chang, it marked their demise, leaving them no chance to regret. As more and more beings from other realms became aware, they finally grew fearful and dared not pursue him any longer. What they did not know was that they had unwittingly provided Su Chang with a vast amount of experience points, allowing his martial arts level to break through to 15 million and still rising. Su Chang knew that his total martial arts attributes had now exceeded 100 million, comparable to the attributes of a 9th-tier extraordinary being, but while his total martial arts attributes had reached that level, his actual strength was still not a match for a 9th-tier extraordinary being. Even using martial arts divine abilities would not suffice, that was certain. Therefore, Su Chang's current thought was to rely on absolute power to compensate for this flaw. With 100 million total martial arts attributes, he was not a match for a 9th-tier extraordinary being, but what if it were 200 million total attributes? If that wasn't enough, then 300 million, 400 million, or even 500 million? Su Chang did not believe that when his total martial arts attributes surpassed those of a 9th-tier extraordinary being by several times, he would still not be a match. So strong. That indigenous human is truly too strong. Unmatched. Just yesterday, a 7th-tier extraordinary being made a move, and with just one punch, he was taken down. It's terrifying. What kind of world is that? Why does it produce such powerful beings? I heard that 1,000 years ago, the humans of that world established a force, and the strong within it were all extremely formidable among their ranks, and they cultivated at an incredibly fast pace. Did you not see? That indigenous human has a rich aura of vitality, definitely not over 100 years old. A being under 100 years old has reached the level to instantly kill a 7th-tier extraordinary being. Just thinking about it is frightening. Incredible. I really want to see what kind of world that is, capable of giving birth to so many strong beings. 1,000 years ago, did those forces join hands to try to conquer that indigenous world? Although their world is backward, they will quickly produce strong beings, and many forces must have been tempted. There is a strong possibility. If they conquered that indigenous world and allowed their race to be born there, they would definitely cultivate as quickly as the indigenous humans. I see. The possibility is indeed great. How come we never thought of this before? So, 1,000 years ago, many forces joined hands, definitely trying to extract the coordinates of that indigenous world, but those indigenous humans would not reveal it no matter what, which led to their extermination. It is said that a strong being speculated that the human strongman from the indigenous world came in for revenge, wanting to eliminate those forces that besieged their ancestors 1,000 years ago. Isn't that too arrogant? The strong among those forces are countless. In this void continent, they are just a part of their race. Exactly, it is extremely arrogant. Just the bullhead demon clan alone is terrifying. Do they really think that by wiping out one of their iron-blooded demon soldiers, they can annihilate their entire race? That indigenous human is indeed strong, I have to admit, but to say that he alone wants to eliminate those forces from back then is a bit of a pipe dream. It's completely impossible. Just wait and see. The bullhead demon clan and other races will definitely send out stronger beings to suppress this indigenous human. It's only a matter of time. Countless races have been discussing this period, and Su Cheng's rise has caused such a huge stir, slaying countless beings from other realms and triggering a significant upheaval. Regardless of Su Cheng's strength, identity, purpose, or even the world he hails from, countless beings are speculating and directly linking it to events that occurred 1,000 years ago. They recall that powerful force from a millennium ago and now see Su Cheng, which inevitably leads them to doubt whether those otherworldly forces united back then simply to seize the world of the indigenous humans. After all, everyone knows that each world has its own peculiarities. If a world allows for rapid cultivation and the continuous emergence of powerful beings, such a world will undoubtedly attract scrutiny. Once this world is occupied and their race is introduced, leading to continuous reproduction, they can endlessly produce strong beings, which is something no race can refuse. It can be said that such a world is comparable to the most supreme treasure in the underground cave. Father, I've found his whereabouts. Jing Xiong found her father, Jing Xiao, with a face full of shock. Although she said she had investigated, in reality, she hadn't spent much time. A casual inquiry had already revealed Su Cheng's recent activities. After all, discussions about Su Cheng outside have become a hot topic, and one doesn't even need to ask around. He is being talked about everywhere. Jing Xiong never expected that after Su Cheng left here, he would create such a huge stir, and now he is openly slaughtering otherworldly beings on his way to the City of Void. After hearing this news, Jing Xiong could hardly believe it. Once she confirmed it, she immediately returned to inform her father. What's going on? Jing Xiao was still unclear, but from Jing Xiong's expression, he knew the matter was far from simple. Jing Xiong didn't hesitate to share everything she had learned about Su Cheng and his actions. Is this for real? After listening, Jing Xiao was completely dumbfounded. He too couldn't believe that all of this was caused by Su Cheng. Using himself as bait, he set traps to slay a large number of otherworldly beings, including a squad of iron-blooded soldiers from the Minotaur demon clan, which consisted of 6 6th-tier extraordinary beings. Now he was directly heading towards the City of Void, leaving no one able to stop or challenge him. The strongest opponent currently appearing, a 7th-tier extraordinary being, was no match for Su Cheng, who could defeat him with a single punch. How terrifying was that? Father, it's absolutely true. I've confirmed it multiple times. It's him. It's really him. Jing Xiong replied with certainty on her face. So strong. He's actually this strong. He's only 18, and he's only been cultivating for 2 years. Jing Xiao murmured, completely stunned. He had thought that his guess, that Su Cheng had reached the 3rd tier of extraordinary in just 2 years, was already terrifying beyond imagination. But he never expected that he had completely underestimated Su Cheng. 7th tier extraordinary beings could be defeated with a single punch. What level of strength did that make Su Cheng? Yes, he's only 18, and he's only been cultivating for 2 years. Jing Xiong echoed her father's words, also murmuring. If they hadn't heard Su Cheng say it themselves, they would never have believed it. Su Cheng's performance in the Void Continent was already shocking enough. If otherworldly beings learned that his real age was only 18 and that he had only cultivated for 2 years, it would undoubtedly cause a tremendous stir across the entire Void Continent. Xiong, you must not mention this to anyone, not even to other clansmen. This matter is too significant. Once it spreads, I don't know how otherworldly beings will react. With Su Cheng's existence in the Blue Star World, once other beings find out, they will surely speculate about something. Even if we can't guess, in a world where such monstrous talents can be born, the beings from other worlds will surely go mad as well. After a long moment of shock, Jing Zhao's expression turned extremely serious as he warned Jing Xiong in a grave tone. Father, don't worry, I understand the seriousness of the situation. Seeing Jing Zhao's demeanor, Jing Xiong nodded solemnly. Sigh, I really wish I were dead right now. I even regret having met Su Cheng, and I understand why the human experts from the Blue Star World want to send him to the Void Continent. The other beings from the Blue Star World must know that such a monster has appeared among us humans. Now that we can't eliminate him, they are just waiting for the arrival of the 10,000 demons, ready to strike down Su Cheng at the first opportunity. The human experts from the Blue Star World thought of this, which is why they let Su Cheng enter the Void Continent. After all, the beings from this other world are unaware of Su Cheng's situation, making it safe for him. But why can't this guy just stay quiet? If he could just keep a low profile and cultivate for a few more years, then no one in the entire Void Continent would be his match. It's all our fault, we old-timers. Why didn't we die earlier? Why did we let Su Cheng come to save us? The more Jing Xiao spoke, the more agitated he became, eventually coughing violently, blood spilling from his mouth. He felt he was dragging Su Cheng down with him. If someone like Su Chang were to die trying to save them, the struggling humans, then they would be the sinners of the Blue Star humans. Father, you mustn't get so worked up, this isn't your fault. Seeing Jing Xiao spitting blood and his face growing even paler, Jing Xiong burst into tears in desperation. Su Chang is not reckless, he said he would definitely bring you back to the Blue Star world and take revenge for you. He can definitely do it. You have to believe in him. Jing Xiong urged quickly. She was truly afraid her father would lose hope. She understood him very well. After hiding in this underground cave for so many years, enduring so much, they had finally found a glimmer of hope. If Jing Xiao were to have an accident due to self-blame, then all the suffering and perseverance over the years would be in vain. Although Jing Xiong had only known Su Chang for a short time and didn't understand him at all, she had an instinctive, inexplicable trust in him. She had a premonition that Su Chang would dominate the entire Void continent, suppressing it and making billions of beings submit. Saying such thoughts out loud felt ridiculous and no one would believe it. But now, given Su Chang's displayed strength, his age, and the time he had spent cultivating, it seemed possible. Other beings from different worlds couldn't achieve it, but with Su Chang, anything was possible. Yes, I should believe in him, he can do it. We still need to return to the Blue Star to save those human warriors, we are their hope. Hearing Jing Xiang's persuasion, Jing Zhao's agitated emotions gradually calmed down. Yes, father, you and your companions are the hope of the human warriors from the Blue Star world. You must not have any accidents. You need to take good care of your health and regain your peak strength. Jing Xiong said firmly, relieved to see her father looking much better. Xiong'er, thank you, I know what to do now. Jing Xiao nodded. So, you continue to go outside and keep an eye on Su Chang's situation, but you must be extremely careful and not act recklessly, understand? Jing Xiao continued. He was still worried about Su Chang's situation, but he couldn't appear in person, otherwise, if he were caught, it would give the beings from the other world leverage against Su Chang, posing an even greater threat to him. I understand, you can rest assured. Jing Xiong nodded repeatedly. In fact, she was very willing to go outside. After all, she had spent her entire life in underground caves. Although she was 100 years old, she had hardly been out a few times. If it weren't for the appearance of Su Chang this time, she estimated she wouldn't have had the chance to go out for decades. Inside the City of Void, in some extremely hidden places, several remaining human powerhouses gathered once again. It has been completely confirmed that people from our world have come again. This is real, and it's not a trap set by those beasts. A human powerhouse said solemnly. That's a young kid. I didn't expect his strength to be quite formidable. Too reckless, he doesn't know if he has learned about us, and now he's directly charging towards the City of Void. This will completely fall into the trap set by those beasts. We cannot sit idly by, we must find a way to break out, even if it costs us our lives. But why is he the only one who came in? Did something happen in the Blue Star world? They should have guessed that we encountered an accident and came in to gather information. It's impossible to let just one person in. Overthinking is pointless. We can only know the situation of the Blue Star world after we see this kid. So what do we do now? Outside the City of Void, in these days, those dog bastards from other realms have increased their number of strong ones, clearly knowing the kid's intentions. They not only want to capture that kid but also know that we will definitely find a way to break out, so they have increased their strong ones to guard. Alas, we are too weak and have no way to join forces with each other. Those beasts are not fools, they can guess our thoughts. Perhaps that kid, coming all the way here, is being deliberately fed information by those beasts, thinking that we are in danger and want to come to rescue us. No! We must do something, we cannot just wait and die. These human ancestors who survived back then confirmed Su Chang's arrival, and they were as anxious as ants on a hot pan, because they realized that with their current strength they could no longer contend with the forces from other realms, and they were united. At this moment, Su Chang's slaughter was still ongoing. It was as if he had returned to the scene of slaughtering magical beasts in the Blue Star world. Only now, the magical beasts had turned into various alien races, and their strength was much greater than that of the magical beasts. Su Chang now had only one thought: to kill until the entire Void continent trembled with fear. The Void continent was far larger than the Blue Star world, and one could even say that the Void continent was much larger than most other worlds. The number of alien beings entering here was countless, and the various forces from other realms were naturally innumerable. Initially, the alien beings that wanted to capture Su Chang were just a few, but as Su Chang's slaughter continued, those solitary alien beings no longer dared to approach, not even to watch, because they all knew that Su Chang was a complete madman. Any alien being that appeared in his sight had only one fate: death. In such a situation, who would dare to approach? Currently, only a large number of alien forces sent out strong ones, wanting to trap and kill Su Chang, wearing him down, relying on numbers to exhaust him completely and then suppress him in one fell swoop. However, they did not understand Su Chang at all. They had no idea that this would only make Su Chang even stronger, and his true energy could not be exhausted, because as long as his martial arts level kept rising, the true energy within him would quickly recover to its peak. Relying on numbers, relying on attrition? That simply did not exist for Su Chang. Nine Suns Burning Heaven Fist. Boom! Congratulations, your martial arts level has risen to 16 million. Congratulations, your martial arts level has risen to 16.2 million. A multitude of extraordinary beings from other realms had come, yet none could withstand a single punch or roar from Su Chang. In the eyes of the vast majority of these otherworldly beings, those extraordinary powers they revered, even feared, appeared as weak as chicks before Su Chang, easily crushed, leaving no corpses behind. So strong, truly too strong. Why is this happening? Isn't he just a native human with a 9th tier limit? How can he be this strong? Who can explain? Heavens, how many extraordinary beings has he killed on his way here? This is completely a killing god, a mad killing god, killing anyone he sees, and doesn't he ever get exhausted? Doesn't the true energy within a human body run out? So terrifying. The brutal methods of the demon race seem merciful in front of this human. Demon race? This human is the very embodiment of a demon race. Is he really going to slaughter his way to the city of void? Given the current situation, it's entirely possible. We are afraid, yet there are still many beings unafraid of death who refuse to believe a native human could be this strong. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I probably wouldn't believe it, but now I have no choice but to believe. If they die, they die. The various races within the Void Continent are too numerous to count, and the number of beings even more so, just clearing out some trash. But, these are all extraordinary beings. The number he has slain now exceeds the total of extraordinary beings in most worlds. Alas, as long as this person lives, he is destined to dominate the Void Continent. Many beings from other realms dared only to follow Su Chang from a distance, even after he had slain other powerful beings here and left for a long time. They only just caught up. Many of these beings had been fooled before, thinking that if they followed closely behind Su Chang, he wouldn't deal with them, but they were completely mistaken. As long as they got too close, Su Chang would still kill them without leaving a single one alive. Moreover, when Su Chang made his move, he showed no restraint. If they followed too closely, the power he unleashed could wipe out a whole group of otherworldly beings in an instant. So, after realizing this, no other beings dared to follow so closely again. Boom! Boom! Roar! At that moment, a series of deep growls echoed, and an extremely terrifying aura approached rapidly, soon appearing before Su Chang and the numerous otherworldly beings following him. Native human, you've killed enough, it's time to stop. I am Axi Luo of the Tuo Mo clan, hereby order to take you to face punishment from my clan. This enormous alien emitted a humming sound, speaking to Su Chang in a calm tone, yet it was clearly a command. 8th tier extraordinary? Su Chang squinted at this Tuo Mo clan member. The aura emanating from this being was indeed terrifying, unmistakably an 8th tier extraordinary, and in Su Chang's perception, the opponent's total martial arts attributes were nearing 100 million, meaning their strength was close to 9th tier extraordinary. My heavens! An 8th tier extraordinary being, this Axi Luo from the Tuo Mo clan, I've heard of him. Even in the City of Void, he has quite a reputation. Yes, I've also heard that 1,000 years ago, this Axi Luo killed quite a number of human powerhouses from the Blue Star world. This native human has previously slain a 7th tier extraordinary being. Indeed, it takes an 8th tier extraordinary to subdue him, not to mention this Axi Luo, whose strength is said to be nearing 9th tier extraordinary, very terrifying. This native human is likely in grave danger now. Axi Luo is not a kind character. Haha, indigenous. People are just indigenous people. This is the Void Continent, home to countless powerful beings from other realms. It's not something mere indigenous humans can stir up. That's right, there haven't been any real strong figures appearing before, allowing him to act recklessly for a while. Now, those powerful forces can no longer hold back. It was only a matter of time. After all, this child harbors great secrets and will never be allowed to continue killing like this. On this Void Continent, there are countless extraordinary level powerhouses, but true strong figures are only those who reach the 8th tier of the extraordinary and above. Only then can they be considered real strong figures. A large number of beings from other realms, following behind Su Chang, were shocked at the arrival of this 8th tier extraordinary powerhouse and began to discuss among themselves again. One of their purposes in following Su Chang was to see if a true powerhouse would appear to suppress him. After all, the indigenous humans, in their eyes, were now running rampant and slaughtering at will, which greatly displeased them. Punished? Do you think you are worthy? Hearing the words of the Takuo clan's Exiluo, Su Chang scoffed. 1,000 years ago, you killed quite a few strong figures from my Blue Star humans? The discussions of some beings from other realms behind him did not escape Su Chang's ears. He naturally heard some of their words, which greatly increased his killing intent. Ha ha, that's right, I have indeed killed many. Oh no, I have also devoured quite a few. I must say, the taste of you indigenous humans is indeed quite good. And it's a great supplement. Now, 1,000 years have passed, and I haven't devoured your kind again. It truly leaves me with endless aftertastes. If it weren't for the order from my clan to bring you back alive, I would have been unable to resist swallowing you whole. Hearing Su Chang's words, Exiluo laughed heartily, a bloodthirsty look on his face, unable to help but lick his crimson tongue while looking at Su Chang. In the eyes of most beings from other realms, anything that could enhance their own strength, even if it meant devouring other beings, was considered a resource. In fact, in many powerful worlds, the methods for beings to enhance their strength became increasingly cruel and primitive. However, these were extremely normal occurrences. Perhaps it was hard for Blue Star humans to accept, but for most beings from other realms, it was nothing out of the ordinary. Listening to Exiliua's words, Su Cheng's expression grew darker, while the other beings from afar watching did not find anything wrong with Exiliua's actions, showing no signs of discomfort. My clan's elder said that once you are no longer useful, I will be allowed to devour you. Let's go, don't keep my clan's elder waiting. Exiliua continued, completely ignoring Su Cheng's grim expression. In fact, in his view, it was normal for Su Cheng to show such an expression, but it only made him feel even more pleased inside. Is that so? Su Cheng scoffed. I'm afraid your clan's elder won't wait for you to return, and soon, they will come looking for you. Now, just go die. Boom. Rumble. After Su Cheng finished speaking, a dense killing intent appeared on his face and his aura erupted, reaching an extremely terrifying level. At the same time, Su Cheng's figure was continuously enlarging, almost instantly surpassing 10,000 zhang. Law of heaven and earth. Originally, with Su Cheng's current martial arts attributes, even if his strength was close to the 9th tier of the extraordinary, he wouldn't need to use martial arts divine abilities at all. But Exiliua's words and actions had completely enraged Su Cheng. For the first time, it ignited his impulse to go berserk, prompting him to directly use martial arts divine abilities. Boom! In the blink of an eye, Su Cheng's body had already reached 15,000 zhang. At this moment, whether it was Exilua or countless other beings, they all looked at Su Cheng, whose stature was so towering, with faces full of horror. What is this? Law of heaven and earth? But how can it be so tall? My heavens! This height, at least over 10,000 zhang? He actually hasn't used his full strength yet. Previously, he killed so many beings and he only exerted a part of his power? This momentum is several times more terrifying than before. Damn it! Why is this native human so strong? So strong? Wow, I've been following him for a while and this is the first time I've seen him angry. Poor Exiliua is going to be in trouble. Looking at Su Cheng, whose height reached 15,000 zhang, countless beings from other realms exclaimed in shock. You think you can take me away? Boom! Su Cheng let out a thunderous voice, looking down at Exiliua like an ant. Saying this, Su Cheng directly lifted his right foot and stomped down towards Exiliua. This seemingly simple stomp was actually locked onto Exiliua, who had no way to escape the area about to be crushed. Damn! You lowly trash from a lower world, native, insect. Break! 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 Seeing no way to escape, Exiliua roared in anger, feeling both furious and terrified. It hadn't felt such a life and death crisis in a long time. But no matter how Exiliua unleashed all its power to break free from this invisible binding force, it was futile. No! Exiliua watched helplessly as the gigantic foot, blocking out the sky, came crashing down, finally screaming in terror. Thud! Without any obstruction, Su Cheng's foot came down as if he were simply stepping on an ordinary ant, crushing Exiliua to death. Exiliua, renowned throughout the Void Continent, close to 9th tier extraordinary strength, had come with great power to take Su Cheng away, but the outcome was beyond the expectations of all beings from other realms. If Su Cheng had fought Exiliua for hundreds or thousands of rounds before killing it, they could have barely accepted it. But now, such a powerful Exiliua was crushed to death by a single stomp from Su Cheng. Just like that, countless beings from other realms witnessed it all. Although they saw it with their own eyes, they could not accept it no matter what. Dead? This is Exiliua, a super powerhouse close to 9th tier extraordinary strength and almost invincible existence among 8th tier extraordinary beings, and it was just crushed to death? Heavens, why is he so strong? It's simply monstrous. Exiliua, who has been famous in the Void Continent for thousands of years, just died. Like this. Is there really no powerhouse who can stop this native human? Even those close to 9th tier extraordinary strength are not his match. Is it only the peak of 9th tier extraordinary? But 8th tier and 9th tier extraordinary beings are not on the same level. It involves the power of laws. This native doesn't have any law fluctuations. He is not 9th tier extraordinary. It seems that only a peak 9th tier extraordinary powerhouse can suppress this person. In any case, this has already caused quite a stir in the Void Continent. Even if this native human ultimately dies, his deeds will be recorded in the Void Continent. Countless beings, having recovered from their shock, erupted into chaos. Even if they found it hard to accept, it was the truth, witnessed with their own eyes. Many beings from other realms began to doubt whether Su Cheng possessed 9th tier extraordinary strength, but they were puzzled because to break through to 9th tier extraordinary, one must master at least one law's power. However, Su Cheng's actions showed no law fluctuations, so they dismissed the idea. Just then, after crushing Exiliua, Su Cheng looked at the densely packed beings from other realms on the ground, a cruel smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Some sharp-eyed beings quickly noticed the smile on Su Cheng's lips, and they couldn't help but feel a chill run down their spines. It's over. Just now, I was too focused on watching Exiliua capture Su Cheng, causing them to get closer and closer, but now Exiliua is dead. The moment I think about how Su Chung had recently killed any otherworldly beings he encountered without hesitation, those otherworldly beings who noticed the smile at the corner of Su Cheng's mouth suddenly felt a chill run down their spines. Run, run, fast. This is a god of death. They couldn't care less about anything else and turned to flee. The 8-part dragon god's fury. Roar. In the state of law of heaven and earth, martial skills can still be executed, and in this state, their power is even more terrifying. This roar caused unimaginable destruction. Congratulations! Your martial arts level has risen to 16.8 million. Congratulations! Your martial arts level has risen to 17.2 million. I don't know how many otherworldly beings have died, but in any case, Su Cheng's martial arts level soared again, breaking through the 17 million mark. There were too many otherworldly beings, and they were too widely distributed. Although many had died, it was impossible to wipe them all out. Seeing this, the remaining otherworldly beings trembled and dared not hesitate, quickly fleeing. This time, they were truly terrified, no longer daring to follow Su Cheng, not even from a distance, and fled directly. The surviving otherworldly beings quickly spread the news of what had happened here, causing a huge stir in the Void Continent once again. 8th tier Transcendent and 9th tier Transcendent, although only 1 tier apart, are worlds apart because a 9th tier Transcendent requires the cultivation of the power of the laws of heaven and earth. As long as no 9th tier Transcendent level powerhouse appears, 8th tier Transcendent beings are peak existences in both other worlds and the Void Continent. But now, a living 8th tier Transcendent, whose strength is even close to that of a 9th tier Transcendent, was actually killed by an indigenous human with a single stump. How could the otherworldly beings who heard the news believe it? How could they dare to believe it? How could they not be shocked? How could they not be afraid? Damn it! What kind of conspiracy is this, letting him walk into a trap? Now this indigenous human strength can completely threaten our power in the Void Continent. What should we do now? An otherworldly being powerhouse roared in anger. No one could have predicted this situation. What's the use of getting angry now? What's the rush? At worst, we can summon a 9th tier Transcendent powerhouse from our clan to suppress this kid. That indigenous human must have used some powerful divine ability at that time, but it probably can't be maintained for long. As long as there are multiple 8th tier Transcendent beings attacking, we won't even need a 9th tier Transcendent to take action. Regardless, we still need to be cautious. After all, at the beginning, we all thought this indigenous person was only at the 3rd tier Transcendent level, but who would have known his strength was actually this strong? Who among you can be sure that his strength is really only at the 8th tier Transcendent level? What if he is hiding it? 1,000 years ago, weren't you the same in underestimating those indigenous humans? You almost caused a major incident back then. You have seen how fast the strong ones born in their world can grow. Now, what we fear is that for 1,000 years, that world hasn't allowed anyone to enter the Void Continent, so they must know something is wrong here and definitely won't send an ordinary Transcendent level powerhouse in. Talking more is useless. This kid is already very close to the City of Void. We must capture him this time and force him to reveal the world coordinates. With his strength, he must know more information. That's right, we have waited for 1,000 years, we cannot miss this opportunity. Increase the deployment of powerhouses. Since he dares to come, let him come and not return. I think the same way. This child dares to come through so boldly, killing all the way, which is a contempt for us, a contempt for our families. If we don't show him a bit of color, how will our families survive in the Void Continent? In the future? The representatives of these powerful otherworldly families all had cold expressions. Although they were shocked by Su Cheng's strength, they had seen such strong individuals before, hadn't they? If the opponent was only at the 8th rank of the extraordinary, they could definitely suppress him by joining forces. Even if he was a 9th rank extraordinary, their families had such individuals too, right? At worst, they could call upon a 9th rank extraordinary when the time came, and their families would definitely agree. Because in this world, there exists something as extraordinary as the heart of the realm, which is absolutely worth everything to fight for. However, if they knew Su Cheng's true age and the time he had spent cultivating, they would not be so calm as they were now. In the underground cave. When Jing Xiao learned this news, he was shocked to the point of being speechless. He stood in place for a long time without saying a word, then let out a hearty laugh as if he wanted to vent all the frustration and oppression he had felt for 1,000 years. In the City of Void, the remaining human powerhouses also learned this news and were equally shocked. Although they could not spread the news out, the information from outside could still come in. After all, so many beings from other realms entered and exited the City of Void every day. Such a big piece of news could not be hidden. Perhaps he really can take us away, take us back to the Blue Star world, an old man murmured. If I'm not mistaken, the martial arts divine ability he displayed should be the legendary Law of Heaven and Earth, which is extremely rare. Previously, someone awakened a divine ability similar to Law of Heaven and Earth, but the size and height were completely incomparable to his. Yes, at most 1,000 zhang in height is already very impressive. I didn't expect he could exceed 10,000 zhang. It's truly terrifying. I think the chances of leaving the City of Void this time are very high. The hope lies with this Su Chang. At first, we didn't know his strength would be this formidable, and we didn't have much confidence. But now it seems there is still a chance. He is attracting the attention of those beasts outside the city, and we can take the opportunity to break through, meet up with him, and then find a way to leave. Indeed, we need to plan this well. In that case, inform everyone else. This time, we must break out. At this moment, these human powerhouses were in a good mood because they saw hope for escape. Initially, they thought that if Su Chang was too weak and might be captured by the otherworldly forces, they would rather die than not break out and then kill Su Chang. It was not that they hated Su Chang, but to prevent him from leaking the coordinates of their world. However, as time went on, with more and more events concerning Su Chang occurring, their thoughts and decisions changed repeatedly. Now, knowing that Su Chang's law of heaven and earth could actually exceed 10,000 zhang and that he easily killed a near 9th rank extraordinary powerhouse, they finally made up their minds that this time, no matter what, they had to rely on Su Chang's strength to break out or leave the City of Void. 9 Suns Burning Heaven Fist. Boom! Congratulations! Your martial arts level has risen to 19 million. Congratulations! Your martial arts level has risen to 20 million. It had been 7 or 8 days since Su Chang killed the 8th rank extraordinary Axiluo. As he continued to slay his way through, Su Chang's martial arts level successfully broke through to 20 million. At this moment, Su Chang could already see the outline of the City of Void. Finally arrived, he said lightly, looking at the massive City of Void in the distance. The City of Void is truly vast. Even with Su Chang's current strength, he is somewhat astonished, for this City of Void is far larger than the current Blue Star world, and the City of Void occupies only a small part of the Void continent, which is enough to indicate how expansive this Void continent is. He's here. That human powerhouse has arrived. Within the City of Void, a large number of beings from other realms are already waiting for Su Chang's arrival, because now everyone knows that Su Chang intends to fight his way to the City of Void. They dare not continue following Su Chang, but they can arrive at the City of Void first to wait for him. Character: Su Chang Martial Arts Realm, Limitless Martial God Martial Arts Level, 20 million, 1118/10000, Martial Arts Power, 53,783,000. Martial Arts Spirit, 53,781,000. Martial Arts Physique, 53,781,000. Martial Arts Agility, 53,785,000. Martial Arts Talent, Infinite Upgrade, F. Grade, Exclusive Martial Skills, 8 parts Dragon God's Fury, SSS Grade, Refreshable Thunder Prison Breaking Heaven's Ultimate Slash. SSS Grade, Refreshable, Sealing Heaven's Finger, SSS Grade, Refreshable, 9 Suns Burning Heaven Fist, SSS Grade, Refreshable, Talent. Characteristics: each time a target is killed, there is a chance to increase martial arts level by 23 levels, can be enhanced for every 100 martial arts levels gained. All martial arts attributes increase by an additional 200 points, can be enhanced for every 1 million levels gained. Martial arts level increases by an additional 1.7%, not simultaneous with the second talent characteristic, can be enhanced. As soon as Su Chang appeared, he immediately sensed a large number of powerful beings from other realms, all their auras locking onto him, exuding a hint of murderous intent. The auras locking onto Su Chang were all from beings with strength not lower than the 7th rank extraordinary, and upon a casual probe, Su Chang had already sensed over 100 of them. Many 8th rank extraordinary beings thought they had concealed their auras, but they were mistaken. Su Chang's total martial arts attributes far surpassed theirs, so how could he not detect them? With so many 8th rank extraordinary auras, it seems this group of otherworldly forces has long been prepared, just waiting for my arrival. It's just a pity that there are no 9th rank extraordinary auras. The other side is still hiding too deeply for me to discover. Su Chang gazed at the outline of the City of Void in the distance, speaking softly. Although he knew that a net of traps had been laid here, Su Chang felt no fear or retreat in his heart. Instead, he became even more invigorated. Now, he could say that any extraordinary being below the 9th rank was not worth his attention and could be easily crushed. The only ones he cared about were the 9th rank extraordinary beings, for they are the true pinnacle among extraordinary beings who have mastered at least one law of power. Without mastering a law of power, one could not advance to the 9th rank extraordinary. This level has also stumped a large number of 8th rank extraordinary beings, whether they are human warriors or beings from other realms. Don't be fooled by the fact that the Ashurlo he previously killed was close to the 9th rank extraordinary. Being close is one thing, but it had not advanced to the 9th rank extraordinary, nor had it mastered any law of power. Perhaps, even if Ashurlo had not died, it might never have advanced to the 9th rank extraordinary, possibly dying of old age without achieving it. How strong is the 9th rank extraordinary? Su Chang did not know. After arriving at the Void Continent, he had not witnessed the actions of a 9th rank extraordinary being, but he still wanted to experience it personally. His current total martial arts attributes had already surpassed 200 million, more than double what is required to advance to the 9th rank extraordinary. With such total martial arts attributes, Su Chang felt that even if he were not a match for a 9th rank extraordinary in battle, it would be very difficult for them to keep him from leaving. So, he came to the Void Continent not only to rescue the human ancestors who survived back then but also to witness the strength of the 9th tier extraordinary beings. Although he couldn't sense the aura of any 9th tier extraordinary beings at the moment, Su Cheng believed that there must be 9th tier extraordinary powers within the City of Void. Moreover, among the human ancestors from back then, there were indeed 9th tier extraordinary beings, and those otherworldly forces were capable of destroying the human forces of Blue Star at that time. Clearly, these otherworldly forces were also very powerful and definitely possessed 9th tier extraordinary beings. If these 7th and 8th tier extraordinary beings from other realms couldn't do anything to him, he was certain that these otherworldly forces would definitely summon 9th tier extraordinary beings. After all, the coordinates of the Blue Star world and the core of the realm born within the Blue Star world were not opportunities that these otherworldly powers would let slip by. Does he dare to come over? Who knows? He stopped, probably a bit scared, right? Of course. Although I don't know how many strong ones are laid out here. It's definitely a net of heaven and earth just waiting for him to come. This human strongman should be estimating his own strength, wondering if he can contend with these strong ones, right? No matter how he calculates, it's useless. He can indeed take down an Exilio alone, but what if a group of 8th tier extraordinary beings rushes at him? How could he possibly be their match? That's true. He probably doesn't dare to come over, wanting those strong ones to take the initiative. He's definitely not stupid. He knows there's a net laid out here waiting for him. If he comes over on his own, he'll fall into the encirclement. If those strong ones take the initiative, he won't fall into the encirclement, greatly reducing the danger. This human looks young. He doesn't seem to be reckless. Ha! Reckless? Who the hell has seen a reckless person able to cultivate to the point of killing a being close to 9th tier extraordinary? If he were reckless, he would have died long ago. The grass on his grave would have probably evolved into a big tree by now. In this direction, within the City of Void, countless otherworldly beings were watching Su Cheng, thinking he had suddenly stopped out of fear. However, for the first time, they did not mock Su Cheng, as many of these beings knew that a large number of strong ones had already been laid out here, just waiting for Su Cheng's arrival. Not only were there the otherworldly forces that had destroyed the Blue Star world's forces back then, but also other powerful forces within the City of Void that wanted to capture Su Cheng to obtain information that others wished to know. By now, even these otherworldly beings, who looked down on the human strongmen from the Blue Star world, had previously referred to them as human natives. Now, they had to admit Su Cheng's strength and no longer mentioned the term natives, instead referring to him as a human strongman. He moved. He actually didn't retreat, nor did he make any other moves, directly heading towards the City of Void. Too reckless. With his strength, he should clearly sense that there are a large number of strong ones here. It's obvious that they are here for him. It might be arrogance in his own strength. He has absolute confidence, but this time it is indeed too reckless. As far as I know, the many forces that united to destroy the Blue Star world's forces back then have now united to deploy over 100 8th tier extraordinary beings, determined to capture him. What? Over 100 8th tier extraordinary beings? My God, this is too ruthless. What do they want to know? Why can't we gather any information? What else needs to be guessed? It must be some unimaginable treasure, likely from the hands of the human strongman of the Blue Star world. I really look forward to it. It seems there will soon be another great battle. I wonder if this human strongman can withstand it? Don't joke around. A combination of over 100 8th tier extraordinary beings is an incredibly powerful force. Even ordinary 9th tier extraordinary beings would probably hesitate to face such an overwhelming assault, right? Retreat? That was impossible for Su Cheng. Even if he had to leave, he would at least have to kill a large number of otherworldly beings first, especially those 7th and 8th tier extraordinary beings. If he truly couldn't deal with the mobilized 9th tier extraordinary beings, it wouldn't be too late to leave then. He had only paused for a moment earlier because he was shocked by the vastness of the Void City upon seeing it for the first time. Now that he was here, Su Cheng was no longer in a hurry, slowly making his way toward the Void City. In reality, with each step he took, his figure was already hundreds of kilometers away, yet even so, after walking for most of the day, he still hadn't reached the outskirts of the Void City. With Su Cheng's strength, he could see the Void City, but that didn't mean the distance was close. However, it was getting closer now, with only about 100,000 kilometers left to the Void City, and the nearer he got, the more he could feel the city's enormity. The ancient buildings and city walls were so tall that even from 100,000 kilometers away, Su Cheng had to look up to see the tops of the towering walls. Buzz. As Su Cheng arrived, a large number of otherworldly beings within the Void City calmed down instead, merely watching quietly. Yet, there were still otherworldly powerhouses who appeared. First, and it was a race Su Cheng recognized, the Minotaurs. Human Su Cheng, we have been waiting for you for a long time, said the Minotaur coldly. In fact, our demands are not high. As long as you inform us of what we need, we will not make things difficult for you. We can even provide you with endless cultivation resources. We hope you won't be as stubborn as the previous human powerhouses, as it brings no benefit to you. If you agree, we can meet any of your demands, allowing you to take away other human powerhouses from within the Void City without any issues. You can think about it. The Minotaur powerhouse continued, but there was no hint of discussion in its tone, only an air of superiority. After all, as a Minotaur, they had ruled their own world for countless years, immensely powerful, with strong beings in abundance. Even in this void continent, among countless races, the Minotaurs were quite formidable, and few other worldly beings dared to provoke them. The Minotaur powerhouse and other extraordinary beings were now looking at Su Chang, wanting to know what he would do. Undoubtedly, the Minotaur's words had already proven Su Chang's strength, and they didn't want their side to suffer too great a loss. If Su Chang were weak, they would undoubtedly suppress him without hesitation. Now, by speaking to Su Chang, they were afraid he would be like the previous human powerhouses, refusing to yield even to death, or even self-destructing, ultimately gaining nothing. Therefore, they thought to persuade Su Chang first, hoping to use sufficient benefits to get him to voluntarily disclose the world coordinates. If they could succeed, that would be best. At worst, they would provide Su Chang with endless cultivation resources, but compared to the heart of the realm, that was nothing. Ha! 1,000 years ago, you slaughtered countless of our human powerhouses and severed our clan's fortune, and now you still dare to spy on us. Do you think you can make me betray the human race? After hearing this, Su Chang couldn't help but scoff, then coldly retorted, "Nothing is impossible. With the capabilities of humans in your world, you can't possibly keep that thing safe. We can cooperate for mutual benefit, but if it falls into the hands of other worldly beings, wouldn't it be better to inform us? We can find a suitable world for all of humanity, isn't that the same? For a powerful human like you, it would be a great pity to fall and die. You are still young and will achieve great things in the future. You could even join my Bullhead Demon Clan and become one of our powerful members. It's not impossible." Su Chang's scoff did not anger the Bullhead Demon Clan expert. Instead, it only encouraged him to persuade further. "Join you? Sorry, but I have no desire to associate with a bunch of beasts." Su Chang found the other party's words quite amusing. Not to mention whether they were beings from the same world, their races were different. How could they possibly accept someone from another race? Moreover, with Su Chang's growth rate and strength, could the Bullhead Demon Clan really help him grow? And let him join? The words of the Bullhead Demon Clan were merely an attempt to tempt him with benefits, stirring up the greed within Su Chang. Once they extracted the information they needed from him, that would be the moment they would strike without hesitation. Beasts? The previously calm Bullhead Demon Clan expert's expression darkened instantly upon hearing Su Chang's words. How many beings dared to insult them like that? Those human experts from years ago had also insulted them in the same way, and now it was Su Chang publicly calling them beasts. This ignited an infinite killing intent within the Bullhead Demon Clan expert. Enough nonsense. My human race has no possibility of cooperation with you otherworldly beings. It's only life or death. Those who spy on my human world and destroy our forces in the Void City, this grudge is one we cannot share the heavens with. This time I come to the Void City, it is to eradicate all of you beasts. Seeing the other parties expression darken and reveal killing intent, Su Chang was too lazy to waste words with this Bullhead Demon Clan expert and directly issued a harsh warning, completely shattering the so-called peace talks. Arrogant. Seeking death. Overestimating yourself. Su Chang's words also ignited the anger of these otherworldly beings. To eradicate them all? What a grandiose claim. It was simply arrogance without bounds. Within the Void City, countless otherworldly beings couldn't help but gasp. They thought Su Chang would choose peaceful negotiations. After all, he was weak and alone. Even pretending to negotiate peacefully would have been acceptable. But now, Su Chang's actions had completely torn the facade with these united otherworldly forces, openly challenging all powerful otherworldly factions. This made many otherworldly beings admire him greatly, yet they also thought Su Chang was too arrogant and overestimated himself. He was just one person, attempting to destroy these powerful otherworldly forces. Wasn't that laughable? Arrogant, huh? Ha ha. Then let's start with you. 9 Suns Burning Heaven Fist. Boom. Su Chang laughed heartily, his imposing aura overwhelming, as he directly punched towards the nearby Bullhead Demon Clan expert, who had reached the 8th tier of extraordinary power. In an instant, it was as if 9 suns had appeared in the sky above the Void City. Little beast, you will regret this. Dare to defy us, and no one can save you. Kneel before me. Ah, no. This Bullhead Demon Clan expert, seeing Su Chang make his move, felt even colder, but he didn't care. However, before he could finish his words, he was engulfed by terrifying power, letting out a shrill scream. Just a few days ago, an 8th tier extraordinary expert was directly stomped to death by Su Chang in his rage, like crushing an ant. Now, this 8th tier extraordinary Bullhead Demon Clan member was even weaker than an ant in front of Su Chang, easily extinguishable with a single punch. After all, Su Chang's total martial arts attributes have already exceeded 200 million. While it may be impossible to instantly kill a 9th tier extraordinary being, taking down an 8th tier extraordinary is far too easy. Even the body of an 8th-tier extraordinary powerhouse facing Su Cheng's punch and the terrifying flames could not be preserved intact. When all the flames dissipated, the body of this 8th-tier extraordinary bull-headed demon was completely gone. Hiss! Within the city of Void, countless beings from other realms gasped in shock at the sight. One punch, how terrifying could it be? 8th-tier extraordinary powerhouses, whether in strength or physical form, are immensely powerful. Many extraordinary beings, even in death, can have their bodies preserved for thousands of years without decaying, or even longer. Because extraordinary beings possess extraordinary bodies. What is an extraordinary body? It is a physique that transcends that of mortals, reaching a higher level of existence. For extraordinary powerhouses of the same tier, while it may be easy to slay an opponent, completely obliterating their physical form is a daunting task, especially when it comes to the body of an 8th-tier extraordinary. Yet now, an 8th-tier extraordinary powerhouse has been reduced to nothing under Su Cheng's martial skill, leaving not even a trace behind. How terrifying is this flame? Previously, many beings in the City of Void had heard of how Su Cheng had stomped a powerhouse close to the 9th tier to death with a single kick. To be honest, many beings from other realms were skeptical. But now they finally witnessed it, although it wasn't the same as before, wherein 8th tier extraordinary was stomped to death. A single punch that left no body behind was equally shocking. In the absence of 9th tier extraordinary beings, 8th tier extraordinary powerhouses are the pinnacle of existence, and their fall is a rare occurrence. Now, with Su Cheng's arrival, he has instantly killed an 8th tier extraordinary. Too strong. How can this human be so powerful? That's an 8th tier extraordinary. Taken down with one punch? And he doesn't even have any fluctuations of law power. Indeed, it's hard to believe that an 8th tier extraordinary would be so weak in front of him. No, it's not that the 8th tier extraordinary is weak, it's that he is too strong. How did he cultivate? The humans from that world were incredibly powerful when they emerged, otherwise, many strong forces wouldn't have united to exterminate them. From what I've gathered, the humans of their time have a very peculiar cultivation system, completely different from ours, although the tier divisions are somewhat similar. There are many cultivation systems, but that's not the main issue. The real problem is that the humans of this Blue Star world are much stronger than those from 1,000 years ago. Don't rush, it's still early. He can slay one, but now there are a group of 8th tier extraordinary beings here. Other powerhouses, knowing they can't take him on alone, will definitely band together. When that time comes, 2 fists can't match 4 hands, his defeat is only a matter of time. That's right, although this person is strong, he comes from a backward world and is just one individual. Other powerhouses will never allow him to continue killing other 8th tier extraordinary beings. Not to mention other powerful forces, even the bull-headed demon clan will not let this go easily, as this kid has slain quite a few of their strong members. Just watch, he will soon be defeated. Look, the other 8th tier extraordinary powerhouses are furious and are about to join forces to suppress him. As many beings from other realms watched the emergence of numerous 8th tier extraordinary powerhouses, they realized that Su Cheng's instant kill of one 8th tier extraordinary had thoroughly enraged this group of 8th tier extraordinary beings. Or rather, they had witnessed Su Cheng's strength and understood that facing him alone would also lead to their own demise. So, they didn't need to discuss it, they had already tacitly agreed to act together to quickly suppress Su Cheng. Otherwise, if they went one by one, wouldn't that be like delivering food? Strong individuals care about their face, but in the face of life and death, what good is face? Only the strong who survive have dignity. If they die, they have nothing left. As long as they can ultimately suppress Su Cheng, capture him, and force him to reveal the necessary information, then kill him afterward, who could say anything? Just like 1,000 years ago, when so many races united to exterminate the human forces of the Blue Star world, wasn't it just a case of many against the few? But in the end, who could say anything? Now, so many beings from other realms only fear them and dare not speak out. Once again, they would not feel ashamed to bully the weak. Facing a formidable enemy, continuing to care about face is something only a fool would do. Human Su Cheng, you have some nerve. We have given you enough face, yet you dare to refuse our toast and drink the penalty wine? In that case, we have no choice but to completely suppress you. An 8th tier extraordinary being said in a deep voice, his expression extremely cold. Now, we give you one more chance. Submit to us, and our races will grant you endless cultivation resources. If not, you will be suppressed. Another 8th tier extraordinary being, towering in stature, glared down at Su Cheng with 5 large eyes and growled. The other silent 8th tier extraordinary beings all erupted with their aura, trying to pressure Su Cheng with their might. 102 8th tier extraordinary beings. That's right, in Su Cheng's perception. There were exactly 102 8th tier extraordinary beings appearing now. If you add the one he just killed, that makes a total of 103 8th tier extraordinary beings. In an ordinary world, you wouldn't find so many 8th tier extraordinary beings. But for powerful beings from other realms, like the Minotaur demon race, the number of 8th tier extraordinary beings in their world is indeed very high. This is not only because they can dominate the entire world, but also because their race has a long-standing heritage lasting for millions or even tens of millions of years. Not to mention other realms, just the Blue Star world cannot be compared to the Minotaur demon race. The Blue Star world has only entered the martial arts era for a mere 10,000 years. Ha, over 100 8th-tier extraordinary beings, what a grand display you have. In the face of the threat from the 8th-tier extraordinary beings, Su Chang burst into laughter, his eyes filled with mockery. There's no point in talking too much. Come on, let me see how you can deal with me. Su Chang showed no signs of retreat, declaring with soaring battle intent. So arrogant. Given Su Chang's earlier performance, if he were facing 2 or 3 or even 3 to 5 8th-tier extraordinary beings, it would be understandable for him to say such things. After all, being able to kill an 8th-tier extraordinary being with a single punch means he could definitely fight against 3 to 5 8th-tier extraordinary beings. Even if he couldn't kill them, self-preservation would be no problem. But now, Su Chang was facing 102 8th-tier extraordinary beings. With such a lineup, even an ordinary 9th-tier extraordinary being wouldn't dare to boast like that, right? Yet Su Chang still had the audacity to shout. Many beings from other realms truly didn't know if he really possessed enough powerful strength or trump cards, or if he was simply being arrogant to the extreme. Inside the City of Void, countless beings from other realms exchanged glances in disbelief. This is too crazy, right? Oh my, what a fierce person. An unparalleled fierce person. Regardless of whether he can withstand the combined might of 102 8th-tier extraordinary beings, just this courage is something few can achieve. What good is courage? In the end, won't he still die? This kid really doesn't know the heights of heaven and the depths of the earth. He thinks that just because he can slay 1 or 2 8th-tier extraordinary beings, he can be invincible? If it weren't for the strong forces wanting to capture him alive, he probably wouldn't have survived this long. I think so too. If it weren't for the secrets he possesses, they would have sent stronger beings to kill him long ago. How could he have been so arrogant for so long? Although he's quite arrogant, his strength is indeed formidable. If I could kill an 8th-tier extraordinary being with one move, I would probably be even more arrogant than him. That's right. Setting everything else aside, his strength is very strong, and he has the capital to be arrogant. Unfortunately, he is now facing 102 8th-tier extraordinary beings. With so many 8th-tier extraordinary beings mobilized, those forces will definitely not let him leave this time. They must capture him. Is it possible that they have mobilized 9th-tier extraordinary beings? Impossible, right? 9th-tier extraordinary beings are completely unnecessary unless this person has already reached that level, but that's not possible. Just now, when he made his move, his might was so great, yet there was no fluctuation of law power on him. He shouldn't have reached the 9th tier yet. Or perhaps he might possess the strength of a 9th-tier extraordinary being but hasn't comprehended the law power. A person who hasn't comprehended the law power with only the strength of a 9th-tier extraordinary being wouldn't be much stronger than an 8th-tier extraordinary being. Indeed, he should have the strength of a 9th-tier extraordinary being but without the law power. If he had the law power, he wouldn't be able to hide it when he made his move. So, facing 3 to 5 8th-tier extraordinary beings, he wouldn't be afraid, but against these 102 8th-tier extraordinary beings, he would definitely be at a disadvantage. He is still arrogant now, perhaps trying to intimidate these 8th-tier extraordinary beings, but deep down, he must be uncertain. Just watch, he says such arrogant words, how can those 8th-tier extraordinary beings endure it? In the City of Void, countless beings from other realms watched the battle, discussing fervently. Some supported Su Chang, while others believed he was just bluffing. From the very beginning, many beings from other realms liked to refer to Su Chang as an indigenous human, but now, no one mentions it anymore. They have acknowledged Su Chang's strength. Many beings from other realms have even been impressed by Su Chang's power. Especially now, as Su Chang faces over 100 8th-tier extraordinary beings, he remains unflinching and undeterred. This courage and composure are not something ordinary beings can compare to. Indeed. Human kid, do you think just being an indigenous can turn the tide? Since you are so stubborn, don't blame us for not giving you a chance. An 8th-tier extraordinary being roared angrily. Why waste words with him? Just suppress him directly. Indigenous is just indigenous. What use is strength alone? Just as foolish as his ancestors, refusing to speak even if it means death. Kill. Suppress him. Boom. Rumble. The 102 8th-tier extraordinary beings all erupted with terrifying might. They were completely enraged. Although they also acknowledged Su Chang's strength, they are still 8th-tier extraordinary beings. How could they endure being looked down upon by Su Chang? Ha, come on. Let me see if you bunch of clowns, a rabble, can suppress me. Facing the pressure of the might from 102 8th-tier extraordinary beings, Su Chang's expression remained unchanged. He even erupted with a powerful aura, using his strength to counter all the extraordinary beings. Today, watch me slaughter all of you. Let you know what true invincibility is. Su Chang stepped forward, his aura erupting once more, even attempting to suppress the combined might of the 102 8th-tier extraordinary beings. What? Whether it was the 102 8th-tier extraordinary beings or the countless Otherworldly creatures watching the battle within the city of Void, they couldn't help but turn pale at this situation. How is this possible? This momentum is not something an 8th tier extraordinary being should possess. It's even more terrifying than a 9th tier extraordinary being, but why does he not have any power of the laws on him? I can't understand, I can't comprehend. This human from the Blue Star world has a strange aura. My god, are all 102 8th tier extraordinary beings unable to suppress him? This is defying the heavens. He is truly defying the heavens. He's making a move. He intends to strike first, using his own strength to confront 102 8th tier extraordinary beings. Amidst the shock of countless otherworldly beings, Su Chang did not hesitate any longer and charged directly into the encirclement of the 102 8th tier extraordinary beings. What countless otherworldly beings did not expect was that Su Chang's attack this time did not involve the powerful martial techniques or anything else he had used before. What courage! Seeking death! The 102 8th tier extraordinary beings, seeing Su Chang so audacious, not only dared to break through their encirclement but even did not use any powerful abilities. But in the next moment, put! An incredibly simple punch, purely a display of strength, struck down one of the 8th tier extraordinary beings before Su Chang, leaving its body mangled. After killing one 8th tier extraordinary being, Su Chang did not pause for a moment, not even glancing back, and continued on to the next. One punch, one kick, was enough to slay any of the 8th tier extraordinary beings present. There were even more unfortunate 8th tier extraordinary beings who were grabbed by Su Chang and then directly torn in half, their unique blood raining down from above like raindrops. In just a few breaths, over 38th tier extraordinary beings had perished at Su Chang's hands. In an instant, countless otherworldly beings were left dumbfounded by Su Chang's power. It was too shocking, they found it hard to believe. The strength Su Chang had displayed earlier was already enough to astonish them, but they never expected him to be capable of such terrifying power. They could even say they had never seen a being as powerful as Su Chang. He had completely surpassed their understanding. They all came from countless worlds, naturally well informed. And their strength was not too weak, as only 9th tier extraordinary beings could enter the Void Continent. Even many beings born in the Void Continent had never encountered a being as powerful as Su Chang. The Void Continent had existed for countless years, even longer than any extraordinary being from here, in the worlds they hailed from. Yet, despite the vast experiences of these otherworldly beings, they had never seen a being as powerful as Su Chang. An 8th tier extraordinary being, no matter how strong or invincible, could only handle 3 to 5 opponents at most, which was already extremely powerful. If they were any stronger, their strength would surely reach the 9th tier. Even the most terrifying 8th tier extraordinary beings, capable of facing 10 opponents and remaining undefeated, would already be the pinnacle of terror. But what about Su Chang now? The strength he displayed was no longer just terrifying, it was utterly shocking. Facing the encirclement of 102 8th tier extraordinary beings, Su Chang not only remained unscathed but also killed over 30 of them. The other 8th tier extraordinary beings didn't even touch the hem of his clothes, and had already lost more than a third of their number. The most terrifying part was that throughout the entire encounter, Su Chang emitted not a trace of the power of the laws, indicating that he truly was not a 9th tier extraordinary being. Shock. An unimaginable sense of shock. Apart from shock, it was still shock. Whether it was the remaining 8th tier extraordinary beings or the countless otherworldly creatures within the city of Void, they all wore the same expression, both in their hearts and on their faces. Shock. So strong, truly too strong. These otherworldly beings could say that since the name Su Chang echoed across the Void Continent, the 3 words they uttered the most after witnessing Su Chang's power were too strong. Besides that, many otherworldly beings simply could not express themselves with any other words. Such strength, is it something a being of flesh and blood can possess? My world has existed for hundreds of millions of years, yet in history, there has never been such a record of a powerful existence appearing. It seems that this so-called human from the Blue Star world must have a great secret, otherwise, these powerful forces could not have persisted for 1,000 years, unwilling to give up their pursuit of this human from the Blue Star world. That's right, they must have learned the secret of this Blue Star world, the secret to breaking the limits of cultivation. If they could let their kin enter this world, they would surely become as strong as this human in the future. My heavens, if that's the case, if my kin could enter this Blue Star world, wouldn't they also be able to give birth to such powerful existences? Exactly, even if they aren't as strong as him, being a bit weaker is still unimaginable. Damn. We must occupy such a world, we must claim their world as our own and let our kin develop. Humph. The alliance of those powerful forces must have such thoughts. No wonder they have never given up searching for the humans of this Blue Star world. It must be so, those Blue Star humans from 1,000 years ago were incredibly powerful, and now, 1,000 years later, another existence even stronger than that batch has appeared. The countless otherworldly beings in shock seemed to have some understanding of the reason behind the alliance of the Bullhead Demon Clan and other races. They knew the secret of this Blue Star world, which could continuously give birth to strong beings. Such a world was undoubtedly something countless powerful worlds wanted to seize. Of course, these otherworldly beings, who were unaware of the specific situation, were naturally mistaken about one point. The Bullhead Demon Clan and other otherworldly forces indeed wanted to occupy the Blue Star World, but not to give birth to strong beings like Su Chang for their races. Instead, something even more precious had been born within the Blue Star World, the World Core. Compared to such a precious world, the importance of the World Core was countless times greater than that of the Blue Star World. Once the World Core was taken from the Blue Star World, it would become a dead world, devoid of any function. Moreover, any beings born in the Blue Star World would also perish along with the world's death. This must be the influence of the World Core, giving rise to anomalies. It seems that the World Core in that Blue Star World is already on the verge of maturity, reaching its final moment. We can't wait any longer. This child must not only be killed but also forced to reveal the coordinates of the Blue Star World. From the strength this person has displayed, the World Core of the Blue Star World must be the most perfect one in history. Obtaining this World Core will surely lead to the emergence of the eternal divine tree. The otherworldly beings united with the Bullhead Demon Clan, some core members, although equally shocked by Su Chang's strength, had even more intense madness in their eyes. If their previous thought was that they could sacrifice their own world for this World Core, now their thought was that even if it meant sacrificing countless worlds, all ordinary kin must seize this World Core. They would spare no effort, risking everything, even the foundation of hundreds of millions of years. No way. Immediately notify the 9th tier extraordinary beings within the clan. To mobilize, we must capture this person, no matter what. We can't wait any longer, otherwise, the heart of the realm will mature, and all our efforts over the years will be in vain. These 8th tier extraordinary beings thought, nearly screaming in their hearts. Kill all clan members. Everyone, take action and block him. The powerful beings of the Bullhead Demon Clan let out a thunderous roar. They certainly knew how powerful Su Chang was. Killing an 8th tier extraordinary being was as easy as squashing an ant. But why were they still calling for their clan members to act? Naturally, it was to prevent Su Chang from leaving while they notified the arrival of the 9th tier extraordinary beings within the clan. Before that, even sacrificing more clan members was worth it. To obtain the coordinates of the Blue Star World, they had to do everything possible to block Su Chang and capture him alive. Even if all the 8th tier extraordinary beings in their clan fell, they had to secure the heart of the realm for their race. Because at that time, they would be the heroes of the clan, and once they obtained the heart of the realm, they would have a chance to resurrect. Heavens! Have these forces gone mad? Sending their own clan members to their deaths like this? In the City of Void, countless beings from other realms looked on in disbelief. But the frenzied siege continued. Centered around Su Chang, beings from all directions surged toward him like ants, like machines. Of course, the forces mobilizing to encircle and kill Su Chang were not just one. Many forces that had united to annihilate the human forces of the Blue Star World 1,000 years ago had their kin among them. Moreover, many other worldly forces within the City of Void had also joined in, speculating that these powers from back then might be aiming to occupy the Blue Star World, because within it, incredibly powerful beings could continuously emerge. The batch of human experts from 1,000 years ago was like this, and now Su Chang's appearance further confirmed that in the Blue Star World, it was easy to give birth to incredibly powerful existences. To occupy the Blue Star World, a large number of other worldly forces had also joined in, all wanting to obtain the coordinates of the Blue Star World from Su Chang. So now, Su Chang was like a coveted prize, being fought over by countless otherworldly forces. Get him for me. We can't let other forces take him, even if we have to destroy this person. Roar! Get away! This human belongs to my clan. The Blue Star World must be obtained by our clan. Kill fools of the Blue Stream clan. Get away! Humph! A mere third-rate force in the City of Void dares to interfere? Seeking death. Ha ha ha! We can't let him escape. Wait for the 9th tier extraordinary beings to take action. Although the goal was Su Chang, the scene was incredibly chaotic as various forces acted, each wanting to suppress Su Chang. Even knowing how strong Su Chang was, they still acted this way. Because suppressing Su Chang was not the main goal, it was to wait for their clan's 9th tier extraordinary beings to arrive. Su Chang's strength was too great, 8th tier extraordinary beings could be easily killed, and only 9th tier extraordinary beings could deal with him. As long as the 9th tier extraordinary beings arrived, their efforts would be worth it. What these otherworldly beings did not know was that 9 suns burning heaven fist, 8 parts dragon god's fury. Boom! Rumble! Congratulations! Your martial arts level has risen to 20,680,000. Congratulations! Your martial arts level has risen to 21 million. With so many otherworldly beings surrounding him, they were essentially delivering food to Su Chang. They had no idea that this would not only fail to deplete the true energy within Su Chang but would instead cause his strength to surge once again. And Su Chang, having come to the City of Void, was waiting for this moment. Ha ha ha! You insignificant beasts are completely overestimating yourselves. Watch as I completely annihilate you all. You beings of this world, what qualifications do you have to be enemies with the humans of the Blue Star world? From now on, this void continent will be ruled by the humans of the Blue Star world. Su Chang showed no mercy. With a single strike, he swept away a large number of beings from other realms, turning them all to ashes. But Su Chang did not stop his taunts, continuously provoking these beings from other realms, making them even angrier. Arrogant! What are you? You Blue Star world are the true natives. My clan has been in the Void City for tens of thousands of years. What do you count as? All you can do is boast. Sooner or later, we will occupy your world and wipe out you humans. You little beast, don't be so arrogant. Let's see how tough you are later. How dare mere native humans compare themselves to my clan? The strength of my clan is beyond what you ants can imagine. First, let's unite to besiege and suppress him. Su Chang's provocative words indeed had a significant effect, as a large number of beings from other realms began to shout at him. Su Chang was certainly not an arrogant person. Although he spoke these words, he was constantly on guard in all directions to avoid encountering a 9th tier extraordinary being. Right now, he could easily kill an 8th tier extraordinary being, but as for a 9th tier extraordinary being, he had never even seen one, let alone fought against one. Therefore, he had to remain vigilant. If he found himself unable to contend with a 9th tier extraordinary being, he would have to leave quickly to avoid being surrounded. Congratulations! Your martial arts level has risen to 22 million. Congratulations! Your martial arts level has risen to 23 million. So exhilarating! It was truly thrilling to feel the martial arts level skyrocketing, and Su Chang's heart was immensely uplifted. However, his expression grew heavy. After all, he couldn't let these beings from other realms discover his situation. As long as they mistakenly believed that Su Chang was about to collapse, they would exert themselves even more to capture him for their families, making a significant contribution. These families are really ruthless. They know they can't win, yet they keep sending their people to die. Don't you understand? Clearly, their goal is not to suppress this human but to hold him back, waiting for their clan's 9th tier extraordinary being to arrive. Exactly, for most powerful forces, they don't lack ordinary clan members. If they die, so be it. But these are also extraordinary beings, not just ordinary clan members. For most worlds, extraordinary beings are peak powerhouses, but for some powerful races in strong worlds, they have stood for hundreds of thousands, even millions of years, giving birth to countless extraordinary beings. So, in the eyes of such otherworldly forces, ordinary extraordinary beings are no different from regular powerhouses. Only those with strength reaching 9th tier extraordinary and above are considered true powerhouses. My goodness! Are they that powerful? In my world, so far, including myself, there have only been about 100 extraordinary beings born. A truly powerful world has not only extraordinary beings but also exists that are even more terrifying, collectively referred to as deities. Upon hearing these last two words, the breaths of countless beings from other realms suddenly halted, their faces showing shock and longing. However, more beings from other realms displayed expressions of confusion, because the term deity was far too distant from them and their world. Oh, deities? Are there deities in the Void Continent? One being from another realm couldn't help but ask. Yet, upon hearing this question, whether they knew or didn't know, all the beings from other realms fell into collective silence, because it seemed like a taboo. No one dared to bring up the topic of deities too much. The battle outside the City of Void spread throughout the entire City of Void and other parts of the Void Continent at an astonishing speed. More beings from other realms, upon hearing the news, rushed over to watch the fight. Meanwhile, the other human powerhouses within the City of Void received the news immediately. They had originally planned to strategize and then break out to join Su Chang. However, what they did not expect was that before any plans could even be discussed, they received word that Su Chang and numerous forces from other realms had already engaged in battle. As they anxiously complained about Su Chang, wondering why he couldn't delay a little longer, they soon received another message stating that Su Chang was single-handedly facing 102 8th-tier extraordinary powerhouses, taking them down one by one, as if he were slaughtering chickens, and in an instant he had killed over 30 8th-tier extraordinary powerhouses. Upon hearing this news, all the human powerhouses from the Blue Star world were left stunned, speechless for a long time. It could be said that Su Chang's actions were not merely a one-man fight against 102 8th-tier extraordinary powerhouses, but rather a one-man stand against the combined might of many powerful forces within the City of Void. Yet, the result was that not only was Su Chang unharmed, but he also counter-killed a large number of 8th-tier extraordinary powerhouses. Such achievements had never been seen since the birth of this Void Continent. It even overturned the understanding of countless beings from other realms, as there had never been such records in their worlds. Now, within the City of Void, all the various forces from other realms that had targeted Su Chang were mobilizing, having received the message that they were determined to trap Su Chang. Even if it meant charging in like moths to a flame, they could not show any signs of retreat. For the sake of their families and kin, it was time to sacrifice everything. It could be said that the members of these forces were almost all mobilizing, heading outside the city of Void to support the encirclement of Su Chang. This matter further shook the entire city of Void, as wave after wave of beings from other realms rushed in one direction. The name Su Chang had risen too quickly in the Void continent, although many beings from other realms had heard of Su Chang's exploits due to the large number of powerful beings he had slain during this time. Few had actually seen him. After all, the Void continent and the city of Void were vast, with countless beings from other realms far exceeding the hundreds of billions of humans in the Blue Star world. At this moment, Su Chang had arrived at the city of Void, slaying numerous 8th-tier extraordinary powerhouses with his single strength, opposing so many powerful forces. As the news spread, some beings from other realms initially did not believe it, but as the news spread wildly and the powerful forces within the city of Void saw their kin rushing out, many beings from other realms had no choice but to believe that there was indeed a being bold enough to offend so many forces at once, especially the peak forces within the city of Void. While countless beings from other realms were shocked, they naturally wanted to witness just how powerful such a figure truly was. At the same time, because Su Chang and the human forces from 1,000 years ago came from the same world, this matter was quickly uncovered. Amidst various speculations from beings of other realms, many shared the same thought. That is, was the powerful being from that world entering the city of Void to seek revenge? Otherwise, why would he specifically target those forces from other realms that had participated in the encirclement of humans upon entering the city of Void? Undoubtedly, even if the situation was not that simple, revenge was definitely one of the motives. It's time to sacrifice for the family. Charge. We cannot let this person escape. Wait for our kin to support. Kill. All humans from the indigenous world must die. Ha ha ha. Their world is ours. Kill them. Capture the indigenous humans alive. How dare. These backward world natives compare themselves to our race. They are simply seeking death. As long as we capture this indigenous person alive, even if we die, our clan's deities will surely resurrect us. Charge. Indigenous humans, you will not escape from here. Stay with me. Charge, charge, charge. The beings from various otherworldly forces rushed towards Sioux City as if possessed, knowing full well that death was certain, yet they appeared utterly unafraid. Such a scene sent chills down the spines of countless otherworldly beings within the city of Void. This was far more terrifying than mere recklessness in the face of death. Just think about it, a group of beings fully aware that rushing forward meant certain death, yet showing not a hint of fear, their eyes filled with madness. Terrifying. Too terrifying. These beings from otherworldly forces are so united? Indeed, it's hard to believe that they would make such sacrifices for their families. Oomph. You are thinking too simply. This is not unity at all. It is a form of bloodline technique. They have already been controlled. Some otherworldly beings watched as their kin from these forces madly charged towards Sioux City, unafraid of instant death, which truly shocked many otherworldly beings. However, soon a strong individual sneered and spoke, knowing it was not as simple as it appeared. These races have continued for over 1,000,000 years. How could it be so simple? Do you really think that just because they share bloodlines, they are of one mind? Exactly. In such powerful family forces, ordinary kin are merely resources to the true power holders, and they have long since planted some forbidden techniques in the bloodlines of their kin. I had heard of this long ago, but I had never seen it with my own eyes. Now I have witnessed it. Truly impressive. Ah, there's actually such a thing? They are one race, right? Their kin actually do this? Ridiculous. To a strong individual, what are bloodline descendants? Even if all kin are lost, as long as the strongest one is still alive, a large family can be bred in a mere 10,000 years. Yes, in the eyes of true strong beings, only oneself is important. Anyone else, even blood relatives, can be sacrificed in the face of profit. They can live for a very long time, so naturally, they can continuously breed batch after batch of kin. Some strong individuals who knew the secrets coldly watched those otherworldly beings, as if possessed, rushing towards Sioux City, speaking indifferently. Their words sent chills through the countless otherworldly beings around them. They would never have thought that, in the eyes of true strong beings, any kin could be sacrificed. Do the strong within their families think the same way? Has the bloodline within them already been planted with similar forbidden techniques? If one day, for some enormous benefit, would their own family also rush forward to their deaths like these otherworldly beings? They did not want to think further, for the more they thought, the more fearful and anxious they became. Moreover, even if they knew, what could they do? Could they resist? 9 Suns Burning Heaven Fist. Boom! Congratulations, your martial arts level has risen to 26 million. Congratulations, your martial arts level has risen to 30 million. These incredibly frenzied otherworldly beings had no idea that inside Sioux City, Su Cheng's heart was about to burst with joy. His martial arts level had reached 30 million. With such a rapid increase, Su Cheng found it hard to believe, especially since this was after the required experience points had risen from 1,000 to 10,000. This made Su Chung feel even more that his trip to the Void Continent was absolutely right, as if he had entered a vast treasure trove. If he were still in the Blue Star world, he wouldn't even know when he could reach level 30 million. At the same time, martial arts level has reached 30 million, martial arts realm has reached intermediate martial god, unlocking the second martial arts divine ability. Numerous beings from different realms frantically surrounded and attacked Su Chang, fearing he would escape, unaware that Su Chang had never even considered running away. The more powerful opponents they sent, the happier he felt inside. With so much moving massive experience points, if he left, he might never have such a good opportunity again. They controlled their kin, desperately trying to kill Su Chang, indifferent to the lives of their own kind, and Su Chang was even less concerned. At the current rate of improvement, a boost to level 10 million would increase his total martial arts attributes by 12 million points, which is 120 million. Now, Su Chang's total martial arts attributes have already reached over 300 million, which is more than 3 times the total attributes required to advance to the 9th tier extraordinary level. It can be said that he has over 100 million more total martial arts attributes than before, and facing the 9th tier extraordinary beings that appeared, Su Chang's self-defense capability would be even higher. 9 Suns Burning Heaven Fist, 8 parts Dragon God's Fury, Boom, Rumble. Su Chang unleashed one martial skill after another, and in every direction he attacked, no being from another realm could survive within a radius of 10,000 miles. In fact, not only could they not survive, but they couldn't even leave behind a corpse. Under Su Chang's terrifying power, even the edge of his strength was enough to shred these beings from other realms. Different otherworldly races had different colored blood, and after turning into blood mist, it gradually condensed into droplets, then fell like rain, drifting towards the city of Void. Is it raining? Many beings from other realms couldn't help but look up at the sky, murmuring. Of course, they all knew that this was not real rain, because this was a void continent within the void, not a world where it could possibly rain. Blood rain, endless blood rain. How many beings must fall to cause such a torrential blood rain to descend? This person is strong, but facing so many beings attacking, he shows no signs of fatigue. He is no ordinary strong. If he were in a world, with his killing spree, all beings in that world would have been wiped out long ago, even the world itself would have been shattered. Now we just have to see the 9th tier extraordinary beings take action. If they cannot suppress this person, then he truly is single-handedly opposing many powerful forces. This is invincible in battle. Rest assured, the difference in strength between 8th tier and 9th tier extraordinary beings is like heaven and earth. It involves the power of laws, and with a mere gesture, one can invoke the laws. Such powerful strength is unimaginable for those below the 9th tier extraordinary. Exactly, any 9th tier extraordinary being can do what he does, slaying so many beings, and even do it much more easily. I remember witnessing a 9th tier extraordinary being's attack in my world once. It was simply indescribable. They can choose not to use any martial skills or divine abilities, and with a mere gesture, they can manipulate the power of the laws of heaven and earth, easily subduing any enemy. Once a 9th tier extraordinary being arrives, this person is undoubtedly doomed. Just wait and see. The stronger the beings from other realms, the more they understood the power of 9th tier extraordinary beings, especially those from powerful worlds that had 9th tier extraordinary beings. Su Chang had slaughtered countless beings from other realms, and his strength was indeed formidable. They had to admit it, but to say he was stronger than a 9th tier extraordinary being, they did not believe it, because in Su Chang, they could not see or feel even a trace of the power of laws. This is a sign of becoming a 9th tier extraordinary being. Without the power of the laws, how could one possibly be a match for a 9th tier extraordinary? No matter how strong the displayed power is at this moment, what does it matter? Within the City of Void, many beings from other realms understand that the actions of these forces, sacrificing so many of their kin, are merely to buy time and prevent Su Chang from escaping. Therefore, they are all waiting for the appearance of a 9th tier extraordinary being. In fact, many beings have never witnessed the actions of a 9th tier extraordinary and are eager to see it, especially those 8th tier extraordinary beings. They have reached this level many years ago but have been unable to break through to the 9th tier, having no clue about the comprehension of the power of laws. If they could witness the actions of a 9th tier extraordinary being, it might greatly aid their understanding of the power of laws. A moment of enlightenment would be even better. Thus, within the City of Void, a large number of 8th tier extraordinary beings, upon learning of this matter, hurried in that direction. Boom! Congratulations, your martial arts level has risen to 32 million. Congratulations, your martial arts level has risen to 35 million. After another period of time, the continuous surge in strength has made his speed in slaying beings from other realms increasingly faster. 9th tier extraordinary beings are indeed incredibly powerful, capable of becoming super beings that control a world. In a world, a 9th tier extraordinary being can reach any place in an instant. But one must know that this is the Void Continent, far larger than any world. Moreover, this is originally situated in the void, making it impossible to tear through the void for long distance travel. Even a 9th tier extraordinary being cannot be an exception and can only rely on their own speed to travel. Therefore, even the 9th tier extraordinary beings notified by their kin will take some time to arrive, even within the City of Void. Furthermore, those 9th tier extraordinary beings coming from their own worlds will take even longer. Why haven't the 9th tier extraordinary beings from our clan arrived yet? If they don't come soon, all the kin reproducing in the City of Void will be exterminated. Hurry up! We must suppress this native human bastard. Why aren't they here yet? Do they want all my kin to die? If we can capture this native human, I will definitely demand a huge compensation from the clan. Damn it, my kin are all about to die. The stronger beings from the larger forces of other realms watched as one batch after another of their kin surrounded and killed Su Chang, only to quickly turn to ashes. Deep down, they felt some pain. After all, they had developed for so long and produced so many kin. If they all died this time, they would have to start over, which not only wastes time but also consumes vast resources. Amidst the expectations of countless beings from other realms and the heartache of many powerful beings, a terrifying aura finally emerged. This aura directly stirred the power of heaven and earth, and even within the Void Continent, it could not stop the spread of the power of laws. Boom! Boom! A creature of several hundred feet in height was running continuously. Each step it took covered a distance of 10,000 kilometers. Where is the native human? This gigantic creature let out a deafening roar. Ah! The 9th tier extraordinary being has appeared. Heavens! This is the Seven-Eyed Divine Clan, said to be a race descended from a certain deity, incredibly powerful. Finally, a 9th tier extraordinary being has come. The fluctuations of the power of laws on its body seem to be the power of the earth laws. No wonder with each step, even the ground of the Void Continent is being pulled and shaken. Countless beings from other realms looked at the enormous Seven-Eyed Divine Clan, their faces filled with shock. The fluctuations of the power of the laws emanating from the other party went unnoticed by many beings, especially the 8th tier extraordinary beings. They were all trying hard to sense it, seemingly wanting to comprehend something from it. However, being able to perceive the fluctuations of the power of the laws did not mean that they could quickly grasp it. If it were that simple, countless 8th tier extraordinary beings would not have been stuck here for countless years, unable to comprehend the power of the laws even until death. Ha ha, our clan's 9th tier extraordinary being has arrived first. Elder, please suppress this native human immediately. A member of the alien race, also possessing 7 eyes but much smaller in stature, flew respectfully in front of the 9th tier extraordinary being and said excitedly. At this moment, countless beings from other realms surrounding Sioux City were shocked to see the arrival of a 9th tier extraordinary being, and they had no choice but to stop. Even though the 9th tier extraordinary being that arrived was not from their own race, it was still necessary to show the required respect. Even 8th tier extraordinary beings, who were only a hair's breadth away from the 9th tier, would kneel before a 9th tier extraordinary being, because that hair's breadth represented a world of difference. Moreover, many beings from other realms could recognize the arriving 9th tier extraordinary being at a glance. Not only because of their easily identifiable appearance but also because their power was one of the top forces in this Void Continent. The Seven-Eyed Divine Clan is the name used in their original world. As in their world, the Seven-Eyed Clan is the supreme existence. Furthermore, there are indeed deities within the Seven-Eyed Clan, which is why they are referred to as the Seven-Eyed Divine Clan. However, in the City of Void, other forces refer to them as the Seven-Eyed Clan. After all, the Seven-Eyed Clan has deities, and other powerful forces also have deities behind them. How could they be willing to call them divine clans? Unexpectedly, the fastest to arrive is actually the 9th tier extraordinary being of the Seven-Eyed Clan. Will they be able to capture this native human? Hard to say. I think these forces are very powerful. It will be very difficult to monopolize the secrets of this human unless they share them together. Indeed, if one of these forces obtains it, the others will definitely unite to put pressure on them. If they do not share the secrets of the native human, many forces will surely unite again to attack. Then it depends on the speed of these 9th tier extraordinary beings. As long as they are not stopped, the chances of taking this human away are still quite high. Ha ha ha, this native human is finally going to meet his end. Once the secrets on him are forced out, the outcome is predictable. He will wish he were dead. Absolutely, many members of the Seven-Eyed Clan have also died, all at this person's hands. It can be said that no matter which force this native human falls into, once he is no longer useful, he will definitely meet a tragic end. The appearance of the 9th tier extraordinary being made countless beings from other realms begin to mourn for Sioux City in silence. In their eyes, no matter how strong Sioux City was, if he ultimately could not comprehend the power of the laws, he could not possibly be a match for a 9th tier extraordinary being. Because in any world, there has never been any record of an 8th tier extraordinary being defeating a 9th tier extraordinary being. Even the most powerful 8th tier extraordinary being cannot defeat the weakest 9th tier extraordinary being. The laws are a supreme entity, not only the key to advancing to the 9th tier but also the most important foundation for reaching higher levels in the future. In other realms, it may be possible to fight across tiers or even kill enemies, but an 8th tier extraordinary being absolutely cannot defeat or slay a 9th tier extraordinary being. Because this is an insurmountable chasm, an ironclad rule that cannot be broken, and it is the same in any world. At this moment, the powerful being from the Seven-Eyed Clan, with a 9th-tier extraordinary strength, glanced indifferently at the 8th-tier extraordinary clansman beneath it, not bothering to say anything further. It turned its gaze towards Su Chang, not far away, and then directly reached out a large hand, aiming to grab Su Chang. In the eyes of this 9th-tier extraordinary being, Su Chang, though powerful, was not worth its attention. To a 9th-tier extraordinary, the difference between an 8th-tier extraordinary and a 1st-tier extraordinary, or even beings below the extraordinary level, was negligible. They were all mere ants. Since they were ants, there was no need to waste words with one, it was enough to simply take it away. As it reached out, it was not just a simple grab, its hand possessed powerful rule power, capable of invoking the earth's rule power around Su Chang, binding him in place. How strong? Really strong. Is this the power of a 9th-tier extraordinary being with rule power? At this moment, facing the grab, Su Chang's expression changed for the first time, filled with shock. Because in his perception, the 9th-tier extraordinary being before him was indeed incredibly powerful, far beyond what he had imagined. However, Su Chang was not afraid. Although the power of the 9th-tier extraordinary being exceeded his expectations, it was still within his realm of acceptance. Ha ha, the 9th-tier extraordinary has finally arrived. I've been waiting for you. Law of heaven and earth, break for me. Boom. Rumble. In an instant, Su Chang unleashed his martial arts divine ability, and his body rapidly expanded countless times, becoming a being over 30,000 zhang tall. Indeed, compared to before, Su Chang's law of heaven and earth had grown significantly. When he first used it, his body was already over 10,000 zhang. At that time, Su Chang's martial arts level was over 10 million, so after using the law of heaven and earth, his body was just over 10,000 zhang. Now, with his martial arts level reaching over 30 million, his body had transformed into over 30,000 zhang. This was because the power of Su Chang's law of heaven and earth grew alongside the increase in his martial arts level. The larger and taller the form of the law of heaven and earth, the more powerful Su Chang's strength would be. The body of the 9th-tier extraordinary being from the Seven-Eyed Clan was only a few hundred zhang. Just moments ago, Su Chang appeared to it as an ant. Now, in contrast, its few hundred zhang body seemed just as insignificant as an ant before Su Chang's form of over 30,000 zhang. Of course, this was merely a difference in size and did not imply that the 9th-tier extraordinary being from the Seven-Eyed Clan was weaker than Su Chang. However, at this moment, Su Chang's strength was unimaginably powerful, as the earth's rule power around him had been completely shattered, preventing the Seven-Eyed Clan's powerful being from capturing him. This sudden change left the 9th-tier extraordinary being from the Seven-Eyed Clan somewhat dumbfounded. It never expected Su Chang's transformation to be so drastic. How is this possible? Other beings from different realms could not help but exclaim in shock upon witnessing this. They had thought that the arrival of a 9th-tier extraordinary being would easily subdue Su Chang, even considering it a simple task. But the current outcome was something they could not accept. They could clearly see that Su Chang's form had suddenly enlarged, breaking through the rule power of the Seven-Eyed Clan's powerful being. Moreover, Su Chang's form had grown to over 30,000 zhang, more than double its previous size. Many beings from different realms knew that Su Chang had previously used such divine abilities, and at that time, his form was only over 10,000 zhang. Now that it had become over 30,000 zhang, it left them extremely astonished. No, the divine ability he used, similar to the law of heaven and earth, was only over 10,000 zhang before. How did it become over 30,000 zhang now? Can it still grow? That's right, the last time I saw it, he displayed the same divine ability. His body was over 10,000 zhang, and now it's more than doubled. What is going on? Isn't this the law manifestation of heaven and earth? The size in the law manifestation is supposed to be fixed. When could it grow? My heavens, isn't the important thing that he can actually break free from the power of the laws? So strong, really too strong. This 9th-tier extraordinary being couldn't suppress him in one go. It's truly impressive. Perhaps the strong being from the Seven-Eyed Clan didn't use their full strength, they only made a slight move. If they had gone all out, this human might have died in an instant. Deep-rooted beliefs made countless beings from other realms unable to believe that Su Chang could break free from the power of a 9th-tier extraordinary being. The power of the laws is a kind of heavenly power that is countless times more advanced than martial skills, divine abilities, and all other capabilities. Simply put, mastering any kind of law power is equivalent to mastering the power of the world and the power of the heavenly way. No matter how strong a being is, how could they possibly surpass the heavenly way? Only those above the extraordinary level have such potential. However, Su Chang currently doesn't even possess the power of the laws. How could he possibly contend with it? Therefore, countless beings from other realms could only think that this 9th-tier extraordinary being from the Seven-Eyed Clan hadn't used their full strength. Otherwise, a full-force strike would be enough to kill any 8th-tier extraordinary being, no matter how strong. Moreover, many forces are currently acting with the main goal of capturing Su Chang alive, rather than killing him. So, thinking this way, these beings from other realms felt a bit better inside. However, the ninth-tier extraordinary being from the Seven-Eyed Clan did not see it as simply as the other beings did. Because it was the one who attacked Su Chang, it could truly sense that in that moment, Su Chang easily broke through the power of the laws it had unleashed. Although it initially did not regard Su Chang highly, it must be understood that the difference between 8th tier and 9th tier extraordinary beings is like heaven and earth. Even a mere threat of law is not something an 8th tier extraordinary being can contend with. At this moment, the 9th tier extraordinary being from the Seven-Eyed Clan showed a hint of shock in its eyes. But that was not the most shocking part, rather, it felt that the earth law power it controlled could not affect Su Chang at all, nor could it even approach him. It was as if the aura emanating from Su Chang was so terrifying that even the laws could not influence it. This was the first time the 9th tier extraordinary being from the Seven-Eyed Clan had encountered such a situation. Yet, it had heard that to influence the power of the laws of heaven and earth, one must at least surpass the 9th tier extraordinary level and reach a higher realm. But how could that be possible? Ordinary beings from other realms might not know, but these 9th tier extraordinary beings understood that once their strength surpassed the 9th tier extraordinary level, they could not enter the void continent due to rejection. If the indigenous human before them surpassed the 9th tier extraordinary level, how could they possibly enter the void continent? If not, then how could they achieve a state where even the power of the laws could not affect them? How is this possible? Impossible. It makes no sense, such a situation cannot occur. Why is this happening? The 9th tier extraordinary being from the Seven-Eyed Clan had a look of disbelief in its 7 eyes, which then turned into madness and ferocity. Because of its immense power, it understood much more than ordinary beings from other realms. So, just by engaging with Su Chang once, it discovered far too many issues. But these issues were beyond its comprehension, as if they had overturned its understanding cultivated over so many years. Damn it! What the hell are you? What secrets do you indigenous humans possess? Suddenly, the murmuring Seven-Eyed Clan's 9th tier extraordinary powerhouse glared fiercely at Su Chang, letting out a thunderous roar. Such a change left countless otherworldly beings in discussion momentarily dumbfounded, staring in horror at the wildly agitated Seven-Eyed Clan powerhouse, whose face even twisted in rage. They all believed that the Seven-Eyed Clan's powerhouse had not captured Su Chang immediately because it hadn't used its full strength, and when it struck again, it certainly wouldn't allow Su Chang to escape. But what was happening now? Why had the Seven-Eyed Clan's powerhouse suddenly flown into a rage? What did its words mean? Could it be that a 9th tier extraordinary powerhouse couldn't do anything to this human? Beings capable of entering the Void City were generally the elite of their worlds, so they wouldn't be too foolish. Some of them even dared not think further, their bodies trembling slightly. If a 9th tier extraordinary powerhouse couldn't handle this human, then wouldn't that mean a change was coming? This was going to overturn everything. Is this the power of the laws? At this moment, Su Chang could also sense a certain unseen force around him. Although the perception was unclear, it felt like threads weaving everything together. It was as if both the void continent and all worlds were composed of these threads. Yet, these forces could not approach him. Without using the law of heaven and earth, Su Chang had not had such a clear perception before, but now he could sense the existence of the power of the laws. Are you afraid? Su Chang, towering over the crazed Seven-Eyed Clan powerhouse at over 30,000 feet tall, spoke in a deep voice. Nonsense. I am a 9th tier extraordinary who masters the laws of heaven and earth. How could I fear a mere native human? No matter how large your body is, the gap in strength cannot be compensated for by size alone. You little beast. Kneel before me. Roar. The Seven-Eyed Clan powerhouse, hundreds of feet tall, roared in extreme anger. However, at this moment, even otherworldly beings had begun to understand something. Although the Seven-Eyed Clan powerhouse did not show fear outwardly, its actions had already indicated that it was indeed afraid. It was like a giant dragon losing its composure and becoming agitated in front of an ant. There was only one explanation: this ant could threaten the dragon. In the Seven-Eyed Clan powerhouse's roar, it unleashed all its power, conjuring a terrifying force that manifested a gigantic hand above Su Chang, blocking out the sun. This hand bore down with the pressure of Mount Tai, completely under its control, formed from the power of the earth's laws, its might terrifying to the extreme, intent on forcing Su Chang down to his knees. Ha ha, although I do not understand the power of the laws, your earth's law power is merely one of the most ordinary laws among them. You think you can suppress me with this? Watch me break you. Faced with this terrifying hand descending, Su Chang instead burst into laughter, showing no fear whatsoever. Although it was his first time battling a 9th tier extraordinary powerhouse, he had already roughly gauged the opponent's strength from its earlier attack. Moreover, Su Chang could now sense the existence of the power of the laws, his strength growing ever more formidable. Boom! Su Chang's massive body stepped forward, and the tremor from his foot caused even the Void City to shake slightly. Then, Su Chang raised his fist to the sky and struck out directly, not using any martial techniques, merely unleashing pure power. Yet, such a simple punch unleashed a force that directly affected the surrounding power of the laws, causing them to twist. Buzz! The entire Void continent shook within a radius of 1,000,000 kilometers. Then, under the gaze of countless beings from other realms, this terrifyingly powerful palm strike was shattered by Su Cheng's punch. At that moment, whether it was the strong from the Seven-Eyed Clan or the myriad beings within the City of Void, they were all left speechless. In fact, when the strength reaches above the 9th tier of the extraordinary, battles do not cause massive destruction and powerful momentum like when one is at a lower level. This is naturally because, at the 9th tier and above, it is a clash of laws, seeing who has comprehended more and stronger laws or who has grasped higher level laws. And the laws are things that beings below the 9th tier of extraordinary cannot see or touch at all. When they strike, it can even be said to be silent, as they invoke the law's power that the vast majority of beings cannot perceive. The power of the laws transcends any abilities that beings possess, thus, such strong individuals cannot display martial skills or divine abilities in their battles. In short, it is a confrontation between laws. However, the invisible destructive power is often even more terrifying, capable of obliterating everything. The strong from the Seven-Eyed Clan manifested a massive hand entirely composed of law's power, not formed from true chi. Yet, this law hand was shattered by Su Cheng's punch. Most importantly, after breaking such a law hand, Su Cheng still emitted no law's power, indicating that he was not a 9th tier extraordinary and did not possess any other law's power. Even countless beings from other realms could see that Su Cheng shattered this law hand with a single punch without using any powerful martial skills, relying solely on pure strength. The fact that they could see this naturally made their hearts tremble even more. They simply could not understand why Su Cheng, without any law's power, could break the law hand of a strong member of the Seven-Eyed Clan. Countless beings from other realms stared wide-eyed, utterly shocked and unable to utter a word. He actually shattered a 9th tier extraordinary strike with just one punch. Why is this happening? That is a 9th tier extraordinary who has mastered the power of laws, unless it is a being of the same level or a higher tier. How could one possibly withstand such an attack? He is definitely not an 8th tier extraordinary to shatter a 9th tier extraordinary's law attack with pure strength is impossible even among those of the same tier. But it makes no sense. He still has not emitted any law's power up to now. Even if he is hiding it deeply, it shouldn't be possible. So strong. This person is truly too strong. When did he become like this? My heavens. Just now, I thought his words were incredibly arrogant, but I didn't expect him to truly be unafraid of 9th tier extraordinary beings. If he is not an 8th tier extraordinary but a 9th tier extraordinary, even if he concealed his law's power, he still shattered the law attack with pure strength in one move. Such power, even those who have comprehended stronger laws or even those who have grasped two laws, would not be able to achieve this, right? Against the heavens. This is truly against the heavens. I don't know if I was mistaken just now, but I seem to see that even the power of laws could not approach him. In his current state, the laws of heaven and earth cannot get close to him. Isn't that too terrifying? Having witnessed everything that just happened, countless beings in the City of Void were thrown into complete turmoil and confusion. They also could not understand why Su Cheng was able to be this strong. They speculated that Su Cheng might possess 9th tier extraordinary strength, but he struck without any fluctuation of law's power. If he had none, then how could Su Cheng shatter the law's power with a punch? This is completely impossible. The power of heaven and earth is undoubtedly the strongest force. If this can be broken, it is absolutely not something an 8th tier extraordinary being can achieve. Only those who surpass the 9th tier extraordinary level have that capability. However, beings above the 9th tier extraordinary cannot enter the void continent. Ordinary beings from other realms may not know this, but some powerful beings from other realms are aware of it. The strong member of the Seven-Eyed Clan looked up at Su Cheng's figure with an incredulous expression. If it had acted casually just now, after all, it wouldn't even regard an 8th tier extraordinary being, easily crushing them. But now, it had used all its strength yet still could not do anything to Su Cheng, and was even directly defeated by him. A being who has not comprehended the laws could actually withstand the attack of a being who wields the power of the laws. This absolutely overturned its understanding, or rather, it subverted the rules of the world. Impossible. How can this be? You absolutely cannot be below the 9th tier extraordinary level. Are you hiding the power of the laws? Or is your strength even greater than the 9th tier extraordinary? Damn it! How could someone without the power of the laws defeat me? This is impossible. The strong member of the Seven-Eyed Clan roared in anger, finding it hard to accept such a result. It could only believe that Su Cheng's strength was definitely not below the 9th tier extraordinary, but rather stronger, allowing him to achieve all of this. There is nothing impossible. I've taken 2 of your moves. Now, it's your turn to take one of mine. Facing the extremely angry strong member of the Seven-Eyed Clan, Su Cheng said calmly. At first, when confronted with this 9th tier extraordinary being's attack, Su Cheng was somewhat worried. After all, the power of the laws was formidable. Even though he had not mastered it and did not have a detailed understanding, he knew the strength of the power of the laws. Fortunately, Su Cheng's total martial arts attribute had reached over 300 million, several times higher than that of a 9th tier extraordinary. Moreover, the power of the laws that the strong member of the Seven-Eyed Clan wielded was merely the ordinary earth laws, which could not affect Su Cheng at all. If the strong member of the Seven-Eyed Clan had mastered a rarer and more powerful law, Su Cheng would definitely be at a disadvantage. He might not even have the strength to fight back and could be easily controlled by the opponent. However, comprehending a more powerful law is too difficult for any ninth-tier extraordinary being. If comprehending an ordinary law has a difficulty of 10 times, then comprehending a higher level, more powerful law has a difficulty of 1,000 times, or even 10,000 times. The time required is unimaginable. It is highly likely that one would spend a lifetime without being able to comprehend it. Thus, most ninth-tier extraordinary beings comprehend ordinary laws, such as those of gold, wood, water, fire, earth, the earth itself, wind, and so on. After comprehension, it does not mean they have completely mastered the power of heaven and earth. They still need to constantly communicate with the heavens and earth, using the power of the laws they have mastered to unleash even greater strength. At this moment, upon hearing Su Cheng's words, the twisted face of the strong member of the Seven-Eyed Clan suddenly changed. But Su Cheng had already made his move. Boom! He also extended a large hand towards the strong member of the Seven-Eyed Clan, but Su Cheng's large hand was neither illusory nor composed of the power of the laws. Instead, it was a massive hand, over 30,000 zhang hai, formed in the posture of law of heaven and earth, and it was still pressing down with pure strength towards the strong member of the Seven-Eyed Clan. The strong member of the Seven-Eyed Clan looked at the giant palm above its head, which was much larger than the one it had just formed with the power of the laws, feeling the terrifying pressure pouring down. Instinctively, it wanted to dodge, but it gritted its teeth and held on. Su Cheng had just withstood a blow from it and had directly shattered its attack. If it were to dodge now, wouldn't that be too embarrassing? Humph. A mere trick. Break for me. The strong man of the Seven-Eyed Clan sneered, and like Su Cheng just moments ago, it let out a low roar, condensing a fist of law, intending to break through Su Cheng's palm. Clearly, this strong man of the Seven-Eyed Clan had considerable confidence in its own strength. Although Su Cheng had managed to shatter its law-infused hand, leaving it deeply shocked, it believed that it wouldn't be so easy for Su Cheng to deal with it. This was the confidence that came with being a ninth-tier extraordinary being. Even though it had seen many things in Su Cheng that it found difficult to comprehend, even overturning common sense, after all, it was a ninth-tier extraordinary being, and confidence was not so easily shattered. It had even prepared for the worst, that even if it couldn't defeat Su Cheng with its own ninth-tier extraordinary strength, it could definitely leave without being stopped. Therefore, facing Su Cheng's palm pressing down, the strong man of the Seven-Eyed Clan endured and did not dodge, directly bracing itself against the blow. However, it was overly confident in its own strength and underestimated Su Cheng's power. If it were facing other ninth-tier extraordinary beings, the strongman's approach would have posed no problem, as its strength was not low. But Su Cheng's power completely broke the rules and overturned common sense. Seeing the strongman of the Seven-Eyed Clan make the same move as he had just done, a hint of mockery appeared at the corner of Su Cheng's mouth. If he couldn't deal with the opponent, Su Cheng would never engage in such unnecessary actions. What he wanted now was to eliminate this ninth-tier extraordinary being from the Seven-Eyed Clan and then rampage through the entire Void City, quickly continuing to elevate his martial arts level. At the very least, he would show no mercy to those otherworldly forces from back in the day. The first ninth-tier extraordinary being to arrive possessed only ordinary law power. If a stronger one came later, it might be impossible to kill it. Thus, knowing that there was still a gap between his current strength and that of a truly powerful ninth-tier extraordinary being, Su Cheng still needed to elevate his martial arts level. Is 30 million not enough? Then it would be 40 million, 50 million. Until he upgraded his martial arts to a level where he could crush any ninth-tier extraordinary being, then he could truly be invincible. Boom! As Su Cheng's palm continued to press down, a constant rumbling sound echoed around, as if the air was being compressed. But in this void continent, there was naturally no air. Therefore, the rumbling sound was the terrifying power of Su Cheng compressing the law power, creating a thunderous noise. At first, the strongman of the Seven-Eyed Clan still had a hint of confidence on its face, but as Su Cheng's palm kept descending, feeling the terrifying power above, it became increasingly dreadful. In fact, with every inch Su Cheng's palm descended, the power it felt grew exponentially terrifying. At this moment, its expression finally changed drastically, its hundreds of feet tall body trembling violently. The hint of confidence on its face had completely turned into horror. It could not imagine that this indigenous human, without using any law power, could become so powerful relying solely on brute strength. The hand descending from above seemed not like a palm, but a vast world. Break for me! The strongman of the Seven-Eyed Clan let out a skyward roar, its seven eyes bulging in a terrifying manner, turning completely blood-red, as if they would burst at any moment. Moreover, the void continent beneath its feet began to crack, stretching for thousands of kilometers, and its hundreds of feet tall body was visibly sinking at an alarming rate. Not only that, but cracks also appeared on the exterior of the strongman of the Seven-Eyed Clan's body, which it was currently unaware of. But the members of the Seven-Eyed Clan, as well as other beings from different realms within the City of Void, were able to see everything. They watched in silence, completely unable to think. The power of Su Chang left them utterly speechless. Break! Break for me! Ah! No! The strong ones of the Seven-Eyed Clan continuously roared, but despite exhausting all their strength and the power of the laws, they could not stop the giant palm descending from above. In the end, they could only let out a reluctant roar of anger. Boom! When Su Chang's palm pressed down completely, coinciding with the ground of the Void Continent, the figure of the Seven-Eyed Clan's strong one had completely vanished. Its aura also rapidly disappeared. Within the City of Void, countless beings from different realms stared blankly at everything. A ninth-tier extraordinary being just fell. Like this? Crushed by a single palm. This was a peak powerhouse even within the Void Continent, an invincible existence, crushed to death like this. No one would believe that a ninth-tier extraordinary being died in such a manner unless they witnessed it with their own eyes. For many years, let alone ninth-tier extraordinary beings, even eighth-tier extraordinary beings rarely fell within the Void Continent. But since Su Chang appeared, a large number of eighth-tier extraordinary beings had died, and now even ninth-tier extraordinary beings were crushed to death. 1,000 years ago, the human forces also had quite a few eighth-tier extraordinary beings, and even some ninth-tier extraordinary beings. If these beings from different realms faced the human forces alone, they would absolutely not be a match. That's why they united, with each level of powerhouse far outnumbering those in the human forces. Thus, they ultimately paid a considerable price to destroy this human force. It is evident that killing an extraordinary being is very difficult, especially a ninth-tier extraordinary being, making it even harder. To kill a ninth-tier extraordinary being, at least several must be mobilized to achieve it. Those fortunate enough to witness the battle 1,000 years ago were now deeply shocked. Yet, they never expected that 1,000 years later they would witness the fall of a ninth-tier extraordinary being with their own eyes, and in such a manner. This shock was countless times stronger than that of 1,000 years ago. Dead, a ninth-tier extraordinary being, dead. My God! Just like that, crushed by a single palm, not a trace of aura left. So terrifying. What kind of terrifying existence is this? If even a ninth-tier extraordinary being can die like this, he is already invincible. In this vast Void Continent, who can restrain him? With his previous frenzied slaughter, if he enters the City of Void, how many lives will he take? He must not be allowed to enter the City of Void. It's useless once he wants to continue killing, unless several times, even 10 times more ninth-tier extraordinary beings are mobilized, they can't stop him. What are you afraid of? It's not us who provoked the human forces, he only wants to kill those forces. Can who told them to destroy his forces back then and now want to capture him to extract secrets? This is a god of death. He acted indiscriminately before, and he won't care whether you have grievances or not. Damn, I better run away quickly, return to my own world and hide. This Void Continent is not safe at all now. I feel the same way. I think this City of Void probably won't survive. If this person seeks revenge, those powerful forces will not let him go either. Soon, an unimaginable war will break out, likely fiercer than 1,000 years ago. Some beings from different realms spoke in fear, no longer daring to stay in the Void Continent. Su Chang crushed a ninth-tier extraordinary being with a single palm, truly terrifying a large number of beings from other realms. No matter how strong they were, they could not comprehend or imagine Su Chang's power. It completely exceeded their understanding. Even if they found it hard to believe, they had to accept the fact that Su Chang, without any power of the laws, could annihilate a ninth-tier extraordinary being. It was not that he possessed ninth-tier extraordinary strength, rather, it seemed that his power had surpassed the ninth tier, which was impossible, as beings above the ninth tier could not even enter the Void Continent. What was going on? No one knew. And they couldn't make sense of it no matter how hard they tried. At this moment, with the death of the ninth tier extraordinary being from the Seven-Eyed Clan, the remaining members of the clan were terrified to the extreme. Additionally, the members of other factions, although they had not yet awaited their own ninth tier extraordinary beings, were equally horrified upon witnessing the death of the Seven-Eyed Clan strongman. Before the ninth-tier extraordinary beings arrived, they had desperately sacrificed their lives to stop Su Chang, preventing him from escaping. But now, even the ninth-tier extraordinary being was no match for Su Chang, who could take him down in a single move. This meant that all their clan members who had died at Su Chang's hands were for nothing, which was enough to instill fear and dread in them. Indeed, after Su Chang killed the ninth-tier extraordinary being from the Seven-Eyed Clan, he did not stop but continued to slaughter the members of the other factions who had surrounded him earlier. Su Chang knew that the ninth-tier extraordinary being from the Seven-Eyed Clan was only average among ninth-tier extraordinary beings, as he possessed only one type of law power, and it was a common one. If a being had mastered 2 or even 3 types of law powers, or possessed a rare type of law power, it would be difficult for him to defeat them. He might even find himself in danger. Therefore, before the other ninth-tier extraordinary beings arrived, he needed to continue raising his martial arts level. Now, Su Chang had already tried that. As long as his total martial arts attributes were high enough, he could slay ninth-tier extraordinary beings, and naturally, he could also take down even more powerful ninth-tier extraordinary beings. If he couldn't slay them, It would mean that no matter how high his total martial arts attributes were, he could not contend with the power of the laws, and Su Chang would need to make other preparations. He needed to quickly elevate his martial arts realm to the 9th tier extraordinary level. Or rather, he had to at least master one type of law power to contend with 9th tier extraordinary beings. However, that was no longer necessary. After testing, he realized that with absolute power he could kill 9th tier extraordinary beings, so Su Chang naturally would not stop. 8 parts Dragon God's Fury. Roar! At this moment, Su Chang's body unleashed this martial skill, becoming even more terrifying. Puff! Puff! Where the sound waves passed, countless beings from other realms exploded into blood mist. Congratulations! Your martial arts level has risen to 36 million. Congratulations! Your martial arts level has risen to 38 million. Indiscriminate attacks were undoubtedly the most exhilarating as there were no concerns. If he were in the Blue Star world, Su Chang would never act so recklessly, as it would affect other human martial artists. Although Su Chang was ruthless in slaughtering magical beasts and other races, he had not become bloodthirsty enough to slaughter human martial artists. Not to mention that slaughtering human martial artists would not yield martial arts experience points. Even if it did, he would not do it as he still held certain principles in his heart. Heavens! Run! This guy is going mad again, about to slaughter indiscriminately once more. The 9th tier extraordinary being has been killed in an instant. Who else can stand against him? Is heaven going to destroy our clan? The Seven-Eyed Clan's influence in the Void City has been completely wiped out. Their kin have all been killed. How tragic. From the looks of it, this person will not spare those otherworldly forces that once besieged the human factions. If no strong warriors appear for the Seven-Eyed Clan, their power in the Void City will be completely uprooted. It's not just the Seven-Eyed Clan. If other factions lack strong warriors, their extinction will come today. He is too strong. Unless several 9th tier extraordinary beings are mobilized, it's likely they can only hope to stop him. Who will save us? Save us! Where are the 9th tier extraordinary beings of our clan? If they don't come soon, my lineage will face extinction. Damn human natives, you will not die a good death. All the native humans of your Blue Star world will meet the same fate as my lineage and be exterminated. Run! We can't stay in the Void City any longer. A multitude of otherworldly beings let out cries of despair, wails, and curses, but Su Chang showed no mercy, taking away a large batch of otherworldly beings with each strike. Before long, those who had previously besieged Su Chang fled into the Void City. But Su Chang was faster, already pursuing them into the Void City. Congratulations! Your martial arts level has risen to 39 million. Congratulations! Your martial arts level has risen to 42 million. With such an almost endless number of otherworldly beings, Su Chang's martial arts level quickly broke through 40 million and continued to soar. Once he entered the Void City, the unrestrained slaughter accelerated this rise. Whether or not there had been otherworldly beings targeting human factions before, Su Chang couldn't care less. As long as they weren't human, they all deserved to die. Boom! Rumble! Bold! Native human, you have some nerve. Daring to act recklessly in the Void City, you are seeking death. At that moment, several overwhelming auras reappeared, and a voice filled with endless rage shouted. For figures of varying sizes appeared, their auras high and low, but not too different. Indeed, all of them were 9th tier extraordinary beings. The 9th tier extraordinary beings from several otherworldly factions had finally returned. Ancestor, save us. This damned native human has slaughtered our countless kin. We have very few left. Ancestor, you must kill him and avenge our kin. Ancestor, be careful, this person is extremely powerful. Not long ago, a 9th tier extraordinary being from the Seven-Eyed Clan appeared, but the result was that he was killed. Some otherworldly deities, upon seeing the 9th tier extraordinary beings and one of them, immediately cried out in joy. They also warned the 9th tier extraordinary beings that Su Chang had just slain a 9th tier extraordinary being. The 4 newly arrived 9th tier extraordinary beings changed their expressions upon hearing this, as they had just learned of the incident. However, before they could think much further, Su Chang wasted no time and charged directly at the 4 of them. With his martial arts level exceeding 40 million, Su Chang's strength was significantly greater than before. Since you've come, then all of you shall die. 9 Suns Burning Heaven Fist. Boom! You little beast! How dare you be so arrogant? Watch as I suppress. No. One of the 9th tier extraordinary beings, seeing Su Chang daring to strike at all 4 of them simultaneously, became furious. But before it could finish its words, it let out a piercing scream. In reality, the 4 newly arrived 9th tier extraordinary beings were not much stronger than the previous Seven-Eyed Clan warriors. The laws they wielded were of ordinary level. In fact, 2 of them were even weaker than the previous Seven-Eyed Clan warrior. Extremely powerful 9th tier transcendent beings certainly exist, but they are very few in number, and most 9th tier transcendent experts are merely those who have comprehended and mastered ordinary laws of power. For the majority of 8th tier super strong beings, their primary thought during the comprehension and mastery of the laws of power is that advancing to 9th tier transcendent is the most important. Therefore, whether it is ordinary laws or rare laws they have comprehended, they will not give up. Unless one possesses absolute confidence in their ability to comprehend rare laws or even stronger laws, that would be a different story. Such beings, whether human warriors or other worldly entities, must have been outstanding among their peers, even the chosen ones. Now, among the ninth tier transcendent beings of these other worldly forces, their arrival means that their clans will not send out exceptionally powerful ninth tier transcendent beings to deal with Su Chang. Mainly because they all know that Su Chang is not a ninth tier transcendent, so it is sufficient to send out ordinary ninth tier transcendent beings. In these other worldly forces, there has never been, nor is there any record of, a being below ninth tier transcendent capable of defeating a ninth tier transcendent, no matter how strong or invincible the opponent is. As long as they do not master the laws of power, they are not a match for ninth tier transcendent beings. However, neither these other worldly forces nor any other beings expected that Su Chang's strength surpassed everything they understood, practically overturning the rules of the world. They could not guess Su Chang's true strength. In fact, Su Chang himself did not know what his strength was anymore, because his martial arts total attributes certainly exceeded that of a ninth tier transcendent. On the surface, Su Chang's martial arts realm was merely that of an ultimate martial god. This was a secret that no other beings knew, only Su Chang himself was aware of it. With infinite martial arts levels, as long as his martial arts level continued to rise, his strength could increase infinitely. But this ninth tier transcendent being let out a scream and was then instantly killed, its breath and soul completely extinguished. Its body fell to the ground, kicking up a faint cloud of dust. After all, the body of a ninth tier transcendent being is not so easily destroyed. The previous Sevenite clan expert, although crushed to death by Su Chang's palm, was merely pressed into the ground and not shattered. Countless other worldly beings, along with the other three ninth tier transcendent beings, stared blankly at the corpse of the ninth tier transcendent lying on the ground. Another one has died. Indeed, another ninth tier transcendent has died, and this one fell even faster than the previous one. What shocked them even more was that Su Chang's current state was not one of using the laws of heaven and earth. He simply unleashed his martial skills and managed to kill a ninth tier transcendent being in an instant, which was utterly terrifying. Before they could react, Su Chang did not stop and charged towards the other three ninth tier transcendent beings. Not good. Damn, how can he be this strong? Let's attack together and stop him. Otherwise, we will surely die. Boom. After all, they were ninth tier transcendent beings. Seeing Su Chang continue to attack, they immediately reacted, their faces filled with horror as they all struck out. They knew that if they did not join forces, none of them would be a match for Su Chang. Humph. Seeing three ninth tier transcendent beings surrounding him, Su Chang merely sneered. If it were the first time facing three ninth tier transcendent beings at once, Su Chang might have felt a bit flustered. After all, he did not know how strong ninth tier transcendent beings truly were. But now, having already slain two ninth tier transcendent beings, even if his strength was not the strongest, it had given Su Chang enough confidence. Moreover, his martial arts level had risen significantly since just now, and his strength had also increased tremendously, making him even less fearful. Sealing, heaven-cutting finger. This martial technique appeared once again, and now, when unleashed, its power had become incredibly formidable. One finger cuts through heaven, severing yin and yang. But the two ninth tier transcendent beings were caught off guard, and a blood hole instantly appeared on their foreheads, their eyes wide with disbelief and unwillingness. The other ninth tier transcendent barely dodged this fatal blow, but its head was still sheared off halfway by the terrifying force. It was horrified to the extreme, not daring to linger any longer, turning to flee, nearly scared out of its wits. If this strike from Su Chang had occurred in a weaker world, it would have been enough to sever a world. This is the power of this martial technique, with a might akin to divine abilities, even surpassing ordinary martial divine powers. You can't escape. Seeing this ninth tier transcendent fleeing, Su Chang certainly wouldn't let it go. Nine suns burning heaven fist. Boom. Damn it. Stop. Human powerhouse, let's talk, please stop. It's all a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding. No. Damn bastard, if you kill me, my clan's strong ones will definitely take revenge. Boom. Put. This ninth tier transcendent, with its head sheared off halfway and its strength greatly diminished, was no match for Su Chang. Realizing it couldn't escape, it even began to plead for mercy, but that did not make Su Chang stop. To Su Chang, these other worldly beings were merely giant experience packs, and he would show no mercy. If his strength were lacking, these other worldly beings would also show no mercy, capturing him and torturing him for all information about the Blue Star world. Therefore, no matter how much the other party pleaded for mercy, Su Chang would not show any compassion. Everything happened too quickly. From the appearance of these four ninth-tier transcendent beings to their complete annihilation, not even 10 breaths had passed. The terrifying strength displayed by Su Chang once again shocked countless other worldly beings. They had thought that with 4 ninth-tier transcendent beings appearing at once, they could at least contend with Su Chang. They even believed they could suppress Su Chang and capture him completely. But they could never have imagined that in the blink of an eye, Su Chang had effortlessly taken down 4 ninth-tier transcendent beings, as if it were a mere joke. If there were any unaware powerhouses, they might think that these 4 ninth-tier transcendent beings had gone easy or were not truly ninth-tier transcendent beings at all. They're dead, all dead. Why did this happen? These are ninth-tier transcendent beings. In the Void Continent, they are the top-tier powerhouses, yet they were all instantly killed. What kind of strength does this human possess? Even the strongest ninth-tier transcendent beings couldn't possibly kill other ninth-tier transcendent beings like this. So terrifying. Killing ninth-tier transcendent beings. Like slaughtering dogs, this person is too abnormal, simply a monster. It's over. All over, no one can stop him now. My clan is completely doomed. With such strength, doesn't it require an existence above ninth-tier transcendent to suppress him? Countless other worldly beings spoke in horror, their faces displaying unprecedented fear. Similarly, the remaining human powerhouses in the city of Void, who had just arrived, witnessed all of this. Initially, they had planned to act according to the situation. If Su Chang's strength was lacking, they would charge out with all their might and then join forces with Su Chang. If they couldn't break through, they were prepared to fight to the death, no matter what, to ensure that Su Chang faced no unexpected incidents. However, they, along with countless other worldly beings, never expected that Su Chang would be powerful to such an extent that even ninth-tier transcendent beings appeared as weak as chicks before him. At this moment, they were also staring blankly at Su Chang, unable to utter a word in shock. After Su Chang had slain these 4 ninth-tier extraordinary beings, he prepared to continue slaughtering other beings from different realms to further elevate his martial arts level. At the same time, he could wait for other ninth-tier extraordinary beings to arrive. He did not believe that there were only these few ninth-tier extraordinary beings among the forces from other realms. However, just as he was about to take action again, Su Chang was taken aback because he sensed a familiar aura, the unique aura of Blue Star human warriors. Although they were far apart, Su Chang still spotted many human warriors hiding in a corner at a glance. Just from their clothing, it was evident that they were living in dire conditions, many looking quite disheveled, even resembling beggars. Although their auras were not weak, each possessing extraordinary strength, they were not considered the strongest within the Void City. Moreover, for the past 1,000 years, the powerful beings from other realms had been constantly searching for them, making it impossible for them to cultivate in peace or obtain resources. Fortunately, the Void City was large enough that they could hide for over 1,000 years without being completely found. Or rather, 1,000 years ago, the number of surviving human warriors might have been greater, but over the years, many had been discovered by the powerful beings from other realms. However, none of the found human warriors would reveal the hiding places of others, and the final outcome was predictable. No one knew, or could imagine, how these human warriors had managed to endure over the past 1,000 years. Such suffering had lasted for a millennium. What kind of immense willpower was required to sustain them? Yet, at this moment, Su Chang saw no signs of despair in their eyes. Instead, they radiated an unprecedented brilliance. Su Chang knew that he had given them hope. If his strength were not strong enough, and he ended up dying like the previous human warriors or being captured, these human warriors might never be able to sustain their hope again. Like Jing Xiao, they were all waiting for a glimmer of hope to appear. If hope were to shatter again, they truly would not be able to hold on any longer. Whoosh! Su Chang flashed and appeared before these extremely disheveled human warriors. Junior Su Chang, greetings to all the seniors. Su Chang cupped his hands and spoke with utmost respect. Indeed, although his strength was much greater than these human warriors, their spirit was more than enough to earn Su Chang's respect. Alas, we are ashamed, we are not worthy of such great courtesy. We were almost the sinners of Blue Star humanity. Su Chang, you need not do this, your strength far surpasses ours, and there is no need for such formality. We are all long in years but lacking in strength, we truly have no face to meet other human warriors. These human warriors reacted and, seeing Su Chang bow, quickly spoke up. Upon hearing them say this, Su Chang shook his head slightly, not taking it to heart. Now is not the time for such talk. One of my purposes for entering the Void Continent is to rescue all of you seniors. Fortunately, many seniors are still alive, which puts my mind at ease. Additionally, I aim to destroy these forces from other realms and avenge the other fallen human seniors. Su Chang stated. No. Back then, our human forces were very powerful, but they were united and destroyed by them, resulting in so many strong warriors perishing, leaving us to struggle for survival for 1,000 years. Su Chang, you must not take further risks. If they deploy stronger ninth-tier extraordinary beings and surround you, it will be a huge problem. That's right, we don't mind dying, but you must not come to harm. Su Chang, do not take risks. The truly powerful ninth-tier extraordinary beings from those forces have not yet arrived. You should leave with us immediately. There will be plenty of time to seek revenge later. We are very familiar with their strength, especially when united. Take our advice and set aside thoughts of revenge for now, there's no rush. Upon hearing Su Chang's words, everyone began to persuade him. Although they had witnessed Su Chang's ability to instantly kill ninth-tier extraordinary beings, there had been plenty of ninth-tier extraordinary beings among the human forces in the past. Moreover, those were all top-tier among the ninth-tier extraordinary. Yet in the end, they were still destroyed by the united forces of various otherworldly powers, and none of those ninth-tier extraordinary beings survived. If even one or two had managed to survive, they wouldn't have been living like beggars for the past 1,000 years. They could have broken free long ago and had no need to be trapped in the City of Void. The bottom line was that no matter how strong Su Chang was, he couldn't stop the endless stream of ninth-tier extraordinary beings, which they understood. The few ninth-tier extraordinary beings Su Chang had slain could only be considered average in strength. It's fine, fellow seniors, don't worry, I have my own plans. Even if I ultimately cannot win, I want to leave. No matter how many ninth-tier extraordinary beings there are, they won't be able to stop me. Su Chang remained resolute in his decision despite the human warrior's attempts to dissuade him. Moreover, he was not reckless, he understood his own strength. There's no need for further discussion, seniors. This is not the time to linger. Since you are all here, take this opportunity to leave the City of Void first. There is another senior in another location. I have met him before, and where he is now is very safe. You should go and meet up with him. I will handle everything here. Once things are settled, I will reunite with you all and return to the Blue Star World. Seeing that these human warriors wanted to say more, Su Chang directly interrupted them. As he spoke, he pressed his hand to his forehead, imprinting the hiding location of Jing Shao and the route to get there, handing it to an elder at the forefront. Well, alright then. Be careful. If you find yourself outmatched, don't be stubborn. Their world has developed for much longer than ours, and the number of strong beings is overwhelming. The elder saw this and said no more. He could tell they could not dissuade Su Chang. If their strength had been sufficient, they could have forcibly taken Su Chang away, but unfortunately, none of them were his match. Moreover, at their level of strength, they all knew that no one was reckless. Previously, both the otherworldly beings and they thought Su Chang was very reckless, knowing full well that the City of Void was already surrounded by a web of traps, yet he still came. The result, however, was that Su Chang was not reckless but had absolute confidence in his ability to slay all otherworldly strong beings. Watching the group of human warriors leave, Su Chang felt even less worried. If they had tried to escape earlier, they would not have made it out, as there were a large number of 7th and 8th tier extraordinary beings, which was still part of the distinction. But now, they had been completely wiped out by Su Chang, and with him here, no otherworldly strong beings dared to obstruct them. Since we have already made it into the City of Void, we should first gather the resources from those otherworldly forces and eliminate them. With this thought, Su Chang casually grabbed a few otherworldly beings and, after learning where these powerful forces were located, quickly set off. Not to mention the numerous resources, the quantity of source crystal stones was certainly considerable. After slaying so many otherworldly beings, Su Chang had not obtained many source crystal stones, but those otherworldly forces must have source crystal stones in their strongholds within the City of Void. Now that even 9th tier extraordinary beings were no match for him, he naturally had to find a way to continue enhancing his strength. Moreover, Su Chang swiftly killed 5 9th tier extraordinary beings one after another, and the other 9th tier extraordinary beings from different realms could not possibly be unaware of this news. Therefore, the 9th tier extraordinary beings from other realms would no longer appear recklessly. They had to replan their strategy to encircle Su Chang, and they needed to unite once again, otherwise, a few isolated 9th tier extraordinary beings would be utterly powerless against him. It could be said that in the eyes of these otherworldly forces, the threat posed by Su Chang was even greater than the forces developed by human martial artists 1,000 years ago. Indeed, as Su Chang advanced, he encountered no 9th tier extraordinary beings. 9 Suns Burning Heaven Fist. Boom! Congratulations! Your martial arts level has risen to 43 million. Congratulations! Your martial arts level has risen to 45 million. Wherever Su Chang went, chaos ensued, no one could stop him. Countless beings from other realms fled in panic, their hearts filled with dread. In the eyes of these otherworldly beings, the once stable and peaceful Void City had been completely ruined by Su Chang. He was like a demon, wantonly slaughtering various beings from other realms. Demon! Great demon! These humans from the Blue Star world are the unstable factor. The chaos 1,000 years ago was because of them, and now another demon has appeared, killing us on sight, and we haven't provoked them. Heavens! Who will suppress him? If this person does not die, Void City will never know peace again. Damn humans, you will meet a terrible end, I curse you. It's all ruined, everything is ruined. The foundation of my clan built over thousands of years has been destroyed by him. Retreat! Quickly retreat! We can no longer stay in Void City unless this person is suppressed. Madman, simply a madman. My clan has no dealings with your human forces, yet you've killed all of us, beast. Bastard. Go kill the other races that have grievances with you. The events of 1,000 years ago have nothing to do with us. This damned one, does he intend to destroy Void City before he stops? Within Su Chang's attack range, the fleeing beings from other realms all shouted in anger. Su Chang's power was terrifying. With a casual strike, he could cause widespread destruction. Many beings from other realms had painstakingly built their forces, only to have them obliterated by Su Chang, with all their kin perishing. How could they not be furious? But what good was their anger? No one was. A match for Su Chang, even if they had 9th tier extraordinary strength, who could guarantee they could suppress him? Several 9th tier extraordinary beings had previously been easily crushed by Su Chang. An isolated 9th tier extraordinary being, upon seeing Su Chang, would likely think of fleeing first. Who would dare to confront him? Previously, Void City was stable, and there weren't many beings from other realms causing trouble. Those who dared to disrupt the peace would be suppressed by powerful beings. Moreover, the strongest forces were united in their management, preventing any large-scale conflicts. Over time, countless beings from other realms felt that there were places in Void City where actions should be prohibited. Gradually, Void City became a safe zone. But now it was different. Su Chang had come for revenge, and there was no one who could stand against him. He slaughtered beings from other realms with impunity, and no one could control him, let alone suppress him. 8 parts Dragon God's Fury. Roar. Put. Beast. Damn humans, you will not have a good ending. Wait for the strong ones from my clan to arrive, that will be your death. Day. The power of my clan is beyond what you indigenous humans can imagine. When we descend upon your world, we will surely slaughter all of you indigenous humans clean. Indigenous humans, the fate of my lineage will be your fate in the future. Haha. The first to bear the brunt were the Minotaurs in the City of Void. Their stronghold was quickly located by Su Chang, who then began the slaughter. The treasure vault is here, and indeed there are quite a few resources, and source crystals, so many. After eliminating all the members of the Minotaur clan, Su Chang found their treasure vault. This vault was large, filled with a substantial amount of resources, clearly of high quality. Although Su Chang couldn't use them, he decided to take everything anyway. In addition, there were a large number of source crystals. Su Chang estimated there were at least several million. It should be noted that source crystals are relatively scarce in any world, even in the Void continent, where they serve as hard currency but have significant purchasing power. Of course, the stock of source crystals in the Minotaur clan's vault wasn't particularly large, but they did have industries, and source crystals needed to circulate. Su Chang had no intention of taking their industries and selling them off slowly. He simply didn't have the time. As long as he could find the existing source crystals, that would suffice. Moreover, besides the Minotaur clan's otherworldly forces, there were otherworldly powers as well. The vault was soon completely looted by Su Chang, who then left immediately, not because he feared reinforcements, but because he didn't want to waste time. While Su Chang continued to annihilate various forces within the City of Void and plunder their treasure vaults, the Minotaurs and others in their respective worlds had already received the news. Arrogant. Too arrogant. Daring to destroy our Minotaur clan's forces is simply seeking death. A mere indigenous human, no matter how strong, can we really fear him? Does he think that by killing a few 9th tier transcendent beings he can consider himself invincible? It seems they have forgotten the lessons from 1,000 years ago so quickly. This time, we must make them pay an even heavier price. Some powerful Minotaurs roared in anger, their eyes filled with bloodthirsty killing intent. What's important now is how to capture this person alive. He must have a great secret. According to the news from the Void continent, this person only appears to be at the peak of the martial god realm, which is merely equivalent to our 9th tier peak. Yet the power he displays is so bizarre that even 9th tier transcendent beings can be slain, and he possesses no power of the laws, which is very strange. I believe the secret of this indigenous human must be related to that item from the Blue Star world. A terrifying 9th tier transcendent Minotaur narrowed his eyes slightly, a hint of killing intent flowing as he spoke calmly. Now, due to Su Chang's actions, the meeting gathering the powerful beings from these otherworldly forces would naturally not be simple. Each of these otherworldly powers was a 9th tier transcendent being, and they were all among the best of the 9th tier transcendent ranks. They were the most core part of each world, fully aware of any secrets and matters within their own worlds. They were also well aware of the treasure known as the Heart of the Realm that was born in the Blue Star world. According to records, if that item is born in a world, there is a high probability that this world will give rise to a variable, or rather, an unprecedented genius. This human's strength is unknown, yet his combat power is so bizarre. It must be related to the birth of that item. He is a variable, a peerless genius from the Blue Star world. Indeed, as far as we know, there have already been no less than 10 worlds that have given birth to that item. Unfortunately, those worlds are too powerful, and no one dares to provoke them. It is simply impossible to seize that item. The opportunities involved with that item are too significant, surpassing any kind of supreme treasure. We absolutely cannot miss it. I think there's no need for further discussion. This person must be captured. Once they leave the Void continent, we will never have another chance. We cannot hold back, my lords. The divine beings have already made it clear, if we do not capture this person, we will not return. My ancestors have promised that as long as we capture this person, when we seize that item in our world, we will be resurrected when the eternal divine tree appears. In that case, let's mobilize everyone and ensure we capture this person at all costs. The highest echelons of the Bullhead clan's world quickly made a decision. All 9th tier extraordinary beings in their world would be dispatched to the Void continent to capture Su Chang. This was not only to avoid further mistakes but also because they no longer wished to ally with other foreign powers. Previously, they had joined forces with other world powers to deal with the human forces in the Void City, mainly because they were not entirely sure of the situation's authenticity. But now it was different. From Su Chang, they had completely confirmed that a treasure like the Heart of the Realm had indeed been born in the Blue Star World. Otherwise, such a powerful being would not have appeared. Since a powerful being like Su Chang had emerged in the Blue Star World, it must be related to the Heart of the Realm. Capturing Su Chang would not only allow them to extract the coordinates of the Blue Star World but also gain more from him. In other words, capturing Su Chang alive would be equivalent to obtaining most of the opportunities, increasing their chances of seizing the Heart of the Realm. Moreover, this was their last chance, so they had to ensure absolute success. Not only the Bullhead clan's world but also other powerful worlds quickly made the decision to capture Su Chang at all costs, dispatching a large number, even all, of their 9th-tier extraordinary beings to the Void City. If it weren't for the divine beings in their worlds being unable to enter the Void Continent, they would have sent divine beings directly to suppress and capture Su Chang alive. Meanwhile, during this time, due to Su Chang's rampant slaughter, countless foreign powers had been destroyed, and the vast Void City was becoming increasingly chaotic. Su Chang's martial arts level was also skyrocketing daily. As for how much experience he could gain from slaying an extraordinary level foreign being, Su Chang had grown too lazy to care. Congratulations! Your martial arts level has risen to 48 million. Congratulations! Your martial arts level has risen to 50 million. At this moment, his martial arts level had smoothly broken through to 50 million, which was expected, and Su Chang felt no surprise. Martial arts level has reached 50 million. Martial arts realm has reached High Martial God, unlocking the third martial arts divine ability. Another prompt sounded, and Su Chang was only slightly surprised. Having wiped out several foreign powers, I now have quite a few source crystals. It's about time to level up. Upon hearing that he could unlock the third martial arts divine ability, Su Chang thought to himself. He had originally intended to do this, as even if he didn't refresh his martial arts divine abilities, it was time to enhance his talent traits. During this time, his martial arts level had risen rapidly, leaving him no time to upgrade these, and he also didn't have many source crystals. Now, whether upgrading talent traits or refreshing martial arts divine abilities, the amount of source crystals required was enormous. Hundreds of thousands, even millions of source crystals would likely be depleted after just a few upgrades. However, during this time, he had stormed into the Void City, annihilated several powerful foreign powers, and looted their resources, allowing Su Chang to gain a lot and have enough source crystals to upgrade these. Well, as usual, I'll first upgrade the second talent trait. In the City of Void, after finding a safe place, Su Chang began his enhancement. In Su Chang's view, the second talent characteristic was the fastest way to increase strength, as every 100 levels of enhancement would grant an additional boost to all attributes. Currently, this second talent characteristic had been enhanced to provide an extra plus 200 points to all attributes for every 100 levels. Calculating it out, it was equivalent to increasing all attributes by 3 points for every level gained in martial arts. During this time, while his martial arts level increased, his total martial arts attributes, which represented his strength, rose even faster, and this was the reason why. Therefore, once he had source crystal stones, Su Chang's first priority for enhancement was this second talent characteristic. Consume 10,000 source crystal stones to increase all attributes by an additional plus 201 points. Su Chang first tried to enhance it a bit, feeling that the consumption was acceptable, so he continued to enhance. Not bad, let's raise it to plus 300 points and see if I have enough source crystal stones? Seeing this consumption, Su Chang felt it was feasible. Consume 10,000 source crystal stones to increase all attributes by an additional plus 210 points. With 100,000 source crystal stones, he could increase by plus 10 points, and Su Chang was very satisfied. Onward. Consume 30,000 source crystal stones to increase all attributes by an additional plus 211 points. The consumption continued to rise, but not by much, and Su Chang could still accept it, especially since he had a considerable number of source crystal stones on hand. Soon, 300,000 source crystal stones raised it to plus 220 points. The subsequent enhancements followed suit, costing 500,000 source crystal stones to here plus 230 points. Then it was 700,000, 900,000, 1,100,000. Until finally, with 2 million source crystal stones, the second talent characteristic was enhanced to provide an additional plus 300 points to all attributes for every 100 levels. This enhancement cost Su Chang a total of 10,100,000 source crystal stones. If he had just entered the City of Void, this amount of source crystal stones would have been unimaginable. However, after plundering several other worldly forces' treasuries, 10 million source crystal stones were no longer a big deal. Although he still had quite a few source crystal stones left, Su Chang decided to set aside the enhancement of the second talent characteristic for now, as there were other areas that needed improvement. If he still had a good number of source crystal stones left in the end, he could come back to enhance this talent characteristic later. Next up was the third martial arts talent characteristic. Consume 8,000 source crystal stones to increase martial arts level by an additional 1.8%. Consume 10,000 source crystal stones to increase martial arts level by an additional 2%. The consumption for this talent characteristic was now quite low for Su Chang. Previously, he felt that tens of thousands of source crystal stones were a lot, but they could only enhance a few times. This time, the source crystal stones he had were definitely enough for a significant increase. Consume 20,000 source crystal stones to increase martial arts level by an additional 2.1%. Su Chang? Hearing the prompt, Su Chang was momentarily stunned. Based on the previous consumption, he thought the next enhancement would cost around 10,000, but he didn't expect it to jump directly to 20,000 source crystal stones. However, Su Chang didn't dwell on it too much and continued enhancing, thinking he would deal with the lack of source crystal stones later. Next came the consumption of 30,000, 40,000, and so on, until the cost for one enhancement reached 400,000 source crystal stones. He had spent over 8 million source crystal stones before he finally stopped. At this point, the martial arts level had been increased by an additional 5%. The main reason was that once it exceeded 3%, the consumption doubled again. Otherwise, with over 8 million source crystal stones, he could have enhanced it a few more times. The subsequent enhancements, of course, were even more substantial, with each enhancement costing over 400,000 or even more. Su Chang hadn't tried it, but the consumption would definitely be considerable. Now, the second and third talent traits have consumed over 18 million source crystal stones in total. Being able to enhance so many times, Su Chang is still quite satisfied. However, the enhancement of the third talent trait has temporarily stopped. After all, continuing to enhance, even to an additional plus 6%, would require several million source crystal stones. Currently, for every 1 million levels enhanced, the martial arts level increases by an additional 5%, and it does not occur simultaneously with the second talent trait can be enhanced. Next comes the refresh of the divine abilities. The first martial arts divine ability, Law of Heaven and Earth, Su Chang naturally keeps, as this martial arts divine ability is quite powerful. With the increase in martial arts level, the body that performs the law of heaven and earth grows taller. Now that the martial arts level has surpassed 50 million, it means that after Su Chang performs the law of heaven and earth, his body has already reached 50,000 zheng. Refresh. Consume 100 source crystal stones. Second martial arts divine ability refreshed successfully. Divine foot technique. Consume 100 source crystal stones. Second martial arts divine ability refreshed successfully. Yin Yang I. The divine abilities that started to refresh are, like the first martial arts divine ability, mostly ordinary martial arts divine abilities, many of which are the same. Last time, it took 50,000 source crystal stones to refresh the law of heaven and earth, which was considered quite lucky. However, just like martial arts divine abilities and exclusive martial skills, the later ones require exponentially increasing consumption to refresh good divine abilities or martial skills, even dozens of times the consumption. Especially for martial arts divine abilities, as they are much stronger than martial skills, the consumption is even more significant. 10,000 source crystal stones. 50,000 source crystal stones. Soon, the refresh consumed over 50,000 source crystal stones, but still did not yield a martial arts talent that satisfied Su Chang. This level of consumption is nothing. After all, enhancing the two talent traits earlier had already consumed over 18 million source crystal stones, so these tens of thousands of consumption really don't count for much. Meanwhile, as Su Chang enhances his various abilities, a large number of 9th-tier extraordinary beings from other worlds continuously pour into the Void Continent. The entire Void Continent seems to be shrouded in a haze, with countless beings from other realms having a premonition that a tremendous change, unprecedented in history, may occur on the Void Continent. At this moment, the group of human martial artists rescued by Su Chang from the City of Void have all found the underground cave where Jing Xiao is hiding, according to the positions given by Su Chang. Seniors, you are still alive. It's so good to see you, so good. Jing Xiao was extremely excited upon seeing this group of human martial artists, nearly moved to tears. But from his address, it was clear that this group of human martial artists were of a much older generation or age than Jing Xiao. Jing Xiao, you are still alive. I thought you. 1,000 years, a full 1,000 years. I never expected we would have a day to meet again. 1,000 years ago, our human forces were so powerful, with strong warriors emerging one after another, but now only we old bones are left. We owe it to those fallen comrades, we cannot avenge them at all. Many of them were equally surprised to see Jing Xiao, but more were filled with sighs. After 1,000 years, they had no idea how they had managed to survive. Jing Xiao and the group of human martial artists were momentarily at a loss for words. Seniors, how did you find this place? After a long while, Jing Xiao broke the silence and asked. Although he had guessed some things, he mainly wanted to know about Su Chang's situation since he had not seen him. It was Su Chang who rescued us, the elder at the forefront explained. So soon? Didn't those powerful forces have anyone guarding outside the City of Void? Jing Xiao was taken aback upon hearing this. The hiding place here is still quite far from the City of Void, and since it is a hiding spot, the information is naturally limited. Although Jingxiao has sent Jingxiang and some of her kin to gather intelligence outside, their strength is simply too low. Moreover, Su Chang's speed in slaying numerous powerful beings from other realms is too fast. They simply cannot learn of these events in time to reach Jingxiao. Of course there are, and not a small number. In just one area, there are over 100 8th-tier extraordinary beings. But the result is that these 8th-tier extraordinary beings were all crushed to death by Su Chang in just a few moves. Later on, even 9th-tier extraordinary beings appeared, yet they were still no match for Su Chang and were killed with a flip of his hand. He directly stormed into the City of Void, and then we met him. The only reason we could find this place is that Su Chang informed us, one of the human warriors explained. But when he mentioned Su Chang, the shock on his face seemed to linger, especially when he thought about how Su Chang had crushed those 4 9th-tier extraordinary beings in just a few moves. The horror in his heart was even more intense than before. What? Even 9th-tier extraordinary beings were killed by him in an instant? Jingxiao was equally shocked to the extreme after hearing this. He had previously heard that Su Chang could kill 8th-tier extraordinary beings, which had already left him unable to estimate Su Chang's true strength. When he first met Su Chang, he thought Su Chang was merely a 3rd-tier extraordinary being. Then, after Su Chang left, he quickly learned from Jingxiang that Su Chang could slay 8th-tier extraordinary beings, which left him even more astonished. But now, receiving even more shocking news from these human warriors, that Su Chang could even kill 9th-tier extraordinary beings, no, crush them, was a completely different outcome. And one must understand that the gap between 8th-tier and 9th-tier extraordinary beings is very clear to them. While he was still in shock, Jingxiao's expression suddenly changed again, filled with extreme anxiety. When Su Chang left here, he mentioned that this time he was going to the City of Void to rescue other human warriors trapped inside. Jingxiao had thought that after rescuing them, Su Chang would return with these people. This would have put Jingxiao's mind at ease, especially after learning from Jingxiang that Su Chang could slay 8th-tier extraordinary beings. He felt the chances of rescuing the human warriors were quite high. However, at this moment, these human warriors had seen that Su Chang had indeed done it, but Jingxiao never expected that Su Chang would not return with them. He didn't want Su Chang to take risks because he knew how great Su Chang's potential was and how quickly he was growing. He felt that even if all these human warriors died, it shouldn't put Su Chang in danger. But he couldn't stop Su Chang. He could only urge him to be extremely careful. The people were rescued, but what if something happened to Su Chang? That would be disastrous. One could say that Jingxiao understood Su Chang's situation better than anyone else in this void continent. Because of this, now that he had not seen Su Chang return, he had already begun to feel panic. Other beings from different realms did not know Su Chang's situation, but the strength Su Chang displayed would definitely raise suspicions. And once the forces from other realms began to speculate, they would inevitably send even more terrifying and numerous powerful beings to hunt down Su Chang. Indeed, Jingxiao now knew that Su Chang could crush 9th-tier extraordinary beings, but what if many forces from other realms mobilized hundreds or even thousands of 9th-tier extraordinary beings? Unless one's strength has surpassed the 9th-tier extraordinary level, there is absolutely no 9th-tier extraordinary powerhouse who can withstand the siege of hundreds or thousands of other 9th-tier extraordinary beings, no matter how strong that individual may be. But if one's strength has surpassed the 9th-tier extraordinary level, how could they enter the void continent? Therefore, Jingxiao suddenly realized that Su Chang's strength was definitely at the 9th-tier extraordinary level, and it was also very powerful. It was no problem for him to crush 3 or 4 9th-tier extraordinary powerhouses. But facing thousands of 9th-tier extraordinary powerhouses? That would definitely not be a match. At this moment, Jingxiao's heart shifted from shock to terror. Anyone could die, they all could die, but Su Chang absolutely must not come to harm. Where is Su Chang? Why hasn't he returned? When will he be back? Is he behind you? Jingxiao questioned anxiously, no longer caring whether these people were his seniors. Jingxiao, what's wrong? Su Chang is still in the City of Void. When we left, he said he had some things to do and would return once he was done, another human powerhouse replied, puzzled. The others also looked confused, noticing the urgency on Jingxiao's face. Alas, how foolish. You should have brought him back with you. He absolutely cannot be in danger. Even if we all die, Su Chang must not come to harm. If anything happens to him, the hope of our Blue Star world will be completely severed, and the fortune of the entire Blue Star world will dissipate. At that time, the consequence awaiting the human warriors of our Blue Star world will be total annihilation. Hearing the explanation, Jingxiao pounded his chest and exclaimed, no! I must take Su Chang away immediately. He cannot stay in the void continent any longer. With that thought, Jingxiao disregarded the others and turned to leave, heading to the City of Void to find Su Chang. Jingxiao, calm down for a moment. What exactly is going on? You need to explain clearly so we can think of a solution. The elder at the forefront immediately stopped Jingxiao, softly reprimanding him. Yes, Jingxiao, first clarify the situation. You're getting anxious alone, and we're all in the dark. Calm down first, your strength is only at the first tier extraordinary level, and it's too late to go to the City of Void now. Yes, tell us everything as it is, so we can discuss it together. It's better than you being anxious alone. The other human powerhouses also began to persuade him. The situation is like this, once you hear it, you'll understand why Su Chang absolutely cannot be in danger. Jingxiao then recounted everything about Su Chang to the crowd, including some of his speculations. The most critical point, of course, was Su Chang's age, and the time he had spent cultivating. Even in light of the current crisis facing Blue Star, Jingxiao merely brushed over it, because in his view, the importance of the Blue Star world was not as significant as that of Su Chang. Su Chang was the son of fortune for the Blue Star world. If the Blue Star world perished but the son of fortune remained, there would still be hope. But if the son of fortune were to die, then all hope would be lost. Even if the Blue Star world did not face destruction, the death of the son of fortune would lead to its rapid decline. Soon, as they listened to Jingxiao, the group of human powerhouses became increasingly horrified. Su Chang was only about 18 years old? He had only been cultivating for about 2 years since awakening? In just 2 years, he had reached a level capable of slaying 9th-tier extraordinary powerhouses? Initially, Jingxiao had speculated that Su Chang's true strength was around the 3rd-tier extraordinary level. Reaching the 3rd-tier extraordinary level in 2 years was already astonishing. Not to mention, the strength Su Chang was currently displaying, capable of instantaneously killing 9th-tier extraordinary beings. What a terrifying and fearsome thing this was. The group of human powerhouses rescued by Su Chang were completely dumbfounded after hearing everything. 18 years old? He's only 18? In just 2 years, he actually reached the 9th tier of the extraordinary. My god. The child of destiny, you're right, Su Chang, he is definitely the child of destiny. Confused. So confused. How could he take such risks? Why didn't anyone say this earlier? How could this guy be so clueless? No. We must take Su Chang away immediately. Even if he doesn't want to leave, we have to force him out. He can't stay in the Void City. In an instant, this group of human powerhouses began to pound their chests and stomp their feet. They were also filled with terror inside. If what Jingxiao said was true, then Su Chang absolutely could not be in danger. Otherwise, they would be the sinners of the Blue Star humans. To save their group of ancestors who were barely hanging on, and to let such a monstrous child of destiny perish, they would never be able to atone for their sins, even if they died 1,000 times, 10,000 times. Calm down. Everyone, calm down. The elder at the forefront, though equally anxious, was the strongest and the most qualified, so he was able to quickly regain his composure and take charge of the situation. Looking at the group of people who were like directionless flies, the elder scolded them. Upon hearing the elder's reprimand, the crowd gradually quieted down. After all, their strength was not low, and they certainly had the composure that should come with it. They were just momentarily thrown into disarray after hearing Jing Zhao's words. After all, the shock caused by Su Chang's information was simply too intense. Such a child of destiny absolutely could not be allowed to come to harm. Su Chang mentioned before that he wanted to settle accounts with those otherworldly forces, and he must have thought that those forces would have reinforcements coming. He told us to leave. First, definitely not wanting us to hold him back. Moreover, you all saw Su Chang's strength. Ordinary 9th-tier extraordinary beings are simply no match for him. This means that even if he is besieged by a group of 9th-tier extraordinary powerhouses, as long as he doesn't get entangled in battle, he should be able to break through without any issues. If we go to support him now, we won't make it in time, and besides, we can't really help much at this moment. However, we still need to return to the Void City to persuade Su Chang to leave. It would be even better if we can make it in time. But we can't all rush over. If we get caught by those other worldly powerhouses and used to threaten Su Chang, the consequences would be even more unbearable for us. Let the old man and Yuan Tian go. We are the two strongest, and once we arrive, we can help a bit. You all stay here. The elder scanned the crowd and said solemnly, his face filled with determination. Elder Longju, take a few more with you, we can help too. As soon as the elder finished speaking, someone requested. Yes, Elder Longju, we're not afraid of death. We've lived this long, but because of us, Su Chang is in danger. Even if we survive, we won't be at ease. Elder, take us with you. Elder Longju, we'll advance and retreat together. Even if we all die in battle, we must bring Su Chang out of the Void City. Others also chimed in, asking to be taken along. Knowing that someone had come to rescue them and that they had finally left the place where they had been trapped for over 1,000 years, they were initially very happy. But after learning about Su Chang's situation, they now felt immense guilt, wishing they had fought and died alongside their former companions earlier. To have caused such a peerless prodigy, the child of destiny of the Blue Star world, to fall into danger, even possibly perish, made them the sinners of the Blue Star world. Thinking of this, they wished they could directly take their own lives to atone. Alright, I understand your determination, but right now we can't be of any help. It's enough for me and Yuan Tian to persuade Su Chang to leave. This matter is settled, you don't need to say more. Faced with the crowd's requests, the elder Longju did not waver in his decision. Longju's authority was still present, and seeing him so resolute, the crowd fell silent. After all these years, most of their decisions had been made under Longju's guidance. Time is of the essence. Yuan Tian, let's go. We will return to the Void City at full speed. Okay. Longju called to Yuan Tian beside him, and the two quickly departed. The crowd watched as Longju and Yuan Tian left, silently praying that nothing would happen to them or Su Chang. At this moment, Su Chang was still refreshing his martial arts abilities. Consume 100 Source Crystal Stones. Second martial arts ability refreshed successfully. Wind Control. Consume 100 Source Crystal Stones. Second martial arts ability refreshed successfully. Transport. 500,000 Source Crystal Stones. That's right, amidst the frenzied refreshing, the consumption of Source Crystal Stones had unknowingly reached 500,000 compared to the first martial arts ability, which cost 50,000 Source Crystal Stones. This consumption was 10 times greater. But after all, luck wouldn't always be this good. Martial arts abilities were much stronger than martial skills. Previously, when Su Chang refreshed an SSS level martial skill, the number of Source Crystal Stones consumed was considerable, let alone for martial arts abilities. Keep going. Keep going. Su Chang felt no pain in his heart. After all, he had enough Source Crystal Stones on him, which gave him confidence. He didn't believe that with nearly 10 million Source Crystal Stones left, he couldn't refresh a good martial arts ability. 1 million Source Crystal Stones. 3 million Source Crystal Stones. Consume 100 Source Crystal Stones. Third martial arts ability refreshed successfully. Kunping Devouring Technique. Hearing the newly refreshed martial arts ability, Su Chang's eyes lit up. Kunping, one of the ancient fierce beasts, was renowned for its speed and devouring ability, making it an extremely powerful creature. Great! This will be the second one, Su Chang said excitedly. Although he wanted to immediately test this newly refreshed martial arts ability on other beings in the Void City, he held back. With a few million Source Crystal Stones left, he wanted to refresh the third martial arts ability. It would be best if he could get a satisfactory one, but if not, he would have to wait until later. Consume 100 Source Crystal Stones. Third martial arts ability refreshed successfully. Summoning Technique. Consume 100 Source Crystal Stones. Third martial arts ability refreshed successfully. Yin Yang Ai. Meanwhile, shortly after Su Chang refreshed to satisfactory second martial arts ability, powerful beings from other realms began to emerge in waves across the Void Continent. Each of them possessed extraordinary strength at the 9th tier. Some wielded rare powers of laws, exuding terrifying auras, while others mastered 2 or even 3 types of law powers. Even if they were just ordinary, they were still extremely formidable. These powerful beings from other realms had developed their worlds far longer than the Blue Star world, so naturally, strong individuals emerged one after another. Some even surpassed the 9th tier of extraordinary existence. However, the Blue Star world had yet to produce such powerful beings, and the gap was not small at all. Hurry! Immediately head to the Void City and capture that native human. We must not let beings from other worlds get ahead of us. Move at full speed. Those who can't keep up, follow behind. This time, all 9th tier extraordinary beings from our world will be deployed. We must let the native human see just how great the gap between our worlds is. Kill. Suppress the native human. Hundreds and thousands of 9th tier extraordinary beings marched grandly towards the City of Void, such a spectacle that the other beings in the Void Continent changed their expressions drastically upon seeing it. Originally, 9th tier extraordinary beings were the pinnacle existence on the Void Continent. The appearance of any one of them was enough to intimidate an area. Now, with so many 9th tier extraordinary beings gathering their explosive momentum, it was simply unimaginable. What's going on? How did so many 9th tier extraordinary beings suddenly appear? My goodness. We usually don't see even one, and now there are so many? What on earth has happened? They must be going to capture that indigenous human. The secrets on that person seem particularly significant. Come on, to capture one indigenous human, is it really necessary to mobilize so many 9th tier extraordinary beings? These 9th tier extraordinary beings could easily flatten the entire City of Void. So powerful. It's truly too powerful to have so many 9th tier extraordinary beings in one world. How strong is that? It's likely that not only the 9th tier extraordinary beings from this world are mobilizing, but many from other worlds will also be involved. This isn't just about suppressing the indigenous humans, it's about competing with the powerful from other worlds. If a battle breaks out in the City of Void, wouldn't that mean the city would be completely destroyed? Hard to say. With so many 9th tier extraordinary beings taking action, the destructive power is unimaginable. Whether the City of Void will be obliterated this time is truly uncertain. Many beings from other worlds had already guessed that the mobilization of so many 9th tier extraordinary beings was to capture Su Chang. After all, the major events happening in the City of Void during this time were all caused by Su Chang. 2 million Source Crystals. 5 million Source Crystals. Consumed 100 Source Crystals. The third martial arts divine ability refresh successful. Consumed 100 Source Crystals. The third martial arts divine ability refresh successful. Not long after, all the remaining source crystals on Su Chang had been completely consumed, yet the third martial arts divine ability did not refresh into something satisfactory. As expected, the later it gets, the harder it is to get a good martial arts divine ability, and the consumption increases just like refreshing martial skills. Su Chang couldn't help but sigh. But having already consumed over 6 million source crystals, it felt a bit unwilling to give up now, yet he had less than 100 source crystals left. The several other worldly forces he had previously wiped out had looted nearly 30 million source crystals, and the 2 talent traits consumed over 18 million, while refreshing the martial arts divine ability cost around 10 million. Since it's not enough, then let's continue to eliminate other worldly forces and loot their resources and wealth. With a sense of unwillingness, a cold light burst forth in Su Chang's eyes again. He had indeed thought that if the third martial arts divine ability didn't refresh satisfactorily, he would temporarily stop, but now he thought differently. If he were in the Blue Star world and ran out of money, Su Chang wouldn't resort to such acts of killing and extermination. But this was the Void Continent, a place where countless beings from other worlds resided, so he had no such concerns. Regardless of whether there were grievances, he would just rob them directly. Just in time to try the second martial arts divine ability. The speed should be much faster than before. Thinking of this, Su Chang stood up directly, preparing to exit his seclusion. Due to this period of seclusion, countless beings from other worlds in the City of Void had become somewhat puzzled. Wherever Su Chang had passed, it was a scene of suffering, but why had he suddenly disappeared? Where did that human-killing god suddenly go? Has he run away? Who knows? After wiping out several powerful forces and looting all their resources, that human seems to have evaporated. He must have escaped. The powerful beings from those forces definitely won't let him go. He must have guessed that after looting a large batch of resources, he should escape. There are rumors that many powerful beings from various worlds have mobilized, as if they have dispatched a large number of 9th-tier extraordinary beings to suppress this person. Is that true? How could there be so many 9th-tier extraordinary beings in those worlds? In my world, there are no more than a handful of 9th-tier extraordinary beings. That's not comparable. Take the Minotaur clan, one of the strongest forces in the City of Void. They have existed for millions of years and have dominated the world for over 100,000 years, with countless powerful beings in their clan. Don't even mention a large group of 9th-tier extraordinary beings. There are even existences above the 9th tier, and quite a few of them. If it weren't for the fact that the Void Continent cannot allow beings of that level to enter, they would have come long ago. Terrifying. It's terrifying. A single race with thousands of extraordinary beings is already incredible, let alone hundreds or thousands of 9th-tier extraordinary beings. It's unimaginable how strong they must be. So, this indigenous human isn't a fool. He will definitely escape before a large number of 9th-tier extraordinary beings arrive. Otherwise, he would only have a dead end. Damn it! This bastard has killed so many living beings. My clan, which has no grievances with him, has lost tens of thousands, and he actually managed to escape. Exactly. These indigenous humans are no good. Look at how they have turned the City of Void into chaos. It was so much better before. If there were that many 9th-tier extraordinary beings in my world, we would have sent a group to directly crush that indigenous human. The City of Void is in turmoil. The indigenous humans are truly a great disaster. During Su Chang's retreat, countless beings from other realms, having not seen him slaughtering everywhere, all rushed out and began to discuss, but most were cursing Su Chang. They believed that Su Chang must have fled and did not dare to continue staying in the City of Void. The City of Void is vast, and there are definitely more 9th-tier extraordinary beings than the few Su Chang has killed. They have not appeared, simply believing they cannot defeat Su Chang, but they are not anxious because they have already notified the powerful beings in their respective worlds. They received the news that all 9th-tier extraordinary beings in their worlds have mobilized to suppress Su Chang and have already entered the Void Continent, soon to arrive at the City of Void. This news left these 9th-tier extraordinary beings in shock and excitement. They did not expect that the powerful beings in their worlds would place such a terrifying level of importance on Su Chang. To mobilize all 9th-tier extraordinary beings from an entire world to suppress a single indigenous human is hard for them to believe. But they also felt proud inside, as this is the confidence of their world, far beyond what ordinary worlds can compare to. This indigenous human has not escaped the City of Void. It's coming soon. Our clan's large group of 9th-tier extraordinary beings is about to arrive. Ha ha, let the countless forces of the Void Continent see how powerful my world is. Not good, damn it, his aura has appeared again. It's still coming this way. Could it be trying to destroy our force? This 9th-tier extraordinary being, who had just been smiling and very happy, suddenly changed its expression upon sensing Su Chang's aura. Moreover, in its perception, Su Chang's speed was incredibly fast, even surpassing that of any 9th-tier extraordinary being. Soon, it saw a scene that it would never forget for the rest of its life. Why did it suddenly get dark? Suddenly, countless beings from other realms in this area felt an unexpected darkness before their eyes, instantly filled with astonishment. Dark? But where does the sky in the Void Continent get dark? However, when they looked up, they saw an incredibly massive beast, resembling a giant bird, exuding a terrifying aura. rapidly approaching them. What is that?" an otherworldly being exclaimed in horror. Before the beings below could react, the beast in the sky opened its enormous mouth and inhaled, and then countless otherworldly beings were seen being sucked into its maw. This beast was the Kunping that Su Cheng had transformed into. Although this martial arts technique was called the Kunping devouring technique, after it was executed, it could also transform into a Kunping, just like its true form. The simplest method of attack was to directly swallow, devouring these otherworldly beings to convert them into experience points for Su Cheng's martial arts level. Wow! This is amazing. It's even more than the number of otherworldly beings I killed directly with martial skills. At this moment, Su Cheng was even more exhilarated. Watching countless otherworldly beings being sucked into its belly and then instantly refined into experience points, causing his martial arts level to soar once again, was simply exhilarating. But what made Su Cheng happiest was that his current speed was more than 10 times faster than before. In this void continent, it was an unimaginable speed. Since he was already in the void, he naturally couldn't tear through the void to travel, so whether it was human martial artists or otherworldly beings, they could only rely on their own speed to get around. The stronger the power, the faster the speed. Previously, Su Cheng's strength was already formidable, able to crush even 9th-tier extraordinary beings, so his speed was naturally not to be mentioned. But now, after transforming into a Kunping, his speed was more than 10 times faster than before, which showed just how fast Su Cheng was now. Not only that, but even the speed of killing otherworldly beings was much faster than before. Although he was now relying on his devouring ability, it was no different from killing. Ha! Where did this beast come from? Run! It's terrifying. What kind of beast is this? How could this happen? A human native came before and caused chaos in the Void City. How could another beast suddenly appear? No! Why does this beast have a familiar aura? A beast is just a beast. What aura could it have? Isn't it just the aura of a beast? Run! We can't stay in this Void City any longer. Countless otherworldly beings that had not been devoured reacted and began to scream in horror, their faces filled with disbelief as they looked at the massive beast shadow that blotted out the sky. Some powerful otherworldly beings sensed Su Cheng's aura from the beast but dared not confirm it. In fact, this aura was accurate. After all, Su Cheng had only transformed into a Kunping and was not a true Kunping, so some human aura would naturally remain. However, this aura was very faint, and if one's strength was insufficient or if they did not perceive it carefully, they would not be able to detect it at all. For some 9th-tier extraordinary beings in the Void City, the sensed aura was clearer, so they could all confirm that this beast was most likely Su Cheng. However, this only deepened their confusion. Wasn't Su Cheng a native human? How did he turn into a beast? Here it is, I found you, die. Su Cheng sneered. The place he had arrived at was the territory of another otherworldly force, and he immediately locked onto a 9th-tier extraordinary being within it. Once again, he opened his mouth and inhaled, and in an instant, all the members of this otherworldly force were swallowed into the belly of the Kunping. Not only that, but even the 9th-tier extraordinary being hiding deep within was drawn out. No! Damn native, you can't kill me! A large number of our 9th-tier extraordinary beings will arrive soon. If you dare to kill me, our clan will not let you go. Break! Break free! The terrifying suction power rendered this 9th-tier extraordinary being helpless. No matter how much it struggled, it could only emit roars and threatening sounds. But how could Su Cheng stop? He opened his mouth wide and swallowed this 9th-tier extraordinary being from another world, refining it. All the members of that otherworldly force were devoured clean by Su Cheng in just a few bites, with even the 9th-tier extraordinary having no chance to fight back. It was evident that Su Cheng's strength had become increasingly terrifying. After devouring all the otherworldly beings within the force, Su Cheng restored his human form and entered their treasury, thoroughly looting all resources and source crystals. How is this possible? That beast is a native human? Some otherworldly beings hiding far away were stunned to see such a large beast suddenly transform into Su Cheng's form. What is going on? Is that native human a human or a beast? Terrifying. Even the 9th-tier extraordinary was swallowed in one bite. My god. With such strength, even if more 9th-tier extraordinary beings come, they won't be his match. We can't stay here. We really can't stay in the Void City any longer. Many otherworldly beings were filled with inexplicable horror. They felt that Su Cheng was invincible in the Void Continent and no one could stop him. They also recalled the rumors that countless 9th-tier extraordinary beings from various worlds were flooding into the Void Continent, and soon there would definitely be the most terrifying battle in history. If they lingered in the Void Continent, they would inevitably be affected. No matter how much they wanted to witness such a battle, their lives were paramount. In an instant, more otherworldly beings hastened their departure from the Void Continent, returning to their own worlds to seek refuge. Su Cheng, meanwhile, quickly annihilated 2 more otherworldly forces and looted their resources and source crystals before casually finding a place to continue his closed-door training. The 2 otherworldly forces he destroyed provided him with over 8 million, nearly 9 million source crystals. It seems that a large number of 9th-tier extraordinary beings from those otherworldly forces will arrive soon. If I can't obtain better martial arts abilities this time, I'll have to wait for the next opportunity, Su Cheng thought to himself. From the words of otherworldly beings, Su Cheng learned some information, although it wasn't much, he had already guessed it. One of the purposes of spending tens of millions of source crystals this time was indeed to enhance his strength, and the second was to prepare for the more powerful otherworldly beings that were about to arrive. After entering the Void City, Su Cheng did not encounter more ninth-tier extraordinary beings, which led him to suspect that those otherworldly beings would definitely not give up easily. Therefore, he simply decided to wait for those powerful otherworldly beings to arrive, taking the opportunity to enhance his strength. As long as no powerful beings beyond the ninth tier appear, there should be no one who can stop me in this void continent. However, I can't let my guard down, those ninth tier extraordinary beings might have some powerful trump cards. In any case, after resolving the matters here, I will immediately return to the Blue Star World. I wonder how the Blue Star World is doing now. With a plan in mind, Su Cheng no longer hesitated and continued to refresh his martial arts abilities. He had never been a reckless person, although he had slain several ninth-tier extraordinary beings. Their strength could only be considered ordinary among the ninth-tier extraordinary. The Void Continent gathered countless beings from various worlds, some of which had developed far longer than the Blue Star World, with countless powerful beings, resources, and trump cards. Even ninth-tier extraordinary beings appeared in the hundreds or thousands, or even more, which indicated the strength of these worlds. Such otherworldly forces would definitely not be as simple as they appeared on the surface. Even some who are also ninth-tier extraordinary beings but have cultivated for tens of thousands or even over 100,000 years, their power may have approached an even higher level. Such ninth-tier extraordinary beings are not comparable to ordinary ninth-tier extraordinary beings. Therefore, Su Cheng's heart was not as relaxed as it appeared on the surface. However, being cautious did not mean he was overly worried, because even if a ninth-tier extraordinary being appeared that he couldn't deal with, he believed the other party would definitely not be able to keep him here. Moreover, all of this was just speculation. Perhaps there weren't any overly powerful beings from other realms? If luck was on his side, this time the improvement in martial arts level would definitely surge significantly. Refresh. Consumed 100 source crystal stones. The third martial arts divine ability refreshed successfully. Consumed 100 source crystal stones. The third martial arts divine ability refreshed successfully. 7 million source crystal stones. 10 million source crystal stones. Following the previous consumption, Su Cheng quickly refreshed beyond 10 million source crystal stones, but still did not refresh a third martial arts divine ability that satisfied him. Continue. Faster. Su Cheng had a premonition in his heart that the first batch of ninth-tier extraordinary beings from other realms would arrive soon, and he had to hurry. 11 million source crystal stones. 13 million source crystal stones. The City of Void is ahead. According to reports, that human native is still in the City of Void and has not left. Days ago, it was said that the native transformed into some kind of fierce beast possessing great strength and wiped out two factions. No matter what he transforms into, he won't escape our grasp this time. In our world, all ninth-tier extraordinary beings are mobilized. We must capture this person. Don't say a mere fierce beast, even ancient divine beasts will die at our feet. Kill. We can't wait any longer. The greatest opportunity lies with the native human. At this moment, millions of kilometers away from the City of Void, a large group of incredibly powerful beings from other realms appeared, all of them ninth-tier extraordinary beings. And there were quite a few, as many as 358 gathered together, forming an unimaginably powerful force. They could overturn any faction in the Void Continent. Other numerous beings from other realms, upon seeing these over 300 ninth-tier extraordinary beings, all changed their expressions and fled, no longer blocking the way ahead. 15 million source crystal stones. Consumed. 100 source crystal stones. The third martial arts divine ability refreshed successfully. 6 burials of heaven. 6 burials of heaven. Bury mountains and rivers, bury heaven and earth, bury stars, bury sun and moon, bury reincarnation, bury all heavens. Seeing this martial arts divine ability, Su Cheng couldn't help but take a deep breath. This martial arts divine ability actually had 6 forms, and from the name alone, one could tell that each form was more terrifying than the last, with unimaginable power. This martial arts divine ability seems to be much stronger than the previous 2, but how powerful it really is, and whether it lives up to its name, will have to be tested to find out, Su Cheng thought to himself. The third martial arts divine ability had now consumed over 15 million source crystal stones, and he no longer had any source crystal stones left. Therefore, Su Cheng decided to give up on continuing to refresh and keep this martial arts divine ability. 6 burials of heaven. If after trying it out, this martial arts divine ability turned out to be just a name with no real power as strong as Su Cheng imagined, he could always refresh it again later. Moreover, even if Su Cheng wanted to continue refreshing now, there was no time left, as he had already sensed a large group of ninth-tier extraordinary beings entering the City of Void and rushing towards him. Everything that needed to be improved has been improved. It's time to take some action. Su Cheng stood up, gazing in one direction, and said coldly. The overwhelming momentum surged into the Void City like a mountain collapsing and the earth splitting, leaving countless beings from other realms within the city utterly shocked. Although many of these beings were aware that a large number of ninth-tier extraordinary beings were arriving, they were still just a minority, and those who knew were not weak themselves. The majority of the other beings from different realms were actually unaware, so how could they not be terrified upon suddenly witnessing hundreds or even thousands of ninth-tier extraordinary beings appearing? Indigenous humans of the Blue Star world, come out and submit. Before the countless beings in the Void City could react, one of the ninth-tier extraordinary beings in the group let out a thunderous roar. This roar, infused with the might of a ninth-tier extraordinary being, directly killed several nearby beings from other realms. In the eyes of any ninth-tier extraordinary being, as long as one's strength did not reach the ninth tier, they were nothing but ants. The gap was too vast, even eighth-tier extraordinary beings appeared as weak as ants to them. Too terrifying, too horrifying. That indigenous human is doomed. They have provoked so many ninth-tier extraordinary beings. The strength of these ninth-tier extraordinary beings is far greater than those few that the human killed, not to mention their sheer numbers. Heavens! Over 900 ninth-tier extraordinary beings, almost 1,000, have mobilized just to capture one indigenous human? This is simply unimaginable. Such a large void city has never seen a situation like this, revealing so many ninth-tier extraordinary beings at once. Just by looking at them, you can tell they come from the same world, the same race. How terrifying! What kind of power must this race possess to have nearly 1,000 ninth-tier extraordinary beings? Even though some beings from other realms had heard rumors that Sioux City had angered countless powerful beings from other realms, prompting them to send a large number of ninth-tier extraordinary beings to suppress it, some did not believe it, while others did. However, they never expected that so many ninth-tier extraordinary beings would actually be dispatched. What appeared now was merely one race, and the number of ninth-tier extraordinary beings had reached nearly 1,000, which was simply too exaggerated for them. If other powerful races from different worlds continued to appear, how many ninth-tier extraordinary beings would there be? Just thinking about it made them feel their bodies tremble. You have finally arrived. However, your speed is a bit slow. At that moment, a voice faintly echoed. The source of the voice was, of course, Sioux City. Like the other beings from different realms, it was also Sioux City's first time witnessing so many ninth-tier extraordinary beings. Upon sensing the aura of these beings, Sioux City felt a deep shock within. Even though he had mentally prepared himself, waiting for these ninth-tier extraordinary beings to arrive. With nearly 1,000 ninth-tier extraordinary beings, this power, if unleashed in the Blue Star world, could sweep away everything. 1,000 years ago, when the human forces were established in the Void City, there were also quite a few ninth-tier extraordinary beings among humans, numbering over 500. As for other extraordinary beings, their numbers were even greater. They were all incredibly powerful, the elite among their ranks, which allowed so many forces from other realms to unite and suppress them. In the end, the surviving extraordinary beings numbered less than 50, with only a handful of ninth-tier extraordinary beings remaining. It can be said that the cultivation speed of Blue Star humans is very fast, far surpassing that of beings from other realms. Now, this race from another realm has nearly 1,000 ninth-tier extraordinary beings, but their world's development is dozens of times greater than that of the Blue Star world. However, the strength of this race from another realm is not considered too strong among countless other realms. They can only be regarded as average. Although Su Chang was shocked inside at seeing so many ninth-tier extraordinary beings for the first time, he was not afraid. Instead, he felt increasingly invigorated. He had always yearned to continuously engage with stronger existences. Therefore, as soon as this group of ninth-tier extraordinary beings arrived, Su Chang immediately appeared. Human native, surrender. Will you voluntarily reveal everything about the Blue Star world? Or shall we take action? Do not resist, tell us everything, and perhaps we can spare your life. Indigenous human, we know you are strong, but right now, you cannot be our match. Surrender. Otherwise, die. Get on your knees. As this group of ninth-tier extraordinary beings from another world saw Su Chang appear, they all shouted in unison. In their eyes, Su Chang was merely a grasshopper that wouldn't last long. No matter how strong he was no match for their hundreds of ninth-tier extraordinary beings united. Ha ha, you think that with just under 1,000 ninth-tier extraordinary beings you can make me surrender? What a joke. I've been preparing for a long time, waiting for you. Today, starting with you beasts, I will bloodily cleanse the city of Void. Su Chang couldn't help but laugh loudly, feeling no fear. The preparations during this time, along with the enhancement of his innate abilities in martial arts, had greatly boosted his confidence, not to mention that his martial arts level had already surpassed 50 million. Ordinary ninth-tier extraordinary beings were utterly weak in front of Su Chang, like mere chickens and dogs. This was the confidence that came from strength. Arrogant, seeking death. Indigenous human, you are simply the epitome of arrogance. Little beast, why waste words with him? Just strike and suppress him. Disable him first. Overestimating yourself. Shameless. Attack. Disable him. Su Chang's words directly enraged this group of ninth-tier extraordinary beings. Their race, among countless beings from other worlds in the Void continent, was not the strongest, but neither Was it the weakest? With nearly 1,000 ninth-tier extraordinary beings mobilized, even much stronger foreign races wouldn't dare to speak like that. Come on! Su Chang stopped the idle chatter, his eyes bursting with cold light. But just then, boom! Rumble! From all directions, tens of thousands of kilometers away, a violent roar erupted simultaneously. Soon, countless figures appeared in Su Chang's and the other extraordinary beings' line of sight, each exuding the aura of ninth-tier extraordinary beings. 1,000, 2,000, 5,000, 8,000, 10,000. In a short time, over 10,000 ninth-tier extraordinary beings surged forth, and the number was still increasing. Each batch of these newly appeared ninth-tier extraordinary beings belonged to the same race, with numbers ranging from 3 to 500, to over 1,000, even 2,000. They certainly knew that the faster they acted, the better, otherwise, if other foreign races seized Su Chang first, they would have no chance. 1,000 years ago, that batch of foreign forces united to encircle and kill human forces, but they were merely some ninth-tier extraordinary beings within the City of Void. The numbers were not large, or rather, the ninth-tier extraordinary beings from their world had not all entered the Void Continent. This Void Continent still held great allure for beings newly entering the extraordinary realm. However, for ninth-tier extraordinary beings, the allure was not as strong. So most extraordinary beings, once they reached the ninth tier, would choose to leave the Void Continent and return to their own worlds. For such powerful beings, breaking through beyond the ninth tier in their own world seemed easier than in the Void Continent. This was because, in their own world, the laws of power were easier to comprehend, and they were born in that world. But for human martial artists, there are no such restrictions, as human martial artists are equivalent to data cultivation, making their situation unique. Therefore, at that time in the City of Void, the number of martial artists who reached the ninth tier extraordinary level was the highest. This allowed many foreign world forces to unite against the human forces. Now, however, things are different. The emergence of Su City has allowed them to completely confirm that the speculations of the past were indeed accurate. All ninth-tier extraordinary powerhouses from various worlds have mobilized, so there is no need to unite with other world forces anymore. What they need to do now is not only to suppress Su City but also to compete with other foreign forces for it. A great opportunity. For their world and themselves is tied to Su City, and they will not let it slip away. Mobilizing all ninth-tier extraordinary powerhouses is a true gamble. They will spare no expense to seize Su City. At this moment, 10,000, 20,000, 50,000, 80,000. Boom! In a short time, regardless of whether they were hundreds of thousands of kilometers or millions of kilometers away from the City of Void, many extraordinary beings from foreign worlds quickly arrived above the City of Void. Moreover, their numbers were skyrocketing, directly surpassing 80,000 and still climbing. Each of these was a ninth-tier extraordinary. None below this level of power. Inside the City of Void, there were countless beings from foreign worlds whose strength was naturally not high compared to the ninth-tier extraordinary. At this moment, they looked up at the sky above the City of Void, where an overwhelming number of ninth-tier extraordinary powerhouses were continuously emerging, and they were utterly horrified. They trembled in fear. Why are there so many? Oh my god! All ninth-tier extraordinary, tens of thousands, and still appearing. If a fight breaks out, won't the City of Void be shattered? This is the end, completely finished. What is this for? What secret does this indigenous human hold? How could it attract so many ninth-tier extraordinary? This is no longer just about suppressing the indigenous humans, it's about seizing them. They want to take the indigenous humans. This is terrifying, with so many ninth-tier extraordinary, let alone the City of Void. If a great battle erupts, the Void Continent might be shattered. To hell with it, we all have to suffer, it's completely over. Even if the City of Void is vast, the many ninth-tier extraordinary powerhouses appearing now have made all the other beings from foreign worlds within the City of Void able to see and sense them. Especially for some beings from weaker worlds, who originally had only a few extraordinary powerhouses in their own world. This was their first time witnessing such a multitude of ninth-tier extraordinary. The scale was simply unimaginable. Before long, the number of ninth-tier extraordinary powerhouses had already exceeded 100,000. Compared to the number of other foreign beings, this 100,000 ninth-tier extraordinary was hardly significant. However, these 100,000 ninth-tier extraordinary powerhouses could easily flatten the entire City of Void, leaving no one able to escape. Yet, the Void Continent is vast, it can accommodate powerful beings from countless worlds, and having existed for so many years, it also has countless indigenous beings born here. There are simply too many foreign races, and among them, powerful foreign races are also numerous. A mere 100,000 ninth-tier extraordinary powerhouses is not the limit, their numbers are still increasing. After all, there are some extremely powerful foreign races whose ninth-tier extraordinary can reach over 1,000, even 2,000 or 3,000 in number. Of course, it's not to say that all the ninth-tier transcendent beings from every other worldly race in the Void Continent have surged in. It can only be said that it's a very small portion of them. And this small portion consists of those otherworldly races that are aware of, or have guessed, the existence of Sioux City in the world behind the blue star humans, which has given birth to an item like the Core of Realms. Naturally, many otherworldly races are unaware of this, so they wouldn't mobilize so many 9th-tier transcendent beings. After all, if they don't even understand the cause of the situation, what's the point of deploying so many 9th-tier transcendent beings? Moreover, those otherworldly races that know the secret cannot possibly reveal this information, allowing even more otherworldly races to learn about it. Wouldn't that just increase competition? Over the years, many otherworldly races in the Void Continent have been investigating the events from 1,000 years ago, but they have found nothing, because the secret of the Blue Star World, possibly giving rise to something like the Core of Realms, is known to very few even among these otherworldly races. Even ordinary 9th-tier transcendent beings do not know the specific reasons, they have only received orders from their racial superiors to act in this way. It seems this battle is inevitable. Many 9th-tier transcendent beings from the Minotaur race have also appeared. They are even more powerful now, with the number of 9th-tier transcendent beings that have emerged exceeding 2,000, making them one of the strongest among many otherworldly races. At this moment, a Minotaur with an incredibly terrifying aura coldly surveyed the 9th-tier transcendent beings of other races and said indifferently. It also glanced at Sioux City but did not take it to heart. In its view, Sioux City was absolutely unable to escape this time. It was already a fish on the chopping block, waiting for them to butcher it. Only the race that ultimately breaks through will have the right to suppress Sioux City and obtain all the secrets related to the Blue Star World from him. Everyone, can't we share? Moreover, whether the secrets on this person are as we speculate is still unknown. If we start fighting and competing now, and it turns out not to be the case in the end, wouldn't that be a waste of time? An otherworldly race couldn't help but hesitate and say, "Nonsense. Share? That's absolutely impossible. Humph. Not to mention anything else, if we share, once we find it, won't we still have to fight for it? The losses would be even greater." Ha ha, exactly. What a load of crap about sharing. Once we share, if one side doesn't seize enough and leaks the matter, causing more races to get involved, what's the point? This is a major issue. Sharing is simply impossible. Only war. How can the beings of so many trash worlds be worthy of sharing with my race? It's simply laughable. This battle is imperative. Only the most powerful races are worthy of possessing. We will seize it at all costs, with no way back. Kill, kill, kill. For the tribe. For eternity. Kill. Boom. Each 9th-tier transcendent being erupted with a terrifying aura. In response to the proposal from one otherworldly race, the other races expressed their determination that this matter could not possibly be shared, meaning sharing the secrets on Sioux City. In an instant, the tense atmosphere thickened to the extreme, enveloping the entire sky above the Void City. A great battle was about to break out. At this moment, no one noticed, or rather, no one cared about Sioux City anymore. He watched as the number of 9th-tier transcendent beings continued to increase, a hint of madness, bloodthirst, and cruelty curling at the corners of his mouth. Indeed, Sioux City could understand the thoughts of these otherworldly powerhouses. A race possessing so many 9th-tier transcendent beings is enough to sweep through most worlds, and arrogance is inevitable. The Blue Star World has been born for too short a time, or rather, the cultivation time of human warriors is too short. Even if they cultivate quickly, their foundation is still too shallow compared to other worlds. Even with a monstrous talent like Su Chang appearing, these otherworldly powerhouses still did not regard him with any importance. In their eyes, no matter how strong he was merely an indigenous inhabitant of an extremely backward world. If it weren't for the existence of the supreme treasure, the heart of the realm, in the Blue Star World, they wouldn't have shown the slightest interest in such a world. Even knowing the coordinates of the Blue Star World, they had no desire to seize it, as it was too backward and resource scarce to be worth their effort. Moreover, these 9th-tier extraordinary beings had even more terrifying existences backing them in their own worlds, which gave them confidence and depth. However, Su Cheng's rate of growth completely surpassed the imagination of all powerful beings across worlds, exceeding their understanding. It even transcended their perception of divine beings. He broke the rules of the world and overturned everything. They knew nothing about Su Cheng, only that he came from the Blue Star World, a part of the human forces they had annihilated 1,000 years ago. But if they knew everything about Su Cheng, that he was merely 18 or 19 years old and had been cultivating for less than 3 years, they would never underestimate him like this. 150,000. 200,000. Compared to the previous speed, the number of 9th-tier extraordinary beings arriving here quickly surpassed 200,000. And it was still rapidly increasing, with more and more coming. To obtain the heart of the realm born in the Blue Star World, the top beings in their world had gone completely mad, willing to pay any price. Even if it meant sacrificing all 9th-tier extraordinary beings and all lifeforms in their world, they had to obtain the heart of the realm. The explosive increase in 9th-tier extraordinary beings also caught Su Cheng by surprise. He had initially thought he could take action soon to wipe out this group of 9th-tier extraordinary beings in one fell swoop. At that time, his martial arts level would rise to a level he couldn't even guess, but it would definitely be much faster than any previous increase. But now realizing that the number of incoming 9th-tier extraordinary beings was far greater than he had imagined, Su Chang was no longer in a hurry to act. 200,000, over 200,000, Su Chang murmured, barely able to conceal the ecstasy in his eyes. I want to see just how many other worldly races and 9th-tier extraordinary beings are eyeing the Blue Star world. The opportunity has come. I have arrived at the Void Continent, and the greatest opportunity is about to arrive. This time, can annihilating all 9th-tier extraordinary beings allow my martial arts level to break through to 100 million? It seems that this so-called heart of the realm is far more precious than any extraordinary being in the Blue Star world could imagine, enough to drive any being in any world completely mad. Su Chang thought silently. He recalled that before entering the Void Continent, Nangong Foam had mentioned that over the years human powerhouses had naturally investigated some matters. They had learned about the existence of the heart of the realm but did not know its specific function, nor did they understand how precious it was. Now, seeing so many otherworldly races mobilizing hundreds or thousands of 9th-tier extraordinary beings to uncover the secrets of the Blue Star world from him, or to learn the coordinates of the Blue Star world, he began to understand that this heart of the realm was undoubtedly an unimaginable treasure. No wonder so many otherworldly beings had continuously poured into the Blue Star world 1,000 years ago. They must have come for this heart of the realm. However, not all beings from other worlds could directly travel to the Blue Star world, or rather, many powerful beings from other worlds did not know that the heart of the realm had been born in the Blue Star world. Like many otherworldly forces in the Void Continent, they knew what the heart of the realm was but did not know how to get to the Blue Star world, so they naturally wanted to force out the world coordinates. The extraordinary beings from other worlds are increasing. We can't wait any longer. Kill. Move. First, seize this human native, capture him, and take him away. Boom. Su Chang was not in a hurry, but these otherworldly powerhouses were anxious, as more and more alien races appeared, and the number of 9th-tier extraordinary beings was increasing. The competition would grow fiercer, and the chances of capturing Su Chang would diminish. In an instant, a large number of 9th-tier extraordinary beings focused their attention on Su Chang, although they did not regard him highly. Nevertheless, their purpose for coming was indeed to target Su Chang. The influx of so many 9th-tier extraordinary beings into the Void Continent was something these otherworldly races had not anticipated. When they made such a decision during their discussions, they did not expect that other alien races would make the same choice. To see Su Chang, they were willing to spare no effort, deploying large numbers of 9th-tier extraordinary beings into the Void Continent. This led to an overwhelming level of competition, and the thought that the number of 9th-tier extraordinary beings could soon reach hundreds of thousands made them restless. They had to act immediately. Humph. Seeing so many 9th-tier extraordinary beings all staring at him, Su Chang couldn't help but sneer as he rapidly retreated. This was not because Su Chang feared these 9th-tier extraordinary beings, but rather he wanted to give them more space to act. Indeed, it would not be so easy for these 9th-tier extraordinary beings to take action. They would face obstruction from other alien races, as they all worried that if another powerful being approached Su Chang and managed to suppress and capture him, it would be difficult for the other powerhouses to succeed. Furthermore, Su Chang was not afraid of these otherworldly races fighting among themselves, namely, their strengths were not too far apart, and it was not easy to slay another 9th-tier extraordinary being. Su Chang continued to wait for the right moment. Given the current situation, with more and more 9th-tier extraordinary beings arriving, at this rate, it would soon exceed 300,000, 500,000, or even more. If Su Chang displayed too terrifying a strength now and scared off these 9th-tier extraordinary beings, it would be counterproductive. After all, he did not need to take action. It was impossible for other alien races to capture him, as they didn't even have the chance to get close. You little beast. Come here, you can't escape. A 9th-tier extraordinary being scolded, his strength formidable, having mastered 2 types of law powers, much stronger than the several 9th-tier extraordinary beings Su Chang had previously slain. However, such a powerhouse was still not the strongest among the hundreds of thousands of 9th-tier extraordinary beings now appearing. Humph. This child belongs to my clan. Do you even qualify? Get lost. Ha ha. Come on, let's see what you trash can do. Get away. This child is mine. Let's fight. Only the strongest of that clan has the right to compete for that tremendous opportunity. Boom. Boom. The battle, no, the chaotic melee finally erupted, triggering a clash among dozens, hundreds, and then thousands of 9th-tier extraordinary beings. One alien race was fighting against another. All were 9th-tier extraordinary beings. This was a complete collision of laws, determining who had a stronger understanding and mastery of the law powers. Such a terrifying battle, even in the void, could be seen distorting and tearing apart, threatening to turn the void into nothingness. Once it became nothingness, even 9th-tier extraordinary beings caught in it would instantly perish. And within a radius of 100,000 kilometers around Suchang, he stood alone in the void. It was as if this place had become a forbidden zone. Once a ninth-tier extraordinary being stepped in, they would immediately be besieged by a large number of other ninth-tier extraordinary beings. Watching the slaughter among the various races from different worlds, Suchang merely observed coldly, as if none of this had anything to do with him. They're fighting! They're fighting! My god! It's terrifying! These damn native humans are like a plague. The city of Void is going to be destroyed. Run! Run! If you don't run now, it'll be too late. For the ninth-tier extraordinary beings, the other creatures within the city of Void were nothing more than ants. They could act recklessly without caring about the lives of others. Thus, a large number of ninth-tier extraordinary beings unleashed their power, tearing everything apart and mercilessly harvesting the lives of other beings in the city of Void. No matter how they screamed in agony or begged for mercy, no one cared. Before long, some ninth-tier extraordinary beings had already begun to fall, but the numbers were few. After all, most ninth-tier extraordinary beings were not too far apart in strength, and the truly powerful ones naturally wouldn't act immediately. What they needed to do was wait for the right moment to suppress and capture Suchang. However, the ordinary ninth-tier extraordinary beings somewhat underestimated Suchang's importance. They had received orders to enter the city of Void to capture Suchang, but only a few powerful beings from their races truly understood how significant he was. Just then, boom! Rumble! Above the city of Void, specifically above Suchang, a massive hand formed from the power of laws suddenly appeared, radiating terrifying waves. This hand pressed down directly towards Suchang, clearly intending to suppress him and capture him at the same time. Just the momentum alone indicated that the ninth-tier extraordinary being who had made this move was more powerful than any other ninth-tier extraordinary being present. This is the aura of a pseudo-deity. Damn it, one ninth-tier extraordinary being shouted with a drastically changing expression. The other ninth-tier extraordinary beings also changed their expressions dramatically, their eyes filled with shock and horror. Clearly, they hadn't expected such a powerful being to act so quickly. What is a pseudo-deity? It is an existence whose strength lies between the ninth-tier extraordinary and what they recognize as true deities. Or rather, it is strength that is infinitely close to that of a true deity. The closer one's strength is to that of a deity, the more they will suffer from the backlash of the power of the Void Continent. This is why extraordinary beings above the ninth tier do not dare to enter the Void Continent. Stop it. We can't let it take the native human. Kill. At all costs, stop it. Roar, break for me. Without much thought, in an instant, hundreds or even thousands of ninth-tier extraordinary beings acted simultaneously to block this massive hand from capturing Suchang. This level of power is indeed formidable, far beyond the previous ninth-tier extraordinary beings. These beings from other worlds are truly terrifying. Suchang slightly raised his head, looking at the descending hand, and said sternly. He understood that this was the foundation of a powerful world, the reason why a single race could dominate a planet for hundreds of thousands or even millions of years. Since the other side wanted to capture him, Suchang naturally could no longer sit idly by, he had to fight back. However, just as he was about to make a move, he paused again. Just a pseudo-deity, wanting to take this person away is beyond your qualifications. Break. For me. Boom. A cold voice echoed loudly. As this cold voice rang out, another hand formed from the laws appeared, but this hand took the shape of a finger, pointing directly at the massive hand. Then, the palm-shaped hand suddenly paused and began to crack inch by inch. In less than a breath's time, the palm-shaped hand completely vanished. But at the same time, that massive hand also vanished. After all, the strong one who acted first had considerable power, and attempting to shatter the opponent's law hand would come with a backlash. The primary goal of the blocking strong ones was clearly to prevent the palm-sized hand from taking Suchang away. Now that both forces had disappeared, it was fine as long as the opponent did not succeed. Then let's have a battle. Such a good opportunity being blocked led to an angry, hoarse voice echoing in the void, sounding somewhat exasperated. The two pseudo-deities quickly engaged in combat, each wielding a bizarre weapon that caused the void within a million kilometers to tremble with every swing. The terrifying might was enough to kill ordinary ninth-tier transcendent beings, and their clash made the otherworldly beings within the Void City perish even faster. What are you waiting for? Spare no effort, capture this person. Hurry! Roar! Many ninth-tier transcendent beings were shocked by the battle between the two pseudo-deities, but at that moment, a low growl interrupted their thoughts. With this voice's reminder, a large group of ninth-tier transcendent beings closest to Suchang stopped their chaotic fighting and instead broke away from their opponents, rushing towards Suchang. Get lost! This person is mine, all of you, get lost. What a joke, who do you think you are? Ha ha, die for me, yin and yang rotation. Indigenous human, come here. Looking for death. Break for me. In an instant, various roars, curses, and scoldings erupted again. Anyone who tried to get close to Suchang would be blocked by 3 to 5, or even dozens of other races, causing them to curse in anger. A bunch of useless trash. Just then, another reprimanding voice rang out from above the void, reaching straight for Suchang. Ha ha, a mere trick, perish. Oh, seems like you have some strength. Come. Again. You have a hint of divine aura, looks like your strength is decent, but if you want to take this person away, dream on. That item you cannot covet. But soon after, what terrified more otherworldly beings was the increasing number of pseudo-deities appearing. It was evident that these otherworldly races were determined to capture Su Chang, truly willing to go to any lengths. 500,000, 800,000, 1 million. Without anyone keeping count, the number of ninth-tier transcendent beings quietly surpassed 1 million, something even Su Chang had not anticipated. At this moment, he too was captivated by the clashes between the many appearing pseudo-deities. Feeling the might of these pseudo-deities, Su Chang's heart grew even more solemn. He sensed that he had previously underestimated the power of these otherworldly beings. The pseudo-deities were still at the ninth-tier transcendent level. However, their strength was far greater than the ninth-tier transcendent beings Su Chang had slain. It could be said that while he could previously kill ninth-tier transcendent beings in an instant, these pseudo-deities could do the same to those ninth-tier transcendent beings. As the chaotic battle intensified and the pseudo-deities clashed, a third of the vast Void City was now destroyed, with countless otherworldly beings perishing. Similarly, the ongoing chaos was shrinking the space around Su Chang. Finally, a large number of ninth-tier transcendent beings could now act. Even from a distance of 100,000 kilometers, they could reach out and grab Su Chang with their strength. At this point, Su Chang knew he could no longer wait. Once surrounded, it would be troublesome. It's about time. With so many ninth-tier transcendent beings, even if I kill half, it will greatly boost my martial arts level again, Su Chang said coldly, his eyes flashing with killing intent. Boom! A massive hand reached out towards Su Chang, attempting to grab him. But Su Chang slightly turned his head, a hint of disdain appearing at the corner of his mouth. Kunping devouring technique. Ka! In that instant, Su Chang's incredibly small figure transformed into a Kunping that blotted out the sky and the sun, letting out a cry that tore through the void. From this moment on, Su Chang would let these otherworldly beings know who the true hunter was. Character, Su Chang Martial Arts Realm, Ultimate Martial God Martial Arts Level 53,100,000, 8622/10000, Martial Arts Power 151 million Martial Arts Spirit 150 million Martial Arts Physique 151 million Martial Arts Agility 152 million Martial Arts Talent Infinite Upgrade, F Level. Exclusive Martial Skills, 8 parts Dragon God's Fury, SSS Level, Refreshable Thunder Prison Breaking Heaven Ultimate/SSS Level, Refreshable, Sealing Sky. Finger SSS Level, Refreshable, 9 Yang Burning Heaven Fist SSS Level, Refreshable, Martial Arts Divine Powers, Law of Heaven and Earth, Refreshable, Kunping Devouring. Technique, Refreshable, Heavenly 6 Burials, Refreshable, Talent Traits. Each time a target is killed, there is a chance to increase martial arts level by 23 levels. Can be enhanced for every 100 martial arts levels gained. All martial arts attributes increase by an additional 300 points. Can be enhanced for every 1 million levels gained. Martial arts level increases by an additional 5%, not simultaneous with trait. Can be enhanced. These otherworldly ninth-tier extraordinary beings were incredibly powerful, but Su Chang was certainly not weak. Typically, a ninth-tier extraordinary being would have a total martial arts attribute of just over 100 million, while Su Chang's total martial arts attribute had already surpassed 600 million. Moreover, he possessed formidable martial arts divine powers and exclusive martial skills. Even if the enhanced power and effects were somewhat weak, Su Chang's own strength was not to be underestimated, allowing him to unleash terrifying combat power. Even without mastering the power of laws, it did not affect anything. It could be said that what Su Chang possessed was an ultimate power, pure strength that, once reaching a certain level, could break through everything. At this moment, the small-sized Su Chang suddenly transformed into an immensely gigantic Kunping, a phenomenon that immediately changed the expressions of countless ninth-tier extraordinary beings. For them, it was the first time they had seen Su Chang suddenly transform like this. Ka! Roar! A cry capable of tearing the heavens erupted, followed by a terrifying suction that instantly drew in the ninth-tier extraordinary beings who had just attacked him. Not only that, but a large number of other nearby ninth-tier extraordinary beings were also sucked in. Congratulations! Your martial arts level has increased to 53,180,000. Congratulations! Your martial arts level has increased to 53,300,000. Su Chang's current strength was overwhelming, and his martial arts level was also very high. Even slaying a batch of ninth-tier extraordinary beings did not yield much experience. However, fortunately, the number of ninth-tier extraordinary beings here exceeded 1 million and was still increasing. What is this? A large number of otherworldly races engaged in chaotic battles were astonished to see Su Chang swallow dozens or even hundreds of ninth-tier extraordinary beings in one gulp. Especially Su Chang's current form left them bewildered. This seems to be a ferocious beast recorded in our clan's history. Born during the ancient primordial era. Wasn't it said to be extinct? How could it appear? Impossible. Such ferocious birds and beasts have long been extinct. They cannot still exist. Is it the legendary Kunpeng? But that's impossible. According to records, this ferocious beast specifically feeds on ancient deities, extremely vicious, and has long been exterminated. How could it appear? Damn! This native human can transform into such a ferocious beast. Could he be a descendant of the ancient ferocious beast, Kunpeng? Oh no! If that's the case, capturing this person would be extremely difficult. Kill. What if the ancient Kunpeng reappears? It will still die before us. After all, it was a being that had existed for countless years in this world. Upon seeing Su Chang's form, it immediately thought of something and recognized it as the ferocious beast Kunpeng. But it also filled them with immense shock and panic, for this was a ferocious beast from the ancient primordial era, long since extinct. At this moment, even those pseudo-deities engaged in battle turned their heads, their faces equally showing signs of shock. However, they quickly regained their composure, the only trace of shock stemming from why Su Chang had suddenly transformed into an ancient ferocious beast. But they were powerful, let alone this ancient ferocious beast. Even if it was a true ancient ferocious beast, they were not afraid. Just a mere illusion, nothing more than a form. Suppress him. Ha, so what if he transforms into an ancient ferocious beast? He will still have to submit to me. Indeed, he has some skills, but that's all. Come down. Soon, many ninth-tier extraordinary beings calmed down, unafraid of Su Chang's transformed Kunpeng, and they all laughed heartily, preparing to strike again, even growing more excited. But not long after, they could no longer laugh. Su Chang unleashed the Kunpeng devouring technique, swallowing a small portion of the ninth-tier extraordinary beings, and faced the endless taunts from the otherworldly beings without a care. Caw! Roar! He continued to open his mouth wide, relentlessly sucking in these ninth-tier extraordinary beings. Those with weaker strength could not escape this devouring force, all entering his mouth, instantly turning into experience points to elevate his martial arts level. 10,000, 20,000, 100,000. That's right, in a short time, the number of ninth-tier extraordinary beings that died at Su Chang's hands, well, they should be considered as having been devoured by Su Chang, exceeded over 100,000. In fact, this was not because Su Chang devoured quickly, but because these ninth-tier extraordinary beings were already densely gathered. Or rather, they had no idea of Su Chang's power, naturally not fearing him, so they all wanted to get close and suppress him at the first opportunity. This, in turn, provided Su Chang with excellent conditions, allowing him to casually open his mouth and devour dozens, even hundreds, of ninth-tier extraordinary beings. Congratulations! Your martial arts level has risen to 56 million. Congratulations! Your martial arts level has risen to 60 million. With the devouring of over 100,000 ninth-tier extraordinary beings, the rise in martial arts level was naturally extremely rapid, quickly breaking through 60 million. Of course, this was also due to Su Chang enhancing his talent characteristics during this time, allowing for an even faster rise in martial arts level. After all, this third talent characteristic, for every 1 million level increase, the martial arts level additionally increases by 5%, not stacking with the second talent characteristic, can be enhanced. This percentage increase is not based on the 1 million level, but rather 5% of the current martial arts level. This means that now, with Su Chang's martial arts level at 60 million, this 5% increase translates to an additional 300,000 level increase. Such speed is not slow, especially as the martial arts level rises, the percentage increase becomes even greater. Although slaying otherworldly beings alone would naturally lead to a rapid rise in martial arts level, the enhancement from this talent characteristic is also incredibly powerful and cannot be overlooked. Heavens, oh heavens, why is this happening? How can he be this strong? Finally, after Su Chang devoured over 100,000 ninth-tier extraordinary beings in such a short time, the other ninth-tier extraordinary beings truly experienced Su Chang's power at this moment, and they genuinely began to fear him. What filled countless ninth-tier extraordinary beings with hatred was that Su Chang had devoured so many ninth-tier extraordinary beings, yet they hadn't even touched the hem of Su Chang's clothes. Su Chang's speed was astonishingly fast. Such a towering figure, surrounded by so many powerful beings, was somehow untouchable. It was truly incredible. But that was the reality. Damn it! In such a short time, the number of ninth-tier transcendent beings devoured by him has reached tens of thousands. No wonder he seemed so fearless before. It turns out his strength is impressive, and he has such a trump card. I underestimated him. This can't go on. We must first create a heavenly prison to trap him. Otherwise, we won't be able to catch him at all. Useless. You are all useless. If it weren't for you bunch of fools causing trouble, my clan could have easily captured this native human seeking death. You are the ones causing chaos. If it weren't for you, could he have devoured so many powerful beings? Nonsense, the dead are all useless. Anyway, the ones dying the most aren't even the strong ones from my clan. Damn it, you bunch of bastards. Although they were terrified of Su Chang's power, the scene felt somewhat off, as many otherworldly races began to curse and scold each other. Long Ju and Tian Yuan, after leaving the underground cave, dared not hesitate for a moment and rushed towards the city of Void at full speed. Unfortunately, their speed was still too slow, far from the pace of the many ninth-tier transcendent beings from other realms. Although Long Ju and Tian Yuan were also ninth-tier transcendent beings and had been at that level for a long time, they had been trapped in the City of Void for nearly 1,000 years without resources to support them, making it difficult to break through. One must understand that the higher the level of strength, the more resources are consumed and they become increasingly precious. Moreover, they had to constantly guard against the searches of otherworldly powerful beings. They lived in a state of vigilance, so how could they find time to cultivate? Without time and resources, their strength could not possibly improve. When the two arrived at the City of Void, they were completely shocked by the sheer number of ninth-tier transcendent beings from other realms. The sky above the City of Void was densely packed with otherworldly races, all ninth-tier transcendent beings, with many exuding terrifying pressure. Furthermore, they sensed the aura of a pseudo-divine being, which frightened them even more. With so many ninth-tier transcendent beings from other realms, how could Su Chang possibly escape? Just when the two were at a loss, they saw Su Chang make his move, especially when he transformed into a colossal Kuanping that blotted out the sky, which left them in awe. At first, they didn't understand how a Kuan could suddenly appear. For the two from the Blue Star world, how could they not know of such a fierce beast as the Kuanping? But soon, through careful sensing, they confirmed that this suddenly appeared Kuanping was actually transformed by Su Chang. They immediately understood that this was definitely a divine ability displayed by Su Chang, which made their hearts tremble even more. But soon, they were even more shocked as they watched Su Chang, now a Kuanping, devour a batch of otherworldly powerful beings. In a short time, the number of ninth-tier transcendent beings he had consumed reached tens of thousands, even 100,000. At that moment, the two were completely dumbfounded. How is this possible? Tian Yuan exclaimed, his eyes wide open. Su Chang was so powerful that he should have been happy, but at this moment he was at a loss. So strong. If Su Chang had been here 1,000 years ago, who would have been our opponent? This kind of power is many times stronger than it was 1,000 years ago. But it's too late, those people are long dead. However, heaven bless our Blue Star, our world has produced an unparalleled genius capable of suppressing countless worlds, Long Ju said, tears streaming down his face. Both of them felt that their 1,000-year wait had not been in vain and that the group of human powerhouses from back then had not died for nothing. What should we do now? Although Su Chang has killed so many alien powerhouses, their numbers are still too great. We must make him leave, Tian Yuan said with concern after a while. We underestimated the severity of the situation and their determination to obtain the heart of the realm from our world. It seems we also underestimated the importance of this heart of the realm. With so many ninth-tier transcendent beings mobilized, they are determined to keep Su Chang here. Now, even if we inform Su Chang to leave, there's no way to escape. Moreover, our arrival must not be discovered by the alien powerhouses, otherwise, if we are caught, it would be troublesome as they could use us to threaten Su Chang. Long Ju shook his head slightly, his brow deeply furrowed. He was not afraid of death, but rather worried about bringing trouble to Su Chang. After all, Su Chang had such strength, while the two of them did not. Su Chang's solitary venture into the Void Continent to find them, a group of old bones, indicated that he was a person who valued loyalty and friendship. If they were captured, the alien powerhouses would undoubtedly use them to threaten Su Chang, putting him in a dilemma. For that, if Su Chang were to be harmed or captured, they would not be able to atone for it even if they died 1,000 times. But we can't just sit here and wait. Who knows what will happen next? The powerhouses behind these aliens, those above the 9th tier, are terrifying. It's impossible for them not to have a backup plan. Tian Yuan grew even more anxious. No matter what, we must ensure Su Chang's safety. We should act according to the situation. If there's a chance for Su Chang to escape, we will act immediately and be prepared to die. We cannot be captured, Long Ju said with determination. Yes, if there's an opportunity, I will fight for a glimmer of hope for Su Chang, and at that time, I will self-destruct. Tian Yuan nodded in agreement, his eyes showing no fear. Long Ju said nothing more, but Tian Yuan's approach was also his own. However, what happened next was that Su Chang's performance once again left the alien powerhouses and the two of them in speechless shock. Many alien races had already stated that they would spare no effort to capture Su Chang, so they naturally would not retreat. Su Chang had devoured over 100,000 ninth-tier transcendent beings, among which were many alien races that were completely consumed, equivalent to being exterminated. The shock this caused to other alien races was intense, making them fearful, yet even so, they did not choose to retreat. What does it mean to spare no effort? It means that all the ninth-tier transcendent beings mobilized would not hesitate to die. Thus, while they were astonished by Su Chang's power, they quickly calmed down and continued to suppress him. Moreover, this time, the ninth-tier transcendent beings that acted were even more powerful. Among them were those who mastered 2 or even 3 laws, and they could no longer hold back. Some who had rare laws also did not hesitate. They felt a strong sense of crisis from Su Chang. If they did not act with full force, it would be even more difficult to suppress him later. First, suppress this kid. His strength is beyond our expectations. We cannot let him continue to devour, kill. Let's hold back for now and suppress this person first. Damn indigenous humans, why are they so difficult to deal with? This person has transformed into an ancient ferocious beast. His strength is formidable. Let's first injure him. Roar. Boom. Many ninth-tier transcendent beings from various alien races found it somewhat tricky to face Su Chang, and they had to choose to unite. Of course, this was only a small portion of the alien races, as the number of ninth-tier transcendent beings they mobilized was only in the hundreds or thousands. Sioux City had just devoured over 100,000 ninth-tier extraordinary beings. If they didn't unite, it simply wouldn't be enough for Sioux City to consume. They weren't foolish. If they continued to fight among themselves at this moment, competing with other alien races for the power to suppress Sioux City, that would be sheer stupidity. Initially, they underestimated Sioux City's strength, but that was no longer the case. As for the more powerful alien races, they dispatched thousands of ninth-tier extraordinary beings. Although they looked down on allying with other races, they also ceased their attacks, unanimously focusing their targets on Sioux City. However, their alliance was clearly futile. Not to mention that they only just united. Even if they had joined forces from the beginning to suppress Sioux City, it would have been an extremely difficult task. Screech. Roar. Transformed into a Kuanping, Sioux City revealed a fierce and brutal expression in his eyes. He did not pause for a moment, relying on his extraordinary speed to continuously devour these ninth-tier extraordinary beings. With his martial arts level breaking through 60 million and having previously enhanced his talent and divine abilities, his strength became even more terrifying, surging at an alarming rate. Before long, tens of thousands of ninth-tier extraordinary beings were devoured by Sioux City, turning into experience points. Congratulations! Your martial arts level has risen to 61 million. Congratulations! Your martial arts level has risen to 65 million. Not only ninth-tier extraordinary beings, but the terrifying devouring technique of the Kuanping also consumes some ordinary alien creatures within the Void City. Although the experience points provided by these ordinary beings were minimal, their numbers were still considerable. As the saying goes, when gods fight, mortals suffer. Now, Sioux City, along with numerous ninth-tier extraordinary beings from other worlds, was like a divine presence to the ordinary creatures of the Void City. Damn it! His speed is too fast. We can't even land a hit. Bastard! Indigenous human, if you have the ability, don't rely on speed. They're all dead, all dead. The vast Void City, all the creatures, are doomed. I hate it. I hate having such a curiosity. I should have run away like everyone else. If this continues, the Void City is finished, and the Void Continent will be doomed too. After fighting for a while, those ninth-tier extraordinary beings who had united saw that they couldn't catch up to Sioux City, their teeth grinding in frustration as they began to curse. As for the ordinary beings within the Void City, it was a scene of wailing and despair. So exhilarating. It was so exhilarating. The deaths of numerous alien beings and the soaring martial arts level made Sioux City's heart race with excitement. He hadn't felt this way in a long time. It wasn't just because of his current strength, slaying ninth-tier extraordinary beings like slaughtering dogs, but also because his upgrade speed was faster than ever before. Ha, just a little more time, and I will devour all these alien beings. Transformed into a Kuanping, Sioux City let out a thunderous roar. Before long, tens of thousands of ninth-tier extraordinary beings were devoured alive by Sioux City. Up to now, more than 200,000 ninth-tier extraordinary beings had perished in Sioux City's mouth. This made many other ninth-tier extraordinary beings feel a sense of fear in their hearts. There were countless alien races that had entered the Void Continent, and the number of ninth-tier extraordinary beings exceeded 1 million. When Sioux City began his assault, the number of ninth-tier extraordinary beings had already reached 1 million. And by now, it was certainly over 1 million. Even though more than 200,000 had been slain by Sioux City, there were still over 1 million ninth-tier extraordinary beings remaining. Yet, at this moment, the hearts of these million ninth-tier extraordinary beings were already filled with panic. With the strength of one person, slaying over 200,000 powerful beings of the same level. What an astonishing achievement is that! Many races from other worlds have existed for countless years, giving rise to numerous powerful prodigies, all of which are documented. Yet, in their worlds, there has never been a being as powerful and terrifying as Su Chang, a ninth-tier extraordinary powerhouse. Congratulations! Your martial arts level has risen to 68 million. Congratulations! Your martial arts level has risen to 70 million. In a short time, the martial arts level surged by nearly 20 million, a speed of improvement far surpassing any previous occasion. You little beast! You're seeking death. Damn trash, native. You must die. Kill him. This person must die. We can't care about anything else. Ah, my kin, over 2,000 ninth-tier extraordinary beings, all dead. How is this possible? No. Ninth-tier extraordinary being can be this strong. How can a mere native human be this powerful? Bastard, even if we can't obtain the secrets he possesses, we must kill him. At this moment, those pseudo-deities were completely enraged. Even though they were not of the same race, facing a terrifying existence like Su Chang, they subconsciously began to unite against a common enemy. Several of the pseudo-deities can also mobilize thousands of ninth-tier extraordinary beings, but now they had all been completely devoured by Su Chang. So many ninth-tier extraordinary powerhouses had accumulated over countless years for their race, and now, in such a short time, they were all dead. How could they not be furious? Let's attack together. All those who comprehend the power of 2 laws or more, attack together and suppress this person. Roar! They felt an immense pressure, and their thoughts began to diverge completely. They already knew that if they didn't suppress Su Chang first, their races would gain nothing from further contention. Good. Come on. Seeing all the pseudo-deities starting to take action, Su Chang couldn't help but shout loudly. Moreover, Su Chang directly restored his true form because this time he was going to use the 6 burials of heaven, this martial arts divine ability. He had already tried the Kuanpun devouring technique, and now it was time for this martial arts divine ability. Su Chang wanted to see just how powerful it was. The 6 burials of heaven, first style, bury the mountains and rivers. Boom, boom. At the moment Su Chang began to gather his strength and clenched his fist, the entire Void City seemed to start shaking violently. It could be said that at this instant, centered around Su Chang, a radius of billions of kilometers began to tremble violently. Even though this place originally belonged to the Void, one could still see the Void being torn apart by immense power. What? What kind of power is this? A 9th-tier extraordinary being from another world exclaimed in horror upon witnessing this. Su Chang hadn't even made a move yet. This was just the build-up, and there was already such a terrifying wave of power, simply unimaginable, surpassing the imagination of countless 9th-tier extraordinary beings. No! Stop him! Prevent him from unleashing it! My heavens! This is too terrifying. Everyone, attack! We can't let him unleash it. At this moment, even a fool would know how terrifying the power Su Chang was about to unleash would be. If they didn't stop him, once Su Chang unleashed it, they wouldn't know how many of these extraordinary beings from other worlds would die under such power. Whether it was those pseudo-deities or countless otherworldly beings, all had drastically changed expressions, their inner fear continuously extending, filling their entire beings. Although they were all 9th-tier extraordinary beings, and their numbers exceeded 1,000,000, any being capable of reaching the 9th tier was undoubtedly a standout among their peers, blessed with immense fortune. In an era where their respective deities do not emerge, they are the supreme rulers of that age, invincible for countless years. Many of these beings have long forgotten what it feels like to be afraid. But now, they finally experience fear once again, the last time being a distant memory. However, no matter how fast they are, it is already too late to stop Su Chang from executing this move. Burial, mountain, river. These 3 words echoed faintly from Su Chang's mouth, and the terrifying power condensed in this punch was already unleashed. In that moment, all the ordinary beings from other realms within the city of Void gaped in shock, unable to utter a sound. They could not express how terrifying this punch was. They only felt that they, and the entire city of Void, would turn to ashes in the next second. Boom! Rumble! Faced with the might of this punch, the pseudo-deities were utterly horrified, and a large number of 9th-tier extraordinary beings from other realms turned and fled, not daring to withstand Su Chang's attack. But the closest group of 9th-tier extraordinary powerhouses to Su Chang had no time to react. Under this punch, they were directly reduced to nothingness. Even several pseudo-deities fell under this punch. The city of Void had already been half destroyed due to the previous battle among beings from other realms, and now, under Su Chang's punch, the last remaining small half was completely obliterated. Thus, the vast city of Void, which had existed for countless years, was utterly destroyed. But this was not the end. Rip! Rip! Above the city of Void, terrifying cracks appeared, and the surroundings of the cracks began to collapse, unleashing silent, terrifying storms from within. This storm swept through lightly, seemingly mundane, yet some 9th-tier extraordinary beings nearby were swept away and vanished instantly. God's burial ground, Chaos Sky Ruins. This is the Chaos Sky Ruins. Some pseudo-deities screamed in horror, as if they had seen something incredibly terrifying. Looking at the collapsing areas of the Void continent, none of these extraordinary beings dared to approach or linger, all fleeing in terror. As for the storms emerging from within, they avoided them as if they were the plague. When everything settled, only a restricted zone of 1,000,000 kilometers remained. Within this area, not to mention 9th-tier extraordinary beings, even those above 9th tier dared not step foot. The number of 9th-tier extraordinary beings from other realms killed by Su Chang's punch exceeded over 100,000, and the death toll of ordinary beings was even more incalculable. It is important to note that these are 9th-tier extraordinary beings. As for ordinary beings from other realms, no matter how ordinary they may seem in the eyes of 9th-tier extraordinary beings, in reality, their strength is formidable in any world. With just one punch, over 100,000 9th-tier extraordinary beings and countless ordinary beings were slain, enough to demonstrate the terror of Su Chang's punch. Moreover, this punch was merely the first move of the 6 burials of heaven. If it weren't for the vigilance and quick escape of more 9th-tier extraordinary beings, the death toll would have been even higher. Of course, some 9th-tier extraordinary beings perished because they were caught in the Chaos Sky Ruins. Congratulations, your martial arts level has risen to 75 million. Congratulations, your martial arts level has risen to 82 million. The simultaneous slaughter of over 100,000 ninth-tier extraordinary beings and ordinary beings caused Su Cheng's martial arts level to soar by over 10 million in an instant. Up to now, the number of ninth-tier extraordinary beings from other realms that had died at his hands had exceeded 300,000, nearing 400,000. If we include those caught in the Chaos Sky Ruins, the number of ninth-tier extraordinary beings that died here definitely surpassed 400,000. Counting it all up, among the numerous otherworldly races that entered the Void Continent, over 1 million ninth-tier extraordinary beings have already perished, a third of them gone. Achievements like Su Cheng's are unimaginable in any realm, unheard of, surpassing the comprehension of any ninth-tier extraordinary being from another world. Even the deities they speak of would be shocked to know all of this. How powerful! The martial arts divine ability can actually be this strong? Incredible! Looking at the devastation he had caused, transforming millions of kilometers of the Void Continent into a forbidden zone, Su Cheng felt it was unbelievable, his heart shaken. Dead, another large batch has died, the city of Void is gone, all the beings inside are dead. Heavens! What kind of power is this? Is it still ninth-tier extraordinary? This is definitely not the strength of a ninth-tier extraordinary being, it must be the power of a deity, otherwise, it would be impossible to create such chaos. But aren't deities unable to enter the Void Continent? Why is this happening? Too strong, how can we fight this? If he throws a few more punches, we will all die here. Truly terrifying, this human is no longer something we can deal with. What should we do now? We cannot retreat. The stronger he is, the more it signifies that he holds great secrets. The world he comes from, Blue Star, is definitely extraordinary. We must uncover these secrets. This person should be at the end of his strength. He cannot remain this powerful forever. In order to obtain that item, even if our kin are wiped out, we must seize it. Roar! Let's fight. Even if we don't die now, we will still be erased by the deities when we return to our worlds. For our kin, for the world, let's fight. These ninth-tier extraordinary beings from other realms also felt terror at Su Cheng's punch. They wanted to escape, but they held back. Seeing Su Cheng's strength seemed to reinforce their belief that they must uncover the secrets he possessed. What made them feel even more was that the item born in the Blue Star world, known as the Heart of the Realm, was extraordinary, perhaps even more powerful than recorded. Because the records indicated that items like the Heart of the Realm also had levels. Thinking of this, these ninth-tier extraordinary beings went mad once again. They were completely committed, willing to sacrifice all their kin here without hesitation. Long Ju and Tian Yuan were so frightened they couldn't utter a word. Su Cheng's punch had caused them unimaginable shock. With their understanding, it was even harder to comprehend why Su Cheng was so powerful. Just a moment ago, the two had decided that they would strike at the first opportunity, even if it meant self-detonation to take Su Cheng down, but now it seemed unnecessary. The actions of these otherworldly beings surprised Su Cheng. He had killed so many ninth-tier extraordinary beings with a single punch, yet these extraordinary beings showed no signs of retreat. But surprise aside, the fact that these otherworldly beings did not flee was naturally better for Su Cheng. He would not complain about his martial arts level rising too quickly. Having slain hundreds of thousands of ninth-tier extraordinary beings, his martial arts level skyrocketed by 30 million in a short time. Such speed surpassed any previous instance. Moreover, with so many ninth-tier extraordinary beings here, if he didn't kill a few more, there might not be another opportunity like this in the future. Since you're not afraid of death, then come at me, Su Cheng said coldly. This group of otherworldly beings was not afraid of death. Did he need to fear killing too many? Kill. He must be at the end of his strength. Suppress the native humans. They are like ants. How can they compare to us? If we find the native world, we must make his world turn to ashes and avenge our kin. Don't be afraid of death. Our clan's deity will surely resurrect us. Attack. Spare no effort. Charge at me. Under the urging of the pseudo-deities from various races, all the ninth-tier extraordinary beings from other realms once again took action, unleashing endless powerful techniques that radiated brilliant light, aiming to overwhelm Su Cheng. Heavenly Execution 6 Burials, Second Form, Bury Heaven and Earth. Faced with the renewed assault of so many ninth-tier extraordinary beings, Su Cheng merely spoke slowly and then executed the second form. Undoubtedly, the 6 forms of Heavenly Execution 6 Burials were each more powerful and terrifying than the last. These beings from other realms could never have imagined that Su Cheng could continue to unleash such a terrifying punch, and it seemed even more fearsome. They had thought that after Su Cheng had just unleashed such a powerful move, his internal true energy must be nearly exhausted. Thus, they decided to continue suppressing Su Cheng. But now they suddenly realized that this was completely different from what they had imagined. Su Cheng not only had not exhausted his true energy but instead unleashed an even more powerful technique. At this moment, countless ninth-tier extraordinary beings felt utterly defeated. But it was too late. Su Cheng's second form of Heavenly Execution 6 Burials had already been unleashed. Boom! Rumble! An even more terrifying force swept through everything, leaving nothing in its path to resist. Even the pseudo-deities would be reduced to ashes, let alone the ninth-tier extraordinary beings. The power of the Berry Heaven and Earth move was more than double that of Berry Mountains and Rivers, and the range of destruction was similarly vast. When everything settled, the chaotic void created by Su Chang had grown larger and larger, a terrifying storm obliterating everything. Congratulations, your martial arts level has risen to 85 million. Congratulations, your martial arts level has risen to 100 million. The number of ninth-tier extraordinary beings from other realms who died under the Berry Heaven and Earth move exceeded 200,000, nearly double the previous count. At the same time, Su Chang's martial arts level broke through the 100 million mark, reaching the monumental level of 1 billion. 1 billion in martial arts level. Hearing the notification, Su Chang couldn't help but feel a bit dazed. 1 billion, this was something he had never dared to imagine at the beginning. He had previously thought that reaching a martial arts level of 1 billion would take him at least several decades, or even 100 years, or perhaps even longer. But now, in just a few short years, he had risen from the weakest martial talent to his current strength and height. This left countless humans and even numerous extraordinary beings from other realms in despair. At the same time, reaching a martial arts level of 1 billion unlocks exclusive laws. With the new feature unlocked, Su Chang had no time to check it, but he understood the meaning of exclusive laws. Now, when he killed these beings from other realms, he was crushing them with absolute power. If it were a fair match, Su Chang would definitely not be a match for those foreign beings with laws. But now that Su Chang's martial arts level had reached 1 billion, he could finally unlock the laws. Once he possessed the laws, his strength would increase by dozens of times compared to now. Additionally, based on previous situations, Su Chang knew that his exclusive laws would surely be refreshable, just like martial techniques and martial arts divine abilities. Therefore, the exclusive laws could also be refreshed, and if he were to obtain rare laws or even supreme laws, their power would be even more terrifying. As for how many resources or source crystals would be needed to refresh such laws, that remained unknown, but Su Chang was not worried about it. So terrifying, invincible. Invincible. Run. This person's strength is too terrifying, we are simply no match for him. Even if all the ninth-tier extraordinary beings teamed up, we would still not be his opponents. His strength must have reached a level comparable to that of a deity. Oh my. Run. It's too terrifying. So many ninth-tier extraordinary beings have died, and the City of Void is no more. This place is completely ruined. Hurry. Only a deity can suppress this person, we cannot hold him down. Deities cannot enter the Void continent, who can suppress him? How can an indigenous human be this powerful? The remaining ninth-tier extraordinary beings from various races finally began to feel fear, thinking that as long as they had enough numbers, they could surely suppress Su Chang. But now, with just 2 punches, Su Chang shattered their illusions. The death toll of hundreds of thousands of ninth-tier extraordinary beings was an utterly terrifying number. With so many ninth-tier extraordinary beings from different realms gathered, the total was just over 1 million, and now more than half of them had perished at Su Chang's hands, which was even more horrifying. This is too strong, truly too strong. How can he be this powerful? Is he even human? Oh my. If this continues, won't the Void Continent be destroyed? Everyone, did you see that? Su Chang is one of us from the Blue Star world, a peerless genius of our world. He has avenged you. Ha, our world has produced such strength. Even if I were to die right now, I would have no regrets. Long Ju and Tian Yuan were equally stunned by Su Chang's power, left speechless. Su Chang's strength exceeded their imagination time and again. Even if they strained their minds, they couldn't fathom the power of annihilating hundreds of thousands of ninth-tier extraordinary beings with a single punch. In any world, a ninth-tier extraordinary being is nearly a supreme existence, but now, before Su Chang, they all turned into mere chickens and dogs. Ha ha, want to run? Stay right here. Seeing these ninth-tier extraordinary beings from other realms finally filled with fear and attempting to flee, how could Su Chang let them escape so easily? Although his martial arts level had surpassed 100 million, that was not the limit. 100 million could still be further enhanced. With so many ninth-tier extraordinary beings here, it would be a pity not to kill a few more. Heavenly Execution 6 Burials. 4th style, Bury the Sun and Moon. Boom, boom. A force many times stronger than before erupted from Su Chang once again, enough to shake the vast Void Continent. Even beings far away could feel this momentum, capable of destroying everything. What on earth is happening? Those fleeing beings from other realms, or those in areas far from the City of Void, felt an overwhelming fear. What's going on? Why is the fluctuation so great? It seems to be coming from the direction of the City of Void. In the underground cave, the remaining human warriors hiding there also felt it, their faces changing dramatically. The Heavenly Execution 6 Burials consists of 6 styles. Su Chang had already used the first 2, and now he directly skipped the 3rd style, Bury the Stars, to unleash the 4th style, Bury the Sun and Moon. For those beings from other realms who were far from the City of Void or had already fled, they were unaware that the City of Void was no more, now just a wasteland. They also did not know that countless ninth-tier extraordinary beings had died at Su Chang's hands, like slaughtered dogs. At this moment, as Su Cheng unleashed the fourth style of the Heavenly Execution 6 burials, its power was terrifying to the extreme. Even before he had fully unleashed it, the nearest 9th tier extraordinary beings from other realms turned to nothingness under this momentum. The martial arts level surpassing 100 million caused Su Cheng's strength to surge dramatically once again, as it was a one-time increase of several tens of millions. The sheer terror of such a power surge was unimaginable. Now, he directly unleashed the fourth form of the 6 burials of heaven, the power so immense it was beyond imagination. So powerful that even a 9th tier extraordinary being from another realm was like an ant before Su Cheng. Character: Su Cheng Martial Arts Realm, Ultimate. Martial God Martial Arts Level, 1.02 billion, 82000/1000000. Martial Arts Power, 311 million. Martial Arts Spirit, 310 million. Martial Arts Physique, 311 million. Martial Arts Agility, 312 million. Martial Arts Talent, Infinite Upgrade, F-Grade, Exclusive Martial Skills, 8 parts Dragon God's Fury, SSS Grade, Refreshable Thunder Prison Breaking Heavens Ultimate / SSS Grade, Refreshable, Sealing Skyfinger. SSS Grade, Refreshable, 9 Yang Burning Heaven Fist SSS Grade, Refreshable, Martial Arts Divine Powers, Law of Heaven and Earth, Refreshable, Kunping Devouring Technique, Refreshable, 6 Burials of Heaven. Refreshable, Exclusive Laws, can be activated talent traits. Each time a target is killed, there is a chance to increase martial arts level by 23 levels, can be enhanced for every 100 martial arts levels gained. All martial arts attributes increase by an additional 300 points, can be enhanced for every million levels gained. Martial arts level increases by an additional 5%, not simultaneous with trait, can be enhanced. It should be noted that the total of the 4-dimensional attributes required to reach a 9th tier extraordinary being is only 100 million, which means each martial arts attribute is merely 25 million. Yet now, every one of Su Cheng's martial arts attributes has surpassed 300 million, 10 times that of a 9th tier extraordinary being. Moreover, 10 times the martial arts attributes does not simply mean being 10 times stronger than a 9th tier extraordinary being. In terms of overall strength, it could be at least 1,000 times, or even 10,000 times stronger. Adding to this, the terrifying divine power Su Cheng has unleashed, the 6 burials of heaven. The power displayed is beyond estimation. Heavens, we're going to die, we're going to die. This is terrifying. This is completely beyond what an indigenous human could possess. This isn't even a living being. Could he really be a deity? Run! The Void City is gone. This person is going to turn the Void Continent into a realm of nothingness. What kind of existence have we provoked? Why is this happening? The remaining hundreds of thousands of 9th tier extraordinary beings were fleeing in panic, feeling a terrifying might behind them that was incomparably stronger than before, their hearts filled with dread. Before Su Cheng, these 9th tier extraordinary beings, who were absolute overlords in any world, felt as weak as infants, powerless as if they were mere drifting particles. No, not even infants, they were less than infants, like mere plankton. However, at that moment, boom, rumble, from a powerful 9th tier extraordinary being who had mastered 3 laws, a vast aura suddenly erupted, surpassing any 9th tier extraordinary being, even rivaling a pseudo-deity. Their form also became immensely large, yet it was merely a phantom, though this phantom was nearly materialized. Indigenous human, you are quite bold. Why not surrender? This deity can spare your life. This enormous phantom glared down at Su Cheng, its voice booming. What is this? Seeing this almost tangible phantom, its aura like the sea, Su Cheng's movements paused for a moment, his eyes turning cold. A deity. This is a projection of a deity. The deity has made a move. A 9th tier extraordinary being let out a sharp and ecstatic scream. In that instant, it seemed that all living beings on the Void Continent could sense the aura of this deity, and none were not filled with terror. Some even couldn't help but kneel devoutly in the direction of this deity's projection. Even if they do not belong to the same race, deities are deities, the supreme beings, the spiritual pillars of all living beings in a world. Below the extraordinary lies the state of mortal life, while cultivating to the extraordinary represents transcending humanity, reaching a higher level of existence. Above the extraordinary are beings of even higher levels. At this level of existence, unless they fall due to some unforeseen accident, they will be immortal and indestructible. Of course, aside from accidents, their lives still have limits, but for powerful mortals and extraordinary level beings, that limit is so long that it can be described as immortal and indestructible. Yes, it is a deity, truly a deity. Other extraordinary level beings who had come to their senses exclaimed in shock. They knelt before this projection, filled with immense reverence. Deities are, in their hearts, an existence that cannot be desecrated, even though many 9th tier extraordinary beings are just a step away from the position of a deity. But that step is like an insurmountable chasm, one that may be crossed in an instant or may never be crossed at all. Bow before the deity. Please suppress this indigenous human. Please suppress this indigenous human. The remaining numerous 9th tier extraordinary beings all made the same request at this moment. They had been truly frightened by Su Cheng. They were genuinely terrified. There were over 1 million 9th tier extraordinary beings from so many races, but now less than a third remained. If it weren't for the projection of the deity descending at this time, the number of ninth tier extraordinary beings who would have died would likely be even greater. To suppress Su Chang, they no longer cared which race this deity belonged to, as long as they could suppress Su Chang, that was enough. It's over. How could it be a deity-level being? Why is it a deity-level being? Aren't they unable to enter the Void Continent? Long Ju and Tian Yuan were pale as snow at this moment, and Tian Yuan was even more flustered and incoherent. That was a deity-level being. The two of them didn't even have the courage to act. The fear and suppression from the depths of their souls made them want to kneel before each other. But they both knew they couldn't. With their strong will, they resisted the impulse to kneel. This deity has not descended but has projected itself through a ninth-tier extraordinary being as a medium, allowing its abilities to project here. Although it is just a projection, it is far more powerful than any ninth-tier extraordinary being. Even the closest pseudo-deity is not as powerful as this projection. Long Ju forced himself to analyze calmly. After all, the two of them had endured 1,000 years of torment in the City of the Void, and their will was exceptionally strong. What should we do? How can we save Su Chang? If we act, it would be of no use. It's frustrating that our strength is too great to help at all. Tian Yuan asked with a pained expression. If they could, the two would unhesitatingly risk everything for Su Chang, without a moment's hesitation, as long as they could help him escape. We can only rely on Su Chang himself now. I hope he can survive. At this point, Long Ju could only shake his head. Even before, when he saw so many ninth-tier extraordinary beings attacking Su Chang alone, he had not said such words. Because he believed that if he and Tian Yuan acted and self-destructed, there was a good chance they could buy time for Su Chang to escape. And with Su Chang's strength, as long as he broke through, no one could stop him. Escaping was only a matter of time. But now, the beings acting had already upgraded to deity-level beings. At this level, even if it was just a projection, there was no way to escape from their hands. Human, this deity feels that it is a pity for such a talent to fall, considering the difficulty of your cultivation. As long as you submit to this deity, I can not only let you live but also cultivate you into the next generation of divine-level powerhouses of my clan. How about it? For the remaining numerous ninth-tier extraordinary powerhouses, this divine projection paid them no mind to it. These ninth-tier extraordinary beings were mere ants, insignificant in comparison. What intrigued it the most was why this native human, Su Chang, was so strong, far surpassing any ninth-tier extraordinary powerhouse. Yet, he only displayed the inconspicuous realm of an ultimate martial god, which truly baffled it. Clearly, this appearing divine projection had been observing Su Chang through a certain younger clan member. Regarding Su Chang's display of strength, this deity could not even discern why his power was so bizarre and unfathomable. They had lived for too long and seen many special geniuses, but they had never encountered a talent like Su Chang. This deity had a gut feeling that Su Chang harbored a great secret, possibly directly related to the heart of the realm, or perhaps he had developed some special ability. If it were the former, that would be even better. If it were the latter, any living being would feel a strong greed rising within. Even for them, the deities, divine-level powerhouse? Su Chang couldn't help but reveal a hint of unmasked mockery at the corner of his mouth upon hearing this. Do you think the mere position of a deity poses a great challenge for me? Do I need your cultivation? This was not a boast from Su Chang, it was simply a natural occurrence for him. With his talent, becoming a divine-level powerhouse was not an unattainable height like it was for other beings. Su Chang understood the implication behind the deity's words. What cultivation? It was simply a huge joke. If one could believe such words, then they must be a fool. In a word, those not of my kind will surely have different hearts. What the other party said was merely an attempt to understand why Su Chang's strength was so peculiar, clearly only at the realm of an ultimate martial god, yet capable of slaying any ninth-tier extraordinary powerhouse. To put it bluntly, the realm of an ultimate martial god in the Void Continent was not even considered cannon fodder or ants. Unless born in the Void Continent, beings from other worlds needed at least first-tier extraordinary strength to enter. Yet Su Chang had broken all these constraints. The realm of an ultimate martial god was enough to crush all ninth-tier extraordinary powerhouses. Any ninth-tier extraordinary powerhouse casually in a world could dominate that world as a ruler. But before Su Chang, they were all as weak as chickens and dogs, with over 1,000,000 ninth-tier extraordinary powerhouses from countless races entering the Void Continent. However, Su Chang had already slain most of them. If it weren't for the appearance of this divine projection, the remaining ninth-tier extraordinary powerhouses would likely be reduced to a mere tenth. Su Chang knew that this deity's current thought was undoubtedly to seize his body, but it lacked absolute confidence. After all, its true form could not enter the Void Continent. It was merely a projection now, with too low a strength. Even if it was stronger than any ninth-tier extraordinary being, yet it still lacked assurance because Su Chang's displayed strength was equally terrifying. Bold kid, you disrespect the deity, you have great courage. Seeking death, please, deity, immediately suppress this native human. Great deity, all our clan's ninth-tier extraordinary powerhouses have been killed by him. Only a few of us remain. We beg you to suppress and slay this person. Suppress the native. How arrogant. Do you know what a great existence a deity is? Daring to blaspheme the deity will surely lead to a death without a burial place. Simply arrogant to the extreme. Do you think the position of a deity is so easy to attain? No wonder you are a native, ignorant, and overestimating your own abilities. Upon hearing Su Cheng's words, many ninth-tier extraordinary beings glared and scolded him. Ha ha, a bunch of insignificant creatures. What does a mere projection count for? Since you all revere the so-called deities so much, then watch closely. See how I slaughter it. The fourth style, burying the sun and moon. Su Cheng let out a hearty laugh, not wasting any more words, and once again employed the fourth style of the 6 burials of the heavens. His previous attack had been interrupted, but now he would show no mercy. This time, his attack was not aimed at these ninth-tier extraordinary beings, but at this deity, the deity's projection. In any world, if someone dared to strike at a deity-level powerhouse, it would not only be an act of great disrespect but also equivalent to striking at the will of the world. Because deity-level powerhouses can completely manipulate the rules of the entire world and represent a small part of the world's will, which signifies the will of the heavenly Tao. In this world, deity-level powerhouses are truly invincible. Even deity-level powerhouses from other worlds, upon entering this world, would not be their match. It can be said that deity-level powerhouses are immensely powerful, but they have a fatal flaw: they cannot leave their original world. Once they do, they cannot exert the power of a deity. Thus, for the entire world, it is a kind of restraint for deity-level powerhouses. To transcend this world, one must reach a higher level. But how easy is it to reach a higher level? There is a faster way, which is to obtain a world heart. With this world heart, one can completely transcend and become truly immortal. This is why, in the Blue Star world, countless alien races and demons are pouring in frantically. They are following the commands of their deities from countless worlds, aiming to compete for a world heart that is about to appear in the Blue Star world. Of course, there are many more worlds that do not know how to reach the Blue Star world, nor do they know that a world heart is about to appear there. In the Void Continent, initially, only a small portion of beings were aware of this, which is why they sought to eliminate the human warriors coming from the Blue Star, hoping to learn from them how to reach the Blue Star world. Thus, the great change in the Blue Star world 10,000 years ago, and the extermination of many human powerhouses in the Void Continent 1,000 years ago, all stemmed from the impending appearance of a world heart in the Blue Star world. Now, with the appearance of this deity's projection, it was clear that so many ninth-tier extraordinary beings were no match for Su Cheng, and it had grown anxious. If it did not intervene soon, Su Cheng would clearly leave quickly, and once he left the Void Continent, their efforts would be in vain. The result was something these deity-level powerhouses could not accept. Even if they could not enter the Void Continent, even if it cost them dearly, they absolutely could not allow Su Cheng to leave the Void Continent. They had to stop him. Little brat. Even though my true self cannot enter the Void Continent, merely a projection, I am not something you ants can contend with. Your world has never seen a deity-level powerhouse. You cannot possibly know how powerful a deity-level powerhouse truly is. Now, I shall let you witness the true terror of a deity-level powerhouse, something you mere mortals cannot even imagine. Boom! Rumble! The projection of the deity-level powerhouse, seeing Su Cheng dare to strike at it, instantly became furious, for this was a desecration of its will. It is a deity, the ruler of a world, and its will cannot be desecrated. At this moment, even the vast Void Continent trembled due to the actions of this deity's projection. All beings that sensed this aura changed their expressions drastically. The ninth-tier extraordinary beings were now closer than ever, and they were filled with immense terror. Many beings, even those at the ninth-tier extraordinary level, had never seen a true deity, let alone witnessed a deity-level being in action. But now, they finally experienced the horror of a deity-level being, which was completely beyond their imagination, even if it was just a projection. Is this the might of a deity? It's so terrifying. I can hardly imagine. I thought I was close to the deities, but it turns out there's a world of difference. No wonder deities can dominate a world, representing the will of the world. This kind of power is entirely beyond mortal comprehension. Suppress him. We must suppress this native human. Deities. They are not to be desecrated. The native human has blasphemed against the deity, and he will undoubtedly die. Many lower-tier ninth extraordinary beings could hardly contain their pious urge to kneel, their eyes filled with infinite reverence for this deity projection. Humph. Faced with the counterattack of this deity projection, Su Cheng felt a chill in his heart. The opponent was indeed powerful, but it did not make Su Cheng retreat, because he felt that he could definitely fight back. Burying the sun and moon. Su Cheng had already unleashed this move, and the terrifying might instantly reached the same level as the deity projection. It even quickly surpassed it. In that moment, the deity projection's expression changed dramatically, revealing an incredulous look. This is impossible. The deity projection let out an incredulous roar. Boom! Rumble! Amidst the deity projection's roar, the terrifying power completely engulfed it. In that instant, all beings on the Void Continent seemed to witness the scene of heaven and earth collapsing, the sun and moon reversing, their faces filled with horror. Not long after. Congratulations! Your martial arts level has risen to 11,096,000. Hearing the prompt, Su Chang was somewhat surprised. This was merely a projection of a deity, and yet killing it had allowed his martial arts level to increase by over 1,000,000. When everything settled, the massive deity projection had vanished without a trace. The many ninth-tier extraordinary beings who had witnessed it were all left in a daze, unable to accept this outcome. That was a deity-level existence, after all, the supreme being in a world, representing the terrifying presence of the heavenly path. Even if it was just a projection, it was not something any ninth-tier extraordinary being could desecrate, let alone attack, much less kill. But now, it had indeed happened right before their eyes. The faith they held in their hearts, the invincible existence, had been killed by Su Chang. They couldn't even block a single strike from Su Chang, and the projection of the deity level being turned to ashes. Even if the projection had battled Su Chang for 300 rounds and ultimately lost, they might have been able to accept it, but with this result, they could not accept it no matter what. What they did not know, and what Su Chang also did not know, was that just after he struck down the deity projection, in another powerful world, the very world where this deity resided, the vast realm suddenly trembled, and then half of it vanished, destroyed by a terrifying invisible force, resulting in countless beings' deaths. Poof! In the remaining half of the world, a figure suddenly opened its eyes and couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of golden blood. Native human, this deity will not rest until you are dead. The figure let out an extremely furious roar. Yet within that roar, there was a hint of fear. Yes, fear. This deity level being was afraid. For the first time in countless years, it felt fear. Facing Su Chang's strike, it believed that even if its true form were there, it would likely not be able to withstand Su Chang's punch unscathed. What the hell is this? Why is it so strong? After the anger, this god-level powerhouse let out an incredulous hoarse voice. We can't let it leave. Absolutely not. In that world, if such an anomaly can appear, then the core of the realm that emerges is absolutely unimaginable. It could be the most powerful core among countless reincarnations, far surpassing others. We must obtain that core, and this person must be seized. It's too formidable. If this god possesses such a body and strength, once it breaks through to the god level, how terrifying would that be? At that time, I will definitely become the strongest existence among the gods. A frenzied look appeared in the eyes of this god-level powerhouse. Come out, what's there to spy on? Do you think I haven't noticed your will has already arrived? Just then, the god-level powerhouse's expression turned cold, and he said ominously, Tumu, you are injured. A shadow composed entirely of will faintly appeared before this god and spoke. Humph, what's this little injury? What do you have to say? The god, known as Tumu, sneered at the shadow before him. Nothing, I just wanted to say that you are the first to personally take action and experience the strength of that indigenous human. Clearly, simply descending into the void continent with a projection and trying to suppress him is impossible. So, I came to discuss with you how we can suppress this person. Facing Tumu's sneer, the shadow remained unfazed and continued in a calm tone. Hearing the shadow's words, Tumu fell silent. He naturally wanted to suppress Su Chang, but unfortunately, his true body could not enter the void continent, and the projection. He had just witnessed Su Chang's strength. A projection could not suppress him and was instead counter-killed by Su Chang. Even his true body here suffered backlash, with half the world destroyed. Su Chang's power exceeded Tumu's imagination. Since this shadow appeared, it had clearly witnessed Su Chang's strength, which was why it came to seek cooperation with Tumu. After all, although it was also a god-level powerhouse, it was not much stronger than Tumu. Previously, as god-level powerhouses, they would never stoop to teaming up with others. Their respective clans would rely on their own strength to seize Su Chang. But now, that was no longer feasible. Numerous ninth-tier extraordinary beings could not stop Su Chang, let alone suppress him. If they did not join forces, once Su Chang left the void continent, all their years of effort would be in vain. Buzz! At that moment, ripples began to shake in the void before Tumu, and several figures appeared. Their auras were incredibly powerful, matching Tumu's. Tumu, what are you hesitating for? This person's strength exceeds our imagination. We must join forces. One of the figures spoke immediately. Yes, this child is too strong. It must be related to the core of the realm. We absolutely cannot let him leave the void continent. Tumu, we are not here to mock you. Why must you be like this? In the past, it was one thing to compete, but this matter concerns the core of the realm and the method of transcendence. We cannot miss it. Right now, the priority is to keep this person here. We can discuss the rest later. If we can truly glimpse the core, then we can act together to seize it based on our respective strengths. It's meaningless to dwell on past conflicts. At this moment, other god-level powerhouses chimed in. At their level, they naturally would not act rashly, and they had just witnessed Su Chang's strength. How could they not pay attention when Tumu's projection acted against Su Chang? They originally intended to observe the situation quietly. If the Tumu projection could suppress Su Chang, they would immediately act to seize him. However, they did not expect that Su Chang would be this powerful. The Tumu projection not only failed but also did not block a single strike, and was even backfired by Su Chang's immense strength, injuring its true form and destroying half of the world. With such terrifying power, they had no choice but to join forces. Of course, if their true forms could descend upon the void continent, there would be no need for this, but unfortunately, they could not do so. So what do you suggest? The result you see is that a mere projection is simply no match for him. Given the strength displayed, even several more similar projections would not be able to suppress this child. Tumu was not surprised by the appearance of so many divine-level powerhouses. It had already anticipated this outcome. If it had acted earlier without the attention of other divine-level beings, that would have been a different story. You are right. If we each send a projection into the void continent to jointly attack this person, the result would likely be the same as before. We discussed earlier that if we use one projection as the main body while the other projections merge into it, allowing this one projection to continuously grow stronger, it would surely have an effect. A divine-level powerhouse nodded and explained further. In that case, our true forms would still suffer backlash. Upon hearing this, the Tumu deity frowned. We are well aware of that, but we have no time left. This child is too strong. If we do not act to stop him now, he will surely leave soon. For the sake of the boundary, we must spare no effort. It is precisely because of the backlash that we choose to merge all projections together. This way, if there is backlash, we will all be injured, and no one will be able to reap the benefits in the end. Another divine-level powerhouse explained again. Upon hearing this, the Tumu deity was naturally moved. Even beings who have cultivated to this level have their concerns and worries. After all, they know that in the eyes of ordinary deities, they are invincible, immortal existences. But in reality, they can still die. It's just that at this level of cultivation, there are very few threats left, but that does not mean there are none. If they were to go all out to keep Su Chang, and then have other divine-level powerhouses take advantage, they would end up failing and making someone else a benefactor. However, if these divine-level powerhouses acted together, even if they ultimately failed and were injured or even died, they would all face the same outcome, alleviating any lingering worries. Even if other divine-level powerhouses wanted to take advantage later, they would not fear, even if they were injured, as they would be united. Alright, let's do it this way. After pondering for a while, the Tumu deity finally agreed to this plan. Good, everyone, time is of the essence. We will send our projections into the void continent again and then merge them. The main projection will be based on the projection of the Divine Must deity. How does that sound? A divine-level powerhouse spoke up upon seeing Tumu's agreement. No problem. Then it's settled. Let's hurry, otherwise, if we delay, that kid might escape. The other divine-level powerhouses had no objections and all agreed. Regardless of whose projection served as the main body, once backlash occurred, their outcomes would be the same. With the Tumu deity's involvement, the figures of the other divine-level powerhouses vanished once more. They had only come as a projection. After all, the majority of their power as divine-level beings came from the strength of their own worlds. If one leaves their own world, their strength will be greatly diminished, so generally, divine-level powerhouses would not recklessly depart. Meanwhile, how could this happen? How could this happen? A divine being, that's a divine being. How could it fail? Is that divine being dead? It couldn't even defeat a native human? How is that possible? Impossible. Divine beings are absolutely invincible. How could they be defeated? Heavens, what is going on? Even a divine being cannot match this person? Dead, even the divine being is dead. Who else can stop him? So terrifying. It's truly terrifying. A divine being couldn't withstand even one of his strikes? Within the void continent, the remaining 9th-tier extraordinary beings, along with countless other life forms, watched as that divine projection simply perished under Su Chang's punch. They heard the furious roar of the divine-level powerhouse clearly before its death. They found it hard to believe that an invincible and immortal divine being could not withstand even one strike from Su Chang and was instantly killed. They felt that all their years of cultivation, all their understanding and worldview, had completely collapsed. If even divine beings are not invincible and can be killed, then how long must one cultivate to reach the end? In that moment, the obsessions and beliefs of these 9th-tier extraordinary beings were as if drawn away, leaving them devoid of faith, as if they had turned into walking corpses. The death of the divine being, even if it was merely a projection, dealt a blow to them that was too great to accept. For many 9th-tier extraordinary beings, especially those from worlds with divine-level powerhouses, they had aspired to become divine beings ever since they learned of their existence in childhood. This was a belief that had supported them through countless years and numerous life and death hardships. But now, witnessing with their own eyes that the invincible and immortal existence in their hearts was not as powerful as they imagined, killed by a weak native human, Su Chang did not care about the feelings of these otherworldly beings. His heart was filled only with indifference. The power of the 6 burials of heaven was beyond Su Chang's imagination. This was only the 4th form, so how powerful would the 6th form, the final form, be? He could not predict. Although he had only killed a projection of a divine-level powerhouse since the opponent chose to act, the strength of that projection was undoubtedly formidable. To be honest, when he first faced the projection of this divine-level powerhouse, Su Chang felt uncertain, but since it had appeared, he had to try it no matter what. The fact that the opponent could not withstand even one strike was something Su Chang did not expect, but this did not mean that the divine projection was weak, rather, the power of the 6 burials of heaven was too terrifying. Of course, Su Chang's own strength was also very powerful, otherwise, no matter how strong the 6 burials of heaven was, it would not be able to instantly kill the projection of a divine-level powerhouse. Burial of mountains and rivers. Boom! Su Chang did not hesitate, taking advantage of the dazed state of these 9th-tier extraordinary beings. He continued his slaughter. Congratulations! Your martial arts level has risen to 11,596,000. Congratulations! Your martial arts level has risen to 12,001,000. The remaining 9th-tier extraordinary beings, under Su Chang's continued assault, were eventually cut down to a fraction. Originally over 1 million 9th-tier extraordinary powerhouses, now there were fewer than 100,000. If they hadn't escaped quickly and dispersed, there would hardly be any 9th-tier extraordinary beings left alive. Meanwhile, Su Chang's martial arts level had also skyrocketed by over 10 million, and his strength surged significantly. Seeing that there were not many powerful otherworldly beings left, Su Chang decided to leave, thinking it was about time to return to the Blue Star world. After all, the martial arts level has reached a staggering 120 million, far stronger than when they first entered the Void Continent. Not long ago, even the projection avatars of divine-level powerhouses could be killed in an instant, which surely was enough to resolve the crisis of the Blue Star world. But is the Blue Star world still okay now? Su Chang, we've almost killed all the beings from this other world, let's hurry and leave. Long Ju and Tian Yuan rushed over, their faces filled with shock and excitement. They found it hard to express in words how powerful Su Chang was. It was completely beyond their understanding of strength. But none of that mattered. What was important was that Su Chang was one of them, the son of destiny for the Blue Star world, an invincible existence. Yes, now that the Void City is gone and the Void Continent is in ruins, there's no point in staying here. Tian Yuan nodded in agreement. I was just thinking the same. As per the wishes of the 2 seniors, let's return to the Blue Star world and bring everyone along, Su Chang replied, nodding. Alright, let's go, Long Ju and Tian Yuan said excitedly at the same time. After 1,000 years, they could finally return to the Blue Star world, to their homeland. They believed that with Su Chang around, the crisis of the Blue Star world would no longer be an insurmountable problem, especially since he could even slay divine-level powerhouses, even if it was just their projection avatars. The core of the realm that appeared in the Blue Star world would no longer be seized but would belong to the humans of the Blue Star world. As for what the core of the realm actually did, they didn't know yet, but once they obtained it, wouldn't it become clear? Just as Su Chang and the others were preparing to leave, a loud boom echoed. Want to leave? You can't escape. Suddenly, the heavens and earth changed dramatically again, darkening the sky, as terrifying projection avatars of divine-level powerhouses appeared one after another. 1, 2, 3, 13. A total of 13 incredibly powerful projection avatars emerged, seemingly capable of covering the entire Void Continent. Each of these projection avatars was far stronger than the previous one. Clearly, these 13 projection avatars represented 13 divine-level powerhouses, each having condensed their avatars to their utmost strength. The previous avatar of the Tuomu deity was not the strongest. After all, it thought that although Su Chang was strong, its own avatar's strength could only be considered average and that the opponent was not a match. But the reality was that Su Chang's strength far exceeded the expectations of Tuomu and the other divine-level powerhouses. So now they had united, and the strength of each of their condensed projection avatars had reached its peak. This was their last chance. They had to go all out and not let Su Chang leave. How is this possible? 13 divine projection avatars? Seeing the emergence of these 13 projection avatars, Long Ju and Tian Yuan's faces turned pale. They could hardly imagine that these divine-level powerhouses would go to such lengths to keep Su Chang. Su Chang, however, remained as calm as ever. Since these divine-level powerhouses couldn't enter the Void Continent in their true forms, he had no reason to worry. Having just slain a divine projection avatar, and in an instant at that, gave Su Chang a clear understanding of his current strength. Moreover, the martial arts divine ability he used to slay that projection avatar was merely the 4th form of the 6 burials of heaven. He hadn't even used the 5th or 6th forms yet. If he could easily slay a divine powerhouse's projection avatar with just the 4th form, then what about the 5th and 6th forms? Su Chang believed that even if a divine-level powerhouse could enter the Void Continent, he would not be afraid. With this trump card, even if he couldn't kill a true divine-level powerhouse, the other party would not be able to keep him either. Human, we mean no great harm. As long as you can tell us where your world is, we will provide you with ample resources, treasures, everything. Enough for your world to continuously give birth to 9th-tier extraordinary beings and even divine-level powerhouses. 1,000 years ago, the human powerhouses from your world entered the Void Continent to seek a breakthrough method for the divine position, didn't they? It seems your world has long been invaded by other worlds. You cannot defend your own. Tell us, and we can not only help you expel all invading beings, but also assist all of you in enhancing your strength. That thing, you cannot keep it. A divine projection spoke in a deep voice. They also had no absolute confidence in dealing with Su Cheng again. After all, no matter how strong a projection was, it was still weaker than the main body and had many limitations. Thus, they continued to try to persuade Su Cheng. Long Ju and Tian Yuan felt anxious upon hearing this, but given the current situation, they clearly had no right to speak, and they couldn't help but look at Su Cheng. The other party spoke sweetly, but once they knew the coordinates of the Blue Star world, they would surely backtrack immediately. How could they trust the words of these alien races? Just now, Su Cheng was able to kill that divine projection by himself, but now there were 13 divine projections. Could Su Cheng really be a match? Having slain that projection, Su Cheng must have already used his last trump card. The two thought this in their hearts, worried that Su Cheng might choose to compromise. After all, everyone cherishes their life. Su Cheng was young and possessed such extraordinary strength. Who would be willing to fall? However, Long Ju and Tian Yuan's worries were clearly unnecessary. Hearing what the divine projection said, Su Cheng couldn't help but laugh, mocking these alien gods for their persistence. Having just slain a divine projection, they actually dared to come again, and even united? It seems you really are relentless, coming batch after batch. Su Cheng said, I originally wanted to spare your lives, but since you refuse to die, I have no way to leave. In that case, you shouldn't leave alive. Slowly, as he spoke the last sentence, the killing intent on Su Cheng's face erupted completely. Having slain so many beings from other worlds, the murderous aura around him had reached an extreme level. It could be said that these divine-level powerhouses had not killed as many opponents as Su Cheng had. Humph. What a big mouth. You human brat, you don't know when to quit. We gave you a chance, don't be ungrateful. I said long ago, why waste words with him? Just unite and suppress him. Kill. Why waste more words? Since he won't speak, then kill him. We can't let such an anomaly live. The other divine projections revealed their killing intent as well, scolding in unison. They were high and mighty gods. When had it ever been a mortal's turn to bargain before them? Moreover, this mortal actually dared to say he wanted them all to stay here. It was simply a huge joke. Let alone that they were merely projections here. Even the weakest projection was not something a mortal could destroy. Attack! A divine projection roared. The other divine projections no longer hesitated, all merging into one of the divine projections, causing its power to surge to a terrifying level. So that's how it is. Su Cheng observed this, slightly surprised. Just now, he had slain a divine avatar effortlessly, and he knew that the other divine beings must have seen it. Yet they still dared to approach. Su Cheng initially thought they were preparing to gang up on him. It now seemed they had united in such a way. Su Cheng, run. Don't worry about us. Long Ju and Tian Yuan's faces turned pale at this sight. The two realized the actions of these 13 divine avatars. If they all fused together, their strength would be unimaginable, something the two could not fathom. But it was clear that they would be far more powerful than a single divine avatar. Moreover, the final strength would not simply be a matter of 1 + 1. It's time to end this, let's go for the final move. Su Cheng's expression remained unchanged as he spoke calmly. Bury the heavens. As the last move of the 6 burials of heaven was unleashed, the entire void continent seemed to fall into a moment of stillness. All the rules, space, time, everything had completely lost its effect. Even centered around Su Cheng, layers upon layers began to collapse. At this moment, the terrifying aura emanating from Su Cheng was beyond words. The combined might of the 13 strongest divine avatars was already terrifying to the extreme, but in an instant, it was crushed by Su Cheng's aura. This is impossible. Space, time, all rules are gone. This is impossible. How can there be such a powerful mortal? This divine being does not believe it. Break, break, break. Destroy him. Kill him. Immediately. Within this immense divine avatar, the incredulous cries of the 13 divine beings echoed continuously. As powerful as they were, at this moment, they appeared as helpless lambs before Su Cheng. Boom! Rumble! Su Cheng's final move, to others, seemed like a light punch, but the terrifying might was enough to annihilate everything. The already crumbling void continent began to collapse inch by inch under this force. No! The 13 divine avatars let out a piercing scream. Their combined strength had been unleashed, yet it was instantly crushed by Su Cheng's power. The existence that condensed the 13 divine avatars had a terrifying strength that was no less than that of a true divine-level powerhouse. Yet even so, before Su Cheng, they were still as weak as dirt. The divine avatars, towering over millions of feet, were completely shattered and destroyed in an instant. Not only that, but the final move of the 6 burials of heaven was not so simple. It annihilated these 13 fused divine avatars along with their true bodies, all extinguished under Su Cheng's strike. No! Another round of terrified, mournful screams erupted, but Su Cheng could no longer hear them, for these cries were coming from 13 immensely powerful alien worlds. The might of a divine-level powerhouse, in the eyes of weaker beings, was an immortal existence. Yet now, Su Cheng had killed 13 divine-level powerhouses in a single move. These were not mere avatars but true divine beings. Along with them, the worlds of the 13 divine beings completely collapsed due to Su Cheng's power, turning into countless fragments. It's over. After a long while, looking at the nearly obliterated void continent, Su Cheng said,